The man suddenly woke up from his dream and found himself lying on the beach with unfamiliar surroundings. His mind was in a mess, and he looked around. Suddenly, the system's voice came into his ears. Ding, the island sign-in system is starting up. The man was a little confused until he heard the last few words. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving an S-level legendary reward. A Raptor F750 pickup truck. Please check it out. S-class legendary reward. A pickup truck? The man was stunned, his steps trembling slightly. It was actually a heavy pickup truck parked 30 meters away from him. This reward was simply unbelievable to him. Boom! The man stepped on the accelerator, and a burst of black smoke suddenly came out of the tail of the Raptor F750, and the car rushed out at a high speed. Just after driving 700 to 800 meters, the system prompt sounded again. One survivor is found. Please choose. 1. Fight. 2. Surrender. 3. Recruit. Suddenly, a scream came from the front. The man hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Standing in front of the car was a woman wearing a thin shirt and tight shorts. Her figure simply stunned him. Through the car window, the man could clearly see her perfect curves, long legs, slender A4 waist, and that very charming figure. This surprise when I first arrived at the island was a godsend. But, fight, surrender, recruit? What do these options mean? It seems that I'm extremely lucky today. With a 0.01% chance, I actually got an S-level legendary reward. Just as the man was cheering for his good luck, the woman in front of him looked at him with horror. I choose to surrender, she said hurriedly. Ding, congratulations, host. The survivor, Yang Ming'er, chooses to surrender to you. Your sign-in level is upgraded to level 2. Secondary sign-in system. 65% get A-level common rewards, 15% get D-level rare rewards, 13% get C-level excellent rewards, 5% get B-level perfect rewards, 1.5% get A-level epic rewards, 0.5% get S-level legendary rewards, 0% get super S-level God-given rewards. The man named Yi Chun was stunned. He did nothing, but the other party chose to surrender. The sign-in system was also upgraded because of this. What unexpected good luck. Yang Ming. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment, with a flash of shock in his eyes. Big star Yang Ming? Are you that star Yang Ming? Yi Chun asked. Yang Ming'er nodded with a pale face. Yi Chun seemed to understand. No wonder this figure, this appearance. Ahem. Yi Chun tried to keep himself calm. Now is not the time to indulge in fantasy. How to survive was the most important thing. Otherwise, even if the world's biggest star came to his door, he would not have the chance to enjoy it. Have you signed in today? Yi Chun asked. Yang Ming'er nodded cautiously. Don't be afraid. I never meant to hurt you. Besides, meeting is fate, and there is strength in numbers. My name is Yi Chun. By the way, what reward did you get for signing in? Yang Ming'er seemed relieved, stepped forward, and pointed behind her. Yi Chun looked in the direction of her finger and was stunned. What is that? A pile of empty mineral water bottles? What is this? A sign-in reward. Yi Chun looked at the pile of empty bottles speechlessly. Yes, an ordinary E-class. Yang Ming'er said in a low voice. Then where's your car? She pointed at Yi Chun's Raptor F750 in confusion. I came here after signing in. Yang Ming'er was stunned. She was so angry that she wanted to cry when comparing her reward with Yi Chun's reward. Don't just stand there, get in the car. It's getting dark. Do you want to sleep here tonight? Yi Chun urged. Yang Ming'er shook her head. Although she felt a little reluctant, she couldn't help but look back at the pile of empty bottles. Okay, take them all, Yi Chun said, and then got in the car. Yang Ming'er sat in the passenger seat, and Yi Chun noticed that this first-line celebrity was not only beautiful, but also had a perfect figure. She was truly born with natural beauty. Ding! The remote trading system is open. All island survivors can exchange supplies through the remote trading platform in a barter manner. Yi Chun was in a complicated mood, and Yang Ming'er's figure kept echoing in his mind. At this moment, the sign-in system sent another reminder. Following a slight sound, an operation panel suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chun. In less than 2 minutes, the trading panel updated the material list. For example, 10 meters of climbing rope for 1 bottle of mineral water, a lighter for 2 bottles of mineral water, a detachable grill for 2 bottles of mineral water, a dagger for 200 grams of biscuits or bread. Obviously, the supplies sold on this trading platform are extremely varied, and most of these items are obtained by survivors signing in. Yi Chun understood that water and food were the most scarce resources. After all, he was also very hungry, so he didn't plan to buy anything for the time being. The two drove the pickup truck along the beach all the way east. Not long after the car started, Yi-chan suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Squeak! The car stopped suddenly, and Yi-chan almost made Yang Ming'er hit the front windshield. He turned his head and looked outside. His eyes suddenly widened. The light that flashed just now turned out to be a lake. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be a freshwater lake? Yi-chan jumped out of the car impatiently, rushed to the lake, tasted the water, and it turned out to be sweet fresh water. This is a huge freshwater lake. For island survival, water is the first element. At this moment, Yi-chan felt extremely lucky. Yang Ming'er also followed him to the lake, and the two began to drink crazily. The feeling of quenching thirst was so refreshing. Come on, follow me. Let's get some water from the mineral water bottles, Yi-chan said while drinking water. Yang Ming'er was a little confused after hearing this. Bottles? Selling water? Yi-chan smiled, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized that these empty bottles could be used for a lot of things. Yang Ming'er also suddenly realized, and the two of them quickly took out the empty bottles in the car and filled them with water. After filling up the water, Yi-chan couldn't wait to open the trading system. 1 bottle of fresh water, exchange for 100 grams of bread. 1 bottle of fresh water, exchange for 100 grams of biscuits. Now the most urgent task is to fill his stomach. Not long after, Yi-chan successfully exchanged 4 bottles of fresh water for 200 grams of bread and 200 grams of biscuits. He generously gave one of the bread and biscuits to Yang Ming'er. Eat some first to fill your stomach. Yang Ming'er was still a little hesitant and only took 1 piece of bread. You eat more. 1 piece is enough for me. Yi-chan didn't say much, thinking to himself, maybe the girl is maintaining her figure. The two of them simply solved their hunger, and as the sky gradually darkened, Yi-chan decided to stop and rest. After all, safety is always the most important thing. Let's rest here today. Yang Ming'er pointed to the lawn outside the car, but Yi-chan shook his head and gently pressed the button inside the car. The passenger seat slowly reclined. Let's sleep in the car, Yi-chan said. This pickup truck not only has anti-collision glass and leather seats, but also has a spacious space, making it much more comfortable to sleep in the car. Yang Ming'er was a little shy, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yi-chan, nor did she dare to turn her back to him, so she had to lie flat and stare at the roof of the car. Yi-chan didn't care and fell asleep directly. However, the system's notification sound broke the silence. Ding! Synthesis system activated. Then, another suspended screen appeared in front of Yi-chan. 2 daggers equals 1 kitchen knife. 2 kitchen knives plus split axe blueprint equals 1 split axe. 2 split axe plus chainsaw manufacturing diagram equals 1 air kinetic chainsaw. 2 rafts equals 1 kayak. 2 kayaks plus a motorboat blueprint plus 3 solar panels equals 1 solar motorboat. This system is really powerful. Basically, with these things, you can build a small empire. Yi-chan was secretly delighted and decided not to continue sleeping. He decided to check the trading panel again. At this time, the price of bottled drinking water continued to rise, and the supply still exceeded the demand. Most people were still struggling for this bottle of water, but Yi-chan had already eaten and drunk enough, lying safely in a luxury car, sleeping side by side with the big star and Beauty. Time gradually approached midnight, and Yi-chan couldn't wait to start a new sign-in. Sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a rare D-level reward, a super ceramic soup pot. Please check it out. Super? There are ads on this system. Yi-chan was a little confused. With a clang, the pickup truck shook slightly. Yang Ming'er seemed to be startled and suddenly climbed up. What's that sound? She pointed in the direction of a sound. It's okay. Maybe my pot has fallen, Yi-chan said calmly. By the way, Ming'er, you should also try to sign in. Yang Ming'er sat up straight and seriously clasped his hands together and muttered something. Yi-chan couldn't help but laugh. Are you treating signing in as a wish? Ding! Yang Ming'er received a perfect B-level reward. B-level perfect reward? Yi-chan was surprised. Could it be that he had to make a sincere wish to sign in? Yang Ming'er sign-in reward surprised Yi-chan. The B-level perfect freshwater fishing rod component actually has a 50% chance of catching E-level and above freshwater fish, and it is limited to 10 times a day. Oh my god! Yi-chan couldn't believe that his girl actually revealed a 4% probability. Since Yang Ming'er has decided to follow Yi-chan, Yi-chan has the priority to obtain materials above level C. Fishing rod, soup pot. It seems that there will be fish soup tomorrow. Yi-chan slept until dawn. He turned over and opened one eye drowsily, only to see a pair of bright, eyes staring at him. Good morning, Yang Minger said to him with a smile. Beautiful women really exude charming temperament all the time, and they are so stunning when they open their eyes in the morning. Yichen rubbed his eyes, yawned, and then said, Now a bottle of water can be exchanged for a dagger. The price has gone up? Yang Minger asked curiously. Yes, but the price of bread has also gone up. Yichen responded easily, But I won't eat bread today. Let's change the taste. Then what shall we eat? Yang Minger asked, her stomach growling in dissatisfaction. Let's go, let's grill the fish and make fish soup today. Yichen said, picked up the fishing rod and walked toward the lake. But there were not enough fishing rods, and Yichen didn't bring any bait. Thinking about looking for earthworms was a waste of time. He scanned the trading system and didn't see anyone selling bait. Yichen simply sent a message in the chat room. Buying bait. If anyone wants to sell, please chat privately. Soon, he received a response. I have bait, but only 150 grams. What do you have? Yichen immediately replied, I have a few bottles of fresh water that I just exchanged. Then, for bottles of fresh water, the other party made an offer. Too expensive, I don't have that much. Yichen smiled slightly, playing hard to get. 3 bottles, no less. I only have 2 bottles, no choice. Yichen immediately made a concession. Okay, deal. Transactions on the exchange are always full of negotiations and games, and prices can be flexibly changed. In the end, Yichen exchanged 2 bottles of fresh water for a small can of bait. Although there is little bait, 150 grams is enough and can be used 60 or 70 times. Yang Minger was obviously more excited than Yichen. Have you ever fished? Yichen smiled and said, No, but I will teach you today. He put the bait on the hook, and with a beautiful cast, the fishing line flew through the air and fell gracefully into the lake. Less than 10 seconds later, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Successfully caught an E-level common silver carp. Please reel in the line. This fishing rod is really good. I caught a fish right at the start, and the system automatically reminded me. Yichen quickly reeled in the line. Yang Minger watched intently, her eyes full of anticipation. I caught it, I caught it. When Yichen mentioned the fish, Yang Minger danced with excitement, just like a child. E-level common silver carp, weighing 1 gene. Yichen said with a smile, Eat some fish first, then continue fishing. Yichen picked up the fish and entered the exchange. A bottle of fresh water, exchange for a removable grill. A bottle of fresh water, exchange for a lighter. A bottle of fresh water, exchange for a dagger. Soon, Yichen received several more private messages. Brother, how about 2 bottles? I have a barbecue grill, and your price is too black. Yichen replied disdainfully, Love or not. Now, except for water and food, other supplies are on sale. Okay, I'll buy it. The other party compromised. Yichen collected a few more supplies, including a barbecue grill, a lighter, and a dagger, and then closed the transaction interface. He was not a collector, and having too many grills was useless. After setting up the grill and lighting the bonfire, Yichen started grilling the silver carp. It's so delicious, so fragrant. Yang Minger ate with a happy face. It's your turn to try it, and learn it well. Yichen said with a smile and demonstrated it to her again. Although Yang Minger had no experience, she made progress quickly. She failed to swing the club twice, but Yichen patiently taught her step by step. Ding! I successfully caught a C-grade herring weighing 5 gene. Yichen was stunned. Could be that fish also like beautiful girls? In the morning, the two caught a total of 7 fish. In the afternoon, Yichen set up the super soup pot and started to cook fish soup. The remaining fish were all hung in the exchange. The chat room was buzzing with excitement. Damn, this sea-level black carp is 5 gene? He must be cheating. Damn, who grabbed this 3 gene crucian carp? Another D-level black fish? Too bad. I haven't eaten for a day. However, Yichen was leisurely drinking fish soup with Yang Minger and chatting happily. At this moment, the system prompted again. Ding, you have a private message. Please check. Yichen clicked it and saw that it said, I want to make a deal with you. What's the deal? Yichen asked, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. I have a sea-level excellent mountain axe blueprint, and I want to exchange it for the sea-level herring in your hand. The other party responded quickly. Axe blueprint? Yichen suddenly had an idea and immediately opened the synthesis system. 2 kitchen knives plus splitting axe blueprint equals splitting axe. The system's explanation is very simple. The splitting axe can not only be used to chop bamboo and trees, but also is a self-defense weapon. I'll list it on the exchange. You can trade with me directly. The other party made a request. Yichen did not hesitate and chose to trade directly. The reason was very simple. First of all, sea-level materials were not common, especially rare items like blueprints. Secondly, the axe can be used as a tool and also for self-defense. As for the 5-gene herring, Yichen was not worried. With the perfect fishing rod in his hand, he would never have to worry about not having fish to eat. After successfully exchanging the blueprint of the splitting axe with the herring, Yichun couldn't wait to open the synthesis system again. To synthesize a mountain axe, you also need 2 kitchen knives, and a kitchen knife must be synthesized from 2 daggers. He searched the trading system and found that a bottle of water could be exchanged for a dagger. Receive the dagger, 2 bottles of fresh water. Yichen posted the message in the chat room without hesitation. Yang Minger suddenly saw Yi Chun holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and she was so surprised that she spilled the fish soup. I'm sorry. Yang Minger apologized in a hurry. Although the fish soup had no seasoning and tasted a little bland, it was already very difficult to fill her stomach. Now she actually spilled the soup, feeling a little annoyed. It's okay, are you burned? Yichen frowned slightly and asked with concern. He checked Yang Minger's condition and found that she seemed to be uninjured, but her shirt was wet, revealing her perfect figure, which made the scene a little awkward. Is there anyone selling girls' clothes? I'd like to buy a few. Yichun turned his gaze back to the chat room. Damn, collecting clothes? Girls' clothes? Are there any rich second generations on the island? I'm almost starving to death, and someone is collecting clothes for girls. It's really unfair. Master, how many girls do you have? The chat room began to fall into chaos. Yang Minger felt a little embarrassed and quickly covered her chest with her hands, fearing that she would be exposed. However, not long after, someone really sent a private message to Yichun. I have a size S cosplay outfit. Do you want it? 3 bottles of fresh water. Cosplay. Yichun murmured. This sign-in system is too weird. It has everything. Ahem. Well, I haven't found any suitable clothes yet. I only have 1 cosplay outfit. Yichun asked Yang Minger for her opinion somewhat awkwardly. Yang Minger was obviously not feeling well either. Her clothes were wet and smelled of fish, and she felt very uncomfortable. It's okay, I'm fine, thank you. Yang Minger smiled, thinking that it would be better to change clothes than to continue wearing wet clothes. Seeing that she agreed, Yichun made the deal without hesitation. Ding, congratulations on getting the exchange items. A female cosplay suit and a maid suit. Maid outfit? Yichun was stunned. He had never expected such a situation. Hey, here you go. Yichun had no choice but to awkwardly hand her the maid outfit. Yang Minger looked at the maid outfit and seemed a little embarrassed. The scene suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Yang Minger couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Should she change it or not? Forget it. I worked hard to get these clothes. I can't be picky. Yang Minger whispered to herself and finally decided to change. In order to avoid embarrassment, Yichun deliberately turned around and walked to the beach, keeping a distance of more than 50 meters from Yang Minger. 5 minutes later, Yang Minger put on the maid outfit and appeared in Yichun's sight. Beautiful women really look good in anything they wear. This maid outfit looks sexy, playful, and mysterious on her. Well, I'll see if there are more suitable clothes later. If they are good, I'll take a few more. Yang Minger said shyly. It's okay, this one fits me well. Yichun smiled in his heart, knowing that this was just a polite remark. At this time, another private message popped up. I have 2 daggers and 5 bottles of fresh water for a flat price. Okay, no problem. Yichun agreed immediately without hesitation. What a wealthy family. I have a lake of fresh water. Yichun muttered to himself and continued the transaction. After getting the 2 daggers, Yichun combined a kitchen knife again. This time, he was very careful, not wanting to scare Yang Minger, so he simply turned his back to her and began to study how to combine a mountain axe. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have enough resources to synthesize a sea-level excellent mountain axe, basic model. Do you want to synthesize it immediately? Synthesis. Yichun answered impatiently. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the mountain splitting axe, basic version. The 2 mountain splitting axes can be further synthesized to increase the efficiency of chopping. It turns out that this axe can be upgraded. It seems that it can process resources more efficiently in the future. Ding, system prompt. The chat room sun, moon, stars successfully synthesized a sea-level excellent mountain axe, the system's special reward. Wow, that's awesome. Directly promoted to the next level. Damn, it turns out there's a system reward for being the first to synthesize a high-level object. The chat room exploded in an instant, and everyone was surprised at Yichun's promotion. Yichen himself did not expect that there would be such a special reward. At this time, the one who regretted the most was probably the guy who sold his blueprints. 3-level sign-in system. 60% get E-level common rewards, 16% get D-level rare rewards, 13% get C-level excellent rewards, 8% get B-level perfect rewards, 2% get E-level epic rewards, 0.99% get S-level legendary rewards, 0.01% get God-level rewards. Most people are still using the first-level sign-in system, but Yichun has already reached level 3. The probability of obtaining higher-level rewards has greatly increased, and there is even a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining a God-level reward. Yang Ming-er, who was wearing a maid outfit and looked a little reserved, asked in a low voice after seeing Yichun, "Level 3?" Yichun nodded, "Yes, we have to strengthen our defense next. Although the people in the exchange and chat room can bring us some benefits, there's also competition between us." Yichun knew clearly that if the system had not assigned the survivors to different islands, someone would definitely try to solve the problem through force. Yichun then picked up the axe and chopped at a thick tree trunk effortlessly. With a crack, the tree trunk was split open, and the power of the sea-level excellent tool was immediately revealed. "Help! There are wolves!" Suddenly, an urgent message came from the chat room. "What's going on? Why are there wolves?" Some people began to shout in panic. "Ding! The 24-hour system protection time has expired. Please be careful, survivors." The system issued a prompt. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and everyone discussed their own situations. "Damn, we can't even afford food and clothing. How can we fight against wolves? Help! I saw a wild boar. Luckily, I hid in a tree." "Hey, is the first person who asked for help still here?" Unfortunately, the person who originally called for help was no longer able to speak. Yichen ordered Yang Ming-er without hesitation. "Ming-er, go back to the car." He knew clearly that he was relatively safe here because he had a car and weapons, but it was hard to say what the other survivors were like. The car was undoubtedly the safest place. Yang Ming-er obediently walked into the car, while Yi Chun continued to pay attention to the surrounding movements. "Looking to buy a dagger. Do you have any for sale?" Primary weapons, daggers, suddenly became a hot commodity. Although Yi Chun already has a pickaxe and doesn't think highly of these gadgets, he still keeps an eye on market trends. "Can you use weapons?" Yi Chun turned to ask Yang Ming-er without much expectation. After all, it seemed unlikely that a big star would be used to using such things. Yang Ming-er shook her head somewhat dully, but soon said excitedly, "I can use a bow and arrow. I even participated in competitions and won awards." Yi Chun was surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming-er to have such an interest. He immediately opened the synthesis system and found the relevant items. Wooden bow and arrow, D-level sign-in weapon, can be synthesized. Wooden bow and arrow, 2 bamboos, 1 rubber band. Yi Chun saw someone selling rubber bands in the trading system, so he quickly bought them. 5 rubber bands, 2 bottles of drinking water are needed. For rubber bands, 2 bottles of drinking water are needed. He was quick to buy 2 orders. "Damn, who grabbed my rubber band? I was just about to take it down. Fuck, my rubber band was also taken in seconds." When Yang Ming-er saw Yi Chun holding 9 rubber bands in his hand, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wow, you are so awesome." "Thanks for your reminder." Yi Chun smiled and gave Yang Ming-er a thumbs up. Although wooden bows are only D-level weapons, 2 wooden bows can be combined into a repeating crossbow, and 2 repeating crossbows plus firearm blueprints and ironware blueprints can also be combined into a pistol. There was no bamboo nearby, so it was impossible to make bows and arrows for the time being. So Yi Chun drove his pickup truck around the lake while the sun was still high. On the north shore of the lake, he found a large lawn of several thousand square meters and a cave on the north side. This place has a pleasant scenery and is very suitable for building a base. The cave can serve as a natural barrier. The lake guards the backyard, and you only need to add fences on both sides of the passage to create a kingdom of your own. Just as Yi Chun was planning for the future, a low wolf howl was suddenly heard. Sure enough, there was really a wolf. The wolf's howl scared Yang Ming-er badly. Even though he was sitting in the sturdy pickup truck, Yang Ming-er was still shaking violently. "It's okay. This is a world-class pickup truck, very sturdy. And we have weapons." Yi Chun comforted Yang Ming-er, trying to reassure her. It seemed that building a fence to enclose this place had become a top priority. It was getting dark, and the two exchanged bottled water for some food. In the chat room, there were constant messages of help from survivors. For most people, tonight might not be peaceful. Yang Ming'er stared out the window nervously until the night was completely covered and nothing could be seen. Then she relaxed a little. Yi-chun was still unhurried, turning on a light inside the car and concentrating on studying the synthesis system. The synthesis system is huge and complex. It seems that as long as the materials are sufficient, there's almost nothing that cannot be synthesized. However, the synthesis system is linked to the sign-in level. If the level is not high enough, even if the materials are sufficient, it is not eligible for synthesis. For most survivors, food and water are the most scarce resources. But for Yi-chun, blueprints and some seemingly temporarily useless but extremely important items are the key. For example, various simple tools, pots and pans, daily necessities, and even basic materials such as ropes, wires, wooden boards, and plastic products. Yi-chun's plan is divided into several stages. The first is to establish a defense network to ensure that the kingdom is completely isolated from the outside world. Then transform the cave into a second residence and storage space. Finally, continuously upgrade this small kingdom to make it not only safe, but also a treasure land. Now, the most urgent thing is to take the first step to build a defense network. Ming'er, take a rest first. It's safe. We still have to work tomorrow. This place will be our home in the future. Yang Ming'er blinked, looking a little confused, but nodded. Tomorrow we'll cut down some trees and fence off the lawn. The supplies that need attention in the exchange are ropes, wire, and some simple tools. While Yi-chun briefly explained the plan for tomorrow, he continued to look for the necessary resources in the exchange. Ow! Suddenly, there was another wolf howl, closer than the previous one. Yang Ming'er shivered with fear and subconsciously got into Yi-chun's arms. In that small space, a beautiful woman in a maid outfit was pressed tightly against him. Even though Yi-chun was a gentleman, he found it difficult to control himself. He gently patted Yang Ming'er's shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, the glass is strong. Even a bear can survive. However, hearing the word bear, Yang Ming'er became even more frightened and almost pressed herself against Yi-chun. Her perfect bust unconsciously pressed against Yi-chun's chest. Yi-chun tried to keep himself calm, gently put his right hand around her shoulders and whispered, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I'll watch over you. Don't worry." He didn't want to take advantage of the opportunity. The two of them were now partners fighting side by side, and matters between men and women had to come naturally and with mutual consent. However, Yi-chun forced himself to restrain himself, but the other survivors were not having such a good time. "Help! I heard wolves howling here too. I heard wolves howling here too. I'm afraid the wolves are coming." Fear spread like a virus. Even though there were no wolves in some places, people still felt that there were a pair of dark eyes staring at them from behind. At midnight, Yi-chun was still holding Yang Ming'er in his arms, soothing her to sleep while he concentrated on studying the synthesis system. Yang Ming'er actually began to use Yi-chun's arm as a pillow, and even talked in her sleep. Hold me tight, there are wolves, there are wolves." Yi-chun sighed softly. The girl was obviously having a nightmare, and his almost numb arm was almost broken. Sign in. Yi-chun finally adjusted his posture and started the new day's sign-in task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the C-Level Excellence Award, a shovel. Shovel? Although it is not an S-level reward, the shovel is exactly the tool Yi-chun has always dreamed of. Tomorrow he will build a fence and dig a hole to bury the soil. The shovel is really a magical tool. Yang Ming'er was still sleeping soundly. Yi-chun didn't want to wake her up, so he started to check if there were any new items online in the exchange. As expected, just after midnight, all kinds of strange materials were quickly put on the shelves of the exchange. Drinking water, food, and weapons were still the most sought-after items. Although some were put on the shelves, they were almost all sold out in seconds. Yi-chun took a quick glance and suddenly noticed a special item, a roll of 100 meters of wire. This seemingly inconspicuous item caught Yi-chun's attention. He just needed these iron wires to tie up the fence. Yi-chun bought them without hesitation. Afterwards, he scanned the exchange and saw mostly messy things, so he gave up searching, closed his eyes, and fell asleep while holding Yang Ming'er. Yang Ming'er's sleeping posture was not ladylike at all, with her hands and feet hanging on Yi-chun. Yi-chun was somewhat helpless and had to let her do as she was. After all, who could have thought that a big star would sleep in this position? Half asleep and half awake. Until dawn, Yang Ming'er opened her eyes hazily, and Yi-chun coughed lightly. Yang Ming'er immediately noticed her indecent sleeping posture and lowered her head and shrank back. Sign in and see how your character is today. Yichin still remembered Yang Ming'er's sign-in explosion yesterday and was full of expectations for today. After waiting for a long time, there was no system notification sound. Yichin guessed that he might not be so lucky this time, and it might be an E-level common reward or a D-level rare reward. Woof woof. Suddenly, two dog barks were heard, and Yichin was so scared that his whole body trembled. Then, a furry little paw stretched out towards him. What the hell? Where did the pug come from? Yang Ming'er smiled, her eyes full of joy. You signed in for a dog? Yichin suddenly realized that she actually signed in and got a dog. Yes, this is a sheepdog puppy. Although it is only rare at D level, the system says it will upgrade under certain conditions. Yichin was shocked. There are actually pet upgrades? I've never seen such a thing before. Hey, don't gnaw my bread. That's my breakfast. The shepherd dog seemed to be not afraid of strangers at all and directly gnawed Yichin's bread. It was not big in size, but it had a big appetite. In less than 2 minutes, a 100-gram piece of bread was finished by it. Damn, it just ate my breakfast? What can it do? Yichin asked. He has always been pragmatic. Although life on the island was much easier than other people's, Yichin still had a headache because he suddenly had a pet that needed to be taken care of. It's very cute. Yang Ming'er obviously has no resistance to cute pets. Let's call it Xiao. Yichin looked at Yang Ming'er helplessly, thinking that the way she named the sheepdog was almost like she was treating it as a husky. But there was nothing he could do. Since Yang Ming'er liked it so much, he couldn't object. Okay, give a name. Yichin finally compromised. After all, he had enough supplies, so raising a dog was not a big deal. Yichin went to the exchange and exchanged some bread and biscuits to prepare for the work that was about to begin. With a shovel, wire, and axe in hand, Yichin was full of confidence and ready to take action. He found a few bamboo forests on the other side of the cave and used a mountain axe to cut 2 bamboo poles for Yang Ming. Then, Yichin used a rubber band and 2 bamboo poles to make a bow and arrow. As for arrows, they were more complicated and had to be made of bird feathers. But now, Yichin couldn't find any birds at all, so he could only use thin bamboo to temporarily replace arrows. Yang Ming'er seemed very satisfied with the bow and arrow. She stood next to Yichin, pretending to be a bodyguard. Yichin picked up the axe and started to cut down the bamboo. In the morning, the two of them cut down hundreds of bamboos and loaded them onto the pickup truck, preparing to transport them to the right side of the lake. There are 2 narrow corridors, each about 5 or 6 meters wide, on the left and right sides of the lake. Yichin plans to block one side and set up a bamboo door on the other side for pickup trucks to enter and exit. With a beautiful woman serving him tea and water, Yichin's work efficiency was extremely high. However, by lunchtime, they had barely finished the fence of the corridor. At noon, Yichin was lying on the lawn basking in the sun with an axe in his arms, while Yang Ming'er put down his bow and arrow and went fishing with a fishing rod. She and Xiaohao were having a great time fishing with their dog. It's hooked. It's hooked. It's so heavy I can't pull it. Suddenly, Yang Ming'er cried out with difficulty. She pulled the fishing rod, but the fishing line didn't move. Yichin quickly threw down his axe and ran to help. Both of them were in a difficult situation. What kind of fish was this? Woof woof. Xiaohao suddenly barked a few times and suddenly jumped into the lake. Xiaohao, don't run around. Yang Ming'er shouted hurriedly. However, Xiaohao seemed to have a swimming aura and swam very well. It soon swam to the place where the fishing line fell into the water and plunged into the water. Seeing this scene, Yichin and Yang Ming'er breathed a sigh of relief and began to work together to pull the fishing line. Quick, pull hard. The two of them, one in front and one behind, began to reel in the line with all their strength. Xiaohao occasionally emerged from the water and then sank into the water again. It was obvious that it was entangled with something. It's almost there, it's almost out of the water. Yichin gave an order and pulled hard. The lake's surface was splashed with waves, and then a giant freshwater fish appeared in their sight. Ding, a giant S-class catfish was successfully caught, weighing. When Yichin saw the weight given by the system, he was completely stunned. 100 gene. This fish is of S-level legendary grade. Yichin was so excited that he picked up Yang Ming'er and almost lifted her above his head. Yang Ming'er blushed immediately and lowered her head, obviously feeling a little shy. Yichin then realized that he had lost his composure. After all, Yang Ming'er was slender and probably weighed less than 90 pounds. He put her down carefully, but soon thought of another question. Ming'er, this fish is so big. How should we sell it? There were hardly any people who could afford the 5-gene herring we bought last time, and this 100-gene one is definitely not affordable for anyone. Yang Ming'er pondered for a moment then suddenly pointed at the huge fish and shouted, "Let's roast it, cut it into small pieces and sell them, so that more people can afford it." Smart. Yi-chun patted his thigh, wondering why he hadn't thought of this. It seemed that this super beauty in front of him was not just a vase. She was also very smart. At this time, the hero Xiao Ha had already jumped out of the lake by himself. Yang Ming'er happily picked up Xiao Ha and kissed him again and again, which made Yi-chun a little envious. When will I be able to enjoy such a treatment? The giant catfish was still jumping on the shore, and it looked like it was about to die. Yi-chun spent 4 bottles of fresh water in exchange for a dagger. The two of them quickly divided the work and began to deal with the big fish. Yi-chun slapped the catfish to death and began to cut the fish meat. He scraped the slime off the fish, cut off the head, removed the bones, and finally cut the remaining meat into more than 40 pieces. Yang Ming'er set up the barbecue grill and picked up a pile of firewood. "Xiao Ha, this big piece of meat is a reward for you." Yi-chun generously threw a 2-pound piece of fish meat to Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha definitely played an important role in catching this 100-gene fish. If it hadn't jumped into the water and tangled with the big fish, Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er would definitely not have the strength to catch such a heavy fish. Xiao Hu barked at the grill a few times, and it was obvious that it was more interested in the barbecued fish. Yang Ming'er covered her mouth and laughed. It seems that Xiao Hu likes the barbecued taste. Yi-chun was in a good mood. He chopped a few bamboos, made them into bamboo sticks, and skewered the fish. Soon, 2 pieces of juicy fish were grilled. Yi-chun divided the fish meat between the 2 heroes of this fishing operation. Xiao Ha was obviously not polite and wolfed down the delicious food. "Well, I'm not hungry. How about I go to the exchange first to have a look?" Yang Ming'er politely declined Yi-chun's kindness and seemed to have no interest in eating. Yi-chun didn't force it. He also wanted to see how much such a piece of S-level legendary fish meat could sell for. 500 grams of delicious and juicy S-level legendary giant catfish meat. Price to be estimated. You can chat privately. Yi-chun saw the system automatically describe the properties of the fish. The chat room immediately exploded. "Damn, a legendary fish. Who is this? This fish can fly to the sky. Damn, it seems to be the big guy from yesterday again. This world is so unfair. Why is there such a big gap between people? Big brother, please support me. Big brother, please give me some alms. I want to eat fish too." Yi-chun watched his personal messages pop up all over the screen, almost filling up. All kinds of strange item exchange requests poured in. "Master, I'll trade my light bulb for fish." "Master, do you want a phone?" "Brother, do you want Hawking's A Brief History of Time?" Yi-chun almost laughed out loud. He was going crazy. What use were the things these people took out? Light bulbs, telephones, books, on this island without electricity. For these poor survivors, time may really be a bunch of shit, and a day feels like a century. Yi-chun checked the private messages for half an hour, and his eyes were almost tired. Finally, he saw some useful items. 20 meters of hemp rope, a pair of scissors. The rope is a multi-purpose item, and the scissors are also very practical, which can come in handy sooner or later. But not long after, Yang Ming'er prepared more grilled fish. This time she made 4 pieces of fish meat weighing more than 1 pound, and Yi-chun successfully exchanged these 4 pieces of fish meat for hemp rope and scissors. The two grilled nearly 20 pieces of fish, and most of the rest was saved. Xiao Ha had a big appetite and ate 3 large pieces of meat. Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er ate 3 pieces each, and the remaining 10 pieces were exchanged for compressed biscuits for easy storage. Although fish meat is delicious, it is not suitable for long-term storage, especially on this hot island. It will rot in 2 days. When Yi-chun was thinking about how to deal with the remaining half of the fish, the private message flashed again. He clicked it and saw a very unusual exchange item. "I want to exchange a set of women's underwear for 2 pieces of your fish meat." Yi-chun turned his head slightly and glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was teasing Xiao Ha. Yang Ming'er has changed back into yesterday's shirt today and has put away the maid outfit. Watch is sizey." Yi-chun replied uncertainly. "Boss sees black lace suit, Victoria's Secret." Yi-chun was suddenly speechless. He didn't understand this kind of thing at all. He glanced at Yang Ming'er again and suddenly remembered that he had seen her measurements on some gossip websites. "Okay, I'll make a deal with you." Yi-chun simply took the initiative, cut 2 more pieces of fish, and went directly to the exchange to take pictures of the other party's things. "Well, there is nothing useful left. You may need this." Yi-chun threw the things he had exchanged to Yang Ming'er. Yang Ming'er opened it and froze. Yesterday, she was given a maid outfit, and today, she was given a lingerie set. It was getting cooler and cooler. But they meant well. How could I be picky? Thank you, she said awkwardly. The atmosphere became awkward again. Damn, I seem to see someone hanging up women's underwear just now, but it's gone. Could it be that they were killed in an instant? The people in the chat room also seemed to be busy. Fuck, what the hell? Underwear? I'm alone on this broken island. I don't have to wear anything. Could that great guy have bought it again? It seems that only great guys have girls around them. I'm so jealous, and it's a C cup. Everyone in the chat room was joking around, and it was obvious that they had some opinions about Yi Chen's deal. Yang Ming'er was also a little embarrassed, so she quickly diverted her attention and continued to tease Xiao Ha to avoid embarrassment. Yi Chen didn't want to be harassed by these gossips anymore, so he closed the private chat system directly. Anyway, according to these people's gossiping mentality, something really valuable would sooner or later become a hot topic in the city, so he wouldn't have to worry about not seeing it. After eating and drinking, Yi Chen picked up his axe and prepared to continue working. Before dark, he had to finish this simple movable bamboo door so that the safety near the lake could be guaranteed. After working until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and Yang Ming'er handed him a bottle of water. He turned around to take the water, and his eyes unconsciously swept over Yang Ming. The thin shirt suddenly changed color black. Damn, it was fortunate that Yi Chen had great self-control. If it were an ordinary person, he would have had a nosebleed long ago. The white shirt was already thin, and suddenly a black shirt appeared inside. This was really... Yang Ming'er saw Yi Chen's gaze and quickly covered her chest with both hands, muttering softly, "Next time, if there is more, can you buy a light-colored one?" Yi Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He was really inexperienced. How could he have thought of these things? Yang Ming'er was obviously a girl who loved cleanliness very much, and she washed her shirt casually. Yi Chen then realized that he lacked a lot of things, such as a washing machine. Of course, these are all wishful thinking at present, but a plastic bucket, a bar of soap, a washboard, and other daily necessities can be considered. And your own clothes and pants must also be put on the agenda. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4 o'clock, and today's task was still not completed. After all, carpentry was not his specialty. We can't finish the work today, so let's grill some fish and then go back to the car to rest. Yang Ming'er consciously started to make a fire and prepare dinner. Woof woof. Suddenly, Xiaoha barked a few times towards the southwest of the lake. Xiaoha, stop yelling. It's time for dinner. Why are you yelling? Yi Chen scolded Xiaoha. However, Xiaoha raised his neck high and stared at Yi Chen with a serious expression. You guy, you have no respect for your parents. What are you looking at? Yi Chen was still scolding when Xiaoha suddenly pounced on him, biting Yi Chen's trouser leg hard and dragging him towards the cave. Hey, stop pulling me. I only have this pair of pants. Yi Chen was anxious. He didn't want to be like a certain guy in the chat room, running around naked on the island with a beautiful woman by his side. He had to maintain his image. Xiaoha ignored Yi Chen completely and continued to pull at Yi Chen's trouser legs. When he found that he couldn't pull him any further, he turned to Yang Ming'er and started to gnaw on her leather boots. You little guy, are you looking for a beating? Yi Chen hurriedly picked up a bamboo and prepared to teach Xiaoha a lesson. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand. Does Xiaoha want us to go back to the car? In the car, Yi Chen was a little stunned. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the southwest of the lake. Could it be that someone is here? Woof woof. Xiaoha suddenly rushed in front of Yi Chen and barked wildly in the southwest direction. Oh! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying wolf howl came from a distance, getting closer and closer. This time, Yi Chen completely understood that there really was a wolf. Xiaoha was such a good dog that he actually sensed the danger in advance. Ming'er, run quickly. I'll cover you. Yi Chen held a mountain axe and stood in front of Yang Ming'er and guarded side by side with Xiaoha. However, when Yi Chen saw the wolf pack, his expression suddenly changed, and his confidence disappeared instantly. It wasn't just one wolf that came, but a whole pack of 8. The current situation is extremely dangerous. There are only 2 people and a dog on our side, and there are so many wolves. There is no chance of winning in a face-to-face confrontation. Woof woof. Xiaoha seemed to have no fear and continued to bark at the wolves. Yi Chen immediately realized that a head-on confrontation would not work, and the only way to survive was to retreat. Ming'er, don't hesitate. Retreat first. Yi Chen quickly ordered Yang Ming'er, and at the same time took the fish from the grill and threw it to the wolves. Although the fish was precious, the only way to delay time was to sacrifice this resource. As expected, The wolves' attention was quickly attracted by the flying fish. 6 or 7 wolves gave up attacking humans and began to fight for the fish. Only the leader and a slightly smaller wolf were still staring at Yichun. Minguer, retria. Yichun reminded Yang Ming'er while staring at the two wolves. Xiao had already locked eyes with the wolf leader. Yang Ming'er didn't say anything more and turned around and ran quickly towards the pickup truck. Yichun swung his axe, trying to take the initiative and intimidate the wolves. Bang! The axe chopped down fiercely, and the two wolves hesitated and stopped moving rashly. Quick retreat! Yi Chun shouted, taking the opportunity to retreat with Xiaoha. Xiaoha obediently turned around and followed, and Yang Ming'er had also reached the pickup truck. Seeing the two wolves suddenly pounced on Yi Chun, the speed was so fast that Yi Chun almost had no time to react. Suddenly, a strong wind passed by my ears, and a bamboo arrow came through the air. With a whoosh, it accurately hit the wolf's chest. Awoo! The wolf leader screamed and fell to the ground. Yichun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yang Ming'er to dare to shoot directly. Ming'er, how did you shoot? Yichun felt scared. If the arrow had gone a little off, he might have been hit. But there was no time to complain. Taking advantage of the wolves' confusion, Yichun jumped onto the pickup truck in 2 steps. With a clang, the car door closed, and Yichun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had barely escaped this pursuit, with the leader of the pack falling to the ground with serious injuries, and the rest of the pack lost their backbone and instantly fell into chaos. Although he survived, the biggest loss was the half of the S-level giant catfish, which was eaten by the wild wolf. Are you okay? Are you injured? Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chun with a worried look on her face. Yi Chun shook his head and couldn't help but smile. It's okay. If I really have something wrong, it's probably because I was shot by your arrow. Yang Ming'er lowered her head. Obviously, she was also a little embarrassed. However, this wolf attack was entirely due to Yi Chun's own negligence. He did not build the defense facilities, but started grilling fish on the island. The smell of fish and the bloody smell of the dead fish attracted the attention of the wolves. This time it was a false alarm. Yi Chun took a deep breath and finally relaxed. I'm fine. Go and see if Xiaoha is injured. Yi Chun turned his head and looked at Xiaoha. It's okay, it's just, it seems hungry again. Yi Chun turned around and saw that Xiaoha started to eat his bread again. This guy is really not satisfied. He just ate 3 large pieces of fish and he's hungry again. However, Yi Chun was still very grateful to Xiaoha. After all, without its help, it would not be easy to escape from this crisis. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor. I am Mingming for killing a wolf leader and obtaining the B-level perfect level reward. 2 wolf fangs and 1 wolf skin. Chapter 11. Exchange for B-grade perfect seeds. When this system message came out, not only Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er were dumbfounded. The chat room immediately became lively again. Oh my god! The leader wolf was shot dead? Who is this great god? This is amazing. When we saw the wolf, we could only run for our lives, but someone actually dared to kill the wolf and the leader of the pack. The wolf fang. It seems that this is one of the parts for synthesizing the multifunctional quantum cutting knife of Super S-level God-given level. Those who have data immediately discovered the role of wolf teeth. Yi Chun read the system description and gently clicked on Lang's data information. Wolf fang. A perfect grade B synthetic component. It is an important component for synthesizing Super S-grade divine weapons, the multifunctional quantum cutting knife. Super S-level divine weapon. Although Yi Chun could not detect the function of this quantum cutting knife, it was a Super S-class weapon, which sounded very awesome. For safety reasons, Yi Chun was not going to get out of the pickup truck again. Besides, it was gradually getting dark, so it was better to stay in my sturdy pickup truck for peace of mind. The wolf fangs and wolf skin automatically belonged to Yang Ming'er. Yi Chun looked at the wolf skin. It seemed to be quite good. It would be a good choice to use it as a bedsheet when he had his own bed in the future. Wow, someone else has hung up B-level supplies again. The chat room became lively again. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er immediately entered the chat room respectively. Grade B perfect level vegetable seeds. When Yi Chun saw this thing, his eyes immediately lit up. If you want to survive on an island for a long time, you will have to rely on growing your own crops sooner or later. Although you have a perfect fishing rod and have no shortage of fish, not eating vegetables for a long time is definitely not good for your health. The sellers seem to be very unscrupulous, selling 1 seed for the price of 2 bottles of fresh water. Wow, the price is too high. I can't afford it. Such a small seed costs 2 bottles of water. This is a scam. Immediately, A lot of people who were still struggling to make ends meet started complaining in the chat room. Yichen carefully read the system's description of the B-grade perfect level seed. Grade B perfect vegetable seeds. Vegetable seeds that have been improved with high technology. As long as there is suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture, one seed can produce 20 seeds of different grade from grade C to grade A and at least 2 kilograms of grade D to grade C vegetables within 7 days. It is worthy of being a B-grade seed with extremely high growth efficiency. It can mature in 7 days, and one seed can turn into 20 seeds. Yichen sent a private message directly to the seller. Brother, how many seeds do you have in total? I got a reply soon. Not much. The system only rewarded 20 pills. I want them all. What's the price? Yichen replied without hesitation. Brother, that's not cheap. Yichen directly offered a higher price. For 20 pills, I will give you 40 bottles of fresh water, 200 grams of bread, and 2 fish weighing no less than 1 kilogram. I believe no one will offer a higher price than me. Boss, I have to keep some for myself, right? I'll take care of your food for the next 10 days. I'll give you at least 2 fish a day. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichen's reply message and stared at him with puzzled eyes. Obviously, the original price offered was only 20 seeds for 40 bottles of fresh water, but Yichen raised the price to a level that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Okay, I'm too lazy to bother with it, but you have to keep your word and don't cheat. No problem. There are 40 bottles of water in total. I can give them to you in advance. I need time to fish, and I can also give you the bread in advance. If you are worried, I can convert the fish into fresh water for you first. Yichen was very straightforward and directly put the resources he had promised to the other party on the exchange. Although Yang Ming'er was confused, she did not interrupt. It was not until Yichen received 20 seeds that he smiled and explained, if you want to buy them all. This is called monopoly. Monopoly? It was obvious that Yang Ming'er, who debuted as a star, naturally didn't understand the intrigues of the business world. Purchasing all 20 pills and purchasing only 19 pills are completely different concepts. Since they have completely monopolized the market, they can decide the price once the vegetables are on the market. In a market without any competitors, you are the only price setter. Hey, where are the seeds? Why are they gone? Why are they off the shelves? Brother, I want to buy some. I want to buy seeds too. Why can't I find them? Shit, I just saved up 2 bottles of water, and they're gone in the blink of an eye? Soon, a group of men in the chat room started shouting again. I'll give you 3 bottles of fresh water, brother. Put them on the shelf. I'll trade my 2 daggers for the seeds, plus a bottle of fresh water. I'll raise the price too. After shouting for a long time and no one responded, these people started to raise the price. Yang Ming'er now understood why Yichen had decisively offered such a high price to buy all the seeds. He turned his head and looked at Yichen in front of him with admiration. This man is really amazing. If it were me, I would definitely bargain for half a day. But now it seems that if time drags on, new competitors will inevitably emerge, and the cost will inevitably be higher. Yichen's approach of cutting the Gordian knot is indeed the best method. At this time, Yichen already had a grand blueprint in his mind. This island, this place, it is your place to stand. Chapter 12. A pair of CK brand men's shorts. Yichen and Yang Ming'er were exhausted after a long day, and they no longer had the energy to wait until midnight to sign in. Lying in the pickup truck, I woke up and it was already bright. Yang Ming'er, however, threw herself into Yichen's arms again as if she was familiar with the situation. The neckline is also open, revealing the spring scenery. Yichen climbed up gently, settled the dancing Yang Ming'er, and then checked the fuel level of his pickup truck. The system gave me the car, but it didn't take care of the fuel. When Yichen first got the car, he noticed that there was only a little more than half of diesel in the fuel tank. Although I haven't driven it for long, most of the fuel has been converted into electricity, and now the fuel level is less than half of that. Looks like I'll have to find some diesel. Otherwise, this pickup truck will really become an immovable fortress. Yichen opened the exchange interface again. The price of fresh water in the exchange has started to drop in the past 2 days. It is obvious that more and more survivors have been able to obtain freshwater resources through other channels. Yichen also saw fruits in the exchange. 300 grams of coconut requires a dagger. 300 grams of bananas, 300 grams of bread are needed. The variety of food also becomes richer as the number of check-ins increases. It seems that the days of making a fortune by selling water alone are coming to an end. Yang Ming'er seemed to wake up as well. She rubbed her eyes and climbed up from her chair. Woof woof. Xiaoha called out to the two of them twice while chewing on the bread. Yichen looked at his breakfast with some depression as it turned into dog food again. Keep signing in. Yichen imitated what Yang Ming'er did before signing in, clasping his hands together and praying to the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the C-level excellence reward. 10 kilograms of fertile soil. Please check it out. The diesel didn't come, but the soil did. Yichen opened the introduction and read it carefully. Fertile soil. Using C-grade excellent fertile soil for crop cultivation will increase efficiency by 50%, and the crops produced have a 10% chance of being upgraded by one level. It looks good. I am planning to try sowing seeds today. The original maturity time was 7 days, and if the efficiency is increased by 50%, it can be shortened by at least 2 days. The earlier the vegetables can be grown, the higher the price they can be sold at because they are scarce. I have finished signing in here. Yichen looked at Yang Ming'er again. The girl was getting ready again, praying and kneeling. Yichen waited for a long time, but there was no system prompt. Needless to say, it seemed to be another E or D level reward. It seems that prayers don't always work. Yichen had a good attitude and did not expect Yang Ming'er's level 1 sign-in system to give him anything above level B every day. However, Yang Ming'er's expression became a little embarrassed at this moment. What's wrong? What did you get for signing in? You look so. Yichen looked at Yang Ming'er with a puzzled look. Yang Ming'er hesitated for a long time before pointing to a small box on the back seat. She frowned and said shyly that this is for you. What is that? Yichen grabbed the small box from the back seat. Now, I finally understood why Yang Ming'er looked so strange. There was a line of big words written on the box, a pair of CK men's shorts. This system is really humane. Yesterday, I gave the girl underwear, and today the girl gave me panties. This really shows that culture and sports are inseparable, and there is a way to borrow and return. Haha, thanks. Yichun forced a smile. After putting away the expensive brand-name pants and having a simple breakfast, the two got out of the pickup truck. With Xiaoha around, there's no need to worry about a wolf attack. Well, let's drive the pickup truck over there. If we encounter wolves again, we can quickly hide in the car. After what happened yesterday, Yichun always puts safety first when doing things. Yichun and Yang Ming'er spent the entire morning busy with the fence towards the lake. I have to say, when men and women work together, the work becomes less tiring. By noon, the fence was finally completed. The fence gate on the southwest side was also completed. Now the safety factor of the lawn has suddenly reached a new level. Unless the wolf crosses the lake, it will be difficult to enter the lawn. However, the current fences are only in the early stages and can only keep out wild animals, not humans. Yichen's ultimate solution for the wall is to have a 3-meter-high wall, an automatic alarm device, and camera surveillance with no blind spots. Yichun, there are new things on the exchange. While Yichun was still staring at his masterpiece, the fence, and thinking about it, Yang Ming'er called out. Yichun immediately went to the exchange. 1 candle requires 200 grams of bread or 2 bottles of bottled water. A ceramic cup requires 200 grams of any food. A bottle of mosquito-repellent toilet water requires a dagger. There are indeed many new items on the exchange. However, the focus of everyone's discussion was on one thing. Solar panels. Chapter 13, 4 major conditions for upgrading the sign-in level. B-level, perfect material, solar panels. Solar panel, mini a perfect grade B material made from basic materials silicon and aluminum. One mini solar panel can provide an average of 1 kW of electricity per day, and multiple solar panels can be upgraded and integrated. Although it is a miniature device and a single solar panel cannot do much, it is the hope for power supply for many survivors. Brother, what's the price? How much is it? Someone immediately started asking for details on the public channel. A person named I am the craziest man replied, "There's only one piece, I don't know the price, the highest bidder wins." It was obvious that this man had some business acumen. He was not in a hurry to make an offer, but chose to sell it in a method similar to auction. Should we buy it? After Yang Ming'er recalled the situation when Yi Chun exchanged for B-level seeds, she seemed to think that Yi Chun should take action again. However, Yi Chun's actions confused her again. It's not necessary. It would be more useful to buy 2 candles. After saying that, Yi Chun spent 4 bottles of fresh water, bought 2 candles, took his shovel, and found a flat ground to cultivate. The chat room is very lively. I'll give you my kitchen knife and 500 grams of bread in exchange. I'll give you 10 bottles of water, 2 fish, and 300 grams of bread. I'll trade you my newly signed Class A bicycle. More and more people are bidding, and the prices are getting more and more outrageous. Carrying a shovel, dragging the bag of fertile soil, and taking his 20 precious seeds, Yi-chan found a flat piece of grass in the southwest of the lawn and began to cultivate the land. Yang Ming'er has been paying attention to the messages in the chat room. After watching for nearly 20 minutes, he rushed to Yi-chan. Yi-chan had already cultivated a 10 square meter piece of land. Well, it seems it hasn't been sold yet. Yi-chan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said nonchalantly, "It's normal." Instead of wasting time in the chat room, you might as well do something. Yang Ming'er thought Yi-chan was talking about her and lowered her head in shame, feeling a little at a loss. Even if you give me the solar panels now, they're useless. It's like just giving you a bunch of batteries. What do you do with them now? Instead of spending a lot of money to buy something that has no practical use at the moment, it's better to spend some time on other things. Come on, don't just stand there. I just exchanged for a plastic bucket. Go get some water and plant our precious seeds later. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Yang Ming'er no longer paid attention to the chat room and the exchange and went to fetch water with a bucket. After working hard for a whole morning, Yi Chen successfully sowed the seeds and watered the plants. Now all he had to do was wait for the harvest. The two had a hearty meal, but the solar panel owned by the man named "I am the craziest man" in the chat room had not been sold yet. Yi Chen sneered, "Human greed is endless. I'm afraid this solar panel can't be sold." In the afternoon, Yi Chen took a nap and was patted by Yang Ming'er while he was half asleep and half awake. Yi Chen, the system has the latest news." Upon hearing the news from the system, Yi Chen suddenly woke up. Ding! System prompts. The requirements for improving the current sign-in system have been updated. 1. Kill or recruit other survivors. Kill one person and the sign-in system will be upgraded by 2 levels, only before level 7. And a special BS level reward will be randomly awarded. 2. Recruit one person. The sign-in system will be upgraded by 1 level, only before level 7. And you can get priority to receive rewards of C level and above from the recruited person. Special notice. After being recruited, even if you defect, the recruiter can still get the priority to distribute C level and above rewards. Requirements 1 and 2 cannot coexist. Once you choose to kill others, you can no longer obtain a check-in level upgrade by recruiting them. Vice versa, once you choose to recruit them, you can no longer obtain a check-in level upgrade by killing them. After hearing the news, Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chen timidly. Yi Chen smiled and comforted. "Don't worry. Are you afraid that I will kill you? Besides, only short-sighted people would consider killing the other party. Obviously, the short-term benefits of killing are far greater than those of recruiting, but in the long run, recruiting is more cost-effective. Besides, she is a world-class beauty. Which man would be willing to kill her?" After spending the past few days with Yi Chen, Yang Ming'er gradually understood what kind of person Yi Chen was. It seemed that she really didn't have to worry. Yi Chen continued to look at the system messages. 3. The system will give the survivors who first synthesize C-level excellent items or above a sign-in bonus in a timely manner according to the synthesis situation. In this regard, Yi Chen is the direct beneficiary. But the one that caught everyone's attention the most was the last one. 4. Successfully collecting the materials released by the system can increase the corresponding sign-in level. Note: all collected materials must be placed at the location designated by the survivor. Once the location is designated, it cannot be changed within 72 hours before submission. After seeing this message, everyone in the chat room immediately forgot about the solar panels that they had been arguing about for a long time without any result. Everyone knows that, at the moment, improving the check-in level is the most important thing. For all survivors, most of the survival supplies come from system sign-in. If the sign-in level is not high enough, you will not be able to sign in for high-level supplies. Ding! The system announces the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 1 to level 2. 50 kg of palm tree trunks of any level, 10 kilograms of sand of level D rare or above, 100 palm leaves of level D rare or above. Ding! The system announces the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 2 to level 3. 50 kg of palm tree trunks of D level rare or above, 3 liters of any edible fresh water, 2 kilograms of green vegetables of D level rare or above, 1 kitchen knife of D level rare or above. Yi Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the system interface. The most critical level 3 to level 4 requirement is here. Chapter 14. Going to the beach. Ding! The system announces the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 3 to level 4. 30 kg of sea salt of any level, 10 kilograms of clay of level D rare or above, 2 freshwater fish of level C excellent or above, 3 bows of level D rare or above, 1 mountain axe of level C excellent or above. Because the highest sign-in level among all survivors is only level 3, the system will not release the subsequent upgrade task list for the time being. The system will release it after a survivor breaks through. The ranking system will be released after 72 hours. The last 2 messages from the system were extremely important to Yichun. We are at the highest level right now. Yang Ming'er was even more excited than Yichun after hearing this. Yichun nodded, but he held his chin and started thinking. Among the materials needed to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, I can meet the last 3 requirements by myself. C-level excellent fish will be no problem. I can also make D-level rare bows and arrows if I have the materials. I already have a C-level excellent mountain axe. As for sea salt of any level, if you have a soup pot, you can just take seawater and boil it dry. Then what is left is sea salt. The system does not have any quality requirements, so it should not be difficult to get 10 kilograms of sea salt. The only thing that gave Yichun a headache was the clay. Where can I find this thing? Yichun clicked on the clay data. Clay. Mineral clay or marine clay. Mineral clay can be obtained from kaolin mines, while marine clay can be obtained from shallow sea layers near the coastline. What is kaolin mine? Where can I find it? It seems that the only option is to go down to the sea and try to dig some soil. After Yichun finished thinking about his upgrade plan, he turned his attention to Yang Ming'er. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Yang Ming'er lo get confuset. Aren't you going to upgrade? I. Only then did Yang Ming'er react. Even if I've been recruited, I can still upgrade the sign-in system. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any grade, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, 100 D-grade rare palm leaves. Yang Ming'er muttered about the list of supplies for his upgrade. Don't worry, we have this. Yichun raised his precious axe high up. For other survivors, palm leaves are relatively easy to get, but it is not easy to cut down 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks and collect 10 kilograms of sand. First, the vast majority of people do not have decent tools. Second, the vast majority of people have no means of transportation. The system has made special notes that the collected materials must be concentrated, and once the concentration location is determined, it cannot be changed within 3 days. 50 kilograms of tree trunks and 10 kilograms of sand all require manpower to move. However, these difficult things are not a problem for Yichun. He has an axe, a bucket, and a pickup truck that is powerful enough to haul several tons of cargo. At present, the system has released a list of tasks and materials for upgrading the sign-in system. All the materials useful for the mission immediately started to rise in price again. The prices of freshwater resources, crafting tools such as daggers and kitchen knives, containers such as plastic buckets and ceramic jars that can hold sand, and even the rope used to tie palm leaves together have all risen rapidly. Yichun now has food in his hands and is not panicked at all. I had already prepared fresh water, axes, buckets, and ropes. Even the vegetables needed for upgrading to level 3 can be grown by yourself after some time. After fishing and hanging up the exchange, we'll go out for a drive. Yichun started fishing calmly. Don't you want to upgrade your sign-in level first? Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun fishing leisurely and seemed to be in no hurry to upgrade his sign-in level. There's no rush. I guess I'll have to go to the beach to check it out. To the beach? Because of the clay? Yes, it's too difficult to find a mine on land. It's better to try your luck at the seaside. While Yichun was speaking, another sea-level excellent fish was caught. Yichun now almost monopolizes the fish trading in the exchange. Although starting today, some players have started selling freshwater fish. However, the level of the other party's fish was far inferior to mine, obviously because of the problem with the fishing rod. Mine was a perfect B-grade fishing rod. After finishing today's fishing, Yichun kept 2 one-pound fish for dinner and sold the rest of the fish he caught at the exchange. Get in the car. It's a good opportunity for us to go out and explore the area. We might find something good. Yichun put away his fishing rod, took a mountain axe, bucket, rope, and other supplies, and called Xiao Ha over. The 2 men and a dog drove a pickup truck away from their base in the direction of the lake. Where are we going? Yang Ming'er was still a little confused. Look for palm trees and sand. Maybe there's some right next to the beach. Yichun stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck accelerated suddenly, crossed the jungle, and headed straight for the beach. Palm trees are probably the most common trees on tropical islands. When he arrived at the beach, Yichun saw lots of palm trees. There are sand and palm trees. All that's left is some physical strength. Yichun swung the axe and hit a palm tree twice. With a clang sound, A palm tree about tens of meters tall fell to the ground. In order to facilitate transportation, Yichen split the trunk into 7 or 8 sections. A 50-kilogram trunk was done with just one tree. What I didn't expect was palm leaves and sand, which were thought to be the simplest, turned out to be troublesome. Chapter 15, I can even sell the tree trunk. Yichen pulled out a few palm leaves, and the system prompted, E-grade ordinary palm leaves. This is embarrassing. It turns out that palm leaves are really very particular. Yichen squatted down again and carefully examined the trunk of the palm tree. The system displays palm tree trunk, E-level ordinary palm tree. Well, it looks like we need to find another tree. Yichen scratched the back of his head guiltily. Now, Yichen, who had suffered a loss, had to check carefully before cutting down the tree. After checking 3 or 4 trees, I finally found a palm tree that the system marked as D-level excellence. Yichen looked up and saw that he was really 1 level higher and had grown a lot taller. Bang, bang, bang. Yichen took great effort to cut down the tree trunk. Have a drink of water. Then, what about that tree? Yang Ming'er handed over a bottle of water obediently. Yichen gulped down a few gulps of wine and glanced at the 2 tree trunks he had cut down. Go to the exchange. Exchange? Anyone wants this? Of course someone wants it. Not only does someone want it, but I guess we'll have to fight for it. Yichen is full of confidence. Rah! The words disbelief were written all over Yang Ming'er's face. Yichen didn't plan to explain and directly put the trunk of the D-grade excellent palm tree that had not been cut into sections on the exchange. D-grade superior palm tree trunk 70 kilograms, price to be determined. Damn, someone is selling a tree trunk. It's 70 kilograms. It's D-grade. What's the price? I couldn't do it anymore. I used a dagger to chop at him, and my hand was almost broken. You still have a dagger, but I have nothing. I'm going crazy. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yichen hung the palm tree trunk, the chat room became lively again. Boss, I'll give you 500 grams of bread. Is that okay? Boss, what's the price? Can I trade you the barbecue grill? Soon Yichen's private mailbox exploded again. Yang Ming'er was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect so many people would be vying for just a tree trunk. They just cut down the trees because they don't have the tools? Yichen shook his head and replied with a smile. It's not just that. Even if they cut down the trees, they still have to consider transportation. But if they exchange them through the trading system, then the transportation burden can be reduced. Yang Ming'er suddenly realized. The materials you cut yourself must be transported to a designated location, while the materials traded through the system can be transmitted through the system, eliminating the transportation process. No wonder so many people are scrambling to buy this broken tree trunk. What if we hang it up and then take it down? Will the supplies be moved? The little girl is quite studious. No, I will return it to the original spot. I won't let you move even a centimeter. Yichen had already thought of this little idea, but unfortunately, the system master seemed to have thought much more carefully than him. What if you sell the stuff to me? That way you can transfer the goods freely. Yichen was also stunned. He didn't expect that this girl had more evil thoughts than himself. Why don't you give it a try? Yichen did not comment on such a strange idea. Yang Ming'er hung an E-level ordinary grade tree trunk and marked the price. 2 E-level ordinary grade tree trunks. No normal person would pay attention to her with such a ridiculous price. Yichen clicked OK, and the system prompted, illegal transaction, stern warning, this will not happen again. It really is a system, awesome, with absolutely no loopholes. The system automatically determined that the transaction was illegal and directly killed Yang Ming'er's idea of transferring materials through the trading system in the cradle. Boss, do you want diesel? A new piece of news immediately caught Yichen's attention. How many do you have? Yichen replied immediately. Diesel is a treasure. I didn't expect that someone would actually sign in and get it. Not much, just 10 liters D-level rare sign-in supplies. Can I exchange it for your tree trunk? No problem. Yichen took the photo immediately. The transaction was successfully completed and 10 liters of diesel were received. Although 10 liters of diesel is not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of a pickup truck, which consumes a lot of oil, it is better than nothing. At least it means that you can get diesel by signing in. Yichen casually hung up a few bottles of water and specifically noted that he was looking for diesel, just as a free advertisement. After getting the palm tree trunk and collecting 100 D-level rare palm tree leaves, the only thing left was D-level rare sand. After picking up a handful of sand, Yichen discovered that even this small handful of sand had different levels. How do we do this? There's no difference between good and bad sand. Yang Ming'er also looked at the sand with a headache. It seemed that some people in the chat room also started complaining. Shit, I finally managed to deal with the palm tree trunk and leaves, but they died at the hands of this piece of sand. What's going on? Do we have to sort the sand manually? It's 10 kilograms. How long will it take to sort it out? From E level to A level, we have everything. The system in question clearly states that it requires 10 kilograms of D-level rare or higher grade sand. Someone filled a bag with 100 kilograms of sand without thinking twice, but the system completely ignored him. It seems that the system will never recognize it if the sand is not graded. This really stumped everyone. Unexpectedly, what blocked everyone's upgrade was the most inconspicuous sand. Yi-chun squatted down and carefully pondered the sand under his feet, and finally focused his gaze on Yang Ming'er. Chapter 16. Others seek food and clothing while we strive for a well-off life. Ming'er, where's your maid outfit? What? Maid outfit? Yang Ming'er was startled and took 2 steps back reflexively. Go get it now. Should I wear that? Yang Ming'er lowered her head shyly. Yi-chun was speechless for a while. What was this girl thinking? I didn't ask you to wear it. Bring it here quickly. I have a solution. Yang Ming'er finally came to her senses and ran over to get the washed and dried maid outfit. Yi-chun grabbed a handful of sand from the beach and sprinkled it directly onto the maid outfit. What are you doing? This is still wearable. Women are like this. Just now she mistakenly thought Yi-chun wanted her to put it on and was extremely shy, but now she's reluctant to do so. It's okay. Once you finish this, I'll give you 10. It's just a maid outfit. As long as you like racing suit, nurse uniform, Navy uniform, any outfit is fine. A handful of sand was thrown down, most of it stayed on the maid's outfit, and only a small amount leaked through. Yi-chun immediately squatted on the ground and checked the sand that was penetrating through. Something amazing happened. The sand that comes through is all above grade C excellence. Quick, bring the bucket over here. Yang Ming'er immediately brought a plastic bucket. Yi-chun began to throw handfuls of sand onto the maid's outfit. Although the efficiency is not high, the sand that can be seen through the maid costume is no longer lower than the C-level excellence level. An hour later, 10 kilograms of sand of grade C, excellent grade, and above was ready. The system simply states that it must be D rare or above, but does not specify a specific level. As long as there is no E-level ordinary sand mixed in the sand, there will be no problem. You are so awesome. Yang Ming'er now truly worshipped Yi-chun. Such a tricky problem was actually solved easily by Yi-chun. Where have you decided to concentrate the supplies? Yi-chun asked. I haven't decided yet. They said it can only be changed once every 72 hours. I didn't dare to make a decision easily. Good job. Let's transport the goods back first. Can you try to concentrate the supplies on the pickup truck? Yi-chun's idea is very simple. If you can use a mobile pickup truck as a material collection point, it will be much more convenient to collect materials by yourself in the future. Before dark, the two brought all the supplies needed for the upgrade back to the lawn in front of the cave. Yang Ming'er set up the pickup truck as a supply storage area. Ding! Host Yang Ming'er has successfully set up a centralized location for supplies. Yi-chun started the pickup truck again and moved forward 50 meters. Okay, let's try upgrading the system. Everything went right. Yang Ming'er tried to open the system and submit the upgrade material list. Ding! Materials submitted successfully. The sign-in system is being upgraded. Ding! Your sign-in system has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Secondary sign-in system. 65% get E-level common rewards. 15% get D-level rare rewards. 13% get C-level excellent rewards. 5% get B-level perfect rewards. 1.5% get A-level epic rewards. 0.5% get S-level legendary rewards. 0% get God-given rewards. It worked. We can really set the material assembly point on the pickup truck. This way we can save a lot of transportation time in the future. Yi-chun is now more and more satisfied with his S-class legendary sign-in reward. Others can only fix the material collection point at a fixed location, but you can set it up on a mobile pickup truck. With such a magical weapon, who can upgrade faster than me? That's all for today. Close the shop and wait until the vegetables are ripe in a few days. Then upgrade your system directly to level 3. Yi-chun is now full of confidence. Level 3? Well, won't you upgrade yours first? I'm not in a hurry. We have to make some money first. Yi-chun already had a plan in mind. The sky gradually darkened. With the protection of the fence and Xiaohao on guard, Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er no longer have to worry. The two set up a barbecue and started grilling fish. Looking to buy D-grade sand. What the hell is going on? Damn, I'm actually stumped by this damn sand. Damn it, it's so troublesome to upgrade from level 2 to level 2. How am I going to survive later? A group of people in the chat room were complaining nonstop. When you say making money, this isn't what you mean, is it? Yang Minger also seemed to see the business opportunity. What do you think? There's plenty of sand. This business is a sure win. Why not make some money? Yichin wished he could use sand to exchange all the resources in these people's hands. This fish soup is delicious, but a little bland. Yang Minger said casually. Yi-chun immediately sent a message. Looking to buy seasonings, salt, MSG, soy sauce, vinegar, loation. If you have any, please send me a private message. When this news came out, the men and women in the chat room were dumbfounded again. Seasonings? We haven't even solved the problem of food and clothing, and you're collecting seasonings. My goodness, who is this? He is so arrogant, just trying to show off. However, when more people saw the ID, Xingchun, no one would think that this person was pretending anymore. Boss, are you in need of a younger brother? Please take me in. Boss, sun, moon, and stars. I'm also a girl, and I want to submit to you. The gap, this is a definite gap. Yichen would never pay attention to these people. Instead of spending this time chatting, it's better to do something serious. Yang Minger saw that her casual words had caused such a big shock and said embarrassedly, Yichun, I was just talking casually. It's not easy to solve the problem of food and clothing. How can I expect seasonings? Hasn't the problem of food and clothing been solved? Yichun looked confused. That's them. We have already solved it. What we pursue is the quality of life. Yichun said solemnly. Well, collect a few more sets of girls' clothes, both inner and outer. The more the better. Soon, another line of words popped up in the chat room. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Girl needs to change clothes. Could it be that? Chapter 17, Hui Yuan, Shinbao Tablets. Unfortunately, Yi Chen shouted for a long time, but no one paid any attention to him. It seems that even the system has not thought of providing seasonings and change of clothes to the current survivors. Yang Minger fell on the comfortable pickup truck seat and soon fell asleep. Yi Chen waited until midnight with great interest. Sign in. Just after midnight, Yi-chun couldn't wait to start signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving an A-level epic reward, a motorboat blueprint. Please check it out. Character. What is character? This is character. A blueprint, and it is an A-level epic blueprint. A new day has just begun, but some are happy while others are sad. Damn it, it's E-level again, and they actually gave me 3 bamboo poles to hang my clothes? The problem is that I only have this one piece of clothing. Are they telling me to run naked? Fuck. What the hell is this? Always night use. Fuck you. What's the point of giving me Lego bricks? I'm almost starving to death. Who has the leisure time to build Lego? Haha. I got a bag of chocolates. Hey, I have 3 pounds of mutton, and I can finally have barbecue. Yichin hung out 10 bottles of water again. A bamboo raft is needed. After hanging it up, he blew out the candle and lay down. Yang Minger seemed to be dreaming again. As soon as Yi-chun lay down, 2 delicate little hands reached out nimbly and hooked Yi-chun's arm. What a clingy little goblin. There's no way. I have to hug the girl and sleep. Not long after falling asleep, Yi-chun was awakened by the sound of wind and thunder outside the car window. With a loud boom, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Oh no, it's going to rain thunderstorms. Yang Minger, who was originally sleeping soundly, was also awakened by the thunder. Our vegetable seeds. The first thing Yang Minger thought of was the precious seeds that she had just planted during the day. You can't go out. It's too dangerous during a thunderstorm. The seed area is very small, and the probability of being struck by lightning is not very high. There's no need to take the risk. Yichin immediately stopped him. Then is it safe for us to hide in the car? Will the car be damaged by lightning? Yang Minger looked at Yi-chun with concern. No. Even if a car is struck by lightning, the current will flow from the outside of the car to the ground, and the people inside the car are safe. Yi-chen's physics lessons were not in vain. He still has some common sense. After a while, heavy rain came down. The water splashed down the car window glass. Lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the dark night sky from time to time. His pickup truck once again demonstrated its advantages as an S-Class legendary reward. No matter how strong the wind and rain are outside, the car is as stable as a rock. Not only is there not a drop of water, but it is also quite quiet. This sudden storm came quickly and went away quickly. Half an hour later, the clouds dispersed and the moon peeked out again. Yichin slowly opened the glass window. Fresh air blows towards you. It's so refreshing. Yang Ming'er was so excited that she breathed in the fresh air desperately. Okay, now that we're all awake, let's sign in. After signing in, go back to sleep. We have to play with the sand all day tomorrow. Okay. Yang Ming'er upgraded the sign-in system to level 2 and is now full of confidence. Sign in. He didn't pray anymore. He just shouted loudly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed in for the C-level Excellence level reward, Hui Run Shun Bao tablets. The originally fresh air suddenly condensed. Yichen was also dumbfounded. Could it be that the sign-in system could sense his needs? This thing came at the perfect time. I'll sleep a little longer, good night. Yang Ming'er's face turned red all the way to her neck, and she immediately turned her face away and lay down on the ground. From the looks of it, this big star might not have. However, the current situation was indeed a bit awkward. On such a dark and windy night, the system sent such a gift to a man and a woman who were in the same room. How can I feel good about it? Cough, cough. Yichen also coughed a few times and lay down on the spot. Don't be in a hurry. What's mine will be mine sooner or later. A forced melon is not sweet. Take your time. That night, Yichen didn't know whether Yang Ming'er was asleep or not, but he himself was completely sleepless. After dawn, Yang Ming'er got off the car early and went for a walk outside. Good morning. After getting off the car, Yichen started to greet people from a distance. Come and see, come and see. Originally, he thought Yang Ming'er would hide from him, but unexpectedly, this girl stood far away and started waving desperately at Yichen. What's wrong? Yichen trotted all the way to Yang Ming'er. I looked down at the ground and finally understood. The seeds planted yesterday have sprouted. This is so efficient. After a quick glance, the system gave a prompt. It will take another 6 days to harvest the perfect grade B vegetable sprouts that have been nourished by thunderstorms. If rare grade D or higher fertilizers are applied, the harvest time will be advanced accordingly, and the quality and quantity of the harvest will also be improved accordingly. Fertilizer? Yichen immediately opened the exchange and scanned it from beginning to end. Chapter 18, I can sell sand at a high price. Unfortunately, there is no fertilizer for sale at the moment. It seems that I'm still missing a lot of things. If the vegetables were not ripe, Yang Ming'er's sign-in system could not be upgraded to level 3, and he was also lacking a kitchen knife. I currently have a dagger in my hand, and if I want to make it into a kitchen knife, I have to buy another one. Buy kitchen knives and daggers. The more the better. Yichen casually hung up a few items and shouted in the chat room. Isn't this the boss? Boss, what do you want a kitchen knife for? To chop people. Yichen is now the #1 star in the chat room. As long as he speaks, no matter what he says, he will attract a lot of people to ask about his well-being. Shit, the boss is going to chop someone down who is so unlucky. You know nothing. The boss is going to cook delicious food. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you have so many fish and beautiful women around you. You must be cooking delicious food. Yichen was speechless about these guys. All I can say is that gossip is really a physiological need for many people. Even if you know you will starve to death tomorrow, you still have to gossip. If you have kitchen knives and daggers, please PM me. If you need rare grade D sand, bring your own price. The highest bidder wins. As soon as Yichen said this, the chat room exploded again. D-level rare sand. Master, is this true? You have this. Damn, I just need D-grade sand, sir. I'll order it. What do you need? We want to sell sand? Yang Ming'er hesitated for a moment, but still looked at Yichen. Yichen shrugged calmly. I'm idle anyway, so I might as well make some extra money. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichen with a wry smile. This man actually regarded this as a way to make extra money. This is what Yichen thought in his heart. What is the most abundant thing on an island? Probably sand. Making money by selling sand. Is there any better way to earn extra money in the world? It's almost the same as picking it up for free. Before Yichen and Yang Ming'er squatted down to sift the sand, Yichen's private mailbox had already exploded. Yichen once again showed off the maid outfit that had brought him great military exploits, and while leisurely sifting through the sand, he read the messages one by one. Boss, are you short of water? I'll trade you 10 bottles of mineral water. Kunlun Mountain mineral water. The quality is guaranteed. Yichen simply ignored it. Would he be short of water? Sorry, I have a lake of water. Look carefully, it's a lake, not a pot. As for whether it is Kunlun Mountain or Baisui Mountain, I don't care at all. Boss, do you want some bread? I have some compressed biscuits here. Someone else took out supplies for exchange. Sorry, I don't want it. Yichen now has no interest in this dry bread and compressed biscuits. Boss, I have a set of underwear. Do you want to take it? It's lace and bright red. No, the color is not good. Yichen replied regretfully. The girl said she wanted a light color. You're still picking colors? The other party was dumbfounded. I haven't even escaped poverty yet, but the other party is already picky about the color of my underwear. Yi-chun had selected out 10 kilograms of rare grade D sand, but no useful materials appeared in the exchange. When the first bucket of 10 kilograms of rare grade D-level sand came out, Yi-chun finally found something useful, a mechanical watch. I get so busy every day that sometimes I can't even tell the difference between morning and afternoon. Having a watch is very useful for managing time. Well, I'll switch with you. When a man saw Yi-chun's reply, he was excited for a while. The first lucky person was born. The rest of the people immediately started shouting again. Boss, do you have any more sand? What do you need? Tell us. Yes, sir. How much sand is there? Is there any share for us? For the sake of sand, these big men really came one after another. We only produce 20 kilograms a day. Forget ordinary items. Blueprints, tools, seeds, and practical materials are preferred. Daggers and kitchen knives are both acceptable. Yi-chun didn't want to tire himself out, and he didn't want to tire Yang Ming'er out even more. This delicate and weak woman squats on the beach and plays with the sand for an hour or two every day. I can't stand it myself. After the news was released, immediately, some people were happy while others were sad. Soon the second portion of D-grade sand of the day was replaced by a kitchen knife. Yang Ming'er has all the supplies needed to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, except for the vegetables that have not yet grown. Yi-chun began to prepare for digging the clay. I came to the beach with a shovel and shoveled a few times casually. Unfortunately, all that was dug out was sand, and there was no clay required by the system. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Yang Ming'er came over with a clean plastic bucket. It seems to be more troublesome than I thought. Yi-chun also had a headache. He originally thought that he could just dig a few times on the beach and the matter would be done, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Whoever has a raft, take it. Yi-chun shouted directly in the chat room. You're going to sea? Don't worry, I won't go out to sea. I'll just take a look near the sea. Yi-chun's idea is very simple. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. If you don't even understand the island you live on, how can you talk about building your own little kingdom? The idea of traveling around the island on a raft was still too far-fetched for Yi-chun, who had just earned enough food and clothing, but a simple walk along one side of the coast was still possible. Besides, if you want to find a way to continue upgrading the sign-in system, clay is a necessary material. If you stay on the island, clay will not come to you on its own. Boss, we don't have a raft, but I have 20 bamboos. Do you want them? Another message popped up in Yi-chun's messaging system. Chapter 19, Meeting a Strange Person. Yi-chun waited for a long time, but did not receive any news of anyone selling a raft, but there was someone selling bamboo. Bamboo rafting? It's not impossible. I happen to have some wire and some rope. Okay, but 20 bamboos alone can't be exchanged for 10 kilograms of sand. What else do you have? Yi-chun never does business at a loss. Boss, I'm also a poor man. I don't have anything else. You don't even look down on these 2 bottles of water, boss. Why don't you take me in? I will follow you. I don't have any other skills. I can just do odd jobs, do hard labor. Yi-chun did not expect that the other party would surrender on his own initiative. But Yi-chun is not stupid. He would not easily believe the other party based on just 1 or 2 sentences. This is a road of survival full of intrigue and deception. Yang Ming'er is a girl and a star who has appeared on TV, so Yi-chun doesn't need to be on guard against her. As for these strangers, you'd better be safer than sorry. Besides, the system has said that there are 888 islands in total. There is no such a coincidence in the world. The person who is speaking is on the same island as me? Yi-chun replied nonchalantly. Let's discuss the matter of recruiting people later. We may be separated by hundreds of islands. Okay then, big boss, I'll give you the bamboo first. Before Yi-chun could reply, ding, the Doan successfully completed the transaction with you, and you received 20 bamboos. Yi-chun was dumbfounded. When did you agree to the deal? Besides, what do you have to trade? I looked around, and it seemed like nothing was missing. I carefully read the system prompts again. Ding, big scroll, obtain supplies, none. Now Yi-chun was completely speechless. The other party directly gave the bamboo to himself. Do this? Why did you just give it to me? Boss, it's okay. If you need it, just take it. It's useless for me to keep it. Giving things to useful people is called making the best use of them. This made Yi-chun very embarrassed. I was thinking better safe than sorry here, but it turned out that the other party didn't seem to have any clues at all. Hey, do you want sand? It's too late today. I'll get you 10 kilograms tomorrow. Since the other party was on the road, Yi-chun did not hesitate. It was just 10 kilograms of sand, so he just treated it as making friends with an online friend. It's okay, boss. You can sell it first. I have no use for this little bit of sand. I don't even have a dagger, and I can't handle the tree trunk. But I have a lot of bread, and I found a cave. I have to say that this guy called Dadawan has a very good mentality. It seems that he has absolutely no desire for the future. Bread alone is not enough. You should hurry up and upgrade. Yi-chan gave a kind reminder and started his return journey, carrying the 20 bamboos. All I can say is that the world is full of wonders, and this world of survival is not all about intrigue and deception. There are still one or two innocent children. Yi-chan didn't want to accept the other party's bamboo for nothing, so he simply sent 3 bottles of fresh water. Boss, you are so generous. I just need to take 1 bottle. Then, Yi-chan received 2 bottles of returned water. This is really weird. Carrying 20 bamboos, Yi-chan returned to his camp. The 2 of them cooked some fish soup and filled their stomachs. Won't you change it? Yi-chan was dozing off on the seat of the pickup truck after having eaten his fill. Yang Ming'er handed him something with a shy look on her face. Yi-chan took a look. These are not the high-end CK men's trousers. The girl asked me to change. Is that possible? Yi-chan started to why. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand Yi-chan's thoughts and shook her hands repeatedly, saying, well, changing clothes frequently is good for health. Yi-chan sighed. It seemed that he had thought too much. The girl was not trying to please him. She was simply disgusted with him. That's right. How many days have we been on the island? It's time to change clothes. Well, I've got some water for you. It's outside. I'll lie in the car for a while. I'll close my eyes, don't worry. Rest assured, what Yi-chan is thinking now is, there's nothing to worry about. I am relieved. I can't wait for you to come and watch. I will definitely not charge you for admission. But Yang Ming'er lay down right after she finished speaking, without even looking at Yi-chan again. Alas, I'm showing to everyone for free, but no one cares about me. Yi-chan picked up the expensive CK shorts and walked to the plastic bucket that was already filled with water. Start changing clothes slowly. After washing, Yi-chan found that he was still missing a lot of things, such as clothes drying racks and clips. Put away the clothes drying rack. Yi-chan typed another line of words weakly in the chat room. Boss Sun, Moon and Stars is here. What does he want the clothes drying rack for? You know, nothing. The boss is doing that with a girl. That it's a perfect ending. Boss, how do you feel? This bunch of bored gossip mongers immediately started to have wild thoughts again. It turns out that now, when Yi-chan collects something, these guys will think of that. Yi-chan returned to the pickup truck with a helpless look on his face. Well, I'm done washing. Do you want to wash too? Yi-chan asked casually. Woo-woo. Yi-chan didn't get a response, but he heard crying. What's going on? It seems that I haven't done anything bad yet. Chapter 28 Girl was kidnapped. Ming'er, what's wrong with you? Yi-chan is completely confused now. Fortunately, there are only 2 of them in the car. If others saw this, they would really think that he had done something to the girl. Yang Ming'er sobbed for a while, wiped her tears, and whispered softly, I miss home. Hearing this, Yi-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it was because of this. Just think of this as a survival game. Besides, I'm here with you. What are you afraid of? We don't have to worry about food and drink now. Just think of it as a trip. Yi-chan patted Yang Ming'er twice gently. Yang Ming'er slowly turned around and looked straight at Yi-chan with her big eyes still filled with tears. With a cry of wow, the girl threw herself directly into Yi-chan's arms. Yi-chan, the rough guy, was dumbfounded. Nowadays, there are really girls who take the initiative to throw themselves into men's arms. Don't you cry, big Guji. But the girl is very sad, so I don't think I'd take advantage of her. Yi-chan had to hug Yang Ming'er with one hand. Unexpectedly, after a while of coaxing, Yang Ming'er cried for a while and seemed tired, so she simply fell asleep on Yi-chan. Yi-chan had no choice but to doze off while hugging the girl in a daze. Until the system message flashed. Ding, Dallin successfully completed the transaction with you, and you obtained 20C level excellent seeds. Yi-chan looked at the time. It was just past midnight, and this gentleman had come to give him another big gift. 20C grade excellent seeds. This thing is worth a fortune nowadays. Brother, you are too polite. Yi-chan was really a little embarrassed now. Dadawan quickly replied, Boss, you keep this hee. Well, why don't you grow your own? I sent you 2 compressed biscuits and a bag of bread. Yi-chan slowly put Yang Ming'er down and threw some things to Dadawan. If others are so polite, you can't be stingy either. You should reciprocate. Thank you, big boss. The weather on my island is very strange. Sometimes it's windy, sometimes it's raining. I hide in the cave every day. Fortunately, we have many caves and a very high mountain with a big pine tree on it. It seems that Dad Awan is still a chatterbox, and he never stops talking. Well, I'll sign in. We can talk some other day. Tell me if you need anything. Yichin didn't want to chat with a grown man late at night, and he had to sign in quickly. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving the B-level perfect reward. A pair of high-power binoculars. Telescope. Good stuff. I was thinking of taking a stroll along the beach on a bamboo raft, and this telescope is a must-have artifact. Minger, I've signed in. Yichin was so excited that he simply woke up Yang Minger as well. Yang Minger rubbed her eyes and saw Yichin fiddling with a telescope. Is this what you get for signing in? That's great. I just happen to need it today. Yichin was also quite proud. Ding, the Yang Minger you recruited signed in successfully. Congratulations on winning the A-level epic reward, a 4kW solar panel, medium. Yichin was still feeling smug about getting a perfect B-grade reward, while the girl got an epic A-grade reward, a medium-sized solar panel. Minger, you are so awesome. Yichin expressed his worship. It seems that appearance is really proportional to character. Yang Minger was still a little confused and murmured sleepily, "What did I get? Solar panels, mid-level ones at that. How awesome. Boss, this is bad." Suddenly, Yichin's private message flickered again. When I clicked on it, I saw that the source of the news was Dadwan. What's going on? What happened? I saw a girl who seemed to have been captured on my island, but those two men had knives in their hands. I'm afraid the girl is doomed. I'm going to save her. Don't be impulsive. Tell me, what do you have in your hands now? Yichin waited for a while, but did not receive a reply from Dad Awan. Hey man, don't be impulsive. Yichin now also regards Dad Awan as half of his own. After all, after 2 days of interaction, he found that this kid is really a simple guy. Now that there was suddenly no news from Dad Awan, Yichin was really worried. What's wrong with you? Yang Minger noticed that Yichin looked solemn and immediately asked him the reason. A friend in the chat room seemed to have seen a girl being captured on his island, and he was going to rescue her. Yang Minger also shuddered after hearing this. I was lucky at that time because I met Yichin. If I had really met two bad guys like this girl, I would have died without knowing how. Boss, the person is missing and can't be found. 10 minutes later, Dadawan finally brought news, but it seemed to be bad news. Chapter 21. First time going to sea. For now, please ensure your own safety first. Tell me if you need anything. I will give you a dagger first, and 3 bottles of fresh water. Yichin directly gave the dagger and 3 bottles of fresh water to Dadawan unconditionally. Thank you, big boss. If I see those 2 bad guys again, I promise to beat them to death. Don't mess around. I gave you the dagger for self-defense. Don't think about being a hero and saving a beautiful girl. If you want to save a beautiful girl, you have to make sure you are a hero first. Yichin is obviously much calmer than Dadawan. There is nothing wrong in saving people, but the prerequisite is to ensure your own safety. If you can't even guarantee your own safety, how can you talk about saving others? Okay, I'll listen to you, boss. I'll just stay in the cave. My place is quite secretive. Dadawan is quite obedient. The girl is missing? As a woman herself, Yang Minger was naturally more worried about the woman who had encountered the bad guys. Yichin patted Yang Minger's shoulder and comforted her. This is fate. Sleep a little longer. We still have a lot of things to do today. After taking good care of Dadawan, Yichin lay down again to rest. Yang Minger seemed to still be worried about the unfortunate girl. After dawn, Yichin just opened his eyes and saw that pair of beautiful eyes looking at him again. Yichin, do you think we should go and rescue that girl? Save? Yichin was speechless for a while. She really is a big-breasted but no-brain girl. Where can I find anyone in this strange island world? He hadn't even explored the island where the 2 of them were living, yet he was still thinking about going to another island to rescue people. Arabian Nights. Only this silly girl could come up with this idea. Yichin also didn't have the heart to attack Yang Minger. This girl is so naive. I don't know how she can survive in the entertainment industry with such a naive attitude. Well, we're just going to take a walk along the coast today and see how lucky we are. Okay, if I find that sister, I'll have company too. The silly girl actually believed it. Yichin suddenly felt tired. After eating a few cookies, Yichin started his busy day, both fishing and watering the vegetables. He picked up the shovel and reclaimed another acre of land and planted the C-grade seeds that Dadawan had given him. C-grade excellent vegetable seeds, improved olive seeds. As long as there is suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture, one seed can produce 20 seeds of different grades from D to B and 1 pound of E to D olives in 10 days. Although compared with the perfect grade B seeds, Both the efficiency and the quality of the mature vegetables are slightly inferior, but a mosquito leg is still meat. In today's environment, how many people can afford to eat vegetables? Let's go to the sea. Yang Ming'er was full and waved at Yi Chun excitedly. Silly girl, going out to sea? The raft is not ready yet. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly, found the steel wire rope, and started to tie the bamboo raft. The two were busy until noon. The island's first bamboo raft was born. Although Yi Chun himself couldn't stand it, it was ugly and bulky. I was just about to try dragging the bamboo raft into the water. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Dewan successfully completed the transaction with you, and you received a bag of D-grade rare organic fertilizer. Then, Dadajuan's message arrived. Boss, I found a bag of fertilizer at the exchange, so I exchanged it for bottled water. You're growing vegetables, so I think you can use this. Yichin was so grateful that he burst into tears. This brother was really thoughtful. In a blink of an eye, he replaced the bottled water I gave him with fertilizer. Yichin immediately took out 2 more bottles of water from the pickup truck and gave them to Dadawan. Thank you, brother. I have something to do. I'm going out to sea for a walk. Please be careful and stay safe. Got it, boss. I'll help you keep an eye on the exchange. Tell me if you need anything. I'm free anyway. Dadawan signed up to be Yi Chin's little follower. Okay, help me keep an eye out for blueprints, seeds, tools, and rare supplies and equipment. Okay, boss. Don't worry about taking the girl out to sea. I'll keep an eye on her for you. Yi Chun was ashamed. Did he really think he was a rich second generation? And taking a girl out to sea for fun? Kwang Dewan could figure it out, but he had something important to do. Ming'er, you, and Xiaoha sit in the pickup and wait for me. I'll walk along the coastline. I won't go too far. I'll turn back after crossing the rock wall ahead. When Yang Ming'er heard that Yi Chun was going to leave her alone on the journey, she was obviously unhappy and her eyebrows were twisted together. Listen, this pickup truck is a treasure. If you and I go out to sea together, and someone takes advantage of the opportunity to drive it away, we will suffer a great loss. Yi Chun had to coax and deceive Yang Ming'er to stay on the shore. Anyway, with the pickup truck and Xiaohao watching over her, Yang Ming'er's safety was guaranteed. Relying on his good swimming ability, Yi Chun dragged the bamboo raft into the sea and started his first trip to the sea with a homemade, simple bamboo paddle. The purpose of this trip is very simple. First, it is the first attempt to go to sea, so as to prepare for changing islands or even landing on other islands in the future. Second, go beyond the rock wall ahead and explore the unknown. Third, try digging for clay near other coastlines. Set off. Chapter 22, Discovering an Island. Carrying a shovel, a plastic bucket, a telescope, 2 bottles of fresh water, a compressed biscuit, and a piece of bread, Yichin set out on the journey alone on a bamboo raft. Yichin always puts safety first and moves forward closely along the coastline. Every 500 meters he advanced, he would jump off the bamboo raft and dig a few times on the beach with a shovel. Unfortunately, until he crossed the rock wall that blocked his view, Yichin still did not find any trace of clay. After crossing the rock wall, there's the vast ocean in front of you and the steep coastline on the right. Yichin was unable to reach the shore and had to continue paddling forward. 10 minutes later, Yichin saw the end of his island. It seemed that if he continued straight ahead, he would reach the real sea. Yichin began to turn right along the coastline. The steep rocks soon disappeared and a large stretch of white sandy beach came into view. 50 meters inside the coastline is a huge coconut tree corridor. Yichin looked up and saw that there were a lot of coconuts hanging on each coconut tree. Coconuts are good things, although Yichin also understands that if humans rely solely on coconuts to replenish water, their stomachs and intestines will not be able to take it. However, drinking 5 or 6 sips of coconut water and eating a few pieces of coconut meat every day is also very good. The branches of the coconut tree are thick and strong. Don't try to cut it down without good tools. Yichin was not in a hurry to cut down a coconut tree and bring it back. The purpose of this trip was not to look for coconuts. Yang Ming'er is still on the other side of the island, anxiously waiting for me to come back. I don't have time to waste here. Yichin pulled the bamboo raft onto the beach and sat on the beach to replenish his water and energy. After a short rest, I picked up the shovel again and started trying to find clay. After working for a long time, I dug out all the crabs hiding in the sand, but there was still no trace of clay. Yichin was somewhat disheartened. He had never expected that this clay was so hard to find. After sticking the shovel into the sand, Yichin sat on the beach and looked around through the telescope. Behind me is a dense jungle, and all I see is vegetation, so I won't risk entering easily. If you are alone and encounter some poisonous snake or ferocious beast, then no one can help you. After checking the situation in the direction of the woods, Yi-chun turned his attention to the ocean. I didn't expect it to be such a casual sweep. Yi-chun made a surprising discovery. Through the telescope, Yi-chun discovered that there seemed to be an island on the opposite side. There was a little fog on the sea and visibility was not high. But with a telescope, Yi-chun was almost 100% sure that it was an island. Could that island also be one of the 888 islands? If that is really the case, then will there be survivors up there as well? Yi-chun felt mixed emotions when he discovered an island so close to him. Not only Yi-chun, I believe most of the survivors are the same. I both hope to meet other survivors, and I am afraid of meeting other survivors. Yi-chun raised the telescope again and scanned the area. The fog on the sea seems to be slowly dissipating. The outline of the island gradually became clear. Yi-chun discovered that there was a mountain on the island that was particularly eye-catching because it was obviously much higher than the other terrains. There seems to be a huge pine tree on the mountain peak, etc. The towering mountains, the huge pine trees. Could it be that this island is the Dajuan's island? Yi-chun immediately recalled what Dadawan had said. I hide in caves every day. Fortunately, we have many caves and a mountain, which is very high. There's also a big pine tree on the mountain. Yi-chun immediately opened the chat room and sent a message to Dadawan. Brother, are you there? But Yi-chun waited anxiously for 10 minutes, but got no response. But I became more and more anxious. Could this kid have run into those bad guys? Yi-chun became more and more uneasy, so he simply decided not to stay here and hurried back. The feeling of uneasiness will continue to intensify. Yi-chun is not only worried about the Dajuan situation, but also a little worried about Yang Ming'er. Yi-chun slid back to the other side of the rock wall in one breath. Ming'er, I shouted, but got no response. Yi-chun trotted ashore and looked into the pickup truck, but there was no one inside. Now Yi-chun was really anxious. Ming'er, Ming'er, Yi-chun shouted loudly. Here I am. Here I am. 3 minutes later, there was a response, and Yang Ming'er trotted out from the bushes. I was scared to death. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to stay in the car? Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Forehead. Yi-chun was a little embarrassed, and it seemed that his anger was a little inexplicable. Boss, I'm here. What's up? At this time, news also came from Dadawan. Let me ask you, is there a big pine tree on your island on High Mountain? There's nothing on the left and right sides of the mountain, and the branches and leaves on the left side of the pine tree are obviously more luxuriant than those on the right side. Yes, there's a big pine tree, but the left, the right, I feel like the right side is obviously more lush. Right? Oh, yes, I meant the north side has more luxuriant branches and leaves than the south side. Yi-chun immediately changed his way of saying it. North. South. Where is north? Yi-chun was speechless. It seems that this guy is really a brainless guy. Look up and find the sun. It's almost noon now. The sun is in your direction. The top of my head. Yi-chun. Brother, it definitely won't be right on top of your head. The two talked for a long time before Yi-chun finally made Dadawan figure out where he was. Yi-chun was on the west side of the pine tree, while Dadawan was on the east side of the pine tree, so naturally the left and right in their mouths were reversed. Boss, that means we are very close. Dadawan was also quite excited when he heard the news. It can't be wrong. Yi-chun was basically certain now. That island is where Dadawan is. Chapter 23, Transoceanic Island Landing Plan. Just stay in the cave, and I will find a way to pick you up on your island. Yi-chun had already made up his mind. Now that he was sure that the island was where Dadawan was, he would go over and take a look. Is that girl also on that island? Can we go and rescue her? Yang Ming'er is still obsessed with the girl who met the bad guy. They should still be on the island. There are probably not many people who are strong enough to go out to sea right now. Yi-chun thought that he had the most abundant resources among the survivors, but he could only travel around the coast twice. Without a powered boat, it would be extremely risky to go out to sea. Yi-chun opened the synthesis system again. 2 rafts equals 1 kayak. 2 kayaks plus motorboat blueprint plus 3 solar panels equals 1 solar motorboat. I've already made a raft and I have the blueprints for a motorboat, but I'm still short of 2 solar panels. Buy rafts, buy solar cells, buy at a high price. Yi-chun immediately started shouting in the chat room. The bosses are all preparing to go out to sea, but we can't even afford food and clothing. Boss, where are you going? As soon as Yi-chun appeared, he immediately became the core figure in the chat room. However, until the sun set and Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er returned to their residence. Yi Chun had not received any news about the sale of rafts. What if I can't receive it? Yang Ming'er seemed even more anxious than Yi Chun. Yi Chun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed now. I want to upgrade the sign-in system, but I lack clay. Yang Ming'er wanted to upgrade the sign-in system, but there was a shortage of vegetables. I wanted to go out to another island, but I was short of rafts and solar cells. It will take a while to get rid of the clay and vegetables. Tomorrow we will make a raft and combine it into a kayak. I will go pick up Dadawan and visit the girl. If possible, I will bring them both back together. Yi Chun thought for a moment and made up his mind. Just using a kayak, isn't that too dangerous? Besides, we're going alone. What if you run into those two bad guys? Yang Ming'er was obviously extremely worried. Probably not. I will discuss the details with Dadawan in the evening. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Dadawan sent another message. Boss, I saw those two men again. They seem to be on the east side of the island. Dadawan simply changed the way he addressed Yi Chun from big brother to boss. I haven't met this person yet, but I'm here to greet him as my elder brother. Did the girl see it? Yi Chun asked hurriedly. No, but since they are still here, the girl should still be on the island, unless... Dadawan didn't continue speaking. When Yang Ming'er saw this, she frowned and looked like she was about to cry. It's okay, don't worry, I don't think they would choose to kill the girl. Yi Chun never believed that anyone would choose to kill people first to upgrade the sign-in system. Although the system states that killing one person can directly upgrade 2 levels and obtain reward materials, recruiting one person can also upgrade 1 level, and also give a right to obtain the opponent's C-level excellence and above materials every day. The other person is a girl. Unless these two men are habitual killers, no normal person would choose to kill the other person just for 1 more level. Yang Ming'er felt better after hearing Yi Chun's words. Big Wan, I will start building the second bamboo raft tomorrow, but it will probably take at least a day. I still have to find bamboo and tie it up. I'll give you the telescope first. Ding, sun, moon, and stars successfully completed the transaction with you, and you received a high-power telescope. Boss, why are you giving me a telescope? I can't see very far here. There are only trees. Dadawan looked confused. Tomorrow, while ensuring your safety, go to the top of the mountain. It's the highest point. You can use the telescope to see the situation to the east. Once I get the kayak ready, I'll come and meet you. Yi Chun already had a preliminary plan in mind. Boss, you are awesome. Okay, I understand. I will go to the top of the mountain early tomorrow morning. Dadawan expressed his admiration for Yi Chun. He could never think of this method. The two of them have discussed it and decided. After the sun went down, Yi Chun was not idle either. In order to make his own raft tomorrow, Yi Chun started preparing the wire rope overnight. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er built a bonfire on the lawn and cut the wire into pieces to make it easier to tie them up tomorrow. Before going to bed, Yi Chun calculated his total assets. Freshwater resources are still sufficient. I stored 10 large pieces of compressed biscuits and 2 large pieces of bread. S-level legendary item. 1 Raptor F750 heavy-duty pickup truck. A-level epic supplies. 1 medium-sized solar panel. 1 motorboat blueprint. B-level perfect level supplies. 1 freshwater fishing rod component. 1 high-power telescope. Rented to Dadawan. Green vegetable seeds, already planted. The C-level excellent supplies are too numerous to count. Axe, fertilizer, vegetable seeds, bamboo raft, scissors, watch, shovel, kitchen knife for freshwater fish. As for other miscellaneous things, there are too many to count. What about daggers, ropes, steel wires, girls' clothes, his own high-end CK brand goods, including the box of Hui Run Shun Bao tablets. Chapter 24, Survivor Ranking. It's midnight. Because of a message from the system, the chat room exploded again. Survivor rankings are open. The system will give a comprehensive score based on each survivor's sign-in level, obtained supplies, living environment, etc. The current ranking list is as follows. First place, Sun, Moon, Stars. Yi Chun's name was at the top of the list. A group of bigwigs in the chat room immediately began to compliment Yi Chun. Yi Chun stared at the system intently. Second place, Survivor number 1. Third place, Return of the God of Death. Fourth place. Number 56, I am Mingming. Yang Ming'er ranked 56th. This ranking indicates that there's a high probability that 55 people have already been upgraded to the second level sign-in system. Yi Chun scanned the back again. I read all the way to the 823rd place before I saw Dadajuan's name. It seems that this guy is really poor. Yi Chun also discovered a problem. The total number of survivors remained unchanged at 999. then there are only two possibilities. The first is that no survivor has died so far. The second is that the system will maintain the number of 999 people unchanged. Yichin thought about the first possibility carefully. The probability is extremely low, so low that it is infinitely close to zero. Not to mention the possibility of being killed by other survivors. Just looking at the accidents, such as food shortage, drinking water shortage, attacks by wild animals, etc., these situations are enough to make some survivors unable to survive. How is it possible that no one has died until today? If the first possibility is ruled out, then only the second possibility remains, and the system will always maintain the number of 999 people unchanged. As long as someone dies accidentally or is killed, the system will automatically fill the gap. As expected, a confused voice popped up in the chat room. Where is this? How'd I get here? I was clearly sleeping on the cruise ship. Another poor survivor came to this strange island survival world full of doubts. Hey, there's a newcomer here, little friend. Submit to your brother's crotch, huh? Hey, newcomer, I hope you live well. Some people are dismissive, while others are well-intentioned. That's the reality. Sign in. After looking through the rankings, Yichin looked at Yang Ming-er, who was still flipping through the rankings. Tell me, how many people are at level 3 like you? This girl has a lot of little thoughts. I don't know. The system only gives a ranking, not a specific level. And the sign-in level is only part of the comprehensive score. The system makes it very clear that the factors that affect the ranking are not just the sign-in system. How many resources you have in your current living environment are all factors that affect the final score. Ding! The system will issue corresponding reward materials based on the current ranking. Please make sure to go to your designated collection point to receive them. The ranking reward system is updated once a week, and reward materials will be issued each time it is updated. There are ranking rewards. As soon as this system message appeared, the chat room became lively again. It seems that this ranking is not false. Ding! The first place on the list, Sun, Moon, and Stars, received an A-level epic reward of a solar panel. The second place, Survivor number 1, received a B-level perfect reward of a multifunctional cutting knife. And the third place, Death Return, received a C-level excellent reward. The chat room exploded again. However, most people only get items below C-level. I envy the top 3 guys. I only got 2 bottles of water. I only have 5 bamboos. Those who rank lower naturally don't have any worthy rewards. Yang Ming-er ranked 56th and only got some basic supplies for bowls of instant noodles. As for Dadawan, who is ranked 823rd, his situation is even more tragic. The system very politely gave him a rag. Boss, do you want a rag? Also, I signed for 2 rolls of Oreo cookies. The generous Dadawan wanted to give the rag to Yichun. Yichun looked helpless and replied, Brother, keep it for yourself. Yang Ming-er began to pray again. It looks like he's preparing to sign in today. Hate it, another useless thing. Yang Ming-er muttered with a look of displeasure on her face. What is it? Yichun asked. Ear spoon. Yichun covered his mouth and laughed. Don't laugh. Hurry up and sign in. I don't believe you are anything above B level. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving 20 B grade perfect level reward grape seeds. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I just signed up for level B. Yichun looked at Yang Ming-er with a wicked smile. Yang Ming-er pouts even more this time. Go to bed early. We still have to make a bamboo raft tomorrow. Yichun, someone seems to have got the kayak. At this moment, Yang Ming-er suddenly shouted excitedly. Kayaking. Yichun was also very surprised. 2 bamboo rafts can be combined into a kayak, and 2 kayaks plus the motorboat blueprint he already had and 3 solar panels can be combined into a motorboat. Chapter 25, A Little Man. Really? Go ask him if he wants to sell it to you. If he does, we can just buy another solar panel and make a motorboat. You might even get a special reward. Yang Ming-er seemed quite excited. It was indeed as Yang Ming-er said. If he could successfully take this kayak, he would be very close to synthesizing a motorboat. As the first survivor to synthesize a motorboat, there's a probability that the system will give special rewards. Okay, I'll go ask. Yichun immediately opened the chat system and found the survivor who received the kayak reward. The survivor, Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. Excuse me, are you selling your kayak? I could trade supplies with you. Yichun asked expectantly. No. However, I didn't expect that 2 cold words would soon appear in front of me. Well, the price is negotiable. Water, food, and D-grade sand are all fine. Yichun did not give up. Unnecessary. The other party rejected me again in a concise manner. This made Yichun feel a little embarrassed. Please think about it again. The other party never responded again. It's hopeless. Just ignore me. Yichen sighed. I'll go ask. Yang Ming'er seemed unwilling to give up and took the initiative to send a message to that person. Hee hee. Are you two in the same group? I didn't expect to get such a reply. This has nothing to do with whether or not they are in the same group, right? The other party didn't seem to be ready to pay attention to Yang Ming'er. He just sneered and didn't respond again. Forget it. At worst, we can make 2 more rafts when we have time. It was difficult to buy a bamboo raft directly at the moment, and I was in a hurry to get to the island to pick up Datawan, so I had to give up on using the motorboat. A lot of people in the chat room were still discussing the rankings. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er fell asleep in each other's arms again. Fuck, the gap between the rich and the poor is too big. Big Boss Sun, Moon, and Stars is so awesome. Yes, they directly awarded A-level epic rewards. We are far behind. Worship the boss. Yichen fell asleep, but people were still chatting in the chat room. It's just a grade A battery. It's just shit luck. Amidst a bunch of compliments, a sarcastic remark suddenly pops up, seeming so out of place. Who are you talking about? My boss is awesome. Night Owl Datawan was still online. When he heard someone provoking his boss, he immediately jumped out. You are just an idiot, and you are the boss. What a disgrace. What's your ranking? Why are you showing off? Let me see. Ouch, you're only 28th. If you have the ability, you should go for the first place. Datawan checked the person's ID and ranking. Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. Coca-Cola, snorted again and said nothing. Yichen hugged the beautiful woman and slept until dawn. Yichen's personal mailbox had already been filled with messages from Datawan. Boss, I'm already on my way. Boss, I'm almost at the top of the mountain. Boss, I have reached the top of the mountain. Boss, I didn't see anything. Boss, I saw it. In a cave in the east, the girl is still alive. Finally, there's good news. Okay, I'll probably be on your island tomorrow at the earliest. How's that girl doing? Datawan raised the telescope again to check and replied, It seems that her freedom is not restricted and she can move around normally. I guess those 2 men think that this girl can't escape on the island. Can you tell what the relationship is between these 2 men? Is it an alliance or a recruiting and being recruited relationship? It feels like they are accomplices. They often go in and out together. Yichen thought about it, and it seemed that these 2 people should have a normal alliance relationship. Observe their daily routines and see if there are any patterns, such as when the girls are alone. Since Yi-chan was considering going to the island to pick up Datawan, he naturally also hoped to rescue the girl. It's hard to say whether I can recruit this person, but it's much better than being controlled by these 2 bad guys. Okay, boss, don't worry, I've brought today's rations. At worst, we could just stay here overnight. Datawan worked very hard. He set out at dawn, and it was only 8 o'clock now. I even thought about spending the night on the top of the mountain. Are there enough water and food? Don't worry, I have it with me. Datawan has now left his cave, and it is too late for Yi-chun to give him food. The material distribution point is fixed, and you won't be able to climb directly to the top of the mountain. Fortunately, Datawan has made sufficient preparations. Yi-chan explained everything that needed to be explained, had a simple breakfast with Yang Ming'er, and then drove the pickup truck and set off with all his belongings. The first goal today is to find a bamboo forest and get bamboo for making a raft. Boss, someone provoked you last night, and I fought back. Datawan was biting on a compressed biscuit while holding a telescope and chatting with Yi-chun. Just ignore it. Yi-chun is a low-key person. He allows himself to be strong, like the breeze blowing across the hills. Just ignore this kind of villain. What a fool. What's the name of Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola? When Yi-chun heard this name, it seemed familiar. Chapter 26 Epic Rewards are coming. Yi-chun watered his precious vegetables. He reclaimed another piece of land and planted grape seeds. Ming'er, you should stay in the pickup truck first. What's wrong? I'm going to apply fertilizer. It smells bad. Yi-chun dragged out the bag of fertilizer that Datawan had given him. A big star like Yang Ming'er probably can't even describe what a hoe looks like, let alone fertilizer. What does it smell like? It doesn't smell good anyway. This silly girl seems quite curious. Boss, there's a new discovery. The 2 men are out. Yi-chun was still applying fertilizer here, and there was news from Datawan over there. Where's the girl? Is she still in the cave? Anyway, I didn't see her come out, so she should be in the cave. It will be easy as long as they get out of the house. Yi-chun already had an idea in his mind. The system's chat room is a place for gossipers to talk about everything, but for me, it is a completely free communication device. If I land on the island tomorrow, I will let Datawan be responsible for reconnaissance on the top of the mountain, and I will hide near the opponent's cave. Once the opponent comes out, I will sneak into the cave and take the opportunity to rescue the girl. The plan has been decided, and now everything is ready except for the east wind. Just after 10 o'clock, the fertilization work was completed. Ding, you applied C-level excellent fertilizer to B-level perfect seeds and C-level excellent seeds, successfully improving the maturity efficiency. Currently, B-level perfect greens still need 3 days to mature, and C-level excellent olives still need 8 days to mature. Although fertilizers smell bad, they're quite useful. In 3 days, my first batch of vegetables will be on the market. After taking care of your precious seeds, Yichen took Yang Minger, Xiao Ha, and his own belongings and drove out in a pickup truck to look for the bamboo forest. Boss Sun, Moon and Stars, when will today's D-grade sand go on sale? Yes, sir, I just need the sand. Many buyers in the chat room who were waiting for D-grade rare sand had not seen Yi-chan sell sand for a long time, and they were so anxious that they simply sent private messages to inquire. I have something important to do today, so I'm busy right now. Please come early tomorrow. Yi-chan knows very clearly what is important and what is not. In a broader sense, he was going to save the Dawn people, and in a narrower sense, rescuing these two people would definitely be of great benefit to his survival life on the island. I am short of manpower now. Boss, what are you busy with? Yes, sir. Tell us what you need, and we'll do it. At first glance, these guys in the chat room seem quite loyal. It's nothing, just a personal matter. But Yi-chan is not stupid. How could he announce his plan in the chat room? Who knows how many villains are watching me? Boss, the 2 men are back. They seem to have gone fishing. They have a big net in their hands. Dad Awan still sent back news from his island from time to time. Okay, you keep watching. I'll build another raft. Once it's done, I'll come over in a kayak to pick you up. Okay, boss, don't worry. I'll be watching you closely. I have to say that Dadjuan's IQ is not high, but he is very meticulous in his work. At this time, he would raise the telescope and take a look every 2 minutes. As soon as there was any movement from the other side, he would immediately inform Yi-chan. With Dad Awan as an observer who is looking down on the other party, Yi-chan now estimates that he knows their situation better than the other 2 people themselves. There's a bamboo forest there, it's so huge. Yang Minger's big eyes were not fake. She could see a large bamboo forest on the left side of the beach in front from a long distance. Okay. Yi-chan stepped on the brakes, picked up the axe, and jumped out of the car. Xiaoha, be on guard. Minger, help me sort the chopped bamboo. Yi-chan is full of energy now. Although I didn't receive a ready-made bamboo raft, I can still make one myself. An hour later, with the support of the axe, all the materials for the bamboo raft were ready. Boss, they're back again and I saw that girl. Fuck, they actually beat people up. Dad Awan was broadcasting the information from the east side of the island in real time, with slurred speech and swearing at the same time. How are the girls? It feels like I was slapped in the face. What a piece of shit. How can you hit a woman? Dad Awan is also a person who hates evil. Minger, hurry up. We have to finish this bamboo raft before the sun sets. We have to set off early tomorrow morning. Yi-chan was afraid that the situation would change further, so he decided to rescue Do-won and the girl as soon as possible. The 2 of them didn't eat much for lunch. They just took a few bites of bread and started to work on making the bamboo raft. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this extremely ugly man-made bamboo raft was finally completed. Let's go, carry it back and combine it. The location for synthesis is also specified. The system will only accept instructions if the materials required for synthesis are submitted at the material collection point designated by the survivor. The 2 of them worked together to lift the bamboo raft onto the car. Yi-chan stepped on the accelerator and rushed straight to his camp. When we returned to our camp, the sun was already setting. Minger, hurry up and catch today's fish before it gets dark. I'll go and synthesize it. After a busy day, the daily fishing task has not been completed yet. This time cannot be wasted. System synthetic kayak. Ding, congratulations to the host. The synthesis was successful and a B-level perfect material was obtained. A kayak. Kayak, double type, length 650 centimeters, width 55 centimeters, weight 18 kilograms, equipped with 2 kayak paddles. Ding, system prompt, chat room, sun, moon, stars successfully synthesized a B-level perfect material kayak. System special reward. A level epic reward. Running limit speed increased by 25%. Chapter 27, A level skill rewards. Epic rewards. It's actually a skill reward. The chat room exploded again. What? You can also acquire skills. Is this cheating? Oh shit. I'm also building a bamboo raft, but I'm still a step behind. Wow, Boss Sun, Moon and Stars is going to heaven. Yichen himself was a little dumbfounded. I never expected that this system would come with bonus skills. Running speed increased by 25%. It may seem ordinary, but anyone who knows the history of world records in sprinting knows it. The world record for the human 100-meter sprint has been broken from 10 seconds to the current 9.58 seconds. How many years did it take for humans to break this mere 0.42 seconds? The first sub-10-second record was set at the 1912 Stockholm Olympics. In 2009, a record of 9.58 seconds was set in the 100-meter final of the Berlin Athletics World Championships. In nearly 100 years, the human race's maximum speed has only increased by less than 1 second. But at this moment, Yichen simply synthesized a kayak and increased his maximum speed by 25%. Not to mention the people in the chat room. Even Yichen himself was stunned. Yang Ming'er even threw away the fishing rod, trotted back to Yichen, and looked at him in surprise. Yichen warmed up twice, then took a step and tried it. As expected, my speed has obviously improved qualitatively. Yichen even had the urge to win a sprint championship at the Olympics. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. The big scroll started to flood the screen with comments. If we were to ask who admires Yichen the most now, Dadawan would definitely be ranked first. This, running fast, is it useful? Yang Ming'er asked Yichen tremblingly. Of course it is useful. Maybe it will come in handy tomorrow. Is running fast useful? Of course nonsense is useful. In martial arts, the only thing that is invincible is speed. On the road to survival, speed is the only thing that matters. As long as you run fast enough, your safety will be guaranteed. Only when your safety is guaranteed, you will be qualified to talk about the future. It's getting dark. Let's catch the fish first. Yichen calmed himself down. Yichen ran towards the lake. This speed is almost as fast as taking off. In the blink of an eye, Yichen rushed to the lake. Cast a rod and start fishing. Boss, they made a fire on the beach. They look like they're having a barbecue. Dadawan was very dedicated and cheered for Yichen a few times, then focused on supervising the two men. Big Juan, it's getting dark soon. You should go down the mountain and back to the cave as soon as possible. Be careful. The sun was about to set, but Dadawan was still sitting on the top of the mountain. Yichen was very worried about the boy's safety, hoping that he would be caught by the wild wolves before he could rescue him. Okay, I'll go down the mountain now and come back early tomorrow morning. The big roll rolls up the bedding and sets off obediently. Yichen spent a quarter of an hour, taking advantage of the fact that there was still a hint of light in the sky, to complete today's fishing task. 2 C-grade excellent freshwater fish, 2 D-grade rare ones, and 1 E-grade ordinary one, which is not too bad. Let's grill some fish. After we finish eating, we can rest early. We have important things to do tomorrow. Yang Ming'er nodded slightly, but stared at the kayak on the ground with some distress. Yichen, this kayak seems to only be able to seat 2 people. What should we do? Yichen knew about this problem after he informed the system that the synthesis was successful. A double kayak can only seat 2 people. However, time is running out, and every day Dadawan and the girl's stay on the island will increase the danger. If you want to upgrade your 2-person kayak, or even upgrade it to an epic class in motorboat, it won't happen overnight. We are out of time. Let's try our best. The 3 of us can squeeze together, and it shouldn't be a big problem. If it doesn't work, I will bring some bamboo tomorrow to increase the buoyancy. This is the only way at the moment. Yichen can only hope that Dadawan is not a fat man, and that the girl on the island is slim. The 2 men and Xiao Ha caught 2 2-kilogram freshwater fish and returned to their pickup truck early. Xiao Ha, I'm going out tomorrow. You must protect your mistress. Yichen stroked Xiao Ha's head. Xiao Ha obediently stretched out his tongue and licked Yichen's palm twice. You must be careful tomorrow. I'll wait for you to come back at the shore. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichen reluctantly. Yichen looked at her like this, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. This woman is really made of water. Why is she so sad when I haven't even set off yet? Oh, it's no big deal. I'll go out and bring 2 people back. Yichen pulled Yang Ming'er over. The 2 of them lay down. Yichen continued. As long as we bring the person back this time, we will have 4 people. From now on, we will have someone to help us with everything. These good days have just begun. Yichen was talking about ideals and life with the girl. The big roll who is never idle is here again. Boss, there's fog on our island. It's getting foggy. This is not good news. Chapter 28, Obtaining the Night Viewing Mirror. In order to ensure that they would have enough energy for tomorrow, Yichen and Yang Ming'er went to bed early. When I woke up the next day, the first thing Yichen did was to open the chat system and ask about the situation at Dadawan. What's your situation now? Has the fog receded? Boss, the fog on the island seems to be gradually dissipating, but the fog on the sea is super thick. Can you make it? After hearing this, Yi-chun immediately jumped off the pickup truck, crossed the cave, and headed straight for the beach. After coming out of the cave, Yi-chun was completely dumbfounded. Where's the sea here? Where's the sea? There was a thick fog in front of me. Not to mention the island a few miles away. Even the coastline was not clear. If I go out to sea in this horrible weather, I'm afraid even 10 lives won't be enough. Boss, have you signed in? I signed in for a box of chocolate pies in the early morning. The Dajuan's words reminded Yi-chun. Anyway, let's sign in first. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations on winning the A-level epic reward head-mounted night viewing telescope. Head-mounted night viewing telescope. A military-grade high-tech wearable telescope that can see through fog and rain and can quickly find targets in extremely dark environments. Snap! God is really helping me. Whatever I want, the system will give me. Absolutely awesome. Don't worry, I'll pick you up today. With this magical weapon, the foggy day that was originally extremely unfavorable to him has become a powerful weapon to help him. Others can't see anything, but you can see everything clearly. Yi-chun immediately trotted back to his pickup truck. The head-mounted night viewing telescope is already in the car. Yi-chun put it on his head and looked toward the place filled with sea fog again. This thing is amazing. What Yi-chun saw through this night viewing telescope was even clearer than what he saw with his naked eyes in the absence of fog. It is indeed a military-grade product. Yi-chun, it seems to be foggy today. What should I do? Yang Ming-er seemed to have noticed that the weather was a little strange today. Don't worry, I have this, Ming-er. Just wait for my good news at home. Yi-chun filled his stomach, took a dagger and a few bottles of water, and prepared to hit the road. Yi-chun, bring Xiaoha with you. Woof woof. Xiaoha seemed to understand and called out to Yi-chun a few times. Xiaoha has a keen sense of smell. He will definitely be able to help. Okay, Xiao, you have to be obedient and don't yell. Ming-er, you just stay in the pickup truck and don't go anywhere. Yi-chun was still somewhat worried about Yang Ming-er. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. After everything was explained, Yi-chun drove the pickup truck to the beach. The two of them worked together to carry the kayak down. Yi-chun got on the kayak and waved goodbye to Yang Ming-er. Come back soon. When you come back, I'll tell you what I signed today. Yi-chun had rowed quite far away before Yang Ming-er started to whet Yi-chun's appetite. I forgot about this. I didn't even know what supplies Yang Ming-er had signed in for today. At this moment, Yi-chun had no time to think about this. Wearing a night viewing telescope, Yi-chun can easily see ahead through the fog. The direction of the island was quickly determined. Big roll, I'm leaving. Yi-chun sent the news to Dawan. Let's go. Boss, the sea is so foggy. Can you tell the direction? The Dajuan's face was full of astonishment. I have the equipment, and I can see more clearly now than when there was no fog. Is this true? Then I'll go to the top of the mountain to check on their movements. Dawan didn't say anything else. He immediately took his binoculars and food and ran up the mountain. Yi-chun carried Xiaoha slowly toward the island. Although the materials were lacking and the motorboat was not successfully synthesized, it had to be paddled manually to move forward. However, I have to say that the speed of this kayak is several times faster than the homemade bamboo raft I made before. In addition, after Yi-chun put on the night vision goggles, he could clearly identify the direction even in heavy fog and would not take any detours. A man and a dog were moving rapidly in the sea fog. Big Juan, we estimate that we can land on the island in 10 minutes. After rowing for 15 minutes, Yi-chun sent a message to Dawan. So fast. Boss, you are awesome. I haven't even reached the top of the mountain yet. Dawan did not slack off. After receiving the news that Yi-chun was about to set off, he took his stuff and jogged all the way up the mountain. However, he did not expect that no matter how fast he hurried, he was still not as fast as Yi-chun. It's okay. Just let me know when you get there. I'll continue paddling eastward along the coastline. Yi-chun now needs to use the fog to move forward. The closer you paddle to the other party's cave, the better. After rowing for another 10 minutes, news came. Boss, I'm here, but I don't think I see anyone. Is it because of the fog that they don't plan to go out? There's some bad news. Got it. Keep watching. I'm getting close to the east coast of the island. If I rescue the girl, you go down the mountain immediately and wait for me to pick you up at the northwest side of the island. Understand, Dawan is not like Yi-chun. He has a lot of belongings and carries all the valuables on his body. A dagger given by Yi-chun, a telescope also given by Yi-chun, and some food and drinks. As they approached the cave, Xiaoha seemed to notice something and immediately rushed to the front of the kayak, wagging its tail. desperately. Looks like it's almost here. Rescue operation. Start. Chapter 29. S-level treasure map fragment. In order to avoid being discovered, Yichin deliberately moved the kayak a little further away from the coastline. Through the night viewing mirror, a large cave came into Yichen's sight. There were 3 people in the cave, 2 men and 1 woman. Obviously, this is the place I'm looking for. Now there's no need for Dewan to show the way. With this night viewing mirror, the other party cannot detect me, but I can easily see the other party's situation. The girls seemed to be adding firewood to the bonfire in the cave, while the 2 men were quite comfortable, sitting with their legs crossed and chatting. It seems that these 2 men are living a very comfortable life, and they treat that girl as a nanny. Xiaoha, I'll give you a task. When the time comes, you go to the south to lure them away. I'll save the girl and go to the north. You shake them off and run back. Yichin now completely regards Xiaoha as a human being. Xiaoha was wagging his tail desperately, looking eager to try. It seems that the things obtained by signing in are different. This dog is completely cheating. Yichin slowly brought the kayak to the shore and put Xiaoha down 50 meters northeast of the cave. After Xiaoha jumped onto the shore, he quickly ran towards the cave. In order to avoid being discovered, Yichin kayaked away from the coastline again. Woof woof. Xiaoha rushed to the front of the cave, stared into the cave, and barked a few times. The 2 men seemed tired from chatting and were very sleepy, so they ignored the noise. But Xiaoha refused to give in. Brother Coke, it looks like there's a dog outside. A ruffian-looking young man with dyed, yellow hair patted the middle-aged man who was squinting his eyes and glancing at the girl's chest. Let the dog be a dog. Let the stray dog go. The middle-aged man didn't care. His mind was now completely on the girl. Woof woof. Xiaoha called out a few times outside the cave, but the other party didn't move, so he just rushed in. Hey, you dead dog. You dare to take my bread. Wait and see how I kill you. Huang Mao was really anxious now. Xiaoha took away the big piece of bread in front of Huang Mao without any hesitation. What's going on? The middle-aged man was still confused when he saw the yellow-haired man running away with the dog. Hey. The middle-aged man immediately chased out, but he seemed to need to lose some weight, as he was out of breath after running not far. When Yichun heard Xiaoha's calls getting farther and farther away, he knew that the plan had worked and immediately pulled the kayak to the shore again, running all the way to the cave. Comparing the two, there's a world of difference. The middle-aged man felt like a 1,000-year-old turtle, and his speed was just that fast. Looking at Yichun, he rushed into the cave in less than 10 seconds. The girl was looking outside the cave in confusion when she saw a ghostly figure appear in front of her in an instant like an arrow. Don't scream. I'm here to save you. As soon as the girl screamed, Yichin covered her mouth with his hands. You are. The girl seemed to be very timid, but she was quite tall and had a pretty appearance. He just wore a pair of glasses that looked a bit weird. My name is Sun, Moon and Stars. My friend knows that you have been captured. I came here specially to save you. This is not the place to talk. Come with me first. Yichin had no time to care about anything else. He grabbed a girl's hand and walked out. The girl's strength was no match for Yichen's. The 2 of them ran out of the cave, one in front and one behind. After getting on the kayak, Xiaoha's figure soon appeared. Xiaoha, jump up. Xiaoha jumped and jumped onto the kayak. Seeing that the mission was almost accomplished, all that was left was to take over the big scroll, and the rescue mission would come to an end. The girl suddenly pointed in the direction of the cave and started shouting. I forgot. Forgot? Forgot what? Now it was Yichin's turn to be confused. That drawing. Drawing? What drawings? Yichin became more and more confused. It's a treasure map, a reward for the sign-in mission. I hid it in a cave. Treasure map? Yichin was dumbfounded. What the hell? Yes, it's a treasure map, an S-level legendary reward. Although it's just fragments, the system said that as long as you collect 8 of them and find the treasure, you can find the artifact. What? Yichin stared at the girl in front of him with wide eyes. Treasure map fragments? Artifact? I didn't hear it wrong. The girl was talking about a divine weapon, not an item of any level. There is too much information and my brain can't keep up. I thought the supplies I signed in were awesome, but I didn't expect there were so many hidden talents among them. There is actually a treasure map, and it is an S-level legendary level. I have to go get it. I can't let these 2 bad guys find it. The girl said this and was about to jump into the sea. Yichin immediately pushed her down. Keep rowing north, don't stop. Tell me where the treasure map is, and I'll go find it. Asking this petite girl to go back and get the treasure map now is like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. That one is in the crack under the stone bench where the fat man is sitting. Unexpectedly, this girl is quite good at hiding things. I see. I'll get it right away. Relying on his amazing running speed and his courage, Yi-Chin suddenly jumped into the sea. Head straight to the cave. Chapter 30. Losing both the wife and the army. What the hell? What's going on? The middle-aged man returned to his nest panting and found that the girl was missing. What's wrong? Huang Mao also entered the cave breathlessly. Just when I was about to sit down and rest for a while, I noticed that the middle-aged man started swearing. It's you, the girl is fucking gone. The middle-aged man yelled at the yellow-haired man angrily. Brother Kale, it's not a big deal. This isn't the first time. There are only 3 of us on this island. She can run away, but she can't. Can she fly away with wings? I think you're the same. Why do you have to compete? You're already old. Why don't you just give this girl to me? Bullshit, who is that old? Besides, what's the point of this girl crying all day long? It's annoying to see her crying. If she keeps crying for 2 or 3 days, her temper will wear out. Then I'll show you how I'll deal with her. The middle-aged man seemed to have some ideas. Sit for a while. Sit for a while. Don't rush to look for it. You'll come back naturally when you are hungry. The yellow-haired man was open-minded. He sat down by himself and wanted to grab the bread that he had placed on the stone, but he grabbed nothing. Damn it. Where did this wild dog come from? It actually took away my entire piece of bread. Only then did Huang Mao remember that the piece of bread he had just taken a bite of was taken away by the dog. He felt so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. Forget it, it's just a piece of bread. When I reach level 3, I'll sign in to get an S-level legendary reward for you to see. It's unlucky. Just thinking about it makes me unlucky. The 2 of them were still chatting here and there. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of my eye, and it rushed into the cave with a whoosh. Yi-Chin had been observing outside for a long time. He aimed at the right opportunity and direction, and rushed into the cave at lightning speed. He grabbed the treasure map fragment from the gap under the stone bench and ran away. The yellow-haired man and the middle-aged man were both confused. What's going on? My brain circuit can't keep up at all. Why did this person suddenly appear? What's going on? The middle-aged man had sworn that there were only 3 of them on the island. So how come this person suddenly appeared? Yi-Chin doesn't care about so many things. After getting the things, he ran away without looking back. Brother Kale, it seems like he is holding something in his hand. Huang Mao was still sharp-eyed. Although he didn't see it very clearly, he still caught some traces with his peripheral vision. What? The middle-aged man was still dull. I don't know. Huang Mao looked around and didn't seem to find anything unusual. The only things of real value in this cave seemed to be a few tools, an axe that they had bought at great expense, and some food and drink. Damn it, you dare to provoke me like this. No matter what he took, even if he took a broken stone, I will chase him back and beat you to death. The middle-aged man was obviously furious. In broad daylight, they blatantly ran into their territory to steal things. Now that the other party has done this, it no longer matters what was taken. This has become a pure provocation. Seeing the middle-aged man chasing out, the yellow-haired man picked up the axe beside him and followed the middle-aged man out. Damn it, don't run if you dare. The middle-aged man shouted while chasing Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin would never pay attention to him. He was not stupid. He had already got the things. Why not run away? Should he stay and have New Year's Eve dinner with you? The more the middle-aged man shouted, the harder Yi-Chin ran. This speed is even faster than Sonic. Damn it, I'm so tired. How many legs does this kid have? How can he run faster than a leopard? The middle-aged man was not good at running to begin with, and his physical strength had not yet recovered. He had not run much, but he was already out of breath. Brother Kale, where are the people? The people. The yellow-haired man chased after him with an axe in hand. In front. The middle-aged man supported his thighs with both hands and pointed forward with difficulty. Okay, I'll go after you. Relying on his youth and good physical strength, Huang Mao chased Yi-Chin with a big axe in hand. Yi-Chin rushed to the designated location and rushed into the sea. Stop. Let's see where you are going. Huang Mao also followed Yi-Chin into the sea holding a mountain axe. But his short legs are no match for Yi-Chin's. Besides, he has a mountain axe in his hand, which is not light. Yi-Chin's current speed is so fast that even Bolt would not be afraid of him. Huang Mao was almost going crazy, watching the other party about to jump off the boat and escape. The sea is covered with thick fog. If we let the other party row away in the boat, it would be like a fish entering the sea or a bird returning to the forest. We would probably never find him again. In desperation, the yellow-haired man picked up the axe and threw it at the back of Yi-Chin's head. Yi Chen's speed has now increased, and his reaction ability has also improved. I felt something flying behind me, and I dodged to the side reflexively. The axe flew past his right shoulder. It seems that this speed-enhancing skill is not exaggerated. Yi Chen glanced at the yellow-haired man out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that the other party had given up and was hunched over, gasping for breath. Yi Chen simply stopped being anxious and pulled out the axe that was stuck in the sand. The other party was so polite that he even gave me an axe for free. The girl on the kayak was waving desperately at Yi Chen. Yi Chen calmly got on the kayak with the two big trophies. It was then that Huang Mao realized that the girl had also been abducted by this man. Fuck. The yellow-haired guy couldn't help but swear, jumping on the beach in anger. Yi Chen, however, paddled the bamboo or leisurely and waved politely to the yellow-haired man. Thank you, little brother. I'll take your axe. Come play with me later. Huang Mao watched in frustration as the two people, the boat and the dog, disappeared into the fog. This is probably the legendary loss of both the wife and the army. Chapter 31, another beautiful star arrives. Dadawan, where are you? We are here. After Yi Chen got on the kayak, he immediately sent a message to Dadawan. Boss, did you finish it so quickly? Dadawan had already reached the northwest side of the island and was sitting on the rock wall, eating bread. How long has it been since then? And Yi Chen has already rescued the person? It's done. I also took their axe. Yi Chen glanced at the axe he had thrown behind the kayak. It seemed to be a freshly made axe, Tsin Liang. Boss, you're awesome. You saved people and brought goods. Dadawan expressed his complete worship. My boss is so awesome. It only took him 10 minutes to rescue people and steal their things. What a hooligan. The real rogue in Dadajuan's heart was paddling a bamboo paddle while looking at the treasure map. Girl, what's your name? Yi Chen glanced at the little girl and felt that she looked familiar. But I can only blame myself for being a little face blind. My name is Dilly Delimurat. Oh my god. Yi Chen opened his mouth wide and looked at the girl in front of him. After all this time, he's a big star again. What's wrong with me? Others come to the island to survive. Do you come to the island to meet all the female stars? Yi Chen looked up and down at the beauty in front of him again. No wonder she looked familiar. You can tell at first glance that they are not of the same race. Dilly has a strong Western style. Ahem. My name is Yi Chen. So what exactly is this treasure map about? Yi Chen coughed twice, trying to make himself look very calm. I don't know the details. I got it when I signed in. The system said that it can be combined into a god-level reward, but I have to collect 8 fragments. It seems that this god-level reward is really not easy to get, but it can also be basically concluded that this god-level reward is definitely not simple. Well, I have to pick someone up when I get to the front, so I guess it will be a bit crowded. Yi Chen still returned the treasure map to the girl and said hello to her in advance. It's okay. You can take the blueprint. I'll sit back a bit. It should be fine. Dilly stuffed the drawing back to Yi Chen and then obediently retreated to the back of the kayak, leaving a space in the middle. Yi Chen took a look and thought that it shouldn't be a big problem. Dilly's body seemed even thinner than Yang Ming'er. Now, as long as Dadawan is not a fat man, it won't be a big problem to squeeze in another Yang Ming'er in this space. However, it seems that Yi Chen thought too simply. When Yi Chen put on the night vision goggles again and looked forward, I saw a burly guy sitting on the rock wall, munching on bread in big mouthfuls. Is it you who is sitting on the rock wall and eating bread? Yi Chen sent the news to Dawan. Yes, boss, you are here. Where are you? Why can't I see you? When Dadawan received Yi Chen's message, he jumped up from the rock wall excitedly. Yi Chen sighed helplessly and added to the girl behind the kayak. Sorry, girl. It will be really crowded later. The kayakers were seen slowly emerging from the mist. Dadawan immediately waved desperately at Yi Chen. Now Dilly also saw the guy who was about to share the same boat with her. He is 1.85 meters tall, strong, and sturdy. Boss, here I come. Dadawan was so excited that he jumped onto the kayak. Now that this guy got on the boat, Yi Chen discovered that the kayak sank a lot instantly. Yi Chen scratched his head, really worried that the 3 of them would fall into the sea halfway. Fortunately, nothing happened. An hour later, the kayak carrying 3 people finally reached their island. Why did it take so long? I was so anxious. Along the way, Yi Chen had received Yang Ming'er's urging messages more than once. The girl waited for several hours. Let me introduce you. This is Dadawan. Yi Chen introduced. Hello. My name is Qin Dazhuang. You can just call me Dazhuang. It seems that the name really suits the person. This name sounds very strong. Sister Ming. When Dilly saw Yang Ming'er, she immediately ran up happily and held Yang Ming'er's little hand tightly. Dilly, why is it you? This is too much of a coincidence. Yichun was a little puzzled. It seemed that the entertainment industry was not that big, and these two stars seemed to be very familiar with each other. Ahem, my name is Yichun. Yichun also gave a brief self-introduction. Boss, your island is much cooler than mine. It looks very comfortable. Dadawan didn't care about Yichun's self-introduction at all. He had already recognized Yichun as the boss in his heart. Thank you, Brother Yi, for this time. Dilly bowed to Yichun respectfully. You're welcome. This isn't the place to talk. Big One, help me load the kayak into the car. Let's go back to the camp. Car. This time, Dadawan and Dilly shouted out in unison. By the way, Minga, where's Pika? Before young Minga could say anything, the two of them shouted again together. Pika. Chapter 32. The Envy of Others' Dinner. Yang Minga pointed to the jungle and said, I was afraid that parking by the beach would be too conspicuous, so I drove into the jungle. I didn't expect this girl could drive. Boss, is this true? You still have a car? And it's even a pickup truck? Dadawan looked at Yichun in astonishment. Dilly also poked her head out with curiosity, wanting to see the true appearance of the pickup truck. Well, there's a heavy-duty pickup truck, the Raptor F750. Yichun did not hide anything and told the truth. The Ford Raptor F750 plug-in hybrid truck is the largest mass-produced pickup truck in the world. It's awesome. I didn't expect that Dadawan is very knowledgeable about cars. It's quite big, and the wheels are very big. Yichun was a layman. He only knew that this guy looked very thick, which matched the Dadawan's body shape quite well. Where is it? Where is it? Dadawan looked around impatiently. Yang Minga led the three of them around in a small circle and finally saw the luxurious pickup truck. Wow, this is really an eye-opener. I went to the auto show last time just to see this car, but I didn't see it. Now I can see it here. Boss, can I drive it and take a look? Dadawan was very excited. Yichun shrugged with an indifferent attitude. The four of them loaded the kayaks into the car, with Dadawan driving and Yichun directing the way. Half an hour later, we returned to the camp. Boss, you still have a way? There's actually a lake here? And a lawn, Dadawan has never stopped talking since he entered Yichun's camp. Yichun discovered a problem. Now that there are more people, sleeping has become a problem. I'll have to get a bed when I have time and renovate the cave at the same time. Well, I'm going to go fishing. Minga, go set up the barbecue grill. There are a lot of people today, so we must get more food. And fish. A grill. Hearing Yichun's words, Dilly and Dadawan were dumbfounded again. Why is it that we are both on the island, but why do I feel like I am struggling to survive, while others are just here for vacation? There are luxury cars, camping sites, fishing, and barbecue. What do you think this place is? Are you here for a picnic on a self-driving trip? Xiaoha, this is for you a reward. Yichun generously threw a piece of dried fish to Xiaoha. Dadawan looked at the piece of fish meat, which weighed more than half a pound, and threw it to a dog. He was so greedy that he almost couldn't control himself and ran to grab the food from Xiaoha. Wait a moment. It will be quick, 10 minutes. Boss, where did you get this fishing rod? I'm getting more and more confused now. He was penniless on the deserted island. If Yichun hadn't helped him and thrown him some food from time to time in the past 2 days, he would have starved to death. There was nothing worth showing off among the little possessions I had. On the other hand, Yichun is here. Everything from food to drinks to daily necessities is available. The gap is too big. Yichun said disapprovingly. They all came here by signing in, and they are not good things. The only S-level legendary item is that car. It's not a good thing. It's just a car. These words were spoken to Yichun. If it were someone else, Dadawan would have the urge to go up and fight him to the death. Will you die if you don't blow? All I see when I sign in every day are rubbish. You already have S-level legendary supplies here. What else do you want to do? Can I just give you a plane? Yichun had no idea what Dadawan was thinking, so he took the fishing rod and bait and went fishing. In less than 10 minutes, after 10 or so casts, a sea-level excellent fish and 4 2-pound D-level rare freshwater fish were caught. Big One, take these 4 fish back. Our luck is average today. Each of you can eat 1 fish to fill your stomach. If you are really hungry, you can have some bread. 4. Dadawan stared at the 4 fish, which were about 40 to 50 centimeters long, in shock. 1 for each person. The beautiful Dilly was also dumbfounded. She originally thought that what Yichun meant by grilling a fish was just for everyone to eat a piece to fill their stomachs, as a courtesy to welcome them. Looking at Yichun's appearance now, he seems to think that each of them is a little embarrassing. Yes, I'm really sorry. I didn't have good luck today and didn't catch any big fish. I can only make do with what I have. I still have a lot of bread and compressed biscuits. Please help yourself. This isn't considered a big fish. Dadawan stared blankly at the big fish in his hands that were still jumping around. These 4 fish weigh nearly 10 kilograms in total. Isn't that big? Do you want to catch a shark? It's okay. I just saw the trader selling dried fruits, so I bought some. If we're not full, we can eat some dried fruits. By the way, Yi-chun, I've also changed the seasonings. Now I have cumin powder and black pepper powder. By the way, Yi-chun, I've got nothing to do, so I've also got the sea salt and put in the back of the car. Yang Minger seemed to be busy with a lot of things that day. By this time, she had set up the barbecue grill, took out a bunch of dried fruit from the pickup truck, and took out 4 or 5 bottles of seasonings. Dilly looked at the bottles and jars in front of her, then glanced at the big fish and a pile of dried fruits. Although I had eaten fish from the 2 men, I was only given fish bones. I was not full and did not sleep warmly every day. Sometimes I really wanted to die. This life is so hard. Now seeing Yang Minger, my former colleague, I feel that my life is very fulfilling. Grilled fish with cumin, 2 pounds of fish per person, and dried fruits after the meal. Chapter 33. A beautiful lady with 2 S-class legendary items. What are you standing there for? Help with the grilling. Oh, Minger, bring 8 bottles of water. I guess you'll get thirsty easily after eating barbecue. Yi-chun thought it through very thoughtfully. Yang Minger responded and went back to the car, bringing out 8 bottles of fresh water, giving 2 bottles to each person. Dadawan picked it up and started drinking it. Thanks to Yi-chun's care these days, he has no worries about food and drink, so he looks calm when he sees Dan Shui now. Dilly held the 2 bottles of water in her hands with some trembling. Shouty, what's wrong? Yang Minger asked in confusion. You gave me 2 bottles? Do you have a lot of water? Water? There's a lake there. Yi-chun casually pointed to the lake without caring. Only 1 pot. Then drink it sparingly. I'll just drink half a bottle. Dilly tremblingly held the other bottle of water in both hands and returned it to Yang Ming. No, we don't lack water. Yang Minger was a little confused and kept shaking her hands at Dilly. No shortage of water? Didn't brother Yi say there was only 1 pot of water? Now, Yi-chun and Yang Minger smiled at each other and understood. It is a lake, but it is a lake. Have you forgotten the lake where Yi-chun was fishing just now? That's a freshwater lake. Dilly obviously didn't expect that it was a freshwater lake. Yes, we have a lake of water. Drink as much as you want. Dilly looked at the bottle of water in her hand with a wry smile. It turns out that they really have a lake. Yi-chun was already familiar with the method and started to use the dagger to deal with the 4 freshwater fish. Brother Yi, I have a pair of peep glasses for you. Dilly was obviously a little embarrassed. Her life was saved by someone else. Looking at the situation, she would probably have to eat and use other people's food in the days to come. A peep mirror? What's it for? Can it be used to peek? Dadawan seemed to be very familiar with everyone and didn't consider himself an outsider at all. Yi-chun didn't take it seriously and asked casually, sign-in reward? S-rank legendary rewards. Ahem. Yi-chun now widened his eyes and looked at Dilly. This girl is cheating. I was considered lucky. I only signed for an S-class legendary car and caught an S-class legendary fish. Even though he was taken hostage, he actually had 2 S-level items in his hand. What on earth is this peephole used for? Here you go. Dilly took off her glasses and handed them to Yi-chun. It turns out that this girl is not nearsighted. This pair of glasses is the sign-in reward. Yi-chun held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Peeping mirror, S-level legendary item. After wearing it, you can view all the resources you need within a field of vision of plus or minus 5 meters. The description was very simple, and Yi-chun didn't quite understand it. It was not until he put it on that Yi-chun realized what a treasure it was. Yi-chun looked towards the cave, and the peep scope prompted, a habitable cave. Yi-chun looked towards the lake, and the peephole prompted, drinkable fresh water resources. But these things are obvious. However, when Yi-chun looked at the ground under his feet, the peephole drew a big frame. The current 10M*10M land belongs to Class C Excellence Grade land, which can be used to grow all kinds of vegetables. Yi-chun moved a few steps and scanned the ground again. The peephole shows that the current 5M*5M land is Class B Perfect land, suitable for growing all kinds of fruits. This is really awesome. Yi-chun ran to the lake excitedly. Look to the right side of the body of water. Peeping mirror prompts. In the current waters, there are 2 D-level rare freshwater fish and 1 C-level outstanding freshwater fish. This thing is really a cheating device. With this thing and a fishing rod, why worry about not being able to catch big fish? Yichun was so happy now that he ran straight through the cave and towards the beach. Sweep onto the beach. Yichun almost jumped 3 feet high. The peephole shows that there's 20 kilograms of rare grade D clay 1 meter below the 1M*1M sand. Damn it. Yichun really wants to do a backflip now. I dug everywhere, but couldn't find a clay. Unexpectedly, the problem was solved like this. This peephole is simply heaven-shattering. Ming'er, come here quickly with a shovel and a plastic bucket. I found some clay. Yichun sent the message to Yang Ming'er. After receiving the news, Yang Ming'er quickly rushed over through the cave with a shovel and a plastic bucket. Dadawan and Dilly also followed. Where is it? Where is it? Yang Ming'er was also quite excited. It's right down here. Quick, give me the shovel. Under. Yang Ming'er lo get confuset. Yichun marked it with a shovel, and without further explanation, he took off the peephole and handed it to Yang Ming'er. After putting on the peephole, Yang Ming'er immediately understood. He turned around and hugged Dilly excitedly. Xiao Di, you are so amazing. This thing of yours is simply amazing. You are worthy of being Xiao Di. Dilly seemed a little confused. I know that this thing is indeed an S-level legendary artifact, but I can't even afford food and clothing these days, so I don't have the mood to pay attention to this. I dug it up. I dug it up. Ding, you have successfully obtained 10 kilograms of clay. You now have all the requirements to upgrade the sign-in system. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Chapter 34. Level 4 sign-in system upgraded successfully. Yichun himself was a little confused. Can I upgrade myself just like this? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been upgraded successfully. The current sign-in level is level 4. Current sign-in system level 4. 50% get A-level common rewards. 20% get D-level rare rewards. 15% get C-level excellent rewards. 10% get B-level perfect rewards. 3.45% get A-level epic rewards. 1.5% get S-level legends. 0.05% get super S-level God-given rewards. Ding! The survivor's sun, moon, and stars have successfully upgraded their sign-in level to level 4. As the first survivor to upgrade their sign-in level to level 4, the system will give them a special reward. 5% of the probability of an E-level ordinary reward will be allocated to an A-level epic reward. Ding! Your current sign-in probability is 45% to get E-level common rewards, 20% to get D-level rare rewards, 15% to get C-level excellent rewards, 10% to get B-level perfect rewards, 8.45% to get A-level epic rewards, 1.5% to get S-level legends, 0.05% to get super S-level God-given rewards. This time, the chat room was completely boiling. Wow, it's the sun, moon, and stars again. Awesome, sir. Is the sign-in probability abnormal? I'm so jealous. There's an extra 5% chance of epic rewards. He's already level 4, and I'm only level 1. How can the gap be so huge? The guys in the chat room can only feel jealous. Let's have some barbecue first. I also fried a fish. Yang Ming'er was not surprised at all and calmly interjected. Fried fish. Now the 3 of them, including Yichun, were dumbfounded. What to fry? The pot, the super pot you got when you signed in. Support. Dadawan and Dilly were completely dumbfounded now. Could it be that I'm really not playing the same survival game as the 2 people in front of me? Isn't that a soup pot? And where do you get the oil for frying? For most survivors right now, it is nothing more than barbecue. Only those who are luckier than Yichun and have a soup pot can have a bowl of fish soup. As for frying, that's difficult. Without cooking oil, there's no point in frying. Hey, this is what I got when I signed in this morning. Yang Ming'er opened the super pot playfully. There was actually a fried herring inside. Try it. I just heated it up. It's delicious. In fact, Yang Ming'er didn't need to say much. The 3 of them had already smelled a unique fragrance. Give me a piece. Dadawan swallowed the grilled fish in his hand in one gulp and couldn't wait to reach out for the fried fish. Dilly seemed a little reserved, pointing at the fish in the pot, and said awkwardly, should we save it for tomorrow? No, Yichun has a perfect grade B fishing rod, which can catch at least 5 fish every day. Oh no, now with your peephole, I guess I can catch even more and bigger fish. Yang Ming'er was obviously no longer worried about food and clothing. She had never been hungry since she followed Yichun. Those guys in the chat room complained pitifully about being hungry every day, and they seem to have gained several pounds. Ding! System prompts, because the highest sign-in level among all current survivors has been upgraded to level 4. The upgrade sign-in task list has been updated. Ding! The system releases the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 4 to level 5. 1 sea level or above crossbow, 1 kilogram of sea level or above vegetables, 2D level or above bamboo rafts. Homemade bamboo rafts are also acceptable, 10 liters of D level or above fresh water. Since Yi-chan was the first to upgrade the sign-in system to level 4, the system updated the upgrade list. Crossbow, no problem. Make your own bamboo raft. I already have experience in making bamboo rafts. Besides, there are 4 of us now, so the efficiency will only be higher. It's completely okay. Although I cannot guarantee that I can get vegetables of grade C or above, the vegetable seeds that will mature in 2 days are of perfect grade B. So there's a high probability that I can get a certain amount of grade C vegetables. As for fresh water of grade D and above, Yi-chan glanced at his fresh water from the lake. E level, ordinary level. Yi-chan had never paid attention to this. It seems that the water quality also has its particularities. Boss, you can recruit others. Why don't you just recruit me? This way you can get promoted to the next level. Dadawan threw out a sentence very casually. Yi-chan had thought about this question before, but he just found it difficult to bring it up. Besides, this person has just arrived and hasn't even sat down yet, but you're already asking for recruitment. This is not reasonable. Now, I didn't expect that Dadawan would bring it up himself. This should be possible. That, Ming, Yi-chan stopped talking halfway and didn't feel like continuing. Well, I was recruited by Yi-chan, which is good. Yi-chan can level up 1 more level, so the probability of getting a high-level sign-in reward is higher. It's a good deal. Otherwise, both of you should consider it. Yi-chan was dumbfounded. Originally, I didn't know how to start the conversation, but now, there are people who are willing to pimp. Chapter 35 Direct Upgrade to Level 6 Sign-In System. Okay. Anyway, I will definitely follow the boss. If the boss has food, I will have food too. Dadawan clapped his hands and cheered. Before Yi-chan could finish his words, the system voice rang. Ding, congratulations to the host. The survivor Qin Dezhuang chooses to submit to you. Your sign-in level is upgraded to level 5. Special reminder, you can only recruit up to 3 people. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been upgraded successfully. The current sign-in level is level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 35% get E-level common rewards. 20% get D-level rare rewards. 17% get C-level excellent rewards. 13% get B-level perfect rewards. 11.9% get I-level epic rewards. 3% get S-level legends. 0.1% get super S-level God-given rewards. Ding, the survivor's sun, moon, and stars has successfully upgraded his sign-in level to level 5. As the first survivor to upgrade his sign-in level to level 5, the system will give him a special reward. 10% of the probability of an E-level ordinary reward will be allocated to a B-level perfect reward. Current sign-in system level 5. 25% get I-level common rewards. 20% get D-level rare rewards. 17% get C-level excellent rewards. 23% get B-level perfect rewards. 11.9% get I-level epic rewards. 3% get S-level legends. 0.1% get super S-level God-given rewards. Fuck, what's going on? Has it leveled up again? Damn it. Worship the great god, that's awesome. This is cheating. Is there a bug? What's the upgrade password? Up, down, left, right, Olliebob? Not only did the chat room explode, Yi-chan himself was frozen. I hadn't said anything yet, but Dadawan surrendered on his own initiative. Result, it's not over yet. Ding, congratulations to the host. The survivor Dilly Delimurat has chosen to submit to you. Your sign-in level has been upgraded to level 6. Special reminder, you can only recruit up to 3 people. You have reached the upper limit for the number of people you have recruited. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been upgraded successfully. The current sign-in level is level 6. Current sign-in system level 6. 15% get E-level common rewards. 20% get D-level rare rewards. 20% get C-level excellent rewards. 25% get B-level perfect rewards. 14.8% get A-level epic rewards. 5% get S-level legends. 0.2% get super S-level God-given rewards. Ding! The survivor's sun, moon, and stars has successfully upgraded his sign-in level to level 6. As the first survivor to upgrade his sign-in level to level 6, the system will give him a special reward. 5% of the E-level common rewards and 5% of the D-level rare rewards will be allocated to the A-level perfect rewards. Current sign-in system level 6. 10% get E-level common rewards. 15% get D-level rare rewards. 20% get C-level excellent rewards. 25% get B-level perfect rewards, 24.8% get A-level epic rewards, 5% get S-level legends, 0.2% get super S-level God-given rewards. Now, the chat room fell silent instantly. There was complete silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. It only took 15 minutes for Yi-chun to advance 3 levels. Yi-chun looked at his sign-in probability. The probability of an E-level common item has dropped to 10%, and even the probability of a D-level rare item has dropped to 15%. That means that if you sign in, there is a 3/4 chance that you will receive a C-level excellence or higher reward. The probability of this is simply sky high. Others are still struggling in the first level sign-in system, and they are likely to only get an ordinary E-level reward every day, and if they're luckier, they can get a rare D-level reward. But for me, getting a C-level or excellent award doesn't seem like a big deal. There's a 55% chance that you can get a B-level perfect level or even a higher level reward. Boss, that's awesome. Long live the boss. Dad Awan was the first to cheer. In his heart, whoever has Yi-chun has him. He is the boss, and he is the second best. After a moment of silence, the chat room completely exploded. Boss son, moon and stars, please protect me. Boss, are you willing to accept me? I am willing to submit. Boss, where are you? I want to come to you. Yi-chun's private mailbox exploded directly. Yi-chun simply chose to block all incoming letters. Anyway, the people I want to contact are all in front of me, so there's no need to chat with them anymore. Eat. After closing the chat room, Yi-chun focused on eating grilled fish. I didn't expect that the problem that was originally difficult to talk about could be solved so easily. No, there was no confrontation at all. It just ended instantly. Dealy, you were kidnapped by those 2 men before, but you weren't recruited? Yang Minger asked curiously. It seemed like they had some disagreements, and both wanted to recruit me. Then, as they were arguing, they decided to see who had signed in more valuable supplies in the past 3 days. Yi-chun was ashamed. These 2 idiots are really good. This is really a case of the snipe and the clam fighting each other, while the fisherman gets the benefits. Not only did he give away a beautiful woman for free, he also upgraded his sign-in system. Ding! System prompts, because the highest sign-in level among all current survivors has been upgraded to level 6. The upgrade sign-in task list has been updated. Chapter 36. This girl's sign-in system has a bug. The system's voice sounded again. Obviously, due to Yi-chun, the system updated the upgrade list again. Ding! The system announces the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 5 to level 6. 2 ceramic products of any level, 100 kilograms of C-level excellent birch trunks, 5 C-level excellent freshwater fish, 2 kg of B-level perfect vegetables, 2 kg of B-level perfect fruits, and 1 B-level perfect tool hammer. Ding! The system releases the materials needed to upgrade the sign-in level from level 6 to level 7. Own 2 or more S-level legendary items. Own 3 or more A-level epic items. Own 1 A-level epic motorboat. Own at least 1 S-level legendary treasure map fragment. Submit 100 kilograms of iron ore of any level. Submit 20 kilograms of B-level perfect fine sand. Submit 30 kilograms of B-level perfect clay. Submit 3 B-level perfect freshwater fish. Submit 3 C-level outstanding marine fish, and above submit 1 A-level epic material. As the system data was updated, everyone looked at the data in front of them with wide eyes. For most people, they haven't even reached level 2 yet, so it's useless to look at the data below. 2 S-level legendary items. 3 A-level epic items. What a joke. I haven't even seen what a B-level item looks like. Only Yi-chun is now paying close attention to the last message released by the system. I am already at level 6, so in order to reach level 7, I must prepare in advance. With the S-level legendary items he had, plus the peephole and treasure map fragments that Dilly gave him, he now had more than 2 items. I already have 3 A-level epic items. Motorboat, not a big problem. I already have the blueprints. Treasure fragments? No problem. I'll get them. As for iron or B-grade fine sand and B-grade clay, or these are all new things. The other option is sea fish, which must be grade C, excellent or above. Sea fish. Yi-chun thought about it carefully and realized that sea fishing and freshwater fishing on land are not the same thing. It seems that catching this small sea fish is not as easy as imagined. What is a treasure map? More and more people in the chat room discovered this novel object. What is this treasure map? Yang Minger was also curious. That's it. Yi-chun directly took out a slightly wrinkled drawing. Treasure map fragment 1/8. Where are you guys from? Yang Mingye of a Stund. Doraba, this girl has so many good things. By the way, what level have you signed in at? Only level 1, but my data seems a little different. No, the same. Yichen was confused. How is it different? Dilly directly showed her sign-in probability. Current sign-in system level 1. 65% get E-level common rewards. 15% get D-level rare rewards. 10% get C-level excellent rewards. 4% get B-level perfect rewards. 0.99% get A-level epic rewards. 5.01% get S-level legends. 0% get super S-level God-given rewards. Squeak! Yichun and Dadawan both swore at the same time. This data, bugs. Others' first-level sign-in systems have a 70% chance of getting an E-level ordinary reward and a 0.01% chance of getting an S-level legendary reward. But this girl actually added 5 points to the S-level legendary level. Now Yichun understood why this girl had 2 S-level legendary items. That's awesome. Yichun is now very curious about what the sign-in probability will be like if this girl levels up 2 more levels. Well, it's too late today. After dinner, you and I will sleep on the floor in the cave, and Dilly and Ming'er will sleep in the pickup truck. I will help you upgrade tomorrow. Well, Brother Yi, it's not a good idea for you to sleep on the floor. How about I go? Upgrade. Boss, can you help us upgrade? The two people have completely different ideas, which shows that there is still a gap between boys and girls. It doesn't matter. The cave is nice. Besides, we have a wolf skin. I can collect some sheets someday, or even upgrade this car. Yichun ignored Dawan for the time being. Dadawan excitedly ran up to him, tugging at Yichun's sleeve and yelling, Boss, how many levels can I reach? Can I be the same as you, directly promoted to level 6? This guy is really naive and thinks very far ahead. Don't expect to become fat in one go. Yang Ming'er has only just reached level 2. But don't panic. When the vegetables are ripe in 2 days, it won't be a problem to upgrade directly to level 3. What Yichun is most curious about now is Dilly's upgrade system. He really doesn't know what the probability will be if she upgrades to level 6 or even level 7 with her upgrade system that has built-in bugs. You still have vegetables. Dilly and Dadawan were dumbfounded again. I didn't expect that they not only have fish here, but also a combination of meat and vegetables. It's right there. It's all planted. There are also grape seeds. They were just planted, but I guess we have to wait for a while. There are fruits too. You guys have a really complete collection of stuff. Dilly looked at Yichun and Yang Ming'er with a wry smile. The gap is really too big. Boss, from now on, leave this kind of food and fishing work to me. I'm very good at it. Okay, I'm short of manpower. Yichun couldn't ask for more. Now watering the vegetables and fishing have become daily tasks. It is really time to find someone to do it for me. I still have a lot of things to do. Several people were chatting. Yichun's business is here. Boss, when will the D-grade sand be available for sale? I've been waiting for a whole day. Boss, Sun, and Moon, it's me. I'm about to upgrade to level 3. Do you have any D-grade vegetables for sale? Are there any D-class tree trunks? Chapter 37 signed in for a bathtub. The demands of the public are increasing. Well, starting tomorrow, we'll be selling 4 servings of D-grade sand. The highest bidder will win. We'll also be taking reservations for D-grade greens. Those who need D-grade tree trunks can set their own prices. By the way, I'll collect seeds, tools, blueprints, and various rare items. Yichun simply left 2 messages in the chat room. It's a seller's market now, so you don't have to worry about no one wanting your property. What I am worried about is the lack of labor and inadequate production capacity. Big Juan, go to bed early tonight. There will be a lot of work to do tomorrow. Okay, boss, don't worry. Dadawan is still full of confidence. Yichun took the wolf skin with him and went to the cave. Although this cave is nice, it is not as good as my pickup truck. It seems that the accommodation environment needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. Collecting things, blankets, quilts, pillows, wolf skins, bear skins, and all kinds of skins. Yichun typed a bunch of words in the chat room in one breath. If you can't get ready-made blankets and quilts, you'll have to make them yourself. D-grade rare wool. 1 synthetic C-grade excellent wool blanket. D-level rare wolf skin. Synthesize a C-level excellent wolf skin sheet. D-level rare bear skin. Synthesize a C-level excellent bear skin coat. However, it seems quite difficult to obtain animal fur in the current situation. Boss, do you want to take the lamb? What? Yichun was a little dazed when he received this news. It was not until he caught a glimpse of the little husky who didn't like staying in the comfortable pickup truck and insisted on running to lie in the cave with him that Yichun realized that this sign-in system can sign in for anything. How big? Yichun asked. It's probably only about 10 pounds. I just signed in today and got it. It's C-class excellence. It can be upgraded. What's the price? Boss, can you give me a 2-pound fish and 10 kilograms of D-grade sand? The other party is also very honest, and the price is fair to everyone. No problem. I'll sell you the first batch of sand tomorrow. At present, Yichen will accept all useful resources. Boss, do you want some nails? The first deal was just concluded, and the second one came. Yichen opened the synthesis system. This nail is really needed. D-grade rare nails plus C-grade excellent tree trunk equals C-grade excellent wooden bed. D-grade rare nail plus C-grade excellent tree trunk equals C-grade excellent table. D-grade rare nail plus C-grade excellent tree trunk equals C-grade excellent chair. Let's not talk about anything else for now. This bed is something I've been longing for. I can't stand sleeping on the floor every day. Become. Yichen took the photo immediately. Nails are like tools, so it is better to be prepared. Yichen now has a clear goal. If there is ready-made, good stuff, he will replace it himself. If not, he will rely on material synthesis. Boss, this wolf skin is genuine. Where did it come from? Dadawan seemed very satisfied with the bedding. Yang Ming'er killed a wolf. Big volume. Dadawan was stunned. This beautiful lady looked gentle and refined, and she probably had never used a knife before, but she was able to kill a wolf? Yichen Shuruk. In this era, beautiful women are all tough characters. After eating and drinking his fill, Dadawan fell into a deep sleep. However, Yichen couldn't sleep at night. He was used to sleeping in his pickup truck, and it was really uncomfortable to have to sleep on the floor all of a sudden. I stayed up until 11 o'clock in the evening before I finally fell asleep. I finally fell asleep, but was woken up by Dadawan again. Boss, it's midnight, sign in. Yichen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Brother, don't rush to sign in. I'll give you a level up today, and then you'll have a higher chance of getting good stuff. When Dadawan heard this, it seemed to make sense, and he nodded repeatedly. Yichen also sent a message to Dilly, telling her not to rush to sign in. But it seems that he has fallen asleep. Forget it, since I'm asleep, I might as well sign in. Yichen shouted sign in to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have signed in successfully and received a B-level perfect grade reward bathtub. Yichen was stunned. Hey, be gentle. Yichen yelled at the system god. It was a loud bang, but it was too late. Then, the miserable cries of the two girls were heard. Don't panic. Don't panic. Sign in rewards. Sign in rewards. Yichen immediately ran out of the cave. The two girls were squatting behind the pickup truck, their clothes disheveled and trembling. Sorry, I got a rather large sign-in reward. Yichen scratched the back of his head, not knowing where to start. We were so scared. What was that? It made such a loud noise. That a bathtub? Tub. I don't think the two girls could have imagined this reward. Yichen walked forward, and sure enough, there was a big thing behind the pickup truck. The packaging is quite sturdy. Yichen took a closer look at Village Bach. This system is awesome. Either you don't buy it, or you get a bathtub from a world-class brand. Well, thank you for your hard work. I need to find a place to put this thing. This bathtub weighs hundreds of pounds, and it's not a good idea to always have it occupying my pickup truck. Yichen called Dadawan, and the four of them worked together and took great pains to move the bathtub to the lake. Boss, this is a double bathtub. Hee boss, you are so lucky. Dadawan looked at Yichen with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 38, Bathing 3-piece set. Go and sleep. Ming'er, you can sign in first. Dilly is not in a hurry to sign in. It won't be too late to sign in after you and Dadawan have upgraded in the morning. Yang Ming'er nodded, turned around, and started signing in. Ding, the Yang Ming'er you recruited received a C-level excellence award. 2 sets of 3-piece bathing suits. Yichen was stunned. It really is wishes come true. I had just signed for the bathtub when Yang Ming'er signed for the bathing set. Bathing 3-piece set. Shampoo, shower gel, conditioner. These are really the 3 essential sets for hotels. Yang Ming'er immediately held the 3-piece bath set in her hands and looked at the bathtub, where Yichen had signed in with hope. Well, wait until tomorrow morning. Why don't we take turns taking a bath? Although it is quite troublesome to boil water, the island is hot during the day, so I didn't feel cold at all when taking an open-air bath. Okay. The 2 beauties nodded happily. Everyone loves beauty, let alone 2 beautiful stars. Yichen must fulfill this little wish. Yichen was probably a little tired, so he went back to the cave and lay down, then slept until dawn. Don't move. As soon as Yichen opened his eyes, he was startled. When I looked up, I saw a somewhat unfamiliar face. I looked at the other person carefully. His long hair seemed to be not yet dry, and his fair face was simply perfect. This is Yang Minga. Dad Awan was standing next to Yang Minger. Boss, we are all under house arrest. Don't move, Dilly is taking a bath. You can leave the cave only after she finishes. After a long time, the girl was taking a shower. I know. I don't want to look at it. Yi-Chen lay down again. Who made me sleep so well until dawn? It seems like I missed something. This. Yang Minger has actually finished washing. What a pity. Sister Minger, I'm fine now. Brother Yi, do you want to take a shower? Not long after, Dilly's voice came. It's your turn. I'll help you change the water. Yang Minger was quite enthusiastic. Yi-Chen shook his hand. Don't be busy. There's still a lot of physical work to do today. Just finish it and then wash it. Yi-Chen has a lot of orders here, so he has to hurry to complete the work orders, but he doesn't have time to take a shower and change clothes for the time being. Brother Yi, do you want to take a shower? I've already drained the water and cleaned the bathtub. At this time, Dilly, who was drying her hair, trotted in. Yi-Chen and Dad Awan were both stunned. It's really like a lotus emerging from the water. Ahem. Eat first, then come back and take a shower after you finish your work. Yi-Chen picked up the dumbfounded Dawan and carried him out. Boss, which one do you like? They are so beautiful. Dad Awan looked at Yi-Chen with a wicked smile on his face. Stop talking nonsense and fill your stomach first. I'll give you a few tasks today. First, water all the vegetables in the field. Second, come with me later to find at least 4D level rare palm tree trunks. Finally, help the girls get the sand. Okay, boss, don't worry, just rest nearby. Dad Awan looked eager to try. Take a break? Yi-Chen has no time to rest. I am now a capitalist. A capitalist who produces and sells his own products. Yang Minger and Dilly had set up the barbecue grill again and started by grilling 2 or 3 loaves of bread. It tastes much better when roasted like this. Newest product, toast. While chewing bread, Yi-Chen opened the exchange and chat room again. Yi-Chen is already overwhelmed with orders for D-grade rare sand alone. I still have 2 people who need to be upgraded, and I received 2 orders yesterday. The D-level sand is full today. Please come back another day, and please stop chatting privately. Yi-Chen felt a little tired as his mailbox was overflowing again. Boss, 2 sets of mink fur, about 2 square meters. Would you like to buy them? Yi-Chen, who was about to close the chat room, saw a new message. Mink fur, this is a good thing. Okay, I'll add you to the order. Yi-Chen would naturally not let go of any good stuff, but he would have more work to do. I'll go fishing first. Dadawan will be in charge of watering the plants, and the girls will clean up here. We'll go cut down trees and pan for sand. If I have time, I'll do some kayaking and go to the sea next time. Yi-Chen roughly arranged today's tasks. Why do you want to go into the sea again? Yang Minger expressed confusion. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7, you need sea fish. I'm going to try and see if I can catch some, but I don't hold out too much hope. I'm just testing the waters. The system said it clearly. This is a freshwater fishing rod, and Yi-Chen just wanted to try his luck. After breakfast, the 4 of them divided the work. Dad Awan was having a lot of fun watering the plants with a bucket of fresh water. The earliest planted vegetables showed that they were still 1 day away from harvest. As long as the harvest is completed, he will have at least 400 vegetable seeds that are no lower than C-grade excellence, and another 40 kilograms of vegetables that are at least D-grade rare. With Chinkai, Yang Minger can upgrade to the 3rd level sign-in system. The combat effectiveness of your team will be raised to a new level. Chapter 39, Fishing with a Cheat Device. Yi-Chen used Dilly's S-level legendary artifact, Peepscope, to start fishing. With a peephole, you don't have to panic at all. A C-grade excellent grass carp was found 6 meters away at 10 o'clock. Don't worry, a C-grade fish is not rare. Yi-Chen decisively chose to ignore it. A perfect grade B herring was found at 8 meters at 2 o'clock, weighing about 5 kilograms. No rush, no rush. Yi-Chen chose to ignore it again. You have 2 magical tools in your hands, a fishing rod and a sight glass. Are you still afraid that you can't catch a good fish? Yi-Chen simply walked a short circle along the lake. 3 B-grade perfect freshwater fish were found, and countless C-grade excellent freshwater fish. Ding! An A-level epic silver carp was found 7 meters away at 12 o'clock, weighing 8 kilograms. Wow, this 16-pound bighead carp is here. It's just right that I can cook some fish head soup. Yi-Chen decisively chose to swing down. Big roll, come and help. Unexpectedly, this silver carp was quite strong. After Yi-Chen cast the hook, the fish bit the bait tightly and started a hand-to-hand fight with him. Before Dadawan arrived, Xiaoha jumped into the lake again. Boss, here I come. After Xiaoha entered the water, Yi Chen's reinforcements also arrived. Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's so strong. Let's go. With the help of Xiaoha and Dadawan, Yi Chen started to collect the club. Wow, it's that big. Dadawan finally opened his eyes. It's just SOSO. Last time, Minger caught an S-class legendary fish that was much bigger than this. Yi Chen dusted off his body, seemingly not very interested in this A-level epic fish. Is there anything bigger than this? Dilly was stunned. Ding! An A-level epic freshwater fish mandarin fish was found 10 meters away at 3 o'clock, weighing 3 kilograms. Are there mandarin fish? This is good stuff that can be put on the table. Yi Chen cast his rod and started fishing without hesitation. Minger, steamed mandarin fish is a snack for tonight. Do you have any green onions, ginger, and garlic? A 6-gene mandarin fish jumped onto the water. Such a big mandarin fish. Mandarin fish is a common freshwater fish on people's tables. However, even in large restaurants, there are rarely mandarin fish weighing more than 3 kilograms. The one Yi Chen caught weighed 6 kilograms. No, onions, ginger, garlic. Yang Minger never thought that she would need this thing. It was already weird that she collected some seasonings. Others were still struggling to make ends meet. Was she going to have a full banquet? Brother Yi, this is such a good fish that we should eat ourselves. Aren't we selling it? Dilly looked on in amazement as Yi Chen and Yang Minger discussed solemnly about eating this ill-level epic fish instead of selling it for something else. Sold? Who will buy it? I guess no one can afford it except us. Yi Chen also considered selling it, but it seemed that he was probably the only person who could really afford this fish. Eat it yourself. Silver carp soup and fish head soup are very nutritious. As for the mandarin fish, just steam it. Make do with it. Dilly looked at Yi Chen with a wry smile. These 2 fish weigh about 20 kilograms each. How can we make do with them? Forget it. There's no point in catching good fish. Let's just catch a few B-level ones. Dinner is enough, and it seems that there is no point in pursuing grade A fish, as there is no demand in the market for the time being. Yi Chen didn't waste any time. He spent 10 minutes and caught 3 B-level fish and 5 C-level fish, directly linked to the exchange. C-grade fish are essential supplies for upgrading the sign-in system from level 3 to level 4, and the price will only rise as more and more people upgrade to level 3. Yi Chen doesn't have to worry about no one wanting him. Shit, who is this? There are so many C-grade fish, damn. There's even a B-grade perfect freshwater fish. The sharp-eyed ones quickly spotted the freshwater fish Yi Chen had hung on the exchange. It's Sun, Moon, and Stars boss again. Boss, how come you have everything? Worship the boss. As soon as Yi Chen appeared, the chat room immediately became lively. But today it seems that a brand new voice has emerged. Damn you, Sun, Moon, and Stars, bring my axe back to you. The source of the news is yellow-haired boy. Damn it, you stole my sister and also stole my axe. I'm going to kill you. The source of the news is Coca-Cola. Many people watching the show haven't reacted yet. Yi Chen replied, You are Coca-Cola. Why can't I see your kayak? Fuck. Boss, it was this idiot who dared to provoke you earlier. When Dadawan saw the name, he suddenly remembered something. Now the chat room became lively. Dadawan started a war of words with the other party. Damn it, if you have the guts, come to my island again and see how I'll beat you up. Coca-Cola was obviously a little angry. You have a kayak, so if you want to find me, just paddle it yourself. Yi Chen said disapprovingly. Fuck. Coca-Cola cursed, but didn't say anything else. Who told him to transfer the kayak? As for what he got in exchange, a hatchet and 3 big fish. Now the axe has been taken away by Yi Chen, the big fish has been eaten, and the girl has been kidnapped. Now, these 2 people are probably crying to death. Big one. Ignore them, we are ready to go. Yi Chen is busy and has no time to engage in a war of words with these 2 ruffians. I have a large order to fulfill. Sun, Moon, Stars, come out. Coca-Cola is still clamoring. Boss, are we just going to let him scold us for nothing? Dadawan was obviously very unconvinced. It's okay. There are plenty of people to help us curse. Yi Chen looked indifferent. Then, everyone present saw an extra line of words appear in the chat room. Well, if you want to reserve sand and tree trunks, please help me scold these 2 idiots first. Whoever scolds better and more creatively will be eligible to make the reservation first. Chapter 40. 4-person division of work. Got it, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Many survivors in the chat room who were waiting for Yi Chen's goods immediately responded actively. Then, Huang Mao and Coca-Cola were drowned in the crowd's dirty words. You 2 idiots lacked calcium since childhood and lacked love when you grew up. Your grandma doesn't love you, and your uncle doesn't love you. Your left cheek deserves a slap, and your right cheek deserves a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys, pigs trample pigs. Oh shit, I'm sorry everyone, I forgot to leash my pug. It's all my fault. No, it's my fault. If I hadn't forgotten to buy condoms that night, these two things would have been flushed down the drain. The chat room suddenly changed. The buyers who wanted something from Yi Chun started to curse him in various ways. Yi Chun, on the other hand, drove his pickup truck leisurely, taking Dadawan and two beauties out. Boss, how did you get this rare D-grade sand? After enjoying the group fight in the chat room, Dadawan turned his attention to Yi Chun. You'll understand in a moment. Today we have a tough task ahead of us. We'll work hard during the day and have a big dinner at night. Yi Chun didn't waste any words. After arriving at the destination, everyone started working with clear division of labor. The Dajuan's tall and strong physique is not for nothing. He picked up the axe and started chopping down the palm trees. Yi Chun, we both have two axes now. Can we combine them into a chainsaw? Missing a blueprint. Yi Chun knew it clearly in his mind. Is it sold on the exchange? Yi Chun nodded. I took a peek, but the price was sky high, covering almost all materials below level 4. There's nothing I can do about it. Rare goods are in high demand. The seller naturally asked for a sky-high price for this only blueprint of an air-powered chainsaw. Yi Chun thought that he just glanced at it at the time and didn't think much about it. Because the price is really too high. 100 kilograms of D-grade palm tree trunks, 100 D-grade palm tree leaves, 10 liters of fresh water, 10 kilograms of D-grade sand, 3 kitchen knives, 1 axe, and 10 C-grade fish. There were so many, and it wasn't finished yet. Yi Chun didn't have the heart to continue reading. This price is outrageous. Yi Chun decisively chose to give up. Anyway, the efficiency of 2 pickaxes is not necessarily lower than that of an electric saw, so you can make up for the lack of tools with manpower. Boss, this tree must be about 70 or 80 kilograms. How much can it be sold for? While Dadawan was chopping the palm tree into 4 or 5 pieces, he kept asking questions. Let's not think about selling it for now. You, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly all need palm trees to upgrade the sign-in system. We need them for level 1 to level 2, and level 2 to level 3. The gap is at least 250 kilograms. Cutting down trees alone will keep you busy. A 250 kilogram palm tree is not a small amount. It is a quarter of a ton. Understood, don't worry, boss. As long as I have food to eat, I can do the job. This big, curly guy looks similar to Little Ha, and is willing to work hard as long as he is given food and water. Yi Chun, where's our D-grade sand? We don't need much, just 20 kilograms, but if there are many buyers, the more the better. Yi Chun basically has a monopoly on D-grade sand now, so he has to take this business that comes to his doorstep for free. Ming'er, what is this? Dilly's face turned red when she saw Yang Ming'er taking out a cosplay maid outfit from the car. Could it be that Brother Yi has this quirk? While you are working, you have to have girls wearing maid outfits serving you. Xiao Di, this is for sifting sand. It was invented by Yi Chun. We can use this to sift out the rare D-level sand we need. What? Use this? Dilly probably racked her brains, but could never imagine that this maid outfit that looked so suggestive could have this purpose. Dilly, watch carefully. Pour the sand onto the maid's outfit. The sand that is filtered out is the rare D-grade sand we want. Yang Ming'er has now become very proficient at this job. Dilly and Dadawan, who is swinging an axe, were both stunned. It turns out that this is how the popular rare grade D-level sand sold in the chat room comes from. Boss, you are amazing. You can even think of this. I'm almost worshipping him. Dilly also looked at Yang Ming'er sifting the sand with astonishment. Although this method is not very efficient, it is basically a cost-free business except for wasting time. Ming'er, if you see an hourglass or something in the exchange, just take 2. This way you can have an easier time. Yi Chun always felt that this job could be easier. I've been looking for it for several days, but it's not for sale. This hourglass is too unpopular. Yang Ming'er shook her head with some regret. Yi Chun also shrugged helplessly. At first glance, it seems that this place is very wealthy, with food and drinks, even luxury cars and pets. But when you think about it carefully, there are too many necessities of life that are missing. I was busy all morning. Dadawan took care of 2 palm trees, harvesting a total of 140 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks and 300 leaves. Yang Ming'er and Dilly harvested 22 kilograms of rare grade D sand. Take a break first, Dilly Dawan, and prepare to upgrade. Chapter 41 System Bug continues. Ding, you choose to consume 50 kilograms of D-level rare palm tree trunks, 10 kilograms of D-level rare sand, and 100 D-level rare palm leaves to upgrade the sign-in system to level 2. Please confirm. The system prompt sounded in Dadawan and Dilly's ears at the same time. Upgrade. Dadawan was not polite and immediately chose to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded. The current sign-in system level is level 2. You will have a 65% chance of getting an E-level common reward, a 15% chance of getting a D-level rare reward, a 13% chance of getting a C-level excellent reward, a 5% chance of getting a B-level perfect reward, a 1.5% chance of getting an A-level epic reward, a 0.5% chance of getting an S-level legendary reward, and a 0% chance of getting a God-level reward. Hey, it's done. Boss is awesome. Dadawan was filled with joy. Yichin was more concerned about Delina's situation at this time. This beautiful girl who is cheating might continue to cheat again. Dilly seemed a little nervous, staring at Yang Ming'er with her already round eyes. Xiao Di, upgrade quickly. We are all looking forward to it. Yang Ming'er was obviously more excited than Dilly. That upgrade. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Dilly said softly. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been upgraded successfully. The current sign-in system level is level 2. You will have a 55% chance of getting an E-level common reward, a 15% chance of getting a D-level rare reward, a 13% chance of getting a C-level excellent reward, a 5% chance of getting a B-level perfect reward, a 1.5% chance of getting an A-level epic reward, a 10.5% chance of getting an S-level legendary reward, and a 0% chance of getting a God-level reward. Wow! When Dilly showed her latest sign-in attributes, the three of them were collectively dumbfounded. The system bug continues to expand. Yichin was dumbfounded. It turned out that this girl's chance of becoming an S-level legend would increase by 5% every time she levels up. If you reach level 10 in the future, there's a greater than 50% chance that you will get S-level legendary rewards every day. This system could be that Dilly programmed it. Xiao Di, you are awesome. You are even better than Yichin. Yang Ming'er immediately and unceremoniously moved Yichin out. Yichin looked embarrassed. No matter how great he was, he couldn't be so great as to have his own bugs. Beauty, sign in. If you don't sign in, I'll sign in first. Dadawan is already impatient. Sign in. At the command, the sign-in was completed. Unfortunately, his sign-in probability is really not good. There was no movement from Yichin's side. Fuck, what the hell is this? Dadawan stared at the system screen in a daze with a depressed look on his face. What's wrong? Yichin came over. The system screen showed, you have left your birthplace island and will need 48 hours to sign in. After 48 hours, you can rebind your material distribution center in the new island. Now the four of them were collectively stunned. This situation is completely beyond my imagination. Needless to say, the same is true for Dilly. There is no choice but to waste 2 days. It seems that this system does not encourage everyone to wander around other people's islands. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, our vegetables will be ripe. The day after tomorrow, I will raise the three of you to level 3. No, level 4. Yichin said confidently. I'm not just talking nonsense. The materials needed to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 include clay, sea salt, bows and arrows, freshwater fish, and even the axe itself. However, the pickaxe has other uses. If both of them are consumed as upgrade materials, then I will have no suitable tools in my hands. Take the mountain-splitting axe. The price is negotiable. Yichin simply set his sights on the exchange. As long as the goods are available, I will collect them myself. The practical value of the axe is too great at this stage. Boss, you already have 2. Why are you still collecting them? Are you going to let poor people like us live? When they heard that sun, moon, and stars were going to put away their axe, the poor guys in the chat room were about to cry. I also want a pickaxe, but it's too hard to get. Thinking about the fact that I will need an axe to chop down trees later and to upgrade, I just want to cry. I didn't expect that Yichun, who already had 2 swords, would come to grab the supply. I'm sorry, everyone. If you need something urgently and have the goods, please hurry up and bring the price. The scarcity of the axe is closely related to the fact that it requires a blueprint to synthesize. At this stage, all objects that require blueprints are priceless. Once Yichin sees any blueprint, he will definitely spend a lot of money to get it. Unexpectedly, the splitting axe did not make its debut, but Yichin saw a new gadget in the exchange. RV modification drawings. No one would care about this somewhat unpopular drawing, because everyone who has read the instructions has simply ignored it. S-Class Legendary or above heavy-duty pickup truck plus RV modification blueprint plus 100 kilograms of iron or plus 100 meters of electrical wire equals a super S-Class God-given super luxury 4-person RV. Chapter 42: Eat and drink and take a bath. Not to mention iron, ore, and electrical wires. The heavy pickup trucks alone are enough to stop almost everyone in their tracks. At this stage, I guess except Yi-chun, who else has a pickup truck? This blueprint was tailor-made for Yi-chun. Brother, how much are your RV modification blueprints for? The other party just posted a drawing, wrote a price column, and asked for private chat. Yi-chun immediately sent a message to the other party. You want this blueprint? The other party seemed very surprised. Yes, you name the price. I want to upgrade to level 2, and I'm short of rare D-grade sand. Looks like another poor little guy. No problem, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Keep the drawings for me. Yi-chun was worried that his current pickup truck did not have enough space. If it could be converted into a large RV, it would be much more convenient for him. The 4 of them had a quick lunch and continued to work. Clay, sea salt, palm tree trunks, and sand. It's better to stock up on these 4 things at one time. Dad Awan continues to be responsible for cutting down palm trees. Dilly can now pan for sand by herself. Yang Ming'er started the job of boiling water and saving salt. As for Yi-chun, he put on a peephole and started digging desperately. Wherever there is clay mine, there is Yi-chun. The 4 of them really cooperated well, and each performed their duties. Boss, 50 kilograms of D-grade palm tree trunk done. Dad Awan shouted. Receive. Ding, you exchanged 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunk for 2 bags of nails. Brother Yi, D-grade sand, 10 kilograms per portion. Okay, let me see which buyer's turn it is. This. Meh. Suddenly, a sheep's cry came from the direction of the pickup truck. It really scared the 2 girls. Dilly almost spilled all the sand in her hand. Sorry, I changed the sheep. Yi-chun kept his promise and exchanged 2 surviving big fish and 10 kilograms of D-grade sand for a lamb. Who knows how to raise sheep? After the lambs were exchanged, Yi-chun discovered that he seemed to know nothing about raising animals. It seems that I never even had a dog when I was in the city. Well, I will. Unexpectedly, the first person to respond to me was Dilly. When I was a kid, I herded sheep and also raised chickens and ducks. I didn't realize that this top-tier celebrity actually came from a grassroots background. Then I'll give you this lamb. Yi-chun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the lamb was not harvested in vain. My sea salt is ready too. There's no rush for the sea salt. Let's put it aside for now. We'll need it for upgrading in 4 or 5 days. Although the sales volume won't be as high as that of D-grade sand, we can still sell it in small quantities. Yi-chun already has a scale in his heart. The 4 of them were busy until 4:30 in the afternoon. Dad Awan cut down 4 large trees and sold nearly 200 kilograms of palm tree trunks. Dilly sold 40 kilograms of grade D sand. Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er each stored 20 kilograms of clay and sea salt. The palm tree trunks and D-grade sand that the 4 of them worked so hard to produce were exchanged for a lamb, 2 mink skins, 2 bags of nails, 2 sheets, 2 plastic wash basins, 2 plastic buckets, a utility knife, and a dagger. Well, everyone has worked hard. Let's call it a day and go home for a big dinner. Yi-chun shouted and announced that he would call it a day. After the 4 of them packed up their tools, they happily got in the pickup truck and headed home. The 2 girls, Yang Ming'er and Dilly, sitting in the back seat, seemed to be unable to let go of the 2 mink furs. I'll collect a few more some other day and make you a skirt. Yi-chun teased it. The weather on this island is hot during the day, and even at night the temperature is not low. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to wear a mink coat, but I can make a mink skirt. Can it really be made into a skirt? Dilly took it seriously. Of course you can. Just look at the synthesis system yourself. But you'll need some needles and thread, so see if anyone sells them. It shouldn't be a problem. What Yi-chun is most concerned about now is the upgrade of the sign-in system. Of course, good things can only be obtained by signing in by yourself. The things in exchange can only buy cheap stuff. If there is something valuable, it will definitely be hyped up to the sky. As long as everything goes well, my first batch of vegetables will be ripe tomorrow. This is another thing that can sell well after D-grade sand. The 4 of them returned to their campsite, set up the barbecue grill, and started preparing food. Yi-chun glanced at the barbecue grill. It seems that now that there are more people, there are not enough people eating. After spending 2 rare D-level freshwater fish and several bottles of fresh water, Yi-chun also purchased a barbecue grill and several plastic bowls. It seemed that no one was selling ceramic bowls yet. As they were a scarce commodity, Yi-chun could only settle for the next best thing and exchange them for a few plastic bowls. Eat, eat, eat. If you're not full, there's more. Yi-chun waved his hand and called on everyone to enjoy dinner. This feast included barbecue, fish soup, and steamed mandarin fish. The four of them ate and drank to their heart's content. Even Xiao Ha, who was full, still couldn't finish all the big fish. Yi-chun simply used it all as feed and fertilizer. If those poor bastards in the chat room who had no food to eat knew that Yi-chun and his three companions were so wasteful, it would probably arouse public indignation. After eating and drinking, Yi-chun thought of his bathtub. I'm going to take a shower. Then, this is for you. Yang Minger quickly ran back to the pickup truck and handed Yi-chun the pair of shorts that Yi-chun had changed out of. Dadawan looked at his boss with envy. Boss, you actually have a change of clothes. What makes Dadawan envious is yet to come. Seeing this, Dilly immediately took a rag and cleaned the bathtub. Brother Yi, I'll boil some hot water for you. The sun is about to set, so add some hot water to keep you warm. His eyes almost popped out. The boss is worthy of being the boss. When he takes a shower, a beautiful woman hands him his pants, and another beautiful woman boils hot water. Just like that, Yi-chun lay comfortably in the bathtub under the setting sun, his body covered with foam. Brother Yi, tell me what you need. I'll be waiting for you over there. Dilly stood 3 meters away from the bathtub, waiting for Yi-chun's instructions. This bath is so delicious. Chapter 43, Blueprint Researcher. Served by 2 beauties, Yi-chun enjoyed his first bath on the island. Spreading a wolfskin blanket on his body and covering his upper body with a mink blanket, Yi-chun fell into a sweet sleep. At midnight, Yi-chun was woken up again. Hey, Dawan, could you please stop being so jumpy? Can't you wait until dawn to sign in? Yi-chun is in a very good mood now. Sleep quality is the first priority. As for signing in a few hours late, he will not fly away. No, boss, go to the exchange and chat room. There are new things. Dadawan patted Yi-chun's shoulder hard, and it seemed that something powerful had been put on the exchange. Sure enough, when Yi-chun opened the exchange, S-level legendary item, Blueprint Researcher Volume 1. Blueprint Researcher, S-level legendary item. After owning the Blueprint Researcher, you can synthesize the blueprint corresponding to the corresponding equipment according to the materials required by the Blueprint Researcher, only for A-level and below objects. The Blueprint Researcher is synthesized from the upper half of the Blueprint Researcher plus the lower half of the Blueprint Researcher. As we all know, blueprints are one of the most valuable items today. Generally speaking, objects that require blueprints to synthesize are of higher level. Even the most basic blueprints, such as the blueprint for a mountain axe, are at least of C-level excellent quality. As for high-level blueprints, such as motorboats and chainsaws, their levels are even higher. The higher the level, the lower the chance of signing in. This resulted in the extreme scarcity of drawings. Only the first half of the volume is listed on the exchange. However, the sudden listing of an S-level legendary item is bound to attract attention. Boss, how much do you sell the first half of this volume? Who has the second half? Make an offer. Make an offer, I want it. Top quality items will surely attract many capable survivors to scramble to buy them. Not to mention that this is a quasi-S-level item. Even the previous B-level solar panel was scrambled for by many survivors. Yi-chun also cares a lot about this item. Although he already has 2 axes, according to the system regulations, a blueprint is required to make each one, and he needs 3 axes to upgrade. Axes are essential for survival, and the gap is huge. Yi-chun wished he could play 10 times. Apart from the axe, many useful items in the synthesis system cannot be obtained because the blueprints are unavailable. B-grade perfect tool hammer, 10 kilograms of D-grade iron ingot, or 3 kitchen knives, plus 5 kilograms of C-grade tree trunks of any type, plus B-grade perfect tool hammer blueprint. B-grade perfect tool shears, 10 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives, plus 5 kilograms of C-grade tree trunks of any type, plus B-grade perfect tool shears blueprint. B-level perfect tool shovel, 10 kilograms of D-level iron ingot, or 3 kitchen knives, plus 5 kilograms of C-level tree trunks of any type, plus B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint. B-grade perfect tool axe, 20 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, or 3 C-grade excellent mountain axes, plus 10 kilograms of B-grade tree trunks of any type, plus B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. A-level epic multi-functional construction hammer. It combines the advantages of multiple tools and has the property of making a great difference with a small effort. It can easily speed up the construction of various A-level epic buildings. It is made of B-level perfect tool hammer plus B-level perfect tool shears plus B-level perfect tool shovel plus B-level perfect tool axe plus A-level multifunctional construction hammer blueprint plus C-level iron ingot 100 kilograms plus B-level perfect sand 100 kilograms plus A-level tree trunk of any type 100 kilograms plus A-level clay 100 kilograms. Yichun has been eyeing this A-grade epic multifunctional construction hammer for a long time, but unfortunately the requirements are too many. Even though it is just an A-level epic tool, the difficulty of synthesizing it is even several times more difficult than that of an S-level legendary item. Apart from anything else, the drawings of all the tools needed were enough to make Yichun feel overwhelmed. However, if we have a blueprint researcher, at least there is hope for the blueprint level. Yichun did not hesitate and immediately sent a message to the seller. The other party quickly replied, guarantee him to sign in to the third level of the system, and in addition, 10 D-level freshwater fish, 50 bottles of fresh water, no less than 10 kilograms of dry food, such as bread and compressed biscuits, and a kitchen knife and a dagger. Damn, this is robbery. It's just a crappy blueprint, but the requirements are so high. Why don't you just go to the sky? When Dadawan read the message sent by the other party, he wanted to curse. Yang Ming-er and Dilly, who were in the pickup truck, seemed to have seen the item as well. Yichun, do you want to accept the blueprint? Yang Ming-er soon brought news. I'm considering it. The other party's request is a bit too much. Yichun was also a little hesitant. Well, I only signed a dagger today. My luck wasn't very good. Hearing Yang Ming-er say this, Yichun remembered that he had not signed in yet. I just signed it. Something unexpected happened. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level legendary reward, the second half of the blueprint research device. Seeing this message, Yichun almost jumped to the sky. God help me. The second half of the volume was easily obtained. Boss, that's awesome. Dadawan immediately cheered. Yichun no longer hesitated. No problem. I'll take your stuff and I'll trade with you tomorrow. Originally, there was only the first half of the volume, and Yichun was still a little hesitant. After all, it takes a lot of materials to prepare and exchange resources to exchange for the first half of the blueprint researcher, and the first half that is exchanged can only be put aside for the time being, so the cost effectiveness is really not high. But now it's different. I've already got the second half of the volume. As long as you get the first half of the volume, you can get the blueprint researcher. Awesome. Blueprints, here I come. Chapter 44, The First Vegetable Harvest. The next morning, Yichun got up very early. It was still dawn when Yichun was the first to jump up from his wolfskin blanket. He grabbed a flashlight that he had bought at a high price and rushed out of the cave, heading straight for his fields. The time for harvest has arrived. When Yichun arrived at the field, he saw that the lush green vegetables had covered more than 10 square meters of land. Ding! You have harvested a total of 230 C-level excellent seeds, 140 B-level perfect seeds, 30 A-level epic seeds, 32 kilograms of D-level rare vegetables, and 8 kilograms of C-level excellent vegetables. Because you applied fertilizer, the vegetables will get extra bonus. For kilograms of C-grade excellent vegetables, 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect vegetables. Perfect! A total of 32 kilograms of rare-grade D-level vegetables were obtained, which were good things that he wanted to trade. The 400 seeds can be planted again. Without waiting for Yichun to call out, Yang Ming-er and Dilly also trotted over to see the harvest. Ming-er, Dilly, go get those plastic buckets. We'll collect the vegetables first. We'll keep the C- and B-grade ones. Once the D-grade vegetables meet our upgrade needs, we'll sell them on the exchange. We'll definitely get a good price. The two girls immediately turned around and ran to get the plastic bucket. Rare grade D green vegetables are a hot commodity right now, so popular that you would be reluctant to eat them even if you get them, because you need vegetables to improve your sign-in level. At this moment, the upgrade systems of Yang Ming-er, Dilly, and Dadawan are all stuck on this vegetable. The three of them need a total of 6 kilograms of D-grade vegetables for upgrading. Yichun plans to divide the remaining 26 kilograms of vegetables into 13 portions, each weighing 2 kilograms, and list them in the exchange. It is guaranteed to make a lot of money. Yang Ming-er and Dilly quickly brought plastic buckets, and the three of them began to collect ripe vegetables. Big Juan, hurry up and get up. It's time to harvest the vegetables. After being busy for 15 minutes and seeing no one coming to help, Yichun immediately sent a message. Dadawan, who was soundly sleeping, finally rushed over. At 7 o'clock in the morning, All the vegetables were harvested. You guys upgrade first. I'll send a group to the exchange first. Ding, the sign-in system of Yangminger you recruited has been upgraded. The current sign-in system is level 3. Level 3 sign-in system. 60% get E-level common rewards, 16% get D-level rare rewards, 13% get C-level excellent rewards, 8% get B-level perfect rewards, 2% get A-level epic rewards, 0.99% get S-level legendary rewards, 0.01% get God-level rewards. Ding! The sign-in system of Qin Dezhuang you recruited has been upgraded. Currently, Yangminger and Dajuan sign-in systems are completely based on common sense, and there are no variables, but Dilly's is different. Ding! The Dilly sign-in system you recruited has been upgraded. The current sign-in system is level 3. Level 3 sign-in system. 45% get E-level common rewards, 16% get D-level rare rewards, 13% get C-level excellent rewards, 8% get B-level perfect rewards, 2% get A-level epic rewards, 15.99% get S-level legendary rewards, 0.01% get God-given rewards. The bug reappeared. The probability of signing into an S-level legend is close to 16%, which is really amazing. Xiaodi, you are so awesome. Yangminger was obviously so excited that she was a little incoherent. With Yichun, who has a 6-level sign-in system, and Deely, whose chance of becoming an S-level legend increases by 5 points with each level up, what will these 4 of them have to worry about in the future? The only regret now is that since Dadawan and Dilly have moved, we have to wait another 24 hours before signing in. Yichun has made up his mind to quickly raise Dilly's level. D-grade vegetables, 2 kilograms. Bring the price if you want them. Don't bring anything below C-grade. Scarcity makes things valuable, so you can only put 2 kilograms of vegetables on the shelf. But just these 2 kilograms of vegetables were enough to make the chat room explode. Even though it was already past 7 in the morning, it still attracted a large number of onlookers. Wow, it's Boss Sun and Moon again. Rare D-grade vegetables are finally available. Boss, did you grow this? I need these vegetables to upgrade the sign-in system to level 3. Please don't fight with me for them. Yichun was not in a hurry to sell it, so he put it up for sale first to test the price. I have already started harvesting seeds here. Big Juan, go get the shovel, loosen the soil, and reclaim another 200 square meters of land. Plant all these seeds. We're going to do something big this time. 20 seeds successfully turn into 400 seeds, and the land for sowing naturally needed to be expanded. The tools at hand are really not enough. Let me tell you about the division of labor. Today we need to collect 10 rare D-level freshwater fish, 50 bottles of fresh water, and at least 10 kilograms of dry food, such as bread and compressed biscuits. We also need a kitchen knife, a dagger, and a set of items upgraded to level 3. In order to study the device for the first half of the blueprint, the 4 of them once again divided the work clearly and began to gather the materials. Let's go. Chapter 45. Collecting Leaves and Sand. The 26 kilograms of rare grade D vegetables were quickly sold out. Each obtained a total of 1 C-class axe, 6 C-class kitchen knives, 2 C-class rafts, 3 bags of B-class fertilizer, 50 square meters of carpet, 2 kilograms of salt, 2 kilograms of white sugar. The most valuable axe was exchanged for 3 portions of 6 kilograms of rare D-grade vegetables. The 4 of them were so busy that they didn't have much time to eat lunch. It was not until around 4 in the afternoon that they finally gathered all the supplies needed by the man who sold the blueprints. Brother, let's make a deal. Yichin opened the trading system and started throwing things into it. Then a system prompt sounded. Ding, you successfully completed the transaction with a boy like the wind. Obtained the first volume of the Blueprint Researcher. Yes, Yichin was quite excited at this time. After a whole day of hard work, it's finally done. Open the synthesis panel again and start synthesis. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully synthesized an S-level legendary item, the Blueprint Researcher. Ding, congratulations to the survivor's son, Moon and Stars, for being the first to synthesize an S-level legendary item, a Blueprint Researcher. The system specially rewards you with an A-level epic item, a fresh water purifier. Yichin was on the news again. Once again, it caused a sensation in the entire chat room. I'm really kneeling, Boss Sun, Moon and Stars. Are you going to get the first kill to the end? Are you going to let us poor kids live? Fuck. It's only been a short time since the first half of the blueprints for this blueprint research device came out. How come they have already been successfully synthesized? No way. Could it be that the top half of the stock that was just listed on the exchange was bought by the big boss? Nonsense. It must have been bought by a big shot. Who can afford it nowadays? The chat room was still bustling with activity. Yichin doesn't have time to chat with these idle people. I don't have time to research fresh water purifiers. At the moment, the blueprint synthesizer is what I care about most. Yichin immediately couldn't wait to open the blueprint synthesizer. Blueprint synthesizer. Sea level excellent axe blueprint. 10,000 D-level leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands plus 100 kilograms of D-level rare sand from 5 different islands. B-level perfect tool hammer blueprint. 20,000 sea-level leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands plus 100 kilograms of sea-level sand from 5 different islands. A-level epic multi-functional construction hammer blueprint. 50,000 B-level leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of B-level perfect sand from 5 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of D-level rare or higher iron ingots from this island. After reading this, Yi-chun had a headache again. It seems that this blueprint is not as easy to get as imagined. Just collecting leaves is enough to make you tired. Yi-chun, what's wrong? The two girls looked at Yi-chun anxiously. I only saw Yi-chun's face change from excitement to astonishment, and then from astonishment to distress. This blueprint is not that easy to synthesize. We need external help. Yi-chun shook his head in distress. With the help of external forces? What do you mean? Dadawan looked at Yi-chun curiously. Yi-chun sighed and shared the data. Shoo, what broken system? It's a ripoff. 10,000 leaves. What do you need so many leaves for? You can't eat them or drink them. That's not the point. What's important is that it requires materials to come from multiple different islands. This is what really gives Yi-chun a headache. 10,000 leaves are no big deal. Cutting down a tree will produce at least 1 or 2,000 leaves. The key problem is that you cannot use all the leaves on your island. Do you have any friends in the chat room who are close to you? Yi-chun estimated that his own friends were the 3 people in front of him. This system clearly wanted him to develop new customers. No, I don't know anyone except you, boss. Dadawan was very honest. I don't know him either. You're the only one I met on my first day here. Yang Ming'er shrugged helplessly. Yi-chun could only place his hope on Dilly. Dilly looked at Yi-chun with a bitter smile and murmured, I only know the 2 bad guys who kidnapped me. There is no other way now. It seems that Yi-chun has to develop his own business. Yi-chun thought about it and considered the need for long-term cooperation. Such a person must have both good character and certain strength. This is easy to say, but it is not so easy to implement. It is useless to have good character. Without certain strength, you can't even take care of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. So how can you have the time to work hard for yourself? Even if you are really capable, others may not be willing to work hard for you. After thinking about it, Yi-chun still couldn't think of a solution. It seems that for the time being, we can only rely on casting a wide net. We collect leaves. We collect all kinds of leaves. We collect at least 1,000 leaves. We collect sand. We collect any kind of sand. Yi-chun released the news first. Everyone in the chat room was dumbfounded. Why did this big boss of the sun, moon, and stars collect the leaves and sand? It seemed that I was selling sand and tree trunks before. How come I suddenly started collecting things? I shouted a few times, but it seemed like only people were there to watch the show and no one paid any attention to me. Yi-chun simply made an offer and posted on the exchange. 1D level rare freshwater fish plus 3 bottles of freshwater. Exchange for 1,000 level rare or higher leaves plus 20 kilograms of sand of any level. As soon as this news was released, Yi-chun's private mailbox exploded again. Chapter 46. The first blueprint was successfully synthesized. Boss, you can't treat us like coolies, can you? 20 kilograms of sand is not a big deal, but 1,000 leaves, and they have to be D-level rare or above. This is not a small amount. Some people seemed quite dissatisfied with the price offered by Yi-chun. Yi-chun had no choice. He couldn't offend these ancestors. If he really offended them, they would unite to boycott him, which would be troublesome. 2 fish, plus 5 bottles of water, 1,000 rare D-grade leaves, and 20 kilograms of sand. Boss, the calories burned by collecting leaves are more than these. It's too little. It seems that the guys in the chat room still have some opinions. Add 5 kilograms of rare D-grade sand. Do you want it? Yi-chun now made a harsh statement. Soon, there was a message in the private mailbox, and Yi-chun understood that the price was already attractive enough. Boss, what are you doing? Selling sand and collecting sand at the same time. The audience said they couldn't understand it at all. Yi-chun was buying sand at a high price while also selling rare grade D sand. Why are you asking? Who is the boss? Can he answer you easily? Boss Sun and Moon, I'll take this order. How much do you want? Yichin calmly typed a 1 and 4 zeros. The other party was dumbfounded. Anyone can take orders, first come, first served. Yichin naturally would not explain any more to these people. An hour later, Yichun completed his first business deal. You have successfully completed the exchange and received 1,000 leaves of different levels from D to C and 20 kilograms of sand of different levels from E to C. There was no problem with the leaves. Yichin was too lazy to sort them and just piled them together as D-grade leaves. But the 20 kilograms of sand is a headache. I have to trouble the two girls to search again. After all, I can only collect sand of grade D and above. This job is indeed too huge. It takes Dilly and Yang Ming'er half an hour to sort out 6 to 7 kilograms of grade D and above sand from 20 kilograms of ordinary sand. That's fine. At least sorting out D-grade sand is still a feasible step for now. But if we want C-grade excellent sand next, there really is no way. Yichin glanced around the exchange, trying to see if there were any sieves or anything like that. It's a pity that this thing is too unpopular, and Yichin didn't want to make too much noise by shouting in the chat room. After all, the technology of screening D-grade sand is still our unique secret, at least to this day. Although truth will come to light sooner or later, a second or third person will find a way to filter the sand. For now, I can still make small profit from it. In the following time, Yichun kept exchanging supplies, and the full truck of leaves almost buried the pickup truck. Dilly and Yang Ming'er were also extremely busy. It takes 70 or 80 kilograms of sand to screen out 20 kilograms of grade D sand. As for Dadawan, this guy spent the whole afternoon plowing the fields. Yichin used a peephole to select a piece of good land for Dadawan. This inconspicuous piece of land is located in the most remote corner of the Northwest, but the nature of the land is A-level epic land. A-level epic land. Great probability of improving planting efficiency. Great probability of increasing seed harvest rate. Great probability of increasing high-level crop yield. Dadawan worked very hard, but just reclaiming 200 square meters of land could keep him busy for a whole day. Dawan, don't rush to cultivate the land yet. Plant the seeds first, and don't forget to water and fertilize it. Time is the most precious thing. Yichin didn't want to waste a day in vain, so he at least planted seeds on the reclaimed land first. Dadawan wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately began to sow seeds according to Yichin's instructions. The four of them worked until sunset and finally managed to put together a complete set of materials. 10,000 leaves of various shapes and sizes above D-rare level piled up like a small mountain. 100 kilograms of D-grade rare and above sand from different islands after screening. Synthesis. Yichun let out a long sigh and began to synthesize the blueprint using the blueprint researcher. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have consumed 10,000 D-level rare leaves and 100 kilograms of D-level rare and above sand to successfully synthesize a C-level excellent mountain axe. When Yichun saw the blueprint of the axe that everyone had worked hard to get all day, he almost cried. It's not easy. However, all things are difficult at the beginning. At least with this blueprint research device, I no longer have to worry about not being able to synthesize important equipment due to having resources but no blueprints. Great! This is our fourth axe. When Yichun used 2 kitchen knives and the hard-earned blueprint of a mountain axe to successfully synthesize a purely handmade mountain axe, the two girls were quite excited. Boss, what are we going to synthesize next? Dadawan stared at the list of drawings on the drawing researcher. Yichun sighed and said, the following things are more troublesome. Trouble? What's the trouble? There is no problem with Dadajuan's IQ. The number of leaves has doubled, but the required level is constantly increasing. However, this is not the most troublesome thing. What is that? Seeing Yichun hanging his head helplessly, Yang Ming'er stepped forward and explained, we don't have a method to select C-level excellence grade and above sand yet. Just when Yichun and Yang Ming'er were sighing, Dadawan just smiled foolishly. I have a sand sifting net bag. Chapter 47, Getting B-level perfect sand. You have. This time, Yichun and Yang Ming'er were completely stunned. This is it. I got it when I signed in on the first day. I've been keeping it in my pocket. Dadawan took out 3 or 4 pieces of gauze from his pocket. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Yang Ming'er took the gauze and muttered something. Hee, I almost forgot about it. After hearing what the boss said just now, I just remembered that I seemed to have got it on the first day of signing in. They call it a sand filter. Yichun was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This funny guy could really give him surprises. Let's give it a try. I don't know if it will work. Dilly, bring me a bucket of filtered sand. Yichin took a large rolled sand filter net with sparse mesh in his hand. Dilly screened the originally screened rare grade D and above sand again. As expected, this time, all the rare grade D sands remained on the sand filter, while all the excellent grade C sands and above were successfully screened out. Brother Yi, we succeeded. We successfully screened out sand of grade C and above. Now, even Yi Chun was excited. Unexpectedly, the tricky problem of sand screening was solved. Quick, bring the other two sand filters and try them out. Yi Chun immediately couldn't wait to try two other sand filter nets with higher density. After everyone was busy, 4 types of sand were screened out: B-level perfect sand, C-level excellent sand, D-level rare sand, and E-level ordinary sand. What was left was A to S grade sand, which seemed to be mixed with some super S grade sand. However, these high-grade sands do not need to be considered for the time being. Whether it is upgrading the sign-in system or making blueprints, Yi Chun has not yet found any place that requires a level or above sand. Boss, can we make drawings at will now? Dadawan seemed very excited, as if he had found a gold mine, and he wanted to swallow the sand in front of him in one gulp. But that's not all. The level 6 sign-in system needs this B-level perfect sand to upgrade to level 7. Yi Chun remembered this request clearly. B-grade perfect sand is a necessary condition for upgrading. So we're selling them all? There's no rush to sell it. There's almost no demand for high-grade B-grade sand right now. Besides, we still need time to accumulate it. Although there's a sand filter net, the higher the grade of sand, the scarcer it is. It would be a waste of time and money to really get 10 kilograms of grade B sand. Calculate based on the current probability of sand production in this piece of soil. It is a lucky thing to produce 400 to 500 grams of Class B sand for every 10 kilograms of sand. It's getting late today. Let's go back to camp and rest. Rome wasn't built in a day. Everyone should have a good rest tonight. Yi Chun is a pragmatic person. Today we have already achieved huge results. Of course, the existing number of axes is far from enough for Yi Chun. Tonight, Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Dadawan will upgrade to the 3rd level system together. Those are 3 real axes. You need to keep at least 2 axes for chopping trees and splitting firewood. The demand for axes will only increase. After eating and drinking, Yi Chun looked at his pickup truck again. I have already got the RV modification drawings. Now I need iron, ore, and electrical wires to modify the RV. Yi Chun estimated that there was still hope of finding wires from the exchange, but iron, ore, which was a raw material, seemed difficult to find. According to Yi Chun's experience, for basic materials that can be directly obtained, such as sand, clay, tree trunks, etc., the system will hardly reward them through sign-in. In other words, the acquisition of basic supplies depends on the survivors themselves. Boss, what are you looking at? Do you miss your pickup truck? Dadawan looked at Yi Chun with a wicked smile on his face. Go play and drive with me tomorrow. Where are you going? Aren't you going to cut down trees and sift sand? Let's put the tree cutting aside for now. Yang Ming'er and Dilly can stay here to sift the sand. There's plenty of sand on the South Beach anyway. You and I can go out and explore the way. Yi Chun's plan has been made, and for the sake of the iron ore, he has to go out and explore the way. I have the magical artifact, the peephole, in my hand. As long as I find the right place, I won't have to worry about not finding iron ore. Big one. We only have these few mountains splitting axes for now, and 3 of you need to upgrade to level 4. How about you let the 2 girls upgrade first? To be on the safe side, Yi Chun had to decide to keep 2 axes as backup, so he could only choose to let Dadawan upgrade the system later. Besides, Yi Chun had only synthesized 2 bows and arrows needed for the upgrade, and the rubber band was not easy to collect. Boss, it's okay, ladies first. Dadawan didn't care at all. All he wanted was to follow Yi Chun. His own sign-in system was simply a supporting system. How could it be compared with Yi Chun's? Ming'er, Dilly, pack up and prepare to upgrade the system. Yi Chun gave an order. Chapter 48, Terrifying Sign-In Probability. Ding, the Yang Ming'er you recruited successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 4. Ding, the Dilly Delimurat you recruited successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 4. Dilly's check-in probability has changed again. The 4 of them were quite curious and excited. This girl has almost a 1 in 4 chance of signing in and getting an S-rank legendary item. As expected, the system once again added the 5 probability points that originally belonged to the E-level ordinary level to the S-level legendary level. Current sign-in system level 4. 30% get E-level common rewards, 20% get D-level rare rewards, 15% get C-level excellent rewards, 10% get B-level perfect rewards, 3.45% get A-level epic rewards, 21.5% get S-level legends. 0.05% get super S-level God-given rewards. Xiao Di, you are amazing. If this happens, you will have a 1 in 5 chance of getting an S-level legendary reward in a few hours. Yichun was also excited. Yichun is the one who knows best what the S-level legendary reward means at the moment. An S-level legendary reward is worth several or even dozens of A-level epic rewards or B-level perfect rewards. This is not even of the same level. What Yichun hoped for the most was naturally the treasure map fragments and the multifunctional quantum cutting knife, whose use was unknown. The treasure map fragments are composed of 8 S-level fragments, so you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain. However, the difficulty of obtaining it must be proportional to the value of the item itself. Brother Yi, thank you. I've only been here for 2 days, and not only have I been eating and drinking for free, I've also wasted so many of your resources to upgrade. After all, Dilly had just arrived and had not yet completely gotten familiar with Yichun. She seemed to be more introverted than Yang Ming'er, so she seemed a little unfamiliar. Don't say that. We're a team now. As long as we all think together, I believe 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is far greater than 4. These are what Yichun really thinks. Although his check-in level is far higher than other survivors for the time being, he is still sailing against the current and will fall behind if he does not move forward. Only by constantly increasing one's own strength can one survive in this world of island survival. Obtaining sign-in supplies is naturally the most basic way to increase your own strength, but forming a team and adding allies is also a useful way. Miss Dilly, you are being so formal now. The boss is very generous. From now on, as long as there is the boss, there will be ours. You can rest assured. Dad Awan is a very friendly person and can get along well with anyone quickly. This is also one of the reasons why Yichun is willing to make friends with him. Honest and frank. It's getting late today. Everyone should just have some food and go to bed early. Yichun saw that it was gradually getting dark and prepared to return to the cave to rest. Brother Yi, how about you go to the pickup to rest, and Ming'er and I will sleep in the cave. Dilly still seemed a little embarrassed. Because of her appearance, the original owner of this place was pushed into the cave. It's okay. You two will stay in the camp tomorrow and sift the sand. Dad Awan and I will drive out once. Be careful to stay alert. I will leave Xiaoha to protect you. Yichun briefly described tomorrow's arrangements. Woof woof. Xiaoha seemed to hear someone calling its name and immediately barked twice. With Xiaoha around, there's an extra layer of security. Where are you going? Yang Ming'er immediately asked. Go find iron ore and upgrade your pickup truck. Upgrade the pickup? The two women seemed a little surprised. How about the blueprints? Now we're short of wires and iron ore. Iron ore is a raw material, so I guess I'll have to find out on my own. Fortunately, we have a peep scope and a pickup truck, so I believe our chances of getting iron ore are much greater than those of ordinary people. The peep scope increases the chances of finding iron ore, while the pickup truck makes it easier to move iron ore. These two advantages alone are what other survivors do not have. Brother Yi, what else can this pickup truck be upgraded to? Ever since Dilly saw this pickup truck, she thought it was awesome. She felt that the coolest pickup truck in the world would probably look like this. Now hearing Yichun say that such an awesome car can actually be upgraded, I couldn't help but be very surprised. Motorhome, luxury model for 4 people. Yichun uttered a few words lightly. But Yichun was calm, but the other 3 were not. Motorhome? Is it true? Dad Awan was the most exaggerated. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yichun excitedly, as if he could see the shadow of the RV on Yichun's face. Well, I did have an RV before, but it wasn't really big. It could only sleep 2 people. Yang Ming'er is a top celebrity, so it's not surprising that she has a motorhome. However, she had never seen the large RV that Yichun mentioned. How big can it be? Dilly asked Yichun curiously. Yichun just shrugged. I don't know the details, but the blueprint says it's a luxury RV that can accommodate 4 people. A motorhome for 4? Then, boss, do we not have to sleep on the floor anymore? Dadawan was almost jumping up on the spot. He has never ridden in any luxury car since he was born, let alone an RV. He seems to have never ridden in a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. That's great, there are 4 of us. Dilly was particularly excited when she heard that the owner of the pickup truck would no longer have to sleep in the cave. But it's not that easy to get this iron ore. Dadawan and I will go make some samples tomorrow. Yichun is very pragmatic. He hopes to have it, but he also doesn't daydream every day. Boss, the fuel in this car is only a little over 1/3 left. What should we do? Dadawan paid attention to the oil level and looked at Yichun with some concern. I should be able to make it through tomorrow. I received 10 liters of this diesel at the exchange, which at least means I can sign in and get it. If diesel cannot be obtained by signing in, it will be a real headache for Yichun. I don't have the ability to find oil mines and then turn crude oil into diesel. This legendary S-Class heavy-duty pickup truck, without its power system, would probably be just a small, immobile iron shell. It would instantly depreciate in value, and its actual price is estimated to be even lower than that of a B-Class kayak. The current situation is that all basic supplies are in short supply. Chapter 49. S-level legendary rewards appear again. After nightfall, Yichun was somewhat excited but could not fall asleep for a long time. Dadawan, as well as Yang Ming-er and Dilly who were in the pickup truck, each had their own thoughts and did not fall asleep. Sister Ming-er, Brother Yi is a really good person. Fortunately, we met Brother Yi. If we had met someone else, like the two bad guys on my island before, we would be doomed. Dilly still feels scared when she recalls it now. Little girl, are you attracted to Yi-chun? Yang Ming-er looked at Dilly with a wicked smile. Dilly immediately blushed and lowered her head. Sister Ming-er, you are making fun of me again. It's already this time. It's not easy to live. What's the point of talking about affection and love? Don't worry too much. I miss home sometimes, but now there are 4 of us. Our food reserves and living environment are improving. I believe we will get better and better. The 2 girls were chatting about family matters. Dad Awan was the most excited. He asked Yichun for the watch and simply stared at the hands of the watch. It looks like I can urge the pointer to move faster by just looking at it. It's time, boss, sign in. Sign in. Just after midnight, Dadawan, who hadn't signed in for 48 hours, jumped up from his wolfskin blanket with excitement. Cha, what the hell is this? But it's a pity. Dadawan wasn't excited for even 2 seconds before reality slapped him hard in the face. Sign for what? Yichun turned his head and asked. I won't mention this E-level crap anymore. Boss, please sign in quickly and let me see what it is. After you see it, we can go find Dilly and the others. Dadawan seemed to have completely ignored his reward and instead focused all his attention on Yichun and the other 3. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yang Ming-er you recruited signed in successfully and received the C-Level Excellence Award, a 4-piece bedding set. When Yichun saw this reward, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's useless, but this thing is still somewhat useful. At least it provides an extra quilt and 2 extra pillows. But it's not very useful because I don't even have a bed. Looks like I need to hurry up and make a bed. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has signed in successfully and received an S-level legendary reward, a set of solar photovoltaic power generation kit components. S-level legendary item. It's coming. It's really coming. Yichun grabbed Dadawan and ran towards the pickup truck. Yang Ming-er and Dilly also jumped off the pickup truck excitedly. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Yichun and Yang Ming-er were used to it, but Dadawan and Dilly were shocked. What's going on? Our solar photovoltaic modules have arrived. Yichun immediately ran to the back of his pickup truck. Sure enough, a huge package occupied the rear shelf of his pickup truck. This is Xiao Di. This is your S-level legendary reward. Dilly was obviously still a little dazed, but Yang Ming-er's thoughts were clear. Yichun took a step forward. There is information on this package. Recipient, Dilly Delimurat. Consigner, Island Survival Sign-In System. Yichun looked at Dilly with a wry smile. This S-level legendary reward was indeed unique. Boss, this thing is so heavy. Dadawan was using brute force alone, but the package didn't move at all. Don't force it. I have a pair of scissors. They said, this is a solar panel. There must be more than one thing. Yichun took a pair of scissors, climbed onto his pickup truck, and cut open the package. Soon several things came into everyone's sight. Is this a solar panel? The 4 of them took a quick look and found that only the dozen or so blue solar panels were clearly visible. Yichun walked to the other 2 objects and looked down at the nameplates. Solar photovoltaic inverter components. Solar photovoltaic power generation controller components. There's also a thick instruction manual underneath these 2 large objects. Yichun sighed. It seemed that assembling these things was not an easy task at all. Boss, this thing, do you understand? Dadawan looked at the instruction manual in Yichun's hand and took a step back involuntarily. Yichun naturally didn't expect to leave the brain work to this guy. The 4 of them worked together to unload the solar photovoltaic panels from the pickup truck in batches. Leave it there for now. I'll come back tomorrow and assemble it and give it a try. It seems that I have to rely on myself at the critical moment. Boss, sign in quickly, sign in quickly. Dadawan stared at Yi-chun intently. The two girls also looked at Yi-chun. After all, Yi-chun was the only one who had not signed in at that moment. Sign in. Yi-chun didn't waste any time and started signing indirectly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the A-level epic reward. Solar panel. Solar panels? A third solar panel. Yes, this is the last solar panel you need for the synthetic jet ski. Motorboat, here I come. Chapter 50. Obtaining the second S-rank treasure map fragment. Yes. Yi-chun jumped 3 feet high in excitement. The third solar panel has finally arrived. Although this reward only appears to be an A-level epic reward, it is of great significance. This is the third solar panel. Now, I have basically all the materials needed to build a motorboat. 3 Class A epic solar panels and 1 Class A epic motorboat blueprint. 2 kayaks are also required. Although Yi-chun only has 1 ready-made kayak, the materials for another kayak have been prepared. Synthetic kayak. Yi-chun began to combine the 2 rafts he had exchanged into a kayak. Boss, that's great. Now we're going to have a motorboat. At that moment, Dawan, Yangminger, and Dilly were also very excited. From the C-Class Excellent Mountain Axe to the B-Class Perfect Kayak. Now, it is finally the turn of the A-Class Epic Motorboat. Yi-chun, is the system going to give us a special reward again this time? Yangminger recalled that the previous 2 times she synthesized special items, the system gave Yi-chun a special reward as the first survivor to synthesize the item. There are rewards for levels C and B, not to mention the epic level A. There should be a reward. Yi-chun was also full of confidence. I didn't expect this night to be so exciting. First, Dilly offered an S-level legendary reward. Then he replenished the materials for synthesizing the motorboat. And now it is his turn to look forward to the system giving him a special reward. With so many surprises one after another, even Yi-chun, who is usually calm, was a little excited. Boss, hurry up, make it happen. I wanted to ride a motorboat since I was a kid. Dadawan kept pulling Yi-chun's arm. Yi-chun began to integrate the supplies. 2 Class B perfect kayaks, 3 Class A epic solar panels, plus a Class A epic jet ski blueprint. Here it comes. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully synthesized an A-plus grade epic solar-powered motorboat. Due to the large size and heavy weight of the motorboat, the host will be given a free opportunity to choose a designated motorboat placement location. It seems that this system is quite user-friendly. That's right, this motorboat is a big thing, and it would be very dangerous if it hits your precious pickup truck. My precious pickup truck must have been smashed over. Well, put on the beach south of the cave. Ding, the motorboat has been placed. Please check it. The 4 of them immediately crossed the cave and ran to the beach in the south. Sure enough, a luxury motorboat about 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide appeared at the junction of the beach and the sea. Ding, system prompt. The chat room sun, moon, stars has successfully synthesized an A-plus level epic item, a solar-powered motorboat. The system's special reward, an S-level legendary treasure map fragment. As soon as the news came out, the chat room exploded again. It's sun, moon, and stars boss again. Is there any justice in the world? The motorboats are out, but I haven't even built a bamboo raft yet. An S-rank treasure map fragment. Oh my god, the second S-level treasure map fragment appeared. Yi-chun took out the previous treasure map and compared the 2 treasure maps. It seemed that because there were too few pictures, there was no clue at all. I could only see the blue ocean on the fragments and a piece of land covered by clouds. Is it possible that this treasure map cannot be deciphered unless all 8 patterns are collected? Yi-chun had no choice but to put the treasure map away again. Damn it, sun, moon, and stars, just wait for me. I'll come and take care of you in a few days. Coca-Cola suddenly popped up again. Fuck, where did this idiot come from? What a fool. Dadawan immediately started to retort. Let him be. It's too late. Everyone should take time to rest. Don't get too excited. If you don't sleep all night, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Yi-chun began to urge the 3 to go back and rest. Although the harvest today was quite rich, the more supplies I got, the more work I had to do. It was past 1 in the morning before the 4 of them went back to sleep. Boss, wake up, wake up. Yi-chun rubbed his eyes. The dazzling sunlight seemed to have shone into the cave through the mottled leaves. What's wrong? What time is it? Yi-chun yawned lazily and said weakly. Boss, it's already 9:30. What? Hearing the words 9:30, Yi-chun jumped up from the ground. Why is it so late? We can only blame the 4 of them for being too excited last night and overslept together. Yi-chun had originally arranged today's plan perfectly. Boss, I'll return your watch to you. Yang Ming'er and Dilly don't seem to be awake yet. The car doors are closed. The big roll, with his messy hair, pointed at the pickup truck outside the cave. Yichin patted his head gently. It seems that we were too excited last night. Let's pack up first. We have to go out today, so it doesn't matter if they're late. He strode out of the cave. Yichin saw the ground was piled high with supplies. The solar photovoltaic cells alone were piled up into a small mountain. Why? While the other survivors were extremely poor, he was worrying about the abundant supplies. It's tiring. Chapter 51. Searching for iron ore. Not until Yichin finished baking the bread and filled his stomach did the two beauties get down from the pickup truck with sleepy eyes. Get up and have some toast. I'll leave the housework to you. Remember to water the plants and herd the sheep. If you have time, you can tinker with the sand. Yichin gave a brief explanation and got on the pickup truck with Dadawan. Before leaving, Yichin even poked his head out and warned, "Be careful, stay alert at all times, and don't take it lightly. Don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves. We still have Xiaoha. As for you too, please be careful when you go out." Yichin gave Dadawan a bitter smile. Originally, they were the ones who were given instructions, but now they too have become the ones being instructed. Bring a shovel, a telescope, a pickaxe, a few plastic buckets, 5 or 6 bottles of fresh water, a few pieces of bread, and 2 freshwater fish. Of course, the most important thing is the magical peephole. Yichin and Dadawan drove a pickup truck on the road. The purpose of this trip was very simple. First, this was the second exploratory trip. This time, Yichin walked out of the north gate of the camp and headed west, exploring the terrain along the beach. The second is to find useful resources, such as basic materials, such as iron, ore, high-grade clay, etc. Boss, we should just take the motorboat. That would be so cool. Dadawan obviously still dreams of riding a jet ski as soon as possible. Have you ever learned how to drive? Besides, you need to charge it. Oh, now Dadawan gave up. Don't worry, I'll let you drive happily some other day. Yichin patted Dadajuan's shoulder. It's just driving a motorboat, no big deal. Everyone will have one and can drive it however they want. After driving 2 or 3 miles, Yichin found a hill that was not too high. Boss, is there any iron or there? Drive over and take a look. No one knows what an iron or mountain looks like. We were all kids who grew up in the city, so none of us knew what iron or looked like. Relying on the sturdiness of their pickup truck, the two men rushed into the jungle. I'm afraid only my Raptor F750 can navigate this rugged road so smoothly. Big one, stay alert. I'll go explore the way. After getting off the pickup truck, Yichin gave some instructions, put on a peephole, put a dagger in his pocket, and started to explore the way. Dadawan followed Yichin closely with a mountain axe. When you go out, you must stay vigilant. Fortunately, Yichin now has a partner. 2 people can take care of each other, which is much safer than going out on an adventure alone. Dadawan walked cautiously, looking back every 3 steps and turning around every 5 steps as he observed his surroundings. Yichin put on the goggles and scanned the mountain. The peephole shows ordinary rocks. Yichin shook his head at Dadawan and said, "It doesn't look like it's the iron or mountain range. Let's get in the car and go a little further to take a look." Unfortunately, the long-awaited iron ore did not show up. Yichin and Dadawan had to get back on the pickup truck and continue heading east. Boss, that idiot is scolding you in the chat room again. Let me help you fight back. Yichin was driving, and Dadawan was still browsing the chat room. It seemed that some survivors now treated the chat room as Weibo. Don't pay attention to him. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Just ignore this kind of person. Yichin's mind is now full of iron ore, so he has no time to deal with this kind of stuff. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This guy actually said that he signed in for a kayak and a compass, and claimed that he was going to cause trouble for us. How shameless, so shameless. Why didn't he just say that he signed in for a helicopter plus a global GPS navigation system? Dadawan was laughing so hard that he fell backwards, and naturally he did not believe a word of what was said in the chat room. Even if there really is a kayak and a compass, can they find Yichin and the others? What a joke. Yichin's attention at this moment was completely focused on the area 1 mile in front of him, because Yichin discovered a hill again. Big one, does that mountain look like it has iron ore? Dadawan closed the chat room interface, picked up the telescope, and looked into the distance. Boss, the red mountains look interesting. Yichin pondered it carefully. Could the red mountains be hematite? The color of iron ore seemed to be described in the junior high school chemistry textbook. Come on, let's go and take a look. Yichin stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck emitted a puff of black smoke and drove towards the hill. 15 minutes later, The two arrived at the foot of the hill. Yichin put on the peephole again. The peephole showed iron ore was found, type of iron ore, hematite, total content 1,250 cubic meters. 1,250 cubic meters of hematite, enough for me to dig for a lifetime. Big one, this is it, we found it. The iron ore is right in front of you. Now all you need to upgrade your pickup truck and get a luxury RV is 100 meters of electrical wire. Dadawan also excitedly rushed forward with an axe in hand. Bang bang. 5 or 6 of them smashed down. Both my hands were numb from the shock, but there was no movement at all from the iron or mountain. Boss, it seems I can't cut it. This, Yichin also seemed a little distressed. I am still too young. How can I bring an axe to cut the mountain? This is a bit of a headache. The two were still worried about the iron or that they could see but could not take away. However, news about Yang Ming'er came from the system. Yichun, something bad has happened. Chapter 52, someone is coming. When Yichin saw these words, he couldn't help but tremble all over. What's going on? What happened? They are coming. Yichun and Dadawan were completely confused and totally bewildered. Yang Ming'er and Dilly, they were so frightened that they couldn't send any messages. A moment later, Yichun received a fragmented message. The two men landed on the island. Yichin's heartbeat suden accelerated. Hurry, get in the car. Without any hesitation, Yichun grabbed Dadawan and ran towards his pickup truck. Boss, what's going on? Dadawan is still unclear about the situation. After all, Yichun and Yang Ming'er had just had a private chat. Those two scumbags have landed on our island. Yichin said through gritted teeth. Fuck, Dadawan cursed directly. The two of them quickly jumped onto the pickup truck. With a buzz sound, Yichin made a 180-degree turn, and the pickup truck was like a tiger emerging from the mountains, heading towards his camp with billowing black smoke. Big one, you go contact Yang Ming'er and Dilly and ask them about the specific situation. Safety must be put first, and ensure your own safety first. The situation was urgent, and Yichun had no idea of the specific situation. Dadawan called the two people several times in a row, but received no response. Boss, I can't get in touch with you. It's so frustrating. Although Dawan didn't communicate much with the two girls and had only known them for 2 days, in his heart, these two women were his boss's women, and his boss's women were his own people. Now that this has happened, Dadawan is also extremely anxious. Yichin now had no choice but to speed up. This pickup truck is about to take off. Boss, there's news in the chat room. Dadawan glanced at the chat room and discovered something. Sun, moon, and stars, you son of a bitch, I'm going to keep my word, and I'm going to finish you off today. The person who spoke out loud in the chat room was Coca-Cola. Hey, come out and die. But as long as you kneel down in front of me, lick my shoes, and then learn to bark like a dog, I will spare your life. Of course, that woman and everything in your hand will belong to us. Huang Mao also followed Coca-Cola and shouted. What's going on? What happened? What happened to Boss Sun and Moon? I am confused. Did they start a fight? The other people in the chat room were completely confused. Everyone only had a vague idea about Yichin's relationship with the two men. After all, the two men were also people who cared about their reputation, and they would naturally not easily spread the embarrassing incident of losing both their wife and their soldiers. Yichin did not take these two wretched men seriously at all. That's why everyone in the chat room is now in a complete state of confusion. You two dare to touch a girl. Don't send messages, Dawan. Yichin immediately stopped Dadawan from sending the message. What's the matter, boss? These two guys need to be punished. Dadawan now wished he could just take the axe in his hand and chop the two men into pieces. Don't expose your tracks. They may not know our location yet, or how many people we have, or what equipment we have. Yichin calmed down and thought for a moment. I am indeed in a passive position now, as I was ambushed by the other party. I did not take any defenses and allowed the other party to land on my island. However, similarly, the other party was not clear about his specific situation, his strength, his equipment, or even how many people he had. The other party knew nothing at all. It seems so. At least they don't know that you and I are together. Dadawan thought about it carefully and found a problem that was beneficial to him. What Yichun is most worried about now is that the two girls fall into the hands of the other party. In that case, I would be in a very passive situation. Send more messages to Yang Ming'er and Dilly, and tell them to hide themselves well if they are not discovered. We are on the way at full speed, and they don't need to worry about the supplies and equipment taken away by the other party. Supplies are important, but if they're lost, they can be taken back. Even if they cannot be taken back, the worst that can happen is that you can just rob them again later. But it's different with people. Once a girl falls into the hands of the other party, it's hard to say what will happen to her. These two men were obviously holding back their anger. If they caught two girls now, who knows what kind of outrageous things they would do. Until Yi Chun approached his camp, only 500 meters away. Only then did Dadawan get a reply from Dilly. Oh no, Sister Ming'er was caught by them in order to cover my escape. Xiaohao was also caught by them. Bad news came. Yi Chun tried to keep himself calm and took a deep breath. We parked the car in the jungle 300 meters north of the camp. Dilly, what you need to do now is to protect yourself. We will take care of the rest. After comforting Dilly, Yi Chun looked at Dadawan. Big Wan, we need to work together from now on. Dadawan looked at Yi Chun seriously and patted his chest. Boss, I'll listen to you. Just follow your orders. Chapter 53, Skilled and Courageous. Big Wan, you take your dagger and axe and sneak in through the fence on the east side of the lake, and I will walk in through the fence gate on the west side of the lake and force my way in. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. No. Dadawan shook his head. He would not escape from the battlefield. Yi Chun also understood that this guy had a simple way of thinking and probably thought that his plan was making him back down at the last minute. Yi Chun explained seriously, I'm not asking you to run away. The other party knows me, but doesn't know you. We are in the open and in the dark, supporting each other. After hearing this, Dadawan felt much better. It turned out that his boss wanted him to protect him secretly. Boss, if you order me, I, Qindaj Wang, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Dadawan is getting more excited. It's not that tragic. After you sneak in, try to find Dilly, settle her down, and then wait for the right opportunity to act. I'll park the pickup truck outside. This car can also be used as a surprise weapon at a critical moment. I'll go meet those two guys first and check on Yang Ming'er's situation. Yi Chun's tactics are very clear. If I don't show up for a long time, those two guys will definitely cause trouble for Yang Ming'er. This girl is, if these two guys get too hungry and thirsty and become malicious, it will be troublesome. I must show up as soon as possible. As for the big roll and this RV, each could be used as a chess piece. With these two backups at critical moments, I can ensure that I can attack or defend. The plan was set. Putting down the big roll, Yi Chun drove the pickup truck into the jungle. Holding a dagger, he rushed back to his camp in a menacing manner. Those two guys really were looting in the camp. The confrontation between the two sides was like that between enemies, and they were extremely jealous of each other. Hee, good boy. You didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I was tricked by you last time. Look who this is. Hee, things change. You dare to touch my woman. I think you are tired of living. The yellow-haired man smoothed his sparse bangs and glared at Yi Chun fiercely. Yi Chun was indeed careless this time. The camp's defense facilities can only prevent invasion by wild beasts, but cannot stop humans at all. It seems that building fortifications is the most important thing at the moment. As more and more survivors obtain high-level supplies, the island will inevitably welcome more uninvited guests, and it is imperative to strengthen the island's defense. Yi Chun frowned and glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was tied up by two people. Yang Ming'er seemed quite strong-willed at this moment. Yi Chun didn't expect that this girl was becoming more and more mature. Thinking back to the first time he met this girl, Yi Chun didn't say a word, and the other party immediately chose to surrender. At that moment, Yang Ming'er seemed like a different person. Even though he was caught, he still stood there with his head held high, without any fear in his eyes. You guys release the people, and take whatever you want. Yi Chun's primary goal was to save people, and he didn't care about his own supplies at all. There is a sign-in system, so there is nothing to be afraid of. However, the other party obviously had plans in advance. Release them? Just let them go just like you say? What do you think we are brothers? You better understand the situation and stay there obediently. Hand over all your valuables to me while I'm not trying to kill you. Coca-Cola stared at Yi Chun with eyes wide open. You can see what I can find here. It's such a small place. Where can I hide it? Yi Chun shrugged, as if to say, all my belongings are here. Coca-Cola and Huang Mao looked at each other and then glanced around. It seems like there are quite a lot of scattered things. Of course, they didn't know that there were a lot of good things in Yi Chun's Raptor F750. Brother Kale, don't waste your time talking to this kid. I think we should just kill him. Although Huang Mao's voice was low, Yi Chun still heard it clearly because of his excellent hearing. Want to kill yourself? Sorry, you have to catch up with me. Yi Chun dared to face these two people alone, naturally relying on his amazing skill of 25% maximum speed. Whether you can beat the opponent is another matter, but it is not so easy to hurt yourself. It seemed that Coca-Cola had not yet taken all the advantage of Yi-chan and did not want to use force for the time being. He looked Yi-chan up and down and asked in a cold voice, "You kid, I advise you to hand over all the valuables, otherwise I will break your legs." Yi-chan showed a weird smile to the two of them, but secretly sent a message to Dadawan. Dadawan also replied to Yi-chan quickly, "Boss, I found Dilly. I put her in the jungle. I'm hiding in the jungle west of the camp now. I'm safe. What do you want to do next?" Yi-chan replied, "Wait for the opportunity." After replying these words, Yi-chan glanced at the two people with a provocative look. "Break my legs? I really don't believe this. Damn it. There's a road to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no door to hell, but you broke in. Today is the day you die." Now Huang Mao and Coca-Cola are really popular. Yi-chan sneered. "What he wants is your fire." Chapter 54. You're looking for death if you dare to touch my woman. Not only did Yi-chan not run away, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the two of them. "Fuck, I'm going to chop you up today." Now, Huang Mao and Coca-Cola were completely enraged. Yi-chan turned around and ran away calmly. "Where are you running to?" Huang Mao and Coca-Cola chased after them together. Yi-chan glanced back and saw that the two opponents had caught up with him, so he began to speed up gradually. This is a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so you have to control your speed. If you run at full speed, all of a sudden, the other party will probably give up immediately. You have to whet the other person's appetite. Brother Kale, this kid, how can he run so fast? Compared to Coca-Cola, Huang Mao is considered fast. But after chasing for 300 meters, he found that the other party seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. This kid, is he playing tricks on us? Huang Mao couldn't keep up, and Coca-Cola was even out of breath. Only then did the two remember that they had been tricked by the other party on their own island. The three of them had run almost 500 meters before the two stopped. Yi-chan also stopped leisurely where he was. Now I'm not panicking at all, because Dadawan had successfully rescued Yang Minger and had sent in the news. Yi-chan flashed and rushed into the woods while the other party was not paying attention. "Hey, why is that boy gone?" When the yellow-haired man reacted, Yi-chan was no longer there. "Never mind, let's go back first. Even if the monk escapes, he can't escape the temple." Coca-Cola is now exhausted, and he will do anything as long as he is not allowed to continue pursuing Yi-chan. The two were just about to return to Yi-chan's camp when they suddenly heard two loud car horns. Ding ding. The shrill and loud sound of the whistle gave both of them splitting headaches. This pickup truck not only has big tires and a sturdy body, but even the volume of its horn is outstanding and loud. Then, two beams of white light shot out. The pain made the two men unable to open their eyes. By the time the two men reacted, the Raptor F750 was already 10 meters behind them. "Fuck, it's a ghost." Huang Mao's eardrums were buzzing and his eyes were blurred by the headlights of the pickup truck. I saw a huge figure suddenly appear behind me, and I started howling like a ghost as a conditioned reflex. Car. Coca-Cola seemed to have good eyesight, and he could see clearly that the thing that jumped out from behind him was not a ghost at all, but a car. The yellow-haired man came to his senses and looked at the pickup truck behind him with astonishment. These two people probably racked their brains, but couldn't imagine that there were cars on this island. Ding ding. Two more whistles. The two men watched the pickup truck coming straight towards them. They no longer dared to hesitate and did not care whether they were tired or not. They ran for their lives. "Help! Help! Help!" Running and shouting. Yi-chan immediately chased the two of them like he was chasing chickens. "Watch this! Ouch!" Suddenly, Dadawan jumped out from the jungle nearby and started throwing stones at the two men. Swoosh of an arrow. Hey! The yellow-haired man screamed in pain as his left leg was pierced by a bamboo stick and he fell to the ground. Swoosh, another arrow came flying. Coca-Cola was hit hard in the ass. Big star, sure. With this technique, you can even participate in the Olympics. Dadawan ran forward excitedly and kicked each of the two men who were lying on the ground, screaming in pain. Now, these two unlucky guys didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. "Let you dare to attack us. Let you be arrogant." Dadawan slapped each of them viciously. "Boss, what do you say we should do?" Dadawan arrogantly stepped on the two of them and waited for Yi-chan to decide what would happen. "Take it back first. Are all three of you injured?" Yi-chan asked with concern. "Fine. I'm fine." The two girls shook their heads. "Tie him up and take him to the car." Now Huang Mao and Coca-Cola have become prisoners. "Brother, please spare my life." The previous pride vanished in an instant. Bah, big brother, was it you who called me that? Dadawan slapped everyone in the face again without any hesitation. Master, please spare my life. The two had no choice but to raise their generation by 2 levels. Call me boss. Do you hear me, boss? I guess Dadawan has watched too many young and dangerous movies. Boss, boss. Both of them are prisoners now, so let alone calling him boss. You can even call him ancestor. Yichun, how to deal with them? The two girls were a little scared when they saw this scene. Big Wan, stop making trouble. Yichun stopped Dadawan from making trouble. The 4 men escorted the two back to the camp. Hand over all the valuables you have. Yichun looked at them coldly. I'll give it all. Please spare us and give us a chance to live. Snort. Yichun snorted coldly, but he already had an idea in his mind. Chapter 55. The End of Going with the Flow. This is an era of survival on an island full of intrigue and deception, so there is no need to be polite when dealing with bad guys. The two were taken back to the camp. At Yichen's command, Dadawan stripped the 2 men down to their underwear. The 2 girls couldn't bear to see such a scene, so Yichen asked them to prepare lunch. Boss, I found another good thing. Dadawan searched through the pockets of both men and found a compass and a serrated dagger. The serrated dagger is an advanced form of the dagger. 2 daggers can be combined into a kitchen knife, or they can be upgraded to a C-level excellent serrated dagger. The serrated dagger is less practical than a kitchen knife, but can be used as a better weapon. It is obvious that these 2 guys came prepared. As for the compass, Yichen handed the serrated dagger back to Dadawan, but he himself looked at this seemingly ordinary compass. How did you 2 find us? Yichen looked at the 2 of them coldly with a hint of murderous intent. The 2 of them hesitated for a long time, but didn't continue. Don't tell me. Yichen suddenly pulled back the serrated dagger into Wan's hand and stabbed the yellow-haired man's arm with the dagger. In an instant, the yellow-haired man's arm became bloody. Still not telling me? The yellow-haired man was in extreme pain, but still did not speak. Yichen instantly pulled out the dagger that had been stuck in the yellow-haired man's arm, and then fiercely stabbed the 2 men's thighs 3 or 4 times again. Now, the bright red blood flowed down their legs to the ground, even dyeing the grass a horrible blood red. Coca-Cola fainted from the pain. Big Wan, splash it on me to wake me up. Want to sleep like this? Ha! How can such a cheap thing happen? Dewan poured a basin of cold water over him, which woke Coca-Cola up. You're really good. Ha! Then take another blow. Yichen saw that the yellow-haired man seemed to be still quite strong. He unceremoniously stabbed the yellow-haired man's left arm again, the only part that had not been stabbed before. This time, the force was unstoppable and directly cut the opponent's tendons. The other party came with murderous intentions, so there was no need for him to be polite. The yellow-haired man screamed. His face instantly turned purple and blue, and tears flowed wildly. Yes, I rely on a compass. Now he is completely obedient. Sure enough, this compass is no ordinary compass. Yichen looked him up and down again. 2 minutes later, the system gave a prompt. Search compass, B-level perfect grade material. With the help of the search compass, you can quickly find a location of the survivors you need to find. The B-level search compass can accurately locate the survivors within 5 nautical miles. The B-level perfect item is given to survivors by the system to find companions, but the 2 people in front of them used it as a weapon to seek revenge. Now Yichen finally understood why these 2 people could find him so quickly. Enter your name, and if the search compass determines that the person you need to find is within 5 nautical miles, it will give you direction. Boss, it looks like their kayaks are on the south beach. Dadawan is determined not to give up until he has exposed these 2 people thoroughly. After taking off their pants, only a pair of underpants were left on the 2 men. Dadawan did not forget to kick the other 2 men in the key parts. With that heavy kick from Dadawan, it was estimated that the second half of their lives were completely over. Boss, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us. The 2 men knew that their death was approaching, so they knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Yichen has now recruited 3 people, and the number of people is full. Whether he kills them or recruits them, he will not be able to improve his sign-in level. As for the 3 of Dadawan, they have already belonged to Yichun and are no longer eligible to upgrade their sign-in levels by recruiting subordinates or killing survivors. Yichun, this directly killed people, it seems. Yang Ming'er sent a message to Yichun through a private mailbox a few dozen meters away. Well, since the girl has asked, I will give her some face. But the girls just begged themselves not to kill anyone directly. If you don't want to be direct, then try a slow death method that is worse than death. Hee hee. As for me, I won't do it myself, but whether you live or die will depend on God's will. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are willing to work like a slave for you. The two of them were almost about to kowtow to Yi-chun. Like a slave? Humph. It seems that these two people are overthinking it. Yi-chun would not keep two people with malicious intentions around him. They are obedient now, but who can guarantee that the seeds of evil will not grow in their hearts in a few days? Big one, do we still have the bamboo raft now? There's one left. Bring it here. Boss, what do you mean by this? The two people who were tied up and squatting on the ground couldn't understand what was going on. I'll play a game with you guys called Go with the Flow. Big one, take them onto the bamboo raft, keep an eye on the direction of the ocean current, and put 2 bottles of fresh water and a piece of bread on the raft. Okay, boss, this is fun. No matter how dumb Dadawan was, he understood Yi-chun's intention. Boss, spare us, spare us. We could be your subordinates. Please don't let us drift on the sea. We will die. Huang Mao and Coca-Cola now understood Yi-chun's thoughts. Just go with the flow. That's a nice way of putting it. He was stabbed several times, bleeding profusely, and tied up. What could he do? Water? Bread? How to drink? How to eat? Isn't it just watching yourself bleed to death? This slow way of death is not as quick as killing yourself with a single blow. There's a high probability that he died from excessive blood loss before he could float far. Dadawan seemed to be in high spirits and didn't care whether the two men were willing or not. He dragged them directly onto the bamboo raft. Our boss is taking good care of you and even gave you water and bread. If it were me, I would get nothing. Let's go. We'll see you later. Dadawan brushed the dust off his hands with a righteous look on his face. Come on, Dawan. Let's see how our motorboat performs. Okay. Hey, you two are in luck. My boss is going to take you for a ride on a motorboat. I didn't expect that the jet ski's debut will be taking these two guys for a ride. The poor Huang Mao and Coca-Cola duo are now very happy. Dadawan soon became proficient in driving a motorboat. That's called driving very fast. The two poor guys had their faces deformed by the sea breeze. After sailing 2 nautical miles, Yi-chun felt that it was about time. He untied the ropes that tied the bamboo raft, waved his hand, and said goodbye to the 2 poor guys. Only then did they realize that the 2 men had already fainted, and their blood had dyed the bamboo raft blood red. It seemed like I've stopped breathing. Boss, they're not dead yet. Yi-chun shrugged, looking as if it had nothing to do with me. I just promised Yang Ming not to kill them on the spot. As for what happens afterwards, I have no control over it. Do I have to ensure that you will never die? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Just blame your own body for not being strong enough. Watching the 2 people's bamboo raft drifting farther and farther away, Yi-chun and Dadawan began to return. Boss, what's the use of this missing person compass? Dadawan started to fiddle with the compass. Watch carefully. Yi-chun took the missing person compass and began to demonstrate the true use of this compass. Chapter 56, Strengthening Defense Projects. Yi-chun input, Yang Ming-er. The searching compass immediately gave me the correct direction. Do you understand? If you get lost on the sea, you won't get lost if you know someone within 5 nautical miles. This thing is very useful. With this missing person compass, the survivors will have a lighthouse within a 5 nautical mile radius and will never get lost again. This thing is a magic weapon for Yi-chun who wants to go sea fishing. The weather at sea can change suddenly. If you want to successfully catch sea fish, you have to stay away from the coast. If you suddenly encounter a storm and heavy rain, this missing person compass can come in handy. Boss, when can we go sea fishing? Dadawan looked at the endless sea with hope. Let's put the sea fishing aside for now. We also have to put all the things on hand aside. We almost suffered a big loss this time. We must strengthen our defense facilities. Yi-chun recalled every detail of the past and still felt a little scared. Fortunately, he had a lot of people here and the other side had no information. If the other side had figured out the situation on his island in advance, he would have been wiped out today. What's the use of having a great sign-in system for Dilly and I? Are you all prisoners? Even if you sign in every day to get super S-level God-given rewards, they will all go into other people's backpacks. Yi-chun was determined to suspend all matters at hand and quickly build a solid barrier. The 2 men drove the motorboat back to shore. Yang Ming-er and Dilly were waiting for him anxiously. Where are they? Just go with the flow. Whether they live or die depends on their own luck. Yi-chun looked back expressionlessly at the vast ocean. This is the world of survivors where the strong prey on the weak. Will they retaliate against us after they are rescued? Girls think a lot. On the one hand, he couldn't bear to watch Yi Chan kill the other person with a single knife, and on the other hand, he was afraid that the other person would retaliate after being rescued. Don't worry too much. Even if they're lucky enough to drift to an island, it is still unclear whether they can survive. Even if everything goes well and they want to cause trouble for us, we must be prepared. Given their current condition, I'm afraid it will take a few weeks for them to recover. After a few weeks, our condition will definitely be several times stronger than it is now. But we were careless this time. Come, let's hold a small meeting to discuss adding defensive works. In fact, Yichin was not worried that the other party would come to trouble him again. After all, the other party was seriously injured, and it was lucky that he survived. But you can't be sure Coca-Cola will not come, Pepsi-Cola will come, Pepsi-Cola will not come, Feichon Cola will come again. Defensive works must be built as quickly as possible. The four men returned to the pickup and began to discuss countermeasures. First, our power system must be established to prepare for the subsequent establishment of a high-end defense system. Yichin looked at the solar photovoltaic panels piled up like a small mountain outside the window, feeling expectant yet a little melancholy. Once the electricity supply is guaranteed, the island will have taken a big step forward. I think we should set up a lookout tower at a high place so that we can know the situation outside at the first time. Yang Mingger spoke second. Boss, I think the bamboo walls around here need to be raised, and a bamboo wall should be erected on the south beach. This bamboo wall can prevent the enemy from entering the interior, and it also serves as a concealment. Unexpectedly, the words of Dadawan, who is usually brainless, made Yichin look at him in a new light. Boss, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel embarrassed. I didn't say that. It was Dilly who said that. I'm just a porter. After all this time, Yichin still overestimated this guy. I agree with all the points you mentioned. Iron ore is not available for the time being, and we lack excavation tools. We will have to wait until we have an electricity system. The observation tower and the bamboo wall can be integrated. Look over there. Yi Chun pointed to the upper edge of the cave. Our cave is about 5 meters high. There's an endless sea in front of it and no obstacles around it. The view is wide. As long as we make some improvements, it could become a natural lookout. We can erect a bamboo wall above the cave and build a bamboo ladder on the north side for easy access. In addition, the original fences on the south side of the cave and the east and west sides of the lake should be raised. In this way, even if the enemy really comes to our island when we're not paying attention, it can slow down the efficiency of their attack. Yichin explained the general plan. Great. This way, our camp will be much safer. Besides, we have Xiaoha here, so our defense is greatly enhanced. This time, it's all thanks to Xiaoha. Otherwise, we would both have been caught. After hearing what Dilly said, Yichin remembered Xiaoha. Where's Xiaoha? Yichin looked around, but did not see Xiaoha. Yang Ming'er said with a sad face. Xiaoha was stabbed while trying to cover our escape. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. I put on the pickup truck. It turns out that this little guy was bravely injured. But Xiaoha has evolved. Yang Ming'er suddenly became cheerful again. Evolution. Yi Chun, Dawan, and Dilly were dumbfounded when they heard the word evolution. Chapter 57. Sea Level Xiaoha. It wasn't until they saw Xiaoha's current appearance that everyone understood. Xiaoha has grown up. It's only been a few days, and he's grown up. All three of them were stunned. Yichin glanced at Xiaoha's current attributes. Shepherd dog, sea level excellence, continuously growing. What on earth can it look like? I don't know either. My little Ha has to be at least S rank. Yang Ming'er looked at Xiaoha in front of her with a doting look on her face. At least S level. Yichin shrugged with a wry smile. Could a dog become a super S level one? How big is that? Fortunately, Xiaoha's injuries were not serious. Yichun rewarded the little guy with a few pieces of fish as a reward for his meritorious service in protecting him. Yichun, didn't you look at the chat room? Dilly frowned and pointed at the virtual screen of the chat room in front of her. What's wrong? Yichun was busy most of the day and had no time to visit the chat room. Boss, it seems like everyone is asking you for D-grade sand. Some are asking for D-grade vegetables, and some are asking for clay. Dadawan immediately opened the chat room. Sure enough, the screen was full of calling the sun and moon god. Yichin's personal mailbox was probably about to explode. Don't worry about them. I'll respond to them as a group. After Yichin finished speaking, he typed a striking line of words in bold black letters in the chat room. Closed for 3 days. What? What's going on with sun and moon god? Why is he closed? Yes, sir, I'm waiting to upgrade, and all I need is some rare D-grade vegetables. Please, sell me some. I need D-level sand. I finally have time to upgrade. Great God, please help me. When they heard that Yi-chan was going to close down the business, these guys went completely crazy. Yi-chan ignored these guys anymore. I still have a lot of things to do, and I can't do business until I have time. Big volume. Bring me the instruction manual on solar photovoltaic power generation. Okay. The first thing Yi-chan wanted to do was to build a power system. Boss, I already have 2 light bulbs. If we have electricity, we won't have to worry about being in the dark at night. Although Yi-chan collected a few candles, the light of candles could not compare to that of lamplight, after all. By the way, that fresh water purifier seems to also require electricity. At this time, Dilly thought of the fresh water purifier that Yi-chan had ignored. Boss, we already have a lake of water. Why do we need a purifier? Do we still have to carry water to drink? Is it from Kunlun Mountain or Obaisui Mountain? I'm not picky. Dad Awan is a very carefree person. As long as he has food and drink, he is happy and doesn't care about living conditions. Yi-chan smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't be so narrow-minded. Come, take a look at this." Yi-chan casually took out an empty mineral water bottle and filled half of it with water from the lake. What's the matter? Dad Awan looked at Yi-chan in confusion. Look what grade of fresh water this is. Now all 3 of them understood. Yang Ming-er took a look and replied, "The level ordinary." So, water also has levels. You have overlooked one thing. Among the 3 of you, except for Dewan, who is still level 3, you and Dilly are both level 4. Have you ever noticed what materials are needed to upgrade from level 4 to level 5? Yang Ming-er and Dilly immediately turned on the system. 1 crossbow of grade C or above, 1 kilogram of vegetables of grade C or above, 2 bamboo rafts of grade D or above. Homemade ones are also acceptable. 10 liters of fresh water of grade D or above. The 2 girls finally understood after seeing the end. How could I forget about this? Why is there still D-grade water? What should I do? The problem of being careless and not using my brain is back again. Yi-chan shrugged helplessly, pointed at the fresh water purifier that he had thrown in the corner, and said, "Don't forget, there is still this. Can this thing improve the quality of water?" Dadawan squatted on the ground in amazement and looked at this strange-looking fresh water purifier. Yi-chan, can this purifier really improve the quality of fresh water? Yang Ming-er also looked up and down at the purifier that had been collectively ignored by everyone. I can't guarantee that, but think about it. What is the quality of water? It's nothing more than purity. The purer the better. So using a purifier is naturally the easiest way to improve the quality of water. The 3 of them nodded after hearing this. Although the power system has not been built yet, and the freshwater purifier cannot be used, there is naturally no way to verify Yi-chan's statement with facts, but they have to admit that what Yi-chan said makes sense. Then let's not hesitate and build the power system quickly. I was so excited that I wanted to do something big. I haven't figured it out yet. Yi-chan scratched the back of his head, feeling helpless. He hadn't even finished reading such a thick instruction manual. Then boss, just sit here and watch. I'm going to go cut down some trees and raise our fence first. Come together, you drive, I'll sit in the passenger seat. Ming-er, Dilly, come together, we'll go to the west. Yi-chan closed the instruction manual, waved to the 3 people, and signaled everyone to get in the car. Where are you going? Dad Awan was originally carrying a mountain axe and was about to walk east. Rabbits don't even eat the grass near their nests, so why would you cut down the trees in front of your house? Go east, there's a bamboo forest. The 4 of them got in the car and left the camp again from the north side of the lake to look for suitable materials. Chapter 58. The Thoughts of Capitalists. Boss, where did you see the bamboo forest? I didn't see it. Didn't we go mining this morning? Yi-chan was too lazy to explain more to Dad Awan. This guy was so careless that he would never remember the terrain. It was not until Yi-chan's command that the pickup truck twisted and turned and arrived in front of a bamboo forest. Dad Awan then remembered something. So this is it, boss. You have a really good memory. Yi-chan shrugged, took out a folded paper from his arms, and handed it to the 3 people. Look at this. This map. The 3 were dumbfounded. I've only painted part of it. There are still many areas on the island that we haven't visited yet. Boss, you are amazing. What did you draw this? Dadawan opened his mouth so wide that he wanted to kneel down to Yi-chan. Yang Ming-er and Dilly also looked at Yi-chan in worship. Yi-chan, is this where we live? Yang Ming-er asked Yi-chan, pointing to an area marked camp. Yes, there's a lake to the north of the camp, mountains to the east and west, and a cave to the south. This are all places we need to focus on. These are also the places where we must reinforce the bamboo wall. Yi-chan pointed at the sketch and explained to everyone. Brother Yi, your paper and pen are. On the second day I arrived, I exchanged 2 bottles of water. Paper and pen are of no use to most survivors at this stage, so I exchanged them easily. Now, these 3 people admired Yi-chun from the bottom of their hearts. I am just living from day to day here, but Yi-chun has already made plans. Okay, I'm going to have to work hard next. I still need a day or 2 to study this manual. Our goal today is to cut bamboo. Of course, if the exchange has bamboo for sale at a reasonable price, we can also buy it. It's already past 1 o'clock, and we'll finish work at 4:30. Yi-chun always puts safety first. He must return to his camp before dark. There is no need to risk wandering around outside in the dark. Don't worry, boss. I'm the best at cutting bamboo. Dad Awan was the first to get off the pickup truck carrying a mountain axe. Ming-er, Dilly, the 2 of you will be responsible for carrying the bamboo. Be careful. Naturally, girls can only do such simple work. Yi-chun picked up another axe and followed Dad Awan out of the pickup truck. 2 boys were responsible for cutting the bamboo, and 2 girls were responsible for loading the cut bamboo onto the pickup truck. The combination of men and women made the work extremely efficient. This work is done for the sake of one's own home, so one must be very motivated. The mentality is completely different from when you work for capitalists. Boss, why don't you take a break? You're the brainiac, so just leave the rough work to me. Dad Awan actually felt very sorry for his boss and started to flatter him. You've worked hard then. Yi-chun was not polite either. His physical strength was really no match for Dad Awan. It seemed that if the system had any skill to increase physical strength one day, he would have to get one as soon as possible. Yi-chun, who was sitting on the ground to rest, was not idle either. He opened the chat room and exchange panel again. The chat room was still lively. Yi-chun took a quick look and saw that it was still the same few things. Sand, tree trunks, and vegetables. The only difference is that it seems that a certain number of people have upgraded to level 3 and started to purchase clay, freshwater fish, and bows and arrows. Clay, freshwater fish, and bows and arrows are rare items. Even Yi-chun does not have them in sufficient quantities. At least Yi-chun is still short of a few rubber bands for making bows and arrows. This also indirectly resulted in Dad Awan being unable to upgrade to the 4th level sign-in system. Another scarce commodity that surprised Yi-chun was sea salt. Yi-chun, who had a pot, seemed to never take sea salt seriously. Yang Ming'er even got the 30 kilograms of sea salt needed for the upgrade by herself when Yi-chun was away. But now, it seems that sea salt has also become a scarce commodity. Ming'er, this sea salt, how long did it take you to get the first time? Yang Ming'er thought about it and answered, it takes about 3 or 4 hours. Our pot is big, and I use a high fire to roast it. I can make 2 or 3 kilograms of salt at a time. Oh, Yi-chun seemed to have discovered the root of the problem. Most people don't have a pot. Although this pot of mine may seem inconspicuous, it was originally just a rare D-grade soup pot. But there is one biggest advantage, that is, it is big enough. Not to mention fish soup, even a turkey would be fine. Yi-chun suddenly had an idea and seemed to have found another way to make a fortune. I can make whatever you need. Besides, I really need things like pots, pans, and utensils. There are no ceramic bowls for eating. You can only drink water in plastic bottles. This is all very inconvenient. Yi-chun opened the system again and took a look at the upgrade list. If I remember correctly, upgrading the level 5 sign-in system to level 6 requires ceramic products. There's a daily limit on the number of freshwater fish. Instead of selling clay, it is better to upgrade the clay and turn it into ceramic products before selling them. Dear survivors, prepare the money in your pockets. Chapter 59, B-Level Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint. The capitalist. Yi-chun realized his dream of getting rich and returned to the army of manual labor. The 4 men were busy cutting trees and carrying things, and they didn't finish work until 4:30 on time. Looking at the cart filled with bamboos, although the 4 of them were a little tired, they were very pleased. The result of your own labor, that feeling is different. Go home. With a lot of harvest, the 4 of them went back home. Boss, when the time comes, build the bamboo wall to 4 meters high, and then connect it to the power grid. I'll see who dares to break in without permission and electrocute them to death. Dad Awan seemed to have seen the prototype of the future camp defense system. The idea is really vicious. He wants to electrocute the invader with one move. Yi-chun had never thought about whether a power grid needed to be installed, but monitoring equipment is necessary. Yi-chun had thought about it a long time ago. This huge camp is at least several thousand square meters in total. It is indeed impossible for the 4 of us to take care of it alone, and we must rely on high-tech means to supervise. Yichin's ultimate idea is to have a monitoring device with its own alarm system. As long as an intruder enters his camp, the monitoring device will detect it and then sound an alarm to inform him so that he can prepare for defense in the first place. Well, it's just that the workload is a bit large. We have to dig the soil and plant bamboo again. After experiencing the hardship of building the primary bamboo wall, Yang Ming'er sighed and hung his head. Building a bamboo wall is easier said than done, but it is time-consuming and laborious. First, you have to cut a lot of bamboo, and then you have to dig holes and plant the bamboo. The pit cannot be dug too shallow, otherwise the foundation will not be solid enough to hold the bamboo wall in place. But if you want to dig deeper, it will be time-consuming and laborious. In order to reinforce and raise the bamboo wall, everyone deliberately selected tall, strong, and thick bamboos. The height of this bamboo wall is sufficient, but the difficulty of construction has increased exponentially. Brother Yi, that B-grade, perfect-grade tool shovel seems to be very powerful. It would be much easier if we had one. Dilly glanced at the B-level tool shovel in the system and muttered something. Grade B perfect tool shovel can greatly reduce labor intensity and improve work efficiency by no less than 500%. This is the system's description of the tool, the shovel. Improving work efficiency by 5 times is really amazing. I can only say that everything that comes out of this synthesis system is awesome. It's simply a cheating artifact. But at the same time, if you want to get this plug-in artifact, the price is not small. Yichin naturally hopes to get one. No, it would be better to get 10. With this tool that can increase efficiency 5-fold, what else do you have to worry about? Yichin glanced at the broken shovel in his hand and sincerely hoped that it could be retired as soon as possible. Alas, but I don't have any materials. At first glance, he was considered one of the richest survivors, but every time he looked at the materials needed for synthesis, Yichin found that he was far from the word rich. B-level perfect tool shovel, 10 kilograms of D-level iron ingot, or 3 kitchen knives, plus 5 kilograms of C-level tree trunks of any type, plus B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint. Good guy. Iron ingots, C-level tree trunks, B-level blueprints, I don't have any of these 3 things. Let's not talk about the iron ingots mentioned above. After all, they could be replaced by kitchen knives. Relying on the abundant resources in his hands, it is not a big problem for Yichin to buy a few more kitchen knives in the exchange, but the remaining 2 things are more troublesome. C-grade excellent trunk. Yichin didn't know whether others had found C-level excellent trees. However, Yichin has not found any C-level trees so far. The most troublesome thing is that B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint. Drawing? A priceless item. In the stock exchange, anything that can be called a blueprint will be priced sky high. It's okay to have a sky high price, but you should have better quality. Yichin scanned it several times, but there were no higher level drawings. At most, there would occasionally appear 1 or 2 C-level, level garbage tool drawings that Yichin didn't even think highly of. For example, broom mop. The name sounds pretty nice. Multifunctional and practical broom. Can greatly reduce labor intensity and increase your cleaning efficiency by 50%. Solar-powered fully automatic mop. Free your hands and easily improve your living environment. Yichin seriously suspected that there was an advertisement embedded here. The question is, what do I need this thing for now? Could it be that he has nothing better to do and is planning to clean up the island he's on? As for the B-level perfect drawings, they're even more difficult. Excluding those obtained directly through trading, the only thing left is to synthesize it through your own blueprint synthesizer. Yichin had indeed synthesized a C-level outstanding mountain splitting axe blueprint before. But now, thinking back on it, it's really tiring. The 4 of them were busy for the entire day, and the girls' backs and waists ached from just panning for sand. Only then was the materials needed to synthesize the blueprint gathered through exchange. The problem is, after all this busy work, they only managed to synthesize a C-grade level blueprint. At the moment, I have to synthesize a perfect B-level blueprint, which is not a simple concept. B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint. 20,000 pieces of C-level leaves, any species, from at least 3 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of C-level sand from 5 different islands. There were 20,000 leaves. Yichin looked at his pickup truck and estimated that it would not be able to hold them all. In addition, 100 kilograms of C-grade sand is needed, which has to come from other islands. After washing out these 100 kilograms of sand, only about 30 kilograms of D-grade sand are left. If we were to wash out C-grade sand, I'm afraid it would not even reach 1/10 of that. To collect 100 kilograms of grade C sand, you need to collect at least 1,000 kilograms of sand, which is 1 ton. Then, for people screening the sand by hand, which was a huge project. Before the blueprint could be made, the 4 people were buried in the sand. Thinking of the sand, Yi Chun felt a splitting headache. I thought that with the blueprint researcher, everything would go smoothly and I would have whatever I wanted. Now it seems that I only blame myself for being too young. The island is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. Yi Chun was at a loss. Suddenly, Dilly shouted, brother Yi, look, the exchange has posted a blueprint. It was just posted. Drawing? Yi Chun was a little dull. After 3 seconds of pause, he opened the exchange channel. I saw a drawing hanging on the exchange. B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint. Chapter 60, Yi Chun's little fangirl. However, when Yi Chun saw the other party's request, he couldn't help but take a breath. B-level perfect tool shovel. Requires 2 mountain axes, 10 freshwater fish of level C or above, 20 bottles of fresh water, 10 kilograms of clay, and no less than 10 kilograms of various dry food. These are not all. What shocked Yi Chun the most was that the other party actually offered a condition. I want 5 kilograms each of perfect grade B vegetables and fruits. What a joke. B grade perfect vegetables? Not to mention grade B vegetables. Nowadays, C grade or even D grade vegetables, or anything called vegetables regardless of grade, are all very popular and priceless. Even a rich man, like Yi Chun, can't gather 5 kilograms of B grade vegetables and fruits. When Yi Chun harvested for the first time, he was lucky enough to get 1 kilogram of perfect B grade vegetables through the addition of fertilizer. He still keeps it well now, but he couldn't bear to eat even half a single one. Wow, this guy asked for 5 kilograms of grade B vegetables right away. The lion opened his mouth wide. Damn, this guy is crazy. Who has B-grade vegetables now? He wants 5 kilograms. Why doesn't he just ask for 5 tons? Dadawan cursed with contempt. Yi Chun, why does this person want such high-grade vegetables? Yang Ming'er obviously didn't understand. Yi Chun opened the upgrade list and pondered it carefully. Could it be that this person has already signed in to the level 5 sign-in system? Ming'er, can you help me check this person's ranking in the rankings last week? I have no impression of the name Yulan. When the system displayed the rankings for the first week, Yi Chun was familiar with the names of the top few, but he didn't remember anyone called Yuelan. Okay, I'll check. Wait a minute. Yang Ming'er immediately began to check the other party's ranking. Yuelan? Boss, this name sounds like a girl. Girl. Yi Chun did not comment. There are no naming rules in this chat room. Although the 2 words Yuelan do sound like a girl's name, there is no guarantee that there will be a man who likes this name. There are transvestites in real life, let alone in this world of survival on an island. Found it, ranked 350th. 350th? Not much ahead of me. Dadawan said this shamelessly. Yi Chun was too embarrassed to look at him. This guy, could it be that his math was taught by the PE teacher? He is only ranked 350th, but how much are you? 823rd. Yi Chun remembered it clearly. Being able to compare 823 and 350, Yi Chun truly admires the Dajuan's shameless mentality. 350th place. When the ranking list is announced, the sign-in system will most likely not even reach level 2, right? Dilly said intuitively. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Could it be possible that this person has reached level 5 in just 4 or 5 days? This speed is simply too fast. Yi Chun, do you think she has recruited other survivors? Or, Yang Ming'er stopped talking halfway, but everyone understood what she meant next. Before the sign-in system reaches level 7, the fastest way to upgrade the sign-in system is to recruit or kill survivors. It was an incredible efficiency to upgrade from level 1 to level 5 in one go. Even a wealthy family like Yi Chun had just upgraded his 2 sisters to level 4. No way, this name seems quite gentle. Could this girl be capable of killing? Dadawan wiped his neck with a look of horror on his face. Instead of guessing, I'd better go and ask. Yi Chun didn't want to play riddles, so he sent a private message to the other party directly. Excuse me, is there any room for negotiation on the price of your B-grade perfect blueprint? Yi Chun sent a message very politely. Unexpectedly, the other party replied 3 seconds later. You are the sun, the moon, and the stars. Yi Chun looked at the 3 confusing exclamation marks, his mind full of question marks. Could this be running into an enemy again? Yi Chun thought about it and couldn't figure out who else he had offended since he came to the island survival world. There are 888 islands and a total of 999 people. Even if I attract the black system, I won't make enemies every time. That. I am the sun, moon, and stars. Yichin was confused now and could only answer truthfully. Soon, the other party responded again. You want my blueprints? Yichun was at a loss for a moment and could only reply honestly with 2 words again. Yes. No problem. I'll send it to you right away. Can you teach me how to survive? I've only been here for a few days. There's a shortage of water and food here. And why does the upgrade of the sign-in system require so many resources? Yichun was completely confused. What's going on? The 2 girls and Dadawan were also at a loss when they saw this reply. I had previously suspected that the other party was a murderer, but it turned out that he was a complete fool. Boss, please ask if she is a girl. Dadawan seems to be more concerned about this issue. Yichun glanced at Yang Ming'er and Dilly. The 2 girls also seemed to want to know whether this murderer was a GG or a M. Yichun shrugged his shoulders. He had no choice but to ask questions according to the meaning of the onlookers. Excuse me, are you a boy or a girl? Girl, my name is Ting Ting. Boss, how did you level up? You're amazing. You're rank number 1. I wanted to learn how to survive from you for a long time, but I was too embarrassed to ask. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. I'm so happy. It turns out that this survivor who is suspected by his group to be a murderer is actually a girl, and she's a somewhat nagging girl. Yichun looked at a loss. He had no idea what the current situation would be like no matter how hard he tried. I wonder what kind of people this system attracts. Yichun first glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was a naive and silly girl. He turned his head and glanced at Dadawan, who was staring at the virtual screen with a dull look on his face and grinning. He was another idiot. I really didn't know how Dadawan, as a single-celled animal, could survive in the real world. 1, 2. Now, there's a third one. Is this really a world of island survival? Yichun was deeply skeptical. At this time, Dadawan was looking at Yichun with a silly smile. Boss, you are so generous. You even have a little fangirl. Yichun was ashamed. Ding, you and Yuelon have completed the transaction, and you have obtained a B-level perfect grade tool, shovel blueprint. Yichun was completely confused. Is smoke coming out of my ancestral grave? Met another big roll. Chapter 61. Plan to go to sea again. Yichun was a little confused when holding this B-level perfect blueprint. Boss, you are so charming. Another girl is throwing herself at you. Dadawan seemed to think that things were not lively enough and actually said such words in front of Yang Ming'er and Dilly. Now Dilly's face turned into a red apple. What are you talking about, you guy? Yang Ming'er now calls herself sister, so she must act like a big sister, and glared at Dadawan fiercely. Yichun, it's not good to take the other party's things for nothing. After scolding Dawan, Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun again. Yichun was still in a daze. Dadawan answered for Yichun proudly. Don't worry, the boss doesn't treat a rough guy like me badly. In the past few days, the food and drinks I ate were all provided by the boss for free, not to mention that I'm a girl now. These are good things to say, but after they come out of Mr. Dawan's mouth, I always feel that something has changed. Yichun ignored Dawan and sent a message directly to the girl. Tell me what you need. I won't take anything from you for nothing. The answer he got made Yichun stunned again. I've only been here for a few days. Master, besides food and drink, what else do I need to survive on the island? This girl seems to be even more indifferent than Dadawan. Yichun was really distressed and had to ask Yang Ming'er for help. Leave it to me. I'll communicate with her. Yichun expressed his gratitude. After handing the girl over to Yang Ming'er, Yichun finally had time to take a good look at the valuable blueprint in his hand. B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint. Now I finally got the most difficult drawings. Yichun already had 3 kitchen knives, so the only material he was missing was 5 kilograms of C-grade, excellent grade tree trunks. Boss, I've cut down quite a few trees and bamboos, but I've never seen a C-grade tree. Dadawan is the person with the most say in tree felling. C-level trunk. Yichun was also lost and glanced at the exchange. Not to mention C-grade trunks, even E-grade ones are not available for sale. It seems that I am the only survivor who has sold tree trunks. The amount required by the system is not much, only 5 kilograms, but this level is here. I don't think I've ever seen a tree above grade D. It seems that grade D trees are thick and strong. How thick must grade C trees be? Yang Ming'er muttered. Thick and strong. Yang Ming'er's words reminded Yichun of some scenes. The D-level palm tree that he chopped down for the first time was indeed much thicker than the other E-level palm trees around it. The D-level trees that Dadawan cut down later were indeed thick and strong. Could it be that the thickness and grade of a tree are linked? Big roll, if you want to say thick and strong, you say, that big pine tree. Dadawan reacted extremely quickly this time and understood Yi Chen's meaning instantly. Boss, it's that tree. That tree must be sea level, maybe B level or A level. But that tree is on my island. What Dadawan said at the end was indeed what gave Yi Chen the most headache. The big pine tree was indeed thick and strong, but it was on another island. Yi Chen, are you going out to sea again? Yang Ming'er was obviously a little worried. The last time Yi Chen went out to sea alone to pick up Dadawan and Dilly, Yang Ming'er was very worried. Although he now has two more friends, the endless sea still makes Yang Ming'er worried. What are you afraid of? We have motorboats now. We used to kayak there. Besides, the island is very close. If the weather is good, you can see it with your naked eyes. That's perfect. I'll go to the east side of the island and pick some coconuts for you. There are many coconut trees there. Yi Chen said it very lightly, not wanting to put too much pressure on everyone. Although Yi Chen himself knew that going out to sea would definitely involve certain risks. Coconut tree, yes, boss, I will go with you. Dadawan volunteered. Seeing this, the two girls immediately raised their hands to indicate that they also wanted to go. There's no point in having too many people. You two might as well stay home. Besides, there's still a lot of work to do at home. Fishing, watering the vegetables, and continuing to pan for sand all take time. Yi Chen resolutely rejected the two girls' requests. Brother Yi, those vegetables and fruits seem to be growing very fast after applying chemical fertilizers. When mentioning those vegetables, fruits, and melons, Dilly seemed to have thought of something. That's good. So, we need someone to stay behind. Don't worry, if everything goes well, we will be back in half a day. Yi Chen tried to comfort Yang Ming'er. Well, okay, when are you going to set off? Yang Ming'er saw that Yi Chen had made up his mind and did not try to stop him. It's too late today, let's do it tomorrow. Boss, I'll be responsible for cutting down all those trees. Yi Chen was speechless for a while. Please, we only need 5 kilograms of tree trunks. We can just chop some low branches to get the weight. This big pine tree was full of branches and leaves. Yi Chen roughly calculated that the area covered by the branches and leaves must be at least 1,000 square meters. If he cut them all down, how long would it take to cut them down? Now, in order to complete the materials for making a B-grade perfect tool shovel, Yi Chen decided to go out to sea for the second time. After completing their daily fishing work, the four of them took a rest. With a pillow and a blanket, Yi Chen is now feeling quite comfortable in the cave. But Yi Chen was happy, while the other survivors who had been waiting for Yi Chen in the chat room for a whole day were complaining. Boss, you're on the news again. When Dadawan opened the chat room, he found a screen full of subtitles saying calling Boss Ryu. These guys don't have Yi Chen's materials, so their dream of upgrading the sign-in system can't be realized. The later you upgrade the sign-in system, the later you will get high-level supplies. Ignore them. It won't take a day or two. Besides, leveling up won't increase your chances much. Instead of complaining, you should think about your future plans in a pragmatic way. Yi Chen himself is making plans. Boss, what are you drawing? This is our campsite. This is the cave. There's a lookout tower on the cave. I plan to put the solar panels here. It is open and can absorb enough sunlight. As for here, I checked it with a peephole. The land is of a high grade and will be used as farmland for future expansion. The cave needs at least 3 lights. When I have power tools, I plan to grind the ground flat and lay carpets. Dadawan was dumbfounded when he heard Yi Chen's serious introduction of the future plans for his home. Do you also grind the floor and lay carpet? What does my boss want to do? Build a palace? Yi Chen, I'll send some water and food to Ting Ting. Yang Ming'er, who was in the pickup truck, sent Yi Chen a message. Okay, you decide. He has enough food now. Besides, that girl named Ting Ting gave him the top quality blueprint for free, let alone some water and food. Yi Chen would have no objection even if he gave her half a lake of water. Boss, you are awesome. You have 2 children at home, and you have a mistress outside. The Dajuan's sudden words made Yi Chen confused. What the hell, Small? 3? I didn't expect that this guy would add another sentence. Boss, you are awesome. This is the first time I see a woman helping a man raise a mistress. A mistress. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 62, Treasure Hunting Albatross and Crop Accelerator. Yi Chen was nearly choked to death by this guy. It's a pity he could think of that. I said, why don't you think about something serious? Go out and enjoy the sea breeze and cool down. Yi Chen kicked Dadawan away. I'm not going. It's almost midnight. I need to sign in. It seems that Dadawan has an unusually good mentality. The quality of the materials he signs in for every day is the lowest, but this cannot erase his yearning for signing in. Every day, I count the seconds, looking forward to the arrival of the sign-in moment. Boss, watch out. I'm going to get you a super S-level God-given reward this time. Come on, come on. I'll be thankful if you can sign me in for something normal. Yichun really didn't expect this guy to sign anything valuable. With his probability, forget it. As for what Yichun is looking forward to at the moment, that's quite a lot. Not to mention the treasure map fragments and various super S-level divine supplies. Diesel, iron, or various power tools, marine fish. These are the materials that are in urgent need at the moment. The lack of some materials has hindered our upgrades, while the lack of some has hindered the progress of defense projects. It's just past midnight. Dadawan couldn't wait to start signing in. Ding! The Qin Dezhuang you recruited signed in successfully and received the C-level excellence sign-in reward. Shark Hook. Shark Hook? Yichun was startled by the name. Boss, I'm awesome, right? Dadawan patted his chest proudly. Is the system asking me to go fishing for sharks? Yichun was still pondering this matter, which sounded a bit scary. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited signed in successfully and received the B-level perfect reward. Treasure Hunting Albatross. Treasure Hunting Albatross? What the hell is this? Yichun is now confused. Yang Minger's reward system did not announce it. Yichun understood that it was most likely a low-level reward. It's a pity that Dilly's reward is not an S-level legendary one, but the B-level perfect reward is not bad. Yichun is self-aware. You can't expect girls to sign in for you and get S-level rewards every day. But what exactly is this treasure hunting albatross? Chirp. Suddenly, a bird chirped outside the cave. Then, the voices of Yang Ming'er and Dilly were heard again. Here it comes, here it comes. Yichun and Dadawan immediately stood up and ran out of the cave. In the dark night, under the bright moonlight, a large white bird was flying low, circling around his pickup truck. Yichun, can you please leave this albatross to us? Yang Ming'er and Dilly seemed to have a special love for animals. Yichun was too embarrassed to compete with the two girls for a bird, so he took the initiative to give up his right to choose and return the signed Dilly bird to Dilly. Yichun put on a peephole and checked the properties of this treasure-hunting albatross. Treasure-hunting albatross, the most loyal bird in history, it is devoted to love until death. It has the ocean-finding attribute, which can help the host find rare animals in the first place. It is particularly good at finding fish in the vast ocean. Treasure-hunting albatross has a chance to evolve under certain conditions. So that's how it is. It seems that this treasure-hunting albatross is comparable to the peephole in my hand. It's just that albatrosses are better at spotting marine life. Yichun thought again of the shark hook that Dadawan got when he signed in. Shark hook, a powerful tool for catching large ocean fish. Combined with a shark net and a saltwater fishing rod, it can form a B-level perfect saltwater fishing kit. It turns out this thing also has a set. This is going to be lively. The two girls want to play with the albatross, while Dadawan held his shark hook in his hands lovingly. Yichun simply started his own sign-in journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have signed in successfully and received the B-level perfect reward. Crop Maturity Time Accelerator. Another new and interesting thing. Yichun immediately began to look up the detailed explanation. Crop Maturity Accelerator can shorten the maturity period of all crops by 40–80%. Note, can only shorten the maturity period of crops of grade B and below. Praise! Yichun roared, this reward is really great. What I'm worried about now is the long maturity cycle of crops. Although fertile soil and fertilizers have increased the growth rate of crops, Yichun still feels that they grow too slowly. Besides, fertilizer is a consumable and will be gone once it is used up. There is no specified service life for this accelerator. Now that we have this accelerator, the maturity cycle of our crops has been shortened again. Yichun ran to his farmland without stopping. I checked the condition of the various crops that have been planted. Second sowing of greens. 3 days until harvest. Grape, 2 more days. Olive vegetable, 3 days left. Sure enough, the growth rate of his crops accelerated again. Yichun was reluctant to eat the current crops. Apart from leaving a few kilograms of high-grade vegetables, he either sold the rest for supplies or made upgrade materials for Dadawan and the others. If this can speed up output, then what would I worry about? Boss, let's go to my island tomorrow to cut down some trees and go shark fishing. You see, I have shark hooks here, and you two beauties have treasure-hunting albatrosses here. We can eat shark fins. Yichun was ashamed. This guy really dares to think. They have just managed to get enough food and clothing, but they are already dreaming of eating delicacies from land and sea. Boss, what the hell is this? Dadawan seemed to have discovered the square little box in Yichun's hand. I just signed in and got this crop accelerator. It can increase the speed at which crops mature. Really? Then we won't have to worry about having vegetables and fruits to eat. Yang Ming-er and Dilly were also very excited to hear the good news. The two girls touched their cheeks. As a first-line artist, appearance has always been very important. Since arriving on the island, I've been exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. Not to mention skincare products, even vegetables, fruits, and other foods that can increase vitamins are not available. On the surface, the two naturally would not complain. After all, other survivors couldn't even afford food and clothing, and it was too much for them to want this and that. But deep down, who doesn't want to eat some fresh vegetables and fruits? Yichen naturally understood what they were thinking. He nodded the two of them and said, "Don't worry. With this thing, we shouldn't have to worry about anything. In addition to being able to meet the food supply for the four of us, there will also be some leftover. Since you have recruited the other party, apart from anything else, you must make sure they have food, drink, defecation, and urination." Dadawan didn't seem to have much idea about the vegetables, but he was very interested in the grapes that were about to grow on the vines. "Boss, can this be made into raisins?" I didn't expect this guy to think so far. He didn't want fresh fruits, but actually thought of raisins. Yi-chan was very helpless, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that the Dajuan's suggestion was not impossible. The shelf life of fruit is very short. If the fruit production increases in the future, you can really consider drying it and making it into raisins. No problem. You'll be able to eat as much as you want. It's too late today, and we both have to go out to sea tomorrow, so everyone should go to bed early. The short check-in time that is most anticipated every day has passed. However, the chat room was still very lively. Yichen has already discovered that the prices of ordinary freshwater resources, ordinary bread and biscuits, have begun to fall rapidly as more and more survivors have grabbed useful supplies. The days of relying on this lake to conquer the world are coming to an end. However, Yichen already has many new products to sell. From various grades of sand, freshwater fish, to clay vegetables, there are plenty of ways to make money. In this day and age, we have to keep pace with the times. Yi-chun, can you come over here? We have something to talk to you about. After Yi-chan finished browsing the exchange and the chat room, he was about to go to sleep when Yang Ming-er sent him a private message. "You go to sleep first. The girl has something to ask me." Yi-chen greeted Dadajuan. "I understand. Boss, just go ahead." Dadawan looked at Yi-chan with a wicked smile. Yi-chan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He stood up, left the cave, and got into his pickup truck. "What's wrong? What happened?" The two girls looked at each other mysteriously, then hung their heads, their faces flushed red. Yichen was confused. "What's going on?" That. Yang Ming-er hesitated for a long time, and Yichen only heard this and that. "It's okay, just say it directly. We are all family." Yichen said politely, "Can we buy some female products at the exchange?" Chapter 63, Diesel is now available. Hearing this, Yichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Women's supplies, what are those? Well, no problem. You can buy whatever you like. Yichen is also a regular customer of the exchange, but he has never paid special attention to the so-called female products. The girl asked, so I had no choice but to agree. Do I have to ask her what she wants to buy? Well, the other party needs some dry food and some vegetables. Yang Ming-er hesitated and felt a little embarrassed. To exchange for supplies, there is naturally a price to pay. Yi-chun is the undisputed island owner of this island, so naturally Yi-chen's approval is required. As for supplies below B level, you guys can decide for yourself. You don't need to notify me specifically. Just buy them if you need them. We have enough vegetables and dry food. Yi-chen seemed very generous. First, he really didn't care about supplies below the B-level perfect level, except for the two most sought-after mountain axes. Second, discussing these issues with the girls late at night made Yi-chun feel uncomfortable. It would be better to let them go. After all, they were his own, so why worry about the things running away? Yi-chen was very confident. Thank you, Brother Yi, you are so nice. Dilly seemed very excited. She estimated that if Yang Ming-er hadn't glared at her, this girl would have rushed up to hug Yi-chun. There are two girls and one boy in the pickup truck. The two girls are dressed casually. Yang Ming-er is a bit careless, so her collar is open. Although Dilly is dressed conservatively, her figure is there and she can't hide it even if she wants to. In addition, in order to save electricity, Yang Ming-er only lit 2 candles. The flickering light made the scene seem a little ambiguous. Yi-chen glanced at his pickup truck. These two beauties can't be left here for nothing. I must hurry up and convert the pickup truck into an RV someday. No matter how good the cave is, it's still not as good as your own pickup truck. Changed it, changed it. Yichun was still in a daze when Dilly suddenly shouted excitedly. Then Yichun saw the girl excitedly holding up a pair of pajamas with the words "Hello Kitty" printed on it. So this girl just changed into pajamas? Brother Yi, when can we finish renovating the RV? Dilly also seems to be looking forward to the RV. Yeah, we feel embarrassed to always let you two sleep in the cave. Yang Minger looked at Yi-chan with a wry smile. Let's wait a little longer. We already have blankets, quilts, and pillows. The cave is pretty good. It can keep out the wind and rain, so we can make do with it. As for the RV renovation, we need iron ore, and the mining of iron ore requires specific tools. It seems that we can only rely on the A-level epic construction hammer. You want that construction hammer? Yang Minger shook her head. The difficulty of synthesizing that thing was even comparable to that of a treasure map. It was said to be an A-level item, but the difficulty of synthesizing it was enough to make people want to give up. Nothing can be done, but with that construction hammer, I think many of our problems will be solved. Don't panic, just do it one thing at a time. First, get the C-level tree trunk and make a B-level tool shovel. Rome was not built in a day, and many things cannot be rushed. By the way, how's that girl? Yi-chun thought of the girl named Ting Ting. I sent her some food and drinks. The girl is only 18 years old and is quite brave, but her ability to take care of herself is a little poor. Yang Minger seemed to have found out everything. By the way, Yi-chun, is it possible for us to bring Ting Ting back like we did with Dilly? Yang Minger thinks quite far ahead. Dilly and Dadawan are God's help. They're close to us. Well, don't we have a compass for finding people? Oh, and an albatross for finding treasures. Yang Minger pointed very seriously at the albatross sleeping peacefully on a tree outside the window. This big bird didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. Once it recognized its owner, it wouldn't leave. However, the space in the car was too small, so Yang Minger chose a big banyan tree as its home. The compass can only find people within 5 nautical miles. If they're too far away, they won't be found. As for the albatross, it is used to find rare animals, not people. Yichun is much more realistic than Yang Minger. You never know. You're going out to sea tomorrow, so why not use the compass to look for her? Maybe Ting Ting is nearby. Yang Minger still didn't give up. Okay, but I advise you not to hold out too much hope. Finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yichun's words were rough, but true. There were at least 888 islands in this world of island survival. Besides, no one knew how far apart each island was. If you wanted to find someone on these islands, that would be too difficult. By the way, Ting Ting's full name is Jiang Yuding, so don't make the mistake when you enter it. The missing person compass requires the accurate input of the name of the person to be found, which Yichun naturally understands. Got it, go to bed early, I'm going back. Yichun waved to the two girls, got off the pickup truck consciously, and returned to his cave. Boss, why are you back? Nonsense, there's only a tiny space in that pickup truck. Even sleeping 2 people seems a bit crowded. Where do you want me to sleep? Yichun glared at Dawan unhappily. Dadawan said with a wicked smile, squeeze in, there will always be room if you squeeze in. You kid, are you tired of living? Yichun kicked Dadawan and the guy finally calmed down. Boss, what did the girls ask you to do? I didn't expect this guy to be so gossipy. They want to exchange some supplies, and also asked me to find the girl named Ting Ting. Looking for someone? Great, we have a motorboat and a compass. We will definitely find them. Yichun was speechless. There were 2 silly girls over there and a silly boy here. Yichun moved into the bed, leaned on the pillow, and yawned. Although Yichun himself also hopes that his island can have more manpower, he still cannot expect to travel in the sea with his current equipment. Boss, look, someone is selling diesel. Yichun, who was originally feeling increasingly sleepy, suddenly woke up when he heard the word diesel. Yichun immediately opened the exchange interface. Death Returns sells 100 liters of diesel. Death Returns? Others may not be familiar with this name, but Yichun is very familiar with it. Yichun had noticed the 3rd-ranked Return of Death as early as the first time the system announced the survivor rankings. However, when Yichun saw the exchange materials posted by the other party, he felt mixed feelings. Boss, this guy wants D-grade rare fresh water. D-grade rare fresh water. Yichun doesn't have it for now, but Yichun has a freshwater purifier. Chapter 64. On the news again. Yichun knew that he had very little diesel left in his pickup truck. So I haven't driven the pickup truck out these 2 days. The pickup truck is almost becoming a fixed fortress, but since I don't have any D-grade fresh water, the matter of exchanging diesel has to be put on hold for the time being. Yichun woke up early the next morning after sleeping for a while. Unexpectedly, the two girls got up even earlier, walking the dog and playing with the birds. This place is almost becoming a zoo. Don't go anywhere today. Just stay in the camp. Dadawan and I will be back after we finish chopping down the sea-level tree trunks. If everything goes well, it will take no more than half a day. After the previous experience of being ambushed, Yichen was still a little worried. Brother Yi, don't worry. By the way, bring Xiaotian with you. Dilly blew a loud whistle towards the mountain on the east side, and the white treasure-hunting albatross flew over. Yichen was really scared. He didn't expect that this guy was so big, with a wingspan of more than 1 meter when spread out. With the big bird, Yi Chun and Dadawan boarded the motorboat, and also took 2 mountain axes, a climbing rope, a peepscope, a telescope, a compass for finding people, a few freshwater fish, some dry food, and 7 or 8 bottles of water. If Yi Chun hadn't stopped her, Yang Ming'er would probably have carried everything that could be moved onto the motorboat. You don't need that much. We'll only need half a day at most. Yi Chun felt a little tired. There was nothing he could do since his woman just cared about him. After saying goodbye to the girls, Yi Chun took Dawan and drove the motorboat towards the island in the east. Dadawan specially found a bamboo and fixed his shark hook on the other end of the bamboo. Judging from his posture, he was hoping to catch a shark with this artificial shark hook. Yi Chun's mind was completely on the big pine tree. Once you have completed the sea-level tree trunks, the progress of the advanced fence project in your camp can be increased several times. The motorboat headed eastward at high speed. The visibility was quite high today. Yi Chun looked to the south and even discovered other islands vaguely about 7 or 8 nautical miles away from him. Boss, it's rare for us to come out. How about we go a little further and take a detour to explore the surrounding situation? Dadawan fiddled with his shark hook for a while and seemed to have lost his previous enthusiasm. Now he stood on the bow of the motorboat and looked around. Okay, you drive. I'll just draw the map. Yi Chun gave the driving seat to Dadawan, picked up the pen and the hand-drawn map, and began to observe the surrounding conditions. When a motorboat fell into Dadawan's hands, its speed soared immediately. Take off. I have to say, the speed of this synthesized motorboat is simply amazing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun and Dadawan had traveled 5 nautical miles. Yi Chun's searching compass also lost Yang Ming'er's location. Okay, don't go too far, or you won't be able to go back. The two were talking when the chat room suddenly exploded. Am I seeing things? There seems to be someone driving a yacht on the sea. A survivor with the chat room ID, young but with a bad temper, suddenly said this, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yacht? You are starving. We have just solved the problem of food and clothing. Where can we get a yacht? I haven't even built half of the raft yet. Exactly. Who could drive a yacht now? It requires a lot of things to make. I haven't even been to the sea yet. Are you fainting from hunger or having hallucinations? The person who said he has a bad temper at such a young age was immediately criticized by a bunch of people. Shut up, everyone. I really saw it. I was full. There was a yacht, and it was going very fast. It went east. This survivor named Young, but with a bad temper, seemed to have a really bad temper. When he was confronted by this group of people, he immediately confronted back. I saw it too. The visibility was quite good today. I was scouting on the mountain. It was indeed a yacht to the west of me. Another survivor spoke. Now the young but bad-tempered guy is even more arrogant. See? I didn't say anything nonsense. Others saw it too. The chat room really exploded. Are you kidding me? Could it be that he's not a survivor? It's only been a few days, and someone can already synthesize a yacht. How is this possible? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Who is this? More and more survivors are joining this topic. Yi Cheng Wang was paying attention to the drawing, while Dadawan was driving the car with great pleasure. The two of them were completely unaware of what was happening in the chat room until Yang Ming'er sent a message. Yi Chun, it seems like you guys are on the news again. On the news is a hot word nowadays, and Yi Chun is naturally a frequent guest in the news. On the news? What's going on? Yi Chun put down the hand-drawn chart in his hand, looking confused. Look at the chat room yourself. I'm talking about you, right? After Yang Ming'er's reminder, Yi Chun finally opened the chat room. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. At this moment, the entire chat room had only one topic, which was someone was sailing on a yacht in the sea. Could it be the sun, moon, and star boss again? Sure enough, when most survivors participated in the topic, someone immediately thought of someone. Yi Chun's ID was mentioned again. Then, Yi Chun's private mailbox exploded again. Even, there is news in Dadawan's private mailbox. Dadawan looked at the 2 private emails with a confused look on his face. Brother Dadawan, you are familiar with Sun Moon Boss. Isn't this guy driving the yacht Sun Moon Boss? Since Dadawan has cheered for Yi Chen more than once, some smart people have already started paying attention to him. Boss, it seems like we are too high profile. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at him. How dare you say that? Who told you to drive so happily? Don't pay attention to them. Look at the direction correctly and don't get lost. We don't have GPS navigation. Don't worry, I've returned to the original route. The search compass shows that Yangming'er is right behind us. Fortunately, the two did not run too far. After making a big circle, they returned to the original route. The two drove northeast for another 10 minutes, and Dadawan shouted excitedly, Boss, look, that pine tree is really big, so cool. Yichen sent a message to Yangming'er, informing her that the two of them were about to land on the island. He stood up, picked up the telescope, and looked towards the northeast. Get ready to dock. There seems to be a small bay at 2 o'clock. Let's park the motorboat there. Understand, boss. The motorboat began to slow down and slowly enter the harbor. Yi Chen held up the telescope and looked around. When looking towards the east sky, Yi Chen frowned. Chapter 65, A-Level Epic Podocarpus. Big one, get ashore quickly. We need to make this a quick decision. Boss, what's wrong? I wanted to catch a shark, and I just got out. Why are you in such a hurry? Dadawan looked confused. Look to the east. Yi Chen pointed to the eastern sky. I saw that the originally blue sky had a clear, dividing line in the distant east. Oh my God, it's going to rain heavily. Hurry up, get your stuff, head up the mountain, and try to finish it in an hour. Yi Chen did not hesitate any longer. He picked up the axe, took some dry food, and ran to the shore. The treasure-hunting albatross, Xiaotian, chirped and rushed to the top of the mountain first. Yi Chen followed closely behind. Boss, wait for me. Dadawan took another axe and followed Yi Chen closely. While running, Yi Chen sent a message to Yangming'er and the others. It's estimated that it will rain heavily. Hurry up and move all the important supplies to the pickup truck. What about you? Be safe. Don't worry. We'll be back as soon as possible. While Yi Chen was comforting Yangming'er, he couldn't help but look up at the eastern sky. The speed of this dark cloud is much faster than expected. It seems to be very far away, but Yi Chen has already felt the oppressive feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. The two of them trotted all the way up the mountain. 15 minutes later, the two men successfully reached the summit, panting. Yi Chen immediately began to check the properties of this sturdy pine tree. Podocarpus tree. A-grade epic pine tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. It is the basic material for crafting high-grade items. Sure enough, this pine tree not only meets the requirements of the C-level Zhuiyue level, but is also an A-level epic pine tree. That's it. Boss, this tree is a bit tall. But it seems that the two of them encountered some trouble. Yi Chen's original plan was to pick up a few small branches, collect 5 kilograms of weight, and then go home. But when he got to the big tree, Yi Chen found that the tree was too big and it didn't seem very good. Except for the main trunk, which is less than 10 meters, the rest of the branches are high above. Boss, let me try. Dadawan simply didn't care about anything and swung the axe to chop at the trunk of the pine tree. Be careful. Yi Chen was a little worried at first that Dadajuan's powerful axe might chop down the tree directly. If the tree falls, both of them will be finished. But Yi Chen was obviously overthinking it. Not only did the tree not fall, but there was not even a trace of it. Dadawan was thrown away by the recoil of the axe. What the hell is this tree? Dadawan was dumbfounded. He patted his butt, got up from the ground, and checked his axe. It's curled. This time Yi Chen was also stunned. My axe is a C-grade one after all, but it curled up after just one chop? Is this a tree or alloy steel? Boss, I'm sorry. Dadawan was very regretful and scratched the back of his head. What Yi Chen is worried about now is not the loss of C-level axe, but how to deal with this 5-kilogram tree trunk. Wait a minute. I'll check it through the peephole. Yi Chen put on the peephole and began to observe the pine tree carefully. Main trunk of Podocarpus tree. S-level legendary trunk. Extremely hard. Cannot be destroyed except by A-level epic tools. Now Yi Chen completely understood why the C-level Zhuiyue level axe was vulnerable in front of it. With a chirp sound, Xiaotian, who was originally on the branch, suddenly began to flap his wings. Yi Chen raised his head suddenly. Etc. Yi Chen suddenly discovered some problems. An A-level epic tree, but the main trunk is S-level legendary. Could it be that? Do different parts of this tree have different levels? Yi Chen immediately began to observe the big pine tree carefully again. I looked up and saw that the peephole had data again. Level 1 branches. A-level epic grade. High hardness. Indestructible except for B-level perfect tools. Look again at the smaller branches. Secondary branches. B-grade, perfect grade. Relatively high hardness. Cannot be broken except by C-grade excellent tools. Now Yichun finally found his target. Big one. Looks like we have to climb a tree. Climb a tree? Boss, I'm afraid I can't do that with my size. Dadawan is very self-aware. His fat body is really unsightly, so how can he even talk about climbing a tree? Tie the rope for me. Boss, can you climb a tree? Yichun did not give a direct answer to Dawan. He was also a city dweller and had never learned to climb a tree. However, the branches of this tree were thick and rugged, so climbing it should not be a problem. Yichun was still very confident. As for the climbing rope, Yichun used it completely as a safety rope. He tied one end around his waist, and with the help of Xiaotian, he tied the other end to a primary branch. Boss, be careful. Unable to be the main player, Dadawan could only be a cheerleader. Yichun did not dare to slack off and climbed very carefully. The main trunk was nearly 10 meters high, and it took Yichun 10 minutes to climb to the first branch. Dadawan passed the remaining intact axe to Yichun with a rope. Yichun tried to move a little closer to the first level branch, controlled his center of gravity, and began to raise the axe to chop at the second level branch. With a clang, a secondary branch about 1 meter long fell to the ground. It's done, it's done. The boss is awesome. The big roll below cheered. But how could this second level branch weigh 5 kilograms? Yichun made a rough estimate, and it was only 1 kilogram at most. There's no other way. I have to follow the same pattern and get a few more. When Yichun chopped down the fourth tree, the sky had already turned gloomy. The eastern sky was already covered with dark clouds. Yichun, who was at a high place, could feel the gusts of wind blowing towards his cheeks from time to time. Yichun, it's going to rain soon. When will you come back? Be careful. Yang Ming'er and Dilly on their own island were also anxiously waiting for news from Yichun. Yichun didn't have time to deal with the two girls at the moment. I am now in a state of looking down on all the mountains from a high place, but if I am not careful, I will probably be buried in peace. Boss, that's 4. One more will be enough. While shouting at Yichun, Dadawan used the half-broken axe to clear away the extra branches and leaves on the secondary branches that Yichun had chopped off. Yichun tightly gripped the axe, took a deep breath, tried to keep himself calm, and moved to the next secondary branch again. Suddenly, a flash of lightning in the east lit up half the sky. Then, with a loud boom, there was a deafening thunder. Yichun almost stumbled and lost his grip. After calming down, he moved twice more to the first level branch. With a clang, the last section of the second level branch was chopped off by Yichun. It's done, boss. Come down quickly. Dadawan seemed a little excited. Big Wan, tie the other end of the rope firmly and let me down slowly. It is easy to go up a mountain, but difficult to go down, and the same goes for climbing a tree. Seeing that the dark clouds were about to approach, Yichun chose the fastest way to get down from the tree. Vertical rappel. Chapter 66. The storm is coming. Quick retreat. Yichun jumped off the rope and looked at the sky again. Wow. The dark clouds were almost pressing down on his head. Boss, this rope? It's too late, go. If this rain falls, the two of them will not be able to go back. The island under their feet now is not their own island. They don't have enough food, and they cannot sign in for supplies on other people's islands. If they're delayed and stay on this island, regardless of whether there will be losses or not, their lives will be at great risk. Must go back immediately. Yichun did not hesitate any longer. He picked up his still good axe, picked up 2 branches on the ground, and went down the mountain with Dadawan. Dadawan picked up the remaining 3 branches and glanced at the bent edge of the axe. Boss, what should we do with this axe? No more. Yichun made a prompt decision and decided to take as little as possible with him. The telescope and the peephole were treasures, and they were not very heavy, so they were convenient to carry. What was the use of this curled-up axe? The two began to descend the mountain at a rapid speed. Xiaotian flew low along the hillside, leading the way. Boom! The thunder in the sky began to become more frequent. Yang Ming'er and Dilly were so anxious that they didn't see Yichun's reply. The two of them had already moved all the items that could be moved into the pickup truck according to Yichun's instructions. However, watching the black clouds pressing closer, Yang Ming'er was worried about Yichun and Dadawan on one hand, and on the other hand, she was very worried about the crops that had been planted. The crops will be mature in the next 2 days. If a storm occurs, our group will suffer heavy losses. Where's Xiaoha? Yang Ming'er glanced around the pickup truck, but did not see any trace of Xiaoha. On the beach south of the cave. Although Xiaoha's real owner is Yang Ming'er, because he has been with Yi Chun for a long time, he also understands that this man is together with his owner, so he has long regarded Yi Chun as his second master. Now that he finds that the male owner is missing on the island, he is more anxious than the two girls. Xiao Di, before it rains, bring over that wolfskin blanket. Let's set up some bamboo poles and build a canopy over the crops. We can block as much rain as possible. Yang Ming'er was really worried about these precious crops. Yi Chun had planted almost all the seeds in the fields this time. If there was really a flood, her group would suffer serious losses. The east wind blew and dark clouds gathered. The two girls hurriedly pulled out a few fences with weak foundations and inserted them into the soil to serve as supports for the crop canopy. Sister Ming'er, this is several hundred square meters of land, and this wolfskin blanket only has a few square meters. It's not enough. Let's not worry about that for now. We have to protect the most precious A-level seeds. The rest can only be left to fate. The only option now is to sacrifice pawns to save the king. Only 30 A-level epic seeds were harvested in total. These seeds are the most precious. If they are damaged, it will be extremely difficult to obtain A-level seeds again. 10 minutes later, the two of them finally covered all the land planted with A-grade seeds. The dark clouds above have already covered 2/3 of the sky. Yi Chun, have you guys finished it? If you're too late, forget it. Hurry back. Yang Ming'er sent a message to Yi Chun again. 3 minutes later, Yi Chun finally responded. We just got on a motorboat. Yi Chun and Dadawan jumped onto the motorboat, and Dadawan immediately started to turn around. Yi Chun finally had time to reply to Yang Ming'er. Boss, the battery seems to be low. The Dajuan's words made Yi Chun frown again. I turned my head to look at the power system, and sure enough, there was less than a quarter of the power left. It's all because of this damn weather. Yi Chun had originally calculated that even if he took a longer detour, the motorboat could still continue to absorb solar energy to charge after docking. But now, not to mention absorbing solar energy, he didn't even know where the sun was. Keep moving in a straight line and at a constant speed, don't go too fast. Yi Chun had no choice but to save energy as much as possible. He picked up the axe and started cutting branches. Although there is a tailwind at the moment, this amount of power is still not enough to guarantee that I can return to the camp, so I must be prepared to paddle manually. 5 minutes later, raindrops began to fall, and the most depressing thing was that the wind direction began to change slightly. Boss, the battery is only 1/5 left. The system is sounding the alarm. Dadawan kept observing the remaining power. When it was less than 1/5, the power system started to alarm. Yi Chun regretted that he had not made sufficient preparations. After all, it was his first time to go out on a motorboat, and he had no idea how far the power system could support. In addition, the motorboat was new, so he did not know whether the charging system was really fully charged. All of the above, coupled with sudden changes in the weather, have led to my current predicament. We are still 2 nautical miles away from the camp. It's not a big problem. We could just row it ourselves. As long as the wind direction does not continue to change, Yi Chun has the confidence to row back slowly with his bare hands. But if the wind starts to go against you, that'll be troublesome. Yi Chun glanced at the surrounding situation. Your island is already on your right. Big roll, follow the coastline. Yi Chun must prepare for the worst. What you fear is bound to come true. In the last nautical mile, the wind direction suddenly changed, and turbulence became prevalent on the ocean. The speed of the motorboat slowed down significantly, and the power system was close to 0 power. Yi Chun and Dadawan tried to paddle manually, but the weight of the motorboat plus their own weight plus the force of the wind, the 2 broken wooden paddles handmade by Yi Chun alone, could not change the current situation at all. Big One, rush to the shore. There's a beach at 2 o'clock. Let's go ashore. The only option now was to quickly land and walk back to the camp. Boom! The thunder began to become more and more frequent, and raindrops as big as beans began to pour down. Flashes of lightning occasionally illuminate the dark sky. Swish! The motorboat ran out of power and automatically went into hibernation. Yi Chun and Dadawan relied on the last bit of inertia to force the motorboat onto the beach. Boss, will this motorboat be washed away? The 2 men jumped off the motorboat with all their belongings, but Dadawan was reluctant to part with this precious motorboat. Don't worry about it. It's too unsafe outside. Yi Chun knew clearly what was more important. Although the motorboat was valuable, it was nothing compared to the safety of one's life. These lightning and thunder are very blind. If I were hit by this, I would be reduced to ashes. Boom! Another loud thunder sounded in the ears of Yi Chun and Dadawan. Run! Throw the rest into the jungle first. Yi Chun roared at Dadawan. Chapter 67. 100 kilograms of iron ore obtained. Woof woof. Xiaoha on the beach south of the cave suddenly started barking. Xiaoha, come back soon. It's raining. Yang Ming-er and Dilly did not hide in the pickup truck, but stood guard at the entrance of the cave, anxiously waiting for Yi Chun and Dadawan to come back. Xiaoha, who had been pacing back and forth on the beach, suddenly ran away to the east, which made the two girls very anxious. Sister Ming-er, is Brother Yi back? Dilly reacted immediately. Chirp! Xiaotian flew over first. Sister Ming-er, it's Xiaotian. Brother Yi is back. Sure enough, Yi Chun and Dadawan appeared. Yi Chun and Dadawan, who had already become drowned rats, rushed into the cave. Boom! Another thunder struck down. Yi Chun only felt that a dazzling light illuminated half of the sky behind him when he turned sideways. Then a big banyan tree was split in half in an instant. That was a close call, boss. Dadawan wiped his forehead, not sure if it was sweat or rain stains. Yi Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two of them walked fast enough, so they escaped the disaster. Let's get back in the pickup and hide from the rain for a while. Although caves can shelter people from rain, it is hard to say whether they can protect people from lightning. The four of them quickly returned to the pickup. Boss, our stuff won't be blown away by the wind, right? Dadawan was still thinking about the sea-level tree trunk that he and his partner had fought so hard to find. It shouldn't happen. Besides, the heavy rain will soon stop. Yi Chun pointed outside the car window. Sure enough, the originally dark sky gradually brightened. Did you find out where Ting Ting is this time? Yi Chun shook his head somewhat ashamedly. I'm sorry, there were too many unexpected things this time, and I didn't think too much. We took too big a risk this time. It seems that we should be cautious when going out to sea without sufficient preparation. Although I did manage to get the C-grade tree trunk this time and gathered all the materials to synthesize a B-grade perfect tool shovel, the risk was too great. Yang Ming-er was a little disappointed when she heard that there was no news about Ting Ting, but everyone was mentally prepared. Boss, the rain has stopped. Let's go get those tree trunks so we can make a shovel. Here comes my shovel. Dadawan jumped out of the pickup truck excitedly. After a thunderstorm, the air seems particularly fresh. Xiaohan and Xiaotian are each grooming their own hair. Yi Chun didn't have time to deal with the two little guys. He took Dadawan and the two girls and immediately ran towards the landing place again. Boss, I found one here. When they arrived in the jungle, the four of them started searching separately, and Dadawan was the first to find the first branch. Brother Yi, the axe is here. Dilly found the axe that Yi Chun had discarded in the jungle. There's one here, too. Is it the sea-level tree trunk you're looking for? Yang Ming-er seemed to have also found a tree trunk. The four of them searched for half an hour before they gradually collected all the things that had been temporarily discarded here. That's right, there are 5 branches in total, and all the other tools are here. The four of them counted all the supplies and found nothing was missing. Yi Chun, this motorboat. At this time, Yang Ming-er looked at the motorboat stranded on the beach. Seeing the motorboat, Yi Chun was no longer in a good mood. System display. Damaged A+, class epic motorboat. Repair required. 50 kilograms of D-class rare iron ingots are required for repair. Now, for the sake of 5 sea-level rare tree trunks, the most valuable A+ level epic motorboat was destroyed. Damn, it's iron ingots again, boss. We can't even get iron ore right now. So where can we get iron ingots? Iron ingot, made by smelting iron ore. Smelting iron ore requires a furnace. Furnaces of different levels will produce different quantities and qualities of iron ingots. Forget it, it's not like we have nothing to gain. Let's take these things back first. Dewan, find a rope, tie up the motorboat, and we can repair it later when we have iron ingots. Without a motorboat, it would be really difficult to go out to sea again. Boss, what about our sea fish? Dadawan was still thinking about fishing for sharks on a jet ski, but now the jet ski is gone. We also have kayaks. We can't go out to the open sea, but we can still go to the near sea. After returning to the camp, Yi Chun couldn't wait to start synthesizing a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Host chooses to consume 3 kitchen knives plus 5 kilograms of C-grade palm tree trunk plus B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint to synthesize a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Please confirm whether to synthesize it immediately. Confirm. Yi Chun answered without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing and obtaining a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Ding, system message. Since Sun, Moon, and Star in the chat room is the first survivor to synthesize a B-level perfect tool, the system will give a special reward. 100 kilograms of E-level ordinary iron ore. The Sun, Moon, and Stars dominated the screen again. Boss Sun and Moon is mad again. You have all the B-level tools? Are you gonna let me live? I don't even have a C-level axe. Why is there such a huge gap between people? 100 kilograms of iron ore? It's E-grade. What's the use of it? It seems that the system's special rewards this time are not very good. Some people continued to worship Yi Chun, while others felt sorry for him. But who says 100 kilograms of iron ore is useless? It's useless to others, but Yi Chun is short of 100 kilograms of iron ore. 4-person luxury RV. Heavy pickup truck plus RV modification blueprint plus 100 kilograms of iron or plus 100 meters of wire. Apart from the 100 meters of electrical wire that can be exchanged at the exchange, the only thing he lacks is these 100 kilograms of iron ore. It is true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. I thought to myself that the reason I surveyed the terrain and chopped down the mountain with an axe was just for the iron ore. Now it has come to my doorstep. There's such a good thing in the world. Boss, we can upgrade the pickup truck. Dadawan seemed even more excited than Yi Chun. He had long since stopped wanting to sleep in the cave. No matter how comfortable a cave is, can it compare to a motorhome? Dilly also seemed very excited. Because of her arrival, Brother Yi had been sleeping in the cave for several days, and she felt really bad about it. Wait a minute, I'll go to the exchange and check the wires. The only thing missing right now is 100 meters of electrical wire of any grade. Yichen did not pay much attention to the wires, because there were a large number of wires hanging in the exchange for several consecutive days. It looks like there is absolutely no market for it. However, when Yichen glanced around the exchange, his brows furrowed. This is weird. Why is there no one selling wires? Chapter 68. The first kill was stolen. Dewan, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly saw Yichen standing there without making any move, so they opened their own trading systems. Boss, you bought all the wires? How come I don't see any wires? I didn't see it either. I remember seeing several people selling E-grade wires this morning. Yang Ming'er was also confused. No more. Yichen sighed and closed the exchange interface. Gone. The three of them looked at Yi Chun in confusion in unison. Yichen nodded and said, "It seems that they have all been bought by others." Bought it? Who? Who else would want the wire besides us? What's the use of this thing? Dadawan seemed not to believe it, and opened the exchange again and scanned it a few more times. The wires can do more than just upgrade the pickup truck. They can do other things as well. Yichen glanced at the fence at the lake with some regret. Ding, congratulations to the chat room Death Return for becoming the first survivor to synthesize a power system. The system specially rewards 100 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingots. As soon as the system message came out, Yi Chun and the other three finally understood where the wires in the exchange had gone. Shit, someone stole our first kill. Yi Chun, who always won the first kill reward, missed the system's special reward for the first time, and the reward was exactly the iron ingot he urgently needed. Who is this? How abominable. Yang Ming'er assumes here feelingly. Dilly also frowned. Yichen was quite calm, showing no signs of emotion at all. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. We can't blame others. We can only blame ourselves. It's been a long time since we got the solar photovoltaic system, but we still haven't got the power system fixed. The world of survival on an island is just like the real world. Don't blame others. Just blame yourself for not doing enough. Then, what about our electrical wires? The current situation was a bit awkward. Not only did he miss out on the special reward, but without the 100 meters of wire, Yichen couldn't even upgrade his pickup truck. Wires are not a big problem. Since the other party has already completed the construction of the power system, I believe they will not need wires for a while. Besides, the supply of wires is still sufficient. Even if the other party still needs wires, we have 4 people to guard the exchange. Yichen knew very well what his biggest advantage was right now. There is strength in numbers. The advantage of having more people is not just that you can sign in more items. Well, there are 4 of us. I don't believe that he can intercept us, but we can't intercept him. Yichen nodded, but he remembered the name again in his heart. Return of the Death. This guy seems to be his biggest competitor in the near future. Chirp. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's low humming sound came from the direction of the cave. What's wrong with Xiao Yan? Yichen was puzzled. Xiao Yan should have discovered something. Let's go over and take a look. As Xiao Yan's real owner, Dilly seems to know the habits of this bird very well. The four of them ran through the cave and arrived at the beach in the south, where they saw Xiao Tian flying low and circling near the coast. Big One, drag the kayak over here. Let's go in the water and take a look. Boss, are you going into the water again? 2 hours ago, the two of them had just been in danger, and now they had to go into the sea again. Dadawan shook his head as if reflexively. If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Yichin dragged the kayak on the beach without looking back and ran into the sea. No, boss, take me with you. Upon seeing this, Dadawan immediately threw away his previous timidity. You guys be careful. Following Yang Minger's warning, Yichun and Dadawan took their weapons and paddled towards Xiaotian's direction with bamboo oars. Chirp! Xiaotian saw the two people getting closer, and the range of their circling was shrinking. Ding! The treasure-hunting albatross found 2D-level saltwater fish near the coast. Big One, take the bamboo fork. Yichun now has no suitable tools, only a few homemade harpoons. Although Xiaotian only found 2 rare D-level saltwater fish, this was his first time catching saltwater fish. With Xiaotian's reminder, Yichun soon discovered 2 saltwater fish about half a meter long jumping on the sea. With a slap, Yichun plunged into the water. However, the fish reacted more quickly and immediately moved away. Yichun thrust forward again, but missed again. It seems that this saltwater fish is not so easy to get. Boss, I'll do it. Dadawan was already impatient, so he picked up another harpoon and plunged it into the water. I got it. The big roll actually got it right, with just 1 fork. It seems that this thing really has a talent. Successfully captured a rare D-level marine fish, yellowfin snapper, weight 0.5 kilograms. A system prompt sounded into Dajuan's ears. Boss, it only weighs 1 pound. Dadawan seemed quite dissatisfied with the weight. This is only the first one. The other one seems to be a little bigger. Okay, I'll do it. Dadawan plunged into the water again. It was another hit. Yichun was stunned. This guy was actually an expert at spearing fish. Successfully captured a D-level rare sea fish, rock snapper, weight 1 kilogram. Sure enough, the second sea fish was a little bigger. Chirp! Xiaotian seemed to have completed his mission. He let out a low hum and flew directly towards his master Dilly. We're having an extra meal tonight. Yichun and Dadawan returned triumphantly. Dadawan threw the 2 sea fish directly to the ground. Is this sea fish? Yang Minger looked at the 2 dying sea fish on the ground in surprise. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiaotian and Dadawan. Xiaotian, you are so awesome. Dilly excitedly held Xiaotian in her hands. Dadawan looked at Xiaotian with envy, and Yichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw him like this. Yichun, does this have any other uses? Yang Minger pointed at the sea fish on the ground. It's too low level, we don't need it for now. Besides, we have Xiaotian, so we don't have to worry. I believe there will be bigger sea fish waiting for us. Yes, I'm still waiting to spear the shark. Dadawan even showed off his precious shark hook. Yichun will not consider sharks for the time being, but he has been looking forward to sea-level excellent marine fish for a long time. Apart from iron ore, the only thing that hinders your upgrade is the sea-level sea fish. After dusk, the 4 began to grill a special combination of freshwater fish and saltwater fish. This sea fish tastes different. The 4 people who were used to eating freshwater fish tasted the taste of sea fish for the first time on the island. Yichun, wires, I saw wires in the exchange. Yang Minger, who was eating dinner while keeping an eye on the exchange, suddenly shouted. Chapter 69. 2 big bosses show up at the same time. Yichun immediately opened the exchange. Sure enough, there were wires. 50 meters of E-grade ordinary electric wire, exchanged for 2 C-grade outstanding freshwater fish. Big One, take 2 of those C-grade freshwater fish that are hanging out to dry and put them on the pickup truck, quick. Okay. Dadawan threw away the half-chewed grilled fish in his hand and ran quickly to the place where the fish were drying. Yichun quickly jumped into the RV, but he stared at the transaction interface of the wires. Boss, the fish are coming. Dadawan directly threw the C-grade rare freshwater fish that needed to be traded into the rear cargo box of the pickup truck. Yichun immediately placed the order without hesitation. Ding! You have successfully completed the transaction with Starry Sky and obtained 50 meters of E-level ordinary wire. Yes! Yichun clenched his fists excitedly. Although they only got 50 meters of electrical wires, which was not enough for converting the RV. Yi Chun and the other three gained confidence after getting the wires so quickly. Damn it, where are my wires? At this time, someone in the chat room started swearing. Yi Chun, it seems to be return of death. Yang Minger looked at Yi Chun nervously and said. Yi Chun watched the situation in the chat room silently. Damn it, who stole my wires? Which beast is so tired of living like that? Seeing that no one responded, Return of Death started cursing. Damn, this guy seems to be even more arrogant than the yellow-haired guy before. Dadawan wanted to rush into the system interface and beat someone up. It seems that this kid still needs electric wires. Yi Chun didn't care about the other party's cursing at all, but frowned and thought. Oh, Boss Death, who made you unhappy? You're definitely in the top 3 now. Who dares to snatch things from you? That's right, Boss Death, besides Boss Sun and Moon and Boss Number 1. I'm the only one who respects you. Boss, tell me which bastard stole your things. We will help you find that guy and make sure he gives you the stolen things. As soon as the voice of Death Returns came out, a bunch of survivors came out to fawn on him. A bunch of flatterers, so shameless. Dadawan rolled his eyes at the IDs of these people with disdain. Boss, do you want me to curse you back? I'll tell you your name and see who dares to fart again. Yi Chun is now recognized as the #1 survivor, and his reputation is unrivaled. These guys who seem to be so arrogant now are probably only brave enough to bully the weak. If they really meet a tough guy, I guarantee that they will run faster than anyone else. Yi Chun shook his head. As long as others didn't expose themselves easily, there was no need for him to cause trouble. It was better to have less trouble than more. But Yi Chun still thought the situation was simple. A trembling voice soon emerged in the chat room. The wire, I hung the wire out. The message came from Starry Sky. Yi Chun frowned slightly when he saw this news. Quick, tell me who stole the Death Boss's things. We need to find that guy. Death Returns didn't say anything, but these bootlickers gave orders like big bosses. Now Starry Sky doesn't know what to do. Seeing that the other party had stopped moving, the flatterer in the chat room became even more domineering. Hey, kid, we're asking you a question. Are you stupid or dumb? Speak up. Seeing that so many people were speaking up for him, Death Returns became completely blunt. You tell me, I won't cause trouble to that guy. At most, I'll ask him to hand over the wires. At worst, I'll compensate him with something worth double the price. Boss Death is so generous. Hey kid, what are you still hesitating about? The boss has already spoken like this. That's it. Tell me quickly. The chat room became even more lively now. Only the Starry Sky doesn't know what to do now. Both sides are big shots, and it will be difficult for him to end up in trouble if he offends either of them. Hey kid, why are you still hesitating? What are you afraid of? Boss Death is here. He's the 3rd highest boss on the list. Yes, just tell me his name. The God of Death has said that he will not cause any trouble to him and is willing to pay him double the compensation. The Death God boss is so generous. I advise the guy who robbed the Death God boss to be more sensible. Starry Sky felt like crying at this moment. I just want to exchange 2 fish. I bought his wires. Just at this moment, a piece of news came in. Fuck, that kid is coming. Below the 8 words Yi Chun sent out, there was only a line of unfinished words, and there was no further text. The originally noisy chat room suddenly became quiet, because everyone saw the ID following those 8 words. Sun, moon, and stars. Boss, you were going to show up? Why did you suddenly? Dadawan was confused. Yi Chun, who is always low-key, suddenly barged in at this moment. What kind of drama is this? Yi Chun calmly drank a sip of fresh water and said calmly, They've already come to my doorstep. There's nothing I can do besides, do you think the guy who sold me the wires can hold it in? Yi Chun's guess was absolutely correct, and Starry Sky breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. He himself did not expect that just hanging an electric wire casually would cause such a big disturbance. When he saw the system prompt that the survivor's ID with whom he was trading was Sun, Moon, and Stars, he was shocked. Before we could even recover, the 3rd-place death row on the list came knocking again. Fortunately, the big boss Sun, Moon, and Stars showed up himself and saved him. Starry Sky was now liberated, and it was the turn of the survivors who had been clamoring in the chat room to be at a loss. No matter how hard I tried, I never thought that a mere roll of electric wire could actually alarm 2 big guys, and then number 1 and number 3 on the list both showed up. Yi Chun's appearance instantly made the chat room unusually quiet. Keep collecting wires, we can talk privately about the price. Now that his true identity had been revealed, Yi Chun didn't hesitate to put away the wires. I am just missing the last 50 meters of wire, and I will not be polite to anyone who comes to snatch it from me. Sun and moon, aren't you going too far? Death returns, who had not spoken for a long time, could no longer hold back. I originally thought that I didn't need to do such a trivial thing myself, and that my little followers could help me with it by just shouting at them. However, I didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway. Now, those flattering brothers have all shut down. The chat room was quiet, but in private, countless pairs of eyes were closely watching everything that happened here. The spectators are now waiting to see the show. The two top players on this list are about to compete against each other across the air. Continue to collect wires. We can talk privately about the price. Originally, everyone thought that a war of words was about to begin, but unexpectedly, Yi Chun simply copied and pasted the message he had sent out previously. Hey, Sun and Moon, I'm talking to you. Death Returns was directly ignored, and I was so angry that I almost typed the wrong word. Oh, looking for me? Sell me wires. What shocked everyone again was that Yi Chun actually responded in this way. Now, the chat room was completely silent. Chapter 70, Gambling Agreement. The chat room fell into silence again. After a moment, Death Returns spoke. Ryu, are you planning to go against me? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. You think too much. In an exchange, everyone exchanges materials based on their needs and abilities. Court Death. It seems that Return of Death is still impatient. Yi Chun's seemingly casual replies made him very annoyed. Sun and Moon, I'm giving you two choices. Either you hand over the wires to me, or I'll come to your island and take care of you. You idiot, get the situation straight. You, the third-ranked one, dare to challenge my boss. You are courting death. Dadawan was also an impatient person. When he saw his boss being provoked like this, he did not have the same good attitude as Yi Chun and immediately started to curse back. Okay, then let's compare our rankings. We'll see the results in 3 days. The other party seems quite confident. Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you. Dadawan immediately retorted. The chat room instantly became lively again. This is a competition between the big guys on the two leaderboards. Big one, don't act on your own. Yi Chun hasn't spoken yet. Yang Ming'er glared at Dawan, who was talking to himself. What are you afraid of? My boss is signed in at level 6. Why should I be afraid of him? Dadawan seemed to be more confident than Yi Chun. Okay, since you are willing to accept the challenge, let's just take a gamble. This Return of Death seems to be even more impatient than Dadawan. These two are really a pair of funny people. What's the bet? There is no need to waste time talking nonsense this time, as Yi Chun spoke on his own. If you want to gamble, let's gamble big. So what do you have in your hand? The other party is just trying to trick him, and Yi Chun is not stupid. There are a lot of things, provided you have something presentable. Okay, now that we've come to this, 100 liters of diesel. I believe you should be interested in this. Yi Chun didn't expect that the other party seemed to know his needs. Okay, what do you want? Haha, I want your A-level epic supplies, fresh water purifier. It seems that the other party is really well prepared. Yi Chun was no longer polite this time. Awesome, awesome. Come and see. The two big guys are going to gamble against each other. The melon seeds and almonds are selling in the front row. Damn it, the bet is so big right off the bat. By the way, what does Sun Moon Boss need diesel for? You know nothing. Do you think someone of your level can understand what Boss Sun and Moon has in his hands? The chat room was suddenly flooded with many people who were eager to watch the fun. In fact, these guys have been watching outside for a long time, but they just quieted down after the boss gave the order. Now the show was about to begin. There was no more room for politeness, and everyone rushed in. Two bosses, you must keep your word and don't cheat. It seemed that some people who were watching the fun didn't think it was fun enough and deliberately stirred up trouble. I will be the notary public. You two are both people of status. I believe you will keep your word. There were even survivors who took the initiative to take on the job of a notary. Go away. There's no need for you to be a notary. The system comes with a gambling agreement. A voice suddenly came out in the chat room. A bet agreement? Yi Chun has never paid attention to this thing. After checking carefully, I found that this one really exists. Gambling agreement. Both parties make a bet under the supervision of the system, and the mortgage materials are managed by the system. After both parties accept the gambling agreement, the mortgage materials can continue to be used, but no additional consumption can be made. After the gambling is completed, the system will redistribute the mortgage materials according to the gambling. Ultimately, the system is equivalent to a third-party hosting program. Yi Chun was quite happy, as this agreement was beneficial to him. According to the agreement, one's own freshwater purifier can still be used during the agreement period, but the other party's diesel will be sealed, because diesel is a consumable. Boss, even if we lose, we could just break the freshwater purifier on purpose. If you want to take our things, just dream on. This guy, Dadawan. He was the one who started the trouble, but now he has evil ideas in mind. Do you think the system is stupid? Look at the last special note. Yi-chan pointed to the small line of words at the bottom of the agreement. If the system detects that a party to the gambling agreement has committed a malicious violation, the system will automatically impose a penalty, which includes but is not limited to the following matters: directly depriving the violator of all materials, permanently banning the violator from the exchange function, directly declaring the violator dead. Seeing the third one, Dadawan couldn't help but take a breath. This system is awesome. The cost of crime is so high that it even allows for direct death sentences. Yi-chun, are we sure we can beat him? As a girl, Yang Minger was naturally a little timid about this kind of gambling agreement that seemed a bit scary. What are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is that we lose a freshwater purifier. Besides, there are 4 of us. I don't believe that he has more people than me. Yi-chun was still quite confident. After all, he was the first survivor to raise his sign-in level to level 6. This alone would probably scare most survivors away. As for why Return of Death dared to defy the world and provoke Yi-chun, Yi-chun also understood it. First, this guy relied on the fact that he was the first person to build a power grid system and thought that his living environment had been qualitatively improved and he would definitely get high scores. Second, this kid really wants that freshwater purifier. Diesel is not a very important thing for most survivors, so what's the harm in losing it? This bet may seem exciting to outsiders, but both parties involved are calmer than the other. Under the supervision of the system, the first gambling agreement in the island world officially came into effect. The only criterion for determining the winner is the ranking in the weekly rankings 3 days later. Whoever ranks higher will be the winner of the bet agreement. Wow, the big guy is betting so big. Is there anyone who wants to bet with me? I'll bet a kilogram of bread. I'll bet on the ranking, too. I'll bet on a C-rank freshwater fish. I'm coming too. It seems that watching the big guys start gambling has aroused the gambling desire of many survivors who are overwhelmed with gambling spirit, so they might as well start gambling. If the boss has money, then play big. If you're poor, then play small. It is said that small gambling can bring joy, big gambling can harm your body, and high-dollar gambling can lead to your death. It's fun to bet on something harmless. As a result, Yi-chun and others saw a bunch of agreements under the gambling agreement that came with the system. All kinds of odd and crooked things are emerging one after another. Yi-chun scratched the back of his head. He had never expected that the situation would develop in this direction. Boss, we're going to have diesel soon. 100 liters. Now we don't have to worry about not having a car to drive. Ahaha. Dadawan is really carefree, as if he has already won the bet. Judging from his posture, he is about to hold a celebration banquet. Yi-chun has another wire. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Yang Minger made another discovery. Chapter 71, Self-Production and Self-Sales. Yi-chun immediately logged into the system again. Sure enough, someone hung up 20 meters of wire again. 2 kilograms of dry food and 5 bottles of fresh water were needed. Relying on the various supplies in the back of his pickup truck, Yi-chun clicked the transaction button without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the transaction with Raisin and obtaining 20 meters of E-grade wire. Fuck! Who is it again? Damn it. Who is the shameless one trying to steal the electric wire from me again? Soon, the curses of death returns were heard again. Ha ha! Silly boy, your hand speed is not good enough. Dadawan immediately started the taunting mode. Shit, watch this for me. Return of Death was obviously really angry, and 2 lists of wires were snatched away by Yi-chun in succession. Although he has successfully built a power grid system, it can only generate electricity. There are many things missing, the most lacking of which is electrical wires. Boss, we are only 30 meters away. Dadawan was quite excited. Well, there are 4 of us, and we will guard the exchange. Yang Minger was also full of confidence, because he had a large family. Yi-chun frowned slightly at this time. I'm collecting wires. If you have wires, please contact me privately. The price is negotiable. Sure enough, the thing that Yi-chun was most worried about finally happened. Death Returns simply started buying wires at high prices. A price war for electric wires was the last thing Yi-chun wanted to see, but at the moment the last 30 meters of electric wires did hinder him from upgrading his pickup truck. The pickup truck cannot be upgraded to a luxury 4-passenger RV. Not to mention the impact on the rankings, it at least causes great inconvenience to the lives of 4 people. What is there to be afraid of? He must be sick to compare his financial resources with ours. Da Dawan still looked fearless. The two girls were obviously worried and looked at Yi Chun at the same time. Although these wires did not seem to be scarce originally, they became somewhat scarce after a batch of them were snatched away by return of death. After all, although this wire is an ordinary E-grade material, it is actually signed for, and the supply is always limited. But if you rely on synthesis, Yi Chun immediately studied the synthesis system carefully. E-level ordinary wire, E-level ordinary copper ingot plus E-level ordinary plastic. Wires can indeed be synthesized through the system, but copper ingots and plastics need to be synthesized separately. Grade E ordinary copper ingot, smelted by copper or in a furnace. Different grades of copper ores may be smelted into copper ingots of different grades in furnaces of different grades. Copper ingots are crafted almost identically to iron ingots. As for plastic, it is relatively easy to obtain. Grade E ordinary plastic can be exchanged for any plastic product in the system. Do we have any useless plastic products? Yi Chun asked everyone. It seems like there's really nothing. Dilly glanced around. It seemed that except for the plastic operating panel in the pickup truck, there was really no other plastic product around her that she could take out. You don't necessarily have to remove the pickup truck steering wheel just for a bit of plastic. It's okay, we can collect it. Yi Chun glanced at the exchange again. Of course, there is no ready-made E-grade plastic available for purchase, but there are quite a few trading materials containing plastic. Yi Chun, even if we can handle the plastic, what about the copper ingots? Copper ingots, rather than plastics, are the stumbling block to synthetic wires. Look what this is. Yi Chun pointed to two places in the exchange where copper ore was sold. Is there really someone selling copper ore? Boss, you are awesome. In fact, it's not that Yi Chun is so awesome, but who would pay attention to this at this stage? At present, except for high-level players like Yi Chun who have already involved in metals such as iron ingots, who would care about such rare things? Not to mention the more high-end copper ore. Yi Chun easily exchanged some dry food for 10 kilograms of E-grade ordinary copper ore. Brother Yi, where do we turn this copper ore into copper ingots? This solved one problem, but a new one arose. To craft wires, you need copper ingots. To synthesize copper ingots, you need not only copper ore but also a furnace. Yeah, Yi Chun, we don't have a furnace either. Furnace. Yi Chun and others indeed don't have it at the moment. However, the absence of something doesn't mean it can't be created. E-level common furnace requires 10 kilograms of D-level rare or higher clay plus 10 kilograms of D-level rare or higher sand. Just because others can't put together a furnace doesn't mean you can't. Clay and sand of rare grade D and above are also scarce materials at present. Although clay and sand look like cheap goods, it's an island, so there are plenty of them, but the problem is that it's not easy to get high-level ones. The difficulty lies in how to explore and screen. The clay is just beneath the beach, but it would take a lot of effort to find it without a magical tool like a spyglass. As for the rare grade D sand and above, currently only Yi Chun's family can filter it out. Can we synthesize a furnace? Dadawan seemed to be still in shock. Yes, not only can we synthesize it, maybe we can even synthesize an advanced one. Since you have decided to synthesize a furnace and smelt the copper ingots yourself, why not just do it in one go and directly synthesize an advanced furnace? D-level rare furnace requires 10 kilograms of C-level excellent clay or above plus 10 kilograms of C-level outstanding sand or above. C-level excellence furnace requires 10 kilograms of B-level perfection or above clay plus 10 kilograms of B-level perfection or above sand. Yi Chun really couldn't handle a higher level furnace at the moment because he couldn't filter out the A-level epic sand for the time being. Then synthesize a C-level furnace. If that doesn't work, a D-level one will be enough. It seems like we may actually be able to synthesize it. Yang Ming'er glanced at the synthesis system and discovered that the materials for the synthesis furnace were within the capability of the four of them to obtain. It's too late today. The sun will set soon. Tomorrow morning, we will divide the work. Ming'er, you and Dilly work hard on the beach and try to sift out 10 kilograms of perfect B-grade sand. If that doesn't work, 10 kilograms of C-grade sand will be fine first. Dadawan, you and I will go look for clay and try to get some high-grade clay back. Yi Chun immediately issued the tasks for tomorrow. Okay, I don't think you can make 10 kilograms of B-grade sand in one day, but C-grade sand should be no problem. Screening sand is a time-consuming and laborious physical job that relies solely on the accumulation of time. The time required to screen 10 kilograms of grade B sand is much longer than that required to screen 10 kilograms of grade C sand. The pragmatic Yang Ming naturally didn't dare to make any promises easily. Don't worry, boss. I'm here to make you 10 kilograms of S-grade clay. Dadawan didn't care about that and kept patting his chest and making big promises. Yi-chun, we only need 30 meters of wire. Do we really need to make such a big fuss? Yang Ming asked in confusion, frowning. I didn't need it before, but now I need it. Yi-chun had already made a wishful thinking in his mind. Chapter 72, Journey to Make Electric Wires. Until late at night, not a meter of wire was put on the shelf in the exchange. No matter how hard Death Return screamed, there was no supply. The shortage of electrical wires is the main reason, but Yi-chun believes that the real reason is that they are rare and valuable. Since the two big guys on the list need this wire, it means that the wire is currently a star product. Even if there is wire, some people will hide it and watch the price of the wire rise, and they're not in a hurry to buy it. At the moment, Yi-chun was not panicked at all. Not only was he not worried about the wires he needed, he also had other ideas in mind. Boss, in 3 days, our second batch of fruits and vegetables will be ripe. Are we still afraid of it? Besides, when the time comes, we can upgrade the pickup truck and build a power system. Oh, and the fence can also be upgraded in the next 2 days. I don't believe that guy can be more powerful than us. Dadawan is still full of confidence. Yi-chun was naturally very clear about these. He never fought an unprepared battle. If Return of Death really thought that he could surpass him by being the first to complete the construction of the power grid, it only showed that the kid was still too young. Go to bed early. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. The originally planned quick plan to reinforce the fence can no longer be delayed, but building a furnace, fixing the electrical wires, and upgrading the pickup truck as soon as possible are also crucial to increasing defense. And these two things cannot be stopped. That night, the four of them seemed very tired and could no longer hold on until midnight to sign in. All four of them slept until dawn. Yi-chun woke up only after being urged by Dawan. Boss, that kid seems to have been calling for the wires to be cleared all night. Yi-chun opened the chat room and glanced casually. This Return of Death was quite persistent and was still shouting hard. You all have signed in? Yi-chun had just gotten up when Dilly and Yang Ming had already finished washing up and were waiting for him at the entrance of the cave. Sorry, Brother Yi. I seem to be unlucky today. I got an E-level sign-in reward. Dilly hung her head in embarrassment. It's okay. Although your sign-in system is awesome, there's only a 1/4 chance of signing in for something good. You can't expect you to sign in every day to get an S-level reward. That's right. I'm not lucky today either. I'm also E-level. Look at me. I don't care at all. Dadawan said this very shamelessly. Yi-chun rolled his eyes at him. Can this guy's sign-in probability be compared with Dilly's? They're totally not on the same level. Well, I'm just a D rank, and I'm wearing a pair of Pikachu pajamas. It seems that everyone is generally unlucky today. Boss, you're the only one left. Come on, sign in. The three of them had already lost hope, so Dadawan placed all his hopes on Yi-chun. I'm not Dilly. Don't have too much hope in me. It's okay, boss. Your sign-in probability is also very good. Yi-chun didn't waste any more time talking to this guy and started signing in directly. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the C-Level Excellence Award. A 2,000-watt induction cooker. Yi-chun showed his sign-in supplies and shrugged. Sorry, my reward doesn't seem to be that good. Yi-chun accepted it calmly. There are times when you are lucky, and there are times when you are unlucky. You will acknowledge whether it is good or bad. It seems like everyone has bad luck today. Dadawan scratched his head. Induction cooker. If we have an electricity system, we don't have to make a fire anymore, which is much more convenient. Making fire has become a daily compulsory course. Although the food baked with fire tastes excellent, making fire is a very troublesome thing after all. Even if you have a lighter, you still need to collect firewood and control the temperature. It is definitely not as convenient as an induction cooker. Boss, let's go. It's getting late. We still have to look for high-grade clay mines today. Dadawan had already prepared everything and carried the hard-earned B-grade perfect tool shovel on his shoulder. The two girls also looked ready to go, with plastic buckets and sand filter nets ready. Well, let's go. We have time in the afternoon. We have to come back and build the bamboo wall. The four people divided into two groups and headed towards the beach south of the cave. The Return of Death in the chat room was still clamoring for a sky-high price to buy the electric wires, but Yi-chun had already started his journey of making electric wires. Wearing the artifact peephole, Yi-chun began to look for clay along the coastline, while the two girls began to sift sand using local materials. You two don't need to follow us too far. just sift the sand at the entrance of the cave. Xiaoha, you will be on guard. Woof woof. Xiaoha called out twice very cleverly. Every failure makes one wiser. Now Yichen always puts everyone's safety first when making any decision. Defending your base and protecting the safety of your companions are of utmost importance. Leaving Yang Ming'er and Dilly sifting sand on the beach in front of the cave, Yi Chun took Dadawan and went east along the coastline. Why is clay so hard to find? There's nothing anywhere. Dadawan had already snatched Yi Chen's peephole and ran in front alone. Clay sounds cheap, but it's really hard to find. Higher levels are even harder to find. No pity. It just so happens that we haven't explored this road seriously. Let's go east and have a look. Yesterday, under the baptism of the storm, the two ran back to the cave along this road, but they were so busy escaping that they had no time to observe the terrain and vegetation. At that moment, Yichen walked and observed his surroundings. This stretch of beach road is quite scenic, with white and soft sand under your feet, a palm tree promenade on the left, and a clear blue sky above your head. Facing the comfortable sea breeze is really refreshing. Boss, please walk slower. I'll go check ahead. Dadawan was an impatient man. He looked around but didn't find any trace of the clay. So he simply didn't wait for Yi Chun and went east alone. While observing the terrain and nearby vegetation, Yi Chun also did not forget to pay attention to the situation in the chat room and the exchange. That return of death is really a hot-tempered guy. He didn't receive any phone calls one night and was cursing in the street. Damn it. If anyone tells me that he's hiding wires and not selling them, I'll kill him. Yi Chun snorted coldly and shook his head with some sympathy. This is a world of island survival. Do you really think you are the boss of the beach? Childish. Boss, I saw our motorboat. Dadawan ran away for a while, then came back excitedly. Seeing this motorboat to be repaired, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel distressed. Repairing the motorboat requires iron, ore. There are really a lot of things that I lack. Boss, come quickly. We found something. Yi Chun was looking at the motorboat and sighing when Dadawan suddenly called out. Chapter 73, Discovery of Clay Layers. Yi Chun ran over quickly. Dadawan was so excited that he was dancing with joy. Boss, look, we're rich. We're rich now. Get rich. Yi Chun was puzzled. Dadawan handed the peephole to Yi Chun. Boss, put it on and take a look. There's so much clay. Yi Chun was a little amused and helpless. Looking at his expression, if someone didn't know better, they would think he had struck gold. Yi Chun took the peephole and glanced at the ground. There really is clay. It seems that there are quite a lot of them. Clay mines were found. 1,500 kilograms of E-level common clay, 450 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 150 kilograms of C-level excellent clay, 80 kilograms of B-level perfect clay, 30 kilograms of A-level epic clay, 8 kilograms of S-level legendary clay, 800 G of super S-level divine clay. Yi Chun now widened his eyes and looked at the clay mine under his feet in surprise. This is truly a vein of minerals. More than 2 tons of clay, or there are actually S-grade and super S-grade clay. With this, what else do you worry about? Furnaces, porcelain, electrical wires. These are all things that could be easily obtained. Big roll, start digging. Why hesitate? Yi Chun immediately announced to start digging. Yi Chun glanced at the damaged motorboat again. It seemed that he had gained something in return for losing something in one place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 kilograms of E-grade ordinary clay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 kilogram of C-grade excellent clay. With 3 shovels, he easily got 8 kilograms of clay, including 1 kilogram of C-grade excellent clay. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Chun filled a plastic bucket he brought with him. Boss, this is too heavy. A cart would be great. It seems tiring to gain so much. The two of them worked together to lift the plastic bucket filled with 45 kilograms of clay, and they were really afraid that the clay would crush the bucket. Why, are you back so soon? Dilly and Yang Ming'er were sitting on the beach. They had just started working when they saw Yi Chun and Dadawan coming back with a plastic bucket. Ming'er, do you have any plastic buckets? Plastic bucket? Yang Ming'er looked at the still empty plastic bucket beside her in a daze. I'm so tired, boss. Let me rest for a while. Dadawan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two of them walked a kilometer in one breath, carrying the plastic bucket full of clay. They were really tired. The two girls looked at the buckets the two men were carrying in confusion. Clay, it's all clay, but it's too heavy. It makes me so tired. Dadawan gasped from time to time. Clay. You found the clay so quickly. Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other. The two girls were ready for a protracted battle and even brought dry food with them to sit on the beach for a whole morning, sifting sand while waiting for Yi-chun and Dadawan to come back. However, they did not expect that in less than an hour, Yi-chun and Dadawan would come back with a full load of clay. Is this all clay? Dilly came over and took a look into the bucket, then raised her head with a look of confusion on her face. Yes, there should be some high-grade ones mixed in. We need to sort them out. Sorting clay is much easier than sorting sand. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You must have a peephole. With this magic tool, you can easily sort the clay into different grades by color differences with just a blink of an eye. High grade? How high grade? Where did you dig it? How did you dig so much at once? The two girls' faces were filled with disbelief. Is it still a lot? There's still 1 or 2 tons there. I guess we won't be able to finish digging until dawn. I can't do it anymore. Let me take a breath. This is too tiring. Dadawan simply sat down on the ground. There's more. The two girls were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this bucket full of clay was just an appetizer. We have had a good harvest this time. We won't have to worry about a lack of clay for a long time to come. Yes, we have as much as you want. It seems that there is also super S-grade clay. By the way, how is your sand mining going? When can we synthesize copper ingots? Dadawan looked impatient and wished he could synthesize copper ingots right away. The two girls lowered their heads in shame. It has only been a short time since Yi-chun and Dadawan left. I haven't even had time to sit down yet. How is it possible that they have finished sifting the sand? It's okay. We have completed the clay search ahead of schedule today. We have plenty of time. Dawan, I'll give you the B-level shovel. You will be responsible for building the reinforced fence. I will stay and help Ming'er and Dilly sift the sand. Yi-chun assigned the task again. Okay, boss, just spend the beach carnival with the beauties and leave the physical work to me. Dadawan smiled wickedly at Yi-chun and ran away happily. Brother Yi, why don't you take a rest? The two of us are more than capable of sifting the sand. Dilly felt embarrassed to trouble Yi-chun anymore. Screening sand was her job, but now she even needed Yi-chun's help. Yi-chun glanced at the two beautiful women in front of him who were busy and happy, and it seemed that he was really redundant. Yi-chun was not pretentious and simply took out the wolfskin blanket and pillow from the cave. While eating the snacks that Yang Ming'er had exchanged for him, he browsed the chat room and the exchange. Yi-chun was feeling extremely comfortable here. The only thing he needed to do was wear a pair of sunglasses to sunbathe. Death Returns is still yelling in the chat room. A C-class splitter axe can be used to collect 100 meters of wire. Any class? Anyone for sale? Wow, the god of death is really generous. He actually exchanged the axe for the wire. Awesome. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He either doesn't take action, or when he does, it's extraordinary. Unfortunately, after shouting death is back several times, it only attracted a bunch of flatterers, but not a single seller. 2 more D-level freshwater fish. No, 3. Are there any for sale? With everyone's praise, Death Returns took the initiative to raise the price for the nth time. Yi-chun was chewing nuts and sneering at the silly boy in the chat room. Add it. It would be better if you could raise the price to the sky. An hour later, Yang Ming'er came to Yi-chun carrying a small bucket of sand. Yi-chun, we have 10 kilograms of D-grade sand. How about you try to synthesize a furnace first? The two girls were also eager to synthesize the wires. Just now, the D-level sand was brought to Yi-chun. That's fine. I just happen to have a fool waiting for the goods. Yi-chun smiled evilly as he looked at the return of death in the chat room. Chapter 74. Synthetic copper ingot. 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand. 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Synthesize E-level ordinary furnace. Yi-chun chose synthesis without hesitation. The E-level ordinary furnace was born. Although it is only a lowest-end E-class furnace, a mosquito leg is still meat. With this furnace, are you still worried that you won't be able to synthesize electrical wires? Dilly was very smart and lifted the 10 kilograms of E-grade copper where the Yi-chun had collected from the pickup truck. Yi-chun carefully read the instructions for using the furnace. E-level ordinary furnace. One of the basic tools for smelting various ores and making porcelain, glass, etc. How to use. Put the material to be smelted into the furnace. Ignite it at the bottom of the furnace. Keep the flame burning. And after 1 hour, the furnace will automatically complete the smelting. The method of use is quite simple. The only thing you need to pay attention to is to keep the flame at the bottom of the furnace from going out. Big one, bring all the replaced bamboos over here. We're going to make a fire to smelt the copper ingots. Yichen walked through the cave and shouted at Dadawan, who was digging a hole and inserting bamboo. Boss, here I come. When Dadawan heard that Yichen was ready to smelt copper ingots, he immediately ran over with a large bundle of discarded bamboo. Boss, take a rest. I'll make a fire. Dadawan, who was very considerate, quickly began to stuff bamboo into the bottom of the furnace. When the crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, Dadawan threw all 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore into the furnace. All we have to do next is guard this furnace. The two girls were looking at the battle situation here without stopping their work. It seems that the more furnaces there are, the better. When 3 or 4 furnaces are used together for smelting, the efficiency will be extremely high. You stay here, I'll go over there and plant some bamboo. Boss, that B-level tool shovel is so useful. I've dug dozens of holes. It saved a lot of effort. Yichen also wanted to try out the power of this B-grade perfect tool shovel. It was not easy to synthesize this thing. Picking up the tool shovel on the ground, Yichen dug a hole about 1 meter deep. Yichen used too much force and almost stumbled. This shovel is simply magical. If you use an ordinary shovel, even a strong man would not be able to dig a hole with one shovel. The fivefold efficiency is indeed worthy of its reputation. After Yichen had dug 70 or 80 pits in succession, the Dajuan's work was almost finished. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Using the E-level ordinary furnace, consuming 10 kilograms of E-level ordinary copper, or successfully synthesized 1 kilogram of E-level ordinary copper ingots and 200 grams of D-level rare copper ingots. Probably because the furnace level and copper or grade are too low, the synthesized copper ingots are very average in both quality and quantity. However, the 4 people here with Yichen were still quite satisfied. This is the first time that a copper ingot has been successfully synthesized. Now that we have the copper ingots, things like electrical wires are just a piece of cake. Boss, keep synthesizing. We're almost there. Dadawan looked at Yichen expectantly. Yichen put the plastic that he had prepared long ago and the 1 kilogram E-grade ordinary copper ingot together. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 1 kilogram of E-level common copper ingots and 1 kilogram of E-level common plastics, and successfully synthesizing 100 meters of E-level common wire and 10 meters of D-level rare wire. The first successful synthesis of electrical wires. Ha ha ha. We succeeded. Now we don't need any more wires. Let that idiot continue to yell. Dadawan was excited, but did not forget to despise Return of Death. Yichen, then we can upgrade the pickup truck now. Yang Ming'er looked at the pickup truck that had accompanied her group for many days with hope on her face. Yichen also breathed a sigh of relief. He was only one step away from upgrading the pickup truck into a luxury RV. Synthesis. Boss, look, that idiot actually used 2 pickaxes to exchange for 30 meters of E-class wire. I am dying of laughter. Yichen glanced at the chat room. As expected, this guy Return of Death actually negotiated a business deal that was a huge loss for him. C-grade, excellent grade splitting axes are scarce commodities no matter how you look at them. This kid, Death Returns, is really rich, as he actually bought 2 at once. Big One, you go help the girls sift the sand. I'll sort the clay. Since this guy is so rich, let's burn his money. Brother Yi, then why don't we upgrade the pickup truck first? Dilly looked at Yichen puzzledly. No rush. We have to make some money before upgrading the pickup truck. After upgrading the pickup truck, there will most likely be system prompts for the entire island survival world. Yichen doesn't want to alert the enemy, so he wants to make a fortune quietly first. Yichen, are you planning to sell it? Yang Ming'er seemed to understand Yichen's wishful thinking. Yichen nodded and said, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. If he wants to buy it at a high price, we will sell it at a high price. An hour later, another batch of rare D-grade sand was obtained, and Yichen also bought all the copper ore in the exchange. 50 kilograms of E-grade copper ore, 20 kilograms of D-grade copper ore, and 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore. Yichen also had some unexpected gains. 50 kilograms of E-grade iron ore. Big One, let's go and move all the copper ore off the truck. Wow, boss, you have cleared out so much copper ore. What is this? How come there is red copper ore? This is iron ore, an unexpected find. The 2 men began to move the copper ore downwards while chatting. This thing is just too heavy. Yichen and Dada Juangguang were so busy that they were covered in sweat. Boss, we really should get a cart. After surviving a physical exercise, both of them were exhausted and out of breath. Flatbed cargo truck. Yichen has always wanted to get one. If he has a small car, he can completely solve the problem of short-distance transportation. There was nothing to buy at the exchange, so Yi-Chen had to check the synthesis system. It really does exist. E-Class ordinary flatbed four-wheeled cart. Cargo capacity: 200 kilograms level 10 kilograms D-Class rare plastic, 2 kilograms D-Class rare rubber, 5 kilograms C-Class excellent iron ingot. D-Class rare flatbed four-wheel hydraulic trolley. Cargo capacity: 500 kilograms level 10 kilograms C-Class excellent plastic, 5 kilograms C-Class rare rubber, 10 kilograms B-Class perfect iron ingot. Hydraulic system blueprint. C-Class excellent flatbed four-wheeled solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic vehicle. Cargo capacity: 2 tons. With electric lifting function, 2 D-Class rare flatbed four-wheel trolleys. 10 kilograms of B-Class perfect plastic, 10 kilograms of B-Class perfect rubber, 10 kilograms of A-Class epic iron ingots. C-Class excellent flatbed four-wheeled solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic vehicle blueprint. 3 solar cells, medium size. Chapter 75. Wait for me to kill you. The further he read, the brighter Yi-Chen's eyes became. This synthesis system really has everything. Question: this thing is good, but the material requirements are also high. Rubber? What is that? High-grade plastic, high-grade iron ingots, solar cells, and blueprints. Headache. It seems that it will be difficult to get a cart in a short time, and we can only rely on manual labor. After bringing the furnace in, Yi-Chen started the smelting work next to the pickup truck. The girls were busy for the whole morning and also selected out a portion of C-grade excellent sand. Now there's a D-level rare sand and an additional C-level one. Yi-Chen consumed the sand and clay without hesitation and successfully synthesized an E-level ordinary furnace and a D-level rare furnace. Now there are 3 furnaces at once. Each furnace can only smelt a maximum of 10 kilograms of copper ore per unit time. Yi-Chen stored up the only 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore and consumed 2 10-kilogram portions of E-grade copper ore and 1 10-kilogram portion of D-grade copper ore. Datawan was once again sent off to dig holes and plant bamboos. Yi-Chen, Yang Ming-er, and Di Li were each responsible for a furnace. An hour later, the results came out. 2 E-level ordinary furnaces can smelt a total of 200 meters of E-level ordinary wire and 25 meters of D-level rare wire. Another D-level rare grade furnace smelted out 140 meters of E-level ordinary grade electric wire, 30 meters of D-level rare grade electric wire, and 10 meters of C-level excellent grade electric wire. Now, adding the 100 meters of E-grade electrical wire and 10 meters of D-grade electrical wire that they had obtained earlier, Yi-Chen and his 3 companions had a total of 440 meters of E-grade electrical wire, 65 meters of D-grade electrical wire, and 10 meters of C-grade electrical wire. More than 500 meters of wires not only solved the problem of upgrading the pickup truck, but also left a lot of surplus wires. Boss, what are all these wires for? Datawan obviously doesn't know Yi-Chen's little thoughts. Sell it to Return of Death. Yi-Chen opened the exchange with a wicked smile. Why sell it to him? This idiot. Halfway through his words, Datawan seemed to react, slapped his head and shouted, since this idiot wants it at a high price, we will sell it to him at a high price, haha. Make a profit from him, no, let's rip him off. Yi-Chen, the problem is you and Datawan. They all know each other. Yi-Chen approached Yang Ming-er and Di Li and said with a sly smile, then we can only rely on these 2 beauties. Us. Di Li and Yang Ming-er pointed at themselves, looking confused. You 2 just do this. Yi-Chen conveyed the plan in a very mysterious tone. Boss, you're so mean, but I like it. Ahaha. After hearing Yi-Chen's plan, Datawan burst into laughter. Next, colleagues in the exchange saw a shocking transaction exchange price. 50 meters of E-level ordinary wire requires 1 B-level perfect tool hammer blueprint, 1 B-level perfect tool shovel blueprint, 1 B-level perfect tool axe blueprint, 1 A-level epic building hammer blueprint, 3 C-level excellent mountain axes, 1 kayak, 100 B-level perfect vegetable seeds, 20 C-level excellent freshwater fish. Fuck, who is this? Is he crazy or stupid? Is this wire made of 24K pure gold? At this price, why not just buy the moon? Some survivors immediately started to curse. This seller can no longer be described as black. In the eyes of everyone, he is completely crazy. Rare goods are valuable. Rare goods are valuable. Wires have become treasures. I don't understand this era. You know nothing. Scarcity makes things valuable. If the big guys are fighting for something, then there's a reason why it's expensive. Yes. All you poor fellows should stop making a fuss. If you have wires, you can sell them. Something that both Sun Moon Boss and Death Boss are vying for must be priceless. There's nothing to be surprised about. Where there are people who curse, there are naturally people who pretend to be calm. Nowadays, it is well known that electrical wires are in short supply. Death has returned, has been shouted for almost a whole day, and only a few dozen meters of electric wires have been collected. This is enough to show how scarce the wires are. Everyone discussed it for a while and began to pay attention to the name of the seller. Shouty, I've never seen this ID before. Ha ha, boss, you are awesome. This price is too high. I am embarrassed to put it up. Dilly also felt embarrassed. When Yi-chun asked her to name the price, she thought she had heard it wrong at first. She confirmed it several times before filling it in. This is not selling anything, this is robbery. 50 meters of E-grade electrical wire required 4 drawings alone. If someone really wanted to buy this, there's only one possibility. That person has been kicked in the brain by a donkey. Minger, it's your turn. Dilly's mission is completed, and it is Yang Minger's turn to take the stage. Look, someone is selling wires again. I'm selling electric wires. If you need one, bring your own price. The source of the news is I am Mingming. Yang Minger did not hang up the wires directly, but chose to sell them. Boss Death, someone is selling electric wires. Come and buy them. Soon, a group of sycophants began to scramble to call for the return of Death. Within 3 minutes, Yang Minger received a private message from the return of Death. I'll exchange 2 kilograms of dry food and 10 bottles of fresh water with you. Seeing this reply, Yi-chun sneered, waved at Yang Minger, picked up the shovel, and went to dig a hole. Fuck, this idiot. He thinks we are beggars. Death Returns obviously regarded Yang Minger as a newbie. After all, something like a mountain axe was very valuable at the moment. If he met a newbie and could fool him, he would naturally choose to fool him. Yi-chun, how do you respond to him? Yang Minger lo get confuset. Yi-chun didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand with his back to Yang Minger while carrying the shovel and said, no need to reply. He will raise the price in less than 2 minutes. Sure enough, before Yi-chun even started digging, Yang Minger sent him news. Yi-chun, the other party has raised the price. Don't bother. Another addition. Just continue to ignore him. Yi-chun didn't even look at the offer Yang Minger made. Less than 3 minutes later, news from Dadawan came again. Boss, you are amazing. As expected, the other party has raised the price again. This time, they directly agreed to give 3 sea-level freshwater fish and a mountain axe. Don't bother. Yi-chun still replied with these words. Are you still not paying attention? Dadawan and the 2 girls were a little worried. Yi-chun, however, was confident and picked up a shovel to dig the hole. Boss, the other side has sent news again. 5 minutes later, Dadawan simply ran over. Boss, the other party asked us to name a price. Yi-chun calmly put down the shovel. This was exactly the reply he wanted. Death Returns. Hee, wait till you become my little lamb. Chapter 76, Playing Hard to Get. 100 kilograms of iron ingots, a B-level blueprint, a dozen kilograms of grain, and 50 liters of diesel. Yi-chun started to speak calmly. Yang Minger and Dilly were both stunned. It turns out that this price is not much more polite than the one offered by Dilly. Yi-chun, this requires diesel. Will the other party find out? Yang Minger was careful and looked at Yi-chun with some concern. It's okay. If he asks, just tell him that you signed for a small diesel boat. It's broken and needs to be repaired. It needs iron ingots and diesel. Yi-chun was obviously well prepared and didn't even think twice before bragging. Yang Minger reported the condition to the other party with a wry smile. Fuck, robbery. Do you think you're selling gold mines? Death Returns immediately got furious and threw a bunch of obscenities at me. However, he soon received a calm reply drafted by Yi-chun and typed by Yang Ming. My price is already very low. Why don't you take a look at the price listed on the exchange? Dadawan now completely understood what his boss was doing. Boss, you are so shameless. Haha. Dadawan cursed Yi-chun, but he felt very happy in his heart. He had been annoyed with that idiot Return of Death for a long time. A moment later, Yang Minger received another reply from Death Returns. Although this reply still seemed aggressive on the surface, the attitude was obviously much softer. There's no use for you keeping high-end stuff like wires. The price you're asking is simply ridiculous. I'll give you 20 kilograms of iron ingots, 10 kilograms of dry food, and 50 liters of diesel. This price is absolutely affordable. Yi-chun did not expect that the other party would readily agree to Yang Minger's exchange condition of 50 liters of diesel. Boss, it seems this guy has a lot of diesel. Yichen naturally understood what even Dad Awan could see. Where did he get so much diesel? Even if he signed in, it's impossible for him to sign in for diesel every day, right? The two girls also found this very strange. Yichen pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. I guess he must have some special channels or tools to refine diesel. Damn, no wonder this guy dared to bet. It turns out he really has something in his hand. Yichen was very calm. It was perfect that the other party had what he wanted. Minger, ignore her, just leave her alone. Playing hard to get, Yichen's mentality now is much better than that idiot. The three of Yichen continue to smelt copper ingots. Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you selling it or not? The impatient return of death did not wait for a reply and urged again. At this time, Yang Minger, under Yichen's instructions, completely ignored the other party. Hey, where are the people? Where are the people? Hey, can I give you another 10 kilograms of dry food? Add another 20 kilograms of iron ingots. Yichen had just melted half of the third batch of copper ingots, but the other party's price had already increased several times. This guy even chatted with Dilly privately when he saw that Yang Minger ignored him. Your price is too high. Is there any room for negotiation? What I didn't expect was, under Yichen's guidance, Dilly didn't respond and directly doubled the exchange price, which was already close to a sky-high price. 50 meters of E-level ordinary wire requires 2 B-level perfect tool hammer blueprints, 2 B-level perfect tool shovel blueprints, 2 A-level epic building hammer blueprints, 6 C-level excellent mountain axes, 2 kayaks, 200 B-level perfect vegetable seeds, 40 C-level excellent freshwater fish. When Death Return saw the price, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This guy called Xiao Di is not selling anything. He is clearly provoking me. A group of onlookers in the chat room immediately started chattering. Oh my God, the price has gone up again, the price has gone up again. It really is true that there is no highest price, only higher. This price is really amazing. I bet this wire is made of gold. It conducts electricity like no other. These guys can only stir up trouble. Death Returns is really going crazy. After hitting a wall with Dilly, he turned back to look for Yang Minger. This time I finally got a reply. See, the price of the wires I sell is really low. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see such a shop again. The four people here with Yichen looked like they were watching the fun, but Death Returns was getting anxious. This is the maximum price. 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 50 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of dry food, and 6 sea-level freshwater fish. After receiving this latest reply, Yang Minger and Dilly looked at Yichen together. Yichen shrugged. This price seemed to have reached his psychological price. The scarce 50-kilogram iron ingots and 50-liter diesel are now available. Okay, that's about it. When Yang Minger heard this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Yichen added, just ask for 50 liters of diesel. You want more? The three of them were collectively dumbfounded. If they were to compare who was blacker, Yichen would be second, and no one would dare to be first. Why not give it a try? It's not taxable anyway. Yichen looked relaxed. Yang Minger had no choice but to reply Death Returns according to Yichen's instructions. Seeing that the other party asked for an exorbitant amount of money again, asking for 50 liters more diesel, Return of Death almost fainted from anger. The two younger brothers he recruited were even more angry. Boss Death, it's just an electric wire. If you don't want it, then forget it. It's better than being hacked by someone. Bullshit. Do you know how important wires are to us now? Without wires, electricity is useless. Those electric lights, induction cookers, and washing machines you signed in for will all become decorations. The key is this thing. Without wires, we can't synthesize advanced gadgets. S-level ones are useless. How can I improve my ranking on the rankings then? Boss, what on earth is this? The two younger brothers pointed at a small gadget on the ground and asked in confusion. This is a high-end product. As long as the internal circuit is connected, a camera is added, and the solar cell is fully charged, I don't believe that I can't find out where that guy is. So it's amazing. Nonsense. If this is synthesized into a finished product, it will be a super S-level material. The thing that Death Returns was pointing at was indeed a treasure. Aerial reconnaissance recorder component. S-level legendary material. Combined with 200 meters of wire, it can be synthesized into a high-altitude reconnaissance recorder. High-altitude reconnaissance recorder. S+ legendary material. Combined with S legendary HD camera, it can be synthesized into Super S God-given material. High-altitude reconnaissance device. High-altitude reconnaissance device. Super S-level God-given material. can be dropped into the air to detect the situation within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, obtain the status and information of all survivors, and have a higher chance of obtaining special mysterious rewards. The reason why Death Returns is so eager to collect wires is mainly because of this treasure. Chapter 77. Unexpected B-level perfect tool axe blueprint. In addition to wires, Return of Death is also collecting a variety of materials such as B-grade perfect glass, B-grade perfect silicon aluminum alloy, and electronic chips in order to synthesize a high-definition camera as soon as possible. But he had another plan, which was to acquire it directly. What I didn't expect was that the camera wasn't integrated, and I felt dizzy just collecting the wires. How much diesel do we convert today? Boss, the diesel converter needs to be repaired, but we already have 500 liters of diesel in stock. What supplies are needed for repairs? At present, the diesel converter is another magic weapon in the hands of Return of Death. It can be said that the reason why he was able to rank third in the first week's ranking is that this S-level legendary equipment diesel converter was of great help. Diesel converter, S-level legendary material, can convert a mixture of fresh water and seaweed into diesel. The conversion ratio is 100 liters of E-level fresh water, 10 liters of E-level seaweed, and 1 liter of E-level ordinary diesel. That is to say, 100 liters of fresh water plus 10 kilograms of seaweed can be converted into 1 liter of diesel. Of course, if you can choose high-grade fresh water and seaweed, the conversion ratio will be qualitatively improved. The two younger brothers of Return of the God of Death scratched their heads and muttered, "We need 100 liters of D-grade fresh water and 50 kilograms of copper ingots." Damn, D-grade fresh water. Who the hell has this stuff? Death Returns kicked the plastic bucket on the ground away. I originally thought I had obtained a magical artifact, but now it seems that this thing is simply a devil that eats people without leaving any bones. Bring another 50 liters of diesel over here and prepare for the trade. Boss Death, do you really want to make a deal? Death Returns didn't feel sorry for him, but his two younger brothers did. For the sake of 50 meters of electric wire, my boss really risked his life. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reply, "My name is Mingming," someone came to him. "I still have 50 meters of wire here. Do you want more?" Another 50 meters of wire? Return of Death is not a fool, and he guessed in his heart that the other party would definitely put forward new conditions. Sure enough, the conditions came. Do you have any blueprints? B-level blueprints, or A-level ones will do. When Death Returns saw the news, he almost trampled the crops he had just planted. Damn, it's okay to be A-level. You really treat this place as an ATM. If we don't have the blueprints, is there anything else that can work? Although he was angry, he still needed the other party's help, so Death Returns didn't dare to make any final statements. That's a pity. I was thinking I'd give you a discount if you had the blueprints. Death Returns looked at the news with gritted teeth. You too, go count how many wires we need, go. The Death Boss, who was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, had to vent it on his two younger brothers. The two younger brothers were also angry but did not dare to show it, so they went into the rock mass where they stored their supplies. A relatively thin young man complained to another burly man, "Brother Zhang, I really don't know why the boss had to make that thing." "Little Blackie, what do you know? Didn't you hear what the boss said? That thing is a super S-level thing. The ranking list will be updated in 2 days. Whether we can suppress the sun and moon depends entirely on this thing. It's just losing 100 liters of diesel. It's better than spending a lot of money on electric wires now." "You know nothing. Face, do you want to save face?" The middle-aged man called Brother Zhang slapped himself lightly on the cheek. "Damn it, how many meters of wire are there? Have you measured them yet? You are so hesitant. What's the point of keeping you here?" When Death Returned saw that the two had been gone for 5 or 6 minutes and had not returned yet, he, who was already furious, started cursing. "Hey, you always get mad at us. If you have the ability, go fix the wires yourself." Forget it, let's measure it quickly. It's our fault that we were recruited. It's so unlucky." The two poor guys had no choice but to lower their heads and measure the wires. "Boss, the total is now 120 meters. Damn it, it's only 120 meters. Even if we take the first 50 meters, there's still 30 meters to go. Damn it." Death Returns stamped his feet in hatred. "Boss, even if we have fixed the wires, what about the high-definition camera? Without it, we still can't synthesize it, right? I have my own way. Oh, and bring me the blueprint for the B-grade perfect tool axe." "Boss, what are you going to do? This is a treasure. We are currently only missing this B-grade tool axe. If we can synthesize it, we will be very close to synthesizing the A-grade epic artifact construction hammer." The two younger brothers got really anxious when they heard that their boss was going to use the most valuable B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint to exchange for electrical wires. Nonsense. You're the only ones who understand. I don't. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Besides, I don't have any high-grade tree trunks. It's a waste to keep this blueprint. It's better to change some wires. It's more practical. Boss, this is too bad. This blueprint is priceless. Although it is B-grade, it is much more valuable than some A-grade items. The two younger brothers stamped their feet in anxiety. Return of Death is not a fool. He knows how precious this blueprint is. He already has 3 sharp tools, a B-grade perfect tool hammer, a tool shears, and a tool shovel, but he only lacks this last tool axe. If he was not in a hurry to synthesize the reconnaissance device, how could he be willing to use this treasure to exchange for an E-grade wire? Boss, please think twice. This blueprint is the only one in the entire island survival world. I don't think there's a second one right now. Brother Zhang was really anxious. This blueprint was obtained at the cost of his ancestors' hard work. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep for a day or two. Now, his boss was going to hand over this treasure to someone else. His heart was really bleeding. Why are you hesitating? Look at her name. My name is Mingming. She's obviously a little girl. This blueprint will be just a piece of waste paper to her. When we become rich, we can just give her some advanced stuff and she will definitely hand it over. Death Returns is a very far-reaching idea. However, he probably would never have imagined that my name is Mingming is really a girl, but behind this girl there is a swindler. If this blueprint really falls into Yi Chen's hands, do you still expect to redeem it? What can you use to redeem it? Even if you give half of the island to Yi Chen probably won't pay any attention to you. It is under such circumstances. Death Returns proudly showed off this valuable B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. This is when Yi Chen and the other 3 saw this blueprint. Their eyes lit up. Chapter 78, 101 meters of wire. Boss, this kid is amazing. He actually has the blueprints. Dad Awan was the first to exclaim. Yang Minger and Dilly were also extremely shocked. Brother Yi, if I remember correctly, this blueprint is for the tool axe, which is the most difficult to obtain among the 4-piece B-level tool set. Yi Chen nodded. This perfect tool axe was what he had always dreamed of. The tool hammer, tool shears, tool shovel, and tool axe are the 4 B-level tools. Only when you have collected these 4 items, you are qualified to talk about synthesizing the A-level epic construction hammer. Yi Chen, then, should we answer him? No need, let it dry for a while. Yi Chen waved at Yang Minger. Hee, boss is playing hard to get again, I understand. Dad Awan looked at Yi Chen with a wicked smile on his face. This is probably what is called birds of a feather flock together. After spending a long time with Yi Chen, a swindler, even Dewan, who has always been honest and single-minded, has become cunning. It turned out to be just as Yi Chen expected. Return of Death originally thought that after he showed this blueprint, the other party would definitely agree to his transaction request with a shout. However, this message has been sent out for a long time, but the other party has not responded at all. Boss, what did the other party say? The 2 younger brothers were even more anxious than Death Returns. He is probably a fool who doesn't even understand the value of this blueprint. Death Returns immediately found a way out for himself. On the other hand, he had already started sending messages to Yang Minger again. Little girl, this blueprint is really top-notch. I dare say there is no other survivor like it. After waiting for a while, I heard these words. What's the use of it? It's just a broken axe blueprint. You are indeed a fool. Death Returns muttered in a low voice with great disdain. Then, with some pride, he began to reply to Yang Ming over there. This blueprint is for the most difficult tool to synthesize among the 4B level artifact level tools. If it weren't for the fact that you sold me the wire, I wouldn't have easily exchanged it for you. Yi Chen and others just watched this guy bragging about himself. Go ahead and blow it. It would be better if you blow it to the top of the sky. It's a pity that this drawing will fall into your hands sooner or later. Okay, then if you add a pickaxe and 50 liters of diesel, I will exchange with you. What? This time, Death Returns almost used an axe to chop up the system interface in front of him. This woman is crazy. She even dares to raise the price. The 2 younger brothers of Death Returns were also very angry. Forget it. I guess this young man doesn't know what he's doing. I don't need this last axe. Go get my last axe and 50 liters of diesel. Although Death Returns was angry, he still tried to control his anger because the other party was a silly girl. Seeing that their boss said this, The two younger brothers had no choice but to move the last axe and another 50 liters of diesel from their own cave. Boss, this is the last axe we have. We lost 3 axes in one day. This, Brother Zhang was extremely distressed. Talking about these 3 axes, he didn't know how lucky he was when he Return of Death signed in once and got the blueprints of 3 axes. He even doubted his life at that time. Forget it. We still have B-level tools. Let's make do with them for now. When the time comes, I can redeem the tool axe blueprint. I've finished the tool axe and synthesized the construction hammer. Why should I worry about this? Death Returns envisions an incredibly beautiful future. The 4 people here with Yi Chun couldn't stop laughing. 100 meters of E-grade electric wire were exchanged for a total of 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 100 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of dry food, a pickaxe, 6 C-grade freshwater fish, and most importantly, the extremely valuable B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. Ding! You have successfully completed the transaction with I Am Mingming and obtained 101 meters of E-level ordinary wire. 101 meters? Upon hearing the system report this number, Return of Death was confused, and Yang Minger here was also confused. Yichun, is there a bug in the system? Why did they deduct an extra meter of wire from us? Forget it, it's just 1 meter. We have plenty of wires now, so we don't care about that. Yichun now has countless electrical wires. As long as he can collect copper, or he will never have to worry about not having electrical wires. Boss, why did you receive 101 meters of wire? The 2 younger brothers of Return of Death were also very puzzled. This is fate. God is always on our side. Death Returns didn't forget to brag about himself. That's right, boss. It's a blessing from heaven. Now, we will get the reconnaissance plane. After making a fortune, Yichun was too lazy to hang around the exchange any longer, so he hurried to finish the remaining task of building a reinforced fence. Dadawan over there was laughing strangely while working. What are you doing? Laughing so obscenely. Yichun muttered softly, ignored him, and continued to insert bamboo. Dadawan dug the hole, and Yichun was responsible for planting bamboo to fill the hole. As for the 2 girls, Yichun asked them to prepare lunch. Although Yichun originally had enough food and had no worries about food and drink, this time he got so many ingredients from Death Returns, so his food variety increased again. Sister Minger, they actually have tomatoes and eggs. Now we can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Dilly rummaged through the pile of ingredients contributed by Death Returns for a while and found a few tomatoes and some high-quality eggs. Leave 2 and don't fry them all. Save them for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Sister Minger is looking more and more like a hostess. Dilly covered her mouth and looked at Yang Minger with a smile. What are you thinking about, little girl? Go get some water. The 4 people here at Yi Chin's place were all busy and having a lot of fun. Death Returns, which had spent a lot of money to fix the electrical wires, also reaped the rewards again. Look, what is this? Death Returns picked up several pieces of glass from the supply distribution center. Wow, boss, where did you get this? With the glass, we are 1 step closer to synthesizing a camera. Death Returns looked at the hard-earned wires, glass, and the aerial reconnaissance recorder components in front of him with great excitement. Once this super S-grade, God-given material is synthesized, he doesn't believe that anyone can surpass him. I remember that there were special rewards for synthesizing a C-grade axe with the sun, moon, and stars. How could there be no reward if I synthesized a super S-grade material? Once the world announcement is made, it will be difficult for me to hide my face. Chapter 79, Some People Are Generous. Young men, prepare to assemble the high-altitude reconnaissance recorder first. If you want to eventually synthesize a super S-level, God-given high-altitude reconnaissance device, you must first synthesize an S+ level high-altitude reconnaissance recorder. Death Returns now has 200 meters of wires and the S-level recorder component, and now all he needs to do is synthesize them. The 2 younger brothers were also quite excited. They took out the component and prepared to synthesize it for their boss. Boss, why does the system show that the wire quality is poor and there is a possibility of synthesis failure? As soon as Brother Zhang put the hundreds of meters of wires and components together, the synthesis system began to prompt continuously. It's normal. It's E-grade wire. If it fails at worst, I can just cut off a few meters of wire and try again. Anyway, there are enough wires. I will succeed if I try a few more times. Death Returns patted his chest disapprovingly. Seeing that their boss was silent, the 2 younger brothers simply squatted down and connected the wires. The synthesis of this set of components is completely different from the usual synthesis. Perhaps because of the S-level legendary materials, manual wiring is required. The system gave Death Return a wiring diagram and a few small flat blade screwdrivers. He had to complete the wiring of 200 wires totaling 200 meters according to the wiring diagram before he could finally synthesize it. The three people worked for 3 hours and finally finished connecting all the wires according to the instructions on the blueprint. Boss, it's done. Finally, it's done. S plus grade supplies, boss, this is awesome. This is probably the first S plus grade supply in the island world. It's a must, huh? The three of them seemed quite excited. Although S plus materials are still some distance away from the super S level God-given materials, no one in the island survival world has ever synthesized S plus level materials. Boss, we have synthesized it. Why is there no reward from the system? The two younger brothers waited for a long time with hope on their faces, but the system still did not announce the reward. This is S plus grade supplies, and it is very likely the first S plus grade supplies in the entire island survival world. Logically speaking, this must be a special reward from the system. Death Returns frowned and pondered for a moment. By the way, this thing probably needs to be powered on, so quickly connect it to the generator set. Okay. The two of them immediately rushed back to their own cave, carrying the treasure. This solar power generator, which is also the power generation component that stole Yi Chen's first kill, is lying in the cave. In the cave, there was only a solitary lamp hanging on the rock wall. But don't underestimate this lamp. It was because Return of Death lit this lamp that he received the special reward. Look carefully. Make sure the positive and negative poles are connected incorrectly. The closer it got to the end, the more anxious Death Returns became. Don't let your efforts go to waste because of some small mistakes. Boss, got it. The two younger brothers worked hard for a while and finally finished the work. Power-ups. Death Returns took a deep breath and ordered the power to be turned on. My S plus level reward. Here I come. Only a sizzle sound was heard. Several sparks suddenly flew out from the generator set and the component, and even the light went out instantly. What's wrong? What's going on? Death Returns was startled so suddenly that he almost stumbled and fell. No, I don't know. Yeah, there's a fire. Hurry, put out the fire. Crackling, sparks began to fly in the cave. Idiot, you can't water. Death Returns almost went crazy, and his stupid little brother actually went to fetch a basin of water. The fire is too big, help. The cave was originally ventilated from front to back. The wind on the island was already strong today. In addition, there were piles of flammable grass and clothes next to the generator set. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire quickly spread to the entire cave. There's still diesel in the cave. Although diesel is not as easy to burn as volatile oils, such as gasoline, it will be troublesome if the temperature really rises. With a whoosh, the tank storing diesel was ignited. 3 minutes later, the rapidly rising temperature ignited the diesel. Even if the Dragon King came, he would not be able to save the belongings in the cave. The three of them no longer cared about putting out the fire and rushed out. The poor generator set and reconnaissance recorder components were now burned to ashes. Damn it! How did you connect the wires? Didn't I tell you to look carefully and connect them? You bastards, two bastards. Death Returns was so furious that he wanted to chop the two dusty guys in front of him into pieces with a knife. Boss, this is not our fault. We were very careful. Then what happened? How could it burn when it was perfectly fine? We don't know either. The three men stood there with disheveled hair and dirty faces, watching the fire burn all their belongings in the cave. Death Returns now wants to die. I had originally synthesized S plus grade materials and was only one step away from being number one on the list. Now, not only did he fail to synthesize the S plus grade materials, but almost all of his belongings were reduced to ashes. Boss, this could be a problem with the wires? The system just gave a prompt saying that the wires are of poor quality. Brother Zhang recalled carefully and remembered the previous system prompt again. Death Returns gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it. That woman must have tampered with the wires. I'm going to kill her. At that moment, Death Returns finally came to his senses. Unfortunately, I was too impulsive at the time and wanted to synthesize S plus grade materials at all costs. I didn't study the system prompts carefully. This led to a big mistake. I will kill her. Death Returns wanted to jump into the sea like a madman, holding the only remaining utility knife in his hand. It seemed that by jumping into the sea, he could pull out Yang Ming or who sold his electrical wires. Boss, don't be impulsive. As long as there is green, there will be no shortage of firewood. The two younger brothers tried their best to persuade him. Only then did he hold on to Death Returns. Naturally, Yi Chun and his three companions could not see the lively scene here. However, Yi Chun couldn't help looking at Dadawan, who was grinning secretly. I say, Dawan, what's wrong with you? Why are you grinning like an idiot? You've been grinning like an idiot since you completed the wire deal. What's going on? Yi Chun gave him a slap on the head. Boss, I think that idiot Death is probably done for now. Finished? What do you mean? I tampered with the wires. If this kid connects them without thinking, I guarantee he'll be finished. Yi Chun was stunned when he heard this. You sabotaged it secretly? Dadawan couldn't help but nodded. It was just a little bit, less than a meter of wire. I tampered with it a little bit. A wire less than 1 meter long? 101 meters? Now Yi Chun seemed to understand why the system gave the other party 101 meters. This extra meter is the system's automatic compensation for the wire that was twisted around. Chapter 80, RV, Here I Come. After a day of hard work, Yi Chun made a lot of money. He had wires and blueprints, a furnace, copper ingots, and iron ingots for repairing motorboats. He could synthesize tool axes and upgrade pickup trucks. Poor Death Returns fell directly from heaven to the 18th level of hell. Not only was the super S-class divine artifact that he had hoped to use to surpass Yi Chun completely destroyed, but almost all of his belongings were reduced to ashes, and he even lost his place to live. Fuck it. I'm Ming Ming. You better come out here and die, or I'll kill you. As a result, poor Yang Minger became the target of Return of Death S-venting. Yang Minger looked at Yi Chun pitifully. Yi Chun waved his hand calmly. Let him call. Haha. Boss, look, it's like this guy's house is on fire. The news has spread throughout the chat room. It's all burned down. Aha. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. In the world of island survival, where communications are extremely advanced, the fire in the House of Death Returns has spread like a plague. Boss Death, who has framed you? I will help you get revenge. Yeah, if anyone dares to play dirty, I'll destroy the guy's brother in his pants. To this day, there are still people who fawn over Death Returns. Destroyed Yang Minger's brother? This seems a bit difficult. I can't do it. What's so shady about it? If you don't take precautions, who can you blame? That's right, the transaction is fair and just. There is no shady thing about it. However, more people turned their guns away immediately after seeing that Death Returns was completely useless. Ignore them. Let's upgrade the pickup truck before it gets dark. Yi Chun doesn't have the time to engage in a war of words with others. The most important thing at the moment is to get the long-awaited RV. 4-person luxury RV. Heavy pickup truck plus RV modification blueprint plus 100 kilograms of iron or plus 100 meters of wire. At this moment, all the materials needed for upgrading have been gathered. Yi Chun did not hesitate any longer and immediately moved all the supplies to the back of the pickup truck. Synthesis. Following Yi Chun's order, a golden light appeared at the front of the pickup truck. The four of them took several steps back, as if by reflex. Ding! The host chooses to consume an S-Class legendary heavy-duty pickup truck Raptor F750 plus an A-Class epic RV transformation blueprint plus 100 kilograms of E-Class ordinary iron or 100 meters of E-Class ordinary wire, and the pickup truck is being upgraded. Yi Chun and the other three saw that the golden light was covering an increasingly larger area until it completely covered the entire pickup truck. 2 minutes later, the golden light gradually faded. A super luxurious RV came into the eyes of the four people. Is this an RV? Yang Minger, the most worldly wise of the four, was stunned. The length of the vehicle is estimated to be at least 13 meters, and the width is 4 or 5 meters. The appearance is avant-garde and cool. The whole vehicle looks beautiful, far more elegant and noble than the RV that normal people imagine. At this moment, the door of the RV suddenly opened automatically. The four of them cautiously poked their heads inside before getting into the RV. The interior decoration of the RV is also quite exquisite, with soft and comfortable carpet under your feet and high-end European cabinets all around. The entire interior space makes people feel spacious and bright. The front of the car is a small living room similar to a bar with a single bed above the bar. The middle section is a large living room with a rather spacious space, which seems a bit empty. On the left and right sides are the kitchen and bathroom respectively. At the rear of the car is a large bedroom with a luxurious double bed and a single airbed in the rear window viewing position. Boss, I'm going to sleep on this bed. Dadawan patted the single bed at the front of the car. This single bed is the simplest compared to the other two beds. The most comfortable bed in this car must be the air-cushioned single bed, which far exceeds the other two wooden beds in terms of location and comfort. Brother Yi, let me give you this air mattress. The two of you can sleep on it, okay? Dilly still seemed a little shy. After all, whether on this island or in this car, Yi Chun was the undisputed boss. Yang Ming'er was also a little shy. It was not that she was embarrassed to ask for a bed, but that the double bed was too close to Yi Chun's air mattress. Okay, I'll sleep in this bed. Yi Chun was not polite and laid down generously. The bed in this luxury RV is truly extraordinary. Its softness is simply unparalleled. Boss, you are in for a treat now. At this time, Dadawan tiptoed to Yi Chun's side and whispered something. Yi Chun finally reacted. It would be nice to have two beautiful stars across the river from me. But the problem is that they are embarrassed, and I am embarrassed too. Well, put up a curtain here then. Private space is still necessary, and Yi Chun doesn't want his every move to be exposed under the eyes of others. Boss, is there no system reward for this upgrade? After Dawan's reminder, Yi Chun finally remembered why the usually proactive system was silent this time. Yi Chun, it seems that this car is still missing a lot of things. Can it be upgraded? Yang Ming'er walked around in the car and seemed to have discovered something. Ding! The S Plus Luxury RV has been upgraded. Special reminder. The host can continue to upgrade the space and facilities inside this RV, including the RV itself. Currently, only basic beds and infrastructure are provided. It seems that this is not the final form. Yi Chun took a quick look around. The car was decorated quite exquisitely, but as a top-level RV, it lacked quite a few things. The sofa doesn't have. There is no audiovisual equipment. Even basic household items like refrigerators, washing machines, microwave ovens, etc. are missing. It seems that the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work harder. Yi Chun has a good attitude. At least he has a comfortable bed and doesn't have to sleep in the cave anymore. As for the rest, he will take it one step at a time. Rome was not built in a day. Yi Chun was lying comfortably on the comfortable air mattress at this time, while Return of Death was still cursing in the chat room. Mingming, get out here. You burned my super S-class artifact, so I'm going to chop you to pieces. Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chun with a wronged expression. Dilly asked on behalf of Yang Ming'er. Brother Yi, what's wrong with him? Yi Chun shrugged and pointed at Dadawan, meaning don't ask me, it was all this kid's fault. Dadawan explained excitedly, hey, I tampered with the wires a little bit, but I didn't expect this idiot to use it without even looking at it. Tampering? The two girls looked at Dadawan in astonishment and then looked at Yi Chun again. Yi Chun shrugged again. He really had no idea about this matter. Besides, who knew that this Return of Death had the ability to burn down his own house? The Return of Death, over there, finally put out the fire and calculated the losses. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Chapter 81. Rich as Hell. According to incomplete statistics, Return of Death saved not only the unripe vegetables and fruits, but also some simple tools placed outside the cave, and almost all other supplies in his hands were burned. Given his current situation, does he still expect to compete with Yi Chun for a place on the ranking list in 2 days? What a joke. Boss, it looks like this car can also upgrade its energy system. Dadawan fumbled around in the cab for a while and seemed to have discovered something. Yi Chun pressed the start switch. In an instant, the lighting system of the entire car started to work. The two girls were admiring the gorgeous lights inside the car in amazement, but Yi Chun made another discovery in the RV's operating panel. The current RV has a diesel power system, a wooden single bed, a wooden double bed, an air mattress, luxurious interior decoration, European-style cabinets, a simple kitchen, and a simple bathroom. Systems that can be upgraded. Power system, solar-assisted power generation system, which can use solar energy to operate the entire system of the RV without consuming diesel. Solar-assisted power generation system requires 3 A-level EPIC solar panels, medium, an A-level EPIC RV-specific solar converter, 1 A-level EPIC solar-assisted power generation power blueprint, 20 kilograms of sea-level Zhuyu iron ingots, 20 kilograms of sea-level Zhuyu copper ingots, and 3 pieces of A-level EPIC glass. Living room set, B-grade perfect sofa, C-grade Zhuyu coffee table, B-grade perfect refrigerator, B-grade perfect audiovisual equipment. All living room kits can be obtained by signing in directly or by synthesizing them yourself. B-grade perfect sofa, 3 pieces of C-grade excellent cowhide, 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent tree trunk, and 1 B-grade perfect sofa drawing. C-grade Zhuiyue tea table, 5 kilograms of C-grade Zhuiyue tree trunk, 25 D-grade rare nails. B-grade perfect refrigerator, 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingot, 1 B-grade perfect compressor, 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent plastic, 1 B-grade perfect refrigerator blueprint. Yichun found a lot of information about upgrading the living room suites in the RV's built-in system. Next, there are the upgrades for the bathroom and kitchen. The most exaggerated one is at the end. This RV is actually amphibious, but if it is to be upgraded into an amphibious RV, the cost will be very high. Yichun touched his forehead. He originally thought that after upgrading to an RV, he would be free. But now he thought that upgrading the RV alone was a bottomless pit. However, there is no need for diesel. The RV is powered by solar energy, and it can be used both on land and on water. These sound awesome. However, the matter of upgrading the RV can be put on hold for the time being, as I have a lot of things to do. Repair the motorboat, build the power system, continue to improve and strengthen the camp infrastructure, find sea fish to prepare for upgrading the level 7 sign-in system, filter out the rare de-level freshwater so that the 3 friends can upgrade to the level 5 sign-in system as soon as possible. There are a lot of things waiting for me here. Boss, there's a bathtub here. The bathtub outside is useless now. Let's just sell it. Although the bathroom in this RV is defined as a simple bathroom, the word simple is just customized by the system. At first glance, it is not simple at all. It is simply luxurious. The round massage bathtub is more than enough for taking a bath alone, even if you hug a beautiful woman in each hand. Shiny floor tiles and a full range of toiletries. It is really hard for ordinary people like Yichun in the city to imagine. If this is defined as a simple bathroom, then what is a high-end bathroom? Could it be that the bathrooms he used in the city were all toilets? Nowadays, bathtubs of this level of specifications are available, so it's time to retire that open-air bathtub. Yichun simply posted a random price in the exchange. Grade B perfect bathtub requires copper ore, iron ore, and rare materials. You can chat privately for the specific price. Yichun was just hanging out casually and didn't expect to attract anyone's attention. But he was casual about it. When everyone in the chat room saw this thing, they were really shocked. Awesome. Boss Sun and Moon is awesome. He actually has a bathtub and is selling it. Boss Sun, Moon and Stars, are you eliminated from the bath? You don't even lean on the wall, but you're just bowing down to Big Boss Sun and Moon. What else is there to compare? Big Boss Sun and Moon already has so many goodies that he can't let them go. For most survivors, it has been a while since they came to the island survival world, and the problem of food and clothing can be basically solved, but when it comes to bathing, few people have thought about this. The bathtub today is like traveling back to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties with your mobile phone. It is something you would never dare to even think about. Some people who love to stir up trouble compared the current Yichun with death returns. What else can compare to this? On the one hand, they are extremely rich and have no space for all the good things at home, but anything they put up for sale in stock exchange will turn out to be astonishing. It's like playing to get a perfect B-level material that others wouldn't even dare to think about. On the other side, the old nest was burned down by a fire, and I don't know how to spend the night. Death returns. There are less than 2 days until the rankings are updated. What else is there to compare? Is there anything worth competing for? The sun, the moon, and the stars. It's definitely number 1. Sun, moon, and stars. You son of a bitch. Are you showing off your wealth? What's so great about buying a broken bathtub? Ha! Death Returns was still full of rage, but then he saw a bunch of people in the chat room who were looking for trouble and were comparing him with each other. This time I have really lost all my face. You poor bastard, you are so good at showing off? Oh, no, you probably don't even know where you're going to sleep tonight, right? Do you want us to give you some food? Come on, call me Daddy, and I'll bring you a grilled fish. Dad Awan teased the other person in the chat room to his heart's content. Aha, Big Boss Dewan is so mighty. Poor Death. Now he is really going to die. As the saying goes, when a tree falls, monkeys scatter. When a wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. The status of Death Returns in the chat room plummeted. On the other hand, here in Yichun's place, the 4 big characters Sun, Moon, and Stars are like a golden signboard, hanging high in the hall. Everyone knows it, and everyone bows and nods to praise his merits. It is said that when one person succeeds, all the people around him will benefit. As Yichun's younger brother, the name Dadawan has become known to more and more survivors in these days. It is estimated that Dadawan is now just a little brother to Yichun. In the chat room, besides Yi Chun and others, there are also the big guys at the top of the list. Everyone who sees him will call him Big Brother Dadawan. Ryu, don't be so arrogant. The time is not up yet. Do you really think I have given up? Humph. Chapter 82, Attentive Beauty Service. How could Yi Chun be frightened by such a threat? Please, this is a world of island survival, and the one with things in his hands is the boss. What's the point of your harsh name? Do you really think you can summon the god of death by naming it Return of Death? Big one, I've also received the bow and arrows and the axe. You should hurry up and upgrade your sign-in level before midnight. Really? I almost forgot about this. Haha, I am now a survivor with a level 4 sign-in system. Dadawan happily took the materials needed for upgrading and went to the lawn inside and outside the cave to upgrade. Since the pickup truck was successfully upgraded to an RV, Yi Chun changed the material distribution center. The current RV is no longer the pickup truck that can be stocked at will. Yi Chun set up the material distribution center on the lawn outside the cave. Dadawan quickly gathered all the necessary supplies without any help from others. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been upgraded successfully. The current sign-in system level is level 4. 50% will receive E-level ordinary rewards. 20% will receive D-level rare rewards. 15% will receive C-level excellent rewards. 10% will receive B-level perfect rewards. 3.45% will receive A-level epic rewards. 1.5% will receive S-level legends. And 0.05% will receive super S-level God-given rewards. Dadawan successfully caught up with the two girls. Boss, when can we get promoted to the next level? The impatient Dadawan had just completed the system upgrade and was already thinking about upgrading to the next level. Without D-level water, we can't raise the water for the time being. We first need to finish building the power system. This is one of the 3 tasks for tomorrow. Yi Chun has already made proper arrangements for tomorrow in his mind. 3 things? What else? The fat and kind-hearted one naturally wouldn't think as far as Yi Chun. Repair the jet ski, build the electrical system, and finish the rest of the upgraded fence. Oh boss, don't worry, I'm here for you. I have to say that although Dadawan is not very fond of using his brain, he is very keen on doing things with his hands. It would be right to give this kind of work that can be done simply with bare hands to him. The 4 of them completed today's daily tasks before dark: fishing, watering the vegetables. Under the guidance of the 2 girls, Yi Chun ate scrambled eggs with tomatoes for the first time since he arrived on the island. There was a lot of variety in this evening's meal. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, steamed bream, braised eggplant, grilled carp, and even a pot of tofu with green onions. This is delicious. Where did this tofu come from? Dadawan stuffed the food into his mouth in big mouthfuls, praising the dish in front of him incoherently. This is what we found in the supplies that person exchanged with us. But there's not much. There are only a few eggs and a piece of tofu. Yi Chun and Dadawan were not as meticulous as the girls and did not even count how much supplies they had exchanged. After receiving the exchanged materials, they were all thrown into the material distribution center. The system will not cheat you. It will give you the specified amount of supplies. Just like when Dadawan tampered with the electric wires before, the system immediately and automatically compensated you. It was because Death Returns was so stupid that he automatically ignored the reason for the system's compensation. It is true that there must be something hateful about every pitiful person. Brother Yi, can we? Dilly said half of her words awkwardly at this time, and then looked at Yang Ming'er, who was also a little embarrassed. Yi Chun frowned slightly. Could it be that these 2 girls were going to buy women's products again? It's okay, just say it, we're all family. Dadawan was not shy and politely took the floor for Yi Chun. The 2 girls looked at Yi Chun at the same time. Yi Chun nodded and signaled the 2 to speak frankly. We want to take a bath. I had listed that open-air bathtub on the exchange, and you guys wanted to take it down? No need for that. Just use the jacuzzi in the RV bathroom. Yi Chun originally thought that the 2 girls were hoping that he would take the open-air bathtub back from the exchange. But now it seems that the 2 girls have set their eyes on the jacuzzi. You can use it as you like, but you have to fetch the water yourself. As the boss, Yi Chun would naturally not be responsible for fetching water. It's okay, just drive the RV to the lake and we'll do it ourselves. Naturally, the 2 girls didn't think of asking their boss to help. They just hoped that Yi Chun would agree to move the RV. Okay, Yi Chun waved his hand. It just so happens that I also want to try out the performance of this RV. As the engine roared, the RV started slowly. Yi Chun, is this car very fuel-consuming? I guess so. Yi Chun didn't understand any of this. When he saw this huge machine, He felt that it would consume a lot of fuel. The car drove a few dozen meters and stopped beside the lake. The two girls immediately started to get busy. Yi-chun checked the system upgrade interface again. If I had to be so busy every time I took a shower, I would be exhausted. When he saw the 5th page, Yi-chun discovered something new that could be upgraded. RV's built-in water pump, a level epic material, consumes electricity to pump fresh water. It is not easy to synthesize this thing. 10 kilograms of C-grade, Gu-grade iron ingots, 5 kilograms of C-grade, Gu-grade copper ingots, 5 kilograms of C-grade, Gu-grade clay, 1 B-grade perfect grade water pump blueprint, 50 meters of E-grade ordinary grade electric wire, and 10 meters of D-grade rare grade electric wire. As for supplies, as long as I work hard, it is possible to figure it out. I have my own furnace to refine iron ingots and copper ingots. I have already found a clay or layer for clay, and I also have electrical wires. The only thing I am missing is the blueprint. Although it is troublesome to synthesize, I have the blueprint synthesizer, so it will only take some effort and consume some resources. We have an RV, but there is no water pump, so we have to carry water by hand, which seems too low. A water pump must be built. Yi-chun, we can harvest our grapes tomorrow. Yang Minger went up and down several times to fetch water and also took a look at the fields. It is just as Yang Minger said. The grapes can be picked tomorrow, and the vegetables planted for the second time can be harvested the day after tomorrow. Once all this is done, the week will be over. The survivor rankings are updated every week, so why worry about not being able to continue defending your title? Not only could he win the first place, Yi-chun also hoped that his 3 companions could also get a good ranking this time. After all, there are only a few people who can upgrade their sign-in level to level 4. Brother Yi, I boiled a pot of water. The water in the bathtub is just the right temperature. Go take a bath first. Yi-chun didn't expect that the two girls were busy for a long time just to serve him. Brother Yi, check the water temperature to see if it's hot. I put the shower gel and towels next to the bathtub. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll get it for you. The two girls stood respectfully outside the RV to welcome Yi-chun to get in and take a shower. This treatment, this service, that's really attentive. Chapter 83, this bath is a bit embarrassing. Yi-chun, do you need to add hot water? Brother Yi, is the water temperature suitable? The towel is on your right. Yi-chun, who was soaking in a bathtub and had no male chauvinism at all, was a little flattered. With a bang, Yi-chun covered his body with a towel, as if by reflex. Yang Minger rushed in carrying a basin of hot water. What are you doing? I was still naked. How could this beautiful lady just rush in? She really thinks she is Helakity. Tomorrow, are you guys? The girl hesitated for a long time, but Yi-chun didn't understand what she meant at all. Brother Yi, I'll give you another dry towel. While we were still doing this, Dilly rushed in with a dry towel. Yi-chun was a little at a loss now. What were these two girls doing? He was still taking a bath. Hey, you guys could talk about what you want to say. I'm taking a shower. Although Yi-chun didn't mind taking a bath with 3 people. If he really wanted to take a bath together, he had to take the initiative. The current situation seems like I am threatened by the girls. These two girls really make me hard to guard against. Are you and Dadawan going to repair the motorboat tomorrow? Motorboat? Yeah, what's up? Yi-chun still didn't quite understand. Are you still going out to sea? Going out to sea? When Yi-chun heard these 2 words, he seemed to understand what the 2 girls were thinking. You expect me to go out to sea to look for that girl? The 2 girls nodded repeatedly. Yi-chun let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. I probably won't have time tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow I will consider going out to sea again and try to catch sea fish. That's great. Brother Yi, you promised to help me find Ting Ting. This, Yi-chun felt a little tired. It seemed that he did not agree to it. Yi-chun was still standing there in a daze, and 2 girls rushed towards him. Hey, don't come over here. It's okay. You can't see. There are bubbles. We can help you. Yi-chun was ashamed. 2 beauties immediately stood on the left and right, each holding a towel in their hands and squatting beside the bathtub to help Yi-chun wash. This treatment, I need to take off, but the problem is why do I always feel like I'm so passive? The 2 beauties provided attentive service. She heated the water in the bathtub and rubbed Yi-chun's back. I only promised you to try to find him, but I didn't promise you to bring him back. This ugly thing has to be set up front. In this vast ocean, I only have a motorboat. Where can I find anyone? It's okay. I believe that Brother Yi can find Ting Ting, just like he found me and Dadawan. Dilly seems to be very confident in Yi-chun. Yi-chun was a little amused and helpless. This girl was really naive. Boss, there are a lot of people looking for you in the chat room. Dadawan seemed to think that this place was not lively enough, so he broke in. As soon as he entered the room and saw this envious scene, Dadawan seemed a little surprised. He scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly at Yichun. Excuse-me, 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 excuse-me. With a bang, Dadawan closed the bathroom door. Then, a line of words popped up in the chat room. My boss is currently busy taking a bath with the Beauties. The chat room, which was originally noisy with everyone chatting about their own things, suddenly became silent. 10 seconds later, countless exclamation marks rose into the air. The survivors who saw this message in the chat room could no longer express their feelings in words. At the moment, 3 exclamation marks carried too much meaning. After the chat room was filled with exclamation marks for a minute. Finally, someone asked a question. Yes, my boss is currently busy. Sand, clay, freshwater fish, etc. These things can be dealt with after my boss finishes taking a bath. Dadawan responded to these men calmly. Taking a bath. With Beauties. Some people still couldn't contain their surprise and asked the most astonishing questions. It would be fine if he just took a shower because this guy is sun, moon, and stars, the richest person in the world of island survival. But taking a bath with beautiful women, this is a bit too much. We have just escaped poverty and have started to live a life of luxury with his wife and children. Will it allow people to survive? Yes, 2 girls are helping my boss take a bath. Dadawan still answered very sincerely. Help. The chat room exploded again. I originally thought that there was a gap between the rich and the poor in the real world, but now it seems that it is the same in the island world. Some people were complaining with bitter faces. When you have enough food and clothing, you will think about sex. This is in the bones of human beings. It is a sin. Some people say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Beauty? Damn, I haven't even seen a female crab since I arrived on the island. Some people are playing the victim. Most people still look envious, jealous, and hateful. I have no food to eat, but others have someone help them take a bath, and it's a girl. The key problem is that there are 2 of them. Yichun kept sneezing in the bathtub. Dealy, go and boil another pot of water. The water temperature is probably too cold. Don't let Yichun get cold. The considerate Yang Minger attributed Yichun's sneezing to the water temperature. The 3 of them didn't know that Yichun's sneeze was caused by the guys in the chat room. 10 minutes later, Dilly came into the bathroom with a pot of hot water. After a pot of hot water was poured, the foam originally floating on the water's surface gradually dissipated. Now, Yichun was exposed. Dilly clearly saw something she shouldn't have seen and immediately turned her face away in shame. Yichun also looked embarrassed and immediately rubbed soap on himself. Boss, are you done washing? Someone wants to see you. No time. It's very awkward here. Dadawan is still shouting outside. Yichun yelled at Dawan outside in an unpleasant tone. Big roll. Is Big Sun and Moon done washing? Everyone in the chat room is still waiting for Yichun to show up. Yichun has been busy with his own affairs these 2 days, and the trading of sand, tree trunks, freshwater fish, and other supplies that most survivors urgently need has been suspended. In the current market, these guys are arguing over these things. By today, everyone couldn't hold it in any longer and had to come to find Yichun. The result is good. They went to enjoy the service of beautiful women. Dadawan replied in a serious manner. My boss said that he is busy and has no time. Busy? Everyone was completely speechless. What can these 3 people, a man and a woman, do? I can't help but think about it. Chapter 84. The boss's treatment is unparalleled. Boss Dadawan, can you please go in and report this? We're just waiting for these things to be upgraded. The impatient survivors had no choice but to beg. I don't dare. I was just scolded by the boss. I only heard the sound of water. I guess he was washing. Water sound. Every unintentional reply from Dadawan made these survivors think wildly. There must be the sound of water. There's a bathtub and 2 beauties inside. How can we not play with water? How dare this beast mistreat a girl? What scum, worse than pigs and dogs? A familiar ID popped up. You idiot, you're not dead yet? What are you yelling about? Have you figured out how to handle your funeral after the rankings are updated? If you don't have anything to fulfill the bet agreement, the system might just take you away. Dadawan has been with Yichun for a long time, and his speech has become more and more like Yichun's. Oh, how pitiful. The whole family's property was burned down, and there are still debts outside. It's so pitiful. Compared to this poor fellow, I seem to be quite lucky. May the best of luck to you. If I can't pay off my gambling debts, how will the system punish me? When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. It would have been fine if Death Returns didn't say anything and no one would have remembered him. But he suddenly appeared and made a sarcastic remark, and now he has instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. You are a bunch of fickle people who repay kindness with enmity. Fine. Death Returns was furious. But the guys in the chat room won't be polite to him. Originally, it was just a mockery or two, but now that he was scolded by Death Returns, his words became even harsher. Bah, you rubbish, who the hell knows you? How shameless. You still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself. Fuck you, the system master has taken this evil creature away. It makes me feel sick just by looking at it. The atmosphere in the chat room suddenly changed. Originally, everyone was waiting for Yi-chan to come online, but after waiting for a long time, the sun, moon, and stars didn't show up, but the idiot Return of Death did show up. These guys were already in a bad mood due to the shortage of goods, and now they took out all their anger on Death Returns. Dadawan had originally typed a bunch of words and was ready to fight him. Before the text was sent out, Dadawan found that he still needed to do some work himself. Death Returns was almost drowned in spit. There are all kinds of dirty words that are not suitable for public display. The scolding was so intense that it made Death Return want to jump into the sea. Who's looking for me? Suddenly, everyone saw a familiar ID. Sun, Moon, and Stars is online. Wow, long live Boss Sun and Moon. My dear Sun Moon Master, you are finally here. Big Boss, please support me. Boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I greet you. As soon as Yi-chun came online, the atmosphere in the chat room suddenly changed again. These survivors, who were originally full of foul language, suddenly felt as if they had eaten honey collectively and started to compliment Yi-chun. Return of Death was originally preparing to fight these guys, but because of Yi-chun's sudden appearance, the rhythm was instantly taken away. He typed a few lines of swear words, but in an instant he was drowned out by a bunch of compliments, which made him so angry that he gritted his teeth. Master Sun and Moon, are you done bathing? Some gossipers don't forget to gossip. Oh, not yet, it's still soaking. Yi-chan answered truthfully. The two girls gave me some symbolic service and then left. I could finally take a bath in peace. Look, now I have some free time to go online. Soaking. Yi-chan's casual two words once again made everyone's imaginations run wild. This is life. Bathing with two girls, you have to soak for a while. The gap is too big. Boss, this is the life that is truly opened up. Everyone now has only one thought in mind. That is, while the boss is enjoying the embrace of beautiful women, they should quickly give him a few compliments so that they will have a chance to exchange the materials they need at a preferential price as soon as possible. Master Sun and Moon, you are so awesome. My admiration for you is like the water of the Yangtze River, which cannot be stopped. Dear Boss Sun and Moon, I wonder when I will have the chance to serve you tea or water. As long as Boss Sun and Moon gives the order, I will go through mountains and seas of fire without hesitation. Yi-chun was bewildered. Didn't Dawan say that someone was looking for him? Why was there no mention of business in this chat room, but only compliments? Was this a collective chicken blood pumping? Ryu, you son of a bitch. Death Returns finally managed to get a word in amidst the compliments from everyone. But this kid is just asking for trouble. At the moment, these people who need something from Yi-chun have not even had time to flatter him. They are worried that their flattery is not good enough, not loud enough, and not creative enough. Now that's good. Someone dared to speak up and scold Yi-chun. This group of people suddenly felt that the opportunity had come. You idiot, you're not dead yet. Why don't you dig a hole and bury yourself? How dare you challenge our Sun Moon boss? Are you tired of living? Plan your own death carefully. Sun Moon boss doesn't have time to talk to trash like you. Where did this stray dog come from? Whose door is not closed properly? Dog owners, please take care of your puppies. Otherwise, I will catch them and roast them for dinner. Fuck you, you idiot. You're going to die if you don't speak. Our Sun Moon boss is busy with all kinds of things. You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Get out of here as far as you can. Yi-chun didn't say a word, but Return of Death was filled with foul language and insults. It was not until this group of people scolded the unlucky guy Return of Death off the line that everyone remembered that it seemed that the real thing to do was to ask Sun, Moon, and Stars for supplies. Boss Sun and Moon, I'm short of sand for this upgrade. When can you provide some more? Boss, can you sell 2 C-grade freshwater fish? I'm going to level up to level 4. Please give me some goodies. Yi-chun scratched his head with a headache. Why should I go online when I can just take a nice bath? I'm not free for now. I have to go out to sea tomorrow. We'll talk about it another day. Yi-chun has arranged everything for tomorrow, but he will not go against his own wishes for these guys. Going out to sea? Boss, are you going to take the girl for a ride? Boss is going on a yacht again? I'm so envious. It seems that no matter what Yi-chan says now, these guys can automatically imagine it. Yi-chan was too lazy to talk too much, so he casually glanced around the exchange. Not seeing anything useful, he simply logged off. Boss, don't go. Why did the boss leave? Boss Dadawan, why did Boss Ryu leave? Yi-chan ran away, and these guys became really anxious and immediately entangled Dadawan, who was still on the line. My boss has some important things to do. He's busy. Business? Everyone started to have wild thoughts again. Chapter 85, Two Women Bathing Together. Don't bother my boss from taking a bath. As Yi-chan's spokesperson, Dadawan immediately threw out a word. Brother Sun and Moon wouldn't go with that girl, right? Now that's good. Some people immediately started crooked. Boss, you are awesome, full of vigor and vitality. The guys in the chat room were still praising Yi-chan, but Yi-chan had just dried himself, changed his shorts, and walked out of the bathroom. Yang Ming'er had already put some clean clothes on Yi-chan's bed. Yi-chan was dressed and was about to get out of the RV when he caught a glimpse of two sets of women's underwear on the double wooden bed, one set of light pink lace and the other set of beige lace, with two very cute pajamas placed next to them. It seems that the two girls have already prepared their own clothes for changing. Only the two girls around Yi-chan can enjoy this treatment. Yi-chan had already said that the girls could exchange low-level supplies. But this lace is too suggestive. Yi-chan, you're done washing. Yi-chan was still in a daze when two girls ran up to him excitedly. Yi-chan nodded, and the two girls immediately started to get busy. These girls are much more particular about bathing than men, even on an island like this. Watching the two girls busying around without a moment's rest, Yi-chan yawned and lay down on his comfortable air mattress. Big one, do you have anything to eat? After taking a shower, one feels sleepy and hungry. Yi-chan was too lazy to get off the car again, so he sent a message directly to Dawan, who was busy under the car. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. My boss is calling me. Dadawan was originally grilling fish under the car and chatting with the guys in the chat room. When he heard his boss calling him, he immediately stood up and prepared to serve Yi-chan. What is Boss Sun and Moon busy with? Boss Dadawan, please tell us. My boss just finished taking a shower and is hungry. I'm going to deliver the meal. Now the guys in the chat room were dumbfounded again. What a treatment, with bathing and changing clothes, and two women serving him, and now he can even order takeout. It's so enviable. Boss, open the window, I'm here. Yi-chan had just closed his eyes when he heard someone knocking on the rear window of his RV. When I looked up, I saw Dadawan waving at me through the window. After opening the car window, Yi-chan looked at him in confusion. Why don't you come up? Boss, you are busy with your work, so it is not convenient for me to come here. Business? This big guy actually cares about Yi-chan. Boss, are we still selling our sand and clay? So many people want them, the prices are going through the roof. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After spending a long time with Yi-chan, Dawan has become smarter, and the brain of the unscrupulous businessman has also been gradually developed. I'm not free for now. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow, and the two girls are counting on us to go out to sea again. Going out to sea? Great. I didn't catch a shark last time, so I'm going to catch one this time. When Dadawan heard that Yi-chan was going out to sea, he immediately started dreaming about catching sharks. They're mainly counting on me to find that girl named Ting Ting. It's so difficult. Yi-chan had absolutely no confidence in this needle-in-a-haystack plan. Yi-chan, we forgot to take our clothes. Can you pass them to us? Dadawan was still bragging to Yi-chan about his plan to catch a shark when Yang Ming'er's voice came from the bathroom. Where's Dilly? Ask her to get it for you. Dilly is in there too. Yi-chan was dumbfounded. It turned out that these two girls took a shower together. Boss, I won't bother you anymore. Dadawan gave a wicked smile and closed the car window with a click. Clothing? These two girls are really something. They were busy for such a long time that they even left their clothes outside. Where is it? Yi-chan shouted at the two people in the bathroom. It's right here on our bed. Bring them all over. On the bed? Could it be? Yi-chan took a glance and saw that they were indeed those clothes. Boss Dadawan, are you done with your work? What is Boss Sun and Moon doing? Yes, tell us about it. Those guys in the chat room are still waiting there, probably waiting for Dadajuan's live broadcast. Stop making noises. My boss is going to change clothes for the girls. I change. Fuck, my nose is bleeding. Boss, this is awesome. I guess we'll have to fight for another 300 rounds. Yi-chan simply handed the girls clothes, but Dadawan said change. Then in the minds of these guys, they automatically thought of it as something inappropriate for children. Boom. Yi-chan knocked on the bathroom door. Yang Ming'er stuck out half of her head and her wet hair naturally fell on her chest, just covering her key parts. Ahem, here you go. Yichin handed over the clothes and turned to leave. Brother Yi is truly a gentleman. If it were anyone else, we would be in trouble. Dilly, who was soaking in a bathtub, took the clothes handed to her by Yang Ming'er and did not forget to praise Yichun. It's all because of you. I asked you to get the clothes, but you forgot. It's so embarrassing. You even insisted on washing them together. I have no choice but to ask Yichun for help. Yang Ming'er's cheeks are still flushed. This was the first time in my life that a boy handed me some clean underwear. It's getting dark soon. It's too late to wash twice. Dilly acted coquettishly and splashed in the bathtub. Sister Ming'er, do you think brother you can find Ting Ting? It's too pitiful for Ting Ting to be alone. It's hard to say. No one knows how big this island survival world is. Although we have a motorboat, its range is limited. Finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. When Dilly heard these words, she muttered, "What about Ting Ting? Don't worry too much. That girl has a good attitude. Besides, we send her some things from time to time. I believe she will have enough food and clothing." Girls always think more. Yichin was having a headache. He seemed to be too busy. The latest rankings will be announced in less than 2 days, but I still have a lot of things to do. The plan to upgrade the sign-in system from level 6 to level 7 has been delayed, let alone the girls and Dadadrin's plan to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. So many days have passed, and there's been no progress at all. As for the treasure map and the Dream A-level epic building hammer, they're all distant things. The power system has not been built yet, and the defense facilities have been repeatedly delayed. I'm really short of manpower. Chapter 86, S-level legendary material island resource distribution map. By the time the two women finished bathing, changing clothes, and tidying up the bathroom, it was already dark. Dadawan took the initiative to give up the plan of taking a bath. This guy seems to be addicted to chatting and is still chatting with these guys in the chat room. Stop chatting and come over here and have some grilled fish. The four of them had been busy all day and were starving. For people sat cross-legged around the barbecue grill, waiting for the delicious grilled fish to arrive. Yichun has abundant supplies here, and he can grill 6 or 7 fish in one meal. There are not only 4 of us here now, but also 2 pets with big appetites. With the help of a freshwater fishing rod and a spyglass, it is not a big problem for Yichun to catch 7 or 8 C-grade fish every day. However, the size of the lake is limited, and it is unrealistic to expect to catch sea-level or super-large fish every day. One day you will catch all the fish in the lake. Well, let me tell you, we can't delay the construction of defense facilities and power systems any longer. This is our most critical task right now, and we have to get it done tomorrow. Besides, there are less than 30 hours left before the rankings are updated. I believe that completing these 2 tasks will be crucial to getting a good ranking. Boss, you are becoming more and more like a leader. Let's applaud. Dadawan just applauded and cheered for Yichun. Don't interrupt. Just listen to me. Don't stay up late today. Get up early tomorrow and try to finish these 2 things in the morning. I have read the manual of the photovoltaic system almost thoroughly. There shouldn't be any big problems. When the time comes, let Dawan build the fence. The 2 girls follow me. Naturally, the 3 of them had no objection to Yichun's arrangement. It was the first time for them to sleep in an RV, and the 4 of them seemed a little excited. The 2 girls took a wolf skin as a curtain to cover themselves a little, and then went to bed to chat and gossip. Yichun did have an unexpected gain here. He actually found a treasure in the exchange. C-grade excellent saltwater fishing rod. The other party obviously didn't care much about this thing. He just asked for some dry food, a pair of scissors, and some low-level tools. After all, this thing is not that easy to use. Do you expect to catch sea fish with just a C-grade fishing rod? For most survivors, let alone fishing, they have never even been out to sea. Yichun bought the saltwater fishing rod very quickly. Yichun clearly remembered that this saltwater fishing rod, shark net, and shark hook could form a perfect B-grade sea fish catching kit. At this moment, I have collected 2 items in my hand. Only the shark net is missing. If you can't catch sea level or above saltwater fish, you won't be able to upgrade the sign-in system to level 7. Yichun, please take care of Dawan. He is talking nonsense in the chat room again. Yichun had just finished exchanging supplies when Yang Ming'er, wearing a cute plush pajamas, came to his bed with a sad face. Yichun opened the chat room and found out that this big guy was actually, "My boss is busy and has gone to bed." Big roll, are the girls asleep too? Nonsense, my boss is already asleep. How dare they not sleep? They slept together. Oh my god, how big is Boss Sun and Moon's bed? What a mess this is all about. Big One, please be quiet and log off and go to bed. Yichin yelled at Dad Awan in annoyance. No more, no more, my boss is scolding me, bye. Even when he was about to go offline, this guy still didn't forget to say hello to these gossipers. Qinda Zhuang, I'm warning you, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the sea. Two girls were complaining to him, so Yi Chun had to pretend no matter what. Hey boss, I was just chatting. Besides, I wasn't wrong. We slept together. After these words were spoken, the two girls became even more shy. The best solution right now is to turn off the lights and go to sleep. I have to say, the air mattress in this RV is different. The temperature in the car is pleasant, and the air mattress can help people fall asleep quickly. Perhaps because the four of them were tired after a whole day, or perhaps because this upgraded RV was so comfortable, the four of them soon fell asleep. After midnight, Yi Chan was awakened by the sound of raindrops hitting the window. I stood up and looked, and saw heavy rain beating down on the ground. Boss, it's a good thing we have an RV, otherwise the other survivors will be doomed. Dadawan seemed to be awake as well. Upon hearing the movement from Yi Chun, he immediately sent a message. Is it raining on other survivors' islands as well? Yes, the chat room is full of people crying. The rain was so heavy that many people's sleeping places were flooded. The two girls seemed to be awakened by the sound of rain at this time. Yi Chun, I'm afraid our grapes are going to be in trouble. The first thing Yang Ming'er did after waking up was to worry about the grapes that were about to ripen. Yi Chun was also helpless about this, but compared to those survivors who were now looking for places to hide from the rain, he was already very lucky. As for those grapes, let's just bear the loss. Boss, it seems like half of the survivors claim it's raining on their island. Half? Yi Chun looked at Yang Ming'er and Dilly. Asked Ting if it rains on her island. I left a message, but she doesn't seem to be online. Not online. Yi Chun thought for a moment. From this point of view, it seems that Ting is not close to his island. You can bring her whatever she needs. It seems that it will be difficult to find her in a short time. The two girls were also aware of the current situation. Although I felt a little depressed, I still accepted the result. Boss, are we going to go out to sea some other day? Of course we have to go out to sea, but we are still short of a fishing net. It's just a fishing net. What are you afraid of? Sign in now. Hurry up. You might get it soon. Dadawan came over and looked at Yi Chen's watch. It was already around 4 or 5 in the morning. Ding, the Qin de Zhuang you recruited signed in successfully and obtained the sea-level, geo-level supplies. 20 watermelon seeds. Haha, boss, I got sea-level supplies too. Dadawan, who always had a bad character, signed for 20 C-grade excellent watermelon seeds for Yi Chun for the first time. We are about to have watermelon to eat. I'm awesome, boss. Come and praise me. Ding, the Dilly Delimurat you recruited obtained S-level legendary sign-in materials. Current island resource distribution map. Dad Awan is still bragging about himself. Dilly slapped him hard with her actions. Gap, this is called Gap. Dilly, who has her own bug system, has cheated again. S-level legendary sign-in supplies. The third item. Dilly, I'll take the supplies. Okay, Brother Yi, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it all to you. Yi Chun didn't hesitate to say hello to Dilly and accepted the S-level legendary supplies. Ding, you have obtained S-level legendary material. Current island resource distribution map. It has been automatically imported into your system, and you can call up the map at any time. This system is really smart. This map is actually displayed digitally. Yi Chun immediately opened his system interface. An ultra-high-definition vector map appeared before his eyes. Chapter 87. Fate is hard to tell. Yi Chun's current location is clearly marked on the map. What excites Yi Chun the most is that all the resources on the island are clearly marked out. Whether it is the lowest level E-level trees, D-level sand, or the higher-end iron mines, copper mines, to the more advanced high-level clay mines hidden deep inside, or a high-level tree located deep in the woods. They're all displayed on the map. Wow, this map can actually be zoomed in and out. Now we don't have to worry about not being able to find high-level tree trunks anymore. Yang Ming'er immediately discovered the true meaning of this map. Although Yi Chun has a peephole now, the observation distance of the peephole is limited and is beyond the visual range. Even if there are good things, you will not be able to find them. With this map and the peephole, all the available resources on the island are completely under Yi Chun's control. Boss, now we don't have to go to my island to cut down trees anymore. Look, there's a sea-level birch tree right here. The sharp-eyed Dewan has already discovered a high-level tree. Sea-level birch trees may not seem very useful at the moment, but this type of tree trunk is needed to upgrade the sign-in system from level 5 to level 6. Look here, there's a copper mine. It's quite large. Yang Ming'er discovered a large copper mine on the west side of the island. There's actually a diamond mine here. However, Dilly discovered an even more amazing diamond mine. Diamonds are valuable, but the problem is that they seem to be of no use at the moment. What's more, Yichun doesn't even have the tools to mine iron or, let alone mine diamonds. After scanning the map, the only thing that made Yichun feel a little regretful was that this resource distribution map was only a map of his own island, not a map of the entire island world. If you get the resource distribution map of the entire island world, then you can really do whatever you want. Big Star, have you signed in? Dad Awan seemed very excited, and seeing that Yang Ming'er was slow to sign in, he began to urge her. Well, I'm afraid it's another E-level material. I'm sorry, Dad Awan and Dilly had a rich harvest, all of which were sea level or above supplies, which immediately put Yang Ming'er under a lot of pressure. Sister Ming'er, it's okay. We are all from the same group. There is no such thing as yours and mine. Isn't that right, Brother Yi? Yichin nodded. It's okay, we have plenty of opportunities to sign in for good supplies. We can't expect everyone who signs in to get S-level supplies. Yang Ming'er glanced at Yichun with a wry smile before starting to sign in. As expected, Yichun did not receive the system prompt sound. Yang Ming'er hung his head, puffed up his cheeks, and looked decadent. It's okay. I might not be as good as you. Yichun comforted Yang Ming'er and started to sign in. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a D-level rare material, a small fishing net. Look, I'm just a D rank, it's no big deal. Yichun patet Yang Ming'er solder calmly. Only then did Yang Ming'er feel better. Yichun clicked on the fishing net and took a look. D-level rare small fishing net. Can only be used to catch sea level and below freshwater fish. Can only be used 5 times a day. The success rate of catching E-level common freshwater fish is 25%. At first glance, this thing is far less practical than the fishing rod. After all, there's a level difference. The fishing rod is a perfect grade B item, while this broken fishing net is only a rare grade D item. However, when Yichun continued to glance down, he no longer dared to underestimate the fishing net. 2D grade rare small fishing nets plus 50 meters of C grade twine plus 1 kilogram of B grade plastic plus 2 kilograms of C grade trunk of any tree equals B grade perfect shark net. After reading this, Yichun slapped his thigh fiercely. Who said this is a broken fishing net? Sister Ming'er, what did you sign for? Dilly was still asking about Yang Ming'er's sign-in supplies. Yang Ming'er frowned and muttered, a fishing net D-level, etc. Yang Ming'er spoke softly, but Yichun heard it clearly. This sign-in system is really awesome. It gives you whatever you need. Ming'er, is it a D-level rare, small fishing net? The signed-in materials were automatically piled up at the distribution center on the lawn on the north side of the cave. Several people sat in the RV. It was pitch black outside and nothing could be seen. Except for the person who signed in, no one else knew anything. Yes, Yichun, how did you know? Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun in confusion. Who said this is trash? This fishing net is a treasure. Baby, this is just a D-level item. It's far inferior to our freshwater fishing rod. Did you continue watching? Yichun looked at Yang Ming'er with a smile. Yang Ming'er then looked at the system introduction again. 2 D-level fishing nets plus, can they be combined into a shark net? Seeing this, Yang Ming'er seemed to remember something. When Dad Awan heard the 3 words shark net, he jumped over directly. Shark net? Where? Where is it? Who signed up a shark net? Yichun, the problem is that I only have 1 net, and it seems that I can't buy at the exchange. Where can we find a second fishing net? Others don't have it, but I do. Yichun showed a somewhat mischievous smile and pointed in the direction of the cave. Boss, could it be that you have foreseen the future and bought a fishing net in advance? That's just the extent of Dadajuan's IQ. You can't. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand and looked at Yichun in disbelief. Dilly seemed to have recovered from her shock. She pointed in the direction of the cave and asked Yichun in astonishment, Brother Yi, no way. Could it be that you also signed a fishing net? This is too much of a coincidence. This is not the first time for everyone to sign in, and the materials for signing in are diverse. The supplies provided by this system are beyond your imagination. From awesome pickup trucks and motorboats, to various tools and common supplies, to the most basic daily necessities, food and drinking water. It covers almost all the materials in the world. It seems that as long as your luck is good enough, it is not impossible to sign you up for an aircraft carrier. However, it is quite difficult to sign in for 2 identical supplies in a short period of time, and the probability is even smaller than winning the Mark 6 lottery. But such a tiny probability happened to Yichun and Yang Ming'er. The two people actually signed for the same supplies on the same day. Boss, you two are destined to be together. You met each other on the island, and you even wore the same clothes when you signed in for supplies. It's simply a match made in heaven. Dewan spoke without restraint, which made Yang Minger's face blush. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go to the exchange quickly, search for hemp ropes, collect some waste plastics, and get the shark nets. Maybe we can catch some sea fish soon. 7-level sign-in system. Wait for me to collect you. Chapter 88. Exchange for good weather. Hemp rope is not a scarce commodity. When Yichun arrived on the first day, someone exchanged supplies, such as climbing ropes for a bottle of fresh water. Without any effort, Yichun exchanged some worthless supplies for nearly 100 meters of hemp rope. Waste plastics were even easier to deal with, as Dewan quickly brought in a pile of messy plastic products. The remaining ones are the sea-level, Zhuyo-level tree trunks. Originally, this thing was really hard to get, so naturally it wasn't sold on the exchange. It is extremely difficult to find sea-grade trees and cut down wood by yourself. There isn't much on this island except for a lot of trees. Yichun roughly calculated that if there was no resource distribution map, you would be lucky to find a D-level rare tree among 10 trees, not to mention a sea-level outstanding tree. But now it's different. With a resource distribution map in hand, Yichun can accurately locate the nearest sea-level tree while staying in the RV. Boss, leave the tree cutting to me. I'll go cut down the tree after I finish the fence. Just tell me the direction and I'll find my way there myself. Dad Awan patted his chest. In order to realize his dream of catching a shark as soon as possible, he would not hesitate to find a tree or even a grain of sand in hundreds of square meters of beach. Come and see for yourself. Go out from the north side of the lake and walk straight to the beach on the north side. Then turn east and walk to the rock wall. Then go south into the jungle. Walk about 100 meters and then walk east for 200 meters. You'll almost see it. We're a peephole tomorrow. It will be more efficient this way. Yichun took out a pen and paper and roughly drew a sketch of the location for Dadawan, then handed the peephole to Dadawan. Bring a pickaxe and a plastic bucket. Don't chop too much. 3 kilograms is enough. Yichun was still a little worried about letting Dadawan go out alone, so he gave him some special instructions. Boss, just put your mind at ease. You can trust me to do the job. Dadawan still looks carefree. Several people completed today's sign-in, and it was almost dawn. What gave Yichun a headache was that the rain didn't seem to be weakening. Yichun, the rain keeps falling and we can't go out. It's so annoying. Yang Minger puffed her cheeks and complained. The 4 of them have a lot of work to do today. Even if they work all day, they probably won't be able to finish it. Now they're trapped in the RV because of the heavy rain. We can't help it. Unexpected events happen. Safety comes first. If the rain keeps on falling, we will not go out and cancel our original plans. The heavy rain seriously affected the progress of the mission. Yichun, check the chat room and the exchange. The system is selling the weather. Selling the weather. After hearing what Yang Minger said, Yichun and the others thought they had heard wrong. Although this trading system is huge and sells everything, what does it mean to sell weather? Everyone immediately entered the exchange. Weather conversion. You can instantly convert the weather on the host's island to the weather you need. The materials that need to be exchanged for each weather are different. For example, the sunny day that Yichun is most looking forward to at the moment requires 5 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 2 kilograms of any dry food, and 30 meters of hemp rope of any level. Is this even possible? Dad Awan is quite carefree. He didn't expect that the system could be played like this. Brother Yi, shall we buy it? Dilly looked at Yichun. Buy it. We have to buy it. Time is money. Besides, there are 4 of us. Others waste 1 day, but we waste 4 days. Yichun made a prompt decision and prepared to make the exchange. Damn, you can even buy weather. This rain is driving me crazy. The problem is I don't have the exchange materials needed for this system. It's been raining all night. I finally bought some seeds, but now they're all gone. My vegetables. Everyone in the chat room was complaining. It seems that this heavy rain has affected a very wide area. The lack of rain is indeed not conducive to the survival of crops, but if it rains too much, it will have the opposite effect. Besides, this heavy rain seriously affected the movements of the survivors. Almost all the survivors who suffered from this heavy rain wished that the island they were on would be sunny and windy immediately. As for other islands, it would be best if it rained for 3 days and 3 nights, so that they could be ahead in many aspects. The problem is that in order to exchange for good weather, the materials needed are not simple. As for the clay, I am afraid that except for Yichun, who is rich and powerful, few people can meet the needs. System, change the weather. Yichin got out of the car in the rain, took the supplies needed for exchange, and started the exchange immediately. Ding! The host chooses to exchange 5 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 2 kilograms of any dry food, and 30 meters of any level of hemp rope for a day of sunny day. The exchange is successful. As the system finished its broadcast, the rain outside the car window stopped instantly, and the sky that was originally covered by dark clouds reappeared. A minute later, the dark clouds in the sky retreated, and the blue sky embraced the earth again. Wow, the sky is so blue. Yes, Sister Minger, I haven't seen such a blue sky in a long time. It's so beautiful. The sunny days brought by this system are really sunny. The four people slowly got out of the RV and enjoyed the pure and flawless sky. Ding! The survivor's sun, moon, and stars successfully exchanged for a sunny day. The current material upgrades required to exchange for a sunny day are 6 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 3 kilograms of drinking water of any level, and 30 meters of wire of any level. Boss Sun and Moon has already exchanged it. As expected of a big boss, you have all kinds of supplies. The problem is, why do I feel that the demand for exchange has increased? Yi Chun and the other three were still admiring the blue sky when the system's voice sounded again. Because Yi Chun exchanged the weather, the system increased the requirements for exchanging for sunny days. Yi Chun, if that's the case, every time someone exchanges weather, the system will continue to increase demand. This is not good news. Ding! The survivor number 1, has successfully exchanged for a sunny day. The current material upgrades required to exchange for a sunny day are 7 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 4 kilograms of D-level rare and above dry food, and 5 kilograms of D-level rare and above sand. Someone redeemed it again. It's survivor number 1, the second-rank boss. The system requirements have increased again. Damn, it's raining here. What's going on? It was sunny just now. The second person to exchange the weather was the second-ranked survivor number 1. After reading the chat records in the chat room, Yi Chun pondered over it carefully and murmured in a low voice. It seems that as long as someone gets good weather, someone else will lose good weather. Is this a balance game? Dada want express confusion. This is a double-edged sword. It is the sword that will widen the gap between the survivors. Chapter 89. Carry on the profligate business to the end. Yi Chun didn't care about anything else at the moment. It was a rare opportunity to buy good weather through the system, so he couldn't waste it. He had to seize the time and make use of it. Big Wan, you continue to work on the defense project here. Ming or Dilly, you two follow me to build the power system. According to the division of labor last night, Yi Chun and the other three had a simple breakfast and prepared to start their own work. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding, the grapes you planted are ripe. A total of 12 kilograms of D-grade rare grapes, 8 kilograms of C-grade outstanding grapes, 130 C-grade outstanding grape seeds, 30 B-grade perfect grape seeds, and 20 A-grade epic grape seeds were harvested. Your land and fertilizer bonus. For kilograms of C-grade excellent grapes, 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect grapes. Ding, due to the bad weather, your total loss of this harvest is 6 kilograms of D-level rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-level excellent grapes, 1 kilogram of B-level perfect grapes, 65 C-level excellent grape seeds, 15 B-level perfect grape seeds, 20 A-level epic grape seeds. Good news comes with bad news. A rainstorm not only destroyed all the extra grapes, but also cut the original harvest in half. The final harvest data is as follows. 6 kilograms of D-grade rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-grade excellent grapes, 65 C-grade excellent grape seeds, 15 B-grade perfect grape seeds. All the A-grade grapes and A-grade grape seeds that we had worked so hard to obtain were scrapped. Yi Chun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that the weather was indeed a key factor. He must store more supplies in the future. Once bad weather occurred, he would change the weather immediately to avoid affecting his harvest. Boss, why are there only so many grapes? I was planning to dry some and eat them as raisins. After picking these grapes, Dadawan expressed great disappointment. That expression must be so ugly. So ugly. At least not all of it was lost. Yi Chun was calm. Yeah, luckily we got good weather. If it rains any more, our other vegetables will probably be finished too. Yang Minger looked at the vegetables that had been flooded with some heartache. The green vegetables and olives that were supposed to be ripe tomorrow will probably not escape the fate of having their harvest reduced by half. Well, what's past is past. There's no need to dwell on it. When the water level drops a bit, we'll plant the seeds again. Dewan, The defense works here are in your hands. We're leaving now. Yi-chan left Owan alone near the lake and took the two girls back to the lawn on the north side of the cave. I'll do the wiring work. You two will have to work hard. I'll let you do some physical work. Assemble these photovoltaic solar panels like this. Both girls started out as stars and have never done any rough work. I guess they are served 3 meals a day by servants at home. Now, on the island, in addition to serving Yi-chen's daily life, I also have to do some physical work. Brother Yi, don't worry. Dilly seemed very confident. Yi-chen was also helpless. It was not that he intentionally bullied the girl. It was just that he was short of manpower. I dare not leave the wiring work to the girls. If a short circuit occurs accidentally, not only will the whole equipment be scrapped, but the girls might even be taken away. Then I will suffer a huge loss. The 4 of them were busy and having a lot of fun. The other survivors can only wait for the horrible weather to clear up soon. I don't know if it really rains a lot in this island world, or if the system forces the survivors to buy the weather, but today the rain seems to be free and it keeps falling endlessly. Fuck, is this ever going to end? I'm almost turning into a swamp. The sea level has risen by almost 1 meter. My cave is about to be flooded. Help! My crops. Who can sell me some clay? I want to summon good weather. The survivors in the chat room were complaining endlessly. However, the requirements of this system are too harsh, and the clay alone is enough to make everyone feel overwhelmed. Yi-chun, someone seems to be calling you in the chat room. Every 10 minutes or so, Yang Ming'er would take a break from her busy schedule to check out the exchange and the chat room. I know, just leave it alone. Isn't Yi-chun the same? Nowadays, chat rooms and exchanges are like the virtual online world in the real world. No matter if you are busy or not, you will open your phone from time to time to take a look or two. Leave it hanging? Someone might offer a high price for our clay later. Besides, every minute of rain is a waste of their time. Dilly gave Yang Ming'er a wry smile. Yang Ming'er said what Dilly wanted to say. You are really a profiteer. It's true that there is no business without fraud, and no business without fraud. Yi-chen boldly admitted that he was a profiteer. This island survival world is no different from the original human world. If you want to be strong, you must suppress your opponent as much as possible. I have taken advantage of the good weather and am working hard to improve my strength, but those survivors who are trapped in the cave by the heavy rain can't do anything at the moment. If you don't move forward when sailing against the current, you will move backward. If others are standing still, then you're constantly expanding your advantage. Sure enough, within 15 minutes, someone in the chat room offered to exchange various treasure drawings for high-grade clay and sand. The system price for exchanging for good weather has increased by several levels again. This heavy rain seemed to have affected all the islands where the top 10 survivors were located. Some of the top players with some financial resources have invested money to buy good weather. The price of this good weather is also rising. Yi-chen waited very calmly until noon, and the 2 girls finished setting up the solar panels before noon. Brother Yi, someone is exchanging the B-grade perfect grade tool hammer blueprint for clay. Ah, it seems like I was killed in seconds. Dilly yelled at Yi-chen excitedly. Yi-chen smiled at her calmly and pointed to the material distribution center. The clever Dilly understood immediately, opened her mouth in astonishment, and exclaimed, Brother Yi, you killed it in seconds? Yi-chen smiled and nodded. I was not busy connecting the wires. The price of the weather sold by the system kept rising. This thing was just like stocks. The more it rose, the more retail investors chased it. The perfect B-level blueprints could not help but show them. Another B-level tool, drawing, was obtained. Now, the only B-level perfect tool scissors left among the 4 B-level tool drawings. Chapter 90, D-level rare, freshwater. Even if the blueprint is obtained, it is still difficult for others to synthesize it. If they cannot find a C-grade tree trunk or a D-grade iron ingot, the blueprint is just a piece of waste paper. But Yi-chan is different. He has saved some D-level iron ingots, and he also has plenty of kitchen knives as substitutes for iron ingots. To put it another way, even if he doesn't have kitchen knives and the iron ingots are used up, he can still use a furnace to smelt iron or to get iron ingots. As for the tree trunks, although he did not have a C-grade tree trunk at the moment, he had 2 S-grade artifacts, the resource distribution map and the peep scope. Finding a C-grade tree trunk was as difficult as ascending to heaven for others, but for him, it was just a matter of spending some time doing some physical work. When the weather is good, my mood is good and I feel happy at work. The other islands were still covered with dark clouds, but my island was sunny and bright. The 4 of them were busy until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Data 1 finally completed the defense project. Yi-chen's wiring work was also completed, and the two girls completed the installation of the solar panels one step ahead of schedule. Boss, I'm gonna go chop down some trees first. After a simple lunch, Dadawan picked up his axe and carried a plastic bucket to complete his next task. No hurry. Let's try our power system first. Yichun called Dadawan, then hung up the light and pressed the switch. The first artificial light appeared on the island. That's great. Now we have lights in our cave. The need for lighting for Yichun and the other three was not actually very urgent, since they already had an RV. There is not even one incandescent lamp in the luxury RV, but there are all kinds of exquisite lighting. But it is also a great feeling to be able to see the light that you have worked hard to create. Boss, can our freshwater purifier be used now? Dadawan is only thinking about upgrading. Well, maybe by the time you come back with the sea-level tree trunk, we'll have D-level fresh water. Yichun was also full of confidence at this time. The most difficult power system had been built. What else did he have to worry about? The next things would be a piece of cake. Dadawan went to chop trees alone in high spirits. Yichun asked the two girls to continue screening the sand. The more high-grade sand, the better. Yichun himself powered up the fresh water purifier. The only thing missing now is a water pump. Without a water pump, we can only fill the water manually. Yichun poured a bottle of fresh water into the powered fresh water purifier. Within a few seconds, the purified fresh water flowed out from the outlet. Yichun took a bottle of water and took a sip first. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or if the water has really changed, but Yichun feels that this water is much sweeter than the water directly drawn from the freshwater lake. Yichun drank half of it and put the remaining half directly on the exchange. As expected, the system automatically gave a level judgment. 500 milliliters of D-grade rare fresh water. Yichun casually hung out 500 milliliters of D-grade rare fresh water, but it still did not escape the eyes of the sharp-eyed survivors. D-level rare fresh water. Am I seeing things? Am I dazzled? What the hell? Fresh water also has levels. Some knowledgeable people exclaimed in surprise, while some newbies were completely confused. Damn, it's Boss Sun and Moon again. Soon, everyone in the chat room discovered that the person who posted the D-grade rare fresh water was none other than the wealthy man's Sun, Moon, and Stars in the exchange. To upgrade the level 4 sign-in system to level 5, we need level D fresh water. This is a treasure. Boss, what's the price? Do you have any left? Can I make a reservation first? Yes, although I'm only level 3, I have all the level 4 supplies ready. I just need this fresh water. I was just worrying about where to buy it. And then the boss put it up. What's the price? Yichun's casual comment once again attracted everyone's attention. Originally, everyone in the chat room was talking about random things, but now the topic suddenly changed, and D-level freshwater became the hottest topic of the moment. If this happened in the real world, the words D-grade rare freshwater would be on the hot search list. Although Yichun knew that this rare D-grade freshwater was not an ordinary thing, he did not expect that just wanting to see the grade of the water and just hanging it up casually would cause such an uproar. Not for sale at this time. Yichun directly sent 4 words in the public channel, rejecting many survivors who were looking expectant. You're not selling it? Why don't you sell it? Yes, this is what I need to upgrade. Boss Sun and Moon, the price is negotiable. The survivors who were eager to recruit talents would not let Yichun go so easily, and they all asked Yichun the reason. Yichun replied calmly, the quantity is limited and scarce. Scarce? Yichun, is this purifier troublesome to use? Or are there any special requirements? Yang Ming'er had also been watching in the chat room. When she saw Yichun replying to the other party in this way, she was very puzzled and immediately sent a message to Yichun. It's not a hassle, and there are no special requirements. It's very simple, and 1 ton a day is no problem. Then why don't you sell it if you say it's scarce? Yang Ming'er was completely confused and didn't understand why Yichun didn't make money even though he had the money. No need to rush. Scarcity makes things valuable. If they knew that I can easily produce rare D-grade fresh water, how can I trick them into buying my water at a high price? Yichun once again revealed his true nature as a profiteer. Hey, Sister Ming'er, don't worry about it. Big Brother Yi is a complete profiteer. He always makes money in business. By the way, Sister Ming'er, have you ever asked what Big Brother Yi did for a living and why he is so good at business? While sifting the sand, Dilly did not forget to gossip. This question stumped Yang Ming'er. Although she had met Yichun after arriving on the island, and they had been together for nearly 10 days, she had never inquired about Yichun's family background. Then you should go and ask. I think that Brother Yi must be a young and promising young talent in the real world. He is 100 times better than those rich second generations who only know how to find women by looking at their faces. You little girl, are you attracted to Yi Chun? Do you want me to be your matchmaker? I didn't. The two girls were teasing each other on the beach. Yi Chun fixed the purifier and came over with 2 bottles of rare D-grade fresh water. The two girls immediately restrained themselves and nodded politely at Yi Chun. Try it. I think it tastes good. You guys try the taste. It has a slightly sweet taste and a smooth texture. It tastes very good. Dilly Xiaoming took a sip and kept giving thumbs up in praise. Come with me. Yi Chun waved at the two of them. Where are we going? The two girls were very confused. Upgrade the sign-in system. Chapter 91. The girls have upgraded again. Brother Yi, have you prepared the D-level fresh water? Of course, it's just 20 liters of D-grade fresh water. I told you, we have as much as you want. Yi Chun said with a relaxed look. Although this powered freshwater purifier is only a basic product and can only filter out D-level rare freshwater, its water output efficiency is extremely high. As long as you keep filling it with water, it can produce D-level rare freshwater for you in minutes. Then have you prepared the crossbows needed for the upgrade, as well as the C-grade excellent vegetables and 2 rafts? Yang Ming'er clearly remembered that it was not easy to upgrade the level 4 sign-in system to level 5. Of course, you think my visit to the stock exchange was in vain. I have already prepared everything for you. Everything is ready, and now the east wind has come. If I don't upgrade now, will I upgrade? Long live Brother Yi. Dilly jumped up excitedly. Yang Ming'er didn't expect Yi Chun to be so thoughtful. He had already prepared the materials they needed for the upgrade without showing off. Then should we wait for Dadawan to come back and upgrade together? Yang Ming'er always felt that the 4 of them were a group. It was a bit inappropriate that every time the 2 of them would level up first and Dadawan would be left behind. No, I haven't gathered all the materials yet. I'm still short of a crossbow. It takes 2 bows and arrows to make a repeating crossbow, and making bows and arrows requires rubber bands, which are not easy to collect. Yi Chun also spent a lot of effort to barely put together 2 crossbows. Well, how about I get it to Dadawan? We were the first to upgrade last time. Yang Ming'er still felt a little embarrassed. Really? I know Dadawan. Even if he were here, he would definitely let you upgrade first. Yi Chun has been with Dadawan for a long time and has gotten to know him quite well. This kid has an average IQ, but he is honest and straightforward and will definitely not get upset over such a trivial matter. Thinking back to the time when he had never met Yi Chun before, he had 100% trust in him, not to mention that he was just temporarily behind in 1 level. Even if he was told that he would never be able to upgrade the sign-in system in his lifetime, this kid probably wouldn't say no. At most, he would say with a silly smile on his face, "What's yours, boss, is mine." The 2 girls then decided to upgrade the sign-in system. Ding! The Yang Ming'er you recruited successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 40% get E-level common rewards, 20% get D-level rare rewards, 17% get C-level excellent rewards, 13% get B-level perfect rewards, 6.9% get A-level epic rewards, 3% get S-level legends, 0.1% get super S-level God-given rewards. Yang Ming'er's sign-in probability is naturally in line with common sense. She has neither Yi Chun's first kill reward nor D. Li's abnormal bug. However, seeing that her sign-in system had been upgraded to level 5, Yang Ming'er was quite excited and couldn't help but go forward and hug Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I'm level 5. After saying these words, Yang Ming'er realized that she seemed a little impulsive. Yang Ming'er immediately took several steps back with a red face, while Dilly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Stop laughing. It's your turn. Level up quickly. Yang Ming'er, whose face was red all the way to her neck, had no choice but to use Dilly as a shield. Yi Chun was a little stunned at first. After all, he was still an innocent boy. But after I realized it, I felt a little unsatisfied. This beautiful lady suddenly threw herself into his arms, and Yang Ming'er's figure and the 2 little white rabbits on her breasts were pressing against his chest. Fortunately, the system prompt sounded again, which brought Yi Chun back to reality. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 15% get E-level common rewards, 20% get D-level rare rewards, 17% get C-level excellent rewards, 13% get B-level perfect rewards, 6.9% get A-level epic rewards, 28% get S-level legends, 0.1% get super S-level God-given rewards. Bug Dilly continues to develop her own bug system. 28% chance of getting S-level legendary sign-in reward. This girl is really invincible. When Yang Ming'er heard Dilly report the sign-in probability of her own level 5 sign-in system, she was also full of envy. It's the same 5-level sign-in system, so why is there such a big difference? Not to mention Yang Ming'er, even Yi Chun, a big shot with a 6-level sign-in system, is nothing compared to Dilly. Yi Chun's expectation for Dilly to upgrade the system now even exceeds his own. Anyway, this girl is my own. In real life, if a boyfriend and girlfriend's relationship breaks down, they can break up. Even if they are married, they can still get divorced. However, in the world of island survival, once you choose to submit to the other party, unless you are completely finished and say goodbye to the island world, you will be your master's person in life and your master's ghost in death. Yichen didn't worry at all that this girl would have other intentions. Besides, I am kind to others and always consider the girls in everything. Where else can I find such a good master as me? The electrical system has been fixed, and the 2 girls' upgraded systems have been fixed. Now all that's left is to repair the motorboat. 50 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ingot. Fortunately, Yichen had made a lot of gains in the past 2 days and had saved up a lot of iron ingots. However, this D-grade iron ingot is just enough to make up 50 kilograms. After telling everything at once, Yichen still felt a little distressed. I'm gonna go fix the jet ski. You two, just stay home. No matter how sad I feel, the motorboat still needs to be repaired. I can't just leave this treasure there and ignore it. We want to go too. We haven't ridden a motorboat before. When the 2 girls heard that Yi Chun was going to repair the motorboat, they clamored to go with him. It turns out that the 2 girls only heard the word motorboat and didn't hear the word repair at all. Yi Chun couldn't persuade the 2 of them, so he had to send a message to Dad Awan. The 2 girls and I went to repair the motorboat. Dad Awan had already arrived at his destination, a little slower than expected. It was because he didn't forget to chat in the chat room while walking. Several guys in the chat room who were eager to collect clay and sand didn't see Yi Chun online for a long time, so they had to ask Dad Awan for help. Boss Dad Awan, where on earth did Boss Sun and Moon go? We are still waiting to receive the goods. I signed in a lot of supplies yesterday. Boss Sun and Moon, please let me know if you like any of them. My boss took the girl on a motorboat. Motorboat! Dad Awan changed Shu to Duh. Now, this group of people started to worship blindly again. Boss Ryu is living such a happy life. I envy him so much. Hey, motorboat, I haven't even managed to find a broken bamboo raft yet. I want a jet ski too. I want a girl too. Chapter 92. Synthetic B-grade perfect shark net. Yichen on the other side had no idea about this. He was struggling to carry the iron ingot towards the motorboat. The 2 girls were so small that they were out of breath after carrying about 10 pounds each. The problem is that there are 50 kilograms of iron ingots here. The rest will have to be left to Yi Chun. Halfway through the walk, Yi Chun regretted going to his grandmother's house. Why are you in such a hurry? You might as well wait until the big guy comes back and have more men to share the burden. It seems I must find time to make one of these carts. It was difficult to transport the 50-kilogram iron ingot to the motorboat. The system is worthy of being a system. It transported the iron ingots with great effort. The system just responded with 2 sentences. Ding, the host chooses to consume 50 kilograms of D-level rare iron ingots to repair the damaged motorboat. Ding, repair completed. With just a few dozen words, his 50 kilograms D-grade rare iron ingot disappeared. Although he felt a little regretful, Yi Chun was quite relieved to see that the motorboat, which originally looked shabby, had become shiny. Wow, great, Yi Chun, take us out for a ride. Yeah, Brother Yi, I've never ridden a motorboat in my life. Yi Chun was also stunned. He originally thought that only a loser like him would be like this, but it turned out that the 2 female stars were not much different from him. Okay, I'll just try out the quality of this repaired motorboat. You're all sitting tight. With a boom, the sound of the engine starting was heard. The 3 of them rode a motorboat all the way south. The motorboat system shows that the battery is sufficient and the current range is 30 nautical miles. Yi Chun looked up at the weather. It seemed that it was still raining in the west, but it was sunny in the south and east. Yi Chun drove south all the way. The weather was excellent and the visibility was quite high. The 2 girls were extremely excited as it was their first time riding on this type of motorboat. I think I saw Boss Sun and Moon. Suddenly, someone started shouting in the chat room. Where is it? Where is it? I can't see anything. Me too. The rain hasn't stopped yet. When people heard that someone had seen the sun, moon, and stars, the chat room became lively again. The man was also quite excited. It's really Boss Sun and Moon. I just happened to pick up a telescope the other day. Are there any girls? The gossipers continued to gossip. Yes, there are two. Now, Yichin's motorboat trip has turned into a live broadcast again. Wow, Bosan and Moon really did what he said and actually took the girls out for a trip. Yichin was busy driving a motorboat and didn't see these words, otherwise he would have had a headache. What did I say? I wanted to take a girl out for a trip. It seemed like I just said I wanted to go out to sea, right? Boss Dadawan, it seems that I'm very close to your island and Boss Sun and Moon's island. Can you let Boss Sun and Moon take me in? I am willing to surrender. The guy with the telescope was quite good at taking advantage of the situation and immediately went to find Dadawan. I can't decide. I have to listen to my boss. Dadawan had just finished chopping down the C grade, excellent grade tree, and was now packing up the chopped trunks, preparing to return home. He had just taken a short nap on the ground when he opened the chat room and saw a flood of messages coming at him. Boss Dadawan, please ask Boss Sun and Moon for me. The man began to beg Dadawan. I know. I'll ask for you. After hearing what Dadawan said, the chat room went into an uproar again. Big Dawan boss, count me in. I'm signing up too. I'll only follow the lead of Master Sun and Moon. A good chat room turned into a registration rally. The names of the sun, moon, and stars are hanging high in the sky. Although you and I are both survivors in the island world, the gap is clearly there. I have just solved the problem of food and clothing, but others are already living the carefree life of the rich second generation. My place is covered with dark clouds, but others can just wave their hands and the sky will be clear. I am all alone here, and they are both my younger brothers and my women. If this person really follows the sun, moon, and stars, let alone the distant things, at least the problems of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating will be solved. Don't make any noise. Line up. Dadawan is getting excited and can't wait to make an appointment and get a number. Yichin drove out 5 or 6 nautical miles and was quite satisfied with the repaired motorboat. This system was really amazing. This was not just a repair, it was basically replacing a new one. The girls were quite excited on the motorboat and even started singing. It seemed like they didn't have selfie sticks or mobile phones. Otherwise, they would have taken 100 or 80 photos and then posted them on WeChat Moments to show off. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yichin returned to his camp and parked the motorboat on the beach. After taking a look, it seems that I have to build a dock when I have time in the future. This motorboat cannot have any problems again, as I will have to rely on it for all my fishing trips. Boss, I'm back. Dadawan, carrying a full bucket of tree trunks and an axe on his shoulder, returned to the camp in joy. Why did it take so long? Is it hard to find? Yichin looked at the time. In a blink of an eye, Dadawan had been out for 4 or 5 hours. No, that everyone in the chat room is looking for you. I saw that you were busy, so I took care of it for you. Dadawan said this shamelessly. Looking for me? You need supplies again. Some people said they saw you taking a girl out for a ride on the sea and claimed they wanted to submit to you. So I asked them to line up and wait for instructions. Yi-chun was ashamed. This guy really thought of it. How much has the tree trunk collected? Take it out and have a look. Yi-chun didn't have the leisure time to chat with Dadawan, so he reached out to ask Dadawan for the tree trunk. Boss, let's get a flatbed cart. This plastic bucket really can't carry much stuff. Dadawan threw out all the tree trunks in the bucket. Yi-chun weighed them and found that 2 kilograms was more than enough, but it was probably only about 6 or 7 kilograms at most. To synthesize a B-grade perfect shark net yourself, you only need 2 kilograms of C-grade, grade tree trunks. However, it is not just this shark net that requires a C-grade tree trunk. The B-grade perfect tool hammer, tool shears, all of these things require the C-grade tree trunk as material. As for the materials required to upgrade the level 5 sign-in system to level 6, they are even more exaggerated. 100 kilograms C-grade tree trunk of outstanding quality. The system also specifies the tree species, which must be birch. The difficulty level has increased exponentially. Yichin didn't care about so many things at the moment, and he just hurried to synthesize the shark net. 2D grade rare small fishing nets plus 50 meters of C-grade hemp rope, plus 1 kilogram of B-grade plastic, plus 2 kilograms of C-grade trunk of any tree. All materials are ready. Start synthesizing B-grade perfect shark net. Chapter 93. For kilograms B-grade perfect sea fish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing a B-grade perfect shark net. With the perfect shark net in hand, Yichin immediately began to synthesize the marine fishing kit without hesitation. Ding! The host chooses to consume 1 C-grade excellent shark hook, 1 C-grade excellent saltwater fish fishing rod, and 1 B-grade perfect shark net to synthesize a B-grade perfect saltwater fish fishing kit. Although Yi-chan was a little confused as to why this fishing kit was only a B-level item, he didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would synthesize it first. Ding! The B-level perfect sea fish catching kit was successfully synthesized. Grade B perfect grade marine fishing kit, a fishing tool that can catch grade C and below marine fish. After catching 20 sea level excellent saltwater fish, the fishing kit will enter the upgrade mode. After collecting the materials required for the upgrade, it can evolve into an A-level epic saltwater fish fishing kit. So that's how it is. Now Ichin finally understood why this seemingly awesome thing was only a B-level material. It turns out that it can evolve. Big Juan, follow me into the sea. Our target is 3 C-class excellent sea fish. Got it, boss. Hearing that they were about to go into the sea, Dadawan was even more excited than Yichun. However, the two people have different ideas. Yichun just wants to upgrade the sign-in system to level 7 before the ranking is updated at midnight for the 3 sea-level sea fish. Dadawan was still dreaming of catching a shark. Can we go? When the girls heard that Yi-chun and Dadawan were going to go fishing in the sea, they seemed to want to join in the fun. You guys should stay home. It's not safe to carry 4 people on this motorboat and fish at the same time. Yi-chun rejected the two girls' requests and boarded the motorboat with the treasure-hunting albatross Xiaotian, a peephole, a telescope, 2 plastic buckets, a small bottle of bait, and the newly synthesized fishing kit. The bait in the small bottle in his hand is no longer the bait used for fishing freshwater fish. Yi-chun had made preparations in advance and found a bottle of sea-grade excellent fishing bait in the exchange. While it was still light, Yi-chun started the motorboat and headed south. This was the first time to go fishing in the open sea, and Yi-chun was not sure about it. However, when he saw the fishing artifact in his hand and glanced at Xiaotian, who had begun to pay attention to the conditions of the surrounding sea, Yi-chun put on the goggles and encouraged himself. I now have sufficient equipment. If I still can't catch sea fish, how will I survive in the future? Dadawan opened his eyes wide and tossed the water's surface back and forth. Looking at his posture, it seemed as if he wanted to dive into the water. Chirp! The treasure-hunting albatross, Xiaotian, suddenly flapped his wings and flew towards the southwest sea. Yi-chun understood instantly that Xiaotian must have discovered something. Yi-chun slightly turned the direction of the motorboat and headed towards the southwest waters. He then concentrated on watching the movements on the sea through a spyglass. Xiaotian's eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Yi-chun only saw Xiaotian's figure getting smaller and smaller until it turned into a small black dot. Boss, where did little Tianfei go? Did he go fishing on his own? Dadawan looked towards the southwest twice and asked Yi-chun anxiously. No, Yi-chun has always been very confident in the system. There is a concept of loyalty when people get along with each other, but there is no such concept when it comes to system rewards. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Xiaotian appeared again. Chirp! Xiaotian flew back to the side of the ship and flapped his wings towards the southwest. Big One, keep heading southwest and speed up. It's almost 5 o'clock. We have to hurry and catch 3 before the sun sets. Boss, you're not going to catch sharks? This big fool is still daydreaming about catching a shark. It's too late today. Come back another day. Yi-chun was too lazy to waste time talking to him and just let him go. Okay, boss, sit tight and speed up. Dadawan responded, and the motorboat quickly headed southwest. After sailing for about 3 minutes, Yi-chun stood on the right side of the ship and observed. There was gradually movement within the observation range of the peephole. Over there, big roll, 2 o'clock, slow down, don't alert the enemy. It was his first time fishing in the sea, so Yi-chun had to be careful. Xiaotian has also started circling, and it is obvious that the school of fish is within the circle. Xiaotian's ability is to find the location of the fish school. As for whether it is a high-level fish school, there is no guarantee, and he has to rely on the peephole in Yi-chun's hand. When a motorboat was less than 400 or 500 meters away from the school of fish, Dadawan directly turned off the motorboat, and the motorboat began to slowly approach the school of fish by inertia. 3 minutes later, the school of fish came into Yi-chun's field of vision. This is still a large school of fish. The peepscope shows that the number is more than 500, but the number of fish of sea level excellence or above is less than 10. Big roll, get ready to fish. The target has been located, and finally we have to rely on this newly synthesized sea fishing kit. According to the system instructions, Yi-chun first lowered the large fishing net and surrounded the fish in the net. Then he took out the sea fishing rod, hung a large shark hook on it, and started to spear fish. If the system hadn't explained this way of playing, Yichen would never have been able to figure it out no matter how hard he tried. The fishing rod is actually used to spear fish. I have to say, what this system provides is awesome. Such a strange way of spearing fish is to catch them accurately with every spear. Datawan first caught a few small fish of the E-level ordinary grade, and then he put on a sight glass and began to focus on catching the big fish of the C-level excellent grade. Boss, this one is pretty good. It should weigh about 2 kilograms. The first C-grade excellent C fish was obtained. It's getting late, Datawan. Hurry up and catch 2 more, then we'll call it a day. Yichen had a clear goal. He would have plenty of time to fish in the future. His main goal today was to catch 3 C-level fish so that he could upgrade his sign-in system. Okay, look at my divine fork. As soon as Datawan finished speaking, he stabbed hard with his fork. In less than 5 minutes, not only did Datawan catch 3 C-grade excellent saltwater fish, but he also caught a B-grade perfect saltwater fish weighing 4 kilograms. Boss, what do you think this fish can be sold for? While driving the motorboat back home, Datawan did not forget to take a look at the fish he had caught. Most people don't have much demand for saltwater fish yet. It's too expensive to eat them, but we could try listing them on the exchange. Yichen did not expect to get rich by selling sea fish. But after all, this is the first decent sea fish in the world of island survival. Let's go. The first sea fish is ready to be put on the shelf. Chapter 94. Level 7 Sign-In System, Here I Come. Yichen did not hold out much hope of selling this perfect grade B saltwater fish at a high price. Currently, the vast majority of survivors' sign-in levels remained at level 2 or 3. Yichen estimated that only a handful of people had actually reached level 4. As for expecting someone to buy this fish to fill their stomach or improve their diet, that is probably just a fantasy. At this moment, apart from Yichen, who else has the capital to eat grilled fish with an open stomach? Yichen casually put this B-level sea fish on the exchange. No one noticed at first. The entire chat room is still chatting about nonsense. Some people just start cursing at others in the announcement channel because they are unhappy with them. There are people who clearly cannot afford something, but still try to bargain for it. There are actually people who blatantly tease girls. Anyway, there's nothing these people can't do, except what you can't think of. It is perfectly normal for the big guys from Sun, Moon, and Stars to put things on the exchange, and everyone is used to it. It seems that Boss Sun and Moon is selling fish again. Someone muttered, "Yeah, it's another B-grade freshwater fish. Awesome. For kilograms. For kilograms. That's enough for me to eat for several days. Hey, everyone, am I seeing things? It seems that it is not a freshwater fish." Everyone had been chatting for a long time before someone noticed the problem. How can the fish hanging on the Sun, Moon, and Stars be a freshwater fish? It is clearly a sea fish. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? It is clearly written in the sign-in upgrade system that to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, 3 sea level excellent or above sea fish are required. At present, no survivor has ever seen a sea fish, let alone a B-level one. Even an E-level one seems to have never appeared in the exchange. What? Sea fish? What? And it's a B-grade perfect sea fish. Is the system wrong? How is it possible for such a big sea fish to be caught? More and more survivors discovered this B-grade perfect sea fish that seemed quite out of place in the exchange. Boss Sun and Moon, what you hung was really a sea fish. Some people seemed not to believe their eyes and even sent a private message to Yichen about this matter. Sea fish. Yichen calmly replied with 3 words. Oh my god, it really is a sea fish. As a result, the man went completely crazy. The news that the Sun, Moon, and Stars boss was selling sea fish at the exchange immediately spread like a plague. It's actually a B-grade perfect sea fish. Boss Sun and Moon, where did you catch this? I don't even have a bamboo raft. I've never been to the sea, and I can't even see a single sea fish. For most survivors today, there are only a handful of them who can synthesize a bamboo raft. However, having a bamboo raft and going out to sea to fish are 2 different things. Have you ever seen anyone paddling a bamboo raft to fish in the sea? At best, a bamboo raft can only help you take a trip around the coast. There are no marine fish near the coast, let alone a perfect grade B marine fish weighing 4 kilograms. Boss Sun and Moon, you haven't reached level 7 yet? Some smart survivors seem to have thought of something. C-grade excellent sea fish is one of the necessary materials for upgrading the level 6 sign-in system to level 7. Yichen is now wealthy enough to start selling B-grade perfect sea fish, which means he has more than one fish. Level 7. Are you crazy? I'm only at level 2. Fuck. What kind of plan are you playing with? Level 7. We've only been on the island for a few days, and someone is already level 7. What are you guys yelling about? Look who this guy is, Big Brother Sun Moon, the top guy in the island survival world. Maybe Big Brother Sun Moon has already reached level 10. There were all kinds of comments in the chat room. Some even went so far as to praise Yi Chun to the sky. Boss, I'm dying of laughter. They said you're level 10. Dadawan burst into laughter. Yi Chun, did you catch any sea fish? Why is everyone in the exchange talking about you? Yang Ming'er and Dilly seem to have seen the message in the chat room as well. We have 3 sea level, Zhuiyue grade sea fish. The B level sea fish is an extra one. I'll see if anyone wants it. If no one wants it, we can just grill it and eat it for dinner tonight while it's still fresh. Have eaten. When the two girls heard these 2 words, their mouths opened at the same time. This is a perfect B-grade sea fish. At that moment, it was estimated that no survivor in the entire island survival world could find a second one. And Yichen actually wanted to eat this fish for dinner. Having money shouldn't be wasted like this, right? Half an hour later, Yichen returned to his camp with a lot of harvest. The 3 sea-level marine fish were almost dying, but the system didn't say they had to be alive. As long as they were sea-level marine fish, the system would accept them. Big One, please help me move all the supplies down there to the supply distribution center. I'm going to prepare for the upgrade. If you want to upgrade the level 6 sign-in system to level 7, you will need a lot of supplies. The requirements are divided into 2 parts. The first part is the materials that do not need to be handed in. 2 or more S-level legendary items. Own 3 or more A-level epic items. Own an A-class epic motorboat. Possess at least 1 S-level legendary treasure map fragment. Yichen meets all these 4 conditions. The second part is the materials that need to be handed over. 100 kilograms of any grade of iron ore. B-grade perfect grade fine sand, 20 kilograms. B-grade perfect clay, 30 kilograms. 3 B-grade perfect freshwater fish. 3 sea-level or above marine fish. Any A-level epic item. These 6 items will be confiscated by the system. Yichen actually doesn't have much E-grade ordinary iron ore, because manual mining of iron ore is too difficult due to lack of corresponding tools. All the iron ores in Yichen's hands were purchased from the exchange, and he put a lot of effort into it. Fortunately, there are not many people who need this thing at the moment, so Yichen has an opportunity. B-grade perfect fine sand. When Yichen saw this thing for the first time, he thought it was some new thing. However, after carefully checking the system description, he found that this thing was just B-grade sand. However, due to its high level, the system automatically defined it as fine sand. As for the perfect grade B clay, since the discovery of the clay mine, clay is no longer a scarce resource for Yichen. Although there are only 80 kilograms of perfect grade B clay in the entire clay mine, in order to upgrade, he has to dig it out. There is no need to mention the B-level freshwater fish. With a B-level freshwater fishing rod and the support of a peephole, catching 3 B-level freshwater fish is no problem. At this moment, the 3 sea-level, level saltwater fish that had always given Yichen a headache were also dealt with. The only remaining question now is this last one. The system requires Yichen to submit an A-level epic material. When it really came to this, Yichen frowned. I have a lot of A-level epic supplies in my hands, but the question is, which one should I submit? Which one is not my treasure? The palms and backs of my hands are all made of flesh. This really stumped Yichen. Chapter 95. Exploiting system loopholes. The motorboat is Class A, but the problem is, how can I bear to hand it over? The night vision goggles are also A-level, but it seems like this thing will be useful in the future. The skill that increases the maximum running speed by 25%. Please, this thing is a life-saving skill. If it weren't for this skill, it would be a question whether I could successfully rescue Dilly. Not to mention donating it now. Yichen wished he could sign in 10 or 8 more skills. Many A-level epic treasures that he already owned popped up in Yichen's mind one after another, but he rejected them one after another. Since the system calls this thing A-grade goods, it must be worth a lot of money. How could Yichen hand it over casually? Those solar panels are grade A, but we've already used them up. Yang Ming'er also recalled and pointed to the motorboat on the south side of the cave. Yes, A-level items are very valuable. How can we bear to hand them over? Dilly pouted and shook her head. Valuable. Yichen lowered his head and thought for a moment. It seems like I remembered something. You could go fishing by yourself. Why not just get an A-grade fish and hand it over? Anyway, I have an S-grade artifact peep scope, so getting an A-grade freshwater fish should not be a big problem. How could I forget such a simple method? Have you finished fishing today? Yichin no longer interfered with the fishing work, leaving it entirely to Dad Awan and the two girls. I'm not free today. Anyway, I didn't go fishing. Dad Awan waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he was very busy today and had no time to fish. Yichin was quite excited when he heard that Dad Awan didn't go fishing. Now he was worried that Dad Awan had used up his fishing opportunities for the day. Um, Brother Yi, I caught the fish today. Dilly raised her hand awkwardly. Have you used up all your attempts? Dilly frowned again and nodded. Didn't catch any A-grade fish? Yichin continued to ask. I was busy today, so I didn't go fishing for big fish. The best I caught was a B-grade one. Do we have any more in stock? Yichin still didn't give up. This was the final step. Why did he feel like he was going to die on the fish? No, there are 4 of us now, and we have 2 pets. The food consumption is quite high. Freshwater fish is our most important food. There is basically nothing left. Besides, the better fish have been sold. Yang Ming'er is now the logistics manager, and she knows many trivial matters better than Yichun. This is a problem. The method of using A-grade freshwater fish to make up the number has been ruined. Brother Yi, I have a solution. Dilly suddenly blinked her big eyes and took a step forward excitedly. She took Yichin's arm and pointed to the crops planted by her group in the direction of the lake. Genius, why didn't I think of that? Dilly, you are such a talented woman. Yichin understood immediately. But it seems that we are out of stock. Yichin recalled, and it seemed that they had all been sown at that time. This is a problem. I finally thought of a backup plan, but it's blocked again. Why? Boss, what are you two talking about? Why can't I understand a word you say? Dad Awan was completely confused. It seemed like these 2 people didn't say anything. Why did they call Dealey a genius one moment and sigh the next? Yang Ming'er turned around and ran towards the RV without saying a word. A moment later, Yang Ming'er jumped out of the RV, spread out her hands, and handed a pea-sized seed to Yichun. Now Dad Awan finally understood. The A-level materials that need to be handed in are the vegetable seeds harvested for the first time. The system only stipulates that an A-level epic material must be handed in, but does not specify the quality, size, and value. An A-level epic vegetable seed the size of a pea, which fully meets the system requirements. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Ming'er, didn't you plant all of them? How come you still have some in stock? Yichin clearly remembered that all of this stuff was scattered on the ground during the second sowing. Why is there another seed popping up now? Hey, I hid one. Yang Ming'er smiled and blinked her big eyes at Yichin. Well hidden. Very good. Yichin gave a thumbs up and praised. I guess Yang Ming'er never thought that she would be praised for hiding supplies. In fact, Yang Ming'er seeds were not hidden away for personal use. She was just being cautious, fearing that the seeds would be destroyed in bad weather. Therefore, she kept a small portion of seeds of each specification. Unexpectedly, it has now become the key material for Yichun to upgrade the sign-in system. Although Yichun and his group only have these few A-level epic seeds in their hands at the moment, they only need a hand in 1 seed to pass the test. Yichun can of course fully accept this backdoor approach. It turns out that this system isn't omnipotent. We actually found such a loophole. Ha ha. Boss, you should upgrade quickly and give that return of death a good slap in the face. Dad Awan still can't forget the return of death who has been used, and even now he still hopes that Yichun will slap him hard in the face. Unexpectedly, as soon as I mentioned Chow Chow, he appeared. Dad Awan glanced at the chat room, seemed to see something, and started shouting loudly. Boss, that idiot is provoking you again. Yichun and the 2 girls went online to take a look. Sure enough, Death Returns was really shouting in the chat room. Fuck you, get out here. The level 6 sign-in system is so great. My sign-in level will soon be level 6. It only takes a few minutes to surpass you. So what if you burn my supplies? I signed in for a perfect B-level multifunctional oversized tent yesterday. Wow, another level 6 sign-in system. Boss Death is still confident. There are B-class tents. That's awesome. The shout of the return of Death, indeed, made many survivors worship him again. After all, at this moment, when survivors generally only have level 2 or 3 sign-in systems, a level 6 sign-in system is far ahead of most people. Haha, Ryu, just wait for me. I will definitely surpass you. Death Returns became even more excited after hearing everyone's praise. Haha, you idiot. You have a nerve to brag about having a tent. Do you have any shame? For Dewan, who already lives in an RV, A shabby tent is nothing, and he won't even look at it. If you have the guts, show us your level and where you sleep. I'm afraid you're sleeping on the open grass. Ha ha. Ding, the survivor's sun, moon, and stars has successfully upgraded his sign-in level to level 7. As the first survivor to upgrade his sign-in level to level 7, the system will give him special rewards, S-level legendary supplies, and a trailer RV compartment. Just as Return of the God of Death was still taunting Dewan, the system's voice rang out. Chapter 96, A Luxurious Dinner. At this moment, the entire chat room fell silent. 5 seconds later, Dadawan muttered in the chat room, "Why is it another RV?" After these words were spoken, no one in the chat room dared to speak anymore. 1 second ago, Return of Death was still boasting that he was about to upgrade to the 6th level sign-in system. But 1 second later, Sun, Moon, and Stars responded to his provocation fiercely with the voice of the system. The first 7th level sign-in system in the entire island survival world was born. As for the B-class perfect, multi-functional tent that was previously praised to the sky by Death Returns, now that it has met the S-class legendary RV, is there any need to compare it? Or a camping tent that can be purchased for a few $100s in the real world and a trailer RV that costs at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in the same category? What is a slap in the face? This is a slap in the face. Death Returns is now completely silent. What else can I use to compare with Yichun? In front of Yichun, I am just a beggar. What is even more amazing is that Dadawan actually said the word again. These words, which sounded full of disdain, fully illustrated how inferior this S-class legendary RV was in front of the sun, moon, and stars. 3 minutes later, someone finally spoke. Again. May I ask where Boss Sun and Moon is sleeping now? One of the survivors asked bravely. Dadawan answered cheerfully, sleeping in a luxury RV with the girls. Dadawan once again silenced the chat room with one sentence. Luxury RV. Luxury RV. Luxury RV. A minute later, the chat room screen was filled with the words luxury RV. What a joke. We were just envious and jealous of the fact that Death Returns got a tent, but now it's reported that the boss of Sun, Moon, and Stars actually lives in a luxury RV. For most people, let alone living in an RV in the world of island survival, even in real life, they have never lived in an RV. Boss Dadawan, does Boss Ryu really live in an RV? Someone boldly asked another question. Of course, it's a super luxurious RV. I live in it too. The boss lives with the girls. Girls? Big Brother Dewan, are you living in here too? This RV can accommodate so many people? How extravagant must Big Brother Ryu be living? Suddenly, 1,000 alpacas appeared before everyone's eyes. Once Dewan said this, one couldn't help but think about it. Big Wan, please stop talking nonsense. You are about to expose our privacy. Yang Minger scolded. Hey, I'm just chatting. The big curly monster smiled foolishly at Yichin embarrassedly. Brother Yi, take a look at the upgraded properties. D-Like was not interested in what the gossipers in the chat room were concerned about. She was just curious about the sign-in probability of this 7-level system. Currently, the sign-in system is at level 7. 5% will receive an E-level common reward, 15% will receive a D-level rare reward, 23% will receive a C-level excellent reward, 25% will receive a B-level perfect reward, 26.2% will receive an A-level epic reward, 5.5% will receive an S-level legend, and 0.3% will receive a super S-level God-given reward. The probability of rewards at low levels has dropped again. Yichun frowned, not very satisfied with the data. The probability of getting S-level and super S-level rewards is still too low. Who made the dilly bug exist? Comparing the two, Yichun always felt that the probability was not satisfactory. The current sign-in probability is mainly concentrated in the 3 probabilities of C, B, and A, but what I want are S-level and super S-level supplies. Ding! Since the host has successfully upgraded to the 7th level sign-in system, the super S-level God-given level and above material synthesis function is enabled. Yichun was still complaining about his sign-in probability, but he didn't expect the system's voice to sound again. Gather the corresponding materials. The host is currently qualified to synthesize materials of super S-level, God-given level, and above. Yichun was also ashamed. It turned out that only when he reached level 7 was he qualified to synthesize super S-level God-given materials. In addition, it seems that the super S-level God-given materials are not the ultimate materials. This system seems to be more awesome than I imagined. Ding! Since a survivor has upgraded to the level 7 sign-in system, the system is now releasing the materials needed to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Own 5 or more S-level legendary items. Own 5 or more L-level epic items. Own at least 3 S-level legendary treasure map fragments. Submit 20 kilograms of C-level or above iron ingots. Submit 20 kilograms of A-level epic fine sand. Submit 20 kilograms of A-level epic clay. Submit 3 A-level epic freshwater fish. Submit 100 kilograms of B-level perfect level or above sea fish. Submit any 1 S-level legendary material. Kill or recruit at least 1 survivor. The system immediately announced the requirement for upgrading from level 7 to level 8 in public. These densely packed words make one's scalp tingle. Fuck, what kind of requirements are these? I can't even meet half of them. That's right, it's too harsh. They don't want us to live. 5 S-level supplies and 5 A-level supplies. The problem is that I don't even have a B-level supply yet. The 8th level sign-in system is unimaginable. I'm so envious and jealous. When everyone in the chat room saw these horrific system requirements, they all expressed their dissatisfaction. I think if I want to reach level 7 as soon as possible, I have to kill people and set fire to things. This is forcing good women into prostitution, forcing us to burn, kill, and rob. Fuck, you little bastards, clean your necks and wait for me. I don't know who started it, but now the style of the chat room has suddenly changed. All I can say is that no matter where you are, money, power, and women, these 3 things are always the culprits that stir up trouble. Yichun, these people are so scary. The girls trembled when they heard this conversation. The people who really say these things are not necessarily the ones who can do these things. It is often the ones who hide behind and say nothing who are the ones we really need to be wary of. Yichun was not someone who was easily frightened. He was not afraid of those people who made nonsense in the chat room every day. As the saying goes, a biting dog never barks. The truly cruel people often hide in some dark corner. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Eat dinner and go to bed early after dinner. Boss, we don't have to wait for the rankings to be updated. I have been looking forward to the rankings for a long time. Besides, the bet between Yichun and that idiot Return of Death will soon be revealed, although it seems that there is no suspense at all. No need to wait. It's yours, and it's still yours. What's the point of being entangled? Minger Dilly grill that B-grade sea fish. Yichun immediately took down the 4-kilogram B-grade perfect sea fish. Hey, Boss Sun and Moon, why are the fish gone? Boss Sun and Moon, where are the fish? Where are the fish? As soon as Yichun took down the B-level sea fish, a sharp-eyed survivor immediately discovered the problem. No one wants it, so he grilled it and ate it. Dadawan had already started grilling the fish, and at the same time, he did not forget to respond in the chat room. Grill, grill. Everyone is going crazy. How generous was Sun, Moon, and Star? This was the most valuable sea fish at the moment, and it was a perfect B-grade fish. They were actually going to roast it for dinner. I can't understand the world of rich people. Chapter 97, A Group of Night Owls. While everyone in the chat room was still complaining about the B-grade sea fish, Yichun had already started to divide the spoils without any hesitation. Yang Ming'er seemed a little reluctant and murmured, Yichun, doesn't this level 7 to level 8 sign-in system require a B-level perfect sea fish? Why don't you keep some? Girls think a lot. Yichun shook his head casually and replied, it doesn't matter which one. Besides, I can't gather all the materials needed for the upgrade in a short time. The sea fish will die if it goes out to sea, and it will go bad if it is left for a long time. Come on, eat, eat, eat. Everyone, eat more. You have all worked hard these days. Come, take this piece of live meat. It's for you. Yichun used a dagger to generously cut off a large piece of fish and handed it to Dadawan. Thank you, boss. You are so polite. We are all family. It's not hard work. Dadawan has been following Yichun for a long time, and his speech has become more clever. Come, Minger, Dilly, these 2 pieces of fish meat are for you. Thank you for your hard work in sifting the sand and doing the housework. After Yichun served Dadawan, he followed suit and served the 2 girls, making them both feel embarrassed. It seemed that he did not do anything except serving Yichun to take a bath. Although we seem to be wealthy now, in fact, we are indeed much wealthier than most survivors. But as you can see, there are many people who are eyeing our resources in our lives. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The 3 were just about to enjoy the food, but they didn't expect Yichun to change the subject. I immediately understood that Yichun would not come to visit you for no reason. So it turns out that the diligent service has a purpose. Boss, tell me, what do you want me to do? The two girls also blinked at Yi-chun, which clearly meant a man who eats someone's food should be soft-hearted, and a man who takes someone's money should be obliged to return the favor. So just say it straight away, big brother. That's right. We need to hurry up and get the A-level epic construction hammer. First, we need to quickly get the 4 B-level tools, so we have to divide the work. Big one, you keep doing what you always do. Find a few C-level tree trunks. I'll give you 2 days to get a C-level tree trunk that weighs no less than 50 kilograms. Ming-er and Dilly, you continue to sift sand and smelt iron ingots. We are still short of a B-level perfect tool cutting blueprint, and we have to exchange it for sand, freshwater fish, and other supplies. Yi-chun was not polite and said a lot of things in a long-winded manner. Brother Yi, you think too far ahead. Dilly pouted and muttered something. It was obvious that Yi-chun had been wanting that A-grade epic construction hammer for a long time and had planned it out long ago. I can't help it. This is for everyone. Shamelessly, Yi-chun put this high hat on everyone's head. Now, even Dadawan began to grumble in his heart. His boss was addicted to being a profiteer and even cheated his own people. However, in order to obtain the A-grade epic construction hammer as soon as possible, the few of them had no complaints. After all, this is your own island. Who doesn't want to build it well? It's not without reason that Yi-chun is in such a hurry. Now it seems that he has sufficient supplies and manpower, and his sign-in level is far ahead of most people. However, Yi-chun knows in his heart that as time goes by, if he cannot build the island as soon as possible and improve the defense again, then as more and more survivors have the ability to go to sea, his island will face more and more threats. The most important thing at the moment is to turn this small island of yours into an indestructible fortress as soon as possible. Before going to bed, the two girls took a bath again. Yi-chun was busy with plans and did not get involved. Dadawan was waiting excitedly for midnight to arrive. A few hours later, at midnight, it was more than just signing in for supplies for Dadawan. The rankings are updated, and there are system rewards after the rankings are updated. Of course, the most important thing is to give Return of Death a hard slap in the face. After Yi-chun finished his work, he fell into a deep sleep. Until I turned over and opened one eye in a daze, I was frightened awake by 2 pairs of big eyes in front of me. What are you doing? You are scaring me to death. Yi-chun picked up his quilt reflexively and rolled back several steps. Brother Yi, you are so cute. Dilly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Goo. When Yi-chun heard these 2 words, he felt that using these words on a man was no different from insulting him. Boss, it's almost midnight. Get up, get up. Dadawan also rushed in and started yelling at Yi-chun. Why are you so serious? You can't escape the sign-in reward. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Yi-chun panted heavily and turned over to fall asleep again. He was finally about to see the Duke of Zhou, but was called back by these 2 girls. No, Yi-chun, get up quickly. Yang Ming-er was no longer polite and pushed and shoved Yi-chun. Dilly was watching the fun from the side with a smirk on her face. Yi-chun now understood that these 3 guys were retaliating against him because he had plotted against them during dinner. Okay, you guys won. I can't get up. Which survivors are like you? Which survivors stay at 0 o'clock? Having said that, Yi-chun casually opened the chat room, but found that it would be better not to say the previous sentence. Everyone, there are still 10 minutes left before the rankings are updated. Everyone, please be alert. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this moment. I want to be in the top 10. Come on, at your level, you still dare to be in the top 10? Boss Sun and Moon is already level 7, and he has a big RV. What do you have? You are so shameless. Shit, I have an A-level epic guy no matter what I say. What do you have? Stop arguing. Today we still have to see the outcome of the bet between Boss Sun and Moon and the God of Death. It must be Boss Sun and Moon who wins. Speaking of which, what will the top-ranking person get this time? It's really exciting. The speed at which everyone in the chat room refreshed the screen was so fast that Yi-chun was dazzled. It turns out that there are many survivors who can't sleep tonight, and I am the weird one who goes to bed early. Everyone be quiet. My boss is here. Everyone be quiet. Dadawan roared. As a result, the chat room became even more lively and completely boiling. Long live Boss Sun and Moon. Boss Sun and Moon, how are the girls serving you? Boss Sun and Moon, I want to see you slap that stupid Grim Reaper in the face later. Boss Sun and Moon, please accept me as your little brother. I am willing to work like a slave for you. Following Dadajuan's shout, Sun, Moon, and Stars in the chat room became the undisputed focus. Yi-chun scratched his head. looking helpless. Dadawan was still not satisfied and continued to shout, "The god of death has returned, you bastard. Get ready to kowtow to my boss." With such a lively scene, Dadawan would certainly not forget Death Returns. Death Returns did not show up at this time. However, the fact that the other party didn't show up doesn't mean that he wasn't there. Dadawan started to curse at him. There's no tact for cursing anyway, so he can curse as much as he wants. Until Death Returns was forced out. "Who the hell are you scolding?" "I'm scolding you. You dare to compete with my boss? I think you are not even worthy of carrying my boss' shoes this time. Damn it, I'm still better than you. I'm 100 blocks away from you. Bah, what will you do if I win?" Dadawan is not a coward. On the contrary, he is afraid that the world will not be in chaos. "I'm lower than you, so I call you daddy." "Okay, good son. Fuck it, get out." The two of them were talking to each other in the chat room, using all sorts of obscene language that was disgusting to the eyes. Return of Death did not expect to compete with Ichin at the moment, but no matter what, he could not lose face in front of Dadawan. Ding, the ranking system has been updated. At this moment, the system sound that had been expected for a week rang out. Chapter 98, Ranking Updated. The rankings for the second week are as follows. First place, Sun Moon Stars. Yichen's ID once again topped the list. "Boss, that's awesome. We're number one again. Haha. I told you, we'll definitely be number one." Dadawan was even more excited than Yichan, as if the name of the first place was his name, Dadawan. Yang Ming'er and Dilly were also very excited. If Yichin was first, then they would be first. Second place, Survivor number one. Third place. The system is still announcing the rankings one by one. The survivors who didn't care much about ranking, but were extremely keen on flattery, had already started praising Yichan. "Boss Sun and Moon is mighty. Boss Sun and Moon has made great contributions. Boss Sun and Moon is number one in the universe." These shameless guys can say such disgusting compliments. Yichun and the other three had no time to listen to these guys' flattery. Yichun, Dadawan, Dilly, and Yang Ming'er each had their own focus at this time. Yichun's current focus is on several familiar names in the top 10, as well as the ranking changes of Dadawan, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly. Dadajuan's case was much simpler. He only cared about the name of Death Returns, and it would be best if he could get down to the 999th place. Then he could probably jump to the moon immediately. The two girls, Yang Ming'er and Dilly, were worried that their rankings were too low and the gap between them and Yichun was too big. Soon, the first familiar name appeared. To everyone's surprise, it was Dilly. Number 36, Shouty. "Dilly, you're ranked 36th. That's amazing." Yang Ming'er cheered for Dilly with great joy, but Dilly herself was a little dull. "I vaguely remember that my last ranking was outside the top 100, but in just 1 week, I was already in the top 50. Compared to Yang Ming'er and Dadawan, Dilly's initial ranking was not low. Although Dilly's sign-in level was not high in the first week, this girl had her own bug system. She carried 2 large S-level supplies with her, so her ranking was naturally not low. What surprised everyone even more was that not long after, the names of Yang Ming'er and Dadawan appeared respectively. Number 39, I am Mingming. Number 47, Dawan. Ha ha ha. Dadawan was so happy. If I remember correctly, I was ranked 823rd in the rankings in the first week. In just 1 week, I improved by more than 700 places. What made Dadawan even happier was number 48, Return of the God of Death. Now Dadawan couldn't help but mock Death Returns, even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha. Dadawan started to mock Death Returns by flooding the screen with messages. Dense ha 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 occupied the entire system screen. There are actually people who follow suit. The group of idle people in the chat room had already observed the ranking situation. We are all smart people, and Dadajuan's ranking is enough to explain the problem. There is meat to be eaten if you follow Boss Ryu. It has only been a short time, and Dadawan has actually crushed Return of Death, which was originally ranked 3rd. As for the previous bet between Return of Death and Yi Chun, for most people, it has no meaning at all. You can't even beat someone else's minions, and you still have the nerve to PK with the real boss? Death Returns lost completely this time. Even his pants were gone. However, the other survivors forgot about this bet, but Dadawan never forgot. Is that idiot here? At this moment, the originally menacing name Death Returns was directly simplified to Dead Idiot. Dadawan shouted twice in a domineering manner, but there was no sound from the other party. Dadawan will not give up. You are pretending to be stupid and can't come out, right? Then I will scold you until you come out. Hey, idiot Return of the God of Death, get out of here. You're no longer qualified to lick my boss's shoes. Forget it. I'm a big man, I don't bear grudges, so I will reluctantly accept you as my boss's son. You just crawl over here and lick Daddy's shoes. Lick them clean, Daddy will have a reward. In front of Yi Chun, Dadawan was as obedient as Winnie the Pooh, but when he got to Death Returns, he immediately turned into a thug. Hey, is he really dead? He was taken away by the god of death. Yeah, I'll admit defeat if I lose the bet. Where are you? Where are you? Come out and lick the shoes of the big boss. No, I'm licking Daddy's shoes. Ha ha. Yes, come out quickly, you son of a bitch. Don't make our big boss wait anxiously, otherwise I will make you, your son of a bitch, lick his shoes for more than just a lifetime. Ah ha ha ha. If not licking shoes, then what a lick. Ha ha. You know, after Dadawan started the fight, the survivors who were eager for a chance to flatter immediately followed suit, saying the most disgusting and vulgar things they could. Shout bullshit. I'm here. The concentration of Return of Death was not cultivated enough, and it didn't take long for it to show up. Oh, son, you're here. Come on, come here. More and more survivors are mocking Death Returns in the chat room. Yichin would not join in the fun. A real big shot would never waste time on such trivial matters. Ding! The result of the bet between Sun, Moon, Stars, and Return of the God of Death is announced. Winner: Sun, Moon, Stars. Ding! Considering that the loser of the bet, Death Return, is unable to pay the bet money as agreed. 100 liters of diesel. The system determines that Death Return has violated the rules and issues a serious warning and suspends Death Return from signing in for 2 natural days. Correspondingly, the winner, Sun, Moon, and Stars, will get one more chance to sign in. Soon, the system master came with news. Since the poor Return of Death lost all the diesel in his hand due to a fire, the diesel used as gambling money naturally could not be handed in. The system did not hesitate and immediately imposed severe punishment. Damn this system, it's not fair. Ding! The host Death Returns insults the system. The system punishes Death Returns. In the next sign-in, the sign-in materials will be reduced by 1 level. Hear this system message. The originally noisy chat room suddenly became silent. Ox, the system master is still the best. The system god will not care at all if you insult other survivors in the chat room. But once you publicly insult the system god himself, the system will punish you immediately. This system is really very face-conscious. Long live the system god. I support the system master. System master has done a great job. The system is so powerful. Immediately, the style of the chat room changed again. It changed from flattering Yi Chun to flattering the system. But these guys are just busy doing nothing. Even Yi Chun won't pay attention to them, let alone the high and mighty system god. Ding! The ranking list has been updated. Ranking list rewards will be distributed later. Please check it out, survivors. Chapter 99 Special Rewards. The number 1 Sun, Moon, and Stars received. Super S-level God-given reward material. One of the multifunctional quantum cutting knife parts. 1 kilogram of S-level legendary material nano-alloy. When Yi Chun heard the words Super S-level divine reward, he almost staggered with excitement. After listening to it, I realized that what I was given was just one of the parts of the God-given multifunctional quantum cutting knife. What the hell is this? The Dajuan's mind was full of question marks, and he looked at Yi Chun in confusion. Yi Chun shrugged. This multifunctional quantum cutting knife was not the first time it appeared. When Yang Ming'er killed the wolf leader, he got a part of this quantum cutting knife. If the system hadn't suddenly brought this thing up again this time, Yi Chun would have almost forgotten that he even had a wolf fawn. Boss, Sun, and Moon, what on earth is this? Yeah, that sounds awesome. Why doesn't the system give an explanation? The gossip person in the chat room also looked confused. Yi Chun, this wolf fong is still here with me. How come there's another part? By the way, what is this quantum cutting knife used for? Yang Ming'er pointed to the wolf fong she hid in the RV, her face full of confusion. The system doesn't have any more explanation, and I don't know either. It's not that Yi Chun didn't want to say it, he just really didn't know. This Super S-class, God-given, multifunctional quantum cutting knife that sounds quite high-end is really weird. For other supplies, as long as you observe carefully, the system will give you some explanation. Even a bottle of ordinary mineral water can be explained by the system. It is a fresh water resource that can be used directly for drinking. The only exception is this quantum cutting knife. The system is very frugal with words and does not give any explanation at all. Let's keep them for now. After all, they are parts of Super S-level God-given supplies. They will definitely be useful in some way. Yi Chun had no choice but to try his luck for the time being. Compared to Yi Chun's mysterious supplies, the second place survivor number 1, got a very practical supply, an A-class epic motorboat. Damn, this kid got something pretty good. Dadawan looked at the system screen with envy. Yi Chun frowned. Another survivor got the motorboat, and he was a very powerful survivor, ranked second on the list. This might be a bit troublesome. The rewards for the third and fourth survivors are a bit meager compared to the second place. Shouty, who ranked 36th, received a C-level excellence item, a multi-functional clothes drying rack. Although it doesn't look like high-end material, it is very practical. At the moment, there are 4 survivors on his island, 2 of whom are beautiful women. They need a lot of clothes to change, so it would be nice to have a clothes drying rack. Yang Ming-er, who ranked 39th, received a set of C-grade excellence thermos. There were 2 of them in bright red with bows tied on them, which looked quite festive. Dawan, who ranked 47th, received a C-grade, excellent level razor. Yichin blinked at the 3 supplies, raised his head, and glanced at his 3 teammates with a wry smile. This reward system seems to be very humane, and these 3 rewards are completely based on personal needs. Razor, I have a razor. Dadawan still maintained his high-profile way of doing things. It was just a C-level material, but he did not forget to show it off in the chat room. Those who don't know would think that he is the sun, moon, and stars ranked first. Everyone complimented Yi Chin again for his sake. Hey, dead man, what did you get from the person behind me? Show it to me. Dadawan didn't forget to bring up death returns as well. It seems that the grudge between him and that guy can't be resolved in a short time. Yi Chin didn't understand either. It seemed that he was the one who made the bet with Return of Death. Number 48 Death Returns receives C-level excellence ranking reward, Kohler toilet. Haha. It's so funny I got a toilet. There was no need for any sarcasm or ridicule now, as everyone in the chat room was laughing so hard that they were rolling on the floor. It's just that this reward is too unique. Even Yi Chun and the 2 girls couldn't help laughing. I'm talking to you, Xiao Si. Is the system afraid that you're in a bad mood and constipated because your house is on fire? So it specially gave you a toilet so that you can go to the toilet more often? Ha ha ha. Dadajuan's ability to confront others is improving day by day. Death Returns was already so angry that he gnashed his teeth. You, Dawan, the 2 of you just wait for me. One day, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Yichin looked at the threat with a confused look on his face. It's none of my business. Why are you dragging me into this? I didn't say a word to you. Dadawan is still mocking me. You have to pay your blood debt with blood. You have severe hemorrhoid bleeding. It's your own fault. Blame it on me. Okay, big roll, stop talking. You're getting more and more frivolous. Yang Ming-er couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was having too much fun. Just when Dadawan was quiet for a while, the system spoke again. Ding! All ranking rewards have been issued. Please check them carefully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to 776th place and receiving the best ranking improvement reward. A-level epic RV with built-in water pump. Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't expect there would be such a reward. Boss, the water pump is here. We are so lucky today. Everything we wanted has come true. Now, Dadawan can't keep a low profile even if he wants to. Big volume is mighty. Boss Dadawan, please accept my humble respect. So awesome. Push it up. A barrage of flattery began to hit Dadawan. Yichin didn't expect that the system had this trick up its sleeve, the best ranking bonus. This feels a bit like when the poor student in the class when I was a child suddenly got good grades, and the teacher gave me the best improvement award. However, I have to say that this water pump came at the right time. The girls' lives have become much more convenient since they got this RV, but getting water has always been an annoying problem. It is human nature to love beauty and cleanliness, let alone 2 beautiful girls. The pump. Where is it? Where is it? When the 2 girls heard that Dadawan had obtained the water pump they had dreamed of for a long time, they immediately pulled Dadawan and shouted loudly. Dadawan had never been treated like this before. 2 beauties were surrounding him. He was not his boss Yi-chun. Dadawan immediately became depressed and pointed in the direction of the cave. My material distribution center is in the cave. The 2 girls couldn't wait to carry out the water pump. System prompts. A-level epic water pump. Uses electricity to pump water, a must-have for bathing and changing clothes. When Yi-chin heard what the system said, he blinked at the sky. Could it be that this thing was specially given to me and my group by the system god, so that I can peek at girls bathing and changing clothes more conveniently? Chapter 100. Reluctant to sell C-grade and excellent vegetables. It was pitch dark. Luckily, there was electric light in Yi Chen's cave, which allowed the 2 girls to find the water pump. But since it was late at night and I was going to take a shower, I decided to forget about it. Get in the car and sleep. Yi-chun waved to the three people under the car. Yi-chun, the vegetables are ripe too. The two girls seemed to be too excited and had no desire to sleep. They carried the water pump and went to check their own fields. Looking at the two beauties outside the car window blinking at him, Yi-chun had no choice but to climb up from his comfortable air mattress again and follow the girls to the fields. Ding, this time you have harvested a total of 150 level common vegetable seeds, 2,200 level rare vegetable seeds, 2,100 C level excellent vegetable seeds, 1050 B level perfect vegetable seeds, 550 A level epic seeds, and 20 S level legendary seeds. Ding, this time you harvested a total of 58 kilograms of E level common vegetables, 188 kilograms of D level rare vegetables, 150 kilograms of C level excellent vegetables, 25 kilograms of B level perfect vegetables, 9 kilograms of A level epic vegetables, and 1 kilogram of S level legendary vegetables. After the system reported it, Yi-chun laughed heartily. Although the crops suffered some damage after the last rainstorm, the harvest of nearly 6,000 seeds and 400 kilograms of vegetables is enough for Yi-chun and his group to eat for a year. The harvest of olive oil is only a fraction of that of green vegetables because the amount planted is small. Yi-chun, we can't store so many vegetables for long. After Yang Minger's excitement, she thought of a thorny problem. Our group of people don't have any refrigeration equipment. If these 400 kilograms of vegetables are piled up on this island for 3 or 4 days, they will definitely rot. Yi-chun thought for a moment and thought of the thing called refrigerator. Even with a refrigerator, these vegetables can only be stored for 10 days at most, but 10 days is enough for Yi-chun because his current planning cycle is only 5 or 6 days. With a refrigerator, you will always have vegetables to eat. B-grade perfect refrigerator. 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingot. 1 B-grade perfect compressor. 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent plastic. 1 B-grade perfect refrigerator blueprint. The problem is that this refrigerator is not easy to synthesize. It requires a compressor and a blueprint. We store the seeds in a dry place ourselves. Vegetables below grade B are put on the shelves in limited time and quantity. Grade C is only put on the shelves in 3 kilograms quantities at a time, and grade D is put on shelves in 2 kilograms quantities. If you buy grade D, you must buy 1 kilogram of grade E vegetables. Yi-chun talked a lot, and Dad Awan was completely dizzy. Boss, why are you going through so much trouble? Why don't you just hang them up together? That's different. Yang Minger playfully stretched out an index finger and gently shook it at Dad Awan. Why are they different? Aren't they sold the same? It would save a lot of effort if we hang them all together. Boss, you hang them one at a time, which is very troublesome. Yi-chun shrugged at Yang Minger. He was too lazy to explain to Awan. So he hung up 2 1-kilogram portions of C-grade greens and 3 portions of D-grade greens tied with E-grade greens. He would deal with the rest tomorrow. After hanging the vegetables, Yi-chun returned to his air mattress, yawned, and lay down. Yang Minger patiently explained to Dad Awan, things are valuable because they are rare. If we put all of them up at once, and others know that growing vegetables can yield such great rewards, no one will be willing to buy our products at a high price. Yes, Brother Ye's sales model is called hunger marketing. It is the most popular and successful sales model now. Dilly added. Dadawan stood there and nodded woodenly, not sure if he really understood or was still confused. The chat room immediately became noisy. All I can say is that there are a lot of survivors who are not sleeping tonight. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning, and there are still a lot of people still online. C-Class Excellence Grade Greens. Boss Sun and Moon is selling vegetables. C-Grade, I only need this, and 10D Grade Rare Fresh Water to reach level 5. Don't fight over it, I want this. Soon, Yi-chun's private mailbox received a bunch of messages. Yi-chun lay calmly on the air mattress in the RV, looking at the exchange items proposed by the other party one by one. Yi-chun, what else do we need? The two girls and Dadawan also returned to their beds. Blueprints, iron ore, copper ore, and sea-level leaves and D-level sand. Leaves? Sand. Yang Minger and Dilly looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. I am clear about the first few items. Blueprints, iron ore, copper ore, these things have always been scarce materials. There were still some ores in the exchange originally, but after Yi-chun swept through it, iron ore and copper ore became scarce commodities. But what about the leaves and sand? Dilly thought for a moment and seemed to remember something. Brother Yi, are we going to prepare the synthesis drawings again? The biggest use of leaves and sand for our group is to use them to synthesize blueprints. Who made the system so weird that the materials had to come from multiple islands? Correct, we need blueprints. While Yi-chan was scanning the exchange supplies listed by the survivors, he snapped his fingers at Dilly. For that A-grade, epic construction hammer, everyone knows that Yi-chan has spent a lot of effort collecting materials for this epic tool, but unfortunately, so far, he has not even collected half of the materials. Putting aside the final synthetic tool, the building hammer, out of the 4B grade perfect basic tools, his group had only synthesized one. There are 2 additional drawings. As for materials, let alone, Dewan will be sent out to cut trees tomorrow. Yi-chan scanned through his personal emails, but unfortunately, there was not a single item he needed. After closing the system interface, Yi-chan straightened up, yawned and said, "But that's not all. We need a lot more drawings." The 2 girls were confused again. "There's so many. What other drawings do we need?" Yi-chan pointed in the direction of the farmland, and then pointed to the somewhat empty living room of the RV. "Vegetables need to be stored in the refrigerator. Besides, don't you think our living room is a little too empty?" Chapter 101. It's all Hui Yuan Ximbao Tablet's fault. Do you want to combine furniture and household appliances? Yang Minger's expression at this moment seemed very subtle, a little surprised, and a little expectant. The yearning for furniture and household appliances is not a 1-day or 2-day thing. Who doesn't want a washing machine instead of washing clothes by hand? Who doesn't want to sit on a comfortable sofa and watch idle dramas? The problem is that in this world of island survival, others are struggling to make ends meet, but you're already pursuing spiritual enjoyment. Neither of the 2 girls had the courage to speak up. It was Yi-chan who brought it up himself. Both of them were a little excited, and even their voices changed. "First, get a refrigerator to store our food. As for the sofa, washing machine, air conditioner, and TV, we'll deal with them when we have time." It's not that Yi-chan himself doesn't want to synthesize some furniture and household appliances, but there are too many things that need to be synthesized at the moment, and there has to be an order of priority. What materials are needed to synthesize a refrigerator? Yang Ming asked impatiently. As the housekeeper, she is quite tired now. There are a lot of scattered things that she needs to clean up, especially some food. It would be a pity to throw them away, but they can't be kept for long. If she has a refrigerator, not only will there be an extra place to store food, but it can also extend the shelf life of food. Iron ingots and the like are easy to deal with, but the most troublesome thing is the compressor and refrigerator blueprints. Another blueprint? When the 2 girls heard the word drawings, they immediately hung their heads. Everyone still remembered the last time they synthesized the blueprint. The 4 of them were busy for the whole day, sifting sand and exchanging it, and they finally managed to produce a blueprint. Don't panic, we have vegetables. These vegetables are enough for us to make a few blueprints. Yi-chan, however, was full of confidence. A few blueprints? Just these vegetables? Yang Minger seemed a little skeptical. Just wait and see. Who knows, the price of these vegetables may go through the roof tomorrow morning. Go to bed early, good night. Hey, don't sleep. Tell me why quickly. Hey, don't sleep, you haven't signed in yet. The 2 girls saw Yi-chan pull up his quilt, yawn, and turn his back to them to prepare for sleep, which made them very anxious. The 2 of them kept pulling Yi-chan with their forehands. Don't pull, the clothes are torn. Yi-chan's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was lying down, so he was quickly defeated. At this time, Dadawan was still chatting with the survivors in the chat room. "Boss Dadawan, could you please say a few good words to Boss Ryu and ask them to sell more vegetables and degrade fresh water? We are all waiting for them." Just as Dadawan was about to pat his chest and brag, he heard some noise in the house. Don't make noise, my boss is busy." Busy? As a result, Yi-chan was once again envied and hated by everyone. Ah! Suddenly, Yang Minger's scream was heard from inside the house. Dadawan widened his eyes and looked in the direction where the sound came from. "What's going on? I signed in for S-level supplies. I finally signed in for S-level supplies." Yang Minger jumped and danced excitedly in the bedroom. Ha! Yang Minger was so excited that she gave Yi-chan a warm hug in front of Dilly. Dilly stared with her eyes wide open, stunned. In her eyes, this was the first time that the big star Yang Minger hugged a man. Yi-chan didn't react for a while, until he felt a soft body pressing against his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Yi-chan was much calmer than Dilly. He had seen the sleeping posture of this top star, which was just like a koala. After Yang Minger's excitement, she seemed to realize her indecent posture and immediately retracted her head in shyness. "Sister Minger, what exactly did you sign for?" After coming to her senses, Dilly immediately asked Yang Ming'er about signing in for supplies. The third treasure map fragment. Yichen answered for her. Yang Ming'er seemed unable to do anything now. Her face was red all the way to her neck. You signed in and got the third treasure map fragment. Dilly also exclaimed this time. Yeah. Yang Ming'er nodded after finally calming herself down. What's going on? What's going on? Dadawan looked outside the bedroom door for a long time, but he was embarrassed to go in immediately. When he saw that the room suddenly became quiet again, he didn't care about anything else and rushed in. Seeing Yang Ming'er's blushing face and Dilly, who was looking at Yang Ming'er, and Yi-chan with her mouth wide open in surprise, it was hard for Dadawan not to smile. Boss, are you he? Dadawan looked at his boss Yi-chan with a sly smile. Get lost. What are you thinking about? Have you signed in? In order to prevent Yang Ming'er from being shy again, Yi-chan cursed at Dadawan. Ja, I was so busy chatting with those guys that I forgot to sign in. I'll sign in, boss, just watch. Hey, where's the stuff? After waiting for a long time and seeing no system announcement, Yi-chan finally understood that this guy had signed in a bunch of garbage for him again. Boss, this thing is perfect for you. Dadawan looked at Yi-chan with a wicked smile on his face. Yi-chan frowned and glared at him. What is it? Show it quickly, don't waste time. Huiyuan Shimbao tablets, but only one tablet, boss, do you need it? Huiyuan Shimbao tablets again? Yi-chan was embarrassed. How worried was this system that his kidneys were not strong enough? Need not. Yi-chan slapped back. Dilly seemed not to hear clearly and rubbed her ears hard. Yang Ming'er heard it clearly at this time. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Why not? It's great. Look, boss. Dadawan began to introduce the effects of Huiyuan Shimbao tablets to Yi-chan in a long and verbose manner. Get lost, I have cough, cough, cough. Yi-chan was so excited that he let the cat out of the bag. Although he pretended to cough immediately, Dilly and Dadawan were still very close to him. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Brother Yi, you have it. Dilly pointed at Yi-chan, her face full of astonishment. Dadawan looked at Yi-chan with a sly smile on his face. I told you, the boss is prepared for any eventuality. Bah, Yi-chan was now speechless. After hesitating for a long time, the two people in front of him looked at him with even stranger eyes. Huiyuan Shimbao tablets, Huiyuan Shimbao tablets, my whole life's reputation is going to be ruined by you. No, it's not what you think. I signed this thing in, but I didn't use it, so I just threw it aside. After finally explaining everything, Yi-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really too tired. Dilly looked at Yi-chan, who was scratching his head with doubt, and then glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was hiding under the quilt in shame. It seemed that she gradually saw through everything. Judging from the situation, these two people seem. Chapter 102. Urgent Need for Rubber. Yi-chan finally understood what it meant to be unable to defend himself. It's all the fault of this damn big roll. You said you didn't sign in for something, but you signed in for this crap. Sign in, sign in. In order to avoid making this already extremely embarrassing situation any more embarrassing, Yi-chan immediately brought out the System Master, hoping that the System Master would come to save him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have signed in successfully and received the C-Level Excellence Award, a set of good mother parenting books. Oh my god! Yi-chan started cursing directly. What kind of crappy system is this? Don't you think this place is messy enough? There are Huiyuan Shimbao tablets in front and parenting books in the back. What does this mean? After replenishing the kidneys, you can have a baby? Aren't you being a bit too hasty? The bedroom fell silent again. This time, Dadawan looked at Yi-chan with a different look. The boss is awesome. So awesome, this is a sure hit. Look, even the System Master has sent a gift. Dilly had never seen such a scene before, and she stood there motionless. Just after I finished replenishing my kidneys, people there started learning about parenting. I can only blame myself for being too young. Well, sleep. Yi-chan was completely obsessed and even forgot about Dilly, who had a buggy system in front of him. Dadawan smiled foolishly at Yi-chan and ran out happily. Dilly was a little dull, standing there, not knowing whether to leave or not. Yi-chan and Yang Ming'er each crawled into their quilts. Yi-chan was not going to explain, and he didn't want to sign anything. He had realized that this system was just a place where people liked to join in the fun. If he encountered such a situation in the future, he would never sign in, even if he was beaten to death. The four of them fell asleep with their own hidden plans, but it was hard to say whether they fell asleep or not. The next day, Yi-chan got up with dark circles under his eyes. Yi-chan had originally arranged today's work properly, but after this disruption, everything was messed up. Those guys in the chat room are still yelling their heads off. Boss Sun and Moon, please sell me some C-grade vegetables. Boss Sun and Moon, I only need 10 liters of D-grade fresh water to level up. Boss Sun and Moon, it's raining here again. Can you sponsor me some clay? Yi-chun is now tired and sleepy. He didn't get a good rest the night before, so how could he have the time to deal with these guys? He waved his hand and let Dadawan deal with it. I glanced at the girls' beds and saw the wolf skin used as a door curtain was still hanging there. Forget it, I'll just make breakfast and go pick some vegetables. Yi-chun, with a tired look on his face, harvested vegetables alone. It is indeed very inconvenient without a cart. After harvesting a little, you have to run back and forth carrying the crops. The problem is that to make a wheelbarrow, you need rubber, but where can you find this rubber? Yi-chun was just feeling worried when Dadawan came running over happily. Boss, you are alone here. Where is your sister-in-law? Roll. Yi-chun kicked him angrily. Boss, don't kick me, look what I brought you. A dark object appeared from behind Dawan. What the hell, so disgusting. Yi-chun glanced at him with disdain. Boss, this is rubber. Aren't we in need of rubber? Have you forgotten? Rubber. Yi-chun looked at the black object in front of him in astonishment. This is what rubber looks like. Where are you from? How many are you? Yi-chun asked impatiently. I received it at the exchange. Don't scold me. I took the initiative to exchange 2 kilograms of C-grade greens for 2 kilograms of rubber. How could Yi-chun blame Dadawan? He was worried that he had no rubber and could not make a card. This is a big gift for yourself. Only 2 kilograms? Do you have more? What grade is it? Yi-chun asked quickly. There are only 2 kilograms. I think I went too late. It seems that someone has taken them away. Only these last 2 kilograms of D-grade ones are left. Dadawan scratched the back of his head with a silly look on his face. D-class was taken away by someone? Yi-chun frowned it. It seemed that rubber was also a hot commodity, and he was not the only one collecting it. Did you ask the seller who received it? No. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. Dadawan obviously didn't have the brains to do that, so he had to go down and ask. Boss, I found out that the survivor named Swordsman are Swordsman Yi-chun thought for a moment. This name seems quite familiar. Yi-chun glanced through the rankings and then remembered. A survivor currently ranked 13th on the leaderboard. Big Juan, go get 5 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots from the cave first. We should still have some in stock, but the quantity is probably running low. To synthesize the lowest level E-grade ordinary card, you need 10 kilograms of D-grade rare plastic, 2 kilograms of D-grade rare rubber, and 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingots. I have already got the plastic and rubber, and the only thing left is the iron ingot. Yi-chun still has some stock, but there is really not much left. There are so many places that need iron ingots right now. If we cannot be self-sufficient in iron ore, I am afraid that the era of iron ingot shortage will come. At the moment, Yi-chun didn't care about so many things anymore and just assembled the cart first. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor swordsman are for successfully synthesizing a C-Class Excellence flatbed 4-wheel solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic vehicle. As the first survivor to synthesize this material, the system will give a special reward, sign-in level +1, not higher than the 7-level sign-in system. Which great god is this? Sign-in level +1, this reward is awesome. Wow, this is C-level, Jui-level supplies. The system gives such a reward. Is this really fair? You know nothing. I've seen the synthesis method for this flatbed 4-wheeled solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic vehicle. It's very complicated. The rubber material alone requires perfect grade B and epic grade A iron ingots. In addition, it seems that a blueprint is also required. The synthesis difficulty is even several times higher than that of epic grade A materials. As soon as this special reward from the system was issued, it immediately attracted the attention of the gossipers in the chat room. Sign-in level +1 can be regarded as the most awesome reward at the moment. Before this, only Yi-chun had received this reward. However, Yi-chun's sign-in level was still very low at that time, and it was far less cost-effective than getting this reward now. After all, every survivor knows that the higher the level of the sign-in system, the harder it is to upgrade. The difficulty of upgrading from level 2 to level 3 is not on the same order of magnitude as that of upgrading from level 5 to level 6. Shoo! This kid actually got the special reward. Dadawan seemed a little regretful, blaming himself for being too slow. Yi-chun silently memorized the name, Swordsman R. This guy seems to be a tough opponent. Chapter 103, The Secret of the Treasure Map. Who is Swordsman R? Why did another Swordsman R appear? The two girls received the system prompt and forgot about the Xinyuan Huibao tablets and parenting books they signed in yesterday. This person is the 13th survivor on the leaderboard, but this time he upgraded the sign-in system to the next level, so I'm afraid his ranking will improve significantly. Ye Chen Fruonit. Boss, it's just a sign-in level increase. No matter how much more, I can't surpass you. In my heart, only you, boss, are the well-deserved number one. Dadawan naturally supported Yi Chun without a second thought. Okay, I've combined the carts. Minger, Dilly, divide the vegetables according to the method I agreed on yesterday. Dadawan, please pay attention to whether there are any iron ingots and rubber for sale in the exchange. Yi Chun didn't want to waste time anymore. I have important drawings to synthesize today. Yi Chun opened his private mailbox, which was filled with overwhelming emails. Yi Chun opened the letters one by one and ignored all inappropriate exchange conditions. After scanning all the emails, Yi Chun selected a few trading partners who seemed to have good qualifications and sent private messages to them. This time, Yi Chun didn't just want to sell his dozens of kilograms of vegetables at a good price. There is another purpose. You must develop a few strong business friends. Be prepared to trade for the long term. Although the world of island survival seems to have a small population, with only 999 people, if you really fight alone, you will definitely not be able to defeat the group alliance. One of the important reasons why Yi Chun is currently at the top of the list is that he has 3 partners. The saying that there is strength in numbers is not just for show. At present, in order to stabilize the supply of goods and monopolize the resource market as much as possible, it is also very important to make friends with several powerful business allies. Boss Sun and Moon, how many pieces of the treasure map have you collected? Unexpectedly, before Yi Chun could speak to the business partners he had selected, a survivor named Bashu Yiyu took the initiative to send message. Why do you ask that? Yi Chun naturally would not reveal his family background easily. If you trust me, I am willing to exchange a piece of accurate information that no one else knows about for 1 kilogram of C-grade vegetables. Yi Chun was a little embarrassed at this time. Since he arrived on the island, he seldom trusted others easily. Yang Ming'er and Doan had shown their goodwill at the beginning, so Yi Chun withdrew his vigilance. This is an island world, after all. To put it nicely, these 999 people are comrades who suffer together. To put it bluntly, they are also competitors. I know what you're worried about. How about this? Bashu Yu, don't lack this piece of information, so I'll tell you in advance. I hope you'll keep your promise. Bashu Yu was not pretentious and took the initiative to propose goods first and money later. Okay, I'm not just calling myself the sun, moon, and stars for nothing. I won't cheat you out of this kilogram of vegetables. Okay, with your reputation as boss sun and moon, I won't hide anything. Here's the news. If you collect 8 pieces of the treasure map, you will find the 889th hidden island, which contains island gold coin veins and other artifacts. A hidden island. A gold mine. A divine weapon. Yi Chun, who was usually calm, was a little dazed now. It was because he was really shocked by the news about Bashiyu. The 2 girls and Dadawan saw Yi Chun standing there looking at the system interface for a long time without moving, so they came over. Boss, what's going on? You're not going to harvest vegetables? Yeah, Yi Chun, what are you looking at? Yi Chun relayed the news he received to the 3 people. It's not a scam. That's right, Brother Yi. Is this guy trying to trick people into giving away these C-grade vegetables? Both Dadawan and Dilly seemed to doubt the truthfulness of each other's words. Not likely. Yang Ming'er Ashukhe Hitfomdi. Dilly and Dadawan looked at Yang Ming'er at the same time. Yang Ming'er stared at Yi Chun, who was still thinking. Ming'er is right. This kid's words can't be false. After a moment, Yi Chun threw out this sentence with an expressionless face. How can not be fake? I think it is fake. It was obvious that Dadawan still didn't trust the other party, because all he saw in the chat room every day were a bunch of boastful guys. Brother Yi, Sister Ming'er, why are you so sure that what he said is true? Dilly is really honest and doesn't hesitate to ask questions. Because the number 8. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er said in unison. 8. Dilly and Dadawan seem to have not reacted yet. It takes 8 pieces of the treasure map to be successfully synthesized. I'm afraid no one knows this except us. Could it be possible that this person also has a fragment of the treasure map? Everyone's first impression was that this survivor, named Bashu Yu, also signed in and obtained the treasure map fragment. You also have a treasure map fragment? Yi Chun asked bluntly. Yes, I think the 3 pieces of treasure map fragments in my hand are as valuable as the ones in your hand. 3. I guess the beginning but not the ending. Yi Chun and the other three had never expected that the other party also had 3 fragments in his hand. Then how did you know about the hidden island and the gold mine? Because I have a most precious core fragment of a 9th blueprint. The message sent by the other party once again shocked Yi Chun. The 9th core fragment? Dilly was very smart and immediately ran to the cabinet where the treasure map fragments were hidden and took out the 3 precious treasure map fragments. Brother Yi, this 9th fragment should really exist. Dilly drew a virtual frame in the air and pointed to the center. Now Yi Chun understood completely. If a square drawing is cut into several small squares, there are only a few possibilities, either 6, 9, 12, 15, but it will never be 8. Then the information about this person was also obtained from the core fragment at the center. Yi Chen nodded. This assumption was completely tenable. 8 fragments should be enough to clearly show the location of the treasure map, but to know the real way to open the treasure map, I'm afraid I'll need the 9th core fragment. Yi Chen said it very clearly. The 8 fragments were just maps, and the 9th fragment was the instruction manual. What else do you want? Can you tell us everything about the core fragment? Yi Chun asked straight to the point. He is indeed a smart man. No wonder he has been able to hold the top spot for 2 consecutive weeks. Just say what you want to say. We're all smart people, so let's just speak frankly. It's simple. Good things should be shared by everyone. Chapter 104 Super S-Level God-Given Rewards. Okay, Boss Sun and Moon is straightforward enough, so I won't beat around the bush. Since Boss Sun and Moon already knows that I have something, it's time for Boss Sun and Moon to show his sincerity. Yi Chun didn't say anything and winked at Yang Minger. Yang Minger quickly brought over a kilogram of grade C vegetables. This was agreed upon in advance. Yi Chun naturally kept his word and threw a kilogram of C-grade vegetables to Bashu Yeyu. The boss really keeps his word. Where are the gold coin veins and artifacts you mentioned earlier? Can we find the gold coin veins and artifacts by collecting 9 treasure map fragments? Yi Chun has a lot of questions in his mind now. I'll ask this question to you, sir. Please wait for the system to update. The gold coins on this island are very important supplies, but the gold coin veins and artifacts are not so easy to find. I advise you not to take risks alone if you don't have some magical skills, especially if you're not good at swimming, lest you go there without return. Sir, I have something to order first. We will meet again. The other party left after saying a few words. Yi Chen frowned. Boss, what the hell is this? Gold coins, mineral veins, artifacts, and magical skills. Is this guy talking nonsense? Dad Awan was deeply skeptical. Yang Minger and Dilly looked at each other, seeming a little confused. Yi Chun remained non-committal. No wonder his 3 friends were skeptical. It can only be said that the information they received today was too much. Let's just trust him for now. It won't hurt anything if we trust him. The most we've done is waste a kilogram of C-grade vegetables. Although grade C vegetables are in short supply, and in short supply at the moment, Yi Chun is a rich man and doesn't care at all. After tomorrow morning, I can sow seeds again. Ding, the system has a special reminder. Host, please don't forget. You still have one more chance to sign in today. Yi Chun was still thinking when the system's voice rang again. I almost forgot about this. It seems I won the bet and got one more chance to sign in. Sign in, sign in. Yi Chen shouted Lude. Boss, didn't you sign it? You were so forgetful. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully for the 2nd time and receiving the Super S-Level God-Given Reward. Triple the daily island coin reward. Ding, announcement to the entire island world. Congratulations to the survivor's sun, moon, and stars for becoming the first survivor to sign in and receive a Super S-Level God-Given Reward. Oh my, it's Boss Sun and Moon again. He must be cheating. I bow down to you, sir. I am drooling. The prompt sound that rang out instantly caused the chat room to explode again. Yi Chun himself was stunned and stood there in a daze. This Super S-Level Divine Reward is coming just like that? The question is, what is this triple daily island coins? Yi Chun scratched the back of his head, completely confused. Brother, you signed up for a Super S-Level reward? Dilly rubbed her big eyes and didn't quite believe the system announcement. The man in front of him was not only decisive, brave, and resourceful, but also had such a top-notch character. He just won the first Super S-Level God-Given Reward in the entire island survival world. Yang Minger opened her mouth wide and stared at Yi Chun blankly. Others may not know, but she knows that Yi Chun signed for an S-Class legendary pickup truck on the first day he came to the island survival world. At this moment, the first Super S-Level Divine Material was taken by Yi Chun. This is more than just good character. This is simply an explosive character. Boss, How come you can sign in again? Didn't you sign in just now? Dad Awan is still standing there stupidly, worrying about this matter. Have you forgotten that I won the bet? Didn't the system reward me with an extra sign-in opportunity? Yichin was speechless for a while and had to explain to Dad Awan. Ah. After suddenly realizing what was going on, Dad Awan started laughing like a madman. The smile was as exaggerated as it could be. It actually scared Yang Minger, who was still in a daze, so much that he staggered. Big One, what are you laughing at? You scare me to death. Yang Minger patted her heart and scolded in a low voice. Dad Awan ignored Yang Minger, turned around, and opened the chat room to start posting. Return of the Death God. I want to thank you on behalf of my boss. Thank you and your ancestors for 18 generations. My boss signed for a super S-level God-given material, and it was all thanks to you. Ha! Thank you from the bottom of my heart. At the end, Dadawan even started singing. What's the meaning? Could it be that Boss Sun and Moon got these super S-level supplies through the sign-in reward from the gambling system? No way, this is too. Some are happy while others are sad. Some people are probably crying into their toilets right now. Uh-huh. The chat room immediately began to mock the return of death, who owned a toilet. Yi Chun and the two girls looked at Dadawan with a bit of a smile and tears in their eyes. It was really amazing that this guy could think of such a thing. After hearing that Yi Chun had signed in for this awesome-sounding super S-level reward through the gambling reward, he did nothing else but went to the chat room to argue with people without saying a word. But then again, I really have to thank Death Returns. If it weren't for him, I really wouldn't be able to sign in for this super S-level God-given reward. Death Returns did not make a sound, and no matter how people in the chat room mocked him, he never showed up. But that didn't mean he didn't see it. Damn it, Ryu, you son of a bitch. I swear, I won't be a human being if I don't destroy you. With a bang, Return of Death suddenly threw out the only axe in his hand. Right in the middle is the brand new C-level excellence item, the Kohler toilet. The ceramic toilet was smashed into pieces on the spot. The two younger brothers looked at the broken toilet in front of them with helplessness. Death Returns naturally wouldn't feel sorry for this toilet. He didn't even have a place to sleep in. So what was the use of this toilet? Forget about the Kohler flush toilet. Even if you give yourself a golden toilet, it will be useless. Thinking back to himself because he lost the bet, not only was his check-in times deducted, but his archenemy, Yichin, also got one more sign-in opportunity, and he even made him the first person to sign in for the super S-level divine supplies. Death Returns is almost going crazy. Yichin naturally wouldn't mock this guy for no reason. He just looked at the sign-in reward with a depressed look on his face. Triple gold coin reward, what does this mean? Could it be that I have the opportunity to sign in 3 times a day? If this is true, this thing is more than just a super S-grade material. It can be said to be a super SSS grade material. Ding! Considering that the survivor's sun, moon, and star signed in and received a triple gold coin reward, the system will start the Daily Island Gold Coin reward in advance. Daily Island Gold Coin rewards. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 105 Island Gold Coins. Starting today, the system will distribute island coins every day based on the survivors' weekly rankings. Island coins can be used to purchase the supplies needed by survivors in the Island Mall. Island Gold. Island Mall. Everyone looked stunned. Ding! Island Gold coins have been distributed. Everyone was still at a loss, while the system completed its mission for the day on its own. I got 2 Island Gold coins. I have 4. Yeah, I have 10. Soon, people started counting in the chat room. Dad Awan immediately glanced at his island coin reward. Boss, how much do you have? I took 15 island coins. I have 20. I also have 20. The two girls glanced at their rewards, and then looked at Yi Chun at the same time. Huh, I took 50 island coins. What's so great about that? I'm ranked 8th and got 60 medals. Damn, the 8th place can actually get 60 medals. That's awesome. Then how much can the top 5 get? Soon, everyone focused their attention on the top 5 bosses on the list. I have 80 medals 4th. I got 103rd place. The two big guys ranked 3rd and 4th spoke up. Now the only ones left are Yi Chun, who is ranked 1st, and Survivor number 1, who is ranked 2nd. Boss Sun and Moon, how many do you have? Yes, may I ask how many island coins the two bosses took? Yi Chun had no intention of paying attention to these people at this moment. He had already focused on more meaningful things. Island coins are not just for show. They're useful and extremely useful. Island Mall. The following products are available today. 2 bottles of E-grade ordinary fresh water. 1 island coin, special price. 500 G E-grade ordinary bread. 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of rare D-grade green vegetables, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins. 1 C-grade juillet freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade tree trunk, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of grade C grapes, 70 island coins. A B-class perfect telescope, 400 island coins. 1 A-level epic solar cell, medium, 4,000 island coins. An A-plus class epic solar powered motorboat, 30,000 island coins. It can be said that Yi-chan loves and hates the things in the Island Mall. With the existence of Island Mall, my dream of monopolizing the market has been completely shattered. If you quote a random price, higher than the price in the Island Mall, other survivors will definitely not exchange supplies with you. But the good news is that as long as you have island coins in your hands, you can immediately exchange them for the supplies you need. Although according to this description, the supplies sold in the Island Mall every day are not permanent, but these several full pages of supplies are enough for you to consider carefully, and they are enough for you to use. In addition, it seems that there are daily specials in the mall. Boss Sun and Moon, how many island coins did you take? Yes, tell it out loud, so that everyone can understand it. I guess 120. Too few. I think at least 130. Gossip mongers have already begun to speculate on the number of daily bonus coins that Yi-chan, who tops the list, will receive. Bullshit. Do you dare to bet? I said 120 coins. I'll bet all my gold coins, 5 coins. Do you dare to bet? I'm not afraid of you. Boss Sun and Moon must have more than 120 coins. I'll follow with 5 bets. I guess 130. If you don't agree, come and place your bet. Let's go, I'll bet too. These guys are really talented. They use the island coins awarded by the system as gambling money before they even had time to warm them up in their hands. Everyone, you have 3 coins, I have 3 coins, and start betting in the system. Yi-chan was speechless for a while. These guys were really generous. I wonder how precious this island currency was. Yi-chan, how many island coins did you take? Yeah, boss, what is the use of this island currency? This system is really complicated. Dadawan seems to dislike this island currency. Yi-chan ignored Awan and raised 3 fingers at the 2 girls. 300. Now, not only Yang Minger and Dilly looked at Yi-chan with their mouths wide open in astonishment, but even Dadawan was shocked by the number. Yi-chan was quite calm, as he had a general understanding of the system's rules for issuing island coins. First place, 300 pieces. Second place, 200 pieces. Third place, 120 pieces. Fourth to 6th place, 80 pieces. 7th to 10th place, 60 pieces. 11th to 20th place, 40 pieces. 21st to 30th place, 30 pieces. 30th to 40th place, 20. 41st to 50th place, 15. 51st to 100th place, 12. 101st to 200th place, 10. 201st to 400th place, 8. 401st to 600th place, 6. 601st to 800th, 4. 801st to 999th, 2. While everyone was reporting numbers here and there, Yi-chan wrote down the corresponding data. After listing this table, Yi-chan and the other 3 understood. This system is not generous. The lower your ranking, the less island coins you will get. Similarly, the higher the ranking, the more island coins you will get, especially for the top 3. The last 200 people can only get 2 island coins. This is too miserable. After listening to the numbers given by Yi-chan, Dilly felt a little sympathetic to those guys. What can you exchange 2 island coins for? The answer is 4 bottles of E-grade mineral water or 500 grams of E-grade bread. The system's meaning is very clear. I won't let you starve to death. But if you want to pursue a better life, then you have to weigh it yourself. Yi-chan's words were rough, but true. As the first, Yi-chan holds 300 island coins, which is far more than others. If converted into mineral water, it could be exchanged for 600 bottles of mineral water. Not to mention the amount of water a person drinks in a day. It is enough for drinking for a month. I didn't expect that the gap between the rich and the poor in the world of island survival is so huge. It seems that Dilly is born with sympathy for the weak. Now she feels deep sympathy for these survivors who can only earn a few island coins every day. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. This is an eternal law. Yi-chan is not overly compassionate. This is a world of survival on an island. As early as the first day of landing on the island, the first sentence of the system master made it clear. Your only goal is to strive to survive. Indeed, he was quite lucky. As soon as he arrived on the island, he signed in for an S-level legendary reward pickup truck and recruited Yang Ming'er. But when did I become complacent just because I had a good start? Is there any day that I am not working hard? Opportunities only come to those who are prepared, and I am the one who is always prepared. Ming'er, Dilly, Dadawan, listen carefully. Our goal is to take the top 4 spots. Yichin clenched his fists and looked seriously at the 3 companions in front of him. Chapter 106, Upgrading requires 80,000 island coins. Sweeping the top 4, Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other. The two of them looked at the list of island coin, ranking rewards listed by Yi Chin again at the same time. First place, 300 pieces. Second place, 200 pieces. Third place, 120 pieces. Fourth place, 80 pieces. If it is really as Yi Chun said, and the 4 of them take the top 4 places, that would be 700 island coins for that day. For people, 700 island coins. You know, the last 200 survivors only have 400 island coins in total. Boss, our motorboat is worth 30,000 island coins. That's amazing. Dadawan glanced at the supplies on his island and immediately thought of the motorboat. But that's all, boss. With Sister Dilly here, 1 S-level sign and material a day is much better than those hundreds of island coins. After comparing them, Dadawan looked at Dilly again. Comparing the two, it seems that Dilly is still the best. Yichin certainly knew how powerful Dilly was. If he signed in every day, there was more than a quarter of a chance that he could directly get an S-level legendary reward. However, if I only put all my hopes on Dilly, that would be too unambitious. Take a long-term view. The system opens the island coin system not just for a few hundred more island coins every day. As for the island mall, we can now settle accounts with island coins. As long as the supplies we sell are lower than those in the island mall, other survivors will still give priority to purchasing through our channel. So it's a good idea to accumulate island coins now. Yichun has already set his sights on this newly emerged island currency. At present, I lack a lot of supplies, and some of them can only be obtained through the sign-in system or exchange at the exchange. However, it is really too much to expect to get the supplies you need by signing in through the sign-in system in a short period of time. Even if truly excellent materials are available in the exchange, their prices are ridiculously high. With the island mall, as long as you have enough island coins, you will never have to worry about not being able to exchange for top-quality goods. Yichun, those people are still calling you. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun with a wry smile. Yichun shrugged, and then calmly replied with 3 numbers on the chat room interface. 300. Damn it. 300 coins. The first place winner actually gets 300 island coins. Why is the difference so big? I only have 6. Haha, I won the bet. Show shit luck. By the way, what can this island currency do? Finally, these gossipers have a normal question. Island Mall. I don't know which kind-hearted person reminded me of this. A moment later, wow, it turns out that island coins can buy so many things. Island Mall. Damn, if I had known not to place the bet just now, I could have bought a few kilograms of bread. Those guys who were slow to react finally discovered the island mall hidden in the system interface. Those guys who had just bet on Yi Chun and lost all their money immediately regretted it and went back to their grandma's house. I swear I'm going to get into the top 10. The rewards after the top 100 are so stingy. The reward for the top 3 are amazing, especially the first place, 300 coins. In mall, you can buy a perfect B-level item in 2 days. I want to be on the list. With full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, everyone began to seriously consider the island mall. For most people, even though they are poor, they still have the right to go shopping in the island mall. Just like when you go shopping in a supermarket in real life. No one can stop me from just browsing without buying anything. At this time, Yichun had already set his sights on the exchange. Dawaming or Dilly, hurry up and stock up. A D-level rare freshwater fish costs 12 island coins. A kilogram of D-level rare vegetables costs 12 island coins, and a kilogram of D-level rare sand costs 12 island coins. Stock up as many as you can. Yichun immediately gave a series of instructions. Boss, do you want to hang up the Tam Sway? That one won't be put up for sale today. It's a special offer product. If it's to be put up for sale, it will be tomorrow. Yichun already had a plan in mind. Not long after, Yang Ming'er quickly put the remaining 7 or 8 D-level rare freshwater fish on the exchange, offering a price of 12 island coins each. Dilly put all of her few rare D-grade vegetables up for sale, and the asking price was also 12 island coins. Yichun himself began to remove all the exchange materials that were originally listed in the exchange. Yi-chun, it seems the upgrade system has also been updated. The sharp-eyed Yang Minger seemed to have discovered something. Yi-chun opened the upgrade interface. Sure enough, there was an extra line of words below the originally densely written conditions for upgrading from level 7 to level 8. The second way to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Pay 80,000 island coins. 80,000 island coins. Seeing this number, the rich and powerful, Yi-chun couldn't help but gasp. Even if I could always keep the top spot on the list with triple rewards, I would only earn 900 island coins a day. 80,000 divided by 900. Yi-chun patted his head hard, his head hurt. In front of the system god, I'm just a beggar. It takes 8,000 island coins to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. This is too expensive. The two girls also saw the number of island coins they needed to upgrade to the level 6 sign-in system, and they both frowned. This system is like a scam. Even upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires 2,000 island coins. When Dewan, who had the lowest level among the four people, saw the number 2,000, he started cursing. It costs 2,000 island coins to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, 8,000 island coins to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, and 80,000 island coins to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Obviously, this upgrade method is not linear. The higher the level, the more island coins are needed. Yi-chun, this is too expensive. Nowadays, girls are required to hand over tens of thousands of island coins at any time, which is really unacceptable. This is just the beginning. We can sign in every day from now on. But even for us, we only have less than 1,000 island coins a day. How long will it take to level up? The girls pouted. It was obvious that it was difficult for them to accept such an outrageous upgrade requirement of the system in a short time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Besides, island coins can be obtained through more than just daily rewards. That Yang Minger seemed to understand something halfway through his words and pointed to the exchange. Yi-chun had already thought about it. The daily reward alone was not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. To get rich, you have to rely on yourself. Ding! The material recycling system is turned on at the same time. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Material recycling? Yi-chun understood everything immediately after seeing these four words. Chapter 107 Recycling Materials. It's not that Yi-chun has foresight, but that Yi-chun has thought about it a long time ago. Where there is inflow, there must be outflow. Where there is buying, there must be selling. Now that the system has opened the island mall, there will definitely be other measures to allow the survivors to obtain island coins. Today's recovered materials are as follows. D-level excellence camphor tree trunks. Recycling price. 1 kilogram equals 6 island coins. Recycling limit. 1,000 kilograms. Crack. The system is recycling supplies, and there are island coins to earn. I'm worried that I don't have enough island coins, so I'm going to grab my weapons and chop down some trees. I'm buying the axe. I'm buying it at a high price. Island coin, here I come. To the hungry and thirsty survivors, the two words from the system master were like a collective shot of chicken blood. Go! Don't compete with me. The originally lively chat room suddenly became quiet. The recycling price is very unfair. It costs 15 island coins per kilogram to buy D-level materials in the mall, but only 6 island coins are recycled. Dilly pouted and complained about the price given by the system. Yi-chun was not surprised. Isn't it the same in the real world? You may buy a new mobile phone for 5 or 6,000 yuan, but the price will be greatly reduced if you recycle it. Yi-chun, are we going to chop down trees too? Yang Minger felt anxious when she saw that everyone had gone to chop down trees, fearing that if she went too late, she would not be able to chop down any trees. Cut it, why not? Yi-chun looked calm, but his feet did not move at all. Chopping trees, that's what I'm best at. It's just 1,000 kilograms, I'll do it all by myself. The big talker Dadawan started bragging again. Now even Dilly, the smallest of the four, started changing her clothes and preparing to go to the battlefield. No rush, no rush. Yi-chun waved at them. The three of them looked at Yi-chun blankly. Yi-chun opened the system again slowly. Then he calmly pulled up a map. Oh, how could I have forgotten this map? Dilly slapped her head hard and looked at Yi-chun with a silly smile. Yang Minger and Dadawan came over, glanced at the map that Yi-chun was looking at, and instantly understood. What Yi-chun is looking at now is the precious drawing island resource distribution map. Although the system only requires the trunk of a rare D-level tree, it does specify the tree species, which must be a camphor tree. If you don't have this map, you will be running around like a headless fly on such a large island. How long will it take to find a camphor tree? I have this magical resource distribution map in my hand. Big roll, connect the trailer to our RV, and get ready to set off. Our destination is the forest in the northeast corner of the island. Yichin carefully looked at the resource distribution map and finally selected a forest with the densest camphor trees. As for why he brought the trailer RV, the reason was very simple. Yichin regarded the trailer RV as a mobile warehouse. This trailer RV carriage is a priceless treasure in the eyes of others. But in the hands of the rich man Yi Chun, it has become a simple warehouse. If this gets out, I'm afraid that a lot of survivors will complain about this poor trailer. The four of them brought their tools, with Datawan driving the car and Yi Chun as the guide, and they began to head towards the camphor tree forest. Along the way, everything turned out just as Yi Chun had expected. The group of survivors who had been rushing to cut down trees with all kinds of tools soon ran into trouble. Damn, do you have to use a camphor tree? Who knows where this camphor tree is? Oh my god, I need a rare D-level tree. I've searched for more than a dozen trees, but I haven't found a single D-level tree. I'm almost lost in the forest. I can't even see a single camphor tree. If these brainless guys continue to search in this way, they probably won't be able to find a tree that meets the system requirements until dark. Not only will you fail to hand in the tree trunks required by the system, but there's also a certain probability that you will die of exhaustion in the forest. On the other hand, Yichin's situation is much more relaxed. There are enough people, sufficient tools, excellent transport vehicles, and navigation system assistance. Compared with those guys, they're like looking for a needle in a haystack, while Yi Chun is like catching a turtle in a jar. It's easy for him. 15 minutes later, under Yi Chin's guidance, Datawan parked the RV outside the forest. Yi Chin took out the E-Class ordinary trolley that had been prepared long ago from the trailer. We have sufficient ammunition and are fully prepared. Datawan and Yi Chun each carried a mountain axe and began to advance into the camphor forest. The girls pushed the cart and followed the two closely. Big Wan, go to the left. There's a D-level camphor tree 5 meters away from you. I'll go to the right. There are 2 trees there as well. The 4 of them had not walked far when Yi Chun accurately located 3 rare D-grade camphor trees. Okay, wow, boss, this tree must weigh several hundred pounds. If we get 4 or 5 of them, the 6,000 island coins from the system will all be ours. Thinking that he could earn 6,000 island coins a day, Datawan couldn't stop smiling, and the amplitude of the axe swing became much larger. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chun and Datawan started working separately. It fell. Soon, the young and strong Dawan took the lead in cutting down a D-level camphor tree. 3 minutes later, the tree next to Yi Chun also fell down. The 2 men began to cut the thick tree trunks into small pieces to make it easier for the girls to transport them. The 2 girls worked as loaders and porters. With the help of a cart, the efficiency is extremely high. 2 boys cut down trees, and 2 girls transported goods. The 4 of them were working hard. Yichin had to pay attention to the situation in the chat room and system interface from time to time. There seemed to be more and more people in the chat room. People kept complaining. My back and waist ached from searching, but I didn't find a single one. I won't search anymore. I'd rather spend my time growing vegetables. I would rather stay in my cave. I regret it so much. Now I haven't found anything. I'm tired and hungry. My legs are almost broken from walking. Oh my god. I finally found a tree and chopped it for a long time with this crappy kitchen knife. After I chopped it down, I realized that I couldn't bring it back. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. The survivors are in a lot of situations. Yichin glanced at the recycling limit remaining value, which was updated in real time on the system interface. Now 2 hours have passed since the system issued this recycling task. Recycling upper limit remaining value, 930 kilograms. In 2 hours, the system only recovered 70 kilograms of rare-grade D-level camphor tree trunks. Yichin took a look at the second camphor tree he had cut down and estimated that it weighed at least 200 or 300 kilograms. After Datawan finished cleaning up the first tree, Yichun sent him to another place. Yichun, I roughly estimated that it is about 300 kilograms. Yang Ming-er and Dilly were transporting the goods back and forth, and even with a cart, these 2 beauties were very tired. You know, these are 2 delicate big stars. Well, Datawan and I will each cut down 1 more tree, and then we'll call it a day. There's still 930 kilograms left. Can't we cut some more? Yang Ming-er glanced at the remaining value announced by the system, and seemed to want to eat all the remaining 930 kilograms. Greed is insatiable, so stop when you're ahead. Yichin looked relaxed. This is only the first day, and I have plenty of opportunities to earn island coins. Boss, come on, come and see what I found. Suddenly, Daewon, who was chopping trees not far away, started to yell. Chapter 108. Unexpected Gains. Yichin put down the axe in his hand and ran over with the two girls. Daewon was pointing at a black object on the tree. Yichin took a closer look. Looks like mushrooms. This thing is black. I can't eat it. Yang Ming'er frowned and turned her head away with a look of disgust. Yichin put on the peephole. System prompts. B-grade perfect mushrooms. Edible mushrooms with excellent taste and rich nutrition. After taking them, they can increase the probability of survivors signing in for S-grade sign-in rewards by 5 percentage points within 24 hours. Yi-chun was stunned. Such an unprepossessing thing actually has special effects. Big one, pick it carefully, it's good stuff. Give it to Dilly. Yi-chun immediately decided to ask Daewon to pick them and take them back to cook for Dilly. Give it to me? Big brother Yi, why give it to me? This is too disgusting. I don't want to eat it. When Dilly heard that Yi-chan wanted to bring this ugly and disgusting thing back for her to eat, she shook her head like a rattle. This is good stuff. Yi-chan took the mushrooms picked by Daewon and handed them to Dilly in front of him with a smile. Dilly took several steps back and almost stumbled and fell. Take a look for yourself. The system says it's good stuff. I believe it will taste good. Yi-chan took off the peephole and handed it to Dilly. Dilly puffed out her cheeks, frowned, and put on the peepholes reluctantly. Although the system gave an explanation, Dilly still frowned. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the fact that the mushrooms look really ugly. Big one, hurry up and chop down this tree. Once you finish chopping down my tree, we'll call it a day. Yi-chan put away the mushrooms and urged Daewon to speed up. Boss, don't cut more. After we cut these 2 trees, we have only cut 5 trees. There is definitely not 1,000 kilograms. Daewon was even more greedy than Yang Ming'er, and he didn't even want to share even a kilogram with others. It's too late. Besides, there's no need to tire ourselves out. We still have a lot of things to do. We have plenty of time to earn island coins. Yi-chan glanced at the recycling remaining value updated in real time by the system again, and it was 50 kilograms less again. Only 880 kilograms left. Apparently, someone had already cut down the rare grade D camphor trees and was transporting them back and forth. Judging from the situation, it seems that there is more than one person cutting down the camphor tree. I don't have time to waste and must hurry up and finish it while I am ahead. Don't end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. By the time you have worked so hard to cut down the trees and transport them back, the system will have already finished its work and gone home. At that moment, the 2 men dared not slack off anymore and picked up their axes to chop down trees again. An hour later, the 4 of them had cleaned up all the tree trunks on the ground and transported them all back to the trailer. Big one, drive quickly. We're going back to hand over the supplies. Before returning, Yi-chan once again glanced at the remaining value of the recycling, and this time there was only 720 kilograms left. Carrying the trunks of 5 trees, the 4 began to return home. 20 minutes later, the 4 returned to the camp and started unloading the goods without stopping. It seems that after the 72-hour cooling-off period is over, it is better to set up the material distribution center in this trailer RV, so as to save transportation time. There was no other choice this time, so I had to unload the goods manually. The system shows that the remaining value of recycling is 650 kilograms. The 4 of them hurried to unload the cargo. Ding, you handed in 10 kilograms of rare D-grade camphor tree trunks. The system will issue 60 island coins. Ding, you handed in 20 kilograms of rare D-grade camphor tree trunks. The system will issue 120 island coins. Ding, as Yi-chun and the other 3 began to unload the goods continuously. The system's sounds are incessant. What's going on? How come the recycling surplus value dropped to 500 kilograms in the blink of an eye? Shit, it's down again. Now it's 450 kilograms. What's going on? It's dropped again. It's dropped again. It's only 380. Why is it dropping so fast? Who is this boss? Seeing the recycling surplus value dropping rapidly, everyone in the chat room started shouting. 350 kilograms. 300 kilograms. 250 kilograms. 200 kilograms. In less than 20 minutes, the recycling residual value plummeted by 450 kilograms. After 35 minutes, the remaining recycling value remained at 70 kilograms. Everyone was stunned. Let's look at Yi-chan again. The 4 of them collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, the unloading is done. Boss, I can't do it anymore. I have to lie down here for a while. Daewon just lay down on the ground in a big letter shape. The two girls were also extremely tired and sat on the ground back to back. But the four of them are tired and happy at the moment. Within 35 minutes, the four unloaded a total of 450 kilograms of rare-grade, D-level camphor tree trunks and obtained 2,700 island coins. A total of 2,700 island coins. You should know that the system has issued a total of 6,000 island coins as rewards. Yi Chun and his four companions actually took up nearly half of the task. There are only four of us, and the rest of the survivors add up to 995 people. Such a record is enough to make everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why isn't the system accepting it? I just brought back more than 100 kilograms of tree trunks. Shit, I'm almost exhausted. I finally brought back so many tree trunks. Was it all in vain? CRA, what a broken system. Soon, the last 70 kilograms of recycling value were consumed. Those who were slow and greedy and wanted to cut down more trees in one go all worked in vain. Huff, huff, 2,700 coins, 2,700 coins, boss. We're rich. Dadawan, who was lying on the lawn, panting heavily, did not forget to laugh out loud. On the first day, when most people only had a few island coins given by the system, Yi Chun and his three companions had already obtained a total of 3,655 island coins. This is literally hundreds of blocks ahead of others. Ding! Today's recycling plan has been completed. Survivors, please come early tomorrow. The belated notification from the system completely despaired the survivors who had been busy for most of the day, but had gained nothing. Boss, take a look. We have so many island coins now. What can we buy? Dadawan rested for a while, then gulped down 3 large bottles of rare-grade, D-level fresh water, and became full of energy again. At present, the only ones who can drink D-grade fresh water as seawater are probably the 4 people here with Yi Chun. Grade D rare fresh water is one of the most urgently needed supplies for most survivors. Unexpectedly, when it was put into the hands of Yi Chun and his gang, it was like free money. He had a lake of fresh water and a purifier that could produce grade D fresh water all the time. As long as you can drink it, you'll be full. Don't you know how to spend it sparingly? Do you really think this island currency was blown by the wind? Dilly had been with Dadawan for a long time and knew his personality, so she immediately gave him a blow. I'll listen to the boss. I'm just asking casually. Yi Chun glanced at the island mall. 2 bottles of E-grade ordinary fresh water. 1 island coin, special price. 500 G E-grade ordinary bread, 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of rare D-grade green vegetables, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins. 1 C-grade Juillet freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade tree trunk, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of grade C grapes, 70 island coins. It seems that these things are not what he needs. On the contrary, it seems that he has stockpiled a lot of goods waiting to be sold. Don't worry, put aside for now. Maybe we can wait for a special price product that is both practical and affordable. Are you afraid that you won't get good things if you have money? Hoarding island coins is the way to go. Chapter 109, while stocks last. Does the island mall have refrigerators and washing machines for sale? The 2 girls completely treated the island mall as a supermarket. Yi Chun shrugged. He didn't know the system's routine. All he could do now was to hoard as much island currency as possible. Once top quality supplies or supplies that you urgently need appear, you can act as soon as possible. Boss, someone in the chat room is asking you to sell something again. As expected, the guys in the chat room who were originally rushing to cut down trees were busy for most of the day but got nothing in return. So they had to think of Yi Chun again. After all, they only have a few island coins. If they expect to use them to upgrade the sign-in system, they will have to wait until the end of time. Moreover, the daily reward system of island coins has been opened, and the rewards are based on the rankings, which has widened the gap between the rich and the poor. In order to get a better ranking, the simplest and most direct way is to work hard to improve your sign-in level and increase the probability of signing in for top-quality supplies. Boss Dadawan, is Boss Sun and Moon here? Yeah. Will my D-level rare clay be available? And my rare D-grade fresh water? My C-grade excellent vegetables? Everyone was rushing to get what they wanted, fearing that if they came too late, Yi Chun would have to sell the things they wanted to others. Tell them to exchange it for island currency. Yi Chun threw out a sentence casually. Dadawan immediately became a porter. My boss said that if you want supplies, you have to exchange them for island coins. Otherwise, there's no point in talking. Island coins. I only have a few island coins. Yes, Boss Dadawan, please talk to Boss Sun and Moon. This is the first day that everyone has received island coins, and they don't have any left. If you don't have any extra food, just wait. Unless it's a blueprint or a rare item, you won't be able to exchange it for anything other than island coins. Yichun once again threw out a sentence in a heroic manner. Yichun, you won't push them too far, will you? Yeah. Brother Yi, will they buy it somewhere else? The two girls looked at Yichun like this, and seemed a little worried that the business would be lost. Buy somewhere else? What do you mean? Other survivors or the island mall? Yichun is full of confidence. He is now a rare commodity. If other survivors have extra goods, these people will not collectively beg Yichun to ship the goods. As for the island mall, I'm sorry. Firstly, the island mall must have the corresponding supply on that day. Secondly, the price must be lower than ours. Today's island mall. 1 kilogram of rare D-grade green vegetables, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins. 1 D-level rare freshwater fish, 1 kilogram, 15 island coins. The mall has clearly marked prices, and D-level materials are priced at 15 island coins each. Then Yichun will give a discount on these 3 items. You sell them for 15, and I sell them for 12. Anyone who has attended the first grade of primary school should know which number is bigger, 15 or 12, right? As for what is not available in the mall, for example, the rare grade D clay and rare grade D freshwater, which are currently in short supply. Excuse me, I have the final say on the prices of these D-level goods that are not available in the mall. Yichun started to put the products on the shelves without any hesitation. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare clay, 20 island coins per portion. 1 liter of D-grade rare fresh water, 20 island coins per portion. The price is not cheap, but not excessive either. After all, there are only a few dozen people who have 20 island coins in their hands at the moment. These things are definitely for the survivors ranked in the top 30 or 40 on the list. As for other children from poor families, you should just forget about them. If you really want to buy something, turn left when you go out. There are special items in the island mall. 1 island coin is worth 2 bottles of fresh water. This one is suitable for you. Speaking of the more advanced sea-level supplies, Yichun glanced at the island mall and then at the list. 1 C-grade Juiyue freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade tree trunk, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of grade C grapes, 70 island coins. 70 island coins is an astronomical figure for most survivors today. If the recycling system hadn't released a recycling reward of 7,000 island coins, I'm afraid that except for the first, second, and third place on the list, no one else would be able to afford it. Yichun was not polite either. Copy the gourd. All the supplies in the island mall are sold for 70 in the mall, but I sell them for 60. The price is very fair, and there is no deception. As for those that are not available in the mall, such as C-grade and excellent vegetables, don't blame me for being rude. Yichun threw out a kilogram of C-grade excellent vegetables. Price, 100 island coins. Only 1 copy available, while supplies last. Seeing so many supplies suddenly put up for sale in the exchange, many survivors' eyes lit up, but when they turned around and touched their pockets, they couldn't help but feel sad again, because they couldn't afford it. Having said that, if some people can't afford it, then there are others who can. You know what? It happened in less than 3 minutes. Yichun's first big order was completed. A survivor named Charcoal Cashew bought a sea-level Juiyue freshwater fish for 60 island coins. Did it really sell? Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other, seeming to be a little bit unbelieving. Yes, it's correct. 60 island coins per order. Deal done. Yang Ming'er rubbed her eyes, still seeming a little doubtful. Yichun looked calm and composed. This is like when a new iPhone is released. Although it is expensive, most people are reluctant to buy it. However, for some individuals, they will buy it no matter how expensive it is. This is the market. Where there is demand, there is a market. 3 minutes later, the second order was completed. The most expensive item on the exchange at the time, 1 kilogram of C-grade Juiyue vegetables, was bought. Boss, you are awesome. 100 island coins. You sold a 1 kilogram portion of vegetables for 100 island coins. Dadawan looked at Yichun in astonishment. You know, it seems that my stomach is already filled with more than 3 servings of grade C vegetables, which is a full 360 island coins. Then come back in 5 minutes. Yichun said without blushing or beating his heart. Dilly looked at Yichun with a wry smile. She had just vowed that there would only be 1 copy and it would be sold out, but now she was ordering a second copy. This big brother Yi in front of me is really a real profiteer. Yi-chun, are we going to make a living by selling things to earn island currency in the future and not collect miscellaneous supplies? Yang Ming'er looked at Yi-chun with a somewhat amusing look. Yi-chun shrugged and said calmly, "It's not impossible. The more island coins, the better. As for other supplies, if they can be collected, then they will naturally be collected. Making money and upgrading at the same time. This is Yi-chun's purpose." Chapter 1:10 Island Coin Upgrade System. On the first day of the opening of the island gold coins, Yi-chun and his team obtained nearly 4,000 gold coins. Seeing this number, even Yi-chun himself found it a little hard to believe. Before going to sleep, Yi-chun spent island coins for the first time. "I spent 5 island coins and exchanged them for a few rubber bands." "Boss, do I need to use island coins to upgrade?" Dad Awan blurted out a sentence without any reason. Yi-chun immediately rolled his eyes at him. This kid actually hopes to use island coins to upgrade. Yi-chun did not simply dismiss the idea, claiming that he would never need to use island coins to upgrade the system in his lifetime. However, except for the crossbow and vegetables, which are of grade C, the other materials required for upgrading the level 4 sign-in system to level 5 are all of grade D. If these materials are converted into island coins, they're far from being worth 2,000 island coins. Why would Yi-chun do such a loss-making business? Besides, originally the upgrade of the 5-level sign-in system of this big scroll was only a few rubber bands away. Once the crossbow was fixed, the upgrade would be a piece of cake. How could it be possible to spend 2,000 island coins to complete the upgrade? I have synthesized the crossbow. Go and sort out the supplies and prepare to upgrade. And by the way, hand over all the island coins you have. Yi-chun glared at Dad Awan unhappily. It was not that Yi-chun did not trust this guy, but it was because Dad Awan was too rough in his work. Yi-chun was afraid that he would use the precious island currency in an impulse. Dad Awan was also easy to talk to and immediately transferred all the island coins in his system to Yi-chun free of charge. "Hey boss, I'm going to upgrade now." "Bye." Dad Awan patted his butt and jumped to upgrade. Yang Ming'er and Dilly saw what happened just now and looked at each other in surprise. Then, Yi-chun received 2 messages. "Ding, the Yang Ming'er you recruited transferred 280 island coins to you. Please check." "Ding, the Dilly you recruited, Dillamulati transferred 320 island coins to you. Please check." Yi-chun looked at the 2 system messages in a daze, and after a moment he realized that there were 2 girls looking at him. "What are you doing?" Yi-chun asked the 2 people confusedly. Hand over the island currency," the 2 girls said awkwardly. "I feel dizzy." It turns out that you really think of yourself as a capitalist. It's okay. Girls always need some pocket money. If I really need to collect money urgently, I will ask you for it. In addition, if possible, I will give priority to exchanging materials for resources. After finishing speaking, Yi-chun transferred the island currency back. Dad Awan was a careless and impulsive person, so Yi-chun took back all the island coins on him because he felt uneasy. The 2 girls didn't have such a problem, and he was not a rich man who would eat people without leaving any bones, so there was no need to be so petty. When the 2 girls found out that they not only got back the island coins they had just transferred out, but also increased it to 500 coins each, they both looked at Yi-chun with a touched look on their faces. "No, don't look at me like that. You still need to use these 500 island coins well. If you find extremely important supplies at the first time and cannot contact me at the first time, then you can decide on your own to buy them with island coins." Seeing the 2 super beauties puffing up their cheeks and looking at him with tears in their eyes, Yi-chun couldn't accept such a great gift and immediately waved his hand at them. Besides, it's just 500 island coins per person. Small money. Yi-chun has looked into it. It is not cost-effective to upgrade the sign-in system from level 4 to level 5, as it requires 2,000 island coins. However, upgrading from level 5 to level 6 is another matter. Level 5 to level 6. 2 ceramic products of any grade, 100 kilograms of C-grade excellent birch trunk, 5 C-grade excellent freshwater fish, 2 kg of B-grade perfect vegetables, 2 kg of B-grade perfect fruits, and 1 B-grade perfect tool hammer. According to the current market price of the island mall, a C-grade UA-grade birch trunk alone is worth 10,000 island coins, not to mention B-grade perfect vegetables, B-grade perfect fruits, and a priceless B-grade perfect tool hammer. Originally, Yi-chun was worried about this matter. This system is a ripoff. The upgrade from level 4 to level 5 is completely on a different level than the upgrade from level 5 to level 6. I now have 3 friends. In order to reach level 6, I have to consume 3 B-grade perfect tool hammers. What kind of joke is this? The difficulty of synthesizing a B-grade perfect tool hammer is no less than that of an A-plus grade motorboat. Besides, where can I find the blueprints to synthesize them myself? Now, if you choose Plan B, you can upgrade by consuming island coins. 8,000 island coins is a fair price. I've already decided that 24,000 island coins is my current goal, and I must overcome this hurdle. As for the upgrade from level 6 to level 7, Ichin is not sure how many island coins are needed yet, but according to the proportional estimation, it should be around 20,000 island coins. If this is really the price, it is also a very favorable price. You know, in order to upgrade to level 7, I spent a lot of effort to collect various materials. My goodness, they are all B-grade perfect materials, and they weigh 20 or 30 kilograms. It's really unbearable. According to the current market price, 1 kilogram of perfect grade B material is worth 400 island coins, and 50 kilograms of material is 20,000 island coins. By this calculation, the amount of island coins he needed was at least over 6 figures, which was a huge gap. So when it comes to this mere 1,000 island coins, it is the foundation for survival in the short term, but in the long term, it is not worth mentioning at all. Yichun, there is iron ore for sale in the exchange again, but the material the other party needs to exchange is island currency. Yichun was still thinking about the future when Yang Ming'er trotted over. Yichun immediately opened the trading panel. As expected, a survivor put up 50 kilograms of grade C iron ore. Iron ore is also a scarce material for Yichun, but he lacks tools and is unable to mine iron ore. He has to rely on the exchange to buy it. At first glance, the other party's price doesn't seem high. 50 kilograms of C-grade Juiyue iron ore, price, 500 island coins. But Yichun understood it in his heart. Iron ore is no different from other materials and is a basic material that cannot be used directly. Basically, if you don't have a furnace, you can't synthesize iron ingots. Using an ordinary E-level furnace, the loss ratio is extremely high, and 10 kilograms of iron ore can only synthesize about 1 kilogram of iron ingots. Someone like Yichun, who owns a rare-grade D-class furnace, can only increase the smelting ratio to 1 to 7, and the loss is still huge. It is estimated that these 50 kilograms of iron ore, after entering the furnace, can only produce 7 or 8 kilograms of iron ingots at most. So what seems like 50 kilograms of supplies is actually less than 8 kilograms. The mall price of 8 kilograms of C-level Juiyue grade supplies is only about 500 island coins. Yichun naturally would not agree to this price. The 8 kilograms was based on the fact that he used a Class D furnace. Hey man, can this price be cheaper? Yichun sent a private message to the seller. What's your price? The other party responded soon. Chapter 111 C-Class Excellence Furnace. Yichun replied, Ikiyujinju. Boss Sun and Moon, your price is too harsh. Upon hearing that Yichun directly reduced his offer by 40%, the seller also protested. You have basic materials. If you don't smelt them, you can't get iron ingots. The consumption ratio of iron ore to iron ingots is very high. Your 50 kilograms of iron ore can only produce 5 kilograms of iron ingots after being smelted. Boss Sun and Moon, 5 kilograms of C-grade materials are also sold for 500 island coins in the island mall. The other party doesn't seem stupid either. First, the mall price is much higher than the market price. You should understand this. Second, there are not many people who need iron ingots at the moment, so your product is priced but not in demand. Third, how many people can afford your product right now? You should do the math yourself. Yichun appealed to people's emotions and explained things with reason, and his words were very coherent. After 3 sentences, the other party was a little confused. The 2 girls also looked at Yichun in worship. He is indeed a big profiteer. He can deceive people without blushing or feeling any guilt. Okay, since Boss Sun and Moon asked for it, I'll sell it. The other party did not hesitate to go with the flow and sold the 50-kilogram iron ingot to Yichun as a favor. Then, Brother Yi, I'll go move that rare-grade D-class furnace over here. When Dilly saw Yichun receive the iron ore, she immediately turned around and wanted to move the furnace. No need, we could just synthesize another one. Synthesis? The 2 girls were dumbfounded again. Well, since we can't synthesize the B-grade one for now, let's get a C-grade furnace. Yichun had already made his wishful thinking. C-level excellence furnace requires 10 kilograms of B-level perfection or above clay, plus 10 kilograms of B-level perfection or above sand. If you have sufficient supplies, you can synthesize a higher level furnace. Dadawan was sent by Yichun to go fishing and grow vegetables. Yi Chun and the two girls immediately prepared 10 kilograms of B-grade clay and 10 kilograms of B-grade sand. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully synthesized a sea-level Zhuiyue furnace. Sea-level Zhuiyue furnace greatly improves the smelting ratio of each basic material and greatly increases the probability of smelting high-level resources. Try 10 kilograms first. Without hesitation, Yi Chun immediately threw the 50 kilograms of C-grade iron, or he had just collected, into the furnace in batches. A fire started and the three of them sat and waited for a while. Ding! Smelting is successful. Successfully smelted 12 kilograms of C-grade Zhuiyue grade iron ingots, 2 kilograms of B-grade perfect grade iron ingots, and 500 G of A-grade epic grade iron ingots. Both girls were stunned. If they remembered correctly, the smelting ratio of an E-level furnace was about 10-1, and the smelting ratio of a D-level furnace seemed to be around 7-1. It would be even more difficult to smelt higher-level materials. I didn't expect that by using this C-level furnace, I could smelt 12 kilograms of materials of the same level in one go, in addition to 2 kilograms of materials of a higher level, and 1 kilogram of materials of 2 levels higher. Brother Yi, have you already planned this? Dilly stared at Yi Chun with eyes wide open and a look of worship. The man in front of me is really good at doing business. When bargaining, I talked about the E-class furnace. When I really received the supplies, I turned it into a C-class furnace in seconds. With 200 island coins, I was able to produce 12 kilograms of grade C iron ingots, 2 kilograms of grade B iron ingots, and 1 kilogram of grade A iron ingots. Everyone knows what the price of A-level materials is in the current island mall. The asking price for A-level materials exceeded 4 figures, and even B-level materials reached 400 island coins. Even if the iron ore is discounted, no matter how you calculate it, the value of these 15 kilograms of iron ingots is far more than 1,000 island coins. You too should remember this. From now on, the price of copper ore and iron ore will be the same. Of course, if there are higher grade materials, the price can be relaxed. Brother Yi, are you doing this to teach us a lesson? Dilly blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Chun. It turned out that Yi Chun was teaching himself a lesson. The name of the course should be On the Self-Cultivation of a Big Swindler. Okay, let's grill some fish. We need to save up the freshwater fish of grade C and above. The emergence of the island mall strictly controls the value of each level of materials. The value of D-level supplies is at most around 15 island coins, but the value of C-level supplies is as high as 70 island coins. This is not a small amount of money. Even Yi Chun, who was born in a wealthy family, has to think carefully about it. We can't keep consuming these valuable C-grade, Zhuiyue-level freshwater fish endlessly. If I sell this at the market price, I'll have at least 50 or 60 island coins, which is enough for me to eat bread for half a month. The four of them grilled some D-grade fish in the evening. You are still qualified to enjoy the D-grade grilled fish with a market price of around 10 island coins. Boss, do you think this system will recycle S-level materials? An S-level seed is priced at 20,000 island coins. Ha ha! This mindless guy started daydreaming again. Yi Chun gave Dadawan a slap on the head. Do you think the system is stupid? Seeds have a geometric incremental benefit. Once a seed is planted, it will most likely grow into dozens of seeds. Even if the system has nothing better to do and wants to recycle them someday, the recycling price will definitely be far lower than other materials of the same level. The recycling price of an S-class pickup truck and an S-class vegetable seed is the same? Do you really think the system is an idiot? Stop dreaming. How's the quality of your enhanced fence? Is it strong? While chewing the grilled fish in big mouthfuls, Yi Chun glanced around the Fence 2.0 project led by Dadawan. Boss, don't worry, I'm reliable. Dadawan patted his chest and made a promise. Tomorrow during the day, take some time to check it again. Don't be careless. Yi Chun, why are you so careful? Is someone going to cause trouble for us again? When Yang Ming-er and Dilly heard Yi Chun's concern for the fence and recalled the last time they were attacked by those two bad guys, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Don't worry for now. I'm just taking precautions. The gap between the rich and the poor is getting bigger and bigger in this island survival world. There may be some survivors who want to become nouveau riche and play big. We must be on guard against them. Yeah, Brother Yi is right. I still remember that in the requirements for upgrading to level 8 in the level 7 sign-in system, there is one item called killing or recruiting another survivor. This item alone sounds quite creepy. Dilly completely agreed with what Yi Chun said. Yes, the road to survival will only become more difficult in the future. and we must be prepared for danger in times of peace. Yi-chun, now that we have a power system, can we consider monitoring, power grid, and other defensive measures? Of course, let me show you what this is. Yi-chun smiled and pointed to the material distribution area outside the cave. Chapter 112, What to Do If You Lack Iron Ingots. The two girls and Dadawan all looked towards the material distribution center. Everyone soon found two cardboard boxes. Billy picked it up and took a look. High-definition surveillance camera? Brother Yi, where did you get this thing? Dilly now admired Yi-chun more and more. This great man in front of her could often create some treasures without people noticing. Someone else gave it to me. A gift. The three were dumbfounded. Who is it? Boss, don't fool us. This thing is a treasure. Even if you want to buy it, you can't buy it. Someone will give it to you. Don't tell me that person is the system. Dadawan simply didn't believe it. You all know this person. Yi-chun simply kept it a secret. You know them all? Now the three of them were completely confused. They had only been in the island survival world for about half a month. Apart from Yi-chun, there was no other person they knew. Brother Yi, please tell me quickly. I'm so anxious. Yi-chun slowly opened the system interface, chatted with someone privately, and sent out a message. Thank you. I received the things. If you need anything, ask your two sisters. Now the three of them saw the man's name clearly. Ting Ting. The person who gave Yi-chun two high-definition cameras was none other than Ting Ting, whom the two girls had always been thinking about. This Ting Ting is also a strange person. She's often nowhere to be found. Sometimes she doesn't reply to the messages from the two girls for a whole day, which makes Yang Ming-er and Delina extremely anxious. However, whenever there is any good stuff, it will be sent to Yi-chun, although 9 out of 10 times they are things that are not presentable. Yi-chun himself felt embarrassed. With Big One in front of him and this little girl behind him, his personal charm was completely gone in the real world. But when he arrived in the island world, it was as if he had suddenly become cheating and was surrounded by people. Boss, the girl must be interested in you, but it seems like you're a bit too old to pursue young girls. Get out. Yi-chun kicked Dadawan next to him out in annoyance. But these cameras alone are useless, and there aren't enough of them. My ultimate plan is to cover the entire island and provide real-time monitoring. The two girls looked at Yi-chun with a wry smile. This idea seemed a bit floating. Brother Yi, is there no way for us to find the island where Ting Ting is? We're always worried about this little girl being out there alone. Dilly had long regarded Ting Ting as her own sister. She felt uncomfortable thinking of this 17 or 18-year-old girl wandering around alone outside. Yi-chun shrugged and said, There is no way for now. All the things we have here that can help find people cannot accurately lock onto the target. At the moment, Yi-chun could only find a few things in his hand. Apart from the big motorboat, there was only the telescope and the missing person compass left by the two poor guys. But if we upgrade the locating compass, we might be able to find something. Yi-chun thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Search compass, B-level perfect grade material. With the help of the search compass, you can quickly find a location of the survivors you need to find. The B-level search compass can accurately locate the survivors within 5 nautical miles. The system description clearly states that the B-level locating compass can only accurately locate survivors within a radius of 5 nautical miles. But if it is upgraded to 1 or 2 levels, it is hard to say. Upgrade. How do I upgrade? Upgrade to a level tracing compass. Required materials. 1 kilogram of B-level perfect clay, 1 kilogram of B-level perfect sand, 1 kilogram of A-level epic iron ingot, and 2 kilograms of S-level legendary iron ingot. Yi-chun already has the first 3 items, but the S-level legendary iron ingot is too difficult to obtain. Yi-chun sighed and shook his head helplessly. The most scarce material for us right now is iron ingots. We need blueprints to synthesize various tools. We also need iron ingots for D-level and C-level carts. We still need high-level iron ingots to upgrade this compass. It's not a long-term solution to just rely on luck to collect iron or in the exchange. Mining iron or on our own is indeed one of the most urgent tasks at present. Boss, that iron or mountain range is impossible to cut down. Dadawan was still upset about the fact that he had chopped iron or with his bare hands until his hand were almost broken, but he didn't gain anything. Take a look at this. Yi-chun pointed to a column introducing the synthesis system. B-level perfect air-powered chainsaw. Requires 2 C-level outstanding mountain axes plus C-level outstanding chainsaw blueprints. Air-powered chainsaw. One of the sturdy tools that can cut down trees with ease. Boss, this is a chainsaw used for cutting down trees. Did you see it wrongly? Data thinks that although he is not the smartest, his eyesight is still good. The synthesis system is clearly written. This is an electric saw used for cutting trees and has nothing to do with mining. Take a look at the level above it. Yichin pointed to the gray text displayed on the system line above the air-powered chainsaw. Chiseling chainsaw. A mountain chopping chainsaw. The three of them widened their eyes when they saw these 4 words. Boss, you have good eyesight. You discovered this. Dadawan, who had just boasted that he had good eyesight, couldn't help but worship his boss Yichin again. Can this really be used to mine? Dilly asked in a low voice. That can only happen after we synthesize an air-powered chainsaw. The system does not have any special instructions for the materials at the previous level. Yichin finally understood, except for the A-grade epic construction hammer, which the system clearly provided a list of synthesis requirements. For other general materials, if you did not synthesize the materials of the previous level, then you would not be able to see the detailed introduction of the materials of the next level. As for that perverted piece of equipment, the building hammer, that is another matter. The system god is guessing. This thing is just telling you that you can't synthesize the materials you need for synthesis in a short time. Then make it quickly. I want a chainsaw for a long time. It's too tiring to chop trees manually. As someone who is in charge of physical fitness, Dawan is quite looking forward to the chainsaw. Missing blueprints. Yi-chun threw out a question that gave all the survivors a headache. Even a wealthy person like Yi-chun, who already owns a blueprint research device, is helpless about making blueprints. Every time a drawing is made, the system has almost abnormal requirements. Not only does it require a large amount of leaves and sand, but it also specifically requires that these resources must come from 3 different islands. So far, Yi-chun has only synthesized 1 blueprint. With a sigh, Yi-chun opened the blueprint researcher interface again after many days. Yi-chun, look. As soon as the interface was opened, everyone made a new discovery. The blueprint researcher interface has been updated. Chapter 113. C-Class Excellence Air Kinetic Electric Saw. Sea-Level Excellent Axe Blueprint. 10,000 D-level leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of the level sand from 5 different islands, or 500 island coins. B-level Perfect Tool Hammer Blueprint. 20,000 sea-level leaves, any species, from at least 3 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of D-level sand from 5 different islands, or 3,000 island coins. A-level Epic Multifunctional Construction Hammer Blueprint. 50,000 B-level leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of sea-level sand from 5 different islands, plus 100 kilograms of D-level rare or higher iron ingots from this island, or 20,000 island coins. The 4 of them's eyes lit up. The blueprint researcher interface has indeed been updated. Now, in addition to collecting leaves and sand, which is time-consuming and laborious, I have another channel to make drawings. Island coin. That's right, it's island currency again. Boss, this island currency is really powerful. It can be used everywhere. Dadawan couldn't help but sigh. You can use island coins to purchase a variety of supplies in the island mall. The sign-in system can also be upgraded directly using island coins. Now even the blueprint researcher can directly exchange blueprints for island coins. Yichin finally understood that as long as he had money in his hand, he could dominate the island world. Yichin didn't want to aim too high. The blueprint he urgently needed at the moment was nothing more than the blueprint of the C-Class electric saw. C-level, Zhuyo-level electric saw blueprint. 500 island coins. Yichin placed the order without hesitation. Got the electric saw blueprint. Big Juan, bring the 2 axes over here. We are going to combine them into a C-Class chainsaw. Okay. After bringing his only 2 remaining axes, Yichin began to synthesize a C-level Zhuyo-grade chainsaw. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully synthesized a C-level Zhuyo-level air kinetic chainsaw. Yichin didn't have time to appreciate what the chainsaw looked like, and immediately started to check the next level synthesis system. As expected, B-level perfect grade chiseling chainsaw, a basic tool that can mine iron or copper or in other or raw materials. It requires 2 C-level, Zhuyo-level air energy chainsaws, plus a B-level perfect level chiseling chainsaw blueprint, plus 10 kilograms of A-level epic iron ingots, or a B-level perfect level wolf fawn. When Yichin saw that the synthesis of the mountain chiseling chainsaw required both a blueprint and an A-level epic iron ingot, he was already a little discouraged. Unexpectedly, when I got to the end, I saw something that was familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. A B-grade perfect wolf fawn. Wolf fangs. Yang Minger exclaimed when he saw this item. What is this? Dadawan and Dilly were confused. They had never seen the heroic Yang Minger shooting a wild wolf. Wait a minute, I'll get it. Yang Minger immediately trotted back to the RV and brought back the wolf's fang in a few moments. This is... Dadawan and Dilly were stunned. Boss, you are awesome. You also have this wolf fang. Yichun waved his hand, then raised his finger and pointed at Yang Minger. This is not my credit. The beautiful lady was killed with one arrow. Ah. Both of them were stunned. After a moment, Dadawan seemed to remember something. Oh, I remember now. The system even made a special announcement at the beginning. Dilly guessed that she was busy dealing with those two unlucky guys at that time and had no idea what Dadawan was talking about. Yichun, there are two in total, and I kept one. Well, keep that one safe. You'll need it when you synthesize that super S-level divine weapon, the multifunctional quantum cutting knife. Although Yichun still doesn't know what the super S-level God-given weapon, the multifunctional quantum cutting knife that sounds awesome, is used for, but the system god will not act recklessly. Yichun has a hunch that sooner or later he will come across this weapon. The problem is, one chainsaw isn't enough. We need to synthesize another one, and we also need a blueprint for a mountain-cutting chainsaw. Yang Minger frowned. Judging from the situation, the nearly 4,000 island coins that this group of people have been busy for most of the day and have saved with great difficulty will sooner or later be squandered. I have no choice. I have come to this point. I have to synthesize it. I'll go to the exchange and see if there are any kitchen knives for sale. If there are none, please shout. I will go to the blueprint research interface and exchange it for a mountain splitting axe blueprint. Yichun was very happy here. It was just spending money. He paid 500 island coins and placed an order for another chainsaw blueprint. Yang Minger felt sad when she saw that another $500 was gone in just a short while. But things weren't so smooth with Dadawan. The kitchen knife is a semi-hot item at the moment. Although it is not as valuable as a hatchet, it is very practical. It can be used as an ordinary tool and can also serve as a weapon for self-defense. Therefore, when most people cannot afford hatchet, the kitchen knife is a must-have for everyone. Cheap and good quality kitchen knives are really scarce. Most survivors can just barely afford one, and there are none for sale in the exchange. Please take away the kitchen knife. Who has one? Don't hide it. Dadawan walked around the exchange and didn't find anyone selling kitchen knives, so he just shouted at the top of his lungs in the chat room. Cleaner? Big brother Dawan, why? Why are you collecting the cleaver again? Yeah, could it be that Boss Sun and Moon is going to kill someone again? These guys seem to recall the scene when Yichun first collected kitchen knives and combined them into a mountain axe a few days ago. Brother Yi, have you ever chopped someone down before? Dilly took a step back reflexively. Yang Minger covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Yichun did not explain further. Let them think whatever they want. As long as someone sells kitchen knives, it'll be fine. Stop talking nonsense. My boss can tell you casually what to do. I advise those of you who have the goods to hand them over to me quickly. Dadawan started to act like a hooligan. Hey. Speak properly and don't act like a gangster. Yichun didn't want his majestic image to collapse in an instant. Besides, when had I ever used a kitchen knife to chop anyone? Boss Sun and Moon has spoken. Brothers, support us. As soon as Dadawan shouted, some people who were good at flattery immediately offered kitchen knives with both hands. Dadawan picked two and rejected all the others. Give them 20 island coins each. Yichun didn't want to owe anyone a favor. The kitchen knife was just a basic tool of rare D grade. It is currently out of stock in the island mall. If it were available, Yichun estimated that it would only be 15 island coins per piece. He offered 20 island coins so as not to let the other party suffer a loss. The two lucky sellers were naturally grinning from ear to ear. This is a good job that gets you in touch with Boss Sun and Moon and makes some free island currency. The second air kinetic chainsaw has been synthesized. Now all I need is a blueprint for the mountain chiseling chainsaw. Yichun glanced at the blueprint research device, and it seemed that there was really something in it. B-level, perfect level, mountain cutting electric saw blueprint. Selling price, 3,000 island coins. Chapter 114, today's special products. This is a bit troublesome. Originally, Yichun thought he was quite rich. This was only the first day that the island coin was opened, and he and his group had already collected nearly 4,000 island coins. However, in order to synthesize this mountain-cutting electric saw, I have already spent $1,000. At this time, you still need 3,000 island coins to buy the blueprint. No money. I really don't have 3,000 island coins in my hand. Yichun, how much is the difference? Yang Minger asked with a frown. Yang Ming'er was heartbroken as she had a hand over all the island coins she had worked so hard to save before she even had time to warm them up. There's still 320 pieces left. Yichin also sighed. You only regret not having enough money when you need it. Boss, I'll go borrow it. Dadawan suddenly had an idea and blurted out a few words. Borrow. The two girls were dumbfounded. Yichun patted Dadajuan's shoulder and motioned him to sit down. This guy really thinks he is the local leader now, and he really thinks he can command the support of everyone. Those previous troubles simply did not involve too much interest, so those guys did not consider the monk's face, but only took advantage of the situation to do a favor. If you suddenly ask to borrow a large sum of money, the nature of the matter is completely different. Besides, 320 island coins are an astronomical figure for most people. You know, apart from Yichun this bug, the second place survivor number 1 only got 200 daily rewards. Even if the system issues a recycling task later, and some people earn some island coins, who would be willing to give them all up at once? Everyone knows that the island currency is currently the official universal currency. Forget about borrowing money. 320 island coins is not a lot. I can have it when I wake up from a good sleep. Yichun was calm. It was almost dark anyway. Even if he could synthesize a mining chainsaw, he couldn't go out to mine overnight. It would be better to take a nap and wait for the system reward to be delivered. After eating and drinking, everyone returned to the RV. The two girls seemed to have contacted Tingting, the elusive girl. Yichun, I sent some food and drinks to Tingting. Okay, you guys can do whatever you want. Don't mistreat this girl. Oh, and send her 50 island coins. Let her buy anything she likes in the island mall. Yichun responded casually while lying on the air mattress, studying the synthesis system. Aren't we all short of island coins? Yang Ming'er also thought about sending some island coins directly to Tingting, but she was short of money at the moment, and she didn't dare to send the island coins on her own initiative. It's okay. We don't need these 50. Tell her to observe the surroundings carefully while ensuring her own safety. If she finds any mountain or tree that can be easily discovered by others, remember to let us know so that we can find her as soon as possible. Yichun naturally wouldn't care about these mere 50 island coins. That's right, I do lack island coins. But what is missing is not these 50 pieces, but 500 pieces, 5,000 pieces, 50,000 pieces. There will be more places that need island coins in the future, so why would we need these 50 coins? The two girls excitedly told the good news to the girl over there. After planning tomorrow's plan, Yichun fell asleep comfortably. However, with these three bad friends around, it would be extremely difficult for Yichun to sleep till dawn. Hey, can't you just let me get some good sleep? Just after midnight, Fox friends came online. Yichun, who was feeling sleepy, had to cover his head with a pillow. Boss, hurry up. The recycling system has released the latest supplies. Dadawan was about to jump into Yichun's arms. Just publish it. It's yours and you can't escape it. Yichun just wanted to sleep at that moment. It's silver or C grade, excellent grade. The recycling price for 1 kilogram is as high as 500 island coins. Sea level, 500 island coins. After hearing these words, Yichun finally removed the pillow that was blocking his view. But within 3 seconds, Yichun covered his eyes with the pillow again. What a joke, silver or... I can't even get iron or now. How can I dig silver or... Seeing Yichun turn around again and ignored him, Dadawan shouted again. There are still special items for sale. What kind of special offer is this? Can we get some sleep? B-grade perfect mountain cutting electric saw blueprint. 1,500 island coins. Dadawan roared. What? This time, Yichun jumped up directly. Chiseling electric saw blueprint? 1,500 island coins. Yichun suddenly woke up and no longer felt sleepy. Open the system interface of the island mall and take a look. As expected, the entire island mall has been updated. The first line was something that made Yichun's blood boil. B-level, perfect level mountain cutting electric saw blueprint. 1,500 island coins, special price, supply quantity. 1. Yichun did not hesitate at all, and the girls returned their private money to Yichun without any explanation. Place your order. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent 1,500 island coins and successfully obtained a special price B-level, perfect level mountain chiseling electric saw blueprint. The current remaining island coins are 1,130. The original selling price was 3,000 island coins, and not counting the 50 island coins I gave to Tingting, there was still a shortfall of 370 coins in total. But now there were 1,130 coins left. This is given by the system for free. What's going on? It seems like the only discounted item has been bought by someone. Someone with sharp eyes in the chat room immediately noticed something. The unique discounted item that was originally displayed high on the homepage of the island mall seemed to have been bought by someone. The system displays B-level, perfect level mountain cutting electric saw blueprint. 1,500 island coins. Special price supply. 0. Ooh, 1,500 island coins. It's only the first day. Who can afford it? What a joke, 1,500 coins. I can't even take out 15 of them. Didn't they say that the first place winner only got 300 island coins? How could someone possibly have 1,500 island coins? In an instant, this special price drawing with the supply quantity shown as 0 became the focus of everyone's discussion. For most people, 1,500 island coins is an astronomical figure. Big One, keep a low profile. Ichin was afraid that this guy would go to the chat room to brag about nothing again, so he just wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Yichun doesn't want to be targeted. However, before Dadawan could say anything, the people in the chat room automatically targeted Yichun and Dadawan. It must have been bought by Boss Sun and Moon. I think so too. Apart from Boss Sun and Moon, there can't be another person. I agree. Boss Sun and Moon, are you here? Come on, let me know. Soon, Ryuxingchen's private mailbox exploded again, and even Dadawan was affected. Chapter 115. B-Class Perfect Mountain Chiseling Electric Saw. Big Dawan, was it bought by Boss Ryu? Please beg you to take you in. Boss Sun and Moon is so generous. Awesome. He doesn't even lean on the wall. He only respects Boss Sun and Moon. Since these guys didn't see Ryuxingchen and Dadawan paying any attention to them, they simply assumed that the buyer of this big deal was Ryuxingchen. Now, Yichun had no way to defend himself. Let them be. You guys just sign in first, and I'll synthesize the mountain chopping chainsaw for you. Since everyone was awake, Yichun simply got out of the car with a flashlight and went to the material distribution center to synthesize items. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited signed in successfully and obtained an A-level epic material, a Bosch Smart 4-door refrigerator. Before Yichun reached the material distribution center, Dilly in the car brought him a refrigerator. Ding! The Yangminger you recruited signed in successfully and obtained a B-level perfect level material, a Bosch electric water heater. Yichun was stunned again. Could it be that this family of electrical appliances came as a group? Ding! The Qin Dazhuang you recruited signed in successfully and obtained a C-level excellent material, a Bosch microwave oven. Yichun was completely dumbfounded. Bosch 3-piece set? I never expected that this sign-in system also comes with its own suit attributes. Soon, the three of them jumped out of the car lively and went to embrace their own Bosch home appliances. Ah, boss, I'm awesome, right? It's a microwave. Now we can have hot meals every day. Boss, tomorrow I'll go pick some sweet potatoes and roast them for you. Dadawan happily jumped back into the car, holding the precious microwave oven he had signed for. It wasn't so easy for the two girls. Refrigerators and electric water heaters are all large items, and they cannot move them alone. Please stay here for a while. I will use the cart to help you transport the goods after I synthesize the electric saw for chiseling the mountain. Fortunately, Yichun has an E-class cart that can be used as a makeshift one. Ding! The host chooses to consume 2 C-level, J-level air energy chainsaws, plus a B-level perfect level mountain carving chainsaw blueprint, plus a B-level perfect level Wolfong to synthesize a B-level perfect level material mountain carving chainsaw. After confirmation, a cool-looking electric saw for chiseling mountains appeared in front of Yichun. Grade B perfect chiseling electric saw, a basic tool that can mine various or raw materials such as iron, ore, and copper ore. It is limited to grade A and below veins and cannot mine silver or gold ore and diamond organ. Yichun glanced at the system's precise description, and it seemed that this B-level mountain chipping chainsaw was not yet in its final form. Boss, come and help me move the things. Yichun was still checking how to use the electric saw when Dadawan started calling out. There is no choice but to do hard labor. I was busy all the time until dawn. The four of them then installed the refrigerator and electric water heater. The girls were so excited that they were about to go to heaven. Dadawan had just received a water pump as a system reward, and now he had also received an electric water heater. Now the problem of taking a bath has been completely solved. The two girls didn't care that it was dark at night, and immediately prepared to take a bath and change clothes. Big Brother Dawan, what does Boss Sun and Moon want to do with the mountain carving blueprints? Could it be that Boss Sun and Moon is going to open up the mountain? You know nothing. Boss Sun and Moon is going to dig a cellar in the cave. Chill. Cellar. Could it be that they are keeping women. The gossipers in the chat room became more and more vulgar as they talked. Yi-chun, the bathtub is full. Take a bath first. The two girls really regarded Yi-chun as their boss. When it came to something as nice as taking a bath, the first person they thought of was Yi-chun. Well, it's too late. You guys take a shower. I won't. Yi-chun wanted to calm down and study this electric saw carefully. Go ahead and take a shower. You've just done some hard work and you're all sweaty. Come on, come on. The two girls seemed to have no intention of letting Yi-chun go, and they dragged Yi-chun into the bathroom by pulling, coaxing, and deceiving him. Big brother Dewan, are you there? What are you busy with? Tell us all about it. The gossipers didn't see any response, but they still wanted to gossip. Dad Awan looked up and saw Yi-chun being dragged into the bathroom by two girls. This is good. Stop talking nonsense. How can you little bastards know what my boss is doing? Dad Adjutant replied proudly. Big brother, just reveal some of it. Stop talking nonsense. My boss is busy. You want to take a shower with the girls? Why are you taking a shower again? You're taking a shower this late at night? You know nothing. Don't you have to take a shower after doing that? Dad Awan, who had previously claimed that what the boss does cannot be leaked, betrayed Yi-chun in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yi-chun didn't open the chat room now, otherwise Dad Awan would have been scolded. Yi-chun glanced at the full tank of water, and the entire bathroom was steaming hot. I have only taken a bath once since I arrived on the island. Although there were two girls serving me last time, and they added some hot water, the water temperature was still a little cold. This time it's different. This misty bathroom looks so relaxing. Brother Yi, you wash first. Call us if you need anything. Dilly smiled brightly at Yi-chun and dragged Yang Ming'er out. Yi-chun took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. When you soak in the bathtub, the comfortable feeling from the inside out is indescribable. The body, which was originally a little tired from carrying the goods, suddenly relaxed. Soon, Yi-chun dozed off in the bathtub. Those guys in the chat room are still daydreaming. Dad Awan was quite relaxed. While chatting, he also remembered to harvest sweet potatoes. Who has sweet potatoes? Give me two. Big roll, what do you want sweet potatoes for? Dad Awan was about to answer, but he remembered his boss's advice that wealth should not be revealed to others. Boss Dad Awan, what did you sign today? Show it to everyone so they can see it. These guys couldn't gossip about Yi-chun, so they focused on Dad Awan. Dad Awan remembered that his boss seemed not to have signed in yet. Boss, sign in. Dad Awan left the gossiping gang behind and rushed to the bathroom. Yi-chun, who was dozing off, suddenly woke up. Boss, sign in quickly. You're the only one missing. Yi-chun's good dream was disrupted, and he was about to sign in with a helpless look on his face. I'm really impressed. Signing in the bathroom is just a joke. Sign in, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have signed in successfully and received the A-level epic reward. Diving skill. Diving skill. The host can dive freely underwater for half an hour without any auxiliary tools. Yi-chun rubbed his eyes. Skill reward. Chapter 116, Diving Skills. This is the second coveted skill reward since landing on the island. Boss, what level of reward is it? Dad Awan was still waiting for Yi-chun's answer with excitement. Yi-chun ignored him and dived into the bathtub. Try this skill yourself in the bathtub first. Boss, what are you doing? The Dajuan's shout actually called Yang Ming'er and Dilly in. Yi-chun, what are you doing? The two girls also looked dull. Brother Yi, does this have any special hobby? Dilly has been in the entertainment industry for some time. Although she is not very old, she has seen pigs run even if she has not eaten pork. She has seen all kinds of strange people, but drinking bathtub water seems to be the first time I've seen it. Shit, what's going on? It's been 3 minutes. Boss, are you okay? The three of them stood beside the bathtub and did not see Yi-chun move. Yi-chun raised his right hand and waved at the three people, fearing that Dad Awan would pull him out of the water on impulse. He was still naked. Another 5 minutes passed. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. Brother Yi, are you so good at swimming? I stayed in the water for more than 8 minutes in one breath. This is probably what professional water players do. What was even more terrifying to the three of them was yet to come. It was not until nearly half an hour later that Yi-chun poked his head out of the water. Yi-chun, you are. The three of them were collectively dumbfounded. The world record for holding breath seems to be only about 20 minutes. For ordinary people, 2 minutes is an insurmountable gap. Sign in skills. Skill. Yi-chun nodded. Although the four of them didn't seem to understand how useful this skill was in the world of island survival, being able to swim is never a bad thing. Yi-chun remembered what someone said. I would like to advise you, if you don't have some magical skills, especially if you're not good at swimming, don't take risks alone, or you will never come back. Boss, what's the use of this skill? Could it be that fishing has been changed to fishing in the sea? Dadawan had a look of disgust on his face. All he wanted now was to sign in for supplies and upgrade his group of people as soon as possible. As for this kind of skills, he was not interested at all. Yichin didn't explain much. He looked up at the sky. It seemed like it was already dawn. That's great. I don't have to sleep anymore. Let's get up and work. After driving the 3 people away, Yi Chun climbed out of the bathtub. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom, Yang Ming'er came over. Yi Chun, how do you use this electric saw? Yi Chun sighed. Finally, someone asked about serious matters. It looks like it needs an external power cord. Fortunately, we have an RV, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to use it. Yi Chun said a piece of bad news and added a piece of good news. This blueprint for the mountain chiseling electric saw is truly a great gift from the system to me. If it were someone else, even if they had the blueprint, and even if they had synthesized the mountain chiseling electric saw, they would not be able to use it. Without electricity, this electric saw for chiseling is just a decoration. Even with electricity, it won't work. This mineral mountain range is at least several miles away from your camp. Do you really want to pull an electric wire all the way there? Then I can go mining today? Dadawan was the most excited, as if he had completely forgotten that he returned empty-handed last time when he went to the mineral mountains. You can go explore the way, Ming or Dilly, how about you too? No, you can't leave us and go with us. Before Yi Chun could finish his words, 2 girls each put their arms around Yi Chun. To outsiders, this posture seemed like the 2 girls were acting like little birds, but only Yi Chun himself knew how it felt at this moment. It was no different from being held hostage by someone. Okay, I'll take you there. Let's get some breakfast first. I'm starving after a whole night of hard work. Okay, keep your word, Shouty. Let's go and make some toast. After seeing off these 2 beauties, Yichin finally had time to take a good look at the island mall today. 2 bottles of E-level ordinary fresh water, 2 island coins. 500 G E-level ordinary compressed biscuits, 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of rare D-grade cabbage, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare clay, 15 island coins. A piece of C-grade beef, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. A C-level Zhuiyue compass, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade rubber, 70 island coins. A set of B-grade perfect electric irrigation device, 400 island coins. A B-grade perfect battle spear, special weapon, 1,600 island coins. A Class A epic diesel tractor, 4,000 island coins. All the supplies in the island mall have been updated and are almost completely different from those sold yesterday. The highest tier item is an A-tier epic tractor. A tractor is of little use to Yi-chun. He already has an RV, so why does he need this broken thing? However, Yi-chun still remembers the B-grade perfect combat spear clearly. Regardless of the system's special notes, special weapons, the selling price made Yi-chun pay more attention. This was the first time Yi-chun had heard of the term special weapon. I have synthesized a mountain axe and a chainsaw before, and there is even a method to synthesize a pistol in the synthesis system. However, the system does not have any special notes on these things, let alone what kind of weapons they are. In terms of price, the price of this special weapon is much higher than the B-level materials of the same level. Yi-chun carefully looked at the system introduction. B-level perfect combat spear. It belongs to special weapons and is a unique weapon in the island survival world. With it, your journey to explore the island survival world will be smoother. The system description is very general. Explore the path to the island survival world. Yi-chun muttered to himself. Could it be that this thing is also related to the treasure map? Yi-chun glanced at the exchange. He had made some profits from yesterday to now. Although the materials he had put up for sale were expensive, there were still sporadic transactions due to their scarcity. If you add the island coins issued by the system every day, you should have no less than 2,600 island coins in your hand. Yi-chun hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Bashayeyu. Brother, what does this battle spear do? Bashayeyu quickly replied. Boss, Sun, and Moon, of course it is useful. The other party only replied with 4 words. What's the price? Yi-chun was also straightforward, so the other party naturally wanted to sell the information again. Boss, Sun, and Moon, I am short of iron ingots. I don't have more than 5 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingots. It was an iron ingot again. Yi-chun couldn't help but frown. I'm also short of iron ingots. I'm trying to figure out if I can buy them on credit first. Boss Sun and Moon's credibility is here, so there is no problem. The other party is not pretentious either. The situation in front of the 2 of them was very clear. Yichen wanted to take the spear, but he was not sure what it was used for. Bashiyu understood the use of the spear, but wanted to sell the information and earn some iron ingots. Yichen doesn't have any goods on hand. If Bashiyu doesn't agree to let Yichun buy on credit first, there will be no such store after this village. The island mall is updated daily. By tomorrow, the spear will no longer be in the mall, and your news will not be important to Yichun. So the two of them quickly reached a win-win transaction agreement. I believe that Boss Sun and Moon has learned some information about the treasure map. This spear is a must-have weapon for landing on the island to explore gold veins and artifacts. Of course, you will definitely not need only this piece of equipment. Chapter 117, B-Class Perfect Special Weapon. So you mean I must buy this item? Yichen asked. My personal suggestion is to buy special weapons when you see them. They're hard to come by. Of course, if Boss Sun and Moon has limited financial resources, there is nothing you can do about it. The night rain in Bashu is real. Okay, I've taken note of what you said. I'll send you C-grade iron ingots as soon as I get them. Yichun left a message and left. Dadawan had been watching Yichun for a long time. Boss, does this kid know how to play tricks on us? He always asks for this, and that without any prior contact. Does he really think we are an ATM machine? The Dajuan's dissatisfaction with a man called Bashiyu has not been going on for a long time. Others are bartering, but this kid wants this, and that just by talking a few times. My boss is almost becoming his little brother. Yichen disagreed. This is a very normal thing in real life. Those who sell vegetables in the market make money by selling vegetables, fruits, and melons. Teachers and agents are the ones who sell their own knowledge and resources. It's just that one sells physical objects that can be seen and touched, while the others sell virtual objects that cannot be seen or touched. As long as both the buyer and the seller are willing, there is nothing wrong with it. Yichun, is there anything I need to buy from the island mall? I have saved up a lot of island coins from yesterday until now. In addition to the 500 island coins, each given to them by Yichun, the two girls also listed some supplies in the exchange in their personal names. At this moment, there are more or less some transaction amounts. First, collect the daily island coin reward given by the system today. Okay, boss, I've already received it. The poorest Dadawan is the most enthusiastic. Dawan, Yangming'er, and Dilly received a total of 55 island coins. Yichun received 900 island coins on his own. The three of them discussed it. The total number of remaining island coins is 3,850. I'll use 1,500 to buy things. Yichun informed the three of them. Boss, what are you buying? Such a big deal. Yeah, Yichun, what costs 1,500 pieces? Upon hearing that Yichun wanted 1,500 island coins to purchase supplies, the housekeeper Yang Ming'er immediately covered her pockets. Yichun glanced at the girl and found her so adorable. The island currency was in the system, not in her pocket. What was the use of covering her empty pocket with it? Yichun pointed to the B-grade perfect battle spear in the island mall and said, buy this. What the hell is this? It's so expensive. Yichun, who are you going to fight with? Seeing that Yichun was going to spend 1,500 island coins to buy a spear, Yang Ming'er shook her head like a rattle. It's better to be prepared. Bashiyu said this thing might be useful when searching for treasure. Treasure hunting? Brother Yi, are you talking about the treasure map? That's right. Once we have collected all the fragments of the treasure map, would you just admire the treasure map and not want to explore what the treasure actually looks like? Yichun was playing hard to get. Which young man has not had the idea of treasure hunting? Okay, treasure hunting is good. Treasure hunting is good. When the time comes, we can dig out a mountain of super S-level God-given materials and use them however we want. Dadawan was the easiest to fool, and he immediately jumped on Yichun's pirate ship. What kind of treasures are there? The girls are more practical and still seem a little worried. That Bashuyu seems to know only a few words on the 9th core treasure map fragment, which only mentions the gold coin vein and the artifact. No one knows what these two things are or what they look like. Yichun shrugged to indicate that this was all he knew. But the gold coin veins, the artifacts, these two things sound exciting. Okay, boss, when do we leave? Dadawan seemed to be impatient. Yichun gave him a bitter smile and rolled his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't fool this kid too much. If he got impulsive, he might drive his motorboat to hunt for treasure overnight. Let's put the treasure hunt aside for now. I still owe foreign debts, so I have to pay them off first. Everyone, get ready, and we're ready to set off. Originally, Yichun was in urgent need of iron ingots. Iron ingots were needed to synthesize B-grade perfect tools, and a large number of high-level iron ingots were needed to synthesize A-grade epic construction hammer. High-level carts also required iron ingots. If he wanted to find Ting Ting, he had to upgrade the missing person compass, which still required iron ingots. Now he also owed Bashu Yeyu a few kilograms of iron ingots. Now that's good. I don't have to worry about having too much debt anymore. Datawan and the other two also understood that the most scarce material they had at the moment was iron ingots. The three of them each made preparations to go out. Yichun, that little lamb, seems to have grown up a bit, and its grade has become C+. Yang Ming-er and Dilly finished their daily tasks and brought a piece of news. If Yang Ming-er hadn't mentioned the lamb, Yichun would have almost forgotten that he even had a sheep. The albatross and the lamb are completely different from the sheepdog Xiaohua. Xiaohua is very clingy. He is either circling around them or staring at the two girls, as if he has already regarded himself as a human being. The lamb and the albatross live completely independently. If you ignore them, they won't take the initiative to pay attention to you. Anyway, there's plenty of grass on the lawn and plenty of fish in the freshwater lake. They have no worries about food and water, so there is no need for them to care about the existence of Yichun and the others. Good thing, once I'm fattened up. You're not going to kill it? The girls seem to protest immediately. I mean to fleece the sheep. That's right, it's really fleecing. Yichun was also hoping to make a woolen blanket to cover himself. Boss, everything is ready. Let's go. Datawan stuffed a few pieces of bread into his mouth, then stood happily in front of the RV, carrying the synthetic electric saw for chiseling mountains. Okay, let's go. Yichun glanced at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. It would take some time to reach the iron or mountains. He dared not slack off anymore. He waved his hand and directed everyone to get on the bus. The trailer was also connected. Datawan sat in the driving seat excitedly. Yichun opened the system interface, found the material distribution map of his treasure island, asked Dilly to navigate for Datawan, and he calmly opened the Island Mall interface. The battle spear worth 1,500 island coins is still hanging in the mall. After all, it seems that no one else can afford this thing except me. Yichun chose to spend 1,500 island coins to purchase a B-grade perfect special weapon combat spear. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent 1,500 island coins to successfully purchase a B-level perfect grade special weapon, the Battle Spear. Chapter 118 Iron Ore. Here I come. Special weapon, B-grade perfect battle spear, can be used as a defensive weapon in hidden island expeditions. Current spear attack power, 10 points, can be upgraded. Ultimate form, Super S-grade, God-given versatile spear. Specific data confidential. After Yichun finished reading the system introduction, he felt a little dazed. What's going on? Could this thing really be used to rob houses and kill people? It even has an attribute called attack power, and it can be upgraded. If Datawan wasn't driving, I would have been tempted to get out of the car and take out the spear from the trailer to play with it. Brother Yi, is the island where the treasure is located really dangerous? A little girl like Dilly couldn't help but frown when she saw the description of this system. It's both a defensive weapon and a combat weapon, which sounds scary. Boss, the nearest mountain range to us is a copper mine. Should we go down there and try our weapons first? Datawan was so excited that he wanted to pick up the electric saw and rush down to chisel the mountain. What copper mine do you want? Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Yichun is not interested in copper or now. At the moment, let alone a copper mine or mountain range, I am not interested even in a mountain of gold. What I lack is iron ore. Half an hour later, the four finally followed the coastline and entered the iron ore mountains. Haha, iron ore brother, I'm back again. Datawan came back empty-handed last time, so this time he came with all his might to mine. Wait a minute, I'll connect some wires. Yichun had made preparations early. The RV is huge, and it is impossible to get infinitely close to the mineral vein. The chiseling electric saw requires external electrical wires, so Yichun has to make his own connection board. After pulling out a long electric wire, the electric saw can finally go into the mountain. As the sound of the motor of the electric saw echoed through the valley, the mining work began. Two girls pushed a cart and stood beside the mountain. Datawan rushed forward with an electric saw to chisel the mountain. I have to say that this electric chiseling saw is much more powerful than a manual axe. Soon, several pieces of iron or the size of basketballs were chopped off. Boss, this piece of mine must weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms, right? Yichun put on the peephole and took a quick look. 10 kilograms of E-grade ordinary iron ore. 5 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ore. 3 kilograms of C-grade superior grade iron ore. Not long after that, 18 kilograms of iron ore were obtained, and there were even 3 kilograms of grade C excellent iron ore. Datawan is now in high spirits. This guy picked up the electric saw and did the job easily, But Yi Chun, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly were very tired. Boss, take a quick look at how many kilograms it is. Let me drink some water. I can still get another ton. Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Speechless. Rest, rest. You don't have to rest. We also need to rest. This guy has a good tool at his disposal and is working hard, but it is not so easy for the three porters. These are all real iron, or the weight is there. When Yang Ming'er and Dilly heard Yi Chun shouting for them to take a break, they also collapsed to the ground with a plop. Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the iron, or that it already filled half of the trailer. I was originally worried that there wouldn't be enough iron or materials, but now it seems like there's almost no place to put them. There's still some stuff on the floor that hasn't been stuffed in yet. Okay, stop chiseling. That's enough. Come and help move the goods. Yi Chun gave some instructions and went back to the RV to find a few bottles of water and bread. I casually glanced at the fuel system. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Oh my god, the oil is almost running out. This mountain chiseling chainsaw is such an oil-consuming monster. No wonder Dawan could do the job so easily. It turns out that the power system shares the burden. My precious diesel is originally a non-renewable resource. Yi Chun felt so distressed. After a short rest, Yi Chun roughly counted the supplies. A total of 460 kilograms of E-grade ordinary iron ore, 270 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ore, 120 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ore, 65 kilograms of B-grade perfect iron ore, and 40 kilograms of A-grade epic iron ore were harvested. Although there is no S-level legendary iron ore, these iron ores are enough for my own use. I remember that I used a C-level excellent furnace to smelt 50 kilograms of C-level excellent iron ore and obtain about 12 kilograms of C-level excellent iron ingots and about 2 kilograms of B-level perfect iron ingots and half a kilogram of A-level epic iron ingots. If calculated according to this ratio, it is conservatively estimated that the iron ore he harvested this time can be smelted into 140 kilograms of A-level ordinary iron ingots, nearly 100 kilograms of D-level rare iron ingots, 50 kilograms of C-level outstanding iron ingots, 20 kilograms of B-level perfect iron ingots, and about 10 kilograms of A-level epic iron ingots, and more than 2 kilograms of S-level legendary iron ingots. Yi Chun now has basically no demand for low-level iron ingots. B-grade perfect grade tools all require D-grade rare grade iron ingots. That A-grade epic grade construction hammer requires 100 kilograms of C-grade excellent grade iron ingots, and a D-grade rare grade flatbed four-wheel hydraulic trolley requires 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect grade iron ingots. As for upgrading to a C-grade outstanding grade trolley and upgrading the missing person compass, higher-level A-grade epic grade iron ingots or even S-grade legendary grade iron ingots are required. Big roll. There is no need to transport the E-level common iron ore back for now. Just leave it here. Take the D-level and above back and mine them in the future. You need at least C-level excellent iron ore. Don't take the lower-level ones for now. It's really not that Yi Chun is picky or ambitious. It's just that this electric saw consumes too much electricity and it almost emptied the gas tank of his RV. Okay, got it. Dawan naturally obeyed unconditionally. The two girls glanced at the system interface and said awkwardly, "It seems that the sign-in system upgrade requires low-grade iron ore." Yi Chun naturally knew what the two beauties were talking about. To upgrade the sign-in system from level 6 to level 7, 100 kilograms of iron ore of any level is required. It's okay, we don't need it, but when other survivors need to upgrade, we can consider reselling it. Unnecessary. The two girls naturally didn't understand what Yi Chun was thinking. Yi Chun, the big profiteer, had already planned this out. It is far less cost-effective to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, and from level 6 to level 7 than to upgrade with physical objects in the sign-in system than with island coins. Since you choose to use island coins to upgrade, there is naturally no need to save iron ore. As for the other survivors, if you need it, I will sell it. The shortage of iron ore has been greatly improved, and next Yi Chun will have to carefully consider the issue of diesel. If we don't use diesel, we have to find a way to get the solar-assisted power generation equipment on the RV out as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Smelting Maniac. The solar-assisted power generation system can use solar energy to operate the entire system of the RV without consuming diesel. However, it is not easy to combine the systems equipped in this car. Solar-assisted power generation system requires 3 A-level epic solar panels, medium, an A-level epic RV-specific solar converter, 1 A-level epic solar-assisted power generation power blueprint, 20 kilograms of sea-level Juiyue iron ingots, 20 kilograms of sea-level Juiyue copper ingots, and 3 pieces of a level epic glass. My goodness, this guy is underestimating it by saying it is an S-level legendary item. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly. For the time being, I'd better not dream about this. Putting aside the A-Class Epic Solar-Assisted Power Generation Blueprint, 3 A-Class solar panels, a Class A RV-specific solar converter, and 3 A-Class glasses, these 3 things are enough to give me a headache. We still have to find a way to get some diesel first. Yichen glanced at the island mall today and found that the diesel he urgently needed was not available. Forget it. Let's first combine the D-level rare hydraulic trolley and the upgraded version of the missing person compass to locate the girl Ting Ting. Big Juan, after moving your things, let's go home. Boss, it's not too late yet. We can dig some more iron ore. I still have plenty of strength. When Dadawan heard that Yi-chan was going to finish work, he thought that his boss was worried that he was exhausted, so he showed off his biceps in front of the girls in a domineering manner. Cut the crap out of us. We're running out of diesel. If we keep drilling, are you going to push the RV back? No, the said. This even shocked the 2 girls. Yi-chan shrugged helplessly and pointed to the dashboard. I didn't expect that this electric saw for chiseling mountains was an oil-consuming monster. Diesel. This exchange doesn't sell it. The girls immediately scanned the stock exchange, but diesel was indeed a scarce commodity, and not even a liter was available. Dadawan didn't hesitate to move the several hundred kilograms of E-grade ordinary iron ore off the trailer, and then packed up the chiseling chainsaw. Looking at the 270 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ore, 120 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingots, 65 kilograms of B-grade perfect iron ingots, and 40 kilograms of A-grade epic iron ingots in the car, Yichen was quite satisfied. Apart from the A-Class Epic Construction Hammer and the C-Class Excellent Flatbed 4-Wheel Solar Electric Cargo Hydraulic Vehicle, which are a little difficult to assemble, several B-Class Perfect Tools and the D-Class Rare Hydraulic Trolley and Missing Person Compass are not a problem. On the way back, Yi-chun began to calculate the number of smelting times needed. A D-level Rare Hydraulic Trolley requires 10 kilograms of B-level Perfect iron ingots. Upgrading the Missing Person Compass requires 1 kilogram of A-level Epic iron ingots and 2 kilograms of S-level Legendary iron ingots. According to previous experience, he would have to consume at least 50 kilograms of B-grade Perfect iron ore and almost all of the 40 kilograms of A-grade Epic iron ore to synthesize the iron ingots he needed. It's because it takes too many materials to synthesize an S-level Legendary iron ingot. Due to the heavy cargo load, Yi-chun deliberately asked Dadawan to slow down. The 4 of them had a simple lunch in the RV and did not return to their camp until 1:30 in the afternoon. As soon as they got off the car, the 4 of them started to get busy. Dadawan was responsible for unloading the goods, while Yi-chun and the 2 girls urgently synthesized a second C-Class Juiyue level furnace. Now that I have 2 C-Class furnaces, my smelting speed has also improved qualitatively. Of course, there's bad news. Due to the synthesis of a C-grade furnace, he had used up all of the remaining B-grade perfect clay and B-grade perfect sand. Sand is not a big deal. At most, it just takes some time, but there's really not much high-grade clay. Although he had found a large clay mine, there were only 80 kilograms of perfect B-grade clay in it. 2 C-grade level furnaces consumed 20 kilograms of it, and his system upgrade consumed another 30 kilograms of perfect B-grade clay in one go. The remaining 30 kilograms of grade B clay are difficult to dig. It seems that I have to find another clay mine. At the moment, Yi-chun had no intention of looking for new clay mines. He first took the time to start smelting iron ingots. 2 C-Class and outstanding furnaces were put into operation at the same time. 2 10 kilograms portions of perfect grade B iron ore were thrown in. The 2 girls also carried a stove on each side. A great fire soon started in the furnace. In less than an hour, the first iron ingot came out of the furnace. 20 kilograms of perfect grade B iron ore were smelted into a total of 5 kilograms of perfect grade B iron ingots and 900 G of epic grade A iron ingots, in addition to 200 G of legendary grade S iron ingots. This melting ratio is not high, just average. The 4 of them took a short rest and immediately began to smelt the 3rd and 4th portions of iron ore. This time, Dadawan specially put in 20 kilograms of epic grade A iron ore. At 3:30 in the afternoon, fresh iron ingots came out of the furnace again. 5.5 kilograms of A-grade epic iron ingots and 1 kilogram of S-grade legendary iron ingots. The melting ratio has been improved. However, What made Yi-Chin most gratified was that the furnace actually produced 50 grams of E-grade ordinary diamonds. Boss, what is this? It looks pretty solid. Dadawan looked at the transparent crystal the size of a red date pit in Yi-Chin's palm with curiosity. This thing is not a system prompt. No one would believe it is a diamond. This furnace is so awesome. Not playing by the rules. I smelted iron ore in my furnace, and diamonds came out. Although Yi-Chan was just a poor student, he still knew the chemical formulas of iron and diamond. Iron is Fe and diamond is C. These two things seem to have nothing to do with each other. But the system doesn't care about that. System prompts. E-grade ordinary diamond. Hard in texture. One of the basic materials for making basic special weapons. When Yi-Chin saw the words special weapons, his eyes immediately lit up. It seems that special weapons can not only be purchased from the island mall, but can also be made through special methods. The unexpectedly obtained diamond in front of us is one of the materials for making special weapons. This is so shiny and beautiful. The girls probably mistook the adamantium for a diamond. Although diamonds are ultimately made of diamonds, there are still differences between the two. Yi-Chin didn't want to make this treasure into a ring and give it to others at the moment. He had to keep it, as it might be of great use in the future. Putting away the diamond, Yi-Chan instructed the three to continue smelting the next batch of iron ore. The four of them were busy until dark. The 10 kilograms B-grade perfect grade iron ingots, 1 kilogram A-grade epic grade iron ingots, and 2 kilograms S-grade legendary grade iron ingots needed to synthesize the cart and upgrade the missing person compass are now available. Yi-Chan, upgrade quickly so we can go find Sister Tingting. Chapter 1, 20 Upgrading the Search Compass. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded the B-level perfect level search compass to the A-level epic level search compass by consuming 1 kilogram of B-level perfect level clay, 1 kilogram of B-level perfect level fine sand, 1 kilogram of A-level epic level iron ingots, and 2 kilograms of S-level legendary level iron ingots. A-level epic locating compass. Can locate survivors within a radius of 15 nautical miles. Yi-Chan successfully upgraded the missing person compass, and the positioning range of the missing person compass was also increased from 5 nautical miles to 15 nautical miles. Yi-Chan, quickly scan and see if there is any trace of Tingting. The two girls crowded around him impatiently. Yi-Chan entered Tingting's personal information and began to use the missing person compass to locate her. Input, Jiang Yuding. Soon, a radar image began to appear on the system interface. The radar image first draws a circle with a smaller radius. System display. The current scanning range is 5 kilometers. Half a minute later, the system displays that the scan is complete and the target person has not been found yet, so the system will increase the scanning radius. 1 minute later, the 10 nautical mile radius scan was completed and the system still showed that the target person had not been found. The two girls' heartbeats suddenly quickened. If the final scan within a radius of 15 nautical miles also fails, the hope of finding Tingting will become slim again. It is not an easy task to upgrade this A-level epic finding compass. The scan begins with a radius of 15 nautical miles. The four of them couldn't help but feel a little nervous as they watched the scanning pointer begin to spin. Halfway through the scan, there was still no sound from the system. After half a minute, the scan was completed. The system displays, the target person has not been found yet. Please move the center coordinates of the circle or upgrade the search compass before scanning again. The two girls hung their heads in frustration. Yi-Chan patted their shoulders and comforted them. Don't panic, didn't the system say that there is a way? At worst, we can upgrade this search compass. Yi-Chan said some comforting words. However, when he turned around and checked the upgrade method of the S-level legendary locating compass, he couldn't help but gasp. S-level legendary missing person compass. Requires an A-level epic missing person compass. 1 kilogram of A-level epic clay. 1 kilogram of A-level epic sand. 3 kilograms of S-level legendary iron ingots. And 1 kilogram of D-level rare diamonds. Where can I find 3 kilograms of legendary iron ingots, let alone 1 kilogram of rare D-grade diamonds? Well, it's okay. Dadawan and I are going out to catch sea fish tomorrow. We can search for it while we're at it. Who knows, we might find it. Looking at the depressed expressions of the two girls, Yi-Chan felt a little bit sorry and had to continue to comfort them. Catching sea fish? Are you catching sharks? Okay, this time I must catch a big shark and make shark fin soup. How could Dadawan tell that this was Yi-Chin's excuse to appease the girls? When he heard that they were going out to sea again, he was happier than anyone else. Yichen glanced at the three people in front of him. On one side was Dowan, who looked happy when he heard about going out to sea, and on the other side were two beauties who looked worried about Sister Tingting. It seems that we will have to get out of the sea tomorrow. The four of them completed their daily tasks, grilled a few fish, and made some fish soup for a different taste. Yichen glanced at his trading system. Some clay and sand were sold, but the amount was not enough. Yichen was not discouraged. After all, the island coins and the island mall had only been open for 2 days. For most survivors, island coins were still a rare commodity. What to do if you don't have island coins? There is no other way except to rely on luck to sign in for supplies, or to obtain supplies in nature like Yichen did. This also indirectly resulted in Yichen being unable to sell the supplies in his hands. Today, sea-grade freshwater fish are already for sale in the island mall, but the price of 15 island coins per fish is still a sky-high price that most survivors can only admire from afar. Boss, our gas tank is almost empty. After dinner, Dadawan returned to the RV. After turning on the internal power system of the RV, he found that the fuel tank had sounded the alarm. Yichen sighed. There was nothing he could do. It was his fault for digging too much into the mountain. Diesel is bought at a high price. Some are brought, but not on behalf of others. There was no other choice. Yichen could only shout a few words in the chat room. I heard that Boss Sun and Moon wants to collect diesel. The diesel didn't come, but the compliments did. Boss Ryu, don't worry. As long as I sign for the diesel, I will definitely give it to you. I won't charge you a penny. Just a word from Boss Sun and Moon. I'll go out and look for diesel tomorrow. Yichen felt helpless when he saw these compliments that left him speechless. Guaranteed to send me? You have to be lucky enough to sign in and get the diesel. Based on the nature of the sign-in system, do you think you can sign in for diesel tonight? Go out and look for it tomorrow? Do you think diesel is a wildflower or a broken stone that you can see after walking a few steps? After shouting for a long time, all I heard were a bunch of flattering survivors, and not a single person selling diesel. Just as Yichen was about to get in the car and turn off the lights to save electricity, a familiar voice emerged in the chat room. Damn it, diesel. Haha, all the diesel you need is here with your grandfather. I'll show it to you. 50 liters of diesel. It only takes a few minutes. Ha ha. Yichen was very familiar with this voice. The haunting creature, Death Returns, appeared out of nowhere again. Damn it, you're not dead yet. When Dadawan saw the return of death, he was like a cat that had been hungry for 3 days and met a mouse, and he immediately went all out. You are a follower, a piece of trash. Fuck, who are you calling trash, you piece of trash? The chat room was instantly filled with obscene language. Yichen, could it be that this guy really has something that can make diesel? Yang Minger was smart and immediately discovered the key problem. Yichen had actually suspected this a long time ago. At present, this kind of energy materials are in short supply. It takes a lot of effort for a rich kid like Yichen to mine iron or, let alone, crude oil. This diesel still needs a special way to be converted. If Return of Death doesn't have any equipment in his hand, where would these dozens of liters of diesel come from? It's very possible, Dawan. Come here, don't talk to him, I will talk to him. Yichen grabbed the big scroll and began to use the big scroll's interface to ask Death Returns. You idiot, did you pick up this diesel from scraps? Picked it up? Haha, I can get diesel just by waving my hand. Aren't you envious? Blow, your pride is unbridled. In order to lure the god of death into taking the bait, Yichen simply used all the lyrics. Fuck you. Listen carefully, I have a diesel converter. Have you heard of it? Diesel converter. Haha, are you scared? Yichen sneered. Just as he expected, this kid really had something good in his hand. Big Roll, do you know this guy's name? At this time, Yichen raised a seemingly unrelated question. Chapter 121. S-level marine, fish, 30,000 island coins. I only know that his surname seems to be Zhang, but I have never heard of his specific name. Yichen shrugged, seeming a little regretful. Boss, why do you want to know his name? While continuing to compete with Return of Death in typing speed, Dadawan looked at Yichen curiously. Looking for him. Brother Yi, you're not really going to look for this guy. He seems to be a bad guy. The girls were obviously worried. It's okay. If he can really be found, I'm in the dark and he's in the light. Why should I be afraid of him? Yichen was not worried about this problem at all. You have the weapons and tools you need in your hands, so why should you be afraid of this brainless guy? However, the other party's full name is not known at the moment, and it is still impossible to find this Return of Death using a missing person compass. It's getting late today. Let's rest and go out to sea tomorrow. Now there is one more reason to go to sea. Before going to bed, Dadawan and the two girls managed to smelt 40 kilograms of D-grade iron ingots, 10 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots, and 5 kilograms of B-grade iron ingots. Okay, don't get too tired. We still have to go out to sea tomorrow. They worked until 10 o'clock in the evening, when Yi-chun dragged the three people into the RV. Due to the shortage of diesel, all functions of the RV were suspended and candles were lit again. Boss, don't worry. Maybe we can go out to sea tomorrow and get some diesel. Dadawan was full of confidence. He was very interested in anything related to the sea. Yi-chun had just fallen asleep for a short while when he was woken up by Dadawan again. Boss, hurry up. Alamal. Dadawan excitedly dragged Yi-chun up. Yi-chun saw Dadajuan's excitement. Could it be? Is diesel available for sale at the island mall? If this is true, then this island mall is simply your own lucky pool, where whatever you need will come to you. Yi-chun immediately opened the island mall. Diesel was not found, but I found two other things. A-Class Epic RV Special Solar Converter. 2,000 island coins, special price. A-Level Epic Glass Set. 3 pieces, 4,000 island coins. Others may not be familiar with this thing, but I am very familiar with it. These two things are essential components of the solar-assisted power generation system in the RV. Solar-assisted power generation system requires 3 A-level Epic solar panels, medium, an A-level Epic RV-specific solar converter, 1 A-level Epic solar-assisted power generation power blueprint, 20 kilograms of C-level Zhuyu iron ingots, 20 kilograms of C-level Zhuyu copper ingots, and 3 pieces of A-level Epic glass. The problem is that if I want to synthesize this power system, I need more than 1 or 2 things. I basically don't have any A-level materials. The solar panels have been used up long ago, and there are no blueprints. There are 2 other things for sale in the island mall. The problem is, the price of these 2 items alone is as high as 6,000 island coins. Yi-chun touched his pocket. Poverty. There's only one word left. I spent 1,500 on special weapons yesterday and got a little bit of profit at the exchange in the evening. However, even if the reward given to me by the system today is added, the total assets of my family would probably not exceed 4,000 island coins. It really proves the saying that money is not everything, but without money is nothing. Don't look at it, go to sleep, we can't afford it. Yi-chun waved at the 3 of them, signaling them to stop dreaming. I am poor and cannot afford it. Boss, don't sleep, we can afford it. Yes, Yi-chun, we can afford it. The 3 of them pulled Yi-chun back excitedly. Can you afford it? Yi-chun rubbed his eyes. Am I stupid, or are these 3 stupid? How can 4,000 island coins buy something that costs 6,000 island coins? Boss, look at today's recycling mission. Recycling mission? Now Yi-chun understood. Open the system and take a look. Today's recycling materials are as follows. D-level rare sea fish, unlimited number 12 island coins each. C-level outstanding sea fish, 160 island coins each. B-level perfect sea fish, 3,350 island coins each. A-level epic sea fish, 3,000 island coins each. S-level legendary sea fish, 30,000 island coins. Seeing the end, Yi-chun's eyes lit up. An S-level sea fish, the system recycling price is 30,000 island coins. The night owls in the chat room were also having a lively discussion at this time. Damn, what's the point of the plane? Why are there only sea fish? I don't even know how to fish for freshwater fish, so how can I get sea fish? Wow, 30,000 island coins. Whoever can catch this S-level fish will make a fortune. What can I do with 30,000 island coins? I can eat grilled fish until I die of fullness. Damn, it's already 30,000 island coins, and you're still thinking about eating grilled fish. No wonder you've been poor all your life. Everyone is dreaming of the reward of 30,000 island coins. However, if you want to catch an S-level legendary sea fish, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Brother Yi, can't we go fishing? Yeah, boss. Why don't we just catch a shark? I think the shark must be S-level. I'll take care of it. Haha, 30,000 island coins. We're going to be rich. Dadawan and Dilly seemed very excited, as if the 30,000 island coins had already gone into their pockets. Yi-chun and Yangminger looked at each other, and then glanced at the sea fishing kit lying in a corner of the RV. Stop dreaming. Why don't you read the instructions of our sea fishing kit? Dadawan and Dilly are not clear about the actual function of this sea fishing kit, but Yi-chun, the head of the family, and Yangminger, the chief steward, know it best. Ah, you can only catch sea-grade and below marine fish. Is that so bad? After reading the instructions of the sea fishing kit, Dilly pouted in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I was hoping to catch an S-rank legendary shark. but I can't even catch a B rank one. What's the point? It's so unlucky. Dad Awan threw the sea fishing kit away with a look of disgust. Don't worry, if we can't handle the S rank ones, we might be able to catch some A rank ones. At least the B rank ones should be no problem. Yichin said this very calmly. Boss, doesn't this crappy fishing kit say that it can only catch C level and below? It can't even catch a perfect B level, let alone an A level. Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other and seemed to understand what Yichin meant. Brother Yi, what you mean is... Chapter 122, Tricking a Girl into Eating Mushrooms. Upgrade. That's right. We can't catch S-level legendary sea fish, but at least we can catch 20 C-level sea fish first. If we upgrade this thing, we might be able to catch a B-level or even an A-level sea fish. Yichin once again picked up the sea fishing kit that was thrown aside by Dadawan, opened the system, and pointed to the line of small words below the system description for everyone to see. After catching 20 sea-level excellent saltwater fish, the fishing kit will enter the upgrade mode. After collecting the materials required for the upgrade, it can evolve into an A-level epic saltwater fish fishing kit. Can this thing really be upgraded? That would be great. Dadawan immediately laughed out loud. Yichun, how do I upgrade this? Yang Ming'er seemed a little worried. Yes, Brother Yi, if we finally catch 20 sea-level sea fish, but we don't have the materials needed for upgrading, then it would be a waste of time. Yichin shrugged his shoulders, looking calm. Let's make the best of it. No matter what the result is, we have to go fishing anyway, so why think too much? Yichin's words were very true. Putting aside the high-level sea fish of grades B, A, and S, the rewards of grade D and CC fish alone are enough to make a fortune. D-level rare marine fish, unlimited number 12 island coins per fish. C-level outstanding marine fish, 100 fish 60 island coins per fish. Look at the rewards this system gives. The reward for this C-level outstanding marine fish alone is worth 6,000 island coins, not to mention the unlimited number of D-level rare marine fish. That's fine. You don't have to take the S-grade and A-grade ones. We'll take all 100 C-grade ones for 6,000 island coins. Ha ha ha. Dad Awan had long forgotten the frustration of not being able to catch the shark. Can we get some sleep now? Yichin had been panting heavily for a long time. I'm so miserable now. I sleep well every day and am woken up by my 3 accomplices. It is really not easy to meet the old man Zhou Gong. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Just sign in. You're already awake. Here we go again. It turns out that now browsing the island mall, checking recycling tasks, and signing in daily have become a trinity. Once you do the first thing, there will be a second thing. Once you do the second thing, there will be a third thing. The key point is that these things are done in the middle of the night. Yichan is really tired. Okay, sign in, who's going first? Yichan now just wants to get into bed as soon as possible. I'll do it. Dad Awan volunteered. Yichan blinked at him. Dad Awan looked at Yichan with a silly smile. Have to. I see. I signed for another piece of crap. Next. Yichan never had much hope for Dad Awan. Ding, the Yang Ming'er you recruited signed in successfully and obtained the C-level, Zhu-level material, a can of sea fish bait. When Yichun heard the system broadcast, his eyes lit up instantly. Even though it's just a C-rank thing, it's a marine fish bait. This thing sounds great. Sure enough, after reading the instructions, Yichun gave Yang Ming'er a thumbs up. A can of C-grade, Zhu-level marine fish bait. 500 grams of special marine fish bait, which can greatly increase the probability of catching high-level marine fish, and the probability of catching B-grade and below marine fish increases by 100%. Awesome, this thing is exactly what I need. Sister Ming'er, you are amazing. You can sign whatever brother you wants. You two are really in sync. Dilly's words came from the bottom of her heart. But this sounds a bit. The atmosphere in the RV became a little ambiguous. Ahem. Dilly, please sign in. In order to prevent the weird atmosphere from continuing to ferment, Yichin coughed twice and signaled Dilly to continue signing in. Wait, boss. Didn't we get a perfect grade, B mushroom last time, that can increase the probability of S-grade sign-in? Let the beautiful Dilly eat it and try to get another S-grade legendary material. Dad Awan has a good memory. If this guy hadn't mentioned this, Yichin would have really forgotten about it. B-grade perfect mushrooms, an unexpected harvest last time. It seems I've been hiding them all along. Who made this girl Dilly seem to be very resistant to this thing? Brother Yi, I don't want to eat. Dilly shook her hands repeatedly. Yichin had forgotten about this, but she had not forgotten it. She just didn't mention it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Dad Awan remembered it at this moment. Yi-chun turned his gaze to Yang Ming'er, who was standing beside him. Yang Ming'er still has to do the ideological work on this matter. It would be really disgraceful if word got out that a grown man like me was forcing a cute girl to eat mushrooms. Yang Ming'er understood what she meant and walked slowly to Dilly. Xiao Di, this can increase the probability by 5% after all, and it's an S-level material. Look, you have the best sign-in probability among us. Well, Sister Ming'er, I can also leave some for you to eat tomorrow. Think about it. I already have a 28% chance of signing in for S-level supplies, so I don't need these 5 points. You guys are only in the single digits, and 5 more points would be a qualitative leap. Yang Ming'er was a little stunned after hearing this. Originally, I was trying to fool others, but in the end, it seemed that the other party was fooling me. Yichen glanced at Yang Ming'er with a wry smile and gave the girl a look. What that means is, I don't care. I'll leave the deception to you. Dilly seemed to think that dragging Yang Ming'er into the water was not enough and pointed the finger at Yi-chun. Brother Yi, you haven't signed in yet. You can eat too. Your sign-in level is the highest. With an extra 5%, you might be able to get S-level supplies. Well, Yi-chun now understands what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. After this round of wandering, I became the target of being fooled. Yi-chun glanced at the 3 people helplessly. Dadawan took several steps back, waved his hands repeatedly, and pointed at himself and said, I've already signed in and I'm at the lowest sign-in level, so it's not worth it for me. Yi-chun was speechless. Why is it so difficult to lead my team? At the critical moment, my little brothers are always selling out to me, the boss. Dilly, if you eat it, 28% and 33% are also a qualitative leap. The probability can be increased to 1/3. The probability of getting S-level legendary materials is much higher. This thing belongs to you. Yi-chun simply frowned. It's just a scam. Who wouldn't do it? If you try to persuade me with your emotions and reason, I will just use force. I'm the boss. You have to listen to me. Dilly looked at Yang Ming'er with a bitter face and pleadingly. Yang Ming'er shrugged, looking helpless. Poor Dilly was really at a loss and could only swallow the ugly-looking mushroom in one gulp with a bitter face. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has signed in successfully, and you have obtained the S-level legendary material, the top-level marine fishing kit. Wow! Chapter 123, 2 S-level legendary supplies a day. Each and almost jumped 3 feet high. The 4 of them immediately gathered together to check out this S-level legendary sea fishing kit. S-level legendary marine fish catching kit. Can be used to catch marine fish of S-level and below, and has a very low chance of catching super S-level God-given material gem starfish. Dilly, you are so amazing. Boss, now we can really go catch sharks tomorrow. Ha 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 ha, baby shark, Grandpa is coming to catch you. 30,000 island coins. Get ready to put them into Grandpa's wallet. The dream of catching a shark, which had been shattered, suddenly came back. Yi-chun himself was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. It seems that it was a good idea to sign in so late at night. If I had missed it and left it until tomorrow, I really don't know when I would be able to catch this S-level legendary sea fish. Good, great. Mushrooms, I was right, didn't I? Don't underestimate these mushrooms. They are very useful at the critical moment. Yi-chun immediately shamelessly attributed the credit to the B-grade perfect mushroom. Dilly still has a bitter face. This mushroom is really not very delicious. What's more, it is eaten raw. Boss, you haven't signed in yet. Hurry up and sign in. Maybe it's another S-level legendary material. The big roll has brought me back to life, and I'm no longer sleepy at all. That evening, 3 out of 4 people signed in for 2 things related to tomorrow's sea fishing. It's really exciting. Sign in. Yi-chun did not hesitate and immediately asked to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining S-level legendary materials. Treasure map fragment 1/8. Wow, the 4th fragment. Now, the 4 people in the car became even more excited. That night, he obtained 2 pieces of S-level legendary materials, and each one was what he expected. There are 8 treasure map fragments, and I have already got 4 of them. Yi-chun asked Yang Ming'er to take out the remaining 3 fragments again. I tried to piece the 4 fragments together. Look, this one today seems to be able to be combined with the 2nd and 3rd ones. Yi-chun soon discovered something. The previous 3 pictures seem to have nothing to do with each other, but today's picture combines the previous 2. This place seems to have 2 islands, and they're quite close to each other. The 2 girls also nodded repeatedly. We still have too little time and distance to go out to sea. We still can't find the island where the treasure is in advance with just this fragmented treasure map. Minger, put away for now. At present, it is still a bit wishful thinking to find the island where the treasure map is located with these 4 pieces of treasure map fragments. Although Yi Chun and his group were among the top survivors in terms of the number of times they had gone out to sea, due to the limited power of the motorboat, they could only operate within 20 nautical miles at most. How big this island survival world is completely unknown. There are only 2 possibilities to completely unlock the secret of the treasure map. The first is to drive a yacht across the entire island world and record the locations and topography of all the islands, and then compare them with the 4 fragments of the treasure map to find the island where the real treasure map is located. The second and most direct method is to collect 8 pieces of treasure map fragments. The system will automatically provide the island location of the treasure map, and then you just need to find it yourself. But at least for now, both the first and second methods are quite difficult. Yichen had no choice but to give up for the time being. After the 4 of them were excited for a while, they went back to their beds to sleep. After extinguishing the candle, Yi Chun fell asleep. The 2 girls fiddled with the treasure map for a while and then gradually fell asleep. Only the big guy seemed too excited and spent the whole night chatting in the chat room. The result is predictable. The next morning, Yi Chun and the 2 girls got up early. After washing up, this guy was still snoring on his wooden bed. Hey, get up, the sun is shining on your butt. Who said we were going to catch sharks today? If you don't get up now, the sharks will finish their lunch and go home to rest. Yi Chun kicked Dad Awan, who was daydreaming in annoyance. Dad Awan rubbed his eyes, saw Yi Chun standing in front of him, and scratched the back of his head with a silly smile. Boss, I had a dream. I dreamed that we were on an island full of gold mines. The island looked golden from afar. There were gold coins all over the island, each as big as a palm. I couldn't move them all. I was so tired. Well, this guy is really dreaming. Don't think about the treasure every day. Get up and eat. Ming-Er and Dilly have already prepared breakfast. Icha didn't want to listen to this guy recalling this dream in detail. The 4 of them had a very sumptuous breakfast. I guess only a rich man like Yi Chun would dare to splurge on such a breakfast. The bread weighs 2 kilograms and comes in various styles, including meat floss, ham, and cheese. These breads were collected by the girls at the stock exchange when they had nothing to do. Yi Chun would not ask about this kind of low-level material exchange at all. How much is a piece of D-grade or even E-grade bread worth? The girls also came from rich families, and with Yi Chun, a local rich man, around, they were naturally picky when buying a loaf of bread. The kind of bread that looked dry and without filling could no longer be served on the table of Yi Chun and his 3 companions. It has long been upgraded to various kinds of fancy bread. In addition to bread, Yi Chun and his 3 companions also had boiled eggs, sausage, fruit salad, and grade D drinking water for breakfast. I guess this treatment is just like what you get in the real world. Eat. Eat enough. We're going out to sea today. Eat and drink enough. If we catch one more fish, it will cost us money. Yi Chun was now worried that the 3 people in front of him were not full enough, and he wished he could give each of them a few kilograms of bread. After you have eaten and drunk enough, you can go fishing. Looking at the rewards posted by the system, Yi Chun's eyes lit up. If you catch an S-level legendary sea fish, that would be 30,000 real island coins. 30,000. Wow, this must be dozens of blocks ahead of other survivors. Putting aside the S-level legendary sea fish, it would not be bad to catch a few A-level epic sea fish or B-level perfect sea fish. These island coins are flowing into my pocket. The key issue is that I don't have to worry about anyone snatching it from me today, because it seems that only 3 of us have the sea fishing kit at the moment. But there won't be a situation like last time where everyone was so exhausted from trying to rush that they couldn't catch their breath. Sea fishes, wash yourself clean and wait for me to catch you. Chapter 124. Everyone goes out to sea to fish. After eating and drinking, Yi Chun left Xiaoha to look after the house. Naturally, the girls clamored to go along. Yi Chun is preparing for a big effort today, and the motorboat, as the main means of transportation, is naturally at the forefront. However, considering that he planned to stay at sea for a day, Yi Chun also took a kayak that he bought at high price and a bamboo raft behind the motorboat. Of course, also brought enough food. In the morning, the 2 girls caught 8 big fish. Fearing that it was not enough, they also took 3 kilograms of bread, 3 kilograms of biscuits, and also brought a few pieces of chocolate that they had looted for energy. In terms of water resources, 20 bottles of D-grade rare fresh water. He sold 20 bottles of rare D-grade fresh water at once. If the men in the chat room knew about this, they would definitely be jealous. For most survivors nowadays, D-grade fresh water is a rare treasure. Even if they are lucky enough to have a few bottles, they're saved for upgrading the sign-in system. Perhaps Yi-chun is the only one who doesn't take this rare D-grade fresh water seriously. Who made me have a purifier? Everything was ready. Yi-chun brought the albatross Xiaotian, a peep scope, 2 sets of sea fish fishing kits, 2 or 3 bottles of sea fish bait, a telescope, and a compass for finding people. Anyway, all useful materials are put into use. Today, this recycling system is so powerful that Yi-chun made a rough estimate. If you're lucky enough and catch all the sea fish of grade C and above, you will earn more than 60,000 island coins. 60,000 island coins. Thinking of this number, even Yi-chun, who is usually calm, felt his heart beat faster. Although these 60,000 island coins are still not enough if I upgrade the sign-in system, there are many things I can do with 60,000 island coins. Some scarce materials, such as blueprints and A-level epic equipment, can be pocketed by oneself. The most important thing is that it can allow Bug Dilly to upgrade. Go, 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 big roll, weigh anchor, aiming northwest. Thinking of this, Yi-chun waved his hand and pointed directly to the northwest. I have been to the east once last time. Although the distance is limited, at least I've been there. The west is still a virgin land for me. I have to go out to the sea to take a look no matter what. Who knows, we might find something. Dadawan didn't care that the motorboat was carrying a lot of cargo today, and he sped towards the northwest at full speed. The girls gathered around Yi-chun, staring at the missing person compass system interface in front of him. This fishing trip is certainly important, but finding the girl named Ting Ting is also one of the missions. As for the return of the god of death, Yi-chun did not hold out much hope. The motorboat sailed out 5 or 6 nautical miles, and the searching compass did not find any target, but the albatross Xiaotian took action first. With a chirp, Xiaotian leaped forward and glided towards the north, brushing against the sea surface. I also want to have wings, so I can fly freely. Dilly looked at Xiaotian heading north with envy. Flying has been the dream of mankind since ancient times. But unfortunately, it seems that the human being's dream of having wings and flying freely is still difficult to achieve. Don't be discouraged. It may not be possible in the real world, but it may not be possible in this island world. Yi-chun patted Dilly's shoulders and comforted her. Brother Yi, is it possible that the island world still allows us to fly? Yi-chun pointed at himself and answered confidently. Don't forget, I'm the one who has signed in for skills. Skills? That's right, Xiaoti. Yi-chun seems to have signed in 2 skills. Now he can run very fast and dive. These are impossible in the real world. Who knows? Maybe we can really fly. Thinking of Yi-chun's 2 amazing skills, Yang Ming'er also became excited. Have confidence. As long as you have a dream, the salted fish can fly up, roll up big, move at full speed, catch up with Xiaotian, and prepare to catch fish. Encouraged by Dilly, Yi-chun continued to focus on the main task of catching sea fish. Xiaotian flew forward alone, and he must have discovered something. As long as you catch up with Xiaotian and lock the location of the school of sea fish, you can use the peephole and sea fish catching kit to show your skills. 5 minutes later, the motorboat stopped 150 meters south of Xiaotian's hovering position. Turn off the engine and move forward by inertia. Ming'er, Dilly, get ready to grab weapons. At Yi-chun's command, the motorboat turned off the engine and began to move forward using inertia. It's also a good time to give the motorboat a rest and charge it at the same time. Today the sun is shining brightly and the sky is clear. As long as there is enough time, the battery power of the jet ski will not be a problem. Yi-chun even studied the weather thoroughly before going out, and was even prepared to spend money to buy good weather if he found that the weather would change. But today's weather is very good and visibility is quite far. Yi-chun didn't even use a telescope or a peephole. He discovered 2 or 3 sea fish swimming on the ocean surface through the sea surface. Boss, it's quite big. There are several of them, including the bottom one. As the motorboat continued to approach the area where Xiaotian was hovering, the school of sea fish became more and more visible. There were as many as 10 sea fish visible to the naked eye. Through the peephole, Yi-chun discovered that there was a group of sea fish swimming around 7 or 8 meters deep in the sea. Dadawan, you cast the B-class net first and do a good job of intercepting the outer circle. Ming'er, Dilly, cast the S-class fishing net after the motorboat enters the circle. Yi-chun is a rich man now, so let alone a sea fishing kit. For most survivors, it is quite difficult to catch a freshwater fish. On the other hand, Yi-chun not only has a sea fish fishing kit, but also 2 sets, one of which is an S-level legendary sea fish fishing kit. It's really enviable. Dadawan immediately obeyed Yi Chen's instructions, stepped down from the driving position, and started working as a fisherman. Although the B-level perfect fishing kit is not as good as the S-level legendary one, the area covered by the fishing net is not small when it is fully spread out. Soon, the fishing net covered the entire area where Xiaotian was hovering. The motorboat is still moving forward using inertia. When the motorboat entered the fishing circle, Yi Chen gave the order and the S-level legendary fishing net began to be spread into the sea. 2 layers of fishing nets formed 2 solid lines of defense. Boss, shall we do it? I've seen several. Dadawan was already impatient, just waiting for Yi Chen's order, and the harpoon in his hand was ready to move. Action! Following Yi Chen's order, the 4 of them took action separately. Yi Chen and the 2 girls began to lift the net, while Dadawan pulled up the harpoon and aimed at the target he had already observed. So many fish. As the fishing net was lifted, the fish that had been hiding beneath the sea surface gradually emerged. Look at my divine fork! Dadawan plunged his fork into the water without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully caught a C-grade excellent sea fish, weighing 2 kilograms. Another forkful. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully caught a C-grade excellent sea fish, weighing 2.5 kilograms. Chapter 125, 500 kilograms of mutton. In less than 10 minutes, 6 or 7 C-grade and outstanding sea fish were caught. The 3 of them acted so quickly that Yi Chen was exhausted. I simply can't handle it all by myself. Although this sea fish was stabbed by a fork, it was still alive and kicking. To others, they were just ordinary fish, but to Yi Chen, what jumped up are not fish but coins. 60 island coins, another 60 island coins. Dadawan and the 2 girls were also very happy. Who cares whether I'm tired or not at that moment? My hands and feet are very nimble. The poor wretch in the chat room was a different story. What kind of recycling system is this? Yesterday, it was silver, or today it's sea fish. Recycling your sister. Yeah, I can't even catch freshwater fish, and I only have a low-quality secondhand axe. Why is it so difficult to earn some island coins? Another poor day. The chat room was filled with complaints. Yesterday, the recycling system wanted silver ore. Not to mention these survivors, even a big shot like Yi Chen gave up directly. The result is clear. Grade C silver or 500 kilograms, with a total recycling value of nearly 10,000 island coins, was wasted. When everyone is looking forward to the arrival of a new day, the recycling system could be more powerful. As a result, the system announced another item of supplies that most people cannot handle. Hey, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. I can't afford anything in this island mall. I have to rely on these pitiful system rewards every day to make a living. It's so sad. Yes, the things sold in this island mall are more expensive than one another. A few days ago, there was a special offer for fresh water, but today, only C-grade and excellent mutton is on sale. I'm going home to sleep. Oh, everyone in the chat room started to back off. If you don't have the ability to make money, you're even less capable of spending it. Yi Chen had seen today's island mall as soon as he woke up in the morning. There are not many meaningful supplies. The special product is C-grade mutton. The original price is 70 island coins per kilogram, and the special price is 35 island coins per kilogram. Everyone worked hard to catch fish, and we'll have a big dinner tonight. In order to boost morale, Yi Chen shouted loudly, "Boss, don't worry. I promise I'll make 100,000 today." This guy Dadawan doesn't need any motivation at all. Fishing is his passion. Brother Yi, what kind of feast is this? Isn't what we eat every day considered a feast? While Dilly was helping Dadawan and Yang Ming'er to spear fish, she asked Yi Chen curiously. In her eyes, ever since she followed Yi Chen, she had been having a feast every day. When she was kidnapped by those 2 bad men, she really had no food to eat. On the other hand, Yi Chen can eat a lot of breakfast, and as for lunch and dinner, he often has 6 or 7 big fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds, either grilled or with fish soup. If she continues to eat like this, Dilly is a little worried about her weight. Now, my brother, you want to have a feast again? Could it be that there's a new way to eat this seawater fish? Yang Ming'er used her fork again and caught a 2-kilogram sea-level Zhuiyue grade C fish. She also looked at Yi Chen curiously. Yi Chen, what kind of feast is this? Sea fish. Yang Ming'er pointed at the sea fish she had forked. Yi Chen waved his hand calmly and said disapprovingly, "Of course we have to have sea fish, but it's been so many days, we should change our taste." Change flavor? Boss, what flavor do you want to change? This is the 8th sea fish that has been brought onto Dadajuan's boat. Yichun calmly opened the interface of the island mall and pointed to the product on sale today. Mutton. The three of them shouted in unison. Yichun nodded and said calmly, "What's the point of always eating fish? Everyone is doing physical work today, so we must have a big meal to nourish ourselves. Eating mutton can warm up the blood, replenish the kidneys, replenish the body, and stimulate appetite and strengthen the body. Brother Yi, do you know how to maintain your health?" Yichun spoke in a very impressive manner about a lot of principles of Chinese medicine and health preservation. Mutton is good. Lamb is good. I like grilled lamb, chops the best. They're so delicious. When Dadawan heard that they were going to have mutton tonight, his saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. Then hurry up and go fishing. If you don't catch 100 fish today, you won't have any mutton to eat. Yichun simply climbed up the pole. Okay, hey boss, if we catch more than 100 today, what's the reward? Dadawan looked at Yichun hopefully. I'm putting it here. For every 2 C grade or higher sea fish I catch, I'll buy an extra kilogram of mutton. There's no upper limit. If I can catch an A grade epic sea fish, I'll buy 50 kilograms of mutton in seconds. I'll keep you full. Hey boss, what if we catch an S-class legendary sea fish? Dadawan is still dreaming about his dream of catching a shark. 500 kilograms. Yichun was not stingy and directly quoted a price of 500 kilograms. Yang Ming-er and Dilly were stunned and stood there for a long time without moving. Dadawan was now in high spirits, and his hands and feet became more nimble. Yichun, 500 kilograms of mutton. What do we need so much mutton for? As a housekeeper, Yang Ming-er was obviously a little worried about financial expenditures. 500 kilograms of mutton. Even if this C-grade excellent mutton is half price today, it still costs 17,500 island coins. This seems like too big a deal. To boost morale, we have to be generous. Besides, if we really catch an S-level legendary sea fish, the system reward will be 30,000 island coins. I will spend 17,500 to reward you. It's worth it. The boss is mighty. Long live the boss. Dadawan cheered immediately. Yes, Sister Ming-er, don't worry. If we really catch an S-level sea fish, we will be rich. Besides, we still have a refrigerator. 500 kilograms of mutton should be able to fit in it. Maybe the system will buy it back at a high price tomorrow, and we will make a fortune. Dilly looked at Yang Ming-er with a smile, and when Yang Ming-er wasn't paying attention, she winked at Yichun. The meaning is very clear, Brother Yi. I am just cooperating with you in acting. Dilly is a smart girl, and she had long realized that Yichun was just trying to boost morale. This S-level legendary sea fish is not so easy to catch. Do you really think that you can catch S-level legendary marine fish immediately just because you have an S-level legendary marine fish fishing kit? There's so many people who can type, but how many of them have you seen become writers? There's so many people who can sing, but how many of them have you seen become professional singers? Everything depends on the right time, the right place, and the right people. Yichun and Dilly are still performing a duet here. Suddenly, Dadawan started shouting loudly. Big fish, there is a big fish. Yichun was dumbfounded. Could it be that the S-class legendary sea fish has really arrived? Chapter 126, A Level Epic Salmon. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully caught an A-level epic salmon, weighing 10 kilograms. It seems that it is not the S-class legendary sea fish that everyone dreams of, but an A-grade epic sea fish is enough to make everyone excited. Yichun, salmon? It's a 20-gene salmon. Yang Ming-er is a big fan of eating sashimi. When she heard that Dadawan was going to sell a 20-gene salmon, she was surprised and delighted. Boss, I'm awesome, right? Dadawan has a face full of pride. An A-grade marine fish would cost 3,000 island coins. Yichun glanced at the remaining value on the recycling interface. C-class excellent marine fish, 100/100. B-grade perfect marine fish, 30/30ths. A-level epic marine fish, 5/5ths. S-level legendary sea fish, 1/1. There was no movement at all. Obviously, for the vast majority of survivors, there are only a handful of people who have the ability to catch marine fish. Not to mention catching marine fish of grade C and above. After putting away the epic A-grade salmon, the four of them continued to work. Until noon. The four of them filled the pots, pans, and bowls they brought with them with sea fish. Dilly even spent a lot of money to buy 3 or 4 plastic buckets from the exchange. Unfortunately, Although there are many sea fish, there are no high-quality ones. The highest grade is a B-grade perfect sea fish. There are countless marine fish of grade C and below. Boss, we have caught so many sea fish. What should we do if we can't put them all down? Dadawan scratched the back of his head with a headache. Yichun was also helpless. He had never thought about this problem. Well, if we can't catch them again in half an hour, we'll go home first and have something to eat on the shore. We'll come back in the afternoon. Since he had limited space to store the sea fish, Yichun had to prepare to call it a day. Yang Ming'er and Di Li fiddled with it for a while before they freed up 2 plastic buckets. Wow, Dilly made a rough estimate and there were at least 100 of them. Although there are no high-level marine fish, the system will accept any D-level marine fish, 12 island coins per fish, which is a fair price. At the moment, Yichun no longer expected Dadawan to achieve anything more. I just wanted to go home. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the albatross Shoutian began to circle faster and faster, flapping its wings and humming softly. I saw that the circling range was getting smaller and smaller. When Dadawan saw this, he suddenly screamed, "Boss, there's a fish. A really big fish." At this moment, the motorboat shook violently. What's going on? Yichun was also stunned. The sea around seemed to be getting rough. Did I encounter a sea monster? Yichun is still here, daydreaming. Dadawan pointed in the direction where Shoutian was circling and shouted, "Shark! It's a shark!" Yichun immediately picked up the peephole that he had thrown aside. It seemed that only a fish fin was seen. The system has a prompt. Whale shark, a super S-level God-given shark, a giant fish weighing 20 tons. After reading the system message, Yichun almost stumbled and fell into the sea. 20 tons. Catching this 20-ton shark is a fantasy. Turn around, get away from here. Yichun is not stupid. He doesn't care about what he is doing now. The most important thing is to escape. This is why, just by seeing the other party's fish fin, such a big commotion was caused, and one's own boat was almost capsized. Boss, why don't you catch it? Dadawan had a bewildered look on his face. He had already rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to get down to work. Fuck you, turn around and go back to the camp. This guy is still thinking about catching a whale shark. Yichun just hopes that the whale shark won't come and catch him. It's a 20-ton thing. My motorboat, kayak, small bamboo raft, all my belongings, and the 4 of us together are not enough to push it away. The only solution now is to escape now. When will you escape? Yichun didn't have time to deal with Dadawan and sat in the driver's seat by himself. The motorboat made a 180-degree turn in an instant. Just as the motorboat left the circle of fish, I only heard the sound of roaring waves behind me. The 4 of them looked back reflexively. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. An enormous shark leaped out of the sea, creating waves that were more than 10 meters high. Fortunately, my motorboat was fast enough, otherwise I would have been blown into the sea by the huge waves. Now Dadawan, who had been clamoring to catch sharks, was completely silent. The 2 girls looked terrified. Do you really think that you can dominate the sea just because you have an S-level sea fishing kit? It's still unclear who is catching whom. The 4 returned to their camp the same way they came, still in shock. Fortunately, the harvest this time was quite significant. There were several buckets filled with sea fish of all sizes. A cart was dragged over and 4 men began to unload the goods. After an hour of hard work, we finally moved all the sea fish on the motorboat to the back of the cave. You guys take a rest. I'm going to hand in the supplies. Yichun didn't expect the 4 people who were still frightened to go out to sea again immediately. He opened the recycling system himself and started handing in supplies. 48 rare D-level marine fish were surrendered and 576 island coins were harvested. 19 C-grade excellent marine fish were surrendered and 1,140 island coins were harvested. 2 B-grade perfect sea fish were surrendered and 700 island coins were obtained. 1 A-level epic sea fish was surrendered, and 3,000 island coins were harvested. A total of 5,416 island coins were harvested. Yichun didn't have time to take care of the remaining dozens of E-level ordinary sea fish, so he threw them on the ground casually. Anyway, the sea fish that went out to sea were already dead. The recycling system has updated the remaining value. D-level rare marine fish, infinity. C-class excellent marine fish, 81/100. B-grade perfect sea fish, 28/30. A-level epic sea fish, 4/5. S-level legendary sea fish, 1/1. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of Yichun and his 3 colleagues, the recycling system was finally updated. As soon as the system was updated, All the survivors in the island survival world were in an uproar. What's going on? The remaining value didn't change at all just now. How come it suddenly decreased so much? Yes, even an A-level epic sea fish is missing. 3,000 island coins for one. That's 3,000 island coins. These sea fish couldn't all be caught by one person. How many island coins did he earn? Everyone was surprised and envious. Could it be again? Boss Sun and Moon. Chapter 127. Going out to sea to fish again. The well-informed crowd now collectively thought of the great god of the sun, moon, and stars without hesitation. Everyone was used to it. After all, for Boss Sun and Moon, there was nothing he couldn't do. As long as there is any disturbance in this system, it is basically related to the sun, moon, and stars. Boss, why are so many people private messaging me? My personal mailbox is about to explode. Yichin shrugged calmly. He had foresight and had closed his private email before handing over the supplies. Now that's good. The many gossipers who couldn't find Yichin sent private messages to Dewan as if by reflex. Don't worry about them. Let's grill this sea fish. You can't eat salmon anymore, but grilled sea fish is still fine. For the next half hour, no matter how noisy people were in the chat room, Yichun and his 3 companions leisurely grilled the sea fish. I have to say, even though this sea fish is dead, it is still fresher and more delicious than freshwater fish. Boss, this fish is not big, but it tastes really good. The meat is tender and has an excellent taste. After we finish eating, let's go catch some more. It seemed that Dewan had found food and had long forgotten about the previous encounter with a whale shark that almost capsized his motorboat. Aren't you afraid that the boat will capsize and you'll fall into the sea? What are you afraid of? Besides, there's still more than half of the remaining value of this recycling system. We have just taken a small part, and the big part is still to come. How can we give up so easily? Yichin naturally would not give up easily. I haven't even received the grand prize of 30,000 island coins yet. So how could I let it go just like that? Just now, my luck was just over the top. I didn't encounter any S-level legendary sea fish, but instead encountered a super S-level God-given whale shark. We are not afraid either. We will go too. When the 2 girls saw Yi Chun and Dadawan getting ready to set off again, they immediately raised their hands to sign up. Yi Chun did not expect that after eating a meal of sea fish, the people who were originally frightened by the super S-level God-given whale shark seemed to have regained the feeling of catching fish. It turns out that this sea fish can also increase courage. The 4 of them said no more. Each picked up their weapons and went in a battle again. This time, Yichin simply went for the big one, because he was worried that there wouldn't be enough buckets and no place to put the sea fish. Then just donate the kayak. This bucket is big enough. After feeding the great contributor, the albatross Xiaotian, the 4 set out again. Although there were a lot of sea fish at the fishing spot in the morning, firstly, I'd already caught most of them, and secondly, there were whale sharks there, so for safety reasons, I decided not to go there. Anyway, there's such a vast sea that you won't have to worry about not finding other schools of fish. I have to say, man is made of iron and food is made of steel. When you're well fed and well drinked, you will be energetic in doing anything. Even the albatross Xiaotian is the same. Not long. Xiaotian soared into the sky and flapped his wings towards the northwest. Get ready to work. As Xiaotian left, Yichin yelled. The 4 of them took their positions. Chirp! The motorboat, moving at full speed, soon spotted Xiaotian circling on the sea ahead. Cast nets to mark the territory and used spears to catch fish. With the experience gained in the morning, the 4 of them were able to catch the sea fish with ease. Boss, why aren't there any B-grade perfect sea fish? After fishing for a long time, Dadawan had a lot of catches, but he didn't catch any high-quality marine fish. Be patient. Yi-chan is not as impatient as Dadawan. This high-level marine fish is not a roadside weed that you can encounter whenever you want. Fishing has always required patience. The girls are calmer than this guy. They work mechanically and hard without complaint. Soon, the kayak towed behind the motorboat was filled with half of the sea fish. Dadawan was quite dissatisfied with this result. I'm not here to catch these small fish. My target is the S-level legendary big fish. Of course, he himself couldn't enjoy that super S-level God-given whale shark. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and quite a few sea-level excellent sea fish were caught, a total of 50, but only 2 B-level perfect sea fish were caught, and no A-level epic sea fish were caught, let alone S-level legendary sea fish. Boss, this place is not good. Dadawan started scratching his head early in the morning. Yichin glanced at the albatross Xiaotian. This little guy was very patient. Although he would stay on the side of the boat for a while from time to time and ask Yi-chun and the others for food, he spent most of the time circling and had no intention of leaving. Wait a little longer. If there are really no fish, Xiao Tian will tell us. You must trust your pet 100%. Dilly felt a little sorry for Xiao Tian and tried calling him twice, but Xiao Tian still hovered there stubbornly. Okay, Dad Awan responded weakly. On the other hand, they have started to get a little lazy. Yi-chun didn't say much. Instead, he signaled the three of them to take a proper rest. Doing one action for a long time is really boring and tiring. Fuck, boss, this stupid Grim Reaper is provoking us again. When Dadawan was being lazy, he did not forget to take a look around the chat room. As soon as I entered the chat room, I found that my archenemy seemed to be shouting in the chat room. The four of them simply put down the tools in their hands and opened the chat room interface. As expected, this return of death would feel itchy all over if he wasn't beaten for 3 days. Diesel, this is the only place in the island survival world that sells diesel. Don't miss it if you pass by. Logically speaking, your selling of diesel has nothing to do with Yi-chun. After all, this chat room and exchange are open places, with no restrictions on speech and no fees charged. However, this guy didn't forget to mention the names of sun, moon, and stars after his hawking. Once you miss this opportunity, you will never see this shop again. They don't sell the sun, moon, stars, and dogs. After hearing this, Dad Awan was furious. You idiot, you're not dead yet. When Dad Awan showed up, the chat room, which was originally deserted, suddenly became lively. Boss Dad Awan, we've already scolded this stupid dog. It looks like this guy is deaf. That's right, I've scolded him many times. This guy can only copy and paste. He has no creativity. Boss Dad Awan, please remember to tell Boss Sun and Moon. I will follow Boss Sun and Moon's lead. These sycophants. Yi-chun was no longer surprised. Do you really think they are standing up for you? You're overthinking it. They just have their own wishful thinking. Don't pay attention to him. Just let him be. Yi-chun remained calm. It was obvious that the other party was just copying and pasting. He estimated that even if Dad Awan kept scolding him until late at night, the other party would not be able to see it. That's too abominable, boss. We'll just leave it alone. Yi-chun shrugged. Many things in this world are not what you want them to be. Instead of getting angry for no reason, it is better to do something practical. Several people were talking to each other intermittently. Suddenly, the motorboat shook violently. Brother Yi, something's wrong. Dilly pointed in the direction of Xiao Tian and shouted. Chapter 128. S-Class Legendary Sea Fish Appears. Yi-chun wanted to turn the boat around reflexively, fearing that the daunting super S-level God-given whale shark would come to disrupt the situation again. I know myself well enough to know that I don't have the strength to provoke this 20-ton giant, nor do I think of overestimating my own abilities and trying to catch it. If I really encounter this situation again, I really can't think of any other way except to run away. Sure. At this time, Xiao Tian began to attack in the direction of the original school of fish. Brother Yi, Xiao Tian seems to have discovered something. Dilly was the first to notice Xiao Yan's abnormal behavior. Yi-chun immediately handed the steering wheel of the motorboat to Dad Awan and put on a goggles and looked in the direction of Xiao Tian. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. S-level legendary shark discovered. Thresher shark, juvenile, 0.8 meters long, 16 kilograms in weight. Finally, the S-Class legendary shark has appeared. It's a shark. Everyone be careful. Yi-chun shouted loudly. Shark, shark? The two girls involuntarily took a step back. Yi-chun, it's a shark again. Should we change places? No need to change. This time we are going to catch it. Fishing. The two girls were a little stunned. In their eyes, this shark was not someone to be trifled with, just like the 20-ton whale shark they had seen before. They estimated that if their motorboat was even slightly bumped against, the four of them would all die together. All right, I'll go get him. Only Dad Awan got excited when he heard the word shark. Brother Yi, can this really be caught? Dilly still seemed very worried. Yes, this is a great opportunity God has given us. We must seize it. Boss, what's the chance? Dad Awan looked confused. It was an immature shark, 80 centimeters long and weighing 16 kilograms. If we miss a shark of this size, we may never meet a suitable shark to catch again. Yi-chun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Everyone wants to catch an S-level or even super S-level sea fish, but after seeing the power of the super S-level God-given whale shark, Yi-chun finally understood what it meant to do things within one's ability. The recycling system offered 30,000 island coins, and that was no random price. I guess S-level sea fish are not easy to mess with. They were either huge in size or extremely aggressive. Even if their group had the help of an S-class legendary fishing artifact, it would still be very difficult to catch an adult shark. Take this juvenile thresher shark, for example. Even though it is only 80 centimeters long, it still weighs 16 kilograms. Anyone who has fished knows that when fish are in the water, they are very strong. Don't be fooled by its mere 16 kilograms weight. It's not easy to catch it. The two girls understood immediately. If he wanted to get the recycling reward of 30,000 island coins, he had to get this underage thresher shark. If you miss this one, it will be extremely difficult to catch other adult sharks. The four of them took their positions, picked up their tools, and prepared to fish. Xiaoyan's attack was more of an entanglement of the opponent, making it impossible for him to escape easily. Dilly was in charge of guarding the outer defense line, keeping a close eye on the outer layer of the perfect B-grade fishing net. Yang Ming'er was responsible for continuously reducing the radius of the inner fishing net and driving the shark towards the center of the fishing net. Dadawan picked up the harpoon with a shark hook and was ready to spear at any time. This first fork is very important. If you miss, you might alert the snake. No matter how small this thresher shark is still a shark. If it really jumps up, I'm afraid these two fishing nets may not be able to defend against it. Yi-chan kept adjusting the position of the motorboat, his eyes constantly observing the movements of the thresher shark. Big volume, 2 o'clock ready. When Yi-chan waited for Xiaoyan to launch another harassment attack, he shouted at Dadawan. Okay. Dadawan couldn't wait any longer. Attack. Yi-chan gave the order. Dadawan picked up the harpoon in his hand and stabbed it hard. This fork was launched with great force, and both the direction and strength of the attack were just right. Hit the thresher shark right in the belly. It's hit. It's hit. The two girls cheered loudly. Just when everyone thought the game was over, the thresher shark suddenly swept its tail towards the motorboat. The motorboat immediately began to vibrate violently. Dadawan staggered, lost his balance, and fell backwards. Now the harpoon in my hand is also lost. Oops! Yi-chan shouted that it was not good. Once the harpoon is thrown, the shark will run away. Yi-chan, no, it has jumped over the first layer of fishing nets. Yang Ming'er was lying on the right side of the motorboat, but because her center of gravity was low, she did not fall. However, the sudden vibration of the motorboat still made Yang Ming'er relax his grip, and the thresher shark took the opportunity to jump out of the first line of defense. Dilly, who was guarding the second line of defense, didn't seem to be in any better condition. It was already quite difficult for Dilly's small body to control such a large fishing net. Now, the motorboat shook, and the second fishing net she was controlling began to fall over like her. Seeing that the young thresher shark that was about to be caught was about to escape, the two girls could only worry. Boss, it's running away, running away. Don't let it run away, it's my 30,000 island coins. Dadawan was so anxious that he jumped up and down. 30,000 island coins is not a lot, and it is not enough for Yi-chan to upgrade the sign-in system to the next level, but it is not a small amount either. At least I can let my 3 friends upgrade to the level 6 sign-in system together. If you choose to use supplies to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, the cost will be far more than 8,000 island coins. Yi-chan had already made up his mind to use island coins to upgrade. Well, a shark can completely solve the difficult problem in front of him, especially this girl Dilly. Yi-chan is now determined to help her upgrade, and he wishes she could directly upgrade to level 10. This girl's bug check-in rate must be promoted. If I could really upgrade to level 10, wouldn't I be able to get an S-level legendary item every day? By that time, I'll probably wake up laughing in my dreams. However, before he could even begin to realize his great dream, he was slapped back to square one. Are you going to just run away with the 30,000 island coins you earned? Although the thresher shark was seriously injured, the fork hit the shark hard, piercing its abdomen. However, if the injured shark was allowed to escape from his fishing net, it would be a real-life version of fish in water, bird in forest. It would be extremely difficult to catch it again. With a plop sound, just when Dawan, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly were all focusing on the shark that was about to break out, they heard a sound of a figure falling into the water. When I looked back, I found Yi-chan is missing. Chapter 129. Good at swimming is a sign of excellence. The three of them looked toward the water and immediately understood. Yi-chan did not disappear, but jumped into the sea. Yi-chan, what are you doing? Come up quickly. Big Wan, hurry up. Use the harpoon to pull Brother Yi up. The two girls were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. My harpoon fell into the sea. Dadawan had no strength to use it, because his harpoon had slipped away. After a while, Yi-chun emerged from the sea, waved at the three people, and said briefly, "I'm fine." Immediately afterwards, the three of them saw Yi-chun sinking into the water again. "I remember now, brother Yi has skills." Dilly still reacted the fastest. Yes, diving skills. Yi-chun has diving skills." Yang Ming-er seemed to have remembered that Yi-chun had once signed in for his diving skills. "Boss, you're awesome, boss. You're a mighty boss. If you have time, please help me find my harpoon." After flattering the emperor, Datawan did not forget his harpoon. In less than 10 seconds, Yi-chun appeared again, and his figure had already entered the center of the fishing net. This swimming speed is truly amazing. "Harpoon, go ahead." What surprised the three people even more was that Yi-chun had actually found the harpoon that Datawan had dropped. It only took a dozen seconds. The efficiency is amazing. In fact, finding the harpoon had nothing to do with Yi-chun's diving skills. It was just that the harpoon happened to be stuck in the fishing net. Yi-chun, who dived underwater, easily found the harpoon. Datawan took the harpoon. The fishing artifact was obtained again, and now Datawan has regained his fighting power. Yi-chun has already started work here. The injured thresher shark pup makes its third attempt to escape the second net. Just when he was about to return to the embrace of the sea, his long tail, which he was so proud of, was suddenly grabbed by someone. Yi-chun nimbly grabbed the tail of the thresher shark and pulled the shark back that was about to escape. Dilly and Yang Ming-er on the motorboat took this opportunity to set up the fishing net again. Datawan drove the motorboat closer to the shark, grabbed the harpoon in his right hand, and started attacking. "Big One, be careful, don't hurt Yi-chun." When Yang Ming-er saw Dajuan's look, she was afraid that he would be too ruthless and kill Yi-chun as well. That would be a disaster. Yi-chun relied on his sufficient physical strength. The thresher shark was seriously injured, so he grabbed its tail tightly and pulled it back into the fishing net. In the blink of an eye, the huge harpoon arrived. With a snap, the poor thresher shark was hit for the second time. This time it was even worse, with a fork hitting his head. Now, with a bit like crying out to heaven and earth, but no one can get any help. His abdomen had already been pierced by a fork, and his tail was tightly grasped by the man behind him who was as good at swimming as he was. His head was hit hard again. Now the thresher shark really had no strength to resist. It plopped twice between two fishing nets and had no strength to resist anymore. Ming-er Dilly closed both nets at the same time. Yi-chun was afraid that something might happen to the cooked duck, so he simply let the two girls close the net. "Brother Yi, then, what are you going to do?" Dilly, however, was a little dull. At this moment, Yi-chun is also online. If the net is closed, Yi-chun will be captured as well. This is an unprecedented story. While catching fish, he also caught a person. "I'm fine, I can dive." Yi-chun didn't care at all. He was a diving expert, so how could he be trapped by just two fishing nets? At that moment, the two girls didn't hesitate and started to close the net at the same time. At this moment, Datawan also held the harpoon tightly with both hands and dragged the dying shark towards the motorboat. Yi-chun saw that the matter was done and the shark had no chance of escaping, so he simply let go and sank to the bottom of the sea, bypassing the fishing net. The two girls successfully retrieved the fishing net, and Datawan stared at the shark until it was dragged to the side of the motorboat. Yi-chun suddenly popped up at this time, which really scared the two girls. We can only blame Yi-chun for being such a good swimmer. In just a short while, he had already bypassed the fishing net and returned to the motorboat. The next thing will be much easier. With the help of Yi-chun in the water, Dawan and the two girls successfully dragged the shark, which was already covered in wounds, onto the motorboat. "Ha ha! We finally caught a shark, an S-Class legendary shark, haha." Looking at this 80-centimeter long S-Class legendary shark lying on the motorboat, Datawan couldn't stop smiling. The shark that I've been dreaming about day and night was finally caught, and it was an S-level legendary one. Although it seems a little small in size, it does not affect the fun of fishing. The two girls were afraid that Yi-chun would stay in the water for too long and something might happen, so they immediately pulled Yi-chun onto the motorboat. Seeing that the task was completed, Yi-chun no longer coveted other sea fish. He waved in the direction of his camp and said loudly, "Call back to camp. The most valuable S-level legendary sea fish have been obtained. If we don't return to the camp now, when will we return?" Even if he had the time and energy to go out to sea again, he would have to wait until he surrendered this S-level legendary sea fish. The four of them happily drove the motorboat, towing the kayak half filled with sea fish, and quickly headed towards the camp. "Boss, we're rich now, haha, 30,000 island coins. I think all the other survivors combined probably don't have as many island coins as we do." Dadawan was eager to go dancing along the way. Yichen pondered for a moment. It seemed that what Dawan said was a bit presumptuous, but the truth was there. The island mall had only been open for a few days, and for most survivors, they only had a handful of island coins. I suddenly had an extra 30,000 island coins. I was afraid that it was really, as Dadawan said, the island coins I had alone were enough to overpower all the other survivors. Yichun, what are you going to buy with our 30,000 island coins? Yang Ming'er was also quite excited at this time. After coming to the world of survival on the island, although I met Yichun very early, my life is much better than that of other survivors. However, compared with the days when I was a big star, there's still a big gap. Although Yichun treated her and Dilly with extreme favor and gave each of them 500 island coins as pocket money after the island coin system was opened, the sensible Yang Ming'er and Dilly did not dare to spend a penny. Just recently, he returned all the island coins he had to Yichun, allowing Yichun to go to the mall to buy supplies. Now, his group suddenly had 30,000 island coins, so he really didn't have to worry about spending a little money to buy things that girls liked. The two girls looked at the direction of their camp with great joy. It seemed that they were not heading to a camp, but a princess castle. In the castle, there were countless snacks, cosmetics, dolls, and clothes of international brands. At this moment, something in Yi Chen's hand made a sound. Ding, congratulations to the host. The search compass has found the target person. Chapter 130. Discovering the third girl, Jiang Yuding. Yi Chen was also trembling with excitement. The interface of the missing person compass was opened immediately. I had entered Jiang Yuding's information into the missing person compass early in the morning, and I always carried this compass on the motorboat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuding's trace was found at this time. Big Wan, slow down. The missing person compass has found Tingting. Yichen immediately ordered Dadawan to slow down. Dadawan directly turned off the engine of the motorboat, but the motorboat still drifted forward for a distance due to inertia. The signal of the tracing compass was lost again. Where is it? Where is it? Yes, Brother Yi, where is Tingting? When the two girls heard that the missing compass had found Tingting's whereabouts, they immediately gathered around anxiously. It seems to have exceeded the 15 nautical mile range again. Yi Chan understood that this was definitely because the motorboat moved forward a certain distance due to inertia, causing the distance between the missing person compass and Tingting to exceed the upper limit of the missing person compass of 15 nautical miles again. Big Wan, do you remember that we came in this direction? I don't remember. There's nothing to refer to on the sea. It looks the same everywhere. Dadawan shook his head repeatedly. Yichen glanced at the battery level of the motorboat and found that the remaining power could allow it to travel up to 20 nautical miles. This amount of electricity is not enough to find someone by myself. Yichen looked around, hoping to find a marker to mark the location, but it was difficult to find a marker in the vast ocean. Brother Yi, I'll let Xiaotian remember it. Xiaotian seems to have the ability to do so. After saying that, Dilly whistled towards the sea. The albatross Xiaotian flew over quickly. Dilly then twisted a piece of bread and threw it on the sea, pointing to Xiaotian at the location of the bread. Chirp! Xiaotian let out a long roar towards the sky, circled the bread twice, and then dived down to eat the bread. Okay, Brother Yi, it should be fine. Xiaotian will remember it. Dilly said confidently. Yi Chun and Dadawan looked at each other in confusion. That, remember it? Yi Chun pointed at the empty sea surface doubtfully. Yes, Xiaoti, there was a piece of bread, at least there was something, but now it's all eaten, there's nothing left. Dadawan looked at the blue sea with a puzzled look on his face. The bread block cannot be used as a mark. The water surface is moving and the bread block will be washed away. Besides, other fish may eat the bread later. Xiaotian can remember the target location because he uses his special bird-like ability to distinguish directions. Dilly is worthy of being Xiaotian's true master, and seems to have completely mastered all of Xiaotian's abilities. Yichen shrugged. No matter whether it was true or not, at the moment, apart from trusting Xiaotian, Yichen could not think of any other way to mark his position on the sea. Then let's go back once, and come out later. Yang Ming'er asked. Well, the motorboat still needs to be charged. We should still have enough time. Let's hand in the supplies while the motorboat is charging. We can also replenish our own energy. Oh, Ming'er, Dilly, you two should contact Tingting as soon as possible and ask her to stay where she is now. Don't move around. Otherwise, if the distance exceeds 15 nautical miles, the compass will be useless. Yichen made some simple arrangements for the next things. Yichen himself did not expect to have such an unexpected gain today. Originally, I didn't take this finding compass too seriously. After all, it is extremely difficult to find someone in such a vast ocean. I didn't expect that I actually found it. The four of them were now more energetic. I'm so lucky today. Good things are happening all the time. 20 minutes later, the four returned to the beach in front of the cave. Dadawan turned off the motorboat and stopped it on the shore to charge. Yang Ming'er and Dilly contacted Ting Ting when they were on the motorboat. But this girl seems to be offline again and has not replied. The four of them had no choice but to roughly note down the time and wait for the other party to reply. During this period, the four of them took the time to carry the dead thresher shark to the trailer RV at the Material Distribution Center. Ding! You have successfully surrendered an S-level legendary sea fish thresher shark and obtained 30,000 island coins for recycling materials. World reported the entire island survival. The survivor's sun, moon, and star successfully surrendered an S-level legendary sea fish thresher shark and received 30,000 island coins. This system is really high profile, and Yi-chun has no chance to keep a low profile, so it directly issued a server-wide announcement. Now, the entire island survival world is completely blown up. The weight of this news even exceeds all previous news. After all, the reward of 30,000 island coins is really huge. Oh my god, I didn't see it wrong. Boss Sun and Moon actually handed over an S-level sea fish. It's a shark. I sincerely worship you. You are so awesome. You can even catch a shark. Why can't I even catch a small fish? Boss, where are you? Please have mercy on me. I want to submit to you and be your slave as long as you are willing to take me in. 30,000 island coins. I've only received 4 island coins so far. How can there be such a big difference in the way people behave? What's the point of living? There are all kinds of voices in the chat room. I can only say that this blockbuster news is really explosive. The four of them ignored these guys and hurriedly handed over the remaining D-level, C-level, and the only B-level sea fish. Once again obtained 1,200 island coins. Now the remaining value is updated again. C-level Juillet grade marine fish, 31/100. B-grade perfect marine fish, 27/30. A-level epic marine fish, 4/5. S-level legendary sea fish, 0/1. Could it be that all the sea fish handed into this system were handed in by Boss Sun and Moon? No way, this is too awesome. It can't be wrong. Look, the data has been updated now. It happened at the same time. The sharp-eyed survivors have already discovered the clues. It turns out that Yi-chun is in charge of the entire recycling system. Yi-chun really didn't want to be that high profile, but who made him so anxious to go out to sea again? In order to speed up the charging of the motorboat, Yi-chun drew electricity from the cave to charge the motorboat. The girls kept calling Ting Ting. However, I have left many messages but never got a reply from this girl, which is really frustrating. Just when the four of them were extremely anxious. This girl seems to have come online on her own. Sister Shouty, it seems that Brother Yi is on the news again. I just went out for a while. Brother Yi is really amazing. Chapter 131, 40,000 island coins. Dilly didn't react. This elusive girl suddenly reappeared. Ting Ting, where are you? Hearing Jiang Yuding's response, Yang Ming'er immediately asked, I just went to the other side of the island to scout. Go back to where you were just now, and we'll come find you in a bit. According to Yi Chen's instructions, Yang Ming'er asked Jiang Yuding to return to her previous position. No way. No. Unexpectedly, I was rejected by this little girl. I found that there seems to be someone on my island. Someone. Seeing this message, Yang Ming'er and Dilly were really shocked. Anyone? The two girls immediately informed Yi-chun of the message Jiang Yuding sent. Yi-chun was also stunned. Ask this girl where she is now in relation to where she was just now. Now the situation has changed. It might be risky to let this girl move again without knowing where on the island Jiang Yuding is. Yi-chun had no choice but to come up with plan B. The location just now is southeast of my current location. Fortunately, this girl's ability to distinguish directions is much better than that of Dadawan. Understood. Let her stay where she is. We estimate that it will take another 3 or 4 hours to reach the island where she is now. Yi-chun roughly estimated the time. Even if electricity and solar energy are used simultaneously, it will still take at least an hour to charge the jet ski. It takes longer to find your own way to the island. Big One, grab your weapons. Get your crossbows, bows and arrows, serrated daggers, and splitting axes ready. Boss, what are you doing? You're using your weapons. Hearing that Yi-chan was going to prepare his own weapons, Dadawan was both excited and confused. You must be on guard against others. Yi-chan is a man who always says it is better to be safe than sorry. Besides, when he was saving Dilly before, he really encountered a bad guy. I will never fight an unprepared battle. Boss, why don't you use that expensive battle spear? It's a good opportunity to test its killing power. At this time, Dadawan was thinking about the special weapon that was very valuable, the battle spear. Yichin shook his head. No need. It's too troublesome to carry it with you, and the time has not come when I need it. Yichan remembered that the description of the battle spear clearly stated, can be used as a defensive weapon when exploring hidden islands. The system's meaning is very clear. This thing is used for exploring treasures. Besides, Yichin had seen the length of this thing, which was 2.5 meters long. It was heavy and awkward to hold in his hand. I don't want to be a primitive man right now. The four of them rested for a while in the cave. Dadawan slowly moved towards Yichun and smiled at him with a flattering look on his face. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't do that. It's easy for me to vomit what I just ate. Yichun said unhappily. I just want to ask, boss, how many island coins do you have now? Yichun was not stupid and immediately understood what this guy meant. Ahem. I'd like to say that the four of us now have a total of about 40,000 island coins. 40,000. Dadawan looked at Yi Chen hopefully. The two girls' eyes also sparkled. If the island currency is not a digital currency and can be withdrawn one by one, then these 40,000 island coins would cover the ground of the cave. It looks like a lot, but it's actually not enough to spend. Hearing Yi Chun say this, Dadawan smiled and pushed Yi Chun. Boss, you wouldn't be so stingy as to want to save it, right? There's no bank here, and there's no interest if you save it. Hey boss, don't hit me. Yichin gave him a slap on the head. A set of A-Class Epic RV-specific solar converters and A-Class Epic Glass. These two are the materials sold at the Island Mall today. Both of them are related to upgrading the solar RV power auxiliary system, so I have to buy them. Yichin told the story slowly. That's only 6,000 island coins, and we still have 34,000. When it comes to money, it seems that Dadawan is not stupid at all. In addition, Dilly needs 8,000 island coins to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. That's right, 8,000 island coins, upgrade. Upgrade is the most important thing. Before Dilly could say anything, Dadawan immediately interrupted happily. After waiting for a while, Yichun said nothing. Dadawan came over and reminded him with a hint of meaning. Boss, you? What? Oh, by the way, didn't you say you want to buy mutton? Now we have caught an S-Class legendary sea fish. 500 kilograms of mutton, no problem. Boss, are you really buying mutton? Seeing that Yichun not only did not respond to these words, but was also prepared to spend 17,500 island coins to buy mutton, Dadawan looked at Yichun with a sad face. Brother Yi, this is not good. I'm the only one who has used these nearly 10,000 island coins to upgrade. Isn't that inappropriate? Dilly was a little flattered. She had never expected that Yichin's idea was to invest nearly 10,000 island coins in her. Yichin didn't reply to Dilly, but turned to Dadawan, who had a disappointed look on his face. Do you want to level up as well? How does your sign-in probability compare to Dilly's? Hey boss, I just asked that. I'll do whatever you say. Shouty is the best, so of course I'll give it to Shouty. Dadawan scratched his head with a silly smile on his face. Yichin understood that his little brother was not here to share the spoils of island coins or upgrade his own island check-in system, but he just wanted to try the feeling of spending island coins. Yichun, do you really want to spend 17,500 island coins to buy mutton? Yang Ming'er had been silent until now, but when she heard that Yichun was really prepared to spend a huge amount of money to buy mutton, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Haha, that only works if they have it for sale. You can check out the special instructions below the Island Mall. Yichun pointed to the line of small words below the lamb that was on sale today in the Island Mall. The daily limit is 50 kilograms. After reading it, Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun with a mixture of laughter and tears, as if she had been tricked by Yichun. There has never been such a thing as 500 kilograms of mutton. The daily limit is 50 kilograms. This system is a ripoff. Specials are updated every day. I don't know when the same supplies will appear next time. Dadawan thought again and realized that it was not only this broken system that was causing trouble for him, but his boss seemed to be the culprit. He had been fooled by Yi Chen's promise of 500 kilograms of mutton, and he felt like he was injected with chicken blood. Boss, you are such a profiteer that you even deceive your own people. Yi Chen shrugged and pointed to the line of small words. The meaning was very clear. It was not that he was unwilling to pay, but that the system god would not allow him to do so. Boss, what are you going to do with the remaining island coins? 500 kilograms of mutton are gone, and Dadawan seems to see hope. Yichen opened the blueprint synthesizer and pointed at an A-level epic blueprint. Construction hammer blueprints? Now all three of them understood. Dadawan had a bitter face and hung his head, and his dream of spending money on his own seemed to have been shattered again. Yichen had already made plans. Ever since he learned about the existence of this construction hammer, Yichen has been thinking about it every day. Although this construction hammer is only an A-level epic tool, the difficulty of synthesizing it is enough to explain everything. This item is definitely the best equipment in the world of island survival. Yichen, but to synthesize this A-level epic construction hammer, it seems that not only the blueprint is needed, but also a lot of items. Yang Ming'er has a good memory. That's right, B-grade perfect tool hammer plus B-grade perfect tool shears plus B-grade perfect tool shovel plus B-grade perfect tool axe plus A-grade multifunctional construction hammer blueprint plus C-grade iron ingot 100 kilograms plus A-grade palm tree trunk 100 kilograms plus A-grade clay 100 kilograms. Yichen reported all the materials needed for synthesis in one breath. Brother Yi, you have been thinking about this for a long time. Dilly could see how much Yichen longed for this construction hammer. 4 basic B-grade perfect grade supplies are not a big problem, and iron ingots and clay are not a problem either. Then what's the problem? Dadawan asked without thinking. Tree trunk. A-level epic tree trunk. Chapter 132, Provoking the Return of Death. Yichen already knew something about the A-level epic tree trunk. The last time I went to the island of Dadawan, I had already witnessed the difficulty of cutting down tree trunks of grade A and above. It cannot be cut down by non-B grade perfect tools. Boss, can this A-level epic tree trunk only be cut down with B-level tools? Dadawan seemed to remember something. He remembered that he had chopped the C-level excellent mountain axe until the edge was curled, but the trunk of the pine tree was intact. That's right. It seems like we don't have a perfect grade B tool axe. Yang Ming'er said with some concern. If you don't have it, then make it yourself. B-grade perfect tool axe. 20 kilograms of D-grade iron ingot, or 3 C-grade excellent mountain axes, plus 10 kilograms of B-grade palm tree trunk, plus B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. The iron ingots and blueprints are already in hand, and what's left is the B-grade palm tree trunk that can be obtained with just a C-grade excellent grade splitting axe. As they were chatting, news came from Tingting Girl. Brother Yi, Tingting said that he seemed to have seen those people. There were 3 of them in total. 3 people. When he heard the number 3, Yichen couldn't help but tremble all over. A sense of foreboding arises spontaneously. Big roll. How many people are there in Death Returns? It seems like he's not the only one, right? Boss, you don't suspect that Tingting is on the same island with this guy, do you? This world of island survival is full of coincidences. Dadawan forgot that he, Dilly, and those 2 unlucky guys were on the same island. Anyway, let this girl be careful. We'll set off now. Yichen gave the order without hesitation, regardless of whether the motorboat was fully charged. Anyway, as long as the sun hasn't set, the motorboat will not lose power. The 4 of them traveled light this time, but they brought enough weapons, including splitting axes, daggers, bows and arrows, and crossbows. Yichen also brought along Xiaoha, who was taking a nap in the cave. Xiaoha is better at finding people than I am. Led by Albatross Xiaotian, the 4 of them headed north. Brother Yi, Tingting said that she is hiding in a rock. Those 3 people seem to have just arrived and are investigating the island. New here, Yichen thought about it and came up with another hypothesis in his mind. Could it be that these guys changed islands? Big Juan, go to the chat room and ask that Grim Reaper what he said. At the critical moment, Yichen thought of Dadawan. It seems that Dadajuan's habit of chatting in the chat room when he has nothing to do has found another use now. Okay. Dadawan handed the steering wheel of the motorboat to Yichen and opened the chat room interface. Chatting, provoking, and picking fights are what Dadawan is best at. I mean, is Little Death here? Calling Return of Death, Little Death, is just a big deal. Seeing the big roll come online, the group of sycophants immediately started speaking. Boss Dadawan, where are you playing with Boss Ryu today? Yeah. Are you taking the girls out for a trip again? Yang Ming'er and Dilly had nothing to do at the moment, so they each opened their own chat room interface. When I first saw these words, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turns out that in the eyes of these people, Yichen is really regarded as a rich second generation. No more playing, no more playing. We're staying well on our own island. We have food and drinks on our island. We are not like some people who burn down their belongings and may not even have a place to sleep. Of course, these words were not spoken by the big curly-haired man, but were spoken by Yi-chun. Haha, what Big Dewan said is right. That stupid Grim Reaper is probably still crying while holding his Kohler toilet. Yes, 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 a toilet. It's a Kohler one, a good toilet, a good toilet. Ha ha ha. These guys may not have any other skills, but they are better than each other at confronting others. Boss, there's no response. I even challenged him in private chat, but he didn't respond. What should I do? Dad Awan was provocative, but there was no sign of return of death. Yichen frowned and thought for a moment. Is it true that he is on Jiang Yuding's island, exploring the way and has no time to reply? Under Xiaoyan's guidance, Yichen had already arrived at the location where the missing person compass found Jiang Yuding. We will continue to head north. Ming'er, you will be responsible for using the telescope to observe the surrounding conditions and see if there are any small islands. Dilly, you will keep in touch with Tingting at all times and keep her stable. Don't lose contact with her. Dadawan, continue to provoke the Grim Reaper. Okay. When Dadawan heard that his mission was to continue to cause trouble for return of death, he thought that this mission was exactly what he wanted. Yang Ming'er immediately raised the telescope and observed the situation around him. Dilly was chatting with Jiang Yuding all the time, fearing that the girl with ADHD would disappear again. Hey, I hope the god of death won't be taken away by the god of death. Ha ha ha. Dadawan kept provoking the other party. Boss Dadawan is right. He was probably taken away by the god of death. I guess he choked to death from drinking the water in the toilet. With Dadawan taking the lead, there really is nothing these guys in the chat room can't say that is dirty. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? Our boss is busy. Everyone, shut up. Dadawan cursed for a long time. But he didn't curse out the name of Return of Death, but he cursed out a survivor named Zhou Yinan. Boss, someone has stood up for that Grim Reaper guy. Dadawan immediately passed the news to Yichun. Yichun glanced at the chat room. Zhou Yinan? Who is he? It seems that I have never heard of this name. I checked the ranking on the leaderboard and found that he was outside the top 500. Yichun, could he be the younger brother of the god of death? Yang Ming'er boldly put forward a hypothesis. Yichun nodded. It was indeed possible. Try to tell that kid what to do. Keep provoking him and force the god of death out. Yichun will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Okay. Hey, the toilet didn't come out, but your toilet brush did. So where's your toilet? The Dajuan's skill in arguing with others has become more and more sophisticated. Every sentence he says can both trick people and sound provocative. Our boss is busy, you idiots. Get out of here. It seems that he's really a lackey of death returns. I'm busy. Maybe I want to fix the toilet. Your island is on fire. Have you been living in the toilet recently? Dadawan continued to talk in a roundabout way. Damn it, is this going to end? Even if my island burns down, I can always find another one. Just watch me. A familiar ID is online. Chapter 133, the target person appears. Yichun, did he really change the island? The words death returns seem to have a hidden meaning. I'll type. Yichun simply started typing into Dajuan's chat interface. I'm talking about the toilet. You already have a toilet for pooping, so why do you need an island? Haha. As soon as Yichun said this, everyone in the chat room laughed uncontrollably, and the screen was full of ha ha ha. The two girls looked at Yichun awkwardly. I thought this guy's words were vulgar enough, but it turns out Yichun is even more cruel. Fuck you, you are the toilet. Your whole family is toilets. Death Returns immediately hit back. By the way, what's your last name? Let me guess, it must be Ma. Haha. The name is just Beryl. Immediately, some smart gossipers took over. Yichun went around in circles, still talking about the toilet in every sentence. In this situation, people who know about it thought it was a chat room, while people who don't think it was an advertising program sponsored by Kohler Toilets. Damn it, listen to me. My last name is Zhang. Hearing this, Dilly's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up suddenly, shouting, I know what brother you wants to do. Dadawan and Yang Ming'er were completely confused. What does Yichun want to do? It is obvious that Yichun is cursing. Yichun showed no sign of calming down. Zhang Ma Toilet? This name doesn't sound good. Yichun is still making a fuss about the toilet. Damn it. I'm not going to change my name. It's Zhang Da. Done, and call a day. Yichun's 4 words were not a reply to Return of Death, but were spoken to the 3 friends in front of him. Yichun himself has returned to Dajuan's chat room interface to Dadawan. Boss, are you done with the scolding? I haven't seen enough. This toilet is so interesting. I feel like I can scold it all day long. Dadawan really thought that Yichun was bored and had nothing better to do than to curse people for fun. Xiao Di, What do you mean when you say you know what Yi Chun is doing? Yang Ming'er thought about what Dilly had said just now and was very confused. Dilly smiled at Yi Chun. Clever. Yi Chun gave Dilly a thumbs up. Hey, what are you two keeping in suspense? Tell me now, it's driving me crazy. Yang Ming'er was totally confused now, and her lips were pouted in anxiety. Sister Ming'er, have you forgotten? What did you forget? Dilly pointed to the missing person compass in Yi Chun's hand. A compass for finding people. Could it be? Now Yang Ming'er finally understood. Two beauties, what on earth are you three talking about? Wasn't the boss cursing just now? At the moment, only Dad Awan was the most confused. In his eyes, his boss was just cursing. Big volume. Continue north. Death return is not within 15 nautical miles. Yi Chun had already scanned the area with the missing person compass, but he did not find Jiang Yuding, nor did he find the return of death, whose real name was Zhangde. Boss, weren't you looking for Tingting? Why did you turn it into looking for that guy? What's so good about that guy? This guy Dad Awan is still confused even now. Stop. Suddenly, Yi Chun shouted, because at this time, the cursor pattern of Zhangde appeared in the missing person compass. The missing person compass shows that the target person Zhangde is located 15 nautical miles northwest. He's really on an island with Tingting. The two girls also exclaimed. This news does not seem to be good news now. Boss, so you scolded him for so long just to get his real name, so that you can find him with the missing person compass. Dawan, who was slow to realize it, finally understood it. Nonsense, what else can I say? Do you really think I'm bored and have nothing better to do than scold me? Speed up and continue heading northwest. Yi Chun yelled at Dad Awan in annoyance. Hee hee, swearing at people is pretty fun. Dad Awan scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that he was the person that Yi Chun mentioned, the one who had nothing better to do and always cursed others for fun. Yi Chun, where is Tingting? Have you found Tingting? Yang Ming'er was now even more worried about Jiang Yuding. Zhangde is not a good person. Yes, Brother Yi. I heard from you that Zhangde is not alone. How many people are there on this island? Will Tingting be in danger? Dilly was naturally the most anxious. But there is no point in being anxious right now. Yi Chun stared ahead with a serious expression, but his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Don't panic. We are in the dark, and the enemy is in the light. Besides, we have a lot of equipment. As long as Jiang Yuding doesn't act rashly and hide safely, we won't be afraid of not finding her. Yi Chun analyzed the current situation quite calmly. My current weakness is that I don't know how many people there are on the other side, whether they have any offensive weapons or whether they are acting separately. However, he also had many advantages that he had analyzed before. He was fully equipped. He also had a missing person compass that could locate Zhang Da's position. With the combination of light and darkness, he had every chance to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The four continued to sail forward for 2 nautical miles. The silhouette of the island gradually emerged. Boss, this should be the island. Should we continue walking? Slow down first. Dilly, have you contacted Jiang Yuding? Well, I've been chatting with her, but she's still hiding there, not moving at all. Yi Chun, Tingting has been found. The missing person compass has found Tingting. At this time, Yang Ming'er, who had been holding the finding compass in his hand, shouted, Let me get my bearings. Yi Chun pulled over the searching compass and carefully checked the position below. Jiang Yuding is now located in the southeast direction of the entire island, but her position is a little bit further inward, so she has just entered the 15 nautical mile missing person compass detection range. Ask the girl about the situation in front of her. Adjust the boat's direction and move forward slowly. Don't make too much noise. Brother Yi, Tingting said there's a palm forest in front of us, not much beach. Yi Chun thought for a moment and continued to let Dad Awan adjust the position. I checked Zhang Da's location again. Zhangde is now in the middle of the entire island, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from Jiang Yuding. If the other party is not split up, it won't be a big problem. Let's continue moving forward. I'll give you the compass for finding people. Keep an eye on Zhang Da's movements. I'll use the telescope to observe the situation near the coastline. Fortunately, he had sufficient equipment, including a powerful tool, such as a finding compass for locating targets, a high-speed vehicle, such as a motorboat, and a telescope that could conduct large-scale reconnaissance of the target island. Brother Yi, Zhangde has started to move and seems to be heading towards Tingting. Suddenly, Dilly screamed. Not good. Chapter 134, Playing with Death's Return. While Yi Chun asked Dilly to quickly inform Jiang Yuding to flee south, he took the initiative to go online to delay the action of the Grim Reaper. Death returns. I have something to discuss with you. Chen sent a message in the chat room, and fearing that the other party didn't notice, he sent the same message to Zhang privately. Everyone in the chat room was still talking about the previous quarrel between Datawan and Death Returns, when they suddenly discovered that Sun, Moon, and Stars, who had not been seen for a long time, was online. The names of Sun, Moon, and Stars are well known. There is no one in the chat room who doesn't know Sun, Moon, and Stars. However, Chen has always been low-key. Unless he is collecting supplies, he rarely comes online. He is even less likely to come out like Datawan to chat and curse when he has nothing to do. Not only did Boss Ryu come online in person, he also took the initiative to find people to discuss things on the public channel. This is big news in the world of island survival. In an instant, the entire chat room became lively. Boss Sun and Moon is online. Kneel down to welcome Boss Sun and Moon. Long live Boss Sun and Moon. These guys are all better than each other at flattering others. It is hard to say whether these people have learned the art of survival after coming to the island survival world, but their ability to flatter others has improved day by day. Death Returns, are you there? Chen ignored everyone and instead at the name of Death Returns again. Boss, wait, it seems someone is looking for you in the chat room. The older man named Zhang called out to Zhang, who was heading toward the south of the island. Don't pay attention to them. I think the area to the south is good. There seems to be a cave there. Let's drive our kayak over there. Both of you should be careful not to damage the diesel converter. Zhang didn't seem to want to pay attention to the people in the chat room, and he didn't even open the system interface. The last fire really caused me a lot of trouble. All my valuables and the cave where I slept were burned. Fortunately, his family was wealthy, and the most valuable diesel converter had been kept outside the cave, so it escaped the disaster. However, the fire collapsed the most suitable cave for living on the island. Zhang and his two younger brothers toured the entire island in the past few days, but could not find a suitable place to stay. So, I had no choice but to row the kayak I had signed in for the past 2 days out to sea to find a new place to live. Fortunately, he seemed to have good luck. After rowing for more than 10 nautical miles, he found the island under his feet, which was the island where Jiang Yuding was. Zhang was truly exhausted physically and mentally, so he just wanted to find a suitable cave to lie down. It looked like it was going to rain, and I didn't want to spend the night in this jungle. Boss, someone is looking for you. The two men added tremblingly. Stop talking nonsense. Who cares who is looking for me? I don't have time. Zhang is not in a good mood to argue with others right now. Boss, today, shut up. When Zhang heard the word fuck, he shut up first and immediately turned around to look at his two younger brothers. The two looked at each other and pointed at their own system interfaces. Who are you talking about? The sun, the moon, the stars. Now Zhang stopped completely. Zhang stood in place and opened the chat room interface. Sure enough, not only did the sun, moon, and stars call me several times in the public chat room, they also sent me a private message. Huh, Ryu, you bastard, you still come to beg me. And now you have come to this day? Ha ha ha. Zhang naturally thought of his precious diesel converter. Boss, what does Ryu want from you? He looks anxious. Why are you looking for me? You're just asking me to give you some diesel. It must be that his tank is empty and the girls are dissatisfied. Haha, I guess it a long time ago. Zhang looked as if he had seen through everything. The boss is awesome. The boss is mighty. The two younger brothers immediately began to flatter him. Ryu, what do you want from me? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm busy with all kinds of things. Now, Zhang legs and waist were no longer sore and painful. Thinking that Ryu Xingchen was about to beg me for diesel in front of all the survivors, I felt refreshed. Fuck, this kid is pretty cool. Datawan immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was going to hit someone. Chen, however, looked directly at Dilly and Yang Minger. Brother Yi, Ting has started walking south and should be very close to the coastline. Chen, Zhang has stopped moving, and the distance between him and Ting has widened again. The two girls brought two good news. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his delaying tactics were successful. Big Juan, head north at full speed and go ashore to pick up people. Next, all I have to do is hurry to go ashore and pick up people. Okay. Datawan immediately started driving a motorboat at full speed. Ryu, why are you silent? You want to ask me for help, right? Don't be shy. As long as you admit your mistake to me, I can give you dozens of liters of diesel. Zhang is now waiting for Chen's reply with excitement. Chen was using delaying tactics. How could he deal with this guy so quickly? Datawan had already sailed 5 or 6 nautical miles here, and saw that the 4 of them were getting closer and closer to Jiang Yuding. The two girls were so nervous that they were afraid something unexpected might happen at this critical moment. Yi-chun, however, looked calm and composed. Yi-chun, I saw Ting-Ting in the northwest direction. Yang Ming-er, holding a telescope, was the first to spot Jiang Yuding. Okay, let's go. Dad Awan started to play the game of riding the wind and waves. The motorboat was moving at full speed, speeding all the way. Soon, Jiang Yuding, dressed in a school uniform, appeared in everyone's sight. 3 minutes later, the motorboat successfully stopped in front of Jiang Yuding. As soon as the three girls met, they hugged each other like relatives who had been separated for many years. It's really Sister Yang Ming-er and Sister Dilly. I like you so much. It seems that as stars, Yang Ming-er and Dilly are not only loved by men, but also in the hearts of girls. It really appeals to both men and women. Yi-chun looked Jiang Yuding up and down. I have to say that although Jiang Yuding's face is still a little immature, as long as you take a look at her, you can tell that she is a beauty. Boss, there are 3 girls now. Can you handle it? Dadawan came over with a smile. Roll. Yi-chun gave Dawan a vicious look. This is Yi-chun. This is Dadawan. Several people greeted each other. Jiang Yuding seemed to be very familiar with everyone. Oh, right. The kayak of those 2 people seems to be parked on the north side of the island, and there seems to be a big thing on the kayak. Yi-chun, Dadawan, Yang Ming-er, and Dilly looked at each other. It seems there's an unexpected gain. Boss Sun and Moon took the initiative to find the god of death to return. Are the 2 of them going to gamble again? Boss Sun and Moon has yachts, RVs, and beauties. Can you afford death returns? The gossipers in the chat room didn't wait for the 2 to start talking, but started to have wild thoughts. Chapter 135. Is your toilet still working? Zhang on the other side hadn't seen Yi-chun's reply for a long time and became a little impatient. Ryo, I'm very busy. Do you want diesel? If you do, call me brother. Admit your mistakes, and I'll forgive you. Yi-chun looked at Zhang Da's reply with a helpless look. Boss, this idiot really dares to think that he actually expects you to call him brother. He must be crazy. Before Yi-chun could speak, everyone in the chat room started cheering for the sun, moon, and stars. Crap. You toilet. How dare you challenge our sun-moon boss? Go home and sit on your toilet. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Damn it, I've told you so many times if anyone keeps an eye on their dog, I'll castrate it. The only person to blame is Zhangda for offending no one else but the number 1 in the island survival world, sun, moon, and stars. At this time, Yi-chun and others had already taken Jiang Yuding to the north of the island. Ting-Ting, are you sure you can see clearly that it is the kayak of those 2 people? Yes, there's no mistake. I can see it clearly. It's right there. Jiang Yuding pointed with her little hand. Yi-chun and the other 3 actually saw it. A lone kayak was lying alone on the beach. Fortunately, this place is a bay and there are not many ocean currents. Yi-chun picked up the telescope and took a look. The distance was still too far, but there seemed to be something up there. Boss, this guy really takes himself seriously and is yelling nonsense again. When Dadawan saw that Zhangda was bluffing again, he wanted to fight back. But this time it was Yi-chun who took the initiative to speak. If the person involved didn't say anything, he, who was just there to make fun of the situation, would probably be criticized by the other party if he interrupted. It's okay, I'll go back and forth. Yi-chun calmly continued to hold the telescope to observe the situation in the bay, while he opened the chat interface with one hand and started typing blindly with one hand. Don't be shy. If you have something to say, I'm a very generous person. Zhang seemed to be getting more and more excited as he spoke. What's up? Yi-chun typed 3 words. This reply actually confused Zhang, who was still nagging nonstop. What's going on? It seemed like the other party took the initiative to find me, but now I feel like I am begging others. Zhang was stunned for a long while. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had completely forgotten about rushing on the road to find the cave. He simply sat down and started typing quickly to respond to Yi-chun. Damn it, you came to me and asked me something? Oh, Zhang had typed half of his words, and before he could send the second half, Yi-chun replied. Depend on. Zhang wanted to curse so much. What did it mean to reply with just "oh"? If the chat interface of this system was not a virtual air-suspended interface, if it was an LCD screen, Zhang would have smashed it by now. Your grandma. Do you know how to type? If you have something to say it quickly. I have a lot of things to do every day, and I don't have time to talk to you. A clumsy person. Zhang typed a bunch of words again. Yi-chun was not really a clumsy person, but his main energy at this time was spent on checking the terrain of the bay. Brother Yi, you just replied with an "oh." Dilly has nothing to do now, so she stays in the chat room. The scene in this chat room is really weird. Yi-chun, who had taken the initiative to cause trouble for others, now seemed to be calm and composed as if he had lost his memory, while the return of death, who was named, was chattering endlessly. The word "oh" made the other party explode. Thinking back to the days when we chatted on QQ and WeChat, we weren't afraid of the other party not replying, but we were afraid of them just saying "oh." In front of many netizens, the word "oh" is no different from directly swearing. It is full of perfunctory and evasiveness. Okay, I'll respond. Since his sister felt that just replying with an "oh" was inappropriate, Yichin simply put down the telescope temporarily and started typing with both hands. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if the Kohler toilet you got last time is good. Yichin finished sending the sentence. Dilly, who had been watching the chat room from the side, was dumbfounded. Zhang on the opposite side was also dumbfounded. Many netizens in the chat room were even more dumbfounded. During these 3 seconds, the entire island survival world seemed to have been paused. No one knew who started it in the chat room, but 3 seconds later, the sound of crazy laughter filled the entire island world. Everyone who saw Yi-chin's message burst into laughter. You can't send emoticons in the chat room, so I can only use ha 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 to express my feelings at the moment. Dad Awan was still driving the motorboat and didn't react. I accidentally glanced at the chat room interface that I had moved to the side, only to find that my chat interface seemed to be stuck. The screen is full of ha ha. Boss, what's going on? Dad Awan still looked confused. Dilly and Yang Minger looked at each other. Although Yang Minger did not open her own chat interface, she used Dilly's. The two girls saw clearly what happened in the previous few seconds. The god-level figure in the island survival world in front of him openly asked the other party on the public channel, "Is the toilet easy to use?" After the letters ha 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 that filled the screen passed, everyone was finally able to chat normally. Boss Sun and Moon is so talented. I'm dying of laughter. I haven't been so happy in a long time since I came to the island. When it comes to teasing people, I have to obey no one but Boss Sun and Moon. Boss Sun and Moon is mighty. Kohler toilet, Boss Sun and Moon went to this god of death to ask about Kohler toilets. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. You really can't blame these guys for having a low sense of humor. Yichin's behavior was really too weird. It was a rare opportunity for him to show up in the chat room, and he even mentioned the other person's name in public. As a result, the other party responded in a very formal manner, but I asked a very serious question about the toilet. This is the top guy in the current island survival world. Is this method of scolding people really a bit excessive? Don't laugh. I guess Boss Ryu is serious. Look how serious Boss Ryu's reply is. Toilet, Boss Ryu has a lot of girls in his family. I guess one bathroom is not enough, haha. I think so too. Boss Sun and Moon was being sincere in his words. Everyone, please stop laughing. Boss Sun and Moon is in urgent need of a toilet. A toilet, huh? It's rare to see two replies that seem relatively normal, but at the end, I couldn't help laughing. Sun and Moon, you fool. The only person who couldn't laugh at the moment was Zhangde, the person being teased by Yichun. Zhangde was so angry that his nose was smoking. I was showing off here and thought I really took myself seriously, but the other party actually took the initiative to provoke me. It would be fine if it was just a provocation, but he also acted in such an unconventional and unpredictable way. But no matter how angry I was, there was nothing I could do. I can't hit or touch him, and I have no place to vent my anger. Unexpectedly, this matter seems not to be over yet. That Kohler toilet. You can keep it for yourself. I'll take your diesel converter. Thank you very much. Yichin also sent a private message to Zhangde. Chapter 136. Fate brings us together. Zhangde was a little confused when he received this message unexpectedly. What is going on? Zhangde obviously felt that his IQ was not enough. The people here with Yichun were already busy. Putting on the peephole, Yichun glanced over. Diesel converter, an S-level legendary material that can convert a mixture of fresh water and seaweed into diesel. The conversion ratio is 100 liters of E-grade ordinary fresh water and 10 kilograms of E-grade seaweed to 1 liter of E-grade ordinary diesel. 30 liters of D-grade rare fresh water and 3 kilograms of D-grade rare seaweed are converted into 1 liter of D-grade ordinary diesel. This thing is a magical tool tailor-made for me. I need diesel, and I also have equipment that can produce D-level rare fresh water. As for seaweed, he has a motorboat, fishing kit, and diving skills. Catching seaweed is no big deal. Big roll, tie it up, and sail away. Okay. Dadawan jumped onto the kayak swiftly. The diesel converter is not very big, but it is quite heavy. Dadawan tied the climbing rope he brought with him to the back of the kayak behind the motorboat. Boss, there's still a lot of food. It looks like this guy has some money. It seems that Dadawan has made new discoveries. It's normal. There are more than one of them. Everyone signs in every day and can find a lot of things. They can take them all away. Yichun was not polite at all. There is no such thing as stealing or robbery in this island survival world. As long as you are ruthless enough, it will be okay even if you dig up the entire island. Haha, don't envy me, brother. I won't hide it from you. I do have a diesel converter. As long as you call me brother, you can get diesel. Yichun and Dadawan had already walked half a mile with all of Zhang Da's belongings, and Zhang Da was still bragging in the chat room. Boss, is that guy stupid? Dadawan was originally lying flat in the kayak with a leisurely look on his face. While basking in the sun and feeling the sea breeze, he let Yichun's motorboat tow his kayak. Suddenly seeing that Zhang Da was still chattering in the chat room, he couldn't help but get up and ask Yichun in the public channel. Yes, a little. Yichun, who was driving a motorboat, didn't take it seriously and directly replied with 3 words in the public channel. Everyone in the chat room was confused again. What does this mean? Isn't it said that Big Boss Dadawan and Big Boss Ryu are together? How come I've been using the public channel to chat for the past 2 days? Boss, drive slower. My butt hurts from the bumps. What a crappy kayak. It must be secondhand. Dadawan simply treated this public channel as a private WeChat chat and chatted fearlessly under the eyes of everyone. After hearing this, Zhang Da, who was still on the island, seemed to feel that something was wrong. Boss Zhang, how did they know we have a diesel converter? Yeah, there's a kayak too. It can't be ours, can it? Now his 2 younger brothers also noticed something strange. Zhang Da hesitated for a moment, then waved at his 2 men impatiently. No, what are you imagining? This island survival world is huge. There's no such a coincidence in the world. Besides, our kayak is parked in a remote bay. Even if they are really on the island, it will be difficult to find them. After much thought, Zhang Da still didn't believe that Yichun would be on his island. Boss, how about we go back and take a look? The dark-skinned younger brother added tremblingly. Okay. You're the only one who has too many things to do. Although he was complaining, Zhang Da was actually feeling very anxious. When I went out today, I felt my left eyelid twitching violently. They say that if your left eye twitches, you will get rich, but if your right eye twitches, you will get this. With mixed feelings, the 3 of them started heading towards the bay while looking at the situation in the chat room. Yichun here looks very majestic. A motorboat, 2 kayaks, and finally a raft being towed. They formed a long snake formation and began to sail westward along the island. Boss Sun and Moon, you and Dadawan are not together? Boss Sun and Moon? Are you taking the girls out for fun again? I'm so envious, jealous, and hateful. Boss Sun and Moon, I beg you to take me in. Nowadays, whenever the sun, moon, and stars appear in the chat room, they always trigger a wave of worship. However, Zhang Da, who was heading towards the bay on the island, felt more and more that something was wrong. The little heart was beating fast, and the pace of his feet quickened a lot. Diesel converter. The name of this item is unusual. There is no such thing in the real world. Unless you see it with your own eyes, who would know what it is called? Sun, moon, and stars can report the full name of this diesel converter. Zhang Da couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster again. He decided not to walk anymore and just run. Hurry up, don't dawdle, catch up. Zhang Da, who was originally lagging behind his 2 younger brothers, ran to the front in less than 2 minutes. He kept waving to his younger brothers who were lagging behind him. Buzz. Suddenly, I seemed to hear several engine roars coming from the sea on my left. Haha, this is so exciting. Boss, hurry up, I'm about to take off. Then there seemed to be a human voice again. Zhang Da was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly turned his gaze and ran towards the beach on the left. Wait until I rushed out of the jungle and ran onto the beach. But I was dumbfounded. I saw a motorboat coming at high speed about 300 meters away from the coastline. There seemed to be several people on the motorboat, some of whom seemed to be girls, and there were quite a few of them. Behind the motorboat was towing an empty kayak, and behind the kayak was towing another kayak. On the second kayak, there was a somewhat fat man standing with his hands raised, shouting in the sea breeze. Boss, faster. Dadawan kept yelling at Yichun in front of him. Yichun shook his head helplessly. It turned out that this guy treated this as an entertainment activity at sea. He was yelling at him to drive slower before, but now he wanted him to drive as fast as he could. Boss, There seems to be someone on the island. In fact, without Dawan's explanation, Yi Chun and others had already discovered several people on the island. The two sides looked at each other at a distance of about 200 meters, and Yi Chun naturally ignored him. Dadawan was quite polite and started waving and greeting the other party. Hi, how are you guys? Even if Zhangde was slow to react, he noticed that the kayak that this person who greeted him politely seems familiar. Chapter 137, Today's Great Harvest. Boss, it's our kayak and our diesel converter. Now Zhang Da's two men also noticed it. The kayak that fat guy is sitting on is his own kayak. Stop it, stop it. Zhang Da really couldn't sit still this time and rushed into the sea in a hurry, shouting at Dadawan in a heart-wrenching voice. Boss, someone is coming. It seemed that Dadawan had not reacted yet. He just saw three silly boys rushing into the sea. Yichin had already looked through the telescope. There are three men on the island, although the system does not automatically prompt each other's names. However, three men suddenly appeared on this island, and you could tell who they were just by anatomizing them. It's okay. We're all old acquaintances. Come on, everyone wave your hands. It's rare for someone to give us such a big gift. We must express our gratitude. Yichin simply released the throttle of the motorboat, raised his right hand with a smile on his face, and waved at Zhangde and the other two who were rushing into the sea. Thank you for your gifts. I'll accept the other things, but you can keep the Kohler toilet. The three girls were not as shameless as Yichun. They looked at the three people who were half submerged in the sea water with a helpless look. This Zhangde really picked the wrong person. The man in front of me is really not a good person. It turns out to be Little Death. Thank you so much. Come on, I'll treat you to a small sea fish. Now Dadawan finally understood who these three gentlemen were. The person who took the lead, the one who rushed to the front, was really an old acquaintance. Dadawan grabbed a handful from the kayak. He picked up a dead small hairtail that he had caught earlier and threw it toward Zhangde. Zhangde is now completely disorganized. Anger, regret, helplessness, despair. All he could do now was rush into the sea desperately. Boss, the water is too deep. Don't run away, be careful. Boss. The two younger brothers seemed to be much more rational than their boss. When the sea water just reached their thighs, they stopped moving forward. Zhangde went completely crazy and rushed into the sea frantically. The sea water had already reached his chest. With a pop sound, this guy Dadawan is really skilled. He can hit the target with one shot, even from a distance of nearly 100 meters. The poor little hairfish drew a graceful parabola in the air and then hit Zhangda's head. Zhangde was already hindered by the buoyancy of the sea water, and his movements became a little unsteady. Now that's good. Misfortune comes unexpectedly. A small hairfish knocked him down directly. With a plop sound, the sound of falling into the sea was heard. Zhangde fell into the sea. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. It's just a small thing. You don't have to give me such a big gift. Dadawan was laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Poof, Ryu, you son of a bitch. Zhangde finally managed to stick his head out of the water, but was nearly choked to death by the sea water. Wow! Before he could finish his words, Yichin stepped on the accelerator again. A big wave surged toward Zhangde. Zhangde staggered again and fell on his back. Boss, are you okay? The two younger brothers finally rushed into the sea, but were also knocked over by the surging waves. Bye. Dadawan waved again at the three people who looked as embarrassed as they could be, and then started to play kayaking and surfing again. Damn the sun and the moon. Damn the sun and the moon. After struggling in the sea for a while, Zhangde was finally helped up by his two younger brothers. Zhangde, whose underwear was soaked through, couldn't even stand steadily, and he didn't forget to curse Yichun. Boss, what should we do now? Yeah, boss, we have nothing to eat or drink here now. The two younger brothers started to cry. We both follow the same boss, so why is there such a big gap between us? The boy named Dadawan is fat and white, lives in a luxurious RV, eats delicacies from land and sea, and can even go out for a ride on the sea. What about me? The two looked at each other. I really feel like crying, but I have no tears. Waste. You two are waste. Zhangde, who was so angry that he couldn't control himself, kicked the two younger brothers in front of him hard. Their own island burned down, and most of their valuable belongings were lost. With much difficulty, they managed to keep the most valuable diesel converter and were thinking of moving to another island for development. Now, the diesel converter has been stolen before the development location has been determined. What makes me most ashamed is that the people who betrayed me twice in a row were the same group of people. Zhangde really wanted to roar to the sky now. Since the sun and the moon were born, why did the god of death come into being? Although Zhangde suffered heavy casualties, Yichen made a fortune that day. Not only did he bring Jiang Yuding, who the two girls had been missing, back safely, but he also surrendered some sea fish today and earned 40,000 island coins. Of course, the most exciting thing is that they stole Zhang Da's treasure, the diesel converter. At that moment, the three girls in the motorboat wanted to hum little songs all the way back. Dadawan was having a great time kayaking alone. Boss, you can't go back on your word. Suddenly, Dadawan shouted at Yi Chun across a kayak. Don't slander Brother Yi. Brother Yi never broke his word. He said he would save Ting Ting, and he did. Brother Yi is a good man who keeps his word. Before Yi Chun could reply, the girl on his boat spoke for him. Yang Minger rolled her eyes at him, but Dilly went straight back at him. Haha, no, I just wanted to remind the boss. How could Dadawan dare to offend these ladies? Remind you of what? Yichen was a little curious. Well, mutton, there are 5 of us now. We can't buy 500 kilograms of mutton, but 50 kilograms is still okay. Oh, now Yi Chan suddenly understood. It's just 50 kilograms of mutton, no problem. Although 50 kilograms of mutton is worth 1,750 island coins. However, this amount of money is an astronomical figure for others, but in Yi Chen's hands, it is nothing. Yi Chen, forget it. 1,750 island coins is not a small amount. Besides, it's useless for us to have so much mutton at once. As the financial steward, Yang Minger naturally felt a little distressed. It's okay. Today's special price, it's worth buying. Besides, we still have a refrigerator. Buy it. As the undisputed boss of the island, how can I go back on my word? This is the largest food order since the opening of the island survival world. Chapter 138. Too many women causes some trouble. Before everyone could return triumphantly to their camps, Yi Chun has already waved his hand. Spend 1,750 island coins. All the mutton in the exchange was cleared out in an instant. This mutton is a special offer in the island mall today, limited to 50 kilograms. A portion of C-grade excellent mutton costs 35 island coins. Today's survivors all know that this island currency is equivalent to the RMB in the real world. For most survivors, they now rely on the system for support. Survivors who can earn a dozen island coins every day are considered to be at an above-average level. Everyone in the chat room was still talking about the grudges between Boss Sun and Moon and the return of the death. As a result, some sharp-eyed people suddenly discovered that the 50 kilograms of mutton that was originally hanging high in the island mall had been sold out. What's going on? Who bought up all the mutton? The first person who discovered it rubbed his eyes hard, and he even suspected that he was seeing things. Shua, it's gone in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Is there a system bug? 50 kilograms of C-grade excellent mutton, 1,750 island coins. How could it be sold out in an instant? Some people even began to doubt the system. It's really not the fault of these poor survivors. 1,750 island coins. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for most people, a figure that they dare not even think about. Ryu, you son of a bitch, do you have any shame? You stole my things, fuck. Zhangde appeared out of nowhere at this time. He hurled foul language at Yi Chun in the public channel. Trash, trash, Sun and Moon, you are trash. Everyone come and see, this Sun and Moon stole my things. Zhangde is now completely in a state of collapse. The only way he can think of to retaliate against Yi Chun is to go on the public channel to discredit Yi Chun. But he obviously overthought. I know, it must be Boss Sun and Moon. One of the survivors seemed to remember something. It was him, this Ryu, shameless man, who stole my diesel converter. Zhangde found that someone in the chat room seemed to be on his side. But I just wanted to continue complaining. Result. Yes. It must have been bought by Boss Sun and Moon. 1,750 island coins. Who else can afford it besides Boss Sun and Moon? Boss Sun and Moon is so awesome. Boss Ryu is really rich. He spent 1,750 island coins. I am so envious. Boss Ryu, are you still in need of girls? I'm 170 centimeters tall, and my measurements are, I can do all kinds of positions. Boss Sun and Moon, I want to be your little brother. I beg you to take me in. Zhangde was dumbfounded. It seems that reality is completely different from what I imagined. Damn it, did you hear me? This son of a bitch stole my stuff. Trash. Zhangde is now furious. Who is it? You're chattering all the time. Are you annoying? That's right. You actually slandered our Sun and Moon god. Do you have any shame? Sure. Isn't this the Kohler toilet? Ha! Are you constipated again? I told you to sit on the toilet less often. Watch out for leg cramps. Not only did no one pay any attention to Zhangde, on the contrary, in the eyes of these gossipers, this outdated return of death that was once in the top 3 of the rankings had long lost its place. In their eyes, the return of the dead is equivalent to a toilet. This made Zhangde so angry that he almost died. I am clearly in the right, but why am I the one being laughed at? The girls on Yi Chen's boat also completely ignored Zhangda's words. All the attention was focused on the words of a girl in the chat room. I'm 170 centimeters tall, and my measurements are, I could do all kinds of poses. Yang Ming'er turned her face away shyly. Dilly looked at Yi Chun angrily. Sister Dilly, what's wrong with you? The innocent Jiang Yuding looked at Dilly with indifference. It's okay, it's okay. Someone is too popular. The implicit meaning of these words brought Yi Chun into the situation. Ahem. It's getting late. Let's go back to the camp. Yi Chun didn't want to explain more about this matter. This will only make things worse. Besides, if you really want a girl, why should you go far away? The 3 girls behind me are more beautiful than each other. That means having a good figure and a good look. Although the newcomer Jiang Yuding is still young, she looks like a beauty at first glance. Besides, it is said that girls change a lot when they grow up. She is already 18 years old, so it is time for her to finalize her character. Brother Xiaoye, thank you so much this time, Hua. As a result, the girl blew Yi Chen a kiss. Yi Chen also didn't understand how he changed from Big Brother Yi to Little Brother Yi. Anyway, Yi Chen understood that a name is just a code name, and it is the other person's right to decide how to call you. It's just that this Brother Xiaoye plus a flying kiss. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the motorboat became weird. Dilly's gaze shifted from the chat room to the little girl in front of her. It turns out that this little girl is even more carefree than me. Yi Chen is now getting more and more headache. They say 3 women make a play, so I will have to watch the play every day in the future. As the sun sets, the 5 of them return to the camp carrying the legendary S-Class diesel converter. Jiang Yuding's eyes lit up when she looked at the many belongings in the cave. What surprised the little girl even more was that there was light in the cave. After Yi Chun and others took the little girl through the cave, they walked to the lawn. When Jiang Yuding saw the super luxurious RV, those big eyes were almost popping out. Brother Xiaoye, this is RV. Yi Chun looked calm and composed. Room RV. Jiang Yuding, who had been living in the open air since landing on the island, had never seen such a scene. Good job. I have no idea where to get my next meal. I have no place to live, and I don't know what tomorrow will bring. The big brother in front of me lives in this luxurious RV. Brother Xiaoye, is this really your car? Jiang Yuding seemed to be still a little skeptical. Yi Chen shrugged and said calmly, Yes, it's mine, no cheating. Of course, we have a lot of good stuff here. Dillet pouted her lips proudly. Yi Chen felt that ever since he met the little girl Jiang Yuding, his originally harmonious life seemed to be about to be broken. Wow, there's actually a refrigerator, a water heater, and an air mattress in this RV. Jiang Yuding opened her mouth as she admired every corner of the RV, as if she was afraid of missing any place. Brother Xiaoye, you are so amazing. I really admire you so much. Seeing the end, Jiang Yuding couldn't hide her excitement and simply rushed towards Yi Chun. The whole person was hanging on Yi Chen's neck. This time Yi Chun and the 2 girls behind him were dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Chun was embarrassed as he thought of another more troublesome thing. There's one more person. How am I going to sleep tonight? Chapter 139, The Correct Way to Open the Island Survival World. Boss, please help me. This diesel converter is quite heavy. Fortunately, Dadawan called out at this time. Yi Chen left the 3 beauties and ran to help Dadawan move the diesel converter. Boss, we made a fortune this time. Look, there are several barrels of diesel here. We don't have to live by candlelight anymore. Ever since diesel became scarce, Yi Chen once again brought out candles. It's really hard to have a light, but can't turn on. Now we have so many barrels of diesel in this big diesel converter. The days of frugality are finally over. Boss, this thing is really solid. Where can we find the seaweed? The 2 of them worked together to lift the treasure off the motorboat. No big deal, I'll go down to the sea and look for it. Yi Chen didn't care at all about looking for seaweed. If you have great diving skills, would you still be afraid of not finding seaweed in such a vast ocean? After moving the diesel converter onto the flatbed cart, Dadawan came up to Yi Chun and asked him mysteriously in a low voice. Hey boss, there are 3 girls now. Who will sleep with me tonight? Roll. I didn't expect this guy to bring up such irrelevant issues. I don't know that I'm worried about this. Please keep an eye on the exchange and see if there are any beds for sale. Bed? Boss, have you decided who you're going to sleep with? Roll. Yichin kicked Dadawan and sent him flying. This guy is really thoughtful. Boss, don't kick me. I'll help you. Dadawan rubbed his butt and opened the exchange interface. The bed was not found, but another piece of supplies was found. Boss, the trader is selling firearms blueprints. Firearms blueprints? Yichin thought for a moment. I seem to have seen this thing somewhere. Firearm blueprints. I remember now, a pistol, one of the necessary items for synthesizing a pistol. After thinking hard for a few seconds, Yi-chan suddenly remembered this thing. Boss, you don't really want to shoot and kill people, do you? What's wrong? Are you scared? How is that possible? If anyone dares to attack us, I will kill him. Yi-chan could naturally understand it. In the civilized era, how many people had ever played with guns, and how many had ever killed anyone? But when I think about it carefully, I have actually killed people in disguise. Yi-chan seemingly gently let go of the two guys who kidnapped Dilly. In fact, these two people had already died. The girls were kind-hearted. They felt a little bit reluctant at first and couldn't bear to see Yi-chan kill them, so they acquiesced to Yi-chan's actions. But everyone is smart, and they understand that what Yi-chan calls going with the flow is actually just a different way of dying. Their names could no longer be found on the list of 999 people as early as the second day after they were exiled. After all, in this vast ocean, how long can two people with their hands and feet tied survive, especially when one of them was stabbed? Yi-chan did not sympathize with them. These two people brought this upon themselves. In this world of island survival, it is ultimately up to the strong to have the final say, and being tolerant of others may very likely result in cruelty to yourself. When it comes to weapons, the more the better. Buy it. What's the price? 800 island coins. The price is not low. But after all, this is a sea-level excellence drawing, and the price is there. The most critical problem is that this blueprint is hard to come by, and the firearm blueprint cannot be synthesized in one's own blueprint research device for the time being. This made Yi-chan even more determined to buy the blueprint. Boss, let's eat first. I'm starving. Dadawan used the 800 island coins given to him by Yi-chan to buy the firearm blueprint, then started yelling while holding his stomach. Okay, everyone has worked hard today. Come, let's eat to our heart's content. Yi-chan waved his hand and summoned the three girls over. Brother Xiaoya, do you have any toast? Why eat toast? I'm tired of grilled fish. Before Yi-chan could say anything, Dadawan took the lead. Only then did Jiang Yuding realize that Yi-chan had more than just an RV. There are a lot of farmlands on the lawn behind the cave, and the farmlands are full of various fruits and vegetables. There's also a goat basking in the sun leisurely on the lawn nearby. A sheepdog was rolling on the lawn. There are high fences on both sides of the lawn, and even cameras are installed. Jiang Yuding was completely stunned. Are these people in front of me really here to survive in the island survival world? The more I look at it, the more it looks like they are here on vacation. They go fishing on a motorboat and live in a luxury RV. In the real world, this is how the rich vacation, right? Yi-chan, shouldn't we celebrate today? Yang Ming'er looked at Yi-chan with great interest. Yi-chan naturally would not disappoint everyone. Having said that, if I had to use 2 words to describe today, it would be perfect. No problem. Everyone, eat as much as you can today. Yi-chan gave an order. Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Dadawan responded immediately and turned around to get busy. Brother Xiaoya, do we really have grilled fish to eat? Gurgle, gurgle. Before Jiang Yuding could finish her words, her stomach started to protest. It seems that this little girl hasn't eaten properly for a day. Not only are there grilled fish, but there are also grilled meats, fruits, vegetables, everything you need. Come here, boss. Look what this is. Our big watermelons are ripe. Dadawan brought a watermelon as big as a basketball from the vegetable garden. Yi-chan, is this amount of mutton enough? Yang Ming'er was carrying 3 large pieces of mutton with difficulty. Dilly was even more exaggerated and simply pushed a cart full of sea fish in it. Jiang Yuding widened her eyes and glanced at the ingredients that were rushing in from all directions and surrounding her. Where on earth am I? The girl rubbed her eyes hard. Boss, 1 grill is not enough. I'll build another one. Dadawan set up a barbecue grill, but seemed to feel that it was not enough since there were so many people. So he simply moved out another barbecue grill. Now, 2 barbecue grills are more than enough for 5 people. Miss Yang, give me 2 pounds of mutton. I haven't eaten roasted mutton for a long time. I'm drooling just looking at it. Yang Ming'er generously threw a whole lamb chop over. Dilly had already skewered the fish with bamboo sticks. Seeing that everyone was busy, Yi-chan went to the RV and brought back a dozen bottles of water, giving each person 3 bottles. Jiang Yuding was now in a complete daze, staring blankly at the 4 people in front of her, each one more calm than the other busy with the ingredients. Brother Xiaoya, shall we eat this? Yes, if it's not enough, there's more. Don't be polite. Ting Ting, eat as much as you want. If you're not used to barbecue, how about I make you some fish soup? Yang Ming'er was already roasting the mutton while asking Jiang Yuding, who was still standing there stupidly, to sit down. And fish soup. Jiang Yuding was truly speechless now. This is the correct way to open the world of island survival. Chapter 140. The Face of the Capitalist. After a long while, Jiang Yuding slowly sat down. It's normal. I was the same as you when I first came here. You just have to get used to it. Dilly recalled the situation when she first landed on Yi Chen's island. It seems similar to this girl. The only thing to blame is Yi Chen, the rich man, for living an overly extravagant life. Don't look at me. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. I have something to say after you finish eating. Again, Yang Ming'er and Dilly were fooled by Yi Chen once. It is easy to be dissatisfied when you eat other people's food, and it is stingy when you take other people's things. The 2 girls stopped chewing reflexively. Boss, I protest, you're going to exploit the labor force again. Dadawan was chewing the lamb chops with big mouthfuls of crunch crunch and shouting incoherently. What are you talking about? When have I ever exploited you? I declare that we will not go anywhere tomorrow and will stay at home. Great. Long live. Dig clay, smelt iron ingots. As a result, before they could be happy for 3 seconds, Yi Chun, the big capitalist, got to the point. Tisk. Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Dadawan all rolled their eyes at Yi Chun at the same time. Capitalists are capitalists, always thinking about exploiting the labor of working people. We now have 4 B-grade perfect tools, and the only one missing is this last tool axe. Of course, the most important one is the A-grade epic construction hammer, which requires an A-grade epic iron ingot. Yi Chun, the capitalist, continued to speak shamelessly without blushing at all. The construction hammer is a divine weapon. The sooner we get it, the sooner we can become successful. Being a capitalist requires not only the ability to exploit, but also the ability to deceive. Yi Chun has already mastered the technique of deception. Boss, what do you think the construction hammer is good for? Sure enough, the most innocent, Dadawan, was the first to take the bait. Then they have a lot of uses. Just think about it. These 4 B-grade perfect tools are so awesome. How can this A-grade epic tool be so bad? Maybe with just one tap, it can build you a manor. Yang Ming'er and Dilly immediately gave Yi Chun a huge eye roll at the same time. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen anyone so shameless. You can build a manor with just one knock. You might as well say that you are Pangu and that you created the heaven and the earth. When I was free, I happened to find a clay mine on the beach in the south. I was so lucky. There are several tons of clay, and it's high grade. Don't you think it would be a waste if we don't use the good luck God has given us? It's all top quality clay. 100 kilograms of epic grade A clay. There will be no problem. When Yi Chen's plan failed, he came up with another one. Are you sure you discovered it by chance? I feel like you've been exploring for several days. Yang Ming'er has spent the longest time with Yi Chun, and she knows exactly what Yi Chun is thinking. Brother Yi, stop bragging. You just want us to dig clay. Dilly simply stopped beating around the bush and pointed out Yi Chen's intention concisely. Dilly's the one who knows me best. Let's dig clay while resting tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we'll go cut down trees, and the day after that, we'll dig some iron, or the day after that. Halfway through his words, Yi Chun felt 3 cold eyes glaring at him viciously. Eat, 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 come on, you have worked hard. Eat more, eat more. Yi Chun realized that he seemed to have talked too much, revealing his capitalist face, so he quickly changed the subject. The new partner Jiang Yuding was treated warmly by Yi Chun. Piece after piece of delicious fish and meat were brought to him. Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other and looked at the girl with some sympathy. The new coolie has arrived to report for duty. Here, give me 8,000 island coins. Dilly, you can use them to upgrade first. After eating and drinking, Yi Chun diligently transferred 8,000 island coins to Dilly. I spent 6,000 island coins and bought the A-Class Epic RV-specific solar converter and a set of A-Class Epic glass in the Island Mall. Although I already have a diesel converter, the solar-assisted power generation system for this car is also extremely useful. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy these supplies in the first place. Of course, even if we buy these two valuable materials, we are still a long way from synthesizing a solar-assisted power generation system. Putting aside the A-level epic solar-assisted power generation power blueprint worth 20,000, he still lacks some iron ingots and copper ingots. Of course, the most troublesome thing for him was the A-level epic solar panels, as he was short of 3 pieces. Yi Chun shrugged, as he had limited funds at the moment. He had 40,000 island coins, 800 of which were used to buy firearm blueprints, and he gave 8,000 island coins to Dilly for upgrades. He then spent 6,000 of them on himself, and only had more than 25,000 island coins left, which was only enough to buy another A-level epic building hammer blueprint. I have to keep the last 5,000 or so island coins for myself, in case the island mall has any scarce supplies again. By the way, Ting Ting, what is your sign-in level? Yang Ming'er turned around and looked at Jiang Yuding, who had been busy eating and didn't say much. Jiang Yuding grinned and held up a finger. Everyone was ashamed. I don't know what this girl is busy with every day. To this day, she is still at the first level sign-in system. Fortunately, Yichen has plenty of supplies here and does not need to spend any island coins. Just with the supplies he has, he can push Jiang Yuding to level 5. Ting Ting, after you finish eating, go take a hot bath and change your clothes. Shouty, and I have a lot of clean clothes that you should be able to wear. Yang Ming'er felt very distressed when she saw Jiang Yuding, who was covered in dirt. Take a shower? A hot shower. Change clothes. When Jiang Yuding heard these words, she looked incredulous. He glanced at the 4 people in front of him again. Except for the big one with dark skin, the other 3 were fairer than the other. At first, when Jiang Yuding heard that the girls who had been in contact with her for so many days turned out to be the famous stars Yang Ming'er and Di Lai, Jiang Yuding thought it was a bit strange. It was not until she met them in person that Jiang Yuding was sure that these 2 people were the 2 stars she had seen on TV. Even though they have entered the world of survival on the island, the 2 beauties are still so ethereal. Jiang Yuding really finds it unbelievable. Now I understand that it was entirely due to my own ignorance. Yichen has food, drinks, shelter, and useful things here. The wind can't blow it, and the rain can't hit it. I was able to take a shower and change clothes, and it was a hot shower. I really don't understand the life of rich people. Look at this brother Xiaoya in front of you. Well-deserved, island's richest man. At this time, the richest man on the island was listening to the system notification. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 6. Chapter 141. Not enough beds is a tricky problem. The current sign-in system level of Dilly Delimulati is level 6. 0% gets E-level common rewards. 20% gets D-level rare rewards. 20% gets C-level excellent rewards. 15% gets B-level perfect rewards. 9.8% gets A-level epic rewards. 35% gets S-level legendary rewards. 0.2% gets super S-level God-given rewards. Yi Chun was stunned. Awesome. The probability of signing in for an E-level normal reward has been reduced to 0. The probability of signing in to S-level legendary rewards has been increased to 35%. This sign-in probability makes even me, the number 1 guy on the island, feel extremely ashamed. After upgrading the sign-in system, Dilly looked at her sign-in probability and was stunned for a while. Xiaodi, what's going on? Has the sign-in probability increased again? Yang Ming'er was also looking forward to Dilly's data. That's what I told you. Our Xiaodi is the best. When Dilly sent her latest data to Yang Ming'er was so excited that she jumped up and down. The first person in the island survival world who could no longer sign in for E-level ordinary supplies was born. Boss, to celebrate Dilly's upgrade, I decided to eat another lamb chop. Dadawan shamelessly found an excuse for himself and added another piece of grilled lamb chop. Jiang Yuding seemed to be very familiar with the food and quickly started eating to her heart's content. Judging from the way this girl eats, I guess she hasn't eaten anything decent since she arrived on the island. After the sumptuous dinner, night fell. Yichen pulled the big roll aside. Bed, is there a bed? What bed? Dadawan was so busy enjoying his lamb chops that he had completely forgotten what Yi Chun had asked him to do. You pig-brain bastard, there's no bed. You have to sleep in the cave tonight. Yi Chun kicked Dadawan unhappily. Boss, my wooden bed is too narrow and hard, and it's not comfortable. Your air mattress is so good. I'm afraid 2 grown men can't squeeze in, but it's definitely okay to squeeze in a girl. While Dadawan continued to stuff lamb chops into his mouth, He gave Yichen a bad idea. Get out, get out, get out. Yichen kicked Dada again. Boss, I know what you were thinking. Dadawan put down his lamb chops, wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth with his fat right hand, and looked at Yichen with a wicked smile. Yichen glanced at him and saw that this guy looked like a dog that couldn't spit out ivory. Boss, you don't know who to sleep with, right? Let me give you an idea. In ancient times, the emperor would flip the cards. I have 3 sheep bones. Let's draw lots. Ouch, boss, don't kick me. Before this guy could finish his nonsense, Yichen kicked him on the butt. Dadawan rubbed his butt with his left hand innocently. Boss, you have to handle the harem affairs well. If you don't handle it well, it will be easy. Ouch. Seeing that this guy was still hesitating, Yichen kicked him again. Now, Dadawan dare not talk nonsense anymore. I'm afraid you can't count on this guy to get things done. Yichen paced back to the RV. Yang Ming-er and Dilly had already prepared some clean clothes for Jiang Yuding and asked Jiang Yuding to take a bath first. Well, how about Ting squeeze in with us tonight? Yang Ming-er also seemed to have thought about the problem of sleeping tonight. It's okay. At worst, I can go sleep in the cave. There's everything there anyway. That won't work. How can we let the owner sleep in a cave? Besides, no matter how good this cave is, it can't compare to this RV. There's wind blowing from front to back. What if he catches a cold? My wife is only thinking about me. So Yang Ming-er immediately rejected Yichen's proposal. It's okay. I'll sleep with Brother Xiao. At this time, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Jiang Yuding, wearing a loose nightgown and wiping her hair, walked out of the bathroom calmly. After hearing this, not to mention Yichen, Yang Ming-er and Dilly were also dumbfounded. Dilly is a carefree girl, but she didn't have the courage to say such things in front of everyone. Jiang Yuding glanced calmly at the air mattress that Yichen slept on, which was only 3.5 feet wide. It's wide enough. I slept there with my brother when I was a kid. It was so comfortable. Crack. Yichen was completely speechless. Yang Ming-er and Dilly looked at each other and were speechless. When you were a child, the problem is that was a child, and he was your brother. The situation is different now. You have grown up and become a different person. Besides, the person who's going to share bed with you is a strange man whom you have just met. That won't work. Dilly hesitated for a moment, stammering and waving her hands. Why not? Jiang Yuding looked at Dilly in confusion. It's too crowded. Dilly didn't have the nerve to say it directly, so she made up a reason. You are a guest. How can I let you suffer? It seemed that she thought this reason was quite credible, so Dilly simply continued to make up her story. Then what should I do? Jiang Yuding looked around stupidly. It seemed that although the RV was big, it couldn't accommodate the large number of people in her group, and there were not enough beds. Well, I can sleep on the floor. You and Ming-er can sleep. Dilly had no idea what to do. She was not a magician who could make a bed appear by just saying so. After thinking for a while, this was the only solution she could think of. I have a solution. I have a solution. As if the place wasn't lively enough, Dadawan, who was busy in the living room, trotted in. Yichen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. What good ideas can this guy who can't even spit out ivory from his dog's mouth come up with? As expected, I think, for the sake of fairness, the 3 of you can take turns sleeping on the air mattress. That's the fairest way. Hearing this, Yang Ming-er was the first to turn sideways. Dilly coughed twice and tried to stay calm. Yichen glared at Dadawan fiercely. Dadawan seemed to think that his boss was thanking him for designing such a perfect plan, and he gave Yichen a foolish smile. Taking turns sleeping. It's a pity this guy could come up with this idea. He really thinks he is the emperor, flipping the cards every day. The scene in the RV suddenly became extremely awkward. As the undisputed island owner of the island, Yichen could only cough lightly a few times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, I see. But unexpectedly, before Yichen could speak, the little girl Jiang Yuding raised her hands happily and said, Brother Dawan, this is a good idea. This is the fairest way. No one will suffer. This made even Dadawan dumbfounded. Yichen wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of people did he meet? Chapter 142, A Sleepless Night with Stormy Weather. Sister Dilly, do you have any objection to this? After Jiang Yuding agreed to Dadajuan's proposal with both hands, she turned to Dilly and waited for Dilly's reply with hope on her face. Dilly racked her brains, but never imagined that the little girl she had taken so much trouble to bring back was actually even more awesome than herself. This personality is too domineering. The problem is that people have provoked me at my doorstep. Can I just back off? Dilly glanced at Yichen, who looked like he was going to collapse, took a deep breath, and tried to keep herself calm. She responded lightly, "No problem." Now, it was Yang Minger's turn to be dumbfounded. Jiang Yuding looked at Yang Minger, who had her back to her. "What about Sister Ming?" Dilly clenched her little pink fists tightly. The girl in front of her was completely provoking the two of them. Without waiting for Yang Minger to answer, Dilly responded arrogantly. "Minger has no objection." "Xiao, Odi, you." Yang Minger was really anxious this time and pulled Dilly over. Dilly has a strong character and becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. At this moment, she is completely confronting this ignorant little girl in front of her. How could he care about Yang Minger? So what do we say tonight? Di Li and Jiang Yuding had a complete fight. Jiang Yuding held her chin up and pondered for a while, looking stupid. "Let's draw lots. This is the fairest way." That's what I told you. Drawing lots is the fairest way. When Dadawan heard the word draw lots, he smiled foolishly at Yichun. Yichun really wanted to kick him to death. Sharing the same bed with a beautiful woman is the dream of many men. But the problem is that you can't do it in a bad mood. What is the situation now? On one side is a young girl who is inexperienced in the world, and on the other side is Dilly, who is angry with him. As for Yang Minger, she was simply dragged into this situation inexplicably. At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud boom. The whole carriage shook. In less than a minute, heavy rain came pouring down. This is good. Even God has come to join in the fun, completely depriving Yichun and Dadawan of the choice to sleep in the cave. "Boss, this is not my fault. God didn't allow me to sleep in the cave." Dadawan backed out of the inner bedroom and climbed directly onto his wooden bed, as if he was afraid that Yichun would snatch the bed from him. "Well, I'm going to take a shower." Yichun was completely at a loss and had to go to the bathroom to calm down. While soaking in the bathtub, Yichun opened the chat room interface. It seems that this sudden rainstorm affected many survivors. Everyone is complaining in the chat room. "What's going on? Why is it raining so hard again? My cave is flooded. I'm going to be hung on the wall again tonight. I really want to buy good weather, but the price of exchanging weather is ridiculously expensive now. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. What if it lasts 2 or 3 days?" Yichun simply opened the weather exchange interface. Wow, you don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Current exchange weather price. Sunny day, 1,200 island coins. This is a black shop. Yichun looked out through the window. It was raining heavily, and it didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. There's a high probability that his own cave was also flooded. What Yichun was most worried about was that the heavy rain would continue and affect his plans for tomorrow. After soaking for half an hour, seeing that the rain showed no sign of stopping, Yichun dried his body, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. "Brother Xiaoya, we drew the lot, and it worked out well. Sister Minger, we caught Sister Minger. Sister Minger wins tonight." Yichun turned his head and saw Yang Minger, who was adjusting her clothes with her head down. Dilly and Jiang Yuding seemed to be fine, sitting there leisurely and contentedly. Yang Minger was really miserable. 2 little girls were fighting, and she became the victim. Seeing Yi Chun coming out, Yang Minger lowered her head and walked quickly into the bathroom, not even having the courage to look up and meet Yi Chen's eyes. It seems that this is not a long-term solution. The bed problem will seriously affect the stability and harmony of island life. Boss, have you checked the chat room messages?" At this time, Dadawan rushed in hurriedly. "What's the matter? It's just raining. What's the big deal?" Yichun had just left the chat room. The chat room is full of people complaining about the horrible weather. "No, boss. Some survivors said they saw a wild wolf again." "Wild wolf?" Not only Yichun was shocked, but Di Li and Jiang Yuding beside him also had a sudden change of expression. This is not the first time that wild wolves have made the news in the world of island survival. Yichun and Yang Minger had even experienced attacks by wild wolves themselves. "Don't be afraid. We are in the RV. We are safe." Yichun first calmed the 2 girls beside him. How many people in the chat room have encountered wild wolves? While asking Dadawan, Yichun opened his own chat room interface. "It seems there are only 3 or 4 for now. I don't know if there will be any follow-up." "Boss, there is new news." Sure enough, as soon as Yichun opened the chat interface, he saw new messages popping up continuously. "What's going on? There's a rainstorm and there are wolves. Are we going to be able to survive? It's so scary. I heard the wolf howling. It felt like it was nearby." The saying, "misfortunes never come alone and blessings never come in pairs," is exactly what this situation is like. Yichun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared. "I started focusing on building defensive projects after my first encounter with wild wolves." "What happened?" Yang Minger, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, seemed to have heard the voices outside and cautiously stuck half of his head out. It's okay. A survivor has spotted a wild wolf. It's raining heavily outside. It looks like tonight will be another sleepless night for most people. So are we safe? Now the originally domineering Di Li and Jiang Yuding also became quiet. Don't worry, Dad Awan has already reinforced the fence outside. We are still in the RV. With 2 barriers, it's safe. Yi Chun tried hard to comfort everyone. Big Wan, are all the gates of the fence closed? Are you sure none of them are open? Don't worry, boss. We haven't been to the north side in the past few days. It's well closed. I've also closed the fence at the cave in the south. Although Dadawan is not a smart person, Yi Chun is still assured when he gets things done. Check the doors and windows of the RV again and make sure every one of them is closed. Okay. Dadawan took the order and went to check the doors and windows. It's okay. The car is absolutely safe. The girls were obviously still a little timid, so Yi Chun comforted them again. Although there seemed to be no growling of wild wolves on his island for the time being, the whistling wind and thunder and lightning outside the window were still quite creepy. After taking a shower, Yang Ming'er stood at the bathroom door with an embarrassed look on her face. His original bed had been occupied by Dilly and Jiang Yuding. Yang Ming'er would feel embarrassed if she really had to squeeze onto Yi Chun's air mattress. Go to bed early. Let's sleep head to tail. It will be more spacious this way. Things have come to this point, so Yi Chun naturally has to show his manliness. You can neither take the initiative to take advantage of other girls, nor can you just stand there and watch in a coy manner. Yang Ming'er nodded slightly, then walked over. Boom! Another loud thunder was heard. Now that's good. Yang Ming'er staggered and rushed towards Yi Chun. Chapter 143, Sign-In Triple Hit. Yang Ming'er's pounce was so sudden that even the agile Yi Chun was unable to defend himself. The result is predictable. Yang Ming'er's small body was completely pressed on Yi Chun. Yi Chun fell backwards. The 2 of them pressed on the air mattress, one on top and one on the bottom. I've seen wall dong, but I've never seen bed dong. Fortunately, Yang Ming'er, who was very good at archery and could be considered a half-trained martial artist, moved sideways and moved to the other end of the air mattress. Immediately got into quilt. This ended the embarrassing posture just now. That night, Yang Ming'er naturally had trouble falling asleep. Yi Chun wasn't feeling much better, so he simply decided not to sleep. Yi Chun leaned against the wall on the other side and checked the messages in the chat room. My intuition told me that the matter of the wild wolf was quite strange. This wild wolf either doesn't come, or it comes all at once. There is no such coincidence in the world. Ming'er, when we encountered the wild wolf for the first time, did the other survivors also encounter the same thing? It seems yes. Yang Ming'er moved slightly and replied softly. It seems that this wild wolf is not a product of nature, but a gift given to itself by the system of this island survival world. Thinking about his original plan to dig clay on the South Beach tomorrow, Yi Chun was still a little worried. After all, the location of the clay that he had detected was outside the fence he had built. It seems that I have to build 2 more fences on the east and west ends of the beach to ensure that my activity area is absolutely safe. Just when everyone was about to fall asleep. Woof woof. Xiao Hu, who was sleeping in front of the car, suddenly started barking. Yi Chun suddenly woke up and jumped up from the air mattress in an instant. Yang Ming'er curled up on the air mattress, as if by reflex. Big volume. Yi Chun called out. Boss, I'm here. Dad Awan responded while turning on the lights in the RV. Dilly and Jiang Yuding seemed to have fallen asleep. Especially Jiang Yuding, it seemed that this girl was really too tired and even started snoring slightly. Xiaoha, stop yelling. Yi Chun walked quickly to the front of the RV and called out to Xiaoha softly. Xiaoha was very human and stopped barking. Instead, he jumped onto the driver's seat, facing southeast and wagging his tail nonstop. Yi Chun waved to Dedawan, who understood what he meant and handed the night vision goggles to Yi Chun. Raising the night vision goggles, Yi Chun looked towards the southeast through the front window of the RV. The south side of the lawn is where the cave is located, while the southeast side is the junction of the cave and the woods. Through the night vision goggles, Yi Chun seemed to vaguely see a black figure, but it disappeared in a flash. Big Wan, how are our defense works in that place? Boss, don't worry. I walked around the area several times. I put fences wherever they can be put. They are very strong. Dad Awan is still very confident in the defense system he has built. How's it going, Xiaoha? Did you find anything? Yang Ming'er also walked over. It's okay. Xiaoha probably discovered some creature. Don't worry. Our defenses are very solid. Besides, we're still in the RV, so it's safe. Yi-Chen patted Yang Ming'er on the shoulder and motioned for her to go back to sleep. If you really want to give your home a safety score. If my residents were ranked second, I'm afraid no one in the entire island survival world would dare to challenge for first place. A secondary reinforced fence project, a sturdy and reliable RV, a highly alert sheepdog, and he also has many handy weapons and sufficient manpower. I wouldn't say this configuration is foolproof, but it's more than enough to deal with 1 or 2 wild wolves. After comforting Xiaoha, Yi-Chun turned off the lights and returned to his air mattress. Yi-Chun, can I sleep? On your side? Yang Ming'er was obviously still a little timid. Although this girl was the hero who killed the wolf, girls are girls after all, and their courage is far less than that of boys. But sleeping in the same bed with Yang Ming'er is not a good thing. After the girl fell asleep, she began to show off her skills. My aunt. Yi-Chen is crying out to heaven and earth, but no one is helpful. Yang Ming'er used both her hands and feet, and there was no trace of the ladylike demeanor she had during the day. More than once, Yi-Chen was almost asleep when he was strangled awake by this girl. There was nothing he could do. He was now in a situation where a scholar met a soldier. He really couldn't sleep. Yi-Chen glanced at the time. It was already early in the morning. The heavy rain outside had stopped, and the sky in the east was already turning pale. Forget it, just sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level epic solar panel. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level epic solar panel. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level epic solar panel. The system announced this 3 times in succession. Yi-Chen was also in a trance. Could it be that the system was flooded and it got stuck? Yi-Chen was still guessing. Only 3 clang, bang, bang sounds of metal collision were heard. It seems that my sign-in reward has arrived. The question is, how come there are 3 sounds? What's going on? The crash seemed to wake up the beautiful Yang Ming'er who was sleeping with her arms around Yi-Chen's neck. Huff! Yi-Chen was finally able to catch his breath. He was almost strangled to death. That sign-in reward. Then why did I seem to hear more than one noise? What did you sign in for? Yang Ming'er was obviously still a little confused, with her long legs still hanging around Yi-Chen's waist. What's that sound? Dilly seemed to be awakened as well. She jumped out of bed and trotted towards Yi-Chen, but found Yang Ming'er sleeping in a very indecent posture. Cough, cough, cough. After 3 light coughs from Dilly, Yang Ming'er finally woke up completely. It's over, my graceful sleeping posture has been discovered. She retracted her long legs and straightened her clothes. Brother Yi, what did you sign? Why is there such a big fuss? Yi-Chen was also a little confused at this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the hidden effect of the Super S-level God-given reward. Triple the material sign-in reward. What? This time, Yi-Chen, who is usually calm, also exclaimed. This sound woke up both Dadawan and the little girl Jiang Yuding. Boss, what's going on? Dadawan walked over slowly with sleepy eyes. 3 times the sign-in reward for supplies. 3 times? It was early in the morning, and everyone was a little dazed, half awake and half awake. I have absolutely no idea what Yi-Chen is talking about. Until Yi-Chen slapped his thigh suddenly. I see. What? Everyone looked at Yi-Chen with wide eyes. That's Super S-level divine reward. Super S rank. Everyone is still very confused. Brother Yi, are you referring to the triple sign-in gold coin reward? Yes, that's it. Yi-Chen excitedly jumped up from the air mattress and rushed towards the door of the RV. Could it be that this Super S-level God-given reward not only triples the daily island coin reward, but also has a chance to triple the number of sign-in supplies? Everyone look at me, I look at you. I am dumbfounded. Chapter 144. The sign-in rewards that are hard to describe. Yi-Chen's heart was also surging at that moment. He even forgot about the wild wolf that appeared in the island survival world last night. Head straight to the trailer. As expected, there are 3 solar panels of almost identical size scattered around the trailer. Boss, I'm rich. It's really $3. Dadawan also ran over and saw that his boss either didn't pay or gave 3 pieces at a time, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Yi-Chen, can you really triple the number of sign-in supplies? Yang Ming'er also ran over with Dilly and the confused Jiang Yuding. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment. At first glance, that Super S-level divine reward seems pretty awesome. You can get 2 more island coins as system rewards every day. If others get 100, you can get 300. If others get 300, you can get 900. But think about it carefully. As a Super S-level reward, if it were just this, It would be too embarrassing for the system. For a big shot like Yi-chun, because of this reward, the daily system reward has indeed increased from 300 island coins to 900. It looks good at first glance, but the extra 600 island coins are nothing. The amount of transactions completed through the system transaction interface every day far exceeds 600 island coins, not to mention the daily recycling tasks. I finally understand. This is where the super S-level triple sign-in bonus is really awesome. The triple sign-in island coins are fake, but the real thing is that there is a certain chance to activate the triple sign-in materials. Boss, we got 3 solar panels at once. Now we are one step closer to synthesizing the auxiliary power system for the RV. Even Dad Awan saw the importance of activating the triple sign-in and getting 3 solar panels in one go. Apart from the A-level epic blueprint worth 20,000 island coins, Yi-chun was only short of a few copper and iron ingots to synthesize the RV's power auxiliary system. It is indeed a good thing worth celebrating. Now that everyone is awake, why don't we all sign in? Jiang Yuding, you sign in later. Once we finish the things on hand, I will ask Ming-er and Dilly to gather the supplies for you. You can upgrade directly to the level 5 sign-in system and sign in again. Directly upgraded to level 5. Jiang Yuding blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi-chun in astonishment. My goodness, when I was alone, I couldn't even level up to level 2, but when I arrived at Yi-chun's island, I was able to level up to level 5 in one go. Jiang Yuding knew that Yi-chun was the top boss on the list, but I never thought that Yi-chun was so rich. Several people were chatting. Woof woof. Xiaoha's barking was heard again outside the trailer. Everyone's hearts, which had originally relaxed, suddenly became tense again. Yi-chun led everyone out of the trailer, only to see Xiaoha already rushing towards the cave. Big Wan, grab your weapons. Ming-er, bring your bow and arrows. Dilly, Ting-er, stay where you are. I'll go after Xiaoha. Yi-chun told everyone to act on their own while rushing towards the cave. Xiaoha is not an ordinary sheepdog. They are very human-like and will not bark for no reason. Yi-chun guessed that Xiaoha must have made some discovery in the direction of the cave. Xiaoha! Yi-chun shouted and followed Xiaoha into the cave. Because it was early morning, the sunlight had not yet entered the cave, and the entire cave seemed a little dark. Only the incandescent lamp was flickering there. Xiaoha stopped at the south exit of the cave. Yi-chun specifically asked Awan to build a fence about 2.5 meters high on the south side of the cave, and also opened a bamboo door about 1.5 meters wide. At this time, the bamboo door was closed tightly. Xiaoha was wagging his tail while his eyes were fixed on the outside of the fence. With a crunch, Yi-chun caught a glimpse of a dark gray figure out of the corner of his eye. Woof woof. Xiaoha started barking again. Yi-chun looked in the direction where Xiaoha was barking, but found nothing. Boss, here I come. At this time, Dadawan rushed to Yi-chun's side with an axe in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Yi-chun, did you find anything? Yang Ming-er took her bow and arrow, looked around, and stood on the other side of Yi-chun. Dilly and Jiang Yuding, who arrived late, were obviously a little timid. They entered the cave, looking back every 3 steps. It seems that Xiaoha discovered something. I also saw a black shadow, but the other party was very fast, and I couldn't see it clearly. Boss, is it a human or a ghost? Could it be that the ghosts of those 2 unlucky people we let drift would come to find us? Dad Awan is quite prone to daydreaming. After these words were spoken, Dilly and Jiang Yuding, who were already a little confused, became even more timid. Don't tell me nonsense. We are all safe inside the fence now. And with Xiaoha here, he can spot danger immediately. Yi-chun comforted them with a few words and signaled everyone to return to the RV temporarily to finish breakfast and sign in first. As for Xiaoha, it seemed that he didn't make a sound after being called a few times. The 5 people retreated back to the RV. Only then did they all breathe a sigh of relief. While chewing on a piece of bread, Dadawan couldn't wait to start today's sign-in. However, his sign-in probability is really not good, and Yi-chun didn't receive anything. Boss, do you want some dog food? Yi-chun rolled his eyes at him, but he was used to it. I never expected this guy to sign in anything top-notch. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yang Ming-er you recruited signed in successfully and obtained the C-level excellence material. Luxury wedding night set. Hear this system prompt tone. Yi-chun was stunned, and Yang Ming-er was also dumbfounded. Boss, what did Miss Yang sign? Let me see it. Go away. It's none of your business. Go play somewhere else. Tisk, if you don't tell me, I'll go and see for myself. Hey, come back here. Just as Yi-chun reacted, Dadawan had already rushed out of the RV. Wow, what is this? It's a double quilt, and it's for pink pajamas, and it's lace, and you go and look after Xiao Ha, and check if the fence is firmly secured. Go, go, go. Before this guy could say another word, Yichin covered his mouth and kicked him off the trailer. Yichin looked around and was lucky that the other two girls did not follow him. So he immediately hid these extremely noble, luxurious, and high-end supplies. Brother Yi, what did Sister Ming'er sign for? She won't tell me when I ask her. Yichin had just hidden here when Dilly and Jiang Yuding got out of the RV and stood outside the trailer. Standing behind him was Yang Ming'er with a blushing face. Nothing, just some scraps of copper and iron. Not worth anything. Oh, Dilly, you're the only one left. Hurry up and sign in. Yichin tried to prevaricate for a while, but finally got it over with. Hey, System Master, can we learn something good? Could you please sign in for some reliable supplies? Yichin calmed down his excited mood and focused his attention on Dilly. The first two were just appetizers. Yichin had never placed his hopes on them. In front of Bug D, he, the level 7 boss, is nothing but a cloud, not to mention his other two little brothers. Only this great man is my hope to become tall, rich, and handsome. Dilly forced out a smile nervously. It's okay, don't put pressure on yourself. Your probability is just slightly higher than others, Yichin comforted her. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has signed in successfully, and you have obtained the S-level legendary material. Look out. Yichin was dumbfounded. This sign-in probability was really more than just a little bit higher. Chapter 145, Magical Sign-in Supplies. The question is, what is this observation tower? Yichin glanced in the direction of his trailer RV, fearing that a lookout tower would suddenly fall from the sky, and his group would be smashed into pieces. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. What's going on? Dilly was also a little confused. She looked around, but could not see any sign of the observation tower. It was not until Yichin opened the system interface that he discovered the so-called lookout tower was actually inside his system interface. Observation Tower, an S-level legendary defense building, 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 10 meters high, is solid and sturdy, and can remain standing even in a Category 12 typhoon. Standing on the observation tower, you can see far into the distance. The host can decide the placement location by himself. Once the placement location is locked, it cannot be changed. This building can be upgraded. Upgrade conditions, unknown. Special abilities. 1. Using bows and arrows, crossbows, and other weapons on the lookout tower can greatly increase the hit rate within a radius of 25 meters. 2. After the lookout tower is installed, it will automatically detect the situation within a radius of 25 meters around the clock. If any abnormal situation is found, the information will be immediately transmitted to the host system. Yichin was dumbfounded. The system actually gave me a defensive building, and this building even came with 2 special abilities, and it seemed that it could be upgraded. I have never seen such a thing before. However, Yichin was no longer surprised by this sign-in system. There was nothing it could not provide, except what you could not imagine. Dilly, what did you sign for? Yang Ming'er waited for a long time, but no supplies arrived yet, so he looked at Dilly in confusion. Dilly frowned and uttered 3 words, "Lookout Tower." Lookout Tower? The 3 people who heard these 3 words were dumbfounded. Doan, Dilly, and Jiang Yuding, who had just arrived on the island, all looked blankly at Yichin, who was fiddling with the system interface. Boss, what the hell is the lookout? Yichin shrugged and threw his system interface to Doan. Oh, you can still play like this. Dadawan is considered to be a carefree person. He exclaimed in surprise when he saw the observation tower in the system interface. Yichin, where do we put this? In fact, Yang Ming'er didn't need to say much. Yichin was already thinking about this matter. Since the system has been given to me, I might as well make good use of it. Yichin was originally worried about the abnormal situation that Xiao Ha discovered last night and this morning. Now that we have this lookout tower, as long as it is placed in the right location, we can immediately detect any abnormalities. Yichin gently placed his finger on the icon of the virtual lookout. Immediately, a 1-to-1 scale projection appeared suspended in the air. Yichin can move it at will. Seeing this huge creature floating in the air, everyone was truly amazed. This thing must be future technology, it's so awesome. Dadawan tried to touch the phantom of the lookout tower, but his finger went straight through it. It was obvious that it was just a virtual image. Yichin held the huge observation tower and walked around the lawn. After careful consideration, we finally decided to place it in the southeast corner of the lawn, which was the place where Xiao Ha discovered the abnormality yesterday. This place is less than 20 meters away from the coastline and can encompass half of the beach on the south side. In addition, the two north and south entrances of the cave, as well as the jungle connected to the cave in the southeast, are all included. It can be said that it has the best timing, location, and people. Right here, Yichun placed the virtual projection on the ground as he spoke. Soon, the system prompts. Do you want to confirm the placement location? Once the placement location is locked, it cannot be changed. Sure. Yichun pressed the confirm button without hesitation. Ding! The S-level legendary defense building lookout tower has been successfully installed. Your lookout tower has been activated. The five of them all widened their eyes and looked up at the originally empty lawn where a building that looked somewhat simple suddenly appeared. The base of the entire observation tower is made of wood, 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 10 meters high. The wood is thick and solid, with a circle of wooden ladders surrounding it. There is a space of nearly 6 square meters on the top of the observation tower, surrounded by fences. Is this sturdy? The girls walked around the observation deck, still somewhat skeptical about the solidity of this building that appeared out of nowhere. Don't worry, the thing's signed in by the system. How can it be fake? I'll go up and take a look. Yichun has 100% trust in the system. At least there have never been any fakes in the sign-in materials. What is said is what is meant, and there is no need for supervision from the 315 Association. Climb up the wooden stairs to the top floor of the observation deck. It really is a great view. If you get a telescope, you can almost overlook the entire island. Boss, how is it? Is it strong? Seeing Yichun coming down, Dadawan was also eager to go up and give a try. Ding! System prompts. Suspicious creatures have been found in your lookout. Please go check it out quickly. As soon as Yichun's front foot landed on the ground, the system prompt sounded. Minger, go get the bow and arrow quickly. I'll go up and take a look first. Yichun took another step and climbed up to the observation deck. System prompt. A suspicious creature has been found at the 10 o'clock direction of your current location. Yichun immediately turned his gaze to the direction of his 10 o'clock. A ghostly figure scurried into the jungle. It seems to be the creature that Xiao had discovered before. Xiao Husky, under the observation tower, seemed to have noticed something strange and immediately barked vigilantly towards the 10 o'clock direction. Yichun, the bow and arrow are coming. Have you found anything? Soon, Yang Minger brought 2 bows and arrows. There is an upgraded C-level, Zhuyu level bow. This type of weapon can be synthesized normally. For example, 2 rare grade D bows can be combined into a rare grade C grade repeating crossbow. Special upgrades are also possible. For example, 2 rare D-level daggers can be combined to become a C-level superior serrated dagger. 2 rare D-level bows can be combined to become a C-level superior powerful bow. Yang Minger is good at using bows, so he specially made a powerful bow. At this time, Yang Minger held the strong bow and carefully climbed to the top of the tower. I just saw it. It was running very fast into the jungle, right over there. Yichun took the bow and arrow and began to aim at the 10 o'clock direction in a very professional manner. Anyway, the system said that as long as I shoot arrows from this lookout tower, the hit rate will be increased within the shooting range, so I will start killing today. The archery Queen Yang Minger on the side was holding her powerful bow and getting ready. Her posture looked 100 times more professional than Yichun's. Oh! At 10 o'clock, a strange sound was heard again. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again, with a whoosh sound. Yang Minger's arrow has been unsheathed. Ding! The survivor, I am Mingming, kills a swift wolf and obtains 100 island coins and 2 strengthened wolf fangs. Chapter 146. The Reappearance of a Wild Wolf. This news was broadcast as world news. A line of bold red text was even pinned to the top of the chat room. Killed the swift wolf? What is a swift wolf? I've never heard of it. This is Mingming. You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Sure, isn't this the survivor who killed the wolf leader? Fuck, who is this person? He's so awesome. Everyone in the chat room soon discovered that this, I am Mingming, was also an old acquaintance. Killed wild wolves twice and made the list twice. Yichun, there's a bonus for killing wild wolves? And what kind of wolf is the swift wolf? And what is this enhanced wolf fawn? It's really no wonder that Yang Minger has so many questions. There are just too many new things. I'll go down and check. Well, just to be on the safe side, Minger, you stay on top of the arrow tower. Yichun came down from the arrow tower alone and left his camp from the direction of the cave with Dadawan. Now there is a lookout tower with an automatic monitoring system, and Yang Minger, the archer, is in charge. As long as he is within the protection circle of the lookout tower, he will not encounter any danger. However, in order to prevent any unexpected events, Yichun still asked Dadawan to bring a mountain axe and follow him closely. Yichun himself brought the sea-level excellent serrated dagger. Go around the cave and enter the jungle from the beach. The two soon found the body of the wild wolf that was killed by Yang Ming. The system displays Swift Wolf Corpse. Swift Wolf is an extremely fast wild wolf with a certain degree of aggressiveness. It is a C-class excellent carnivorous creature. Its fangs are the basic material for synthesizing special weapons. Boss, how come this wolf came out of nowhere? We went out many times before and never saw any wild wolves. Dajuan's words reminded Yichun again that he had not seen any wild wolves since Yang Ming'er killed the wolf last time. I thought the danger was over, but now it seems that everything is not that simple. Yichun, come back soon. At this time, Yang Ming'er on the tower yelled at Yichun. At the same time, Yang Ming'er raised the bow and arrow in his hand again. Retreat quickly. Yichun grabbed Dadawan, who was still in a daze, and ran back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sounds of two arrows breaking through the air were heard. Ouch! At the same time, a low wolf howl came from Yichun's right side. Boss, it looks like Miss Yang has shot another one to death. Should we go check it out again? After seeing Yang Ming'er's skills, Dadawan has sincerely worshipped this girl. Yang Ming'er is not just a pretty face, her skills are truly amazing. No, it's not safe here. Let's go back to the fence first. The frequent appearance of wild wolves is really disturbing. Wait until the two of them return to the cave. Dilly and Jiang Yuding were waiting anxiously in the cave. Are you injured? I saw that several survivors in the chat room were attacked by wild animals, and it seems that one of them was even bitten. Dilly frowned and looked worried. Let's go back to the RV first and calm Ming'er down. We'll be in the camp for now, so safety should be fine. Back to the RV. Everyone calm down. Boss, many survivors said they encountered wild wolves this time. It feels like there are more than last time. Dadawan was constantly checking the chat room. Yichun seemed to be thinking about something. While everyone was still discussing, the system spoke first. The system releases today's recycling task, 66,666 liters of E-grade seawater. Recycling price, per liter 2 island coins. At 8 a.m., the recycling system released today's recycling list. Yichun, today's recycling mission has been released. Boss, E-grade seawater, that's easy to come by. After tasting the sweetness of yesterday, everyone saw that the system had issued such a simple recycling task and instantly forgot the fear they had when they encountered the wild wolves before. Everyone is eager to try and make another big buck. No need. We'll give up today's recycling materials. Unexpectedly, Yichun waved to everyone calmly. Why, boss? Nearly 70,000 liters of seawater, more than 130,000 island coins. 130,000 coins. If we get all of them, we will be rich. Dadawan looked at his boss in disbelief. His boss, who was always known as a dishonest businessman, actually gave up such a huge bargain that fell from the sky. Yichun shook his head calmly. 130,000 island coins may seem like a lot, but have you ever thought about it? If 130,000 is divided equally among 999 people, how much can each person get? After Yichun said this, everyone fell in a deep thought. More than 60,000 liters of water and over 130,000 island coins. It seems like a really large amount. But if you divide it equally, each person only has 133 island coins. The recycling materials are of high level and difficult to obtain, which is indeed a headache. For the vast majority of survivors, it is just like looking at a plum and quenching thirst. They can see it but cannot touch it. But if the grade of the recycled materials is too low, like today, E-level ordinary seawater, it should be considered the most easily available material in the island world, and everyone would rush to collect it. With so many people, no matter how many island coins there are, they won't be enough to go around. Would Yichun, who came from a wealthy family, compete with these guys for just a few hundred island coins? Boss, although the number per person is small, there's still more than 100 pieces. There must be 600 pieces for the 5 of us. It seems that Dadawan still refuses to give up. 600 pieces? Yichun forced a smile. Look at how much is left now. Shoo, it's only been a few minutes. How come there are only 50,000 liters left? Shoo, less than 50,000. Ever since Yichun saw the recycling message from the system, he had predicted that everyone would pick up this bargain. So why should he join the fun? 5 people, 600 island coins, and the competition is so fierce. Why bother? Why want his big money? Will you compete with these survivors in hand speed? Don't worry. These hundreds of thousands of island coins are just temporarily in their hands. They will eventually go into our pockets. Yichen was full of confidence and patted Dado on the shoulder. Brother Xiaoya, do you have any way to make money? Jiang Yuding, who had just arrived, asked curiously. Dilly shook her head, guessing that this unscrupulous businessman would start using his brain to make money again. At that moment, only Jiang Yuding didn't know how powerful Yichen was. Yichen pointed in the direction of the cave and spoke slowly. Wild wolves can help us make money. Wild wolf. Everyone was collectively stunned. The four of them looked at each other, and then simultaneously fixed their gazes on Yichen as if he were a madman. Chapter 147. The increasingly dangerous world of island survival. Brother Yi, you wouldn't be scared silly by the wild wolf, would you? Dilly reached out and touched Yichen's forehead in a very pretentious manner. Boss, are you trying to make a fortune by selling wolf meat? Dadawan began to speak nonsense boldly. Without waiting for Yichen to explain, the system prompt sounded again. Let's go. The lookout has discovered something unusual again. Everyone rushed out of the RV again and headed straight for the lookout tower. At 12 o'clock, the wolf appeared again. Yichen, why did so many wild wolves appear all of a sudden? Yang Ming'er is already an excellent archer, and with the special ability of the lookout tower, it is no problem for him to kill a few wild wolves. But if there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. Who can stand one of you coming every hour? I guess this is thanks to the island survival world. Island survival world. My intuition tells me that this is just the beginning, and there will be more and more of these beasts in the future. Yang Ming'er was really frightened when she heard Yichen's words, and the arrow she shot went astray. So we have to hurry up and upgrade our defense facilities before the crisis really arrives. Isn't our fence and this S-class legendary lookout enough? Yang Ming'er was obviously a little dazed and glanced at the man in front of her. Yichen's expression was also serious at this time, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. So what should we do? Get that A-level epic construction hammer as soon as possible and add more defensive buildings. The more Yang Ming'er listened, the more confused he became. How to have anything to do with the construction hammer again? Put on the peephole and scan the building again. Yichen pointed to the observation deck under their feet and handed the peephole he carried with him to Yang Ming'er. After putting on the peephole, Yang Ming'er made a new discovery. Look out. This level legendary building, special ability. The above information was already known to everyone, but the following information is freshly released. Lookout Tower. It can be obtained directly from the sign-in reward, or it can be obtained by combining an A-level epic building hammer with 50 kilograms of C-level outstanding wood and 10 kilograms of B-level perfect iron ingots, or 10,000 island coins. This building can be upgraded to an S plus legendary crossbow tower. 1 B-grade perfect elite crossbow plus an S-grade legendary crossbow tower blueprint plus 20 kilograms of B-grade perfect wood plus 5 kilograms of A-grade epic iron ingots, or 25,000 island coins. S plus legendary crossbow tower. Build a giant crossbow that can automatically conduct reconnaissance, aim at hostile targets within a 50-meter radius, and send an alarm to the host at the first time. After reading these densely packed hidden annotations, Yang Ming'er stared at Yichen with her small cherry mouth open in astonishment. Don't be too surprised. It was only after reading these annotations that I came to the conclusion that the difficulty of survival in this island survival world will become more and more difficult as time goes by. What Yichen said was absolutely valid. If this island survival world was safe and harmonious, which survivor would be so bored as to buy such ridiculously expensive watchtowers and crossbow towers? Do you really think that these materials and island coins were blown by the wind? Could something that could be called an S-level legendary item just be a decoration? It seems we can't afford it, right? This crossbow tower costs 25,000 island coins, and its coverage area is only 50 meters. Our lawn alone is more than that. After listening to Yichen's analysis, Yang Ming'er was obviously a little flustered. It's okay. The system is sending us money. Yichen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pointed to the 10 o'clock direction, which was the direction where the body of the wild wolf that was shot dead by Yang Ming'er was. If there are a large number of wild animals on each island, then by then, let alone going out to sea, even walking on the island may become a luxury. We just need to prepare defense projects in advance and gather all the necessary resources. By then, others will be unable to do anything, but we can collect supplies unimpeded. Now Yang Ming'er finally understood why Yichen was not in a hurry to squeeze in with the others to hand over the seawater. Boss, it's all your fault. You don't want the free island coins. Look, there are less than 13,000 coins left. No, I have to go grab seawater. After all, it's all money. As Dadawan watched the recycling system's upper limit getting lower and lower, he felt more and more frustrated. Come back here. If you have the time, go to the woods and cut down some B-grade trees for me. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er retreated from the observation deck and saw Dadawan running towards the south beach on his own. Boss, it's better to collect seawater than to cut down trees. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? Yi Chun interrupted Dawan without hesitation. All right. Dadawan scratched the back of his head. Although he still felt a little regretful, his boss had spoken, and he had no choice but to go back to the cave and get the axe and cart. Yi Chun, is that place safe? How about we drive there? At that moment, wild wolves were elusive and had left their camp. Without the protection of fences and lookout towers, Yang Ming'er felt that she was not safe anywhere. We have to take a detour if we drive the RV there. Besides, the tree is in the jungle, so it would take too much time to go back and forth. Don't worry, I'll go with this guy, and I'll bring Xiao Ha with me, so safety won't be a big problem. Besides, we only need 10 kilograms of B-grade trees. If everything goes well, we'll be back soon. You three just stay in the camp. Although the target tree selected by Yi Chun was not far from his camp, it was not convenient to drive there. Although Yi Chun himself knew at the moment that there were certain safety risks if he left the camp alone. However, the sooner I can finish this B-grade perfect tree trunk, the sooner I can synthesize a B-grade perfect tool axe. Only after mastering this B-level tool axe will he be qualified to cut down A-level epic trees and synthesize the A-level epic construction hammer that he has long dreamed of. This matter has to be done sooner or later, so it is better to get it over with as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Besides, according to my own judgment, the future survival journey on the island will only become more dangerous. Bring the shepherd dog Xiao Ha, a mountain axe, a serrated dagger, a cart, some simple dry food, and D-level fresh water. Yi Chun and Dadawan left the camp from the south gate of the cave and headed east along the beach, looking for the B-level perfect palm tree closest to their camp. The three girls accompanied the two all the way to the beach and only returned to the camp reluctantly until Yi Chun urged them to go back. Along the way, Dadawan kept chattering about the 600 island coins he had lost. Cut trees carefully. Maybe in a few days, you will have cramps in your hands from counting money. Yi Chun patted Dadawan on the shoulder to boost morale. Real. Dadawan seemed skeptical. 600 island coins, right? Within a week, I'll give you 60,000. Chapter 148. Deep into the jungle to find the perfect palm tree. 60,000. Dadawan rubbed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. All right. When have I ever lied to you? Close your mouth. Your big yellow teeth are visible. Ha ha ha. If the boss says go east, I will go east. If the boss says shoot the sun, I will never pick the moon. Boss, let's go. Let's chop down some trees. Yi Chun looked at the silly boy helplessly. He looked depressed a second ago, but now he seems like a completely different person. Yi Chun opened the material distribution map and began to accurately locate the location of the B-level perfect palm tree. Big roll left, into the woods, parked the cart outside. The road in the jungle was rugged and muddy, and the cart could not move forward, so Yi Chun had to leave the cart outside the jungle. Xiao Ha, explore the way ahead. With Xiao Ha around, we have an extra layer of protection. The clever little Ha immediately understood what he meant and rushed into the woods. Boss, this kind of small matter can actually be left to me alone. There is no need to trouble you to come out in person. Stop flattering me and watch the road. Yi Chun doesn't buy into the Dajuan's tricks. There's so many people trying to flatter him that he needs to make an appointment to get a number, so there is no way this guy will get a turn. According to the resource distribution map, the B-grade perfect palm tree is less than 500 meters away. Yi Chun glanced at the sky, which was mostly covered by branches and leaves, and felt a little worried. Hurry up, it's about 400 to 500 meters to the southeast. Seeing his boss being so cautious, Dadawan didn't dare to laugh it off. He put on a peephole and followed Xiao Ha. Boss, I see it. Wow, this tree is good. It's really strong. The two of them moved southeast for another 10 minutes, and Dadawan finally found the B-grade perfect palm tree. It will take time to speed up, start the work, and ship it out. Without a cart, they had to rely on manpower to transport the goods out. Dadawan swung up the axe and started smashing things down. Crunch, crunch. This guy is really strong. After 4 or 5 hits, the thick palm tree began to tilt slightly. Be careful and watch out. Yi Chun was afraid that this kid would become addicted to smashing things and would not care about his own safety. It's okay, boss. It's about to fall. Let's go. With a loud bang, the palm tree fell down. Each person should take at most 10 kilograms, no more, and we should finish the job quickly. Yichin was not greedy. He didn't need many B-grade perfect tree trunks, so there was no need to fight to the death. Half an hour later, the two men carried a large bundle of tree trunks on their shoulders. Retreat. Boss, don't take the other trunks. They are B-level trunks after all. It's a pity. Not for now. Come back when you need it. Hurry back. Yichin didn't want to stay in the wild without any safety guarantee for even a second longer. The important thing is to return to your camp as soon as possible. Xiaoha, go home. Lifting the tree trunk, Yichin waved to Xiaoha behind him. Huff huff. Looking back, Xiaoha was gritting his teeth and facing the southeast direction of the jungle, as if he was ready to launch an attack at any time. Xiaoha! Yichin shouted at Xiaoha again. Woof woof. At this time, Xiaoha started barking wildly. Yichin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be that Xiaoha has discovered the wild beast again? Yichin, where are you? Several wild wolves have appeared near the lookout. Are you okay? Come back soon. At the same time, Yichin received news from Yang Ming'er. Big Wan, retreat. Quick, Xiaoha, follow me. Yichin didn't bother to figure out what Xiaoha had discovered. It wasn't a good thing anyway, so he just ran away first. Boss, what's going on? Xiaoha found another wolf? How come there are so many wolves on this island all of a sudden? Dadawan was running in front, carrying the wood, and he didn't forget to say a few words. In order to save energy, Yichin was too lazy to explain more at this time. The two of them ran 300 or 400 meters in one breath until they saw a flatbed cart at the end of the jungle. Only then did Yichin dare to rest for a while and catch his breath. Boss, Xiaoha. Where's Xiaoha? The two of them just stopped to catch their breath when Dadawan suddenly turned around and found that Xiaoha, who had been following them, was gone. Xiaoha, Xiaoha. The two of them kept calling out for Xiaoha, but there was no sign of Xiaoha anywhere. Yichin, who was always calm, couldn't help but become anxious. Xiaoha is not an ordinary pet dog. He is very human-like. Unless he encounters special circumstances, he will never disobey your orders. Big One, wait here for me. If anything happens, notify me immediately. I'll go into the woods and look for him. Boss, you stay here, I'll go. No, you're not as agile as me. Besides, I have the sprint skill. If anything happens, I can run away faster than you. Yichin didn't want to waste any more time, so he left all the things he was carrying on the cart and went back to the jungle alone, holding his serrated dagger in his right hand. I walked alone in the jungle for 5 minutes, but still couldn't see Xiaoha. Yichin kept looking around. The towering trees with lush branches and leaves covered the entire jungle, and all kinds of vegetation were intertwined, which made people feel a little chilly. Yichin, Dadawan, where are you? Did you hear anything? Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Jiang Yuding were standing on the observation deck, anxiously holding telescopes. They chatted privately with Yichin and Dadawan from time to time, while looking around with telescopes from time to time. Just during the hour that Yichin and Dadawan went out, the lookout had spotted no fewer than 3 wild wolves. Yang Ming'er shot several arrows in succession, but it seemed that only one was seriously injured. I'm here. The boss went to look for Xiaoha, but Xiaoha is missing. Dadawan, who was standing at the end of the jungle, finally replied a message to Yang Ming'er and the other 2 girls. However, this reply did not make the 3 women feel at ease. On the contrary, it made them even more anxious. Xiaoha disappeared, and Yichin went into the jungle alone to look for him. This sounds chilling. Sister Minga, what's going on? Why did Xiaoha disappear? Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Xiaoha, the sheepdog who signed in, have been getting along for some time. They are well aware of Xiaoha's intelligence and cleverness. Yang Ming'er frowned, hesitated for a moment, and sent a private message to Yichin again. Yichin, stop looking, safety first. Although in Yang Ming'er's heart, she had already regarded Xiaoha as half her relative. But compared to Yichin's safety, Xiaoha's safety had to be put on the back burner. 3 minutes passed, but there was still no response from Yichin. Xiaodi, go get the missing person compass from the RV. Without getting a response from Yichin, Yang Ming'er had to resort to the search compass. Dilly quickly brought out the missing person compass. A minute later, the missing person compass successfully located Yichin's position. But after the 3 of them saw it, they were all at a loss. Brother Yi is spinning in circles. Chapter 149, Fighting the Wild Wolf. Hey, aren't you ashamed, little guy? Yichin circled around a deep pit with a radius of less than 1 meter again and again, but he felt helpless. It was because the little Ha that he had been looking for a long time was inside. Being a vigilant sheepdog, He fell into a pit and couldn't climb out. Yi-chan felt really amused and helpless as he looked at Xiao-Ha, who was still trying to dig up the soil. The pit seemed to be quite deep. Yi-chan tried many methods, but couldn't get the little guy out. Wait a moment, I'll go find a longer vine. Yi-chan had no choice but to temporarily leave the poor little guy behind and go chop vines. After cutting down a vine about 5 meters long. But I heard Xiao-Ha's barking. I know, here it comes, stop shouting, it's embarrassing. Yi-chan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, pulled the vine and turned around. But I saw a pair of blue eyes. A wild wolf was staring at him fiercely in front of him. Yi-chan took several steps back reflexively. This wild wolf is really hard to guard against. I didn't expect it to appear at this time, and I was completely unprepared. Now Yi-chan understood why Xiao-Ha was barking. Yi-chan, who only had a serrated dagger at his side, instantly fell into a disadvantage in momentum. The wild wolf stared at him with bared teeth, as if assessing the strength of the man in front of him. Thinking that Xiao-Ha was still in the cave, if he left the little guy behind and ran away, he was afraid that Xiao-Ha would be in danger. It is said that wolves are afraid of dogs, but that depends on what kind of dog it is. An immature sheepdog like Xiao-Ha is not on the same level as the mature wild wolf in front of it. For Xiao-Ha, Yi-chan tried hard to calm himself down. At least I have a life-saving skill. If the time comes and it really doesn't work, at least I can still escape. Relying on his nimble legs, Yi-chan picked up the serrated dagger and confronted the wild wolf in front of him. The wild wolf seemed a little surprised as to how the human being in front of him, who had been a little timid, could suddenly regain his fighting spirit. As one side gained strength while the other side lost strength, Yi-chan launched the attack first. The serrated dagger in his right hand pierced the wolf's forehead. Although the wolf reacted quickly, it seemed that it did not expect the other party to dare to attack first. Yi-chan hit the target with one strike. Ouch! The wolf roared in pain, blood oozing from its forehead. Yi-chan hit the target with every shot, which greatly boosted his morale. It seems that these days on the island have not been in vain. The daily work has greatly improved my body's potential. In addition to this magical skill, his legs and feet are also very nimble. Bring it on. Now, it was Yi-chan's turn to boost his morale. It seemed that the wild wolf had not expected that he would encounter such a tough opponent when he went out today, and he was instantly at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Swoosh! Yi-chan attacked with 2 more swords. With the sound of cutting through the air, the swords pierced the opponent's throat. The wound on the wolf's forehead had become increasingly serious, with blood dripping down its forehead. Now that it was being suppressed by this human, it had lost all desire to fight. After a few random moves with its 2 front legs, it began to retreat. Yi-chan naturally didn't think about getting entangled with a wild wolf anymore. Killing a wild wolf can indeed earn you 100 or 80 island coins, but it is a waste of time and money, so why bother? I'm not so poor that I have to kill wild wolves to make a living. If the other party wants to leave, I will never pester him. In this remote wilderness, who knows where a wild wolf might pop up? At the moment, my goal was clear, which was to rescue Xiao-Ha as soon as possible and retreat back to the camp. He posed again to scare the wolf. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. The wild wolf turned around and ran away. This guy is really bringing shame to his own wolf pack. Yi-chan immediately threw the vine that was thrown aside into the pit where Xiao-Ha fell. With Yi-chan's help, Xiao-Ha finally escaped from danger. The rescued Xiao-Ha licked Yi-chan wildly, as if to thank Yi-chan for rescuing him. All right, stop embarrassing yourself and retreat. Yi-chan checked Xiao-Ha's condition and found 2 wounds on his abdomen and the front of his right leg. Now I understand why Xiao-Ha can't jump out of such a small pit. There's already a wound on his body, and now it seemed to have been touched by something, causing the wound to break again. Yi-chan felt a little sorry for the little guy. He picked up Xiao-Ha with one hand and began to retreat towards Dadawan. Yi-chan, did you hear me? If you can't find Xiao-Ha, stop looking for him. Let's go back to the camp and make plans. I'm here. Xiao-Ha's been found. We are on our way back. Don't worry. Only at this time did Yi-chan have time to reply to Yang Ming'er. After hearing Yi-chan's reply, the 3 girls felt a little relieved. Yang Ming'er immediately informed Dadawan of the news. After receiving the message, Dadawan ignored Yi-chan's instructions and rushed into the jungle to meet Yi-chan. Yi-chan carried Xiao-Ha back along the same route. But just when I thought I could escape this creepy jungle by running a few hundred meters, the little husky in my arms started barking restlessly again. Shout! Before Yi-chan uttered the word shout, he felt a chill on his back. Human intuition can sometimes be amazing. There's something behind. Yi Chen turned slightly and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. My goodness, several pairs of eyes with terrifying blue light are staring at me. Run. Yi Chen only made one decision at that moment. Run for your life. Although he had just fought a wild wolf alone, he still had the upper hand. But that was because I took the initiative and it was a one-on-one situation. The current situation does not allow me to show off my abilities anymore. There was only one person and one dog, and the dog was a wounded puppy. There are at least 3 or 4 of them. The enemy outnumbers us. If we don't flee now, when will we? Spreading his legs, Yi Chen relied on his magical skills to run wildly all the way. But this escape skill is enough for ordinary humans. But now we're facing a group of 4-legged guys. When it comes to competing in speed between humans and wolves, humans are far inferior to wolves. Even though Yi Chen has the escape skill that increases his speed by 25%, he is still not that good if he really competes. Yi Chen only now realized that he still couldn't outrun the other party. Within half a minute, the wild wolf behind him had already started to surround him from the left. One of them even rushed in front of him. Yi Chen was so panicked that he had to dodge to the right. Now surrounded on 3 sides, he had no choice but to abandon his original route and continue running deeper into the jungle. In the deep jungle, the roads were muddy and overgrown with bushes, which seriously affected Yi Chen's speed. 3 minutes later, the 4 wild wolves fighting in a group surrounded Yi Chen, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right. Now there is no escape. Yi Chen looked around and saw nothing but trees. The problem was that he had never learned the skill of climbing trees. Is it possible that I have to say goodbye to the world of island survival today? But at this moment, Xiaoha and Yi Chen's arms suddenly broke free from Yi Chen and rushed out. At the same time, Xiaoha's rail owner Yang Minger received a system notification sound. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your pet sheepdog has evolved successfully. Chapter 150, are you sure you're really a dog? After breaking free from Yi Chen, Xiaoha's body suddenly grew larger, and he stood in front of Yi Chen majestically. Yi Chen, what's going on? How did Xiaoha evolve? Before Yi Chen could react, Dilly sent a message. Evolution? B-level perfect sheepdog. A sheepdog with certain attack and defense capabilities. It can fight 2 ordinary wild wolves alone without being at a disadvantage. It continues to grow. When Yi Chen learned the latest data of the little husky in front of him, which had grown a size bigger, from Dilly, he was surprised and delighted. I remember that Xiaoha evolved once last time when he was dealing with those 2 unlucky guys. It evolved from a D-level ordinary sheepdog to a C-level outstanding sheepdog, and its size also increased slightly. This time, at this critical moment, Xiaoha evolved again. However, the data given by the system also clearly stated that under normal circumstances, the current B-level Xiaoha can only deal with 2 ordinary wild wolves. There were 4 wild wolves surrounding him at the moment, and judging from their heads, it seemed that 1 or 2 of them were not ordinary wild wolves. So even if Xiaoha evolves again and fights 1 against 4, it seems that he will definitely lose. The 4 wild wolves did not move at this time. It seemed that the majestic Xiaoha in front of them still had a certain deterrent effect on them. Xiaoha, don't force it. The best thing to do is to escape. Yi Chen took a step forward and whispered softly. Xiaoha, however, still stood in front with his head held high, showing no intention of retreating. The 2 sides, 1 man, 1 dog, and 4 wolves confronted each other for a full 3 minutes, until the wild wolf in front of Xiaoha seemed to lose his patience and took the lead in attacking. Xiaoha was prepared and rushed forward directly. When he was about to collide with the wolf head-on, Xiaoha shifted his center of gravity slightly to the left, then stretched out his right paw and swung it violently. Yi Chen only heard a muffled pop sound. The slap hit the wolf's face hard. Yi Chen blinked in astonishment. He had seen people slapping each other in TV dramas, but he had never seen a dog slap a wolf. The slap was so powerful that the wolf's head suddenly tilted to the right. After the dog and the wolf landed on the ground, Yi Chen realized that Xiaoha's slap had scratched the wolf's cheek into a big mess. Several blood marks were left on the wolf's cheeks, and it looked like they would take several months to heal. Awesome. Yi Chen also took a step forward and caught up with Xiaoha. You must stand with your comrades. A man and a dog stood back to back in the jungle. The first wolf's attack was blocked, which seemed to have greatly affected the morale of the wolf pack. The other 3 wild wolves that were originally preparing to rush forward seemed to have temporarily stopped their attack. Yi Chen now thought of the pistol that had not yet been synthesized. It would be great if he had a gun at this time. While Yi-chan was still daydreaming, the second wave of attack by the wild wolves began. For wild wolves surrounded them from four directions. Yi-chan's pose was indeed quite realistic, but he was just pretending. When had he ever been targeted by four wild wolves in his life? Suddenly, there was no order. Xiaoha behind him had already started to act. It seemed that Xiaoha had set his sights on the wild wolf that he had slapped and went straight towards it. Pa! Yi-chan only heard two more slap sounds coming from behind him. Immediately afterwards, the disfigured wolf was slapped to the ground. After easily dealing with the one in front of him, Xiaoha didn't stop at all. He turned sideways and targeted the one on the right. Following suit, I got two slaps in the face. Yi-chan touched his cheek reflexively. This little Ha must have been a violent person in his previous life. He doesn't like anything else but slapping people in the face. In less than 3 minutes, the four wild wolves surrounding him were either lying or falling, and each of them had a blood mark on his cheek given by Xiaoha. As for Xiaoha, he still stood in front of Yi-chan majestically and moved his right front leg. Boss, I'm here. Please retreat. I'm here to save you. At this time, Dajuan's voice came from a distance. The four wolves, which had completely lost their fighting spirit, saw another person and gave up completely. I originally thought that it was 4 against 2, and I could win no matter what, and I would definitely have lunch. But it turned out that they were 1 against 4, and it seemed that they only used one leg and one trick. Now the reinforcements have arrived again, and it seems that he is still a fat guy. What are you still fighting for? I just hope I don't get slapped again. Get out of here. Oh no, get out of here. The four wild wolves looked at each other, then understood each other and retreated. Xiaoha didn't seem to be interested in chasing them. He licked his hero, right front leg, then turned around and looked at Yi-chan. Yi-chan looked at Xiaoha, who was wagging his tail in front of him, with a somewhat amusing look on his face. There was no trace of the look on his face as he was fighting with the wild wolf just now. He instantly turned into a well-behaved pet dog. Okay, I'll reward you when I get back. I'll give you a big piece of meat. How does it taste like barbecue? Xiaoha seemed to understand, and wagged his tail even more happily. He simply pounced on him, threw himself into Yi-chan's arms, and licked him wildly again. Hey. We look a bit like dogs. Can we please show some dog faces? Yi-chan was enjoying Xiaoha's saliva when he rushed over with a murderous look on his face, holding a mountain axe. Where are the wild wolves? Where are the wild wolves? Boss, don't be afraid. I'm here. If there's one, I'll chop it down. If there's two, I'll chop them down together. Come on. They're all running away. Just be quiet. Dajuan looked around Yi-chan in a serious manner until he found nothing. Then he retreated to Yi-chan's side. When he saw Yi-chan holding the cute little Ha, he scratched his head in confusion. The girls desperately called me, saying that you were in danger, and it was urgent. They said that you encountered a wild wolf. The problem is, where did this wild wolf come from? Yes, he was chased away. Yi-chan stroked Xiaoha's head and called Dajuan to go back. I have now deviated from the original route back to the beach, and I have been out for nearly 2 hours. I really don't want to encounter any more trouble. Fought away. Dajuan followed Yi-chan closely all the way and asked in confusion. Yeah, they were chased away by Xiaoha, 4 of them. Xiaoha seemed to hear Yi-chan calling his name, and he licked Yi-chan wildly again, then hung his tongue and smirked at Dajuan. Dajuan looked at Xiaoha's silly and cute look and naturally didn't believe it at all. 4? They were chased away by Xiaoha? Boss, just brag. Chapter 151. Obtaining a B-grade perfect tool axe. Dajuan would never believe that this cute little boy could fight against a wild wolf. Yi-chan was too lazy to explain and carried Xiaoha all the way to the beach. I don't want to stay in this jungle for even a minute. Fortunately, until the 2 men ran out of the jungle panting and saw their cart, they did not encounter any wild wolves again. We are fine now. We are heading to the camp. You must not go out. There are many wild wolves on this island now. After taking a breath, Yi-chan finally had time to reply to Yang Minger and the others. He repeatedly warned the 3 girls not to leave the camp. What he had experienced today was dangerous enough, and nothing more could happen. I heard that Yi-chan and Xiaoha were safe and sound, and had reunited with Dajuan. The 3 women in the camp finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the 3 of them did not dare to sit idle. Each of them went up to the lookout tower with a bow and arrow. Dilly and Jiang Yuding didn't care whether they knew how to use a bow and arrow. The 2 of them also held their bows and arrows in an orderly manner, and took turns using telescopes to observe the situation in Yi-chan's direction. Boss, how many wild wolves did you encounter? While dragging the cart full of tree trunks, Dadawan did not forget to ask his boss about what had happened just now. 5 in total. 5? When Dadawan heard this number, he was also frightened. Boss, why are there so many? We have been on this island for so long, and we haven't seen a single one. It was no wonder that Dadawan was so surprised. Since landing on the island, his group had not been idle for a single day, going out to mine and cut trees. Even with all this trouble, Yichun himself had never encountered a wild wolf again, except for the one he and Yang Ming'er had encountered in the camp. But at this moment, so many of them suddenly appeared. Anyone would find this too weird. Yichun didn't want to explain any more to Dadawan at the moment. The two walked along the beach back to the camp. The road was not easy to travel along the way, but fortunately we didn't encounter any wild animals blocking the way. More than half an hour later, the two men and the dog returned to the camp with a truck full of perfect B-grade tree trunks. The girl stood on the observation deck early and spotted the two people through the telescope. The current automatic detection range of the observation tower is limited, but with the help of human vision and telescopes, the reconnaissance range can be greatly expanded. Yichun, are you okay? Are you hurt? As soon as I entered the cave, 3 girls surrounded me and asked me about my well-being. I'm fine, but this little guy is a little injured. Ming'er, this time, Xiao has done a great deed again. You have to reward him well. Give him a few large pieces of barbecue so that he can recover from his injuries. Yichun touched Xiaoha's head. Xiaoha seemed to have heard the word barbecue and became quite excited. He no longer cared about his injuries and circled around Yang Ming'er, wagging his tail desperately. Boss, could it be that what you said is true? Did this little guy really drive away 5 wild wolves? Dadawan looked at Xiaoha in disbelief. This is clearly just a pet dog. How can it fight 5 people at once? 1 against 5 is not possible. That's what I told you, boss. You're just bragging. But it's true that I'm fighting 4. Huh? Not only was Dawan dumbfounded, but the 3 girls were also stunned. The 4 of them collectively looked at Xiaoha, who was acting coquettishly and cutely. Yang Ming'er also found that Xiaoha had indeed grown a lot, but she still found it hard to believe that Xiaoha could fight 4 wild wolves alone. Don't disbelieve me. Xiaoha has evolved into a perfect B-level sheepdog. The system description says that a B-level sheepdog can fight 2 wild wolves at once without any disadvantage. But now it seems that the real strength of this little guy is more than that. That's not all. Yang Ming'er already found it incredible when she heard about a 1-on-2 fight, but Yichun actually said that Xiaoha's strength was more than that. After settling Xiaoha, Yichun instructed the 2 girls to prepare for the upgrade of Jiang Yuding, the poor girl who had signed in at level 1. While he began to focus on the synthesis of the B-level perfect tool axe. B-grade perfect tool axe, 20 kilograms of D-grade iron ingot, or 3 C-grade excellent mountain axes, plus 10 kilograms of B-grade palm tree trunk, plus B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. All the materials needed for synthesis are ready. Synthesis. With a flash of dark golden light, a tool axe with a golden luster appeared in front of Yichun. B-grade perfect tool axe, a superior tool axe, light and strong, which increases the felling efficiency by 5 times. It is one of the necessary items for synthesizing the A-grade epic construction hammer. Yichun picked up the B-grade perfect tool axe on the ground. Holding in his hand, Yichun finally felt what a cheating tool was. An axe is a heavy tool. Take the C-grade Zhuyo level mountain splitting axe, for example. Although it is easy to use, it is heavy. But the feeling of the B-grade perfect tool axe in his hand is completely different. You can hardly feel the weight when holding in your hand. It is extremely light. Yichun impatiently found an E-grade ordinary birch tree nearby. He took up his stance and swung the axe down. With a crack, the trunk broke instantly, and a tree about 5 meters high was chopped down by Yichun with just 1 axe. With the sound of a tree falling, Dadawan and others looked at Yichun. Boss, you are so awesome. I thought I was strong enough, but you are even more awesome. Dadawan was stunned. It turned out that his boss was a hidden talent. Try this axe. Yichun was too lazy to waste time talking to this guy and directly handed the axe in his hand to Dadawan. It's so light, is it okay? Dadawan took the axe and looked at the axe, which was as light as a feather, with disdain. Whose axe is this heavy? It seems that an eraser is heavier than this thing. What can it chop? With full of doubts, Dadawan also chose a big tree, which was thicker and stronger than the one Yichun had cut down before. Bang! Dadawan put in all his effort and used all his strength. When the axe was swung down, Yichun, who was standing aside, was so frightened that he trembled all over. Not to mention the unfortunate birch tree. Even Yi Chun was almost affected. The broken wood chips flew out like bullets. Fortunately, Yi Chun was very skilled and was not hit. If it was someone else, he would have been disfigured. Boss, this axe is amazing. Dadawan gently touched the axe blade, which was still extremely sharp and almost cut his fingers. This guy now completely withdrew his previous doubts. This is a magic axe. I'll leave it to you for now. Be careful when using it and don't hurt yourself. Yi Chun patted Dadawan on the shoulder and handed him the magic weapon. Boss, this B-grade tool axe is so awesome. If it can be combined into an A-grade epic construction hammer, it will be so awesome. It's a must. Yi Chun now longed for the A-grade epic construction hammer even more. Yi Chun, the supplies are almost ready. Shall we upgrade Ting Ting now? The two were chatting, and Yang Ming'er waved to him excitedly. Upgrade. Yi Chun gave an order. Immediately afterwards, a series of system notifications came from Jiang Yuding. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The upgrade is successful. Your sign-in level has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The upgrade is successful. Your sign-in level has been raised to level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The upgrade is successful. Your sign-in level has been raised to level 5. Chapter 152. All the girls in my family are amazing. Jiang Yuding could hear the system ding continuously. I advanced directly to level 5 in one go. The scene was truly breathtaking. Needless to say, this girl wins the Best Improvement Award this week. Although Yi Chen's little brothers were already full, he couldn't get any benefits from Jiang Yuding. But I saved this girl's life, and she is still my own person, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Good. Please sign in, by the way. Having successfully completed the upgrade task, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Yuding rubbed her palms and began to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining A-level epic supplies. 50 kilograms of clay. Jiang Yuding stood there in a daze. Yi Chun and others who didn't understand the situation were still waiting for news from Jiang Yuding. But instead of waiting for the news, I got something else. Boss, run away. Dirt is falling from the sky, and it hurts so much. Help! Dadawan covered his head and ran across the lawn. What's going on? Yi Chun was also confused and ended up getting hit as well. Next, Yang Ming'er and Dilly, who were standing next to Yi Chun, were also attacked by mud. For people were running around on the lawn. The soil from the sky was thrown down like it was free. Boss, there must be something strange going on in the sky. Yi Chun didn't have time to deal with this boy, so he pulled the two girls into the cave. He originally wanted to bring Jiang Yuding with him, but the soil in the sky seemed to have eyes and smashed towards them again. Yi Chun didn't care about anything else and dragged the two girls into the cave first. When he turned to look at Jiang Yuding again, he saw that girl was still standing on the lawn stupidly. However, there didn't seem to be any dirt on his body. Brother Yi, why was Jiang Yuding the only one who wasn't hit? Dilly brushed her soiled shirt with a bitter face and looked depressedly at Jiang Yuding, who was standing there alone and motionless. Yi Chun was also completely confused until he took out a peephole to check the mud that fell from the sky, and then he discovered the problem. This is A-level epic clay. What is going on? Yi Chun carefully stuck out half of his head and looked at the sky. The A-level epic clay that you have always dreamed of fell from the sky? Are you okay? After the clay rain stopped, Jiang Yuding finally came to her senses and ran in the direction of everyone. Yi Chun glanced at the girl and seemed to have thought of something. By the way, what did you sign? That seems to be clay, A-level epic. Now the four people in front of Jiang Yuding looked at each other, and each of them looked at Jiang Yuding with a helpless look. What's wrong? I don't know where the sign-in supplies are. I don't think I have set up a distribution point for the supplies yet. After hearing this, everyone finally understood the cause of this strange clay rain. Yi Chun pointed at himself with a smile that was uglier than crying, and then pointed at his three friends who were in the same miserable state as him. No need to look for it. The goods have been received. Dear, remember to tell the seller to pack the goods before shipping next time, and also call before delivery. A clay rain brought 50 kilograms of epic grade A clay to Yi Chun and others. Although the delivery process was a bit bumpy, it was an A-level epic basic resource after all, which Yi Chun really wanted. Yi Chun, didn't you say that basic materials cannot be obtained by signing in? How come Ting Ting can sign in for clay? And it's A-level epic clay. Yang Ming'er, who was bending over to pick up the clay, reminded Yi Chun of this. Yi Chun thought for a moment and discovered the problem. It seemed that he had not signed in for any basic supplies since he arrived on the island. For example, there are graded trees, ores, clay, sand, etc. These materials are all obtained by one's own hands. Although this sign-in system is powerful, it does not provide oneself with basic materials. As for Yang Ming'er, Dilly and Daewon didn't seem to have signed in for any basic supplies. Only the girl Jiang Yuding brought him a big gift as soon as she arrived on the island. Clay, and it's of epic grade A. It's a great treasure. Although he had found a new clay mine with a lot of high-grade clay, it was still quite difficult to dig out 50 kilograms of epic grade A-level clay from a clay mine with a capacity of several tons in one go. It would be impossible to do it without investing 2 or 3 days. Yichin glanced at Jiang Yuding, wondering if he had picked up another treasure. Like Dilly, is this another girl with cheats? Ting Ting, what supplies do you usually sign in for? Yichin decided to call Jiang Yuding over and ask her for clarification. Jiang Yuding recalled with her big eyes blinking. Except for the high-definition camera I gave you a few days ago, most of the other materials are useless. For example, some wood, sand, and hard iron lumps. I feel dizzy. Yichin almost stumbled and fell. This girl is really a cheater. Wood, sand, iron lumps. Which of these is not what I want? Although basic supplies do not seem to have as much actual effect as practical supplies, they're indispensable for upgrading the sign-in system and synthesizing high-level supplies. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just say that at that time I needed iron or to synthesize iron ingots. How much effort did it take for me and Dadawan to do that? Look at the survivors in the chat room. In order to upgrade the sign-in system, they beg Yi-chan to give them sand and clay every day. In the world of island survival, if you want to truly make a fortune, these basic materials are the foundation. Auntie, you should have a good rest first. Tomorrow, no. Today, I will let you reach level 6. Yichin immediately instructed Yang Ming'er to help the new ancestor back to the RV to rest. I'm just short of basic supplies right now. Iron ingots, clay, tree trunks. I really lack it. And they're all high-grade and large in size. I want to talk about the distant future, but the A-grade epic building hammer that I want to synthesize the most right now requires 100 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots, plus 100 kilograms of A-grade palm tree trunks, plus 100 kilograms of A-grade clay. Look carefully. Among the 300 kilograms of supplies, 200 kilograms are A-level epic basic resources. If I really had to collect and smelled it with my own hands, it would be a huge expense. After settling this new, big baby, Yichin finally had time to take a walk around the exchange. However, before entering the exchange, Dadawan started bluffing. Boss, there's so many wolves. We have encountered Swordsman R and Survivor number 1. We have encountered many famous survivors. On the list, Dawan's words startled Yi-chun. I seem to. Understood. Chapter 153, Uninvited Guests. Big Wan, take a look at who else among the top 20 survivors has encountered a wild wolf. Oh my god, boss, I saw a lot of ghosts. Some of them are big guys who don't talk much on weekdays. Dadawan took a quick look around and found that wild wolves had appeared on the islands of many of the top bosses. Yi-chun, what's going on? The 3 girls were naturally confused. I personally feel that the number of wild wolves is related to the ranking on the ranking list. What? As soon as Yi-chan said this, everyone opened their mouths in horror. Then we... Yang Ming'er glanced at the 5 people on her island. Brother Yi, there are 5 of us here. How do we calculate this? Dilly asked a question that made her sound terrified. Yi-chan was quite calm. He shrugged and said, everything has 2 sides. There are pros and cons. We have more people, so the system gave us more wild wolves. Yi-chan said this lightly, but everyone was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Yi-chan, what you mean is that this wild wolf has something to do with our strength and number. Yi-chan nodded. Now it seems that Yi-chan's guess seemed a little crazy, but it is completely tenable. I'm afraid I've encountered more wild wolves on this island than any other survivor. This system is so terrible. No wonder we encountered so many wild wolves in this morning. Dilly complained with a pout. Don't be so pessimistic. Besides, you came to the island to survive, not to retire. Is this what you call survival if you work as a white-collar worker and sunbathe every day? Yi-chan had a really good attitude and even tried to smooth things over for that damn system. That's right. It's just a few wild wolves. No matter how many come, we'll shoot them to death. After we kill them, we'll get island coins. It's a sure win. By the way, boss, you guys chat slowly. I'm going to go earn some pocket money. As Dadawan was speaking, he had already taken out a plastic bucket from the trailer. Yi-chan naturally knew what this kid was planning. Take a look at the remaining value of the recycling system before making a decision. Recycling system. Let me take a look. Oh my god, what's going on? Dad Awan looked at the remaining value of the recycling system with embarrassment. Today's recovery mission, 66,666 liters of E-grade seawater. Remaining value, 0. Oh, my island currency. Dad Awan had a sad face, sighed, and sat down on the ground. All right. This recycling mission was sold out in less than an hour. It's no big deal. It's only 130,000 island coins. Yi Chun grabbed Dad Awan, who was sitting on a lawn. Boss, it's all your fault. We could have robbed a little bit, but now we don't have a penny left. Seeing that this kid was still angry, Yi Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While everyone was still chatting on the lawn, the lookout sounded the warning again. Here's your pocket money. How about you go up and shoot an arrow? Yi Chun was no longer surprised by this, and even teased Awan with the wild wolf. Shoot if you want. Miss Yang gets 100 island coins for 1 arrow, and there are also wolf fangs. I can do that too. Dad Awan was really excited. He picked up a bow, an arrow, and walked towards the observation deck. However, when he went up to the observation tower alone, before he shot an arrow, he shouted loudly to Yi Chun and others below the observation tower. Boss, come up quickly, a pack of wild wolves. Group. Hearing these 2 words, Yi Chun lost his composure. He and Yang Ming each grabbed a bow and arrow, took a telescope, and rushed to the observation tower. What's going on? Where? It passed, it ran pretty fast. Did you see it? There's another gray one. Dad Awan pointed to the junction of the cave and the jungle and explained tremblingly. Yi Chun immediately raised the telescope and took a closer look. There were indeed 4 or 5 wild wolves in the dense jungle. The one leading the group had dark gray hair and was obviously larger than the others. Big one, how many bamboos do we have left in the camp now? Bamboo boss, what do you want bamboo for? We still have some left last time, but not much, only about a few dozen. Minger, ask Dilly to come up. One of us will be responsible for surveillance, and the other will be responsible for shooting. Try not to let the wild wolves get close to our fence. Dad Awan, you follow me. Yi Chun immediately took Dad Awan down from the observation deck and called Dilly up with him. Big one, bring some bamboo and reinforce the bamboo fence on the southeast side first. I'll go take a look at the cave entrance. The frequent appearance of groups of wild wolves was definitely not a good sign, and it further confirmed Yi Chun's guess that the days ahead would be difficult. Your own fence may seem solid, but there is always a loophole. This seemingly solid fence defense project could not escape the principle of the shortest board in the barrel. If one fence is breached, then the other fences will be useless no matter how strong they are. Although I have the RV as a second barrier to ensure my safety, I still have to stay in the camp during the day. The current lookouts have limited defense capabilities and warning range. You must always be prepared for danger. Yi Chun inspected the south side of the cave to make sure the fences there were secure, then returned to the lawn. Boss, they're all here. The problem is that there are not enough. We can only put in 20 or 30 at most. Looking at the few bamboos in his hand, Dad Awan looked helpless. Let's reinforce the southeast corner first. I'll check the resource distribution map to see where the nearest bamboo forest is. The incident happened suddenly, and Yi Chun was not adequately prepared. The remaining bamboos in his hands might not be enough, so he had to prepare for the worst before the situation deteriorated drastically. The 2 immediately went to the southeast corner to check for any deficiencies and fill in the gaps. Yi Chun, be careful. The wolves are just 2 or 3 meters outside the fence. Yang Ming'er was looking down from a high position, so she could naturally see Yi Chun's situation clearly. In fact, Yang Ming'er didn't need to say much. Yi Chun had already sensed the strange aura. There had already been rustling noises outside the bamboo forest wall. Boss, these guys seem to be guarding here. Dad Awan tried to move a few steps closer and immediately attracted the attention of the wolves. Don't move yet. I'll let Ming'er shoot the arrow. The only solution now is to rely on Yang Ming'er's divine power. It would be extremely difficult to hit the target in the deep jungle, but it is still possible to shoot a few arrows to scare these beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Ming'er shot 3 or 4 arrows in a row towards the jungle. Yi Chun and Dad Awan had already moved aside. After a rain of arrows, the wolf pack was obviously in a commotion. The leading wolf has begun to retreat. But just when Yi Chun felt that the situation was settled and he could reinforce the fence without any resistance, a familiar yet somewhat strange voice came from far away. Then Yi Chun saw a black and sturdy figure. This is Pig. Chapter 154. A-level epic palm tree. Yi Chun was stunned. I saw a strong black wild boar suddenly rushing towards my fence. Shit, what the hell? Dad Awan was one step closer than Yichun. He suddenly discovered that a fat wild boar was charging towards him, and he began to retreat as if by reflex. At the same time, news came from Yangminger. Yichun, wild boar is here too. Yichun was embarrassed. What was going on? Are you planning to open a zoo? Big volume, step back. Yichun, who always puts safety first, immediately ordered Dad Awan to withdraw. The black boar slammed into the lower fence so hard that the entire fence wall shook. Shit, this stupid pig doesn't feel any pain himself. On the surface, Dadawan seemed to be feeling sorry for the wild boar, but in fact he was worried about the fence wall he had built. If it collapses after being hit twice, it would be such a disgrace to my whole family. Bang bang. The wild boar hit the fence 3 times in succession, and the vibration of the fence wall became more and more severe each time. Minger, keep shooting arrows. We can't let it hit the fence again. No matter how strong this fence wall is, it cannot withstand these repeated violent impacts. Yichin picked up his weapon and tried to intimidate the wild boar and delay its actions, while sending a message to Yang Minger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows flew down. Ah! It seemed that one of the arrows accidentally hit the wild boar. The big black wild boar let out a wail, gave up hitting the fence, and turned to retreat. Call! Looking at the deformed fence wall, Yichun breathed a sigh of relief. Dadawan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If the wild boar broke through the fence, the two of them would be in great danger. Are you all right? Jiang Yuding seemed to have heard the noise as well, and shouted at Yichun and the others from not far away. It's okay, go back to the RV first. Yichun's place is already chaotic enough, and he doesn't want anything else to go wrong. Jiang Yuding was obedient and went back to the RV alone. The 2 women on the lookout tower were still responsible for using the tower's altitude advantage to check the surrounding situation. Dadawan had already taken those B-grade perfect level tools and a few pieces of wire and started to reinforce the fence again. Boss, that was close. 2 of them were almost broken. After checking the bamboo that had been hit by the wild boar, Dadawan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't worry about other places for now. Wild beasts often appear in this area, so we must make sure it is strong. Boss, but there are only 20 or 30 bamboos here. What should we do with the rest? Dadawan, who originally thought that the fence he built was extremely strong, realized his mistake after the wild boar attack. There is no such thing as a perfect wall, let alone one made of bamboo. Never mind, I'll find a way. The only solution for now is to plug this loophole first. After spending more than an hour, the 2 men finally repaired the damaged fence. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon, and Yichun called the 2 girls down. Well, Dadawan and I have to go on a long journey. What? Hearing Yichun say this, the 3 of them, including Dadawan, opened their mouths in shock. We don't have much bamboo left. Wild boars are different from wolves. They're very aggressive and stronger. The fences we built before are far from enough to resist wild boars. Yichun told the truth. The problem is that this is too dangerous. At least we are now inside the bamboo forest wall and have a lookout tower where we can observe in advance. But if we leave the camp, the risk will be great. The 2 girls were naturally very worried. Yichun was also somewhat helpless. No one would have thought that things would develop so quickly. There is no time to lose. This has to be done sooner or later. I have already selected a bamboo forest. We might as well cut more this time and bring them back for backup. By the way, I also found an A-level epic palm tree near the bamboo forest. I estimate that this is the only one on our island, so we might as well bring it back this time. A-level. After hearing Yi Chen's last half sentence, the girls looked at each other. This A-grade epic tree trunk is an essential material for synthesizing an A-grade epic construction hammer. Having discovered such important supplies, it seems that we really have to go this time. Then let's go together. Yes, we should go together. More people means more eyes. If there is a wild wolf, we can spot it immediately. The 2 girls volunteered to step forward. Boss, although this should be done by us men, I think having more people will be beneficial. Seeing Yi Chan standing there and seemed a little hesitant, Yang Minger gently pushed Dadawan, who was standing beside him. Dadawan immediately understood what he meant and explained the profound truth in an eloquent manner. Okay, let's finish lunch first. It's almost 12 o'clock. Seeing that Yi Chan finally agreed, the 2 girls were extremely happy. Should we take Ting Ting with us? Yang Minger seemed to think that 4 people were not enough and wanted to pull in one more. Okay, since we're going there and we have to take the RV with us, we can't leave Jiang Yuding alone at home. When the 2 girls heard Yi Chun agreed, they completely forgot about the encounter with the wild boar and went to inform Jiang Yuding happily. Yi-chun scratched the back of his head. People who didn't know would think that he, the rich second generation, was going out with a girl. Big One, how are the survivors in the chat room doing now? Are there any who have encountered wolves or wild boars like us? Boss, it seems that no one has encountered wild boars, but many people have encountered wild wolves, especially those big guys on the list. As a frequent visitor to the chat room, Dadawan can now get first-hand information without having to go online himself. With the reputation of the super boss sun, moon, and stars, Dadawan only needs to call out his name, and there will be a lot of flatterers becoming his followers. You can get any news you want without having to do anything yourself. Yi-chun frowned and thought for a while. It seems that what he thought was right. I guess in this entire island survival world, my island has the most wild animals. Who can blame them for their strong power and large numbers? Brother Xiaoya, are we really going out? Jiang Yuding, who got the news, trotted down the RV. Yichun nodded slightly and pointed to the northeast. That's great. I can finally go out and play again. Play? Yichun suddenly felt a headache. He glanced at the other two girls again. Although they looked much stronger than the little girl Jiang Yuding, they were carrying bows and swords. But why do I always feel that the expressions of these three girls? It looks like someone is going out for a picnic. Chapter 155. Someone, please take care of this crappy system. The five of them filled their stomachs. Yichun gave a few specific instructions, especially explaining what to do if they encountered a wild beast. But, obviously, no one paid any attention to him. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yichun and his group drove the RV and attached the trailer RV. The five of them set out from the north gate of the camp and headed towards the bamboo forest in the northeast. Dadawan is responsible for driving the RV. Yichun sat in the co-pilot seat. Along the way, he opened the system interface to study the sign-in upgrade system, while observing the surrounding environment with a telescope from time to time. Brother Yi, look at this. Dilly was standing behind Yichun, also paying attention to the system interface that Yichun opened. Yichun glanced at the page that Dilly was flipping through. RV renovation. Strengthening and consolidating RVs. In order to adapt to outdoor survival, RVs can be modified and strengthened in the following ways. This page contains a lot of long-winded system descriptions. If Dilly hadn't reminded him, Yichun would never have cared about these contents and just regarded them as nonsense from the system. But now it seems that this thing is really useful. For example, A+ grade epic enhanced RAM can resist head-on impacts from a grade epic beasts and below. It can deal damage to be grade perfect beasts and below. A+ epic RV enhanced defense shell increases the defense of the entire vehicle over the entire range and can resist attacks from beasts of B perfect level and below for a long time. What a good thing. Yichun was full of praise after only looking at 2 enhancements. I will have to go out in the future. What if I encounter a straightforward beast like that wild boar? I will hit you no matter whether it hurts or not. That will be troublesome. Although my RV has a cool appearance and high-end interior, it cannot withstand the opponent's reckless attack. If it is equipped with all these defensive reinforced armors, I will really be afraid of nothing. After a round of praise, Yichun saw the price of the upgrade. But I can't praise it anymore, because this thing is really awesome. But this price is really great. A+ grade epic reinforced RAM requires 10 kilograms of a grade epic iron ingots, 1 kilogram of D grade rare diamonds, or 5 kilograms of a grade epic iron ingots, 500 G of E grade ordinary diamonds plus 9,999 island coins. Yichun touched his head. It costs 9,999 island coins to charge a corner, and you also need to pay extra for the materials. It's a ripoff. I want to complain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The system is a scam. Yichun discovered that he, the so-called richest man on the island, was just a miserable consumer waiting to be harvested at any moment in front of the system god. A corner rush. The opening price is 9,999. I won't buy it. Yichun, a capitalist who is only responsible for cheating others, naturally would not accept such a bad thing as being cheated by others. Yichun waved his hand and rejected this crappy system out of indignation. Boss, be careful. Yichun was still cursing the system when Dadawan beside him suddenly pointed ahead and shouted loudly. Then, with a clang sound, there was a crack in the windshield in front of Yichun's passenger seat. Yichun just watched the hole grow bigger and bigger and continue to spread in all directions. Big One, what's going on? Yichun looked at the crack that was still spreading, and his heart almost broke. According to the nature of the system, every additional crack means additional repair costs, which is real money you have to pay out of your own pocket. Boss, it was a rock that rolled down from the mountain. Fortunately, our car is sturdy. Dad Awan even foolishly praised his own RV. Stay away from the mountain. Yichen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The war hadn't even started yet, and he already had to pay for it. Dilly, look for the terms for repairing the glass. Brother Yi, I got it. Look at this. Dilly seemed to have studied the RV upgrade system and said, pointing to a densely packed text, A-level epic reinforced windshield. Can resist attacks from B-level perfect beasts and below, as well as various natural disasters and ordinary bullets. Yichen immediately looked at the price below. A-level epic reinforced windshield. 2 kilograms of B-level perfect glass plus 50 G of E-level ordinary diamond, or 1,200 island coins. The asking price for A-level epic supplies is 1,200 island coins, which seems quite reasonable. This price is completely within my affordable range. Yichen felt quite relieved. By spending 1,200 island coins, you can upgrade all the dozens of glass panels on the front, back, left, and right of your RV. That's a good deal. But when Yichen continued to look down, now, Yichen only had one idea left. Blue thin mushroom. Calculation unit. Per square meter, single block, less than 1 square, will be calculated as 1 square. Your grandma's. Yichen, who always considered himself a gentleman, also swore. He looked again at the crack ahead, which was still expanding. My heart is bleeding. What a crappy system this is. Boss, the crack has reached me. Dad Awan was afraid that Yichen couldn't see it, so he pointed at a crack that was constantly extending and shouted desperately. 1,200 island coins, my 1,200 island coins. At that moment, in Yichen's eyes, what was in front of him was not a crack at all, but stacks of golden island gold coins. Boss, the old must go before the new can come. Roll. If Yichen hadn't considered that Dadawan was still driving, he would have really wanted to crush this guy to death with both hands. I just left the camp and haven't gained anything yet, but I've already spent at least 2,400 island coins. Do you really think that your island currency was blown by the wind? 2,400 island coins, enough for me to drink water until I drown. Bang bang. Some more gravel fell down, and now the windshield, which was already shattered into pieces, was completely scrapped. Qin Dazhuang. The Dajuan's name immediately echoed throughout the RV. Boss, I'm here. Open it carefully. If you break another piece of glass, I will use your head as glass. Yichen was almost crying, but Dadawan over there was smiling at him calmly. Fortunately, this section of the mountain road finally ended. Yichen let out a long sigh, and he didn't even know how many holes there were on the roof of his RV. Just wait to spend money anyway. You say that you can insure your car in the city, but that's not the case in the island survival world. Anyway, if it breaks, you have to spend money to fix it, and apart from relying on the system master, there is no other repair company. Mr. Qin, drive carefully and watch the road. Yichen was so angry that he had no place to vent it, and he didn't dare to offend the system god. Now, all the anger was directed at Dadawan. Result, with a loud screech, sound of brakes, Yichen almost crashed into the windshield. Dadawan gave Yichen a good look again. Qin Dazhuang. Yichen gritted his teeth and roared at Dadawan. Boss, don't blame me this time. Look ahead. Chapter 156, God-Given Dog. Yichen then looked forward in the direction of Dadajuan's finger. There was a cute little pug standing all alone in front of the road. Woof woof. It seemed that Xiaohu had discovered a fellow animal and started barking excitedly through the front window. Yichen, why is there a dog on this road? Are you sure it's really a dog? Yang Ming'er rubbed his eyes, as if he no longer believed in his eyesight. Yichen did not dare to be careless. It was really creepy that a pug suddenly appeared. Yichen put on a peephole and began to check the pug's attributes through the glass. A+ level epic small Pomeranian. Extremely sensitive sense of smell. Easy to raise. Girl's favorite. Can evolve. Special ability. Can detect all wild animals within a 100-meter radius and give warnings to its owner. Detect all wild animals within a 100-meter radius? Open the car door. Yichen ordered Wan to open the door without hesitation. Boss, is this a trick? F****KU. By the way, give me your bag of dog food. At this time, Dadawan started to play it safe. Yichen knew it clearly in his heart. It's a rare gift from the system master to me. This is not a pug at all. It's a small mobile radar. The goods have been delivered to your doorstep, and you still don't go to pick them up? You are stupid. Dadawan rummaged under his bed and finally found the bag of dog food that he had signed him for. I guess this kid never thought that this dog food would come in handy one day. As soon as the RV door opened, Xiaohao rushed out first. When the same kind met the same kind, Xiaohua was so friendly. The only thing missing was, ahem. Xiaohua, gentlemen, gentlemen. Yichen followed him out of the car, coughed lightly a few times, and reminded Xiaohua to pay attention to his words and behavior. After all, he is a dog with a backer. As a subordinate of the number one in the island survival world, how can he be so frivolous? The little Pomeranian was very calm. He first looked at Xiaohua, and then looked at Yichun. Yichun started to spread dog food here. Pomeranian couldn't resist the temptation after all, and began to slowly approach Yichun. While the Pomeranian was lowering its head to look for food, Yichun tried to go forward and touch the Pomeranian's head. Ding! Pomeranian has enjoyed the food you provided, and his favorability towards you continues to increase. It seems that this dog food is not spread in vain. As long as he can tame this Pomeranian, not to mention a bag of dog food, Yichun would even consider handing over Dadawan in exchange. A magical dog that could detect wild animals within a range of 100 meters would be much more useful than this fat big curl. Boss, you see I'm still the best. This dog food is useful. Dadawan naturally had no idea that the boss in front of him was almost about to trade him for a dog, and he was still foolishly praising himself. What a cute Pomeranian. The girls also got out of the car, and when they saw the Pomeranian, their eyes lit up. Yichun doesn't care whether he's cute or not. The key is that this dog is useful. Under coercion and inducement, Yichun finally managed to get the Pomeranian into his RV. Wild Pomeranians never seem to be treated like this. On one side, Xiaohua was jumping and dancing towards it, kissing and hugging it. And on the other side, 3 beauties were flirting with him. The most important thing is that the man in front of me has a lot of food in his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully tamed an A+ level epic small Pomeranian. You will automatically receive information about all wild animals within a 100-meter radius. Yes, done. This Pomeranian is as valuable as the watchtower in his camp. Yichun clasped his hands together and prayed to the sky. Thank God for giving me a magic dog. After finishing the prayer, Yichun excitedly opened the system. Sure enough, he had a special radar system. It seems that the 2,400 island coins I spent today were worth it. This is really a blessing in disguise. Ding! 1 sheepdog, 95% domestication rate. 1 Pomeranian, 45% domestication rate. 3 squirrels, 4 hares, and 2 hedgehogs were found within a radius of 100 meters. Yichun was ashamed. This system was really amazing. Its vision was so good that it could even locate a hedgehog. Big roll drive. Now Yichun no longer had to be on guard all the time, just in case a wild beast suddenly appeared halfway through driving. The Pomeranian was handed over to the 3 girls, and Yichun only needed to pay attention to the biological radar in his system. Boss, there's a jungle ahead. We have to stop the car. The RV has reached its end. The rest of the journey had to be walked on foot. Yichun opened the resource distribution map and precisely located the location of the bamboo forest. From here, turn right and walk about 300 meters. Everyone, prepare the supplies you need to carry and get ready to get off the bus. At Yichun's command, the 5 people began to prepare. Fortunately, Yichun is fully equipped from wheelbarrows to various tools. He also got the valuable B-grade perfect tool axe, so chopping bamboo is effortless. The group was led by Yichun, who was holding a resource distribution map. 3 girls were in the middle with 2 pet dogs, and Dadawan was pulling a cart at the rear. It was the first time for Yichun to go deep into such a jungle, so he did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, he had the Pomeranian skills to lead the way, so he had an extra 100 meters of reaction time. 10 minutes later, the group successfully found the bamboo forest. Without saying a word, Dadawan picked up the B-level perfect tool axe in his hand and started chopping melons and vegetables. Perfect level tools are extraordinary. Bamboo is like tofu in front of the tool axe. Dadawan only needs to wave his hand lightly to break 2 or 3 bamboos. This guy's cutting speed is twice as fast as Yichun and the other 3 combined. Come on, just chop it by yourself, and we'll carry the goods. Yichun has truly witnessed the power of this tool axe. What use does he have for it now? He can only be a porter. Seeing truckload after truckload of bamboo being moved into his trailer, Yichun's heart finally settled down a little. With these bamboos, the defense coefficient of his camp can be improved again. Boss, look at me sweeping across the entire bamboo forest. It seemed that Dadawan was addicted to cutting bamboos. With a sweep, a large piece of bamboo fell down again. Save your energy. I'll need you to chop down an A-level epic tree trunk later. This big role is a very good laborer, and as a capitalist, Yi-chun must make good use of it. After loading two-thirds of the trailer, Yi-chun ordered Dad Awan to stop. There's no room left. We have to leave some for the epic tree trunk. But the space for towing an RV is really limited. Transportation is still a big problem at present. Boss, this is too boring. Can you upgrade this trailer? I've only just started to show my abilities. Dad Awan relies on the magic weapon in his hand and can brag without blushing. Aha! Wait until I synthesize that A-level epic construction hammer and see how I'll deal with you. Woof woof. Everyone was busy when they heard a dog barking. This sound did not come from Xiao Ha, but that Pomeranian. At the same time, ding, 3 rare D-level wild wolves spotted within a 100-meter radius at the 11 o'clock direction. Please be on guard. I come again. Chapter 157. The Priceless Epic Palm Tree. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Yi-chun waved his hand and immediately called on his people to get in the car. Boss, I haven't finished cutting the bamboo yet. I'm still not ready to finish the book. Yi-chun, we still have some bamboos that haven't been transported over yet. Yang Ming-er and Dilly were preparing to load the last large bundle of bamboo onto the cart. There's no time. The wolf is coming again. Crap, is this ever going to end? Is this island ours or the wolf's? He rolled up his sleeves, looking ready for a fight. It's no wonder that the kid is angry. His group has fought against bad guys and set up camps on this island. In any case, they're the rightful masters of this island. But now, the island owners are being led by the nose by these wild wolves. Even staying in their own camp, they were always worried. After finally getting out, these guys came to mess things up again. It's all temporary. Everyone, please bear with it for now. Yi-chun knew very well that he didn't have the ability to fight the wild wolf head-on at the moment. Besides, there was no need to do so. The best strategy is to retreat when the enemy advances. Thanks to the Pomeranian's skill warning, the 5 people received the news in advance and retreated back to the RV safely. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, 3 or 5 wild wolves wandered to the front of their RV, shook their heads, and looked at their group through the cracked front window glass for a while, then wandered away again. What the hell is this? They treat us like animals. Dadawan had never been treated like this before. All those bootlickers in the chat room would call Dawan Big Dadawan when they saw him. Now, Big Dadawan was hiding in the RV and being watched by the wild wolf. It's not a big deal. Why bother with a bunch of beasts? By then, these guys will be our island coins. Yi-chun now has a clear goal. Today's mission is not to catch wild wolves. Collect bamboo and chop down A-level epic tree trunks. These 2 things are the main purpose of today. After the wild wolves slowly left the bamboo forest, Yi-chun and others got out of the RV again. Dawan and I will go cut down the A-grade tree trunks. The 3 of you will be in charge of transporting these bamboos. When you are done, stay in the car and don't go anywhere. An A-level epic tree trunk cannot be cut down without a B-level perfect tool, so it would be useless if too many people went there. The 3 girls were settled next to the RV. Yi-chun and Dadawan took the Pomeranian and Xiaoha and went deep into the jungle to find the only A-level epic palm tree on the island. The deeper you go into the jungle, the more diverse the vegetation types around you become. Various types of plants are crisscrossed everywhere. If there were no resource distribution map to guide the way, I would never come to such a place to find that A-level epic tree in my lifetime. Boss, this place is creepy. Even the carefree Dadawan couldn't help but look around. It's just ahead, be careful, and watch the road. The resource distribution map shows that the A-level epic palm tree is less than 400 meters away. Boss, there's a river. The 2 walked forward a few hundred meters and saw the lush A-level epic tree right in front of them, but they encountered trouble again. A river about 6 or 7 meters wide blocked his way. The river is not wide, but it flows very fast. Yi-chun cut off a branch and tried to measure the water depth. The current is too fast and the water is too deep. I'm afraid we can't get through. Even if Yi-chun had the diving skills, he could not do anything about the turbulent water. What should I do? I'm so unlucky today. It's right in front of me, but it's blocked by a river. After Dadawan tried to wade across the river several times and failed every time, he became very angry. It's no big deal. Have you forgotten what you have in your hand? Yi-chun calmly pointed at the B-grade perfect tool axe into Dajuan's hand. Boss, what's the use of this axe? It can't be used as a boat. With his IQ, Dadawan naturally couldn't understand the deep meaning of Yi-chun's words. Yi-chun didn't waste any words. He grabbed the tool axe and found a tree along the riverbank. Clang, the axe went down. In an instant, the camphor tree, with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters, fell towards the other side of the river. We're done. Let's cross the river. In less than a minute, a single plank bridge was built. Dadawan was dumbfounded and looked at the tool axe that Yichin handed back to him. I actually forgot that I had this trick. With the magic axe in hand, I have the wooden bridge. The two men parked the cart at this end of the bridge and crossed the single plank bridge with their two dogs. Although this A-level epic palm tree is not as big as the Podocarpus on Dadawan Island, its thickness is still amazing. Boss, this thing is so thick. Can this axe really cut it? Dadawan hugged the thick tree trunk and couldn't help feeling a little lack of confidence. You'll know if you try it. Yichin didn't show any courtesy at all. He swung the perfect tool axe and swung it. Crack! Although this axe felled the sturdy A-grade epic palm tree in one blow. Yichin's blow was so powerful that the trunk was dented. Boss, you're awesome. Let me do it. Dadawan seemed to regain his confidence instantly and snatched the tool axe from Yichin. Bang! Another axe. The Dajuin's axe is much more powerful than Yichin's. Immediately, the entire palm tree began to shake violently. Oh, run away. It seemed that Dadawan himself realized that his move was really cruel. Boom! With a loud crash and a cloud of dust, the huge A-level epic palm tree fell down. Hey, boss, we've made a fortune. Dadawan looked at the fallen palm tree in front of him with a silly smile on his face. This is an A-level epic palm tree. Judging from the thickness of its trunk, it must weigh at least 2 or 3 tons. If the system wants to recycle it someday, according to the recycling price of A-level epic basic materials, 1 kilogram, even with discounts, will cost at least 100 or 80 island coins. 2 or 3 tons. That's a very simple concept. Saying hundreds of thousands of island coins is just an understatement. This isn't really making a fortune. Stop talking nonsense, cut down the tree first, and get the 100 kilograms first. Yichin didn't want to have any big dreams in this remote wilderness. 2 or 3 tons. I really don't have the ability to carry it right now. At present, these 100 kilograms of palm trees are enough to keep me busy. Dadawan has just cut down the palm tree and is in high spirits. He picked up the perfect tool axe and started chopping melons and vegetables. Yichin had no choice but to work as a porter, carrying palm tree trunks back and forth on the single plank bridge again and again. Boss, next. Boss, let's go. Boss, one more paragraph. Dadawan was working very hard because every time he chopped with the axe, real gold and silver would come out. The miserable Yichin was no different from a coolie at the moment. He turned around and looked at the little husky and Pomeranian on the other side. Yichin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 158. Have you seen the original version of Showing Off Your Love? Originally, he brought these 2 dogs with him as bodyguards. Now it's fine. People are talking about love. Xiaohua would rub against the Pomeranian from time to time. The 2 dogs squatted side by side beside the river and admired the scenery. Yichin was so tired and hot that he was almost panting with his tongue out like a dog. Over there, the 2 dogs are showing their love to me. This guy Xiaohua was just about to stretch out a paw to grab the Pomeranian's arm. Boss, what's wrong with you? When Dadawan saw his boss standing on the single plank bridge and staring blankly at the other side of the river, he couldn't help but come over curiously. When he discovered the situation on the other side of the river, he couldn't help but stop and watch. This scene was really weird. 2 grown men were envious and jealous of the 2 dogs. I've never seen this before. Alas, life is short, like the withering of grass and trees in autumn. It should be like this. Yichin was filled with emotion, recalling the people in real society. Some people are busy every day and never stop until they die. How many people can take their loved ones to see the beautiful rivers and mountains and appreciate the sun, moon, and stars? I have lived my life in vain, being worse than a dog. Yichin was reminiscing about his life here, but Dadawan muttered something, breaking the beautiful mood of the moment. Boss, you're wrong. It's not life, it's dog life. Go move the tree. Yichin was in the mood of reciting poems and composing essays, but his mood was completely ruined by this guy's words of dog's life. Dadawan scratched his head, picked up a bundle of tree trunks obediently, and kept muttering to himself. It's just a dog's life. What do I say wrong? The 2 of them were busy for half an hour, and Yichin glanced at the tree trunks on the cart. That's enough. That's enough. 100 kilograms is enough. Looking at the pile of tree trunks, Yichin dusted off the dust on his body and called Dadawan back. Boss, there's still a lot of it. This is just a few tons. There's at least 1 or 2 tons left. I can't move it anymore. I'll try to move it later after I upgrade the cart. Yi-Chen was also powerless. The jungle roads were rugged, and it was unclear whether he could transport the 100-kilogram trunk out. He even thought about getting the entire tree trunk out. That was just wishful thinking. Boss, this is an A-level epic tree trunk. It's very valuable. A 1 or 2 ton tree trunk must be worth hundreds of thousands of island coins. If we just leave it here, we'll lose a lot. At that moment, in Dadajuan's eyes, these A-level epic tree trunks were not just tree trunks. They were simply gold, piles of gold, shining so brightly that it blinded his eyes. Don't waste time. Just move these 100 kilograms to the trailer first. Yi-Chen was too lazy to waste time talking to this kid. He was still thinking about moving the entire tree out. He also wanted to pry up the entire earth, but he couldn't find a suitable pole. Hey, you two, are you going to leave or not? After scolding Dadajuan, Yi-Chen yelled at the 2 dogs who were still looking at the beautiful scenery by the river. Hearing Yi-Chen's call, the 2 dogs reluctantly left the river and followed Yi-Chen. Boss, you don't have to bother with them. Xiao has only 1 girlfriend at most, and you have 3. Fuck you. Push the cart. Yi-Chen slapped Dadajuan on the head. This idiot actually compares himself to a dog. 2 men were working as laborers, pushing a cart loaded with goods through the rugged and muddy jungle. This cart is not very strong, and it gets stuck in the mud from time to time. Lift it up, it's stuck, the front wheel is stuck. Boss, I lift it, I can't lift it. The 2 poor humans were walking one after the other, sweating profusely and as tired as dogs. Look at the 2 dogs behind him, strolling leisurely and contentedly. What is this? I can't do it anymore, boss. I'm so tired. Let me rest for a while. Dadajuan panted heavily and sat down on the ground. Didn't you say you wanted to move another ton? Go move it. Yi-Chen was now so tired that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. I still wanted to move another ton, but I figured I would have to find someone to move the bodies of both of them before all the tree trunks were moved. Seeing that the 2 of them were sitting there resting, Xiaohua ran towards Yi-Chen with his tongue hanging out and a cute look on his face. He was jumping and dancing, and he was just about to dance for himself. What is it doing? On weekdays, Yi-Chen doesn't have the time to take care of Xiaohua's daily life. God knows what's wrong with this idiot. Have no idea. Dadajuan also shook his head. His daily tasks were all hard labor, and raising pets was not his responsibility. Yi-Chen had no choice but to send a message to the girls who were waiting in the RV half a kilometer away. Xiaohua is asking you what you want to eat. Xiaohua's rail owner Yang Minger sent a message immediately. Want to eat? Yi-Chen rolled his eyes at the little guy. No wonder he was acting cute and naughty in front of him. Here you go. I have nothing else but dog food. Yi-Chen pulled out the small bag of dog food with a big signature from his pocket. Xiaohua was not polite at all. He jumped up and took away the whole bag of dog food. Yi-Chen was still in a daze when Xiaohua returned to the little Pomeranian with some dog food in his mouth. Then, Yi-Chen was even more dumbfounded. Xiaohua tore open all the bagged dog food with his teeth, and the dog food instantly scattered all over the floor. The 2 dogs took turns taking a bite and enjoyed a wonderful lunch in front of Yi-Chen and Dadajuan. Boss, they're going too far. Now, even Dadajuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This is a blatant display of affection. How can I tolerate this? I can't tolerate this. Faced with the 2 dogs' direct display of affection, Yi-Chen stood up abruptly. Boss, calm down. We can't argue with a dog. At this time, the usually impulsive Dadajuan was quite calm. But the other party is 2 dogs. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm his excited mood. Have you been shown love enough in the real world in this life? I never thought that when I arrived at the island survival world, I would meet. And it's genuine and authentic original dog food that is genuine and trustworthy to everyone. Boss, don't be angry. I'll give you an idea. You can also lie later. Get lost. How can I be so aggressive as to fight with 2 dogs? Go, push the cart. I knew this guy couldn't produce ivory. Yi-Chen turned his face away, thinking he didn't see it, and pushed the cart again. Dadajuan muttered in a low voice with a wronged look on his face. Aren't you just arguing with a dog? What did you say? Yi-Chen has sharp ears and sharp eyes. Nothing. I say, boss, you are very knowledgeable. Stop talking nonsense and push the cart. The 2 of them are still chatting here. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! 3D level rare wild wolves, 2 C-level swift wolves, and 1 B-level perfect wild wolf leader were spotted within a 100-meter radius. Please be on guard at the 6 o'clock direction. At the same time, the 2 dogs behind him began to bark. Now there is no dog food to be seen. But if I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll become wolf food. Big volume, push hard. Chapter 159, The 36 Strategies. Running away is the best. Upon seeing this, Dadawan suddenly pushed forward. Boss, it's out, push it. All we can say is that when people face a crisis, the potential they can unleash is unlimited. The two of them dared not slack off anymore and push forward all the way. The two dogs at home stopped flirting and followed him all the way as he retreated. Big one, we are too slow. Let's ignore these woods for now and retreat to the RV to make a long-term plan. No matter how great his potential is, he still can't push a cart full of goods faster than a wild wolf. The system prompt voice continuously broadcasts the current location of the wolf. It was already within 50 meters. Yichin had to consider plan B. Boss, you can see the RV. Just push it over in one go. Dadawan seemed reluctant to part with these precious tree trunks. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Xiaoha. Take your girlfriend and follow. Yi Chun grabbed Dadawan and ran, not forgetting to call Xiaoha while running. Boss, isn't Xiaoha able to fight four alone? Dadawan is still chattering. Ever since this guy found out about the value of the A-grade epic tree trunk, his eyes have been lighting up. Now, he is extremely unwilling to throw away the gold and run away. Yichin had no time to deal with this kid, as the 5 wild wolves were already very close. Xiaoha did fight 1 against 4 people, but this time the opponent had a B-level perfect wolf leading the team. I don't want to use my life as gambling stake. Minger, open the door, we are here. While running for his life, Yichin did not forget to call out loudly to Yang Minger and the other 2 girls. The 3 girls had already noticed the situation on Yichin's side in the RV. Dilly pushed open the side door of the RV, and Yang Minger climbed onto the roof through the skylight of the RV, drew her bow and arrow, standing upright on the roof with the demeanor of a chivalrous woman. When Yi Chun and Dadawan became clearly visible, the 3 girls simultaneously discovered the group of wild wolves behind them. Brother Yi, run. Brother Xiaoya, hurry up, hurry up. Dilly and Jiang Yuding stood on the inside of the RV door, one on the left and one on the right, waving anxiously at Yi Chun and Dadawan. Yang Mingyu on the roof was calm and composed. As an archer, calmness is always the first priority. Yang Mingyu pulled out an arrow, put on his own powerful bow, straightened his body, closed his right eye, and squinted his left eye. With a whoosh sound, the first arrow pierced the air and shot straight at the wolf leader. Yi Chun and Dadawan didn't expect that the girl would start shooting arrows from more than 200 meters away. Yi Chun only felt a gust of wind passing over his head. Oh! After the strong wind, the growl of a wild wolf was heard behind him. Yi Chun turned his head and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Cough, what's going on? How come the wolf is okay? Yi Chun only saw a pair of eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Yang Ming'er on the roof of the car was originally planning to celebrate for hitting the target with her arrow, but she didn't expect that this arrow hit the leading wolf solidly, not only knocked it down, but also seemed to have no effect on its speed. On the contrary, after the arrow hit the opponent's body, it only served to anger him. This time, the leader was completely enraged and was rushing towards him with his fangs bared. Fuck, what the hell? Why are there so many of them all at once? Why is the leading one running so fast? Dadawan even stopped and took a look at the wolf behind him. Run! Watch your ass! Yichin grabbed the big curly collar and pulled it forward. Dadawan had no time to resist. Looking at the posture of the wild wolf behind him, he was afraid that he would be finished if he didn't run away. The two of them ran quickly. The Dajuan's short legs couldn't outrun Yi Chun, and Yi Chun had the help of his magical skills. After running a few steps, Yi Chun was already far ahead of Dawan. Boss, wait for me, don't abandon me. Seeing the wild wolf getting closer and closer to him, Dadawan was really panicked. Hurry up and follow me. Yi Chun stretched out his right hand and grabbed the guy again. At the same time, swish swish, 3 more arrows flew overhead. Yang Ming'er on the roof of the RV was not discouraged because he failed to shoot down the wild wolf in one shot. Since we can't win by quality, then we have to win by quantity. Yang Ming'er shot 3 arrows in succession. The 3 arrows have different targets. The first arrow was aimed at the head of the leading wolf, while the second and third arrows were shot at the left and right front legs of the leading wolf respectively. Yang Ming'er's purpose is very simple. He doesn't expect to shoot you to death, but just to slow down your speed. Sure enough, no matter how agile the leading wolf was, it was unable to dodge 3 arrows at once. After dodging left and right for a while, he was still shot in the left front leg. Yichen did not dare to delay and immediately rushed into the RV with Dadawan. Xiaoha and Pomeranian were as fast as Yichun, and they also swiftly jumped onto the RV, followed by the sound of a door closing with a bang. Yichun and Dadawan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What had a fat man like Dadawan run like this before? He was so tired that he fell to the ground. Although Yichun was in a much better condition than Dadawan, he was still gasping for breath. Dealey quickly call Minger down. Yichun looked around, but did not see young Minger. He guessed that the girl was still on the roof of the car and had not come down yet. Just as she was speaking, Yang Minger jumped down from the skylight on the large rolled-up wooden bed, carrying her precious C-grade, Zhui level bow. At the same time, the wild wolf appeared outside the RV. Dilly and Jiang Yuding could feel the pressure from the wild wolves, especially the leader, through the car window. Ah! The leading wolf growled at everyone in the RV with a strong, provocative tone. Don't worry about it. This RV is very sturdy. Even a few wild wolves can't do anything to it. Yichun was quite confident in his RV. He was not sure that he could resist ferocious beasts such as wild boars, bears, and lions, but when it came to dealing with wild wolves that survived by relying on their speed, Yichun absolutely believed in his RV. It turned out to be just as Yichun expected. Several wild wolves circled the RV twice and seemed to have no way to break through this iron wall. They growled a few times at the people in the RV through the window again and then turned and left. Yichun and others did not dare to slack off. They did not dare to open the car window to take a breath until there was no trace of wild wolves within a radius of 100 meters. I'm so pissed off. One day, I'm going to roast all of you beasts. Several living people were hunted by a group of beasts. Dadawan became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Yichun, are you okay? Yang Minger looked at everyone. Yichun was in a good mood at the moment. He waved his hand and pointed to the cart not far away with a smile. Although the battle was difficult, it was fruitful. There are at least 300 bamboos of various sizes. A-grade epic tree trunk weighing 100 kilograms is available. Chapter 160. You call this a scarce commodity? Towing the trailer that was filled with goods, the group started their return journey. Yichun, what else is missing to synthesize that A-level epic construction hammer? With the 100 kilograms A-grade epic palm tree trunk in hand, we are one step closer to synthesizing an epic artifact building hammer. We are still short of 50 kilograms of A-grade epic clay and another 80 to 90 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ingots. When the girls heard this, they looked at each other, still a little worried. On the beach on the south side of the camp, Yichun had discovered another clay mine weighing tons. However, on the one hand, mining clay requires a lot of manpower and time. On the other hand, the clay mine is outside their own camp and its safety is not guaranteed. As for the sea-level excellent iron ingots, that was even more troublesome. Although he already had 2 sea-level excellent furnaces, the iron ore, the basic material for smelting iron ingots, had been completely consumed. The iron or mountain range closest to the camp, which is the one that everyone went to mine last time, is at least half an hour's drive away from their camp. There are wild beasts everywhere on the island now. If they go out to mine again, I'm afraid they will never come back. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Don't we have bug ting? Dadawan gulped down several bottles of D-grade fresh water and ate a roll of chocolate biscuits to restore his strength. He pointed at the little girl Jiang Yuding and said with great pride. Jiang Yuding saw that everyone was looking at her, and she widened her eyes in a daze. Yichun took a deep breath, helplessly. I just don't know how long it will take, but I still hope to get these 2 supplies as soon as possible. It is true that Jiang Yuding's sign-in system has a plug-in, but this plug-in is similar to D. Lee's, which is really awesome, but the only drawback is that it is uncontrollable. Who knows what these 2 girls can come up with for themselves? He currently has enough space for other things except iron, ore, and clay. Sitting and waiting for something good to happen is not Yichun's style. Everyone has worked hard today. I will reward you well when I get back. Boss, can we have a feast again? When he heard that his boss was going to reward him, Dadawan almost drooled. I have never been hungry before. Look at you like this. If someone sees you like this, they will think that I, Yichun, bullied you. How is that possible? The boss is the most generous. Those guys are so envious of me. By the way, boss, someone seems to be looking for you in the chat room. Yichun was so busy escaping at that moment that he had no time to pay attention to what was going on in the chat room. I opened the chat room interface and found that there were quite a few people looking for me. Boss, Sun, and Moon, I have island coins now. Do you still have your rare D-level clay? Sell it to me. Boss Sun and Moon, please give me some greens, rare D-grade ones. I can exchange them for island coins. Master Sun and Moon, I beg for a C-class excellent freshwater fish. Oh, and do you have a D-class bow and arrow? Yichen remained calm after reading the messages that filled up his private mailbox. Yang Ming'er and Dilly scanned the chat room and found that everyone in the island survival world seemed to be looking for Yichun. They just want to exchange the island coins they just got for supplies. Hey, boss, now we're going to make a fortune. Dewan, who dreams of getting rich every day, is very happy. Brother Yi, all the supplies we had put up have been bought out, and now there's nothing left. When Dilly and Yang Ming'er have nothing to do, they will put the supplies that their group does not need temporarily on the exchange, such as those low-level supplies that seem to be of no use to me. For example, freshwater fish below grade B, clay, sand, tools of grade D, etc. According to Yi Chen's instructions, no transaction will be conducted unless the buyer uses island currency. Before today, this group of survivors suffered from the fact that they had no money in their hands, so they could only watch and try to quench their thirst. But today is different. The recycling system has kindly announced a recycling task that anyone can complete. Now there is hope for these poor survivors. More or less, almost every survivor gained something. Those who were quick and nimble even earned more than 400 island coins. Even the laziest ones got at least dozens of island coins. The impoverished survivors have finally escaped from the poverty line temporarily. Look, the supplies that Yi Chun and his gang put out instantly became a hot commodity. It was sold out an hour ago. Those who were slow had no choice but to shamelessly urge Yi Chun to add more goods. Yi Chun, we still have some low-grade sand and clay in stock, and there are some freshwater fish in the refrigerator. Should we hang them all up? The chief steward Yang Ming'er knew best how much wealth his group had. No rush. I'll bid on 2 freshwater fish, C-grade, excellent, starting at 100 island coins. 100 island coins. Starting bid. Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at Yi Chun at the same time. Dilly frowned, pouted, and shook her head. This black-hearted capitalist was going to start cheating people again. Yi Chun, isn't this a bit too expensive? Yang Ming'er muttered hesitantly. Is it expensive? I wanted to start at 200, but they gave me a 50% discount. I'm losing a lot. Snap. Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. You start with 200 island coins and say you're giving a 50% discount. Then why don't you just quote 10,000 island coins and then claim you're giving a 0.1% discount? You even have a nerve to say that you have made a huge loss. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Everyone was still cursing in their hearts when they saw Yi Chun hang up the freshwater fish very calmly. Transaction method, auction. Starting price, 100 island coins. Price increase, 10 island coins. Time limit, 10 minutes. The survivors in the chat room were greatly surprised to see Boss Sun and Moon put out new supplies. But it was only a surprise for a second. When you see the transaction method and price, the smile on your face will no longer exist. Boss Sun and Moon, your price seems a bit high. Yes, Master Ryu, the sea-level excellent materials in the island mall only sell for 70 island coins. Your 100 island coins? Are they? These guys didn't dare to offend Yi Chun, even though there were 1,000 alpacas galloping in their hearts, and they wished they could let these 1,000 alpacas step on Yi Chun's body to cross the river. But you still have to appear polite on the surface. Who are the sun, moon, and stars? How many people who offend him have a good ending? Island Mall? Are there any C-grade freshwater fish for sale today? After Yi Chun said this, everyone was speechless. It is obvious that Yi Chun dared to offer such a price simply because he relied on the fact that there were no C-grade excellent freshwater fish for sale in the Island Mall today. Boss Ryu, can you please lower the price a little bit? Yeah, you even held an auction for this. The crowd could only express their inner dissatisfaction in this pleading way. That can't be helped. Freshwater fish are scarce right now. I can't even bear to eat them myself. I saved these too by cutting down on my expenses. If it weren't for your urgent need, I wouldn't be willing to sell them out. After hearing what Yi Chun said, Yang Ming'er and Dilly looked at each other and lowered their heads helplessly. The capitalists are back to work. Get used to it. Just get used to it. Jiang Yuding, who was standing by, was dumbfounded when she saw the refrigerator that was packed full of things. 2 freshwater fish seemed to think the refrigerator was too crowded and jumped out directly. Jiang Yuding smiled bitterly as she looked at Yi Chun, who was still acting pitiful in front of her. You call this a scarce commodity? Chapter 161, what truth are you talking about? What's next? The familiar scene was played out again. Before the RV entered his campsite, Yichun had already sold his so-called scarce resources, 2 C-grade excellent freshwater fish, at the price of 180 island coins each. The survivor who was originally complaining saw that while he was still bargaining, the price of the 2 C-grade excellent freshwater fish began to soar. Until the 10-minute limited auction time is up. And then, the deal was done. Cha, what's going on? Are they sold out? Boss, Sun, and Moon, give me another one. I'll give you 120 island coins. The guy above, do you have the nerve to open an export for 120 island coins? Boss, Sun, and Moon, I'll pay 200 and send me a separate message. Fuck, you're rich. I'll give you 220. The girls looked at the situation in the chat room and were collectively in a trance. Yichun hadn't even started to fool people before these guys started fighting among themselves. The price of freshwater fish is also rising. It has only been a short time, but the price has already risen to 220 island coins per fish. Looking at Yichun again, he had a calm expression, as if all this was within his expectations. Boss, you are so black-hearted. Now, even Dadawan couldn't stand it anymore and started speaking for the survivors. Hey, you were clamoring to make money, and now the 600 island coins are back. Dadawan scratched his big head. When it comes to making money compared to my boss, I'm still a long way behind. I originally wanted to make a little money by handing over the seawater. Now that I think about it, those few hundred island coins are nothing but clouds. With a big profiteer like my boss around, do I still need to compete with those guys in terms of hand speed? No wonder his boss said before that those island coins were only temporarily stored with them. When everyone drove the RV back to the camp and unloaded the goods, Yichun had already reluctantly sold 3 more batches of freshwater fish at a price of more than 220 island coins, each under everyone's pleading. 600 island coins? Haha, in Yichun's eyes, it's as easy as picking up a stone on the beach. Boss, which fence are you going to use these bamboos to reinforce? Dadawan dusted off the dust on his body. As a hard worker, he had finally unloaded hundreds of bamboos from the trailer. Yichun was free at that place. He crossed his legs, found a chair, and drank tea while continuing to fool the poor survivors. Dadawan looked at himself, then at Yichun. This is probably the legendary difference between workers and capitalists. One is exhausted, but has no profit, while the other can close a deal while sipping tea and chatting. No hurry, it's too late today. Let the girls prepare dinner. I have my own plans for tomorrow. The capitalist still sat there calmly, with his legs crossed and yawning. Yichun, what do you want to eat tonight? Dilly opened the refrigerator in the RV and felt a headache when she saw that the refrigerator was still full. Let's grill 10 fish first. Don't get those that have been stored for too long or too small. Then pick a silver carp weighing more than 5 kilograms to make fish soup. I haven't had fish soup for a long time. Oh, remember to add more pepper and not too much salt. Yichun stretched and gave a few instructions lazily. Dilly glanced at the chat room interface and saw that Yichun, who had caught 10 fish at once, had a completely different face when he entered the chat room. Everyone, it's getting harder and harder to catch freshwater fish recently. I haven't eaten any in a long time. Life is hard. If it weren't for the fact that we're all survivors in the same boat, how could I be willing to sell them to you? I guess every time I sell one of these freshwater fish, there will be one less. No, that's too shameless, really too shameless. Dilly found that she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Today I have finally experienced what it means to tell lies with open eyes. Yes, Boss Sun and Moon is still the best to us. Boss Sun and Moon is the most generous. Long live the Sun and Moon. These poor guys were all chopped, but we're still busy counting money for others. Oh, capitalists, they're so terrible. Boss, what is this? Hey, I've seen this thing somewhere before. After clearing out the bamboo, Dadawan was sorting out those A-level epic tree trunks in the trailer, but he didn't expect to accidentally find some familiar things. Dilly was setting up a barbecue grill nearby, and she saw Dadawan holding up a lace nightgown. Oh my! Yichun, who was sitting leisurely waiting for dinner to be served, suddenly jumped up. With one quick step, he rushed straight onto the trailer. Hey, Dilly, go get that bottle of Coke from the refrigerator. While Yichun was trying hard to get Dilly away, he grabbed the nightgown that he had hidden well. Coke! Sister Dilly, do you still have Coke? Jiang Yuding rubbed her ears hard, fearing that she had heard it wrongly. It was good enough that I didn't die of thirst, but Yichun actually has Coke here? Oh, not much, not much. Ting Ting, go get it quickly, or this fat guy will drink it all. Yichun is now trying every possible way to get the 2 girls away. As for this big scroll, he was knocked to the ground by his own punch. He deserved it. He found something he shouldn't have found. Boss, is this... Something you prepare for the girls? Why not give it to them? They will definitely like it. Stop talking nonsense and move your tree trunk. If you dare to rummage around again, I won't let you have dinner. Yi-chan threatened and intimidated, and even used the excuse that Dadawan was most afraid of not giving food as an excuse to intimidate him. Boss, don't worry. I won't tell you. I definitely won't tell you. I'll help you hide it. It's well hidden. Dadawan looked like he understood, and with a sly smile, he put the things he had turned out back to their original place intact. It's time for dinner. It's time for dinner. Fortunately, Yang Ming'er had just walked out of the RV holding 10 freshwater fish. Otherwise, the scene would have been quite embarrassing. When he saw the food, Dadawan instantly forgot about the discovery of the mysterious supplies. Yi-chan was deeply pleased. It was a great blessing in life to have such a subordinate who only cared about eating. Jiang Yuding was a little dazed when she saw the truck full of food. What's wrong? Ting Ting, Yang Ming'er asked doubtfully. Didn't Brother Xiaoya say that there are fewer freshwater fish to sell, and we still eat so many? When Yang Ming'er, Dilly, and Dadawan heard what Jiang Yuding said, they all rolled their eyes at Yi-chun. Ting Ting, just eat peacefully. Yang Ming'er was too lazy to explain. That's right, just eat your fill, and that's all. Dadawan said as he calmly began to grill the fish with both hands at the same time. Dilly was the most honest. She snorted coldly and muttered, just forget about what your brother Xiaoya said. Don't take it too seriously. Xiao Di, this is where you are wrong. Yi-chun was deeply dissatisfied. This Dilly, what nonsense is there to say? Chapter 162, Not Enough Beds. Crossing my legs, humming a song, eating barbecue, and drinking Coke. This is what Yi-chun is doing right now. During the time it took to finish a meal, Yi-chun sold several more portions of sand and clay, and also sold off several leftover vegetables at high prices. The total profit exceeded 1,000 island coins. Ming'er, how much clay and sand do we have left? After the capitalists sold the goods, they did not forget to ask about their own storage situation. Not much left. There is still some low-grade clay left, but there is not much high-grade clay left. There is also not much high-grade sand left. The chief steward Yang Ming'er roughly described the storage surplus of his group. Oh, Yi-chun was a little disappointed. No matter how high his sales skills were, he couldn't cope with the dilemma of having nothing to sell. It seems that it is time to stock up. Ahem that. Brother Yi, eat. Yes, boss. Let's eat grilled fish. Let's eat grilled fish. Before Yi-chun could say anything, Dilly and Dadawan each handed Yi-chun 2 skewers of grilled fish. Jiang Yuding had a bewildered look on her face, while Yang Ming'er covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Who made Yi-chun, the big capitalist, start fooling people again? That whole night, Dadawan and Dilly didn't let Yi-chun speak. As soon as Yi-chun showed signs of speaking, the two of them would definitely stuff a bunch of things into his hands. Yi-chun had no choice but to touch his round belly and get up to take a bath. It's not easy to be a capitalist these days. Hey, Dadawan, come here. Just as he was about to step onto the RV, Yi-chun remembered something extremely important. He waved to Dadawan outside the RV. Dadawan came over very reluctantly. Boss, let me be frank. We don't want to talk about hard labor. You kid, I'm giving you face, right? I have something important to discuss with you. Yi-chun slapped Dadawan on the head, then pulled Dadawan over. He looked around and saw that the girls were still cleaning up. Then he lowered his voice and whispered to Dadawan. Bed, did you receive the bed? Boss, what bed do you need? Didn't I sleep well yesterday? Ouch, stop hitting me on the head. Before this guy could finish his chatter, Yi-chun punched him again. Bullshit, go to the stock exchange and check. Wooden beds, Simmons mattresses, folding beds, sofas, anything that can be used for sleeping will do. The quality should be better, don't throw them on the ground. Yi-chun's requirements were actually not high. As long as there were no quality issues with the bed, it would be fine. It was better than being strangled to death by that girl Yang Ming'er. Boss, actually, you really don't have to panic. It's still unclear who will sleep with you tonight. Ouch, stop hitting me. I'll go and collect the garbage. Can't I just go and collect it? After being beaten up by Yi-chun again, Dadawan had no choice but to obey the order and go to make the bed. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly. In this era, it is so difficult to fool people, and it is not easy to lead a team. Fortunately, I have a bathtub with hot water. Soaking in the bathtub, the tiredness of the day immediately dissipated a lot. It's not so pleasant for Dadawan. Scan the exchange. What shitty bed. Not even a mat was provided. The group of survivors shouted for the sun, moon, and stars for most of the day, but Yi-chun didn't pay any attention to them. He suddenly saw Dadawan online and immediately started to pester him with questions. Boss Dadawan, Boss Sun and Moon, do you have any freshwater fish? Big One, I'm still short of D-grade freshwater. When will Boss Sun and Moon sell fresh water? Please, Big Brother Wan, go to Big Brother Sun and Moon and say a word for me. I'm just short of D-grade rare clay. Without it, I can't reach level 4. As soon as he came online, Dadawan was surrounded by a group of talkative survivors. Dadawan was already very angry about not being able to get to bed. Now these guys became his punching bag. No time, no time. I'm busy. Go play somewhere else. I am the boss, and I am afraid I will not be able to deal with them in this lifetime, but I am more than capable of dealing with these guys. After hearing what Dadawan said, these people were not angry, but became even more eager. Boss Dadawan, what's bothering you? Tell us about it, and we can give you some advice. Yes, as long as the big boss opens his mouth, we will go through mountains and rivers without hesitation. When it comes to flattery, these guys are definitely masters at it. How does the saying go? No matter how many holes there are, flattery never gets worn out. These compliments immediately made Dadawan feel a little flattered. I'm collecting something. Collecting things? Big boss, what are you collecting? Yes, tell me. Maybe someone here has what you need. These sycophants immediately followed suit. Beds, who has beds for sale? I want high-quality ones. Don't try to fool me with junk. Bed. When they heard that Dadawan was putting away the bed, everyone present was dumbfounded. I couldn't imagine that Dadawan was collecting this thing. The problem is, for most people, there was not even a mat, let alone a bed. Many survivors just found a pile of hay and slept on the ground. Some even slept in trees to this day. Beds are something that only exist in heaven. But this is not what everyone is wondering about. Boss Dadawan, I have one more question. Please don't mind. Boss Ryu already has an RV. There must be a bed in the RV. Why is there another bed? Some brave one spoke out all the doubts of the crowd. There aren't enough beds. Dadawan also told the truth. However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Not enough beds. Hearing these 4 words, everyone was silent. The other survivors were not paying attention to these sycophants in the chat room, were also attracted by Dadawan's words, not enough beds. The bed is not enough. I don't know who typed these 3 words again. Now the originally noisy chat room became completely quiet. Only the 3 words, not enough beds, were hanging alone on the chat room interface. At this moment, although the chat room was extremely quiet, all the survivors who saw this sentence had 1,000 horses galloping in their hearts. Not enough beds. Not enough beds. Not enough for your sister. We have finally managed to escape the poverty line, and this is all thanks to the recycling system's mercy today. What do the sun, moon, and stars mean? There's so many girls that I can't even sleep anymore. He actually asked his younger brother to collect beds in the exchange. What does this mean? Is this a disguised way of showing off your wealth? I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. It's so damn infuriating. You sun, moon, and stars, what do you think this place is? As for your harem, do you want to build 3 palaces and 6 courtyards for you, and then appoint a queen for ladies, 9 concubines, 27 ladies, and 81 imperial wives? Yi-Chun had no idea that this big guy was making him hate him again. Yi-Chun rubbed his nose and felt the water temperature. What happened? Is the water cold? Why did you start sneezing? Just when he wanted to add some hot water, he found that the water was gone. Yi-Chun patted his head and thought that he had forgotten to add water to the water tank. This was embarrassing. Big curls. Big curls. There was no other choice but to call Dadawan. Oh, my boss is looking for me. I guess he's going to ask me to collect the beds again. Do you have any? If you do, sell them to me quickly. Don't worry, Boss Dadawan. We will help you find a bed right away. Everyone was obedient. Although they cursed in their hearts, they acted differently on the surface. Result: a new activity has begun in the island survival world. Find a bed. Chapter 163. Beds become hard currency. Yi-Chun was the first to finish his bath. He was full and clean. This person, when he is comfortable, tends to get sleepy easily. He fell asleep in a daze lying on his comfortable air mattress. As for the spare clothes, the girls will take care of them. There is no need for me, the boss of the island, to do it myself. Yi-Chun, wake up. Yi-Chun, who was dozing off, was suddenly woken up by Yang Ming-er and Dilly. What's wrong? Yi-Chun, who had just met Zhou Gong, was forcibly pulled back by the 2 girls. Yi-Chun looked around and saw that the 2 girls in front of him had flushed faces and their hair was not completely dry. Obviously, they had just finished bathing. There was still the sound of water in the bathroom. Jiang Yuding seemed to be playing with two pet dogs. It was obvious that the person in the bathroom was Dad Awan. Yang Ming'er and Dilly in front of him were looking at him nervously. Take a quick look at the chat room. It seems like everyone is rushing to buy an item. Snatching items? Could it be that there are some new goods on the shelves of the exchange? With a face full of confusion and expectation, Yichen opened the chat room. As expected, the chat room is very lively today. Beds, wooden beds, Simmons beds, folding beds, sofas, all are fine. The price is negotiable. Grab them if they are in stock. Bed. Shout for someone who has a bed. Bed. The bed seller is shouting. The price is negotiable. The best bed is hung up. I don't want a broken bed. I want a good bed. Yichen rubbed his sleepy eyes. What the hell? Bed? What does this mean? It seems like I need a bed urgently. Why are these people trying to snatch the bed from me when there are so many other things they can do? By the way, what is going on? Yichen was completely confused. How come so many people suddenly want to buy beds? It's only been a few days, and their quality of life has improved so quickly? Could it be that we all won the double color ball special prize? Yichen, did these survivors get any inside information? Yes. For example, will the recycling system recycle the bed tomorrow? Insider information? Recycling beds? These two girls really have a rich imagination. What does this have to do with anything? Is it possible that this recycling system has a backdoor? Can you also bribe the system to get information about tomorrow's recycling materials in advance? Yichen shook his head vigorously and read the messages sent by these people again. Wooden bed, Simmons mattress, folding bed, sofa. Why do these words seem so familiar? Gulala, gulagu. Dadawan seemed to have finished his shower at this time. He wiped his wet hair, hummed a little tune, and walked leisurely towards his bed. Yichen glanced at the guy's back and seemed to remember something. Well, you guys take a rest first. Thank you for your hard work today. I will investigate the matter of the bed thoroughly. After tricking the two girls away, Yichen tiptoed to the front of Dadajuan's bed. Have you finished washing? How is the task I entrusted to you going? Boss, don't worry. I'll do the job. Don't worry. Maybe the bed will be here in a while. Dadawan mentioned the word bed and lowered his voice mysteriously. You got it done so quickly? Yichen frowned, half believing and half doubting. Who am I? Apart from you, boss, I am number 2 in this island survival world. This guy is blowing it again. That's right. Boss, this will cost some money. Can you give me some island coins in advance? Dadawan made a money gesture to Yichen with a sly smile on his face. How much? Not much, just 1,000. 1,000 your sister. Hey, boss, please don't hit me. I've noticed my head is getting bigger these days. Dadawan hugged his head in grievance. Yichen now understood it with his toes. The bed-buying mess in the chat room was 100% caused by this guy. Yichen pulled Dadawan off his wooden bed, and while the girls were not paying attention, he pulled Dadawan out of the RV. Boss, don't be reluctant to part with the money. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. I didn't expect this guy to have such a set way of talking. Look for yourself. What has the chat room become now? Yichen opened the chat room interface and pointed at the strange screen full of words shouting about purchasing beds and asked, Boss, look how good this is. Mobilize the masses. There's strength in numbers. Ouch, stop it. After being beaten up, Yichen forced him to chat with the most powerful flatterers who called bed. 10 minutes later, the chat room finally quieted down. Get in the car, stop talking nonsense, and have a good rest. We still have work to do tomorrow. Yichen felt tired. What kind of younger brother did he accept? What I didn't expect was, I just returned to my RV. More embarrassing things happen again. Dilly and Jiang Yuding were sitting on the girl's bed, while Yang Ming'er was sitting alone on her own air mattress again. Yichen seemed to have understood. Just now, when I was talking to Dadawan outside the RV, something similar to what happened yesterday must have happened inside the RV. It's a headache, a real headache. Yichen has no words to express his pain. Brother Xiaoya, we just drew lots again. Sister Ming'er is so amazing. She won again. Sister Ming'er is so lucky. Jiang Yuding continued to chatter heartlessly, her words filled with envy and jealousy. Yichen glanced at Yang Ming'er, who looked depressed. I felt pity suddenly. This is really a case of when the fire starts in the city, the fish in the pond are affected. It seems that the disaster has lasted for 2 nights in a row. But I always feel like I'm the fish in the pond. That. Yang Ming'er lowered her head shyly when she saw Yichen walking towards her. After hesitating for a long time, Yichen finally understood what the girl was saying. I I originally wanted to buy a bed at the exchange, but it seems the price of beds has gone up. Some people are buying them for 1,000 island coins. Well, what is this? You're just shooting yourself in the foot. Yichen was too embarrassed to tell Yang Minger that he was the culprit for the problem of the sky-high price bed. If Yang Minger knew the truth, Yichen was afraid that with Yang Minger's skills at night, he estimated that he would not be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. Got it. Let's just squeeze together and sleep. It's not raining today anyway, so if we sleep head to tail, our lives will be safe. Boss, the bed. The bed is here. The bed is here. Just as Yi Chun and Yang Minger lay down, Dadawan rushed in a hurry, pointing at a line of words on the private chat interface and yelling. After reading that line of words, Yi Chun had the urge to slap this guy out of the RV. The seller sent a few words. Round honeymoon bed for couples. Chapter 164, Night of Terror. Yi Chun, did you really receive the bed? Everyone could hear Dadajuan's shout clearly. No, no, he made a mistake, a mistake. Yi Chun immediately kicked Dadawan away. If Yang Minger knew that she had accepted a bed like this, she would be laughed at to death by the girls. What's wrong, boss? This bed is so nice, so classy. Roll. Yi Chun kicked him again, and poor Dadawan went back to his bed with a look of grievance on his face. Dilly glanced at Yi Chun, but muttered with a hint of meaning. I'm afraid someone deliberately refused to accept it. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. Humph. Snap. Yi Chun felt so wronged. I have always been dedicated to the people and have always been impartial. So how could I end up like this? I feel more wrong than Doi. Glancing at the husky and Pomeranian beside him. The two dogs found a comfortable carpet as a mattress and fell asleep sweetly. People are worse than dogs. It's so infuriating. After midnight, Yi Chun finally fell asleep. Unexpectedly, what woke him up was not Yang Minger's feet, but his own biological radar system. Yi Chun opened the system and took a look, but was almost scared to death. Ding! 7 D-level rare wild wolves, 3 C-level outstanding swift wolves, 2 B-level perfect wild wolf leaders, and 1 A-level epic wolf king were found within a radius of 100 meters. They are distributed at 6 and 7 o'clock. Please be careful. What's going on? Late in the night, the wolves are holding a meeting. The little Pomeranian seemed to be awakened as well, but it was very well behaved and didn't bark. It just wagged its tail and looked straight at Yi Chun. Yi Chun looked at the time. It was 3:30 in the morning. The girls seemed to be sleeping, and Yi Chun didn't have the heart to wake them up and ruin their sweet dreams. After all, everyone was busy all day yesterday and was really tired. Yi Chun tiptoed to the car window. Dadawan was quite alert and quickly jumped off his beloved wooden bed. Boss, what's going on? Seeing Yi Chun squatting and observing the situation outside the window with a telescope, Dadawan immediately followed him. There are wolves outside. Why are you here again? Where are you? Yi Chun pointed in the northeast direction. On the other side of the lake, it should be outside our fence, but there are more wolves this time, and there's also an A-level epic wolf king. Wolf king? Dadawan almost cried out. Yi Chun opened the chat room interface. As expected, many survivors had a difficult night. Boss, wild wolves seem to appear more frequently at night. Although the Pomeranian's 100-meter range warning is worse than the lookout tower in terms of distance, its accuracy is far less accurate than that of the lookout tower. Yi Chun only roughly guessed the location where the wild wolves appeared, but he did not know their specific location. I'll go to the observation tower and take a look. You stay at the door of the RV. If anything happens, notify me immediately. At the moment, Yi Chun only hoped to find the wolf's whereabouts as soon as possible so that he could prepare to reinforce the fence tomorrow. Dadawan gently opened the door of the RV, holding a mountain axe in his hand, and stood in front of the door like a door god. Yi Chun gently called out Xiao Ha and got out of the RV wearing night vision goggles, a telescope, and a serrated dagger. The Pomeranian was left on the RV as a warning. Xiao Ha got out of the RV and seemed to smell the scent of a wild wolf. He began to wag his tail desperately towards the northeast. Xiao Ha, don't go, come with me. Yi Chun waved at Xiao Ha and called him back. A man and a dog slowly walked up to the observation deck. Fortunately, the moonlight is bright tonight, and even without light to guide him, Yi Chun can grope his way to the top of the observation tower. The wolf's location was obviously beyond the detection range of the lookout, so the lookout did not issue any warning. However, when Yi Chun picked up the telescope and looked toward the northeast, he could still detect obvious movement in that place. The wild wolves seemed to be concentrated on the east side of the lake. From time to time, Two pairs of terrifying blue eyes would sway back and forth in front of the fence gate to the north. Fortunately, he had the foresight to reinforce the fence twice. Thus, he was able to preserve his camp. But the survivors in the chat room were not so lucky. The lowest level survivors don't seem to be attacked by wild animals for the time being, but some of the top survivors on the leaderboard are having a hard time at this time. What's going on? Why are there more wild wolves at night than during the day? Yeah, I've seen quite a few here too. Luckily, I live high up. I felt something was wrong yesterday. Fortunately, I built 2 bamboo doors temporarily to seal the cave tightly. If things continue like this, how will we live in the future? The survivors mentioned above are relatively lucky. Some of them took precautions early, and some benefited from the fact that their homes were located in high places, so even if they encountered wild wolves, their lives were not threatened. However, some high-level survivors who have neglected the security of their living environment will be in trouble tonight. Help! Someone please save me. Three wild wolves. I also lost my dagger. I'm still hiding in the tree. The wolf is right under my feet. What's worse, some have been removed from the rankings. Yi-chun discovered that the 2 high-level survivors who were originally ranked 16th and 18th had disappeared. With a long sigh, Yi-chun slowly walked down the observation deck and returned to his RV. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and the girls seemed to have been awakened. Yi-chun, what's going on outside? Yes, Brother Xiaoye. Is there really another wild wolf? As soon as Yi-chun stepped into the RV, the girls surrounded him. Boss, the girls wanted to get off the bus to look for you, but I stopped them. Dadawan stood at the door of the RV in an official manner. Well done. Don't worry, our camp is safe. The wild wolves have no ability to enter our camp. But I saw in the chat room that many people have encountered wild wolves. It seems that the number is even greater than that of yesterday. If this continues, can our fence still hold up? The fear will spread, especially in such a dark night. The attack power of wild wolves is limited. As long as there are no large beasts like wild boars attacking the fence, our camp will be safe. What Yi-chun was most worried about at the moment was naturally not the wild wolves. Although wild wolves are fast and have strong explosive power, they're far inferior to powerful animals such as wild boars and brown bears in terms of strength. What Yi-chun was most worried about was that a wild boar would suddenly attack and break through his fence, and then wild wolves would swarm in. Then his group would be in real trouble. Although Yi-chun tried his best to comfort everyone, the 3 girls still looked a little worried, and no one was in the mood to take a nap. It was not until the sun slowly illuminated the earth that the wolves gradually retreated. Only then could everyone breathe a sigh of relief. After arriving at the island survival world, the most thrilling night passed like this. Boss, leave the work of reinforcing the fence to me. I will make sure to check every place carefully. Yes, we can do it too. This time, Yi-chun didn't need to fool people anymore, as everyone volunteered to do the hard labor. Eat breakfast to fill your stomach, and don't forget your work. As the undisputed leader of the island, Yi-chun seemed quite calm. Business? What business? Is there anything more important than strengthening defense facilities? The girls were collectively confused. Sign in. After a few hours of hard work, I forgot about the most anticipated task of the day. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has signed in successfully, and you have obtained S+, Level 0, Legendary Materials, and a portable virtual mobile storage space. Wow, it just happened as I said. This girl Dilly is cheating again. Chapter 165, Legendary Material, Mobile Storage Space. S+, Level 0, Legendary Materials, Portable Virtual Mobile Storage Space. A portable virtual mobile warehouse that can be carried with you, and any items can be stored in this virtual space. Current volume capacity, 1 cubic meter, load capacity, 50 kilograms. This material can be upgraded. S+, Level 1, Portable Virtual Mobile Storage Space. Requires 2 Swift Wolf Fangs, 1 kilogram of E-level Ordinary Diamond, 10 kilograms of A-level Epic Clay, 10 kilograms of A-level Epic Fine Sand. Kill a B-level Perfect Beast, 8,000 island coins. Volume capacity, 2 cubic meters. Total weight, 100 kilograms. S, plus 2 level. Portable virtual mobile storage space. Requires 2 wolf fangs, 3 kilograms of E-level ordinary diamonds, 10 kilograms of S-level legendary clay, 10 kilograms of A-level epic fine sand. Kill an A-level epic beast, 18,000 island coins. Volume capacity, 5 cubic meters. Total weight, 300 kilograms. Yi-chun stared at this S+ grade legendary item with wide eyes. Mobile storage space upgradable. Although the cost of upgrading is indeed not small, it requires island coins, high-level supplies, and the killing of high-level beasts. As soon as he opened his mouth, he found several kilograms of E-grade diamonds. You know, even though this diamond is only E-grade, the difficulty of smelting it is incredibly high. Of course, the improvement after the upgrade is obvious to all. 5 cubic meters, 300 kilograms of capacity. With this capacity, there's no need to worry about not being able to move that precious A-level epic palm tree back in batches. Let's put aside the issue of upgrading. Isn't this thing exactly what I urgently need? With this thing, I won't need to bring a trailer RV or a cart when I go to cut trees and mine in the future. I work so hard every day like a porter, all because I don't have a suitable means of transportation. Brother Yi, this thing, is it useful? Dilly seemed to be still in trance. She pointed at herself with a frown. It's more than useful. It's simply a magical tool. If Yi-chun were asked to rank all the sign-in supplies he had obtained after arriving on the island, this item would definitely be in the top 3. Boss, what did Dilly sign in again? It's not an S-level thing again. I say, beautiful Dilly, can you give me a way out? I'm under a lot of pressure here. Dadawan touched his big head and looked at Dilly with a silly smile on his face. What is that, Sister Xiaodi? Let me see it quickly. Jiang Yuding was also a curious baby, and she immediately stretched out her hands to ask Dilly for the sign-in supplies. Dilly pointed at Yi-chun. 90% of the good things I signed for were given to the man in front of me. Who made me? Surrender willingly? Just watch carefully. Yi-chun was in a good mood and had long forgotten about the encounter with the wild wolf in the early morning. He glanced around and finally set his eyes on Xiaoha. Xiaoha, come here, come here. No matter how smart Xiaoha was, he could never have imagined that this treacherous man would target him. The little guy thought that his master was going to send him something delicious again, so he ran over shaking his head. Bio. Yi-chun stretched out his right hand and pointed at Xiaoha, imitating the magician's manner. Then, Xiaoha disappeared out of thin air. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. Everyone was collectively stunned. Of course, if we could interview little Haben Hunao, this guy would probably be the most depressed. Yi-chun strode toward the back of the RV. He said bio again. Xiaoha showed up. Everyone looked at Xiaoha with wide eyes. Xiaoha was completely dumbfounded. If there was a math teacher present at this time, he would definitely ask a classic plane geometry problem. Find the area of the shadow in Xiaoha's mind at this moment. Behave yourself from now on. If you continue to show off your affection in front of me, I will make sure you never see your girlfriend again. After playing with his own dog, he also threatened it. This capitalist is really shameless. Boss, you're almost like Doryman. Now, I don't have to be a laborer anymore. Haha. Dadawan was the most proud at this time, because he was the biggest laborer in Yi-chun's hands. Me too. I'm coming too. I'm sure I'll be very lucky today too. Seeing that Dilly's first move was a magical weapon, Dadawan also became excited. I saw this guy rubbing his hands vigorously and then praying to the ceiling of the RV in a very solemn manner. How does the song go? I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Yi-chun received nothing again. I turned my head and took a look at the silly big curl. Dadawan scratched the back of his head with a silly smile on his face. Boss, do you want more dog food? Yi-chun was completely speechless. Are you thinking that you didn't see enough dog food yesterday? Sign in, sign in. At that moment, Yi-chun ignored this guy and started to sign in on his own. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the C-level excellence material. Chinese-style solid wood double bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the hidden effect of the Super S-level God-given reward and obtaining a triple material sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the C-level excellence material. Chinese-style solid wood double bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the C-level excellence material. Chinese-style solid wood double bed. Then, everyone heard 3 loud bangs. Yi-chun, what did you sign for? Yang Ming'er forced a smile. Every time Yi-chun signed in for supplies, there was such a big commotion that it was definitely not good news. Heh. Yi-chun laughed foolishly 3 times. He really didn't know how to start this matter. I really want a bed. 1 question is enough. What's the point of giving me 3 in a row? Come on, Ting Ting, let's get off the car and take a look. Dilly simply took Jiang Yuding's hand and got out of the car. TSK. This is embarrassing. After opening the door of the trailer, Dilly and Jiang Yuding were stunned. 3 Chinese-style, solid wooden double beds filled the trailer RV. There's another thing under the Chinese solid wood double bed. A big red, round double bed. Brother Xiaoya, this is when Yi Chun, Dadawan, and Yang Ming also got out of the RV. Jiang Yuding pointed at the eye-catching round double bed and asked Yi Chun. Yi Chun only then remembered that there was this thing. Yi Chun didn't have time to explain here. Dadawan patted his chest and pointed at the round double bed and shouted, "This, the boss asked me to buy it, a round couple honeymoon double bed." The air suddenly froze, and only the big scroll was still explaining shamelessly. Yi Chun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh heaven! Oh earth! Please help me to capture this evildoer. Chapter 166, Private Beach. This morning, Yi Chun didn't even have the courage to look up and talk to the girls. The way Dilly and Jiang Yuding looked at her became more profound. It seems that the great image that I have worked so hard to build is about to fall apart. Dadawan, as if nothing had happened, asked Yi Chun for a virtual mobile storage space, stuffed all the bamboos into it, and also put 4B-level perfect grade tools in it, and then swaggered to the north to reinforce the fence. Let's go to the south first. Minger, you stay on the observation deck. Dadawan and I are going to the South Beach. The South Beach? That's outside the camp. It's too dangerous. When Dilly and Jiang Yuding heard that Yi Chun was leaving the camp, they also ran over. There's no need for that. It's just that we secretly bought a couple's bed. We didn't say anything to you. Yi Chun was speechless. It turned out that this girl thought he was fleeing from the crime. Clay. We need a lot of clay. The epic construction hammer and the mobile storage space we just got require high-level clay. Yi Chun explained hurriedly. Brother Xiaoya, I'm sorry that I didn't help you sign in for useful supplies today. Jiang Yuding apologized to Yi Chun apologetically. Jiang Yuding did not give Yi Chun another clay rain today, but Yi Chun still gained something. 20 kilograms of C-grade excellent iron ore. Although the quantity is not large, it is the iron ore that he urgently needs. I'll sign in later. Yang Minger hung his head and muttered something. It seems that these two girls put too much pressure on themselves. Don't think too much about it. Signing in depends on luck. It's not possible to sign in and get the supplies you want every day. This sign-in system is not Doraemon. It can't give you whatever you want. Besides, it seems that Doraemon himself often takes the wrong things. That's right. It's not a big deal, we don't care. Dadawan, on the other hand, looked nonchalant, as if he had signed for some awesome stuff today. Who signed 2 bags of dog food for himself in a row. Although wild animals are frequent at the moment, we must build 2 more fences on the southern beach. First, it can provide a buffer for the southern cave and an additional line of defense. Second, we can include the southern beach so that we can continue to pan for sand, dig for clay, and go fishing. Yi Chun was not looking for trouble. He had thought about building a fence on the south beach again and again, and he had to act immediately. After hearing Yi Chun's words, the 3 girls no longer had any objections. Everyone had a clear division of labor and took action on their own. Yang Minger and Jiang Yuding are responsible for monitoring the situation on the South Beach from the lookout tower. In case of any emergency, they can send information to Yi Chun as soon as possible. Yang Minger can also provide a certain amount of fire cover with his archery skills. Dilly was guarding the fence gate on the south side of the cave with the Pomeranian. If Yi Chun was in danger on the beach, Dilly could rescue him immediately. As for why the Pomeranian was placed at the south gate of the cave, it was because this was the point with the widest coverage, covering both the jungle on the left and the jungle on the right with more complex terrain. Yi Chun took Dawan and Xiaoha and set out from the south gate of the cave and quickly established a fence-to-fence system on both sides of the northern beach. In this operation, efficiency is the top priority. Fortunately, with this mobile storage space, Yi Chun and Dadawan have greatly reduced their physical burden. 300 pieces of bamboo, the wire ropes received from the exchange, and 4B-grade perfect tools were all thrown into the mobile space. The 2 men only carried a weapon with them and easily entered the beach on the south side through the south gate of the cave. Another job of Yang Minger is to guide Yi Chun to the designated location accurately. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chun arrived at the designated location according to Yang Minger's instructions. Dadawan had become impatient and took out all 4 tools from the mobile storage space. A B-grade perfect tool shovel that can dig sand very efficiently. Grade B perfect tool scissors, cutting wire and bamboo, is as easy as cutting tofu. A perfect grade B tool hammer does not require much force and can get the job done with just 1 hammer. As for the B-grade perfect tool axe that Yi Chun spent a lot of effort to get, Dadawan just used it as a self-defense weapon. This tool axe is extremely sharp. If the wild wolf is hit by the axe, it will probably be cut in half. The 2 men had a clear division of labor. Dadawan was responsible for digging the soil, and Yi-Chen was responsible for planting bamboo. Soon 100 bamboos were inserted into the sand at the designated positions. The two of them are doing a great job tying the wire and reinforcing the fence horizontally. After all, this is the third time I've done this, and I have a handy tool in my hand, so my efficiency is soaring. The original plan was to build a single-sided fence in an hour and a half, but Yi-Chun and Dadawan finished it in just 1 hour. The defense work on the east side of the beach was completed, and Yang Ming'er on the observation deck breathed a sigh of relief. The beach on the east side is where wild wolves appear most frequently. Now that this place is protected, the safety factor of the beach on the south side will be greatly improved. Put the 4 artifacts back into the mobile storage space. The two men took the remaining 200 bamboos to the west beach. The only slightly troublesome thing about this place is that it is outside the detection range of the lookout tower. Even with the help of a telescope, Yang Ming'er cannot see it accurately due to the distance. Yi-Chun had no choice but to locate the place to put the fence based on his own observations. Dadawan is now full of energy. Digging work is so easy for him that he doesn't need to spend any effort at all. Yi-Chun had just determined a location for the lower fence, and Dadawan had already dug 1/3 of the area there. An hour later, the right fence was successfully completed. Now this nearly 1,000 square meters of beach has become my own private beach. There are 2 sturdy fences on each side that extend deep into the sea. Boss, so easy a piece of cake. Dadawan lightly dusted himself off, looking as if he hadn't put in much effort. This is just the first step. We will continue to add defense projects in the future. Just as Yi-Chun said, the 2 fences on the left and right are only the first phase of the defense facilities on the south side. In order to ensure the safety of the South Beach without any mistakes, Yi-Chun's long-term plan is to build a fence from east to west with a length of at least 300 meters. But at the moment, this fence is not his top priority. Leave 1 person on duty at the lookout tower, and the rest of you dig for clay. Today's goal is to dig at least 60 kilograms of A-level epic clay. Chapter 167 God loves stupid children. Jiang Yuding gave Yi-Chun a meeting gift last time. 50 kilograms of A-grade epic clay. Although this process is a bit hard to recall, but after all, it is still A-grade epic clay. Yi-Chun naturally accepted all of them. Excluding these 50 kilograms of A-grade epic clay, Yi-Chun still needs 50 kilograms to meet the A-grade clay requirement for the A-grade epic construction hammer. As for the additional 10 kilograms, they are reserved for upgrading the mobile storage space. At present, 50 kilograms and 1 cubic meter of mobile storage space naturally cannot meet the needs of Yi-Chun and his group. Iron, ore, tree trunks, and even silver mines and diamond mines that I have not yet touched upon are all basic materials with a high density. With only 50 kilograms, 1 cubic meter of space is really too tight. I must hurry up and upgrade this precious mobile storage space. Ting Ting, why did you come here empty-handed? Didn't I tell you to bring a telescope and some dry food? Yang Ming'er had just come down from the lookout tower and was about to hand over to Jiang Yuding, but she found that this girl was running towards her empty-handed. I forgot. Jiang Yuding scratched her forehead shyly. Haha, this girl is even more forgetful than me. Dadawan seemed to have found a close friend and couldn't wait to go up and shake her hand. Yi-Chun rolled his eyes at him. This fat guy is really shameless. Boss, don't worry. I may forget anything, but I will never forget to sign in. Sooner or later, I will sign an S-level supply for you. Yi-Chun was speechless and could only reply to this guy with he. I remembered something. I seem to have forgotten to sign in before meeting you. The person who said this was his new partner Jiang Yuding. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. There are actually survivors who can even forget about signing in. The girl slowly raised her right hand and gestured to 2 days. You forgot 2 days in a row. Yi-Chun was completely stunned. He looked the silly girl up and down again. When Jiang Yuding was on her own island, her sign-in level was only level 1, and she had never been promoted to level 1. Most of her daily necessities were provided by her group of people, but she even forgot to sign in every day. What does this girl do every day? Hey, luckily you have us now. We will never let you forget to sign in again. Forget it. I'll take the duty. You and Yi-Chun can go dig clay. Yang Ming'er really couldn't rest assured to entrust everyone's lives to this girl, so it would be more reliable to let herself be the one to guard the lookout tower. I'm sorry, I know I'm a little stupid. Jiang Yuding lowered her head shyly. Dilly came over and seemed to remember something when she heard Jiang Yuding's words. By the way, Brother Yi, When Dewan and I first landed on your island, it seemed that we had to wait 48 hours before signing in. How come Ting Ting was able to sign in right after she arrived? This question actually caught Yi Chen's attention. Could it be that this girl is cheating again? I can probably guess why. Yang Ming'er smiled bitterly and seemed to have an idea. Because she forgot to sign in for 2 consecutive days. Well, everyone was ashamed. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. One big curl was enough to deal with him. And now there was another weird one. The brain is a good thing, but now it seems that this girl has hit the jackpot by accident. Because this girl forgot to sign in, Yi Chen took 2 more days of sign-in supplies. Taking the 2 weirdos and the relatively normal Dilly with him, Yi Chen left the general Yang Ming'er to guard the lookout tower, and the 4 of them went out of the south gate and went to the beach to dig clay. Boss, have you looked at the recycling system today? Dad Awan reminded Yi Chen indirectly as he walked. I saw it. Then we won't participate. Seeing that Yi Chen was completely indifferent, Dad Awan pushed Yi Chen. If you want to participate, go ahead. You have a tool, axe anyway. At worst, I can lend you my mobile storage space. Yi Chen disagreed. Brother Xiaoya, where are the recycling materials today? Jiang Yuding asked curiously. A level tree trunk. Yi Chen knew about it a long time ago, but after seeing the recycled materials today, he automatically ignored it. The reason is simple. This job has too low cost effectiveness. Today's recycled materials, palm tree trunks of grade E and above, limited to 99,999 kilograms. Recycling price 5 kg/1 island coin. I only get 1 island coin for 5 kilograms of tree trunks. Do I look like someone who needs that 1 island coin? Haha, boss. If you don't go, I won't go either. Dad Awan has seen how powerful Yi Chen is. It seems that my boss has never done business at a loss. If my boss says that this job is not cost-effective, then it must be not cost-effective. Well, I won't go either. I'll just follow Brother Xiaoya. The second silly person is Jiang Yuding. Yi Chen glanced at the 2 of them and found that these 2 weirdos were a perfect match. Sometimes Yi Chen was quite envious of these stupid kids. Live a relaxed and comfortable life, and you may have someone like yourself to help you at the critical moment. How does this song go? God loves stupid kids. With the 2 stupid kids, Yi Chen and his team found the clay mine on the west side of the beach according to the guidance of the resource distribution map. That's it, Dewan. You're in charge of digging. The useless sand and soil you dig out can be used to reinforce the fence behind. Dealy, you're responsible for using the peep scope to locate the high-grade clay, or our target is clearly A-grade clay, and we will give up on the lower grades for now. Ting Ting, your job is the easiest. I will give you the mobile storage space. You will be responsible for transporting the A-level epic clay that we dug out and piling on the lawn on the north side of the cave. My subordinates are not very smart, so, as a superior, I must have clear ideas. Today's digging war is not just for collecting A-level epic clay. Yi Chen also took into account the issue of secondary reinforcement of the fence. As a leader, you have to have a long-term vision. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Dadawan over there had already picked up a B-grade perfect grade shovel and started digging the soil. It has to be said that this perfect B-grade shovel, which took a lot of effort to synthesize, is extremely efficient in digging soil. Other shovels take 5 strokes to dig, but this shovel can do the job in 1 stroke, and it can also throw the sand towards the fence behind it effortlessly. Yi Chen was not idle either, and quickly made the thrown sand and soil firm. Half an hour later, a big hole had been dug out in the clay pit where Dadawan was, and the fence where Yi Chen was also reinforced. Looking at his own craftsmanship, Yi Chen couldn't help but applaud himself. Now the defense work on the west side of the beach, where the defense is the weakest, has come to an end. The harvest here is also not small. After digging a hole 1.5 meters deep, Dilly located a large piece of epic grade A clay mine through the peephole. When Dadawan learned that he had unearthed an epic level A grade clay mine, he became even more determined. I used all my strength in every shovel. Brother Dadawan, let me try. I want to dig it too. Well, seeing that Dadawan was digging so happily, Jiang Yuding couldn't sit still either, so she snatched the shovel from Dadajuan's hand and started digging vigorously. The 2 little fools were digging fiercely. Dilly suddenly exclaimed, Wait, there's something down there. Chapter 168, I am only responsible for making big money. Hearing Dilly's exclamation, Yi Chen suddenly dropped the work in his hands and ran over. What? It seems it's called something Kimberlite. Kimberlite, let me see it. Yi Chen took the peephole handed to him by Dilly. Sure enough, under the sand layer that Dadawan and Jiang Yuding dug up together. Yichen saw a large amount of clay layer, and under the clay layer was rock of another material. System display. E-level ordinary grade kimberlite. Kimberlite, one of the main igneous rocks that produces diamonds. Diamond. Yichen didn't know what kimberlite was, but when he saw the word diamond, his eyes immediately lit up. Diamonds, he actually dug out, or that can produce diamonds. Diamonds are widely used nowadays. Apart from other things, upgrading mobile storage space requires a large number of diamonds. Quick, dig it out, dig it out. I have found a treasure this time. Jiang Yuding dug out a rock the size of a football with a shovel. It's so heavy. What strength can a little girl like Jiang Yuding have? Dadawan came over to help immediately, and they moved the Kimberly out. Yi Chan weighed the diamond, and it was at least 20 to 30 kilograms. I have a C-grade UF furnace, so I have to take this treasure back and smelt it. Maybe I can produce a lot of diamonds. This solved my urgent problem. Hey, boss, we made a fortune again this time. Yichen glanced at Dadawan and Jiang Yuding. These two were really lucky people. Especially Jiang Yuding. She would either not take action or bring surprises when she did. Everyone is more motivated now. In just one morning, 70 kilograms of epic grade A clay were completed, plus these 30 kilograms of kimberlite. A full 100 kilograms of high-level basic supplies. Jiang Yuding has already run back and forth with a portable virtual storage space. Come on, everyone, have some chocolate to replenish your energy. We'll have a good meal tonight and reward you all. Time passed quickly, and it was already noon. His group had already completed the task in excess. Yichen no longer felt any pressure and took out a few pieces of chocolate from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. Chocolate. Jiang Yuding, who was born into a poor family, was stunned again. Before he met Yichen, he had been living without food for more than 10 days, and he survived only by relying on the help of Yichen and others. As a result, since he came to Yichen's island, his quality of life has made a qualitative leap. Chocolate is something that most survivors wouldn't even dare to think of. Boss, where did you get this from? I have no idea. It seemed that Dadawan had never eaten chocolate since arriving on the island. He was chewing it in big mouthfuls while not forgetting to gossip. It's not cheap if you buy it at the exchange. The food that could be hidden by Yichen must be very expensive. No wonder I didn't see any chocolates after scanning the exchange for so long. It turns out that you hid them all. By the way, boss, how come there are still so many recycling materials left after half a day? Dadawan glanced around the exchange out of boredom again and finally stopped his eyes on the recycling material interface. Today's recycling task: 99,999 kilograms of any tree trunk of E level and above, remaining value 67,905 kilograms. It was already past noon, and there were still more than 60,000 kilograms left. Yichen, however, was chewing chocolate leisurely while drinking the rare D-grade fresh water produced by his own family. It would take an ordinary survivor forever to chop down a tree trunk weighing nearly 100,000 kilograms. Without the right tools and ideal means of transportation, it is not easy to make money from the system. After eating and drinking, Yichen dusted off the dust on his body, waved to everyone, and signaled everyone to go home. Boss, we completed the task ahead of schedule. Are you ready to go back and chop down trees? Apparently seeing that there was still a large portion of the remaining value for recycling, Dadawan came up with the idea of cutting down trees to save island coins. Okay, I don't care if you want to go. Just give me 3,000 island coins in one afternoon. Ting Ting, go back and put the clay and kimberlite away and give him the virtual storage space. Yichen was too lazy to waste time talking to this big guy, so he patted him on the shoulder and spoke calmly. Okay, leave it to me. The silly Dadawan really thought that Yichen had agreed to him, so he agreed without thinking twice. Dilly on the side had seen through everything long ago. Yichen was just teasing Dawan. This brainless guy actually took it seriously. Dilly walked to Dadawan with some sympathy and whispered, "Calculate how many kilograms of tree trunks you need to cut for 3,000 island coins." After Dilly said this, Dadawan actually started calculating on the spot. 5 kilograms for 1 yuan, 3,000 yuan, 15,000 kilograms, that is 15 tons. Damn it. Boss, I won't go. After realizing that he had to cut down 15 tons of tree trunks to meet Yichen's requirement, Dadawan suddenly came to his senses. My boss doesn't want me to cut down trees at all. He wants me to work myself to death in the woods. How many trees would have to be cut to make 15 tons of trunks? How many times would it have to be transported back and forth? Even if he had the magical artifact of virtual storage space in his hand, the current storage space could only hold things weighing 50 kilograms. He would have to run back and forth 300 times to move this 15-ton tree trunk. Not to mention cutting down the tree. Just running would be enough to make him exhausted. Boss, I'll follow you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Are you sure you're not going? Yichen glanced at Dad Awan. No. Dad Awan has completely learned his lesson. The right thing to do is to follow your boss. Why cut down trees? As for the survivors in the chat room, they're having a hard time now. Go chop trees happily. Result. Ouch, my hands are almost broken. I just brought back 100 kilograms in the whole morning. I can't take it anymore. I'm almost fainted. Damn it, I lost my money. I cut down trees for the whole morning and only got 10 island coins. I found that the food I ate at noon cost more than 10 island coins. There's nothing I can do. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I have to do it. If I miss this opportunity, I will never get it again. It's hard to earn island currency. It was noon, and the laborers who had been working hard all morning finally had some free time to complain. Dad Awan took a few glances and estimated that the most impressive thing was to bring back 250 kilograms of tree trunks, which would only be 50 island coins left after converting them into island coins. As for those who were born thin and had little strength, they spent a whole morning to transport back 30 or 40 kilograms of tree trunks, which after converted into island currency was less than 10 pieces. What do you do with 10 island coins? At most you can exchange them for a few pounds of bread. The problem is that it seems that the energy I consume cannot be replenished by these breads. Now most survivors understand. This system's daily material recycling mission is not necessarily cost-effective. On the other hand, Yi Chun dug out nearly 70 kilograms of clay in one morning and also brought back a piece of priceless kimberlite comparable to diamond. Dealy, call Minger down to rest for a while. Dad Awan, bring out our C-class furnace and let us try our luck. Diamond, here I come. Chapter 169, S-Level Secret Legendary Check-In Mission. Seeing that everyone had returned, Yang Minger felt relieved temporarily. She went down from the lookout tower and reunited with everyone. You guys finished it so quickly. Yang Minger looked at the position of his son. It seemed that it was just past noon. How come these four friends came back so soon? Yang Minger had brought enough dry food and water and was prepared to fight a protracted battle on the lookout tower. It's done. Don't you see who dug the soil? Not only did we get the A-level epic clay, but we also got something new. Dadawan said with a dignified look, pointing at the kimberlite rock that Jiang Yuding had just unearthed. This is... Yang Minger had no idea what this thing was. She only saw a piece of crooked-looking stone and was naturally confused. Sister Minger, this is a treasure. Come on, make a fire. Let's try to smelt it. Everyone started to tinker with the furnace with great anticipation. The fire was quickly lit, and Dadawan threw the heavy piece of kimberlite into the furnace. Boss, with such a big rock, we should be able to get at least 4 or 5 kilograms of diamonds. Now we're rich. Maybe we can also get some agate or jade. This fat guy has a really rich imagination. Yichen didn't expect to get agate or jadeite. Diamonds were the materials he urgently needed. Minger, you haven't signed in yet? While waiting for the diamond to be smelted, Yichen asked about Yang Minger's check-in. Yang Minger shook her head a little embarrassedly. I'm afraid I've signed for some useless supplies again. It's no big deal. It doesn't matter. As long as... The second half of the sentence was on the tip of his tongue, but Yichun swallowed it down. I really don't expect everyone to be like Dilly, who can sign in for S-level legendary supplies for me in 2 or 3 days. I only have one request, that you stop signing in for me with all that crap, and I would be very grateful. Boss, what do you want? Dadawan looked like he was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Just don't bring me another bag of dog food like someone did. Yichen glared at Dawan unhappily. Hey, dog food is pretty good. Dadawan pointed at the 2 pet dogs who were enjoying dog food. Yichen didn't even look at her. Hadn't he seen enough of the dog food show? Well, I signed in. Yang Minger finally mustered up the courage to sign in. Sign it, take it easy. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yang Minger you recruited signed in successfully and obtained the S-level secret legendary task. Fixed point punch-in task. S-rank. Secret? Mission? Every word of the information broadcast by the system shocked Yichun. Boss, what did Miss Yang sign in for? Yeah, what supplies did Sister Minger sign in for? The 2 curious babies, Dadawan and Jiang Yuding, immediately stretched their heads over. Yang Minger's expression now seems to be even more exaggerated than Yichen's. What on earth did I sign for? Secret mission. After seeing the specific information, Dadawan and Jiang Yuding exclaimed at the same time. Dilly was originally watching the fire beside the furnace. When she saw everyone shouting and yelling, she came over. Yichen simply showed the supplies that Yang Ming'er had signed in. S-level legendary secret punch-in mission, an extremely valuable legendary secret mission. The host needs to go to the designated coordinates according to the system's guidance map to punch in and sign in. After completing the punch-in mission and successfully bringing the designated items back to his island, the mission is completed. Mission reward. Choose one of 3 mysterious treasure chests. The specific contents of the treasure chest will be announced after the mission is completed. Everyone's eyes were opened collectively. The home of this system must be in the city. The city knows how to have fun. Boss, can you please check where the coordinates are? Dadawan couldn't wait to know the specific check-in location. Ding, the check-in coordinates have been sent down. The system specifically reminds you that the host can complete this task alone or bring a partner of the opposite sex to complete it together. The time limit is 24 hours. The countdown begins. Snap! This system really doesn't give itself any breathing space. The mission has begun as soon as it is said to begin, and they can't even act as a group. Fuck, what the hell is this? It's so sexist. Why can't we bring our same-sex partners? Dadawan was originally very excited to go to the check-in spot with Yichun. Result: a strange command from the system strangled his dream in the cradle. Ding! The check-in coordinates have been successfully transferred. As another prompt sounded, a flashing cursor appeared in the upper left corner of Yichun's screen. The system shows that the check-in target is 50 nautical miles away from Yichun's current location. Yichun, 50 nautical miles. Doesn't that mean we have to go out to sea again? Seeing the distance of 50 nautical miles, Yang Ming'er frowned worriedly. At present, the world of island survival is not peaceful. Not to mention going out to sea, even this island of ours is full of dangers. If it weren't for the 5 of them working together, with abundant supplies and Yi Chen's good coordination, and if they hadn't made all kinds of preparations early on, let alone going out to sea, even staying on the island would have probably become a luxury. Yes, Brother Yi, 50 nautical miles. It seems that we have never been to such a far place. Besides, the mileage of our motorboat is not that far. Dilly was also quite worried. 50 nautical miles one way. This distance is not short. The maximum range of my motorboat is estimated to be around 40 to 50 nautical miles. Even if it can continue to charge through solar energy while traveling, it is impossible to exceed 50 nautical miles. This only considers the outbound journey. What about the return trip? There is no direct electricity supply, and the only way to charge the boat is by solar energy. This would be troublesome if we encounter bad weather or a mechanical failure of the motorboat. Not only has the mission time limit exceeded, Yichen's safety is also a big problem. How could Yichen not know all the concerns mentioned above? However, this is an S-level legendary mission anyway. Although he doesn't know what the final reward will be after completing the mission, Yichen is confident that the reward will not disappoint him. Our motorboat is powered by solar panels, so we only need to purchase a few more solar panels as backup to solve the range problem. After thinking about it, Yichen came up with a solution to the mileage problem. This proposal seems reasonable and feasible. However, it is extremely difficult to purchase 3 solar panels in the remaining 24 hours. Pay special attention to the exchange in tomorrow's Island Mall. After much thought, Yichen didn't want to give up this secret check-in task. Boss, there are less than 24 hours left before the mission deadline. Can we do this? Now, even the most carefree Dadawan has lost some confidence. Yichen showed a playful smile at this time. Okay, have you forgotten what day tomorrow is? Chapter 170. Stop playing pitiful in front of me. Day. The 4 of them looked at each other blankly. I remember now. Ranking list. The day when the ranking list is updated. Yang Ming'er still reacted the fastest. It's already been a week. Dadawan seemed a little unbelievable. The days pass so quickly that when I think back, I can't even remember what I did this week. Dadawan doesn't remember, but Yichun remembers it clearly. This group of people have not been idle this week. I won't talk about trivial matters. The most important thing is that I went out to sea to pick up Ting. In addition, I earned a lot of island coins under the leadership of this big capitalist. I wonder what rank we'll get this time. Yang Ming'er and Dilly seem to be looking forward to the latest rankings. Ming'er, how many island coins do we have left? Yichun thought for a moment and then asked about his belongings. There's no doubt that Yichun is mainly responsible for making money, but Yichun is only responsible for making money, not for managing money. Just leave these trivial matters to your woman. Yang Ming'er counted the island coins in everyone's hands and reported a final figure. I repaired the RV earlier and bought some miscellaneous supplies at the island mall and the exchange. Now I have about 13,500 island coins left. 13,500 pieces. This number seems to be a lot, but it is not enough when it comes to actually using them. I won't mention the unrealistic things, but the 3 solar panels alone cost 12,000 island coins. Ting Ting, I promise to help you get promoted to the next level, but it seems that I can't do it for now. I'm sorry. Yichen greeted Jiang Yuding first. After all, he was the one who made the big talk, but he ended up slapping himself in the face. No, it's okay. Brother Xiaoya, one more or one less level won't make much difference. Jiang Yuding waved her hands repeatedly. Since I had just arrived, Yi Chun and his team provided me with food and drinks, and also helped me to level 5 in one go. As for himself, apart from bringing a clay rain to Yi Chun and others, it seems that he has not achieved any other great achievements. The amount of island coins required to upgrade the sign-in level from level 5 to level 6 is quite a lot, a full 8,000 island coins. Looking at the entire island world, how many people have 8,000 island coins in their hands, let alone spending these 8,000 island coins on others? Everyone, please take a look at the exchange when you have time. I will study our motorboat and see if there are other ways to increase the mileage. At the critical moment, Yichen still placed his hopes on himself. Everyone simply solved the lunch problem. In order to ensure safety, everyone decided to leave one person on the lookout for the time being. Dilly volunteered to take over Yang Ming'er's sentry position. Yang Ming'er was responsible for watching the furnace. The two girls also knew the careless character of Dad Awan and Jiang Yuding, and they really didn't dare to entrust this task that concerned the safety of everyone's lives to them. Besides, Yichun needs to go to the beach in the afternoon to check on the motorboat, so someone must be placed on the observation deck to ensure safety. Yichun, the survivors in this exchange. Yang Ming'er glanced at the chat room, but hesitated to speak. Yichun naturally knew what Yang Ming'er meant. Don't worry about them. Leave them alone for a few days. Besides, the rankings are going to be updated soon, so we can't upgrade them anymore. Fortunately, Dilly didn't hear this. Otherwise, she would have rolled her eyes at Yichun. The ugly faces of capitalists are fully exposed. If you want to get something for free from the big capitalist Yi, just dream on. Yang Ming'er smiled bitterly and went to take care of the RV, but she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, Yichen and I are in the same group, otherwise I would be finished and would not get any benefit at all. Yichen was busy preparing to complete the punch-in task, so he didn't have the time to deal with those survivors. This caused great trouble for the survivors in the chat room. For most people, Yichun is now their breadwinner, and every aspect of life is inseparable from Yichun. From basic fundamental supplies to slightly higher-level upgraded supplies, Yichun monopolized the market in large quantities. Of course, the prices are really dark, darker than the pitch-dark night. At this moment, the biggest seller in the market is out of business. These survivors must be extremely anxious. At the moment, let alone Yichun's personal mailbox, even Dajuan's personal mailbox has been flooded with private messages. Boss, you should collect the batteries yourself. I won't get involved. Dadawan followed Yichun to the South Beach, but he hung his head and uttered a few words. What's wrong? Yichun was puzzled. Boss, check the chat room yourself. Forget about collecting batteries. As soon as I come online, people all over the world are looking for me. Dadawan is so wronged. This group of people couldn't find Yichun, so they came to beg me collectively. It's all about playing the victim in various ways, all kinds of coercion and inducement. There's nothing these guys can't do, except what you can't think of. Boss Dadon, if I can't get any more rare D-grade fresh water, I'm going to die of thirst. Boss Dadon, please put in a few good words for me with Boss Ryu. I only need 5 kilograms of D-grade clay. Really, only 5 kilograms. Of course, if you can also get some sand, freshwater fish, bamboo rafts, bows and arrows, freshwater, that would also be great. Big roll. I'm a model. I'm 182 centimeters tall. My legs are 1.3 meters long, and I have first-rate bed warming skills. Yichun glanced at these strange messages. These idiots, do they think they are mentally retarded? You're dying of thirst if you don't drink D-grade fresh water? Do you want me to give you 2 liters of seawater to try? We agreed that only 5 kilograms of clay is needed. Are you shameless enough? You are 180 centimeters tall. Sorry, my air mattress is not long enough to accommodate your body. And your legs are 130 centimeters long. Why don't you say that your legs are all below your eyebrows? Who is Yichun? A well-known capitalist in the island survival world. If there's a ranking list of people who cheat, and Yi-chun is ranked second, I'm afraid no one would dare to be ranked first. How dare these chicks, whose fur hasn't even fully grown, play tricks on me? Also take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Don't bother with them. They're automatically blocked. You stay here. I'll go check out the motorboat over there. Yi-chun closed the chat room interface and was about to take a big step forward. Boss, wait. Dadawan suddenly shouted excitedly, pointing at his exchange interface. Batteries, boss. Solar cells. Chapter 171 familiar ceder. Hearing the word battery, Yi-chun also lost his composure. He immediately retracted his right leg and opened his exchange interface. A-level epic supplies, solar panels, medium. Quantity, 3. Sure enough, solar cells were really put up for sale on the exchange, and they were medium-sized batteries that were exactly what he wanted. The most important thing is that there are 3 of them. This is exactly what Yi-chun wants. However, when Yi-chun saw the other party's price, he frowned. Price, 19,998 island coins / 3 pieces. 19998 for 3, which means the price of one piece is 6,666 island coins. This price is really slippery. Boss, it seems that the island mall only sold it for 4,000 island coins at the beginning. This guy is too shady. He sold it for 6,666 island coins. 6. Now everyone can see that they have encountered a big profiteer. When Yi-chun continued to look down and saw the seller's name, his brows furrowed even more. Seller's name, Swordsman R. Boss, who is this Swordsman R? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? I can't remember. It's good enough that I can leave an impression on this yellow croaker's head. The first survivor to synthesize a hydraulic trolley, and the one who also upgraded the sign-in system to level 1. Dadawan couldn't remember clearly, but Yi-chun remembered it clearly. This Swordsman R is no ordinary person. I remember now. This guy also stole our rubber. After Yi-chun's reminder, Dadawan finally remembered everything. When I collected the rubber, it seemed that I only received some leftovers, and the rest of the rubber was all taken away by the survivor named Swordsman R. The most infuriating thing is that after collecting it, the other party synthesized a C-class Geo-level solar electric hydraulic vehicle. The most important thing is that the other party also received a special reward for this, and the sign-in system was directly upgraded by 1 level. Yi-chun had a bad feeling that this deal was going to fail. The other party is by no means an ordinary person. Damn, it turns out to be this guy, boss. It seems that this guy is quite rich. He is selling all the A-level epic materials, and he only costs $3 at a time. He must have a strong family background. Having 1 or 2 pieces of A-level epic supplies in hand already makes you a well-known figure in the world of island survival. Not only does he have the goods in hand, he can also sell them, and he can get $3 a time. So you can imagine that this person has a lot of money. Don't get involved in this. I'm going to go check out the motorboat. I'll let Jiang Yuding go and test her attitude later. If they really want to buy these 3 solar panels from Swordsman R, neither Yi-chun nor Dadawan should show up. After Yi-chun finished explaining, he walked to the beach alone and checked his motorboat. As I expected, the 3 solar panels are replaceable. It seems that I really have to rely on this Swordsman R. Yi-chun, have you seen the exchange? Yes, brother Xiaoye, the exchange sells solar cells. They're 3 yuan. As soon as Yi-chun returned to the camp, Yang Ming-er and Jiang Yuding surrounded him. Apparently, the 2 girls also saw the information posted on the exchange. I saw it. It was the Swordsman R. Jiang Yuding, try to lower the price. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to come forward. Jiang Yuding was obviously a little confused, but she still tried according to Yi-chun's instructions. Yang Ming-er seemed to remember something. Swordsman R, isn't this the survivor who received the special reward last time? It seems that my friends are still feeling aggrieved about the fact that that special reward was taken away by someone else. It's this guy. He was the one who stole my rubber last time. Dadawan has now found a new enemy. Not long after, Jiang Yuding came back, pacing in small steps, with her head hung, looking depressed. Brother Xiaoye, the other party said. Jiang Yuding stammered and looked sad but didn't say anything else. Sister, please tell me what this boy said. It's really frustrating. Dadawan is a very impatient person. Tell him that you won't talk to any survivors ranked lower than 20. Jiang Yuding was almost crying. Who made this girl rank last week? This time she was really hit hard. It's like you go for a job interview before you even graduate from junior high school, and before you can say a few words, The other party says, we don't want candidates unless they are from Tsinghua or Peking University. So what else can you do next except turn around and leave? Crack. Damn it. We gave him face, boss. Listen to this kid. He speaks more arrogantly than us. He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to fight. Without waiting for Yi Chun to speak, Dadawan took the initiative to send a message to Swordsman R. Hey, I came to talk to you. Big Wan, don't mess around. Yi Chun hasn't spoken yet. Seeing that Dadawan took the initiative to find Swordsman R, Yang Minger, who was watching the furnace at the side, immediately came over to stop Dadawan. It's okay, let him ask. Yi Chun smiled faintly at Yang Minger. Soon, a reply was received from Dadawan. I don't talk to survivors ranked below 20. The same words were thrown to Dadawan again. Oh my god, this time the trouser legs were also lifted up. Except for being a coward like a straw bag in front of my boss. When has I ever been treated like this in front of other people? Damn it, do you know who I am? Dadawan once again threw out a sentence in a domineering manner. I know, Dawan, the younger brother of Sun, Moon, and Stars. If your boss really wants solar panels, why doesn't he come to me himself? Unexpectedly, Dadawan was so domineering that the other party's answer was even more arrogant. Fuck, who am I to be the boss? Just for these few broken solar panels of yours, do I need my boss to personally take action? It's okay if Ryu doesn't come in person. Then come find me when you're in the top 20. Hearing this, Dadawan was so angry that he flew into a rage. Yichin watched from the side and pursed his lips calmly. He patted Dadawan, who was furious, and comforted him with a few words. It seems that just as I expected, this guy called Swordsman R is definitely not a good person. It seems that I have to negotiate this deal myself. Big Wan, you are such a fool. As soon as you show up, the other party will know that Yi Chun wants to buy solar cells. He must have asked for a very high price. Young Mingyat complained to Doshuan angrily. Seeing that his boss's woman was angry, Dadawan immediately shut down. He smiled foolishly at Yi Chun with an embarrassed look on his face. It's okay. In fact, whether Dawan shows up or not, it won't be easy for us to get these 3 solar panels at a reasonable price. It is obvious that the swordsmen are in front of Yi Chun is no ordinary person. The price of nearly 20,000 island coins is not for ordinary survivors to see. This seemingly arrogant statement of not discussing anything other than the top 20 on the list is not without reason. After all, there are only a few people in the current island survival world who have the ability to trade thousands of island coins. Let me do it. Yi Chun calmly opened the chat room interface. The head-on confrontation between Yi Chun and Swordsman R begins. Chapter 172. Unkind Visitors. Boss, don't pay attention to this guy. He really thinks he's a big shot. He really thinks he can fly to the sky just because he has a solar cell. Seeing that his boss was about to take action, Dadawan felt a little embarrassed. This kid Dadawan is now unwilling to submit to anyone except Yi Chun. Even though he is only ranked 47th on the ranking list, his behavior makes him look like the second in command of the entire island survival world. They specifically asked for the top 20 on the list. You haven't made it yet, have you? With just one sentence, Yi Chun turned Dadawan back to his original form. Last week's Best Improvement Award winner, Qin Dazhuang, ranked 47th. Boss, maybe after tonight I'll be in the top 20? Hee. Dadawan scratched his big head and found a way out for himself. Yi Chun's mind was as clear as a mirror. The ranking was basically second, and they were just waiting for a big buyer. After all, each purchase costs tens of thousands of island coins, and there are probably only a few people in this island survival world who can afford it. There's no need to go around in circles now. I can't accept the price of more than 6,000 island coins per piece. Yi Chun got straight to the point at the beginning. I knew that only Boss Sun and Moon had such vision. Since Boss Sun and Moon is personally making the move, I must give him face. The price is negotiable. The other party seemed to be well prepared. Yi Chun, from the tone of this person, he seems to know that you will buy it. Could it be that this person can read your mind? After reading the message sent by the other party, Yang Minger looked at Yi Chun nervously. Dawan also started to talk nonsense seriously. Boss, could it be that this guy signed some secret book of mind reading? These two have really rich imaginations. Yi Chun smiled calmly. Where does this mind-reading skill come from? The other party is gambling. Bet the 3 people in front of him were collectively confused. Poor people naturally won't buy it, and they won't buy it unless they are in urgent need. The remaining buyers are not just those like us who have both money and urgent need who will look for him. Yi Chun had already guessed the other party's thoughts. It's just going to be listed anyway, so why not list it higher? There are only a few real buyers anyway. So, for sellers, there are only two situations. The first is that no one wants the product, so they just leave it unsold, since the system doesn't charge tax anyway. The second is that someone urgently needs the product, and since they are the only seller with the product, they have a dominant position. Yang Ming'er is indeed a beautiful woman with both beauty and intelligence, and she immediately understood the other party's intention. Why not take a gamble where you're not afraid of failure? Damn, this guy is just waiting here. At this moment, Dadawan seemed to understand. Brother Xiaoya, are we turning into rabbits? Jiang Yuding smiled bitterly and pouted her lips. What the little girl said is indeed true. Yichen had to admit that his group had really become rabbits. Name your price. Now that he had figured out the other party's intentions, Yichen didn't want to waste any more time. The problem now is very simple. In order to go to sea smoothly, Yichen has to try his best to negotiate this deal. However, if he really can't come to an agreement, there is nothing he can do. Boss Sun and Moon, do you want all of them? If the price is right, I'll take all three. Yichen already had an expected acceptable price, but it was hard to say what the other party's bottom line was. Since Boss Sun and Moon is so straightforward, I'll give you 19,900 island coins. Damn, 19,900. How shameless is this guy? He only lowered the price by less than 100 yuan. Is he kidding us? Without waiting for Yichen's reply, Dadawan had already rolled up his sleeves and started to take care of the matter. Sorry, we don't have that many island coins. Yichen looked calm and composed. Okay, for Boss Sun and Moon's sake, I'll give you another 50. Damn it, this guy did it on purpose, boss. I'm gonna beat him up. Now everyone can see that the other party is desperate for these 3 battery panels. Yichen, why is this person like this? Yang Mingya Aizo found it. Boss, no, it's just 3 solar panels. Why do you have to buy them? How dare you be so arrogant? Why don't you go to heaven? The other party's behavior was full of provocation, and a hot-tempered Dadawan could no longer tolerate it. However, Yichen knew clearly that if he missed these 3 spare solar panels, it would be extremely difficult to get 3 more solar panels at once. Yichen didn't want to give up so easily. Yichen, if we don't use the backup solar cells, do we really have no other options? Yang Ming'er obviously saw the crux of the problem. Yichen Shuruk. Although he didn't want to accept this cruel reality, it was the fact. Without spare battery panels, it was almost impossible for him to travel 100 nautical miles back and forth within the specified time. The long journey and short time. These 2 most critical factors completely limit my space for free play. I heard that Boss Sun Moon has a strong financial background. Less than 20,000 island coins should not be a problem for a survivor of Boss Sun Moon's level. Damn, this kid is getting more and more arrogant. He only has 20,000 island coins. Boss, ask him to show it. I don't believe it. I'm afraid this kid can't even take out 2,000 island coins. Dadawan is almost going crazy here. The disgust index of this swordsman are into Dajuan's heart skyrocketed. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I really can't come up with 20,000 island coins. Since the 2 sides can't reach an agreement, forget it. Yichen also realized that he might not be able to make this deal. Boss Sun and Moon are too modest, but I really don't want to exchange it with island coins. A diesel converter plus 2 kayaks will also be fine. Diesel converter, 2 kayaks. Hearing these 2 things, Yichen frowned slightly. Fuck, this guy really deserves a beating. He actually dared to covet our diesel converter, which we haven't even used yet. Dadawan squeezed his wrist joints until they cracked, and he was just about to rush into the floating interface to pull out Swordsman R. Brother Xiaoya, this is so strange. How did this person know that we have a diesel converter? Jiang Yuding's casual question made everyone, including Yichen, silent. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichen, but found that Yichen was still staring at the last line of words sent by swordsmen are on the interface in a daze. Yichen. Boss. Yang Ming'er and Dadawan called Yichen twice. Yichen finally came back to his senses from his own fantasy world. This swordsman is probably well prepared. Chapter 173, Smelting Diamond. Boss, is this swordsman really that powerful? Naturally, Dadawan couldn't see through what Yichen was thinking. Yichen, are you suspecting that this swordsman is related to Zhang De? The clever Yang Ming'er immediately grasped the key point. Yichen nodded slightly. The situation may be more complicated than I thought, but the interests between them have nothing to do with us. It's just that I'm afraid we won't be able to get these 3 solar panels easily. It's okay. At worst, we can rely on ourselves. Yichen closed his system interface. Let the solar panels, which cost an exorbitant price of 19,998 island coins, hang high in the exchange. Yi-chun, do we really still have a chance to get the solar panels? Even if we can sign in tomorrow, we only have 5 chances to sign in. Yang Ming'er was obviously still a little worried. The system didn't give his group much time, and they had to rely on the sign-in system, which only gave them 5 sign-in opportunities. Besides, there are tens of thousands of materials to sign in, so why should we only give you solar panels? And we give you 3 at once? We do have only 5 chances to sign in, but they do. Yi-chun smiled and pointed to his chat room interface. You mean, I see. Brother Xiaoye means that if someone else has signed in, we can buy it too. We have 999 chances in total. Yes. With my reputation as a great man, I wonder who would dare to sell me at a high price. Jiang Yuding and Dad Awan also became excited now. It's more than 999 times. To be exact, it's greater than or equal to 2,000 times. Yi-chun gently shook his right index finger. The 3 of them were confused again. Don't forget, there's something special tonight. Ranking rewards. This time, the 3 of them guessed the correct answer at the same time. That's right. After the rankings are updated, everyone will receive an update reward. Tomorrow, the Island Mall will update the sale of supplies, which is also an opportunity. Another opportunity is the Best Improvement Award that Tingting can get. After hearing Yi-chun's words, everyone suddenly understood. 2,000 times. Actually have 2,000 chances to get solar panels at a low price. Yi-chun, have you planned this long ago? Yang Ming'er glanced at the man in front of her. I originally thought that Yi-chun lost the negotiation with Swordsman this time, but I didn't expect that Yi-chun seemed to have a plan B. Boss, if you were a boss in the real world, I would definitely not be with you. Otherwise, I would be tricked by you sooner or later. Dad Awan smiled foolishly at Yi-chun. Not only did the boss cheat others, but he even cheated his own people when he got ruthless. Just like himself, he was cheated so hard by Yi-chun that he had to do all the physical work. Yi-chun, the smelting is complete. Yang Ming'er suddenly shouted at this time. After nearly 3 hours of smelting, the kimberlite rock was finally smelted. Haha, boss, we're gonna get rich again. Here comes the diamond. Dad Awan was the most excited and was the first to jump to the furnace. Yi-chun and Jiang Yuding followed closely. Fuck, what's going on? How come such a big rock is gone? Dad Awan stuck his big head out and looked into the extinguished furnace. I saw that the entire block of kimberlite had completely disappeared. Wait until the fire is suppressed, and then take a closer look. Yi-chun also found the same problem. However, because the flames had not been completely extinguished, the bottom of the furnace could not be seen clearly. Until another half an hour passed. After the furnace completely cooled down, everyone looked into the furnace again at the same time. All 4 of them were dumbfounded. There was nothing in the furnace except some black stuff at the bottom. An entire piece of kimberlite weighing 30 kilograms seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Dad Awan used a shovel to shovel out the black stuff at the bottom. This large black object is ugly in appearance and has a burnt smell, which makes people feel disgusted. I weighed it and found it weighed about 3 kilograms. Boss, this is what a diamond looks like. Isn't it too ugly? It's not that I'm picky, it's just that this black thing is really not very appealing. Whether in appearance, color, or smell, there is nothing pleasing to the eye. Yi-chun frowned and took a look. He had seen diamonds before. Some time ago, he had the chance to smelt 50 grams of ordinary E-grade diamonds. Those 50 grams of diamonds are much more beautiful than this black stuff. After Dadawan shoveled twice with a look of disgust, something seemed to roll out of the black object. Crystal clear and dazzling. This looks like a diamond. The question is, if these crystal clear things are diamonds, then what exactly is this black stuff? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 grams of A-level common diamonds, 20 grams of D-level rare diamonds, and 2.9 kilograms of damaged diamonds. Just when everyone was collectively confused, Yi-chun received a system notification sound. Now none of the 4 of them were happy. It seems that we have finally figured out what that black thing is. A piece of kimberlite rock weighing 30 kilograms only produced 320 grams of diamonds. The melting ratio is close to 100 to 1, which is shockingly low. Yi-chun, what's going on? Yi-chun shrugged. He was also confused. Diamonds are different from ordinary objects. Have you ever seen E-level ordinary materials that are more expensive than S-level legendary basic materials? Maybe our smelting method is wrong. After thinking for a moment, Yi-chun could only come to this conclusion. When it comes to this kind of high-level basic supplies, everyone is just feeling their way forward. Yi-chun, why don't you try to use a peephole to take a look? Yang Ming'er gave a hint. Yi-chun immediately put on a peephole to check the materials he had smelted. E-level ordinary diamond, a high-level basic material extracted from kimberlite, which can be used to synthesize special weapons and manufacture high-level items. Grade D rare diamonds, diamonds that are more precious than grade E ordinary diamonds. These two annotations were of no substantial help to Yi-chun and others. But just when Yi-chun thought he would not be able to find any more useful information, the peephole accidentally scanned the damaged diamonds. Ruined diamond, the product of smelting failure due to insufficient furnace grade. Insufficient furnace level. How could I have forgotten such an important detail? Furnace level. It's because of the furnace level. Yi-chun slapped his thigh hard. Yang Ming'er and Datawan in front of him seemed to understand as well. Yes, our furnace is only a mid-range C-class excellent furnace. The problem is, Yi-chun, we have not been able to find a way to filter out the A-class epic sand. Without the A-class epic sand, we cannot synthesize a B-class perfect furnace. As for the A-class epic furnace, that is even more difficult. Yang Ming'er talked about the current predicament of her group. I didn't expect it to die on the sand, and such a good piece of kimberlite was wasted. Datawan felt a little sorry for the kimberlite that he had spent so much effort to dig out. Yi-chun, oh no, the wild boar is coming again. While Yi-chun and the other three were still lamenting the loss of such a large piece of kimberlite, Dilly on the observation deck exclaimed in surprise. Damn, today is really a day when misfortunes never come singly. Chapter 174, B-grade perfect wild boar. Damn it, I'm already feeling unhappy. You wild boar, you're looking for death. Datawan was feeling depressed, but he didn't expect the wild boar to come and join in the fun. Picking up the B-grade perfect tool axe, Datawan strode forward and yelled at Dilly. Where is it? Where is it? I'm going to meet it myself. Dilly pointed in the direction of the beach on the east side. At the same time, Yi-chun's biological detection system also sounded an alarm. It was obvious that the wild boar had entered the area within a radius of 100 meters. The little Pomeranian and the little husky also ran down from the RV. Big one, don't mess around. The enemy is on the beach and can't attack us. Just defend here. Yi-chun pulled the big roll back. The beach direction, which originally had relatively weak defense projects, was now the strongest of all their defense projects. There are 2 layers of fences blocking the way, so even if wild boars wanted to attack their base, it would be difficult. Yi-chun placed Datawan in the cave as the 3rd line of defense. He took the archery queen, Yang Ming'er, and Dilly with him, picked up their weapons, and went up to the observation tower. Brother Yi, there's a strong wild boar. Yi-chun looked in the direction of Dilly's finger. I saw a rather sturdy wild boar staring at the fence I had just built on the east side of the beach. What Dilly said was absolutely right. This wild boar was much stronger than the one she encountered last time. Not only is it bigger, its skin is also darker, and it has a set of terrifying fangs. Let me try. As the undisputed queen of archery, Yang Ming'er would naturally not allow wild boars to run rampant near her camp. Drawing the bow and arrow, Yang Ming'er got ready without any hesitation. Swoosh! 2 arrows were shot, hitting the wild boar's head. I got it right. Sister Ming'er is amazing. It seemed as if the 2 arrows had eyes, and they accurately hit the wild boar's head from a distance of nearly 100 meters. Yi-chun couldn't help but applaud the girl's archery skills. With this archery skill, he can make a living even if he is on the national team. But unexpectedly, everyone's happiness didn't last even 3 seconds. The wild boar shook its head several times in anger. Then, everyone was dumbfounded to find that the 2 poor arrows fell to the ground like 2 feathers. Looking at the wild boar again, it seemed that it had not suffered any harm at all, but instead it completely angered the other party. With a loud clang, everyone on the observation deck could feel the powerful impact of the wild boar hitting the fence from nearly 100 meters away. What's going on? Why is there no reaction at all? Dilly stamped her feet in anxiety. Yang Ming'er seemed unwilling to give up, so she took out a few arrows and shot them again. Yang Ming'er, who is an excellent archer, can hit the target with almost every arrow. The wild boar's head, body, legs, buttocks, almost every important part were hit by 2 arrows, but there was no effect. After all the arrows hit the wild boar, they seemed to become limp and fell to the ground weakly. On the other hand, the wild boar became more and more courageous as the fight went on. Even from a distance, Yi-chun could feel that the fence he had just built was constantly shaking. Ming'er, stop shooting. Bows and arrows don't seem to be effective against it. Just when Yang Ming'er wanted to pick up the bow and arrow to shoot for the third time, Yi Chun reached out to stop Yang Ming'er, because Yi Chun had already checked the wild boar's attributes through the peephole. B-grade perfect furious boar, a wild boar that is easily angered. It can easily resist attack from bows and arrows below B-grade perfect. Ineffective attacks will only anger the wild boar and make it completely furious. What should we do, Brother Yi? Our fence is about to collapse. Seeing that the fence she had just built was already crumbling, Dilly was so anxious that she was about to cry. Ming'er, you continue to guard here, and pay special attention to see if there are any other wild animals following us. Dilly, go light 2 torches, and Dad Awan and I will guard the cave. The girls were anxious, and, as the leader, they couldn't lose their composure easily. Yi Chun immediately made arrangements. Yi Chun picked up a mountain axe and ran into the cave. Boss, what happened? Miss Yang didn't hit the target. Although Dadawan was staying in the cave, he could still hear the sound of wild boars hitting the fences through 2 layers of fences. Bows and arrows are ineffective. I asked Dilly to prepare torches. I hope the fire can scare away the wild boar. In the current situation, no one had any experience, so Yi Chun could only try it based on his own life experience. Brother Yi, here's the torch for you. 3 minutes later, Dilly rushed into the cave with 2 torches. Big roll, open the door. Yi Chun took the torch and signaled Dadawan to open the gate. Brother Yi, it's too dangerous for you to go out now. The fence outside may collapse at any time. Dilly immediately grabbed Yi Chun tightly. It's okay. I have Dadawan here to support me. I also have skills to help me. I'll be fine. Boss, I'll go with you. Although Dadawan is a little silly, he is a righteous man. At this moment, he stood beside Yi Chun with great pride. Just stay here and guard me. If anything happens, you can come to my rescue. Yi Chun patted Dadajuan's shoulder. With a creaking sound, the fence gate was pushed open with a big roll. Yi Chun rushed out with 2 burning torches. Bang! There was another loud crash. Crunch, crunch. The entire fence wall on the east side of the beach was shaking violently. As Yi Chun ran, he swung his hand violently, and the torch in his right hand was thrown out. The torch drew a beautiful arc in the air, passed over the fence, and hit the wild boar outside the fence directly. The torch hit the wild boar's back and seemed to burn the animal. The wild boar screamed twice and retreated several meters. Boss, that's mighty. Dadawan did not dare to disobey Yi Chun's order and stayed in the cave obediently. However, he stuck his head out and saw that his boss had hit the target with 1 blow. He could not help but cheer loudly. Yi Chun did not dare to slack off. Seeing that the torch seemed to be useful, he immediately followed suit and threw out the second torch. Okay, boss, awesome. The second torch hit the wild boar accurately again. This time the wild boar was spinning in pain. Seeing victory in sight, Yi Chun seemed quite excited. But at this moment, the wild boar roared and slammed down the fence again. This happened extremely suddenly. Not only did Yang Ming'er, who was observing from a high place, fail to react, but even Yi Chun, who was always known for his speed and reaction, was stunned. Bang! There was a deafening crash. Fence fell down. Chapter 175. The Power of the Special Weapon Combat Spear. Yi Chun himself was a little stunned. I thought I was about to succeed in driving them away, but I didn't expect the situation to take a 180-degree turn. Boss, run. Dadawan no longer cared about Yi Chun's instructions. His boss was in trouble, so how could he just stand by and watch? Dadawan picked up the tool axe and rushed forward. Yi Chun came to his senses instantly after being yelled at by Dadawan. At the moment, I was unarmed, and if I didn't run, I would just be pushed around. The wild boar was in high spirits. It knocked over the fence and rushed towards Yi Chun without slowing down. The man in front of him was the culprit who threw the torch at him. This wild boar has a bad temper and seems to hold a grudge. Yi Chun could feel the other party's anger, even from dozens of meters away. Spreading his legs, Yi Chun ran back wildly. At this time, Dadawan had already rushed up with a B-level perfect tool axe in hand. Go back here. Yi Chun didn't want to get involved with Dadawan again. But Dadawan didn't care about all this anymore. He picked up the axe and rushed forward while shouting. Yi Chun and Dadawan passed each other and wanted to reach out to grab him, but the fat man had too much inertia. As soon as Yi Chun grabbed the corner of his clothes, the fat man rushed towards the wild boar. Take this axe from me. Dadawan held the tool, axe high, with both hands. Yi Chun only heard a loud noise coming from behind him. With a clang sound, immediately afterwards, a strong wind blew up on the beach, carrying sand and flying everywhere. Oh, why can't I pull out? Then, I was so stupid. He swung the axe too hard and failed to chop the wild boar, but the innocent beech was hit. The problem is, can't pull it out. You idiot, go away. Yi-chun braked suddenly and took a few steps back, then grabbed the big scroll and pulled it back. Axe boss, my tool axe. Dadawan was still reluctant to part with his axe. You have to choose your life or your axe. Run. Yi-chun pulled Dadawan hard and retreated. Dilly in the cave had never seen such a scene before and was frightened out of her wits. Fortunately, Yang Ming'er on the observation deck remained calm. He drew his bow and arrow again and shot wildly. The goal this time was very simple. Instead of shooting at the wild boar, we shot all the way to the beach in the direction of the wild boar's movement. The wild boar was already affected by the flying sand, which greatly reduced its speed. Now there were arrows blocking its route, making its speed even slower. Yi-chun and Dadawan finally retreated back to the cave safely. Dilly closed the door. The two rushed into the cave exhausted, and Yi-chun immediately called Dilly to close the gate. Boss, my axe, my axe. Dadawan is still mourning over his precious axe. Yi-chun didn't dare to sit idle, and immediately tied up the fence with all the wire ropes he could find, and then pushed all the large objects he could find nearby to block the southern entrance of the cave. Yi-chun had just finished his work here when the wild boar over there came over with anger. Bang! He attacked with all his strength right from the start. This guy is now completely enraged. Yang Ming'er on the observation deck gave up shooting at this time. Firstly, shooting was ineffective and would only further anger the wild boar. Secondly, the wild boar was blocked by the cave, and he could not see anything. Yang Ming'er dropped his bow, an arrow, and ran down the lookout tower. Yi-chun, what should we do now? Yang Ming'er and Jiang Yuding ran into the cave at the same time. 5 people gathered on the south side of the cave, but they were helpless against the wild boar outside the fence. Oh, it's all my fault. I lost my axe. After all, that axe is a B-level weapon, so it must be useful. Dadawan began to blame himself. B-rank weapons. The Dajuan's words reminded Yi-chun. We still have a B-grade perfect guy. B-level? What is that? The 3 girls looked at each other, but couldn't remember anything. Dawan, Mingadilly, Ting Ting, you guys continue to find something to block this place first. I'll go get the weapons. Relying on his speeding skill, Yi-chun rushed towards the RV. That B-grade perfect battle spear. It's time for you to show up. Picking up the cool-looking spear, Yi-chun ran towards the cave again. Everyone in the cave is having a hard time right now. Bang, bang, bang. The wild boar outside the fence kept hitting the fence like crazy. It seemed that he had set his sights on the enemies in front of him. Crack. There was also the sound of broken fences being heard continuously. I can't hold it back anymore. Dadawan leaned against a large wooden board, holding tight against the fence gate. Get out of the way, I'm coming. At this time, Yi-chun rushed into the cave with a spear in his hand. This was also the first time Yi-chun used this combat spear, and he didn't know how effective it would be, but he really had no choice at the moment. Dadawan had lost his perfect grade B-level tool axe, so the only weapon he could use was this combat spear. You don't have to hold a pair of scissors and go to kill wild boars. Crack! At this moment, the fence completely collapsed. Dadawan could no longer hold on and was thrown to the ground along with the wooden board that blocked the fence. The enraged wild boar also rushed in. The 3 girls in the cave were already at a loss. Yi-chun aimed at the wild boar, raised the battle spear in his hand, and stabbed straight forward. Neither side was slowing down. Bang! After a violent collision, the wild boar and Yi-chun, who was holding a spear, were both hit by huge inertia. Both the man and the pig lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground. However, the spear pierced firmly into the wild boar's body. Boss, let me help you. Dadawan no longer cared about his own safety at this time. He climbed up from the ground, rushed to Yi-chun, took the battle spear, and thrust it forward again. The wild boar felt pain and began to struggle and roar. When Yi-chun saw that he had hit the target with one strike, he also understood that this battle spear was no exaggeration. He immediately got up and worked together with Dadawan. The battle spear was like a sharp blade, stabbing into the wild boar's body again. Slowly, the noise of the wild boar's struggle became quieter and quieter, until with a thump, the huge wild boar could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Motionless. Boss, we succeeded, we succeeded. Dadawan jumped up excitedly. The 3 girls behind, Yi-chun also came to their senses. Ding, announcement to the entire island survival world. Congratulations to Sun, Moon, and Stars for killing a B-level, perfect level angry wild boar and receiving a special reward. Chapter 176, Divine Voucher in Hand. While Yi Chun and others were still ecstatic about defeating the wild boar, the system voice rang first. The system has issued rewards. Looks like a special reward. I haven't received any special rewards for a long time. Yi Chun, take a quick look. What is the reward? Everyone cleaned up the wild boar's carcass and harvested 2 B-grade perfect wild boar tusks. I don't know what this fawn can be used for, so I'll just put away first. Seeing that Yi Chun had received a special reward, the 3 girls came over excitedly. Dadawan also read the line of words that was pinned to the top of the chat room with a confused look on his face, then leaned over to look at Yi Chun's interface. However, the 4 of them looked for a long time and seemed to see nothing. Yi Chun opened his system interface and saw a virtual note with red words on a white background in his virtual space. A-level epic supplies, shopping vouchers. The shopping vouchers are private items and cannot be seen by anyone except the host. Now Yi Chun understood why the 4 people around him looked confused. Shopping vouchers. Within 1 hour from the use of shopping vouchers, the host can purchase supplies from the Island Mall at a 50% discount and purchase supplies from the exchange at a 10% discount. Special note. The base price of all items is based on the Island Mall's mark value and has nothing to do with the survivor selling price. The maximum purchase amount for a single shopping voucher is 6,500 Island coins. This system is really fun. This reward is not unfamiliar to Yi Chun, who used to be a member of the lower class. It's just a consumption discount coupon, etc. When Yi Chun carefully thought about the words and the special tips again, a crazy idea suddenly flashed through Yi Chun's mind. Big Wan, hurry up. Help me see if the 3 solar panels of swordsmen are still hanging in the exchange. Boss, what did you get? Show me. Besides, why do you care about him? Do you really want to make money for him? Pop. Dadawan is getting angry when he thinks of swordsman R, and he wants to beat this guy up. Keep it secret for now. Check it out for me. Yi Chun kept it a secret. Yi Chun, it's still on sale. The price is still the same, 19,998 island coins. Yang Minger obediently showed her exchange interface. Yi Chun's mouth corners slightly raised. This is really God's help. Big Wan, prepare a big dinner tonight. Bring out all the good wine and good meat. Seeing his boss like this, Dadawan was stunned. Although the words good wine and good meat are quite attractive to me, but eating a big meal also needs a name. Although my group has made some gains today, no matter how you look at it, today is not a good day. Firstly, their group was teased by the swordsman R. Secondly, the diamond smelting process was not going smoothly, and they were attacked by wild boars in the afternoon. Fortunately, their boss was very helpful and saved the lives of their group. These little things, none of them is worthy of a big feast for our group of people. What are you waiting for? It's almost dark. Go quickly. Oh, and bring me 2 bottles of beer from the stock exchange. While Yi Chun was urging Dadawan, he began to ask the financial steward Yang Minger for island currency. I only have 4,000 island coins left, and some are with Dilly. 4,000, that's about it. Give it all to me first. Ding, the Yang Minger you recruited transferred 4,000 island coins to you. Please check. Then a clear system prompt sounded. Yi Chun received 4,000 island coins in his account. Dadawan opened the exchange with a depressed look on his face. He kept muttering to himself, I have no money left. Why buy beer? I don't know how expensive beer is. The supplies in the exchange are actually quite abundant at the moment. After all, 999 people sign in for all kinds of strange and exotic supplies every day. Beer, Coke, orange juice. These high-end goods in the island survival world are still for sale, but the quantity is small and the price is high. Just like the cans of Coke that Yi Chun had hidden at the beginning, each can was sold for as much as 100 island coins. As for the beer, it is even more expensive. There are only 3 bottles on sale in the entire island survival world, and each bottle is priced at 140 island coins. Dadawan opened the beer trading interface with a distressed look on his face. Can the price be cheaper? Reluctantly, he followed his boss's example and started to bargain. Hey, isn't this Sun, Moon, and Star's little brother Wan? What's wrong? Can't afford solar panels, so you plan to drink to drown your sorrows. Dadawan, who was still a little dazed, suddenly raised his head. But I found, this seller seems to be an old acquaintance. Swordsman R. It's true that enemies always come together. Damn it, why is it you? It's so damn unlucky. Dadawan didn't have Yi Chun's self-control, so he just went straight for him. How's it going? Has your boss decided whether to buy it or not? This is high-end product, good quality, and sufficient quantity. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see it again. Swordsman didn't seem to be angry at all. He just brought up the issue of solar panels again. You big head ghost, you think I'm stupid? Dadawan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This swordsman seemed to speak properly, unlike that idiot Zhang, who only knew how to swear and yell. However, this smiling tiger made Dadawan even more unhappy. A typical wolf in sheep's clothing. Boss Dadawan, you're not going to follow up on what you said. I've already said that if you really want my 3 solar panels, you don't have to trade them for island coins. As long as Boss Ryu is willing to exchange them for a diesel converter and 2 kayaks, we can still negotiate this deal. Bah, we'll give you a diesel converter. You are dreaming. That's a shame. By the way, I put the wrong price on this beer. I'll remove it first. Before Dadawan could recover from shock, he saw the beer selling interface disappear instantly. Half a minute later, he hung up again. Dadawan looked at the selling price again, 1,400 island coins per bottle. The price has increased tenfold. Fuck your mother. You did it on purpose. Dawan started cursing, no longer caring about being a gentleman or not. If the swordsman was not in front of him, given this kid's personality, it would be entirely possible for him to pick up his tool axe and chop him down. Big Roll, what's wrong with you? Yang Minger looked at Dawan, who was baring his fangs and claws as if he wanted to bite someone, and leaned his head closer in confusion. I'm so pissed off. It's this swordsman again, boss. I won't buy any more beer. Even if I'm fucking thirsty, I won't drink his beer. With a temper like Dadawan, there's no way he could tolerate such anger. Why not buy it? Buy it. But you have to let him hang some more things. The more the better. At this time, Yi-Chen had just asked Dilly for another 4,000 island coins. Plus he had several thousand island coins in his hand. Now all the belongings of his group were in Yi-Chen's hands. A total of 13,500 pieces. Boss, have you been mad at this kid? He is obviously trying to stir up trouble. He charges 1,400 island coins for a bottle of beer. Does he think his horse urine is Kwai Chow Matai? Seeing Dadajuan's look, Yi-Chen no longer had any hope for this kid. Just leave this matter to yourself. Hey, I agree to your terms. I also have more than 10,000 island coins. You seem to have a lot of good stuff. Show them to me. If Yi-Chen takes action, he will bear the consequences at his own risk. Chapter 177. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Ha! On another island, a young man with dyed red hair looked at the screen in front of him with his legs crossed proudly and took out a cigarette from his pocket that he had found from somewhere. See, as long as our brother Long takes action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. The ranking list will be updated tonight. The top spot in this island survival world will definitely fall into the hands of our brother Long. Have you considered it? The brother Long that the man was referring to was the swordsman whose full name was Li Longxiang. Since landing on the island, I have been lucky. I have gained some followers, received rewards, and my sign-in level is also not low. At that moment, his younger brother attentively lit a cigarette for him, and at the same time viciously kicked the 2 men who were tied up and kneeling on the ground. The 2 men's faces were covered in bruises, and they could hardly speak clearly. Zhang, brother Zhang, why don't we just confess? Even if the boss is still on the island, he can hardly protect himself. So how can he care about our lives? Hey, Heisey, it's just our bad luck. The 2 men sighing were none other than Zhang Da's 2 younger brothers. Ever since they were tricked by Yi-Chen, these 2 people have been in bad luck. First, they were beaten up by Zhang Da. Next, in order to make a living, the 3 of them had no choice but to stay on Jiang Yuding's island. Unexpectedly, before the peaceful days lasted for 2 days, the swordsmen also known as Brother Long by his younger brothers, rushed onto the island with his guys. Zhang Da escaped quickly, but his 2 younger brothers were caught on the spot. Swordsmen naturally came prepared. Although Zhang Da was penniless, he was still alive and his sign-in level was still there. This is exactly the kind of human sign-in ceremony that the ruthless swordsmen wants. Unexpectedly, the real culprit was not caught, but his 2 younger brothers were caught. The problem is that catching their subordinates is useless. These 2 people are subservient to Zhang Da. There is no reward if they are killed, and there is still no good reward if they're captured. Zhang Da has the first choice of all C-level, Zhuyu level, and above materials, and all that is left for him are those E-level and D-level garbage. Swordsman was naturally furious, and he started punching and kicking the 2 Zhang Da brothers who had not yet recovered from their old injuries. But even though he could vent his anger, he still wouldn't get any benefit if he couldn't find Zhang Da. These 2 younger brothers seem to have experienced a lot and are a little disheartened. They think they're going to die anyway, so do whatever you want. Swordsman is out of options. Since the hard approach doesn't work, he has to try the soft approach. After a long and earnest persuasion, the other party was finally moved a little. The older brother Zhang made a request. As long as Brother Long could teach Yi Chun and his gang a lesson, he would be willing to take Brother Long to find Zhang Da. This can be considered as repaying Zhang Da's kindness. After that, neither party owed the other anything. This led to Yi Chun buying solar panels later. However, it is not as easy as it seems for swordsmen are to sit back and wait. In order to find Yi Chun, he often asked his younger brothers to privately chat with Yi Chun in the name of exchanging supplies. But who is Yi Chun? He is so busy making money that he has no time to deal with such small minions. As a result, swordsmen are hung a bunch of junk here, but Yi Chun didn't take the bait. It wasn't until we finally hung out 3 solar panels that we finally caught the big fish. Brother Long, okay, if you help us vent our anger, we 2 brothers will listen to you. We will tell you where Zhang Da is. Zhang Da's 2 younger brothers really don't want to live this kind of unreliable life anymore. Besides, Zhang Da doesn't seem to treat me very well. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of talking about friendship? Okay, as long as you behave and find Zhang Da, I promise not to treat you badly. You will have meat to eat and wine to drink every day. Swordsmen saw that the matter was about to be accomplished. This good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone is about to succeed, and I can hardly hide my excitement. He even forgot to hold the cigarette in his hand and almost burned his hand. It's no wonder that this kid is so excited. If this really happens, not only will he, Li Longxiang, be much stronger, but he might even be able to squeeze into the top 3 of the rankings. If he can also trick the sun, moon, and stars, the top spot might even be his. Boss, the brothers congratulate you in advance. Yes, Brother Long, we have embezzled a large sum of money from Sun Moon, and when we catch that Death God kid, all the sign-in materials for these 3 people will be ours. Oh no, they're all yours? The position of the dragon head will be yours. The subordinates of swordsmen are good at flattering him. This flattery almost made swordsman set himself on fire with his own cigarette. Ha ha ha! Sun, moon, and stars, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. The limelight of this island survival world has been monopolized by a bastard like you. Do you really think this is your own stage? If I don't make you broke tonight, I'm not named Lee. Boss, that kid seems to have some news. Ha ha ha! Come on guys, watch out for me and see how I deal with him. Li Longxiang is now full of vigor and looks like he is sure of winning. Yi Chun actually had news at this time. By the way, do you have any good stuff? If you find anything suitable, please sell it to me. Haha, sell you? You have money. I'm just worried that your little money is not enough. Seeing that sun, moon, and stars seemed quite anxious and sent another message without his reply, swordsmen became even more proud. Just put it out and have a look. The system doesn't charge transaction tax. Just as Yi Chun was drinking Coke comfortably and replying to swordsmen, our Dadawan ran over happily with a bunch of things in his hands. Boss, look what I found. This guy was running and having fun at the same time. If you didn't know him, you would think he had won hundreds of millions of dollars in the double color ball lottery. Batteries, boss, we have solar panels. How could you forget? Didn't you sign in for solar cells at the beginning? 3 pieces. Just right. Dadawan became more and more proud as he spoke. Now Yi Chun understood why this guy was so happy. Put on and see for yourself. Yi Chun was too lazy to explain and just threw the peephole to Dadawan. Dadawan put on the peephole with a confused look on his face. Looking Glass shows. A-class epic solar panels. Boss, that's right. Aren't they all solar panels? Look further down. Dadawan glanced down again and found a line of small words. The battery may only be used in vehicle auxiliary systems and not in other equipment. Depend on. Dadawan started cursing directly. Put away. Yi Chun shrugged calmly. The girls and I already knew the virtues of the 3 solar panels we signed in. If we can use these 3 solar panels, we will have nothing better to do than to buy other people's solar panels at a high price. Then, that thing's battery will do? Do we really want to buy this stupid thing? Dadawan suddenly found himself falling from heaven to hell. Yi Chun burped disapprovingly and said with a smile on his face, By a lot. It would be best if he hangs out all the things, that would be great. Sister Minger, what happened to Brother Xiaoya? Can he get drunk by drinking Coke? Why is he talking nonsense? Jiang Yuding at the side couldn't bear to listen anymore. Yang Minger shrugged and pointed at Dilly who had just finished cleaning the cave. Your sister Dilly should know your brother Xiaoya better. Although Yang Minger is smart, her intelligence is different from Yi Chen's. There are some evil ideas in Yi Chen's head, and he couldn't figure it out. Hey, you two have all the time to sit here and giggle. Why don't you come and help us prepare to sleep with the wild boar tonight? Dilly was busy and sweating, but the two men, on the other hand, were more relaxed than the other. But don't forget that our camp has just suffered a catastrophe. Dilly, come and sit for a while. I think you'll be busy later. When Yi-chun saw Dilly coming over, he greeted her warmly. Busy, busy, busy. Of course I'm busy. I just sealed the fence of the cave, and there's still a lot of garbage to clean up. Dilly was now covered in sweat, and she became furious when she saw Yi-chen's sloppy look. Everyone take a break. There may be a lot of express deliveries later on. Express delivery? Everyone was confused. Chapter 178 Your stuff is awesome. Yi-chen was still holding a mobilization meeting. The swordsmen are over there has started to speak in a boastful manner. Since Boss Sun and Moon has spoken, I, swordsmen will not be polite. This is an epic A-class Siemens fully automatic drying washing machine. Have you seen it? As swordsman spoke, he put up an A-grade epic Siemens fully automatic washing machine for 10,000 island coins. Wow, who put this up, a washing machine? Shoot, 10,000 island coins, who can afford this? That's awesome. The big guys are using home appliances now. The product that swordsmen brought out was an A-class epic washing machine, and the price tag on it was still 10,000, which immediately attracted a large number of survivors to stop and watch. Awesome, awesome. I wanted to sign up for this washing machine for a long time. Washing clothes by hand every day is too tiring. This thing is really amazing. Yi-chun also flattered him. When Dilly heard what Yi-chun said, she gave him a fierce look. You wash your own clothes? From head to toe, apart from the pair of underpants you wash yourself, what else have you washed? It was all taken care of by these two girls. How dare you even brazenly complain that doing laundry is too tiring? This man seems to be getting more and more shameless recently. Yi-chun didn't care what Dilly thought of him at the moment. He was now fully engaged in flattering her. Swordsmen didn't expect that this was just the first piece of equipment he would reveal. Not only did it arouse envy and jealousy among the country bumpkins in the chat room. Unexpectedly, the island's most respected leader, Ryuk-sing-chin, looked as if he had never seen the world and kept complimenting himself. Boss, I told you that your stuff is the best. This sun, moon, and stars is just shit luck. It doesn't have any real skills. That's right, that's right. The top winner of this week's Island Survival will definitely be you, Brother Long. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean by this week? It means every week from now on. The top spot on the list belongs to Brother Long. It was really lively now. After those guys in the chat room finished bragging, Yi-chun started bragging. After Yi-chun finished bragging, his own little brothers continued to brag. If you brag too much, even a buffalo can fly into the sky. At that moment, the swordsmen felt relaxed all over. I feel like every capillary in my body is comfortable now. Boss, show that guy some more to that country bumpkin, and let those country bumpkins in the chat room see who is the best in the island survival world. Swordsmen subordinates suggested again. Okay, Air Guzzi, drive my B-class perfect military truck over here and let them open their eyes. The swordsmen floating in the sky readily accepted his younger brother's proposal. Thump, thump, thump. The little brother, named Air Guzzi, soon drove over in a broken truck from the 1980s with black smoke coming out of the back. Class B perfect military truck, 10,000 island coins. Swordsmen put the broken truck on the exchange again without hesitation. Great, what a great car. This car is so great, I want this car so much. As a result, these guys in the chat room didn't even have a chance to brag. Everyone saw a familiar ID and started praising it highly. The survivors in the chat room collectively rubbed their eyes. ID, sun, moon, and stars. What's going on? Is Boss Ryu envious of other people's things? A guy with 2 RVs envies someone else's truck? No one can understand it. Now, even the swordsman, who was floating in the sky, was a little dazed. He anticipated the scene when the survivors in the chat room saw the car, but he never expected that the most excited person would be the sun, the moon, and the stars. What surprised him the most was that Ryuk-sing-chin actually gave up the private chat and called his truck directly on the public channel. Boss, sun, and moon, don't you have an RV? After a while, a sincere survivor finally asked a question. Oh, let's not talk about it. RVs. Everyone says RVs are good, but they are shit. They consume too much fuel and are hard to drive. They have poor maneuverability and often stall. Most importantly, they leak when it rains. I have so much trouble that I can't say anything. Everyone was silent again. It consumes a lot of fuel, is difficult to drive, and has poor maneuverability. Just assume it is true. It often stalls. Just believe it for now. The problem is, what does it mean when it leaks when it rains? Is this RV like a tractor? A semi-convertible one? The survivors in the chat room were collectively stunned. The four friends beside Yi-chan were also collectively dumbfounded, and they all looked towards their own RV at the same time. It has a cool appearance, excellent driving feel, and a comfortable interior environment. Although the fuel consumption is a bit high, the problem is that I don't seem to be sure of fuel now. Is this still a disadvantage? Let's not talk about other things. What the hell is this water leaking on a rainy day? Boss, do you have a fever? Dad Awan immediately reached out and touched his boss's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Yichin pulled away to Dajuan's pig's hoof. Didn't he see that he was busy flattering him? Oh, what a shame. I accidentally posted on the public channel. If you have any good stuff, just show it to me. Swordsman was a little dazed when he saw Ryuxingchen complimenting his truck on the public channel. As soon as I received Yi Chin's private message, the remaining confusion suddenly disappeared. Haha, I thought the sun, moon, and stars was some kind of sacred being, but after all this time, he turned out to be just a nobody. A truck made him so excited that he lost his composure. That's right. Brother Long, you're the only one who is truly the best on the island. Ryu is just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Brother Long is awesome, Brother Long. Why don't you show that kid some real stuff? Naturally, Swordsman's few flattering subordinates started boasting to their boss again. Now the swordsman has completely ascended to the sky, and it is estimated that he will be soon free from the constraints of the earth. Take out all our B-level and above stuff and show it to this kid. Let him open his eyes and broaden his horizons. Now that's good. Swordsman's brothers immediately brought all their treasures over. All kinds of pots, pans, and all kinds of crooked and broken things were put on display. Oh my, this foot bath is great. I've been thinking about this for several days. Tricycle is good. This is great. Reading glasses, it fits me perfectly. Treadmill is good. Keeping fit is the most important thing. Every time swordsmen are put a product up for sale, Yi-chan would brag about it. And there are many reasons to brag. Anyway, at first glance, it can be summed up in 5 words. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Dad Awan frowned and glanced at Yi-chan, who was yawning, crossing his legs, and complimenting Swordsman R. A confused look. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Why do you need reading glasses when you are less than 30 years old? Chapter 179. Fatten it up before plucking it. Boss, I knew it. I guess this kid was just lucky in the first few days. He improved his sign-in level a bit, so he managed to get the top spot by chance. That's right. Look at his ignorant look. It's embarrassing. Swordsman was still a little dazed, but his younger brother looked down on Yi-chan again. Now, Swordsman is completely heading towards the earth and into the universe. As for Yi-chan, still trying his best to support Swordsman looking at his appearance, if you don't know him, you would think he is from Gambia, Africa. It seems that he has never even seen a tricycle. The question is, do I look like someone who needs a tricycle and reading glasses? As for that treadmill, what a joke. Come on, you're on an island, and you still complain that there is no place to run? My fellow lads, take out my 2 treasures and show them to these country bumpkins. Let them see what a top-quality product is. Swordsman who had been praised to the sky by Yi-chan and had never landed on the ground, was shocked by the big boss Ryuxingchen when he saw that he had casually taken out some supplies. He now completely let himself go. Boss, you're not talking about those 2 drawings, are you? First, bring over the B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint and let them open their eyes. 1 minute later, a blueprint of a perfect B-grade tool axe was posted on the exchange, priced at 10,000 island coins. Although this blueprint is also a B-level material, it is a rare blueprint, so there is a group of knowledgeable survivors who brag about it without Yi-chan's encouragement. This swordsman is really amazing. He has a lot of good stuff in his hands. No wonder Boss Sun and Moon is envious of him. Yes, this blueprint is really valuable. It's very expensive. What are you all talking about? Just ask Boss Sun and Moon and you'll know. Everyone chattered for a while and finally focused their attention on Yi-chan. Yi-chan naturally cooperated with all his strength. Hey, I wanted to synthesize this blueprint for a long time, but it's too difficult and I've been unable to do it until now. I didn't expect to see it here. I'm so envious. Boss Sun and Moon even said that he was envious, and now Swordsman R's reputation has risen sharply. Wow, who is this Swordsman R? He has so many good things in his hands. The top 20 guys on the leaderboard. I heard they got a special reward a few days ago. I remember now. It seems that I synthesized some kind of hydraulic car and my sign-in level was directly raised by 1 level. With Yi Chen's instigation, everyone in the chat room immediately dug up the great achievements of swordsman R. Now, it will be hard for swordsmen R not to be popular. Hey Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? How can you destroy your own prestige and boost the morale of others? Now Dilly was the first one who couldn't hold it in anymore. After all, her group was undoubtedly the #1 group in the island world. Yi Chen made a swordsman R famous for no apparent reason. Isn't this something wrong with his brain? Yeah, boss, it's just a broken blueprint. Let's not talk about the blueprint. We already have the tool axe and the 4 perfect B-level artifacts. We are not far from synthesizing the A-level epic construction hammer. Why are you envious of others? Dadawan couldn't hold it in any longer. If Yichen wasn't his boss, he would have wanted to slap Yichen and wake him up. Dealy, Dadawan, don't be anxious. Yichen must have his own reasons for doing this. Young Maisie still understands herself. Yichen was not angry either and gave everyone a playful smile. Big Wan, when you have time, help Xiao Di clean up the cave and make more space. Yichen sent away 2 subordinates who were looking at him with puffed cheeks, then turned to look at Yang Ming'er. Ming'er, do we still have some B-grade perfect tree trunks? There should be some D-grade iron ingots, right? Although Yang Ming'er was as confused as Dilly and Dadawan, the well-behaved Ming'er didn't ask anything and just nodded at Yichen. That's good. I was just worried that when I synthesize the construction hammer, I'll be missing a tool axe. This will save me a lot of trouble. Yichen was in a good mood, and now he praised swordsmen R even more enthusiastically. Brother Jian, do you have any other treasures that you have lost? Take them out and show them to everyone. Just cheat people to the core. Swordsman R was a little flattered at the moment, as Ryuk Xingshan directly called him Sword Brother. As for those gossipers who were watching the fun, seeing that even Boss Sun and Moon were bragging about it, they would not be left behind. Although he may not be good at anything else, he has mastered the art of flattery. Yes, Master Swordsman, if you have any good stuff, please bring it out for everyone to see. Yes, even though we can't afford it, we still want to broaden our horizons. Please, Swordsman Boss. This is both the Swordsman Boss and the Swordsman Leader. Swordsmen are felt very comfortable after hearing this. It has been a long time since I have envied the treatment of the sun, moon, and stars. I never thought that I would have this day, and even the top stars on the list have become my fans. This time, I have completely become the top star on the island. Well, since Brother Sun and Moon have said so, I will show you a little more. Swordsman R was very excited inside, but on the surface he tried to appear calm. He calls his brother Sun and Moon all the time, and it feels so wonderful. Less than 2 minutes later, a new item appeared in the exchange. A perfect grade B ironware blueprint. Yichen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this guy actually had some impressive things in his hands. Yichen naturally praised him again. Oh my, ironware blueprints, incredible stuff, top quality. Yichen's words were full of envy and jealousy. Boss Sun and Moon said it's a good thing, so it must be a good thing. I pay my respects to the great swordsman. Please take me in. Master Swordsman, are you in need of a younger brother? I am willing to submit to you. Even the #1 guy on the island said it was incredible. So how incredible is that? Now, Swordsman R's reputation has suddenly risen to a higher level. Yichen, is this blueprint really that powerful? Yang Ming'er was also stunned. She had never seen Yichen use such exaggerated words before. The problem is that the Yichen in front of me, who was looking relaxed, shaking his legs, yawning, and drinking cold water, and the Yichen in the chat room who was always surprised by everything were completely 2 different people. Fortunately, Dadawan and Dilly were called away by Yichen, otherwise the 2 of them would have thought that their boss was schizophrenic. Well, it's a good thing. This is what the synthetic pistol lacks. Yichen explained to Yang Ming'er calmly. Then I started typing again. Brother Swordsman, if you have any advanced stuff, just take it out. You can't keep good things to yourself. There are some rules to taking advantage of others. The first step is to let the sheep grow its hair. Chapter 180, I accidentally grabbed the treasure. The well-behaved little lamb. Swordsman R waved his hand. Hang up all the B and A-level supplies, and also show the S-level legendary titanium alloy knife handle to open the eyes of these country bumpkins. Okay, boss, I'll get them all right away. When Swordsman R's 3 younger brothers saw their boss taking off, they felt that they were not far from taking off either. There's a saying that goes, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Yichen waited for a moment, but he started breathing heavily. It seems that it is not easy for people who flatter others all day long. Brother Xiaoya, Sister Dilly asked you to come over. At this time, Jiang Yuding walked out of the cave with her head down, pointing at Dilly and Dadawan who were still busy in the cave. Got it. Oh, I forgot something. Ting Ting, come on, called Dadawan over. Yichun suddenly slapped his thigh, almost forgetting something important. Within 2 minutes, Dadawan came running over happily. Boss, I think you should go over and take a look. I'm afraid Miss Dilly is going to get mad. No, no. Help me move those beds down first. Bed. Dadawan looked confused. Don't waste time. Hurry up and move everything down to make more space. This requires moving the beds. Our own material distribution point is now filled with 4 beds, so there is no space to receive new goods. Boss, this is not a good idea. Moving a bed in broad daylight. Get lost. What are you thinking about? Move quickly. Dadawan was at a loss and had to move the bed manually with Yichun. Boss, can't you upgrade the mobile storage space sometime? Why are you nagging at that idiot all day long? The mobile storage space can only accommodate materials within 1 cubic meter, and these beds are up to 2 meters long, so they naturally cannot fit in. This has to be carried by manpower. What nonsense! I will look for you again if I can upgrade. Hurry up and move. It will be too late if you are late. Yichun was afraid that it would be too late, and Swordsman would show off his belongings and then take them all back, and then all his efforts would be in vain. This, boss, you still know too late. If beautiful Dilly finds out about this, I'll be scolded again. Dadawan looked aggrieved. Hey, you too. What are you doing in broad daylight instead of doing your work? It is true that you can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. While the two were busy, the beautiful Dilly showed up. Seeing that I was busy and out of breath in the cave, these 2 grown men were actually moving beds here in broad daylight. It's over now, boss, you explain. What's the point of explaining this? I don't have the time to do that. Yichun, that swordsman has put out a bunch of stuff again, and there's even an S-level legendary item. At this time, Yang Ming'er ran over quickly. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise that Yichun and Dadawan were rescued. S-rank. Yichun was also stunned. He originally wanted to make some money, but he didn't expect to get diamonds instead. Open the exchange. As expected, S-level legendary material, titanium alloy knife handle, one of the important components for synthesizing the super S-level God-given weapon quantum cutting knife. Another part of the quantum cutting knife. This is the 3rd synthetic component for this super S-level God-given weapon. The wolf fangs are made of nanoalloy, and this time the handle is made of titanium alloy. Fuck, this guy's a moron. Why is he hanging so much garbage? Dadawan took a quick look at the exchange and was shocked by what he saw. In addition to this S-level legendary titanium alloy handle, the swordsmen are also hung 2 blueprints, a truck, a washing machine, and a bunch of B-level and A-level supplies. There are about 40 or 50 pieces scattered around. There are pots, pans, and utensils available. This swordsman probably brought out everything he could. Yichun looked back and forth 2 or 3 times and was quite satisfied. I should clean it up this time. There is no need for Yichun to step forward in the chat room now, as the flatterers all rush to show up. Wow, Master Swordsman has so many goodies, so many high-end items, so awesome. Master Swordsman is really a hidden talent. I bet that he can make it into the top 3 of the rankings this time. I'm afraid only Boss Sun and Moon can compete with Boss Swordsman. While these guys were flattering, they didn't forget to take Yichun with them. Originally, Swordsman was quite satisfied, but he didn't expect that even though he showed off so many things, in the eyes of these survivors, he was still as good as the sun, moon, and stars. Put that C-Class Excellence solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic truck on the shelf for me, too. Swordsman is now very arrogant. He would feel uncomfortable if he doesn't surpass Yichun. Wow, isn't this the hydraulic car that won the special award? Yes. Even though this is a C-level material, the synthesis difficulty is much higher than that of the A-level epic material. Immediately, someone who knew the subject started talking. Oh, I almost forgot about this treasure. Yichun patted his head lightly. He almost missed a treasure. Although I now have a mobile storage space, its load capacity is limited. If I want to transport heavy objects, I still have to rely on manpower. With this electric hydraulic vehicle, let alone 50 kilograms, even 2 or 3 tons of goods can be transported without any problem. This swordsman really cares about himself. Brother Swordsman, you are so polite. Yichun was so happy that he expressed his true thoughts, and thanks Swordsman R. Swordsman didn't care about these things at all. At the moment, he was only thinking about defeating Yichun. Brother Ryu, you want to buy my solar panels, right? Have you collected all the island coins? Swordsman once again brought up the issue of solar panels. Oh, I almost forgot. Money is no problem. Let's do the deal right away. Yichun replied immediately, But this time he used a private email address. Is that okay? This time, Swordsman was a little stunned. Originally, he just wanted to use the solar panels to crush Yichun. After all, he offered a price of 20,000 island coins, and anyone who bought it would be a fool. How come the sun, moon, and stars agreed so quickly? Boss, is this sun, moon, and star crazy? Yeah, does he really want to buy it for close to 20,000? Even his younger brothers couldn't understand it. He was bargaining before, but now he agreed immediately. What the hell does this mean? What these people didn't expect was... Half a minute later, another message came from sun, moon, and stars. The things you have on display are all pretty good, so I'll take them all. Thank you, brother Swordsman. All of them. Swordsman was dumbfounded after hearing this. My younger brother was also dumbfounded. Chapter 181 The wool can be harvested. Swordsman does have a lot of good stuff on sale, but the price is also quite impressive. The sun, moon, and stars are all wanted in one casual sentence. Are you crazy? The total price of these things is over 200,000 island coins. Yi Chenyu. Yang Ming'er hesitated to speak, but Dilly was anxious. Hey, Mr. Yi, what's wrong with you today? Why don't you think before you speak? Why does Yi Chun, who has always regarded himself as a profiteer, seem like a different person today? Could it be that he was pushed stupid by that wild boar? Big Wan, go to the trailer and wait for the delivery. Yi Chun was too lazy to explain further. I have everything ready here. The east wind has risen, and the wool pulling operation can begin. Ding, please confirm whether you will activate the shopping voucher. Special reminder, once activated, it is limited to 1 hour and the limit is 6,500 island coins. Yi Chun opened the exchange interface calmly. I found the supplies hung by Swordsman and arranged them from high to low according to their levels. Click the confirm button. Wool, I'm here to harvest you. Ding, you used the shopping voucher to purchase Swordsman item at a 10% discount. 3 A-level epic solar cells. The system automatically determines that the basic price of the material is 4,000 island coins each, with a total price of 12,000 island coins. Ding, purchase successful. You have successfully traded with Swordsman at a 10% discount on 1,200 island coins and obtained 3 A-level epic solar panels. The system prompt sounded here. At the same time, a system prompt sounded from Swordsman. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars and obtained 1,200 island coins. Done deal? What's going on? 1,200 island coins. Swordsman suddenly discovered that there were 1,200 extra island coins in his system. Boss, this is awesome. That idiot Ryu wouldn't really buy the stuff we put up for sale, would he? 1,200 island coins? Ha ha, this idiot is so stupid. When his subordinates saw that their boss had earned 1,200 island coins, they mocked the buyer Ryuxingchen in the exchange. The price I put up was ridiculously high, but I didn't expect the other party to actually buy it. Ah, idiot! Swordsman watched himself easily earn 1,200 island coins, and he was almost about to cross his legs over his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars, and received 4,000 island coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars, and received 400 island coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars, and obtained 40 island coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars, and obtained 40 island coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the transaction with sun, moon, and stars, and obtained 40 island coins. While Swordsman and his minions were mocking Yi Chun to their heart's content, the system was also not quiet. The island coins in my system are also increasing. The two younger brothers looked at the ever-growing island coins and mocked Yi Chun across the floating screen. This idiot actually bought it. Haha, you bought so much at once, you must be crazy. Swordsman was originally watching his island coins grow comfortably while looking down on Yi Chun. But the more I listened to the system prompts, the more I felt. It seems like something went wrong. Hey, have we ever hung anything for 40 island coins? A minute later, Swordsman suddenly realized what was wrong. 40 island coins? No, boss. We have never sold anything for less than 500 island coins. The cheapest one is probably that pair of reading glasses. I sold them for 500 island coins. Hearing what his little brother said, Swordsman heartbeat began to accelerate violently. He lowered his crossed legs, and his sarcastic expression instantly disappeared. He suddenly opened his exchange panel. but he was stunned by the scene before him. The nearly 50 items of supplies that I had hung up were disappearing one by one. 15 items, 12 items, 10 items, 8 items, until the number finally stopped at 1. The only item that did not disappear was the reading glasses that cost 500 island coins. Swordsman are suddenly remembered his priceless treasures. He began to search desperately. What's going on? Where are our S-grade titanium alloy knife handles? And our washing machines, trucks, water dispensers, hydraulic vehicles? Swordsman R's face became paler and paler at this time. He kept searching in the exchange. However, apart from the lonely pair of reading glasses still lying in the exchange, all other supplies were gone. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. My titanium knife handle, my truck, my hydraulic truck. Swordsman was almost going crazy. He continued to search endlessly in the exchange for the collectively missing supplies, while he began to talk to himself incoherently. Boss, what's going on? Didn't you sell them all to that idiot Ryuksingchen? What are you still looking for? His younger brothers had no idea that their boss had gone insane and was still getting carried away. Swordsman was about to collapse at this time. Apart from the pair of reading glasses, there were only less than 6,000 island coins in his system. 6,000 island coins is indeed a lot. However, the supplies he lost were more than 6,000. The S-level legendary titanium alloy knife handle alone was worth at least 40,000 island coins. Sun, moon, and stars. Sun, moon, and stars. It must be sun, moon, and stars. Sun, moon, and stars stole my things. My supplies were stolen by sun, moon, and stars. Swordsman desperately tore at his already tangled hair. Almost all of his belongings were gone, and now only 6,000 island coins and a pair of reading glasses were left. Boss, what's wrong with you? Brother Long, what happened? Didn't we make money? Brother Long, are you feeling unwell? Can I help you sit for a while? The three cute and silly younger brothers of Swordsman were still confused at this time, and they saw their boss tearing his hair. Yes, it's you. You and that bastard sun and moon colluded with each other and stole my supplies. Come on, give them back to me, or I'll kill you. Poor Swordsman suddenly pounced on one of his younger brothers standing beside him. Boss, what are you talking about? What are you doing? My poor little brother was completely confused. Sun, moon, and stars, you bastard, return my supplies to me. Return my supplies to me. The swordsman was already unconscious at the moment, and he started to fight with his three younger brothers with gritted teeth. As for Yi Chun on the other side, it's also quite a headache. It seems like I have too many things here. Hurry, take them all out, there's more behind. Hurry up, Dadawan, what are you doing? Why are you dawdling? I've got. Yi Chun sneezed twice in succession. What's going on? Could it be that I have a cold again? Chapter 182, today's big sale. Boss, here it comes, the hydraulic truck is coming. Here it comes again, it's like a treadmill. At this time, Dadawan was standing outside the trailer and watching. Seeing all kinds of supplies constantly appearing in his trailer, Dadawan was as happy as a 7-year-old child. He didn't care where these things came from. The expressions of the two beauties, Yang Ming-er and Dilly, turned green and purple at this moment, and they looked as ugly as they could. Brother Yi, are you okay? Why did you buy so many useless things? You even bought a treadmill. Are you complaining that we haven't done enough physical work? Seeing the endless supply of supplies falling from the sky, the beautiful Dilly couldn't hold back any longer. It would be fine if this group of people were ordered around by Yi Chun to do physical work every day. Now, Yi Chun has so much money that he even spent a huge amount of money to buy a treadmill. Judging from the situation, do you still want this group of people to get an annual gym membership? Yi Chun, is this treadmill the one that swordsmen are hung out? The price seems to be 3,000 island coins. Yang Ming-er clearly remembered that the price of this treadmill swordsman was extremely high. 3,000? Yi Chun. When Dilly heard that Yi Chun spent 3,000 yuan to buy a broken treadmill, she no longer cared about her image as a beautiful woman and yelled at Yi Chun at the top of her lungs. Ouch! I can hear it. Yes, it's little Jianjian's treadmill. Dilly was going crazy. This was 3,000 yuan. She could buy a lot of things with it. Yi Chun actually bought a treadmill. Dilly immediately began to suspect that her brother Yi might have drunk too much water recently and had water in his brain. Yi Chun was not angry at all. He calmly fumbled for a bottle of Budweiser beer in the trailer. It tastes really good. I haven't had beer in a while. You still have the mind to give me wine. Dilly's going crazy. I'm on the verge of a volcano eruption, but Yi Chun still has the mind to drink? Boss, this wine. Dadawan looked at Yi Chun with envy, but it seemed that this wine looked familiar. Boss, this wine is not from Swordsman R. It's 1,400 yuan a bottle. This time, even Dawan couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this the bottle of beer that he just bargained for? 1,400 island coins. 600 milliliters, worth 1,400 island coins. Yi Chun, Sister Minger, don't stop me. Bang. The two girls were still arguing with each other when they heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the cave. Then a cloud of dust was raised. A truck fell down. Jiang Yuding, who was busy in the cave, was almost scared to death. She pointed to the old-fashioned military truck that looked a bit ugly and rushed out of the cave, trembling all over. Oh my, it's arrived. It's a little torn, but looks okay. Yichin walked around the newly arrived truck twice and seemed quite satisfied. The truck is a big one, and Yi Chun can designate a separate material distribution center. As a result, Jiang Yuding, who was busy in the cave, was scared and fell down. Truck. Yang Ming'er and Dilly were dumbfounded. Where did this truck come from? Half a minute later, Yang Ming'er glanced at the exchange and seemed to notice something was wrong. Yi Chun, these things that swordsmen had hanging on them are gone. Could it be that you bought them all? Hearing Yang Ming'er say this, Dilly seemed to have discovered the problem. Aren't all these messy things owned by the swordsmen are? Well, I bought them all. Yi Chun looked calm and composed. Buy them all. Although Dilly was mentally prepared, she still couldn't bear to hear this. The price of the swordsman plug-in was terrifyingly high, but Yi Chun actually bought it all without thinking twice. Yi Chun, where did you get so many island coins? Yang Ming'er held on to Dilly, who wanted to beat Yi Chun to death, and asked Yi Chun. After a few people pulled together, they managed to collect 13,500 island coins, but the price of the swordsman plug-in was extremely high. Not to mention the other items, the S-grade titanium alloy handle alone was priced at 80,000 island coins. Cheap discounts. Yi Chun continued to watch the supplies falling from his trailer with satisfaction and transferred the remaining 7,000 island coins to Yang Ming'er. Ding! Yi Chun transferred 7,000 island coins to you. Please check. Yi Chun, what is this? Yang Ming'er was still standing there in a daze. Dadawan was playing with a knife handle that had a silver luster and walked over unsteadily. Boss, there's a new thing. Let me see what this crap is. You two losers. Dilly pulled him over angrily. When I took it in my hand and looked at it carefully, I was dumbfounded. S-level legendary material, titanium alloy knife handle. Isn't this the S-level hilt that Swordsman has for 80,000 island coins? Naturally, Dilly had long admired this sky-high priced S-level artifact that Swordsman had listed on the exchange. The selling price is as high as 80,000 island coins, a jaw-dropping price. Yi Chun, where did you get so much money? Yang Ming'er didn't understand at all. The total value of these supplies exceeds 200,000, but the problem is that this group of people only have a little over 10,000 island coins in total. Bang! There was another loud noise. Dadawan was very happy. Boss, the washing machine has arrived. Yi Chun waved his hand disapprovingly. It's just an A-grade item. Big Wan, help me find the two precious blueprints. Drawing. Dilly and Yang Ming'er looked at each other in confusion. Yi Chun really took all the supplies of this swordsman Did you hide? Hid some private money? Dilisai thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure it out, so she could only come to this conclusion. Yang Ming'er looked at Dilly with a wry smile. Private money. Have you ever seen private money that is 10 times the family assets? The total assets of his group of people are only worth 13,500 island coins. Given Yi Chun's current usage, if he sells himself 10 times of the selling price of swordsman it is estimated that the money would not be enough. Boss, are these the two? Dadawan waited until the trailer became quieter, then rushed in and found two wrinkled drawings. It was also the first time that Yi Chun saw the physical blueprint. Spread it out and take a look. Yang Ming'er and Dilly were stunned. B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. B-grade perfect ironware blueprint. Is this true? The girls were obviously still a little skeptical. No deception, genuine goods at fair prices. Yi Chun looked calm and composed. How much does this cost? Yang Ming'er remembered clearly that Swordsman was a very black-hearted guy, and he charged 10,000 island coins for a blueprint. Yi Chun blinked and stretched out 4 fingers. 4,000. Yi Chun shook his head. 400. The girls were a little bit unbelievable. $40 apiece. Including Dewan. The 4 of them were stunned. Chapter 183. getting an advantage but still acting cute. 2 top-notch blueprints, $40 each. I don't believe it. Boss, you were just bragging. This is a top-quality blueprint. If it weren't for the help of Little Death, we probably wouldn't have this tool axe now. Dadawan held his precious tool axe and looked at his boss with contempt. Yang Ming'er and Dilly naturally didn't believe it at all. It seems that this blueprint is just a B-grade product, but anyone who has seen it knows its true value. Don't even mention 400 island coins. Even if it's 4,000, no one in the entire island survival world dares to say the word expensive. Damn you, sun, moon, and stars. Give my things back to me. Yang Ming'er and the others were still confused when the curse of swordsmen was heard in the chat room. The object of the curse was naturally the man in front of him. What's wrong with this idiot? Boss, I'll take care of him. Dadawan put away his precious tool axe, rolled up his sleeves, and went to fight back. Brother Xiaoya, why did that person scold you? The simple Jiang Yuding naturally knew nothing. Who knows? Maybe he regrets selling my stuff to me. Let him be. Yichen looked disapproving, as if he was innocent. Dilly also calmed down at this time. The anger in my heart had long been extinguished by the question marks in my head. He asked softly while tightly gripping the priceless S-Class legendary titanium alloy knife handle. Brother Yi, did you really buy all of Swordsman R's stuff? When Yang Ming'er heard Dilly asking the question, she immediately came over to confirm it again. That's not the case. Yichen shook his head honestly. The two girls took a deep breath when they heard this. It seems that I am overthinking, but 3 seconds later, I left him a pair of reading glasses. Before the two girls had even finished breathing the cold air, Yi Chun added disapprovingly. Now, the two girls were completely stunned. After a moment, Yang Ming'er asked tremblingly, so, how much did you spend in total? Yi Chun raised his head and seemed to be doing some calculations. It's quite a lot, probably around 6,000 island coins. Now, fortunately, the two girls supported each other and did not fall down. To be honest, 6,000 island coins is indeed a lot. The problem is, brother, you're almost buying out all the family assets. Look at this trailer full of things, the 2 priceless blueprints in his hand, an S-Class knife handle, and the truck that takes up quite a lot of space. Yichen only spent 6,000 island coins for these things. Sun and Moon, you bastard. Sun and Moon, I curse you to die a miserable death. Sun and Moon, I'm going to kill you. Swordsmen are in the chat room has already started to swipe the screen. Fortunately, the chat room window in front of the girls was just a virtual screen. If it was really a window, I guess swordsmen would be able to crawl out from it and bite Yi Chun. The girls were a little skeptical about the truthfulness of what Yi Chun said, but when they saw the crazy swordsmen are, and then looked at Yi Chun who looked fine. Now I believe more and more that this is true. It seems that this big profiteer has started working again. The question is, isn't this too weird? Could it be possible that Yi Chun could force someone to buy or sell something here? Yi Chun, what happened? Yang Ming'er really didn't want to guess anymore. She didn't have enough brain cells. Oh, it's nothing. The system gave me a discount coupon, which gives me a 10% discount on things in the exchange. So I just bought some more. It's cheap. Yi Chun looked as if it was a matter of course. Yang Ming'er and Dilly glanced at the chat room again and looked at the exchange. In the exchange interface, the only item belonging to swordsmen was the pair of reading glasses. 10% off coupon? All right, it's a 10% off coupon, so it's a 10% off coupon. I didn't steal it, and I didn't rob it. It's just a reward from the system. Reasonable and legal. I can only say that Yi Chun is really lucky. The problem is, you can't just focus on one person and fool him, right? Now the two girls finally understood why Yi Chun had been pretending to be a grandson for a long time, flattering and bluffing. Brother Yi, so you used all the 10% discount coupons on this swordsman R? At that moment, Dilly actually felt some sympathy for the swordsman R. Why did you have to pick on Yi Chun when you could pick on anyone else? Has Yi Chun ever suffered any loss? No. Is there the word suffer a loss in Yi Chun's dictionary? Please, it doesn't exist. I was naive at first and really thought that Yi Chun had finally failed in a deal and didn't get any advantage. Now it seems that they're playing the long game to catch a big fish. Yi Chun, have you used up his coupon? Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chun with a wry smile. It's all used up. There's a limit. What a pity. Yi Chun still looked like he was still unsatisfied. Yang Ming'er and Dilly there breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, this thing has a limit. Otherwise, Yi Chun would have stripped the swordsman R's pants off. Oh, by the way, I also bought some ladies' facial cleanser, shower gel, and shampoo, all from that guy. They're really cheap. Only 17 island coins when put together. The two girls were speechless. It was a bargain. This is a 10% discount coupon. Big brother. The 3 solar panels have also arrived. We don't have to worry about going out to sea tomorrow. This thing is expensive. Even after the discount, it still costs 1,200 island coins. It's a ripoff. It's such a fucking ripoff. Yi-chun shook his head angrily, still complaining nonstop. You spent 1,200 island coins on 3 A-level epic solar panels, and you still have a nerve to say that they are cheating you. The 2 girls were speechless. Boss, is this idiot crazy? He is desperately refreshing the screen. What did you do to him? Dadawan originally wanted to start a fight with the other party, but the crazy swordsman did not respond at all, but just kept insulting Yi-chun with all kinds of dirty words over and over again. You really can't blame the kid. Anyone would go crazy if they encountered something like this. It seemed that everyone in the chat room had never seen such a scene before, and they were all a little confused. Some brave ones even asked Yi-chun in public, Boss Sun and Moon, what happened? You didn't go to the island and rob people, did you? Everyone in the chat room knows the strength of Boss Sun, Moon, and Stars. There are RVs, yachts, and strong subordinates like Dadawan who have a lot of weapons in their hands. If we really talk about someone killing and robbing in the island survival world, the Sun, Moon, and Stars are the first suspects. Yang Minger and Dilly looked at Yi-chun at the same time. Look at the good things you did. Now someone is targeting you, right? Let's see how you explain it. But just when the 2 girls thought Yi-chun was speechless, a line of words typed by Yi-chun appeared in the chat room interface. What happened? Why are you scolding me? I feel so wronged. I am so sad. Oh my. Now the girls couldn't help but burst into swear. Chapter 184. It's all the bed's fault. Yang Minger and Dilly are both people who care about their reputation. Yi-chun almost took off the other person's pants, and he still had the nerve to say that he was wrong here. Even shamelessly yelling Lansho Xianggu on the public channel. Where's the face? Where's the face? It's thrown into the clay pit. Hey. Mr. Jian, try to curse me again. You can't curse Boss Ryu at will. Don't be so shameless. That's right. Boss Sun and Moon gave you so much face today and like your stuff so much, but now you come here to insult Boss Sun and Moon. Is there anyone like you who repays kindness with ingratitude? Damn it, this is disgusting, extremely disgusting. How dare you bully our Sun Moon boss? This is outrageous. Brothers, start cursing. Yi-chun's words, Lansho Xianggu, and an aggrieved expression immediately won the sympathy of everyone in the room. The survivors in the chat room all chose to stand with Yi-chun. Idiot, you idiot. You really think you are so great just because you have a few junk. Damn, you're so shameless. You should put away your junk. Why don't you look in a mirror to see what you look like? You still have a nerve to come out and disturb the city appearance. Boss Sun and Moon, don't pay attention to him. We all feel your grievances. Don't bother with such a shameless person. Swordsman R's insults were quickly drowned out by the crowd's saliva. The girls sighed. This world really has no place to make sense. Thank you all. It's hard to be a good person these days. I always get blamed for no reason. I'm feeling depressed. I'll log off first. Shamelessly, Yi-chun also gave a farewell speech. Boss Sun and Moon, we understand. Please don't bother with this kind of scum. That's right. I forgot to take my medicine when I went out. Farewell, Boss Sun and Moon. Long live Boss Sun and Moon. Amidst the flattery, Yi-chun left the chat room. Before closing the chat room, Yi-chun glanced at the exchange again. Seeing that there were some new things in the exchange, he felt itchy all over. Unfortunately, the amount of this coupon was too low. What's the matter? Do you still want to buy that pair of reading glasses? Dilly looked at Yi-chun sarcastically. Reading glasses are actually pretty good, but I just don't have enough credit. Dilly was completely devastated. This man was so cruel that he didn't leave her any chance to survive. Boss, you are so shameless. Bah. You are so awesome. Dadawan accidentally said what was in his heart. Hey, stop looking at me. It's getting dark. How's the dinner I asked you to prepare? I'm starving. This day has been exhausting. Yi-chun glanced at the 4 friends in front of him with some dissatisfaction. The 3 girls forced a smile at Yi-chun at the same time. You must be tired if you keep thinking about cheating others all day long. Digging a hole is a physical job. As for the feast that Yi-chun had ordered earlier, everyone naturally didn't prepare anything. Half an hour ago, no one would have believed the situation would be like this. At this moment, everyone started to get busy. Yi-chun naturally ate a lot here. The scene on the other island was somewhat miserable at this time. After going crazy, swordsmen are finally calmed down. However, when I saw the pair of reading glasses still hanging alone in the stock exchange, I felt like dying. Sun, Moon, and Stars, I would be unworthy of being a human if I don't take revenge. Ah, ah, ah. Yi Chun, who was chewing on lamb chops, sneezed twice in succession. Umph. I guess someone is cursing you behind your back again. You deserve it. Hey, boss, how much did we earn this time? Dadawan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the packed trailer. Yichin glanced at another place and frowned. Hey, I need your help. Yichin took advantage of the girl's inattention and whispered something to Dadawan. Boss, please tell me. Dadawan came over cooperatively. Then, those things, please help sell them, and just leave one. Hey, what are these two grown men talking about secretly? Dilly immediately looked at Yi-chan with a different eye. This man had too many bad ideas, and she had to be on guard at all times, lest she be sold out and still be counting money for him. It's okay, it's okay. I just want to ask if the boss is full. I have some food hidden. Dadawan was very considerate and immediately helped Yi-chun out of the predicament. After giving Yi-chun a look, Dadawan left the battlefield on the pretext of getting food. Yi-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have a total of 3 double beds and 1 round couple's bed. It is enough to keep an ordinary double bed at most, and sell the others quickly to avoid any further trouble. After eating and drinking, the girls went about their business. Although the south side of the cave has been repaired, Yi-chan is still a little worried. Carrying a torch, Yi-chan went to the cave alone. At this time, Dadawan was hiding outside the trailer and began to sell the extra beds according to Yi-chan's instructions. Seeing that the girls were busy and had no time to take care of the chat room and the exchange, Dadawan waved his hand and hung 3 double beds on the exchange. Shoo! Bed. Double bed. Big one hung 3 double beds. This time, without Dawan saying anything, the chat room exploded again. Boss Dadawan, what's going on? Could it be that Boss Sun and Moon broke up with the girls? TSK, upstairs. Have you ever heard of selling a bed when breaking up? The one upstairs, you know nothing. The bed is a keepsake. It's kept to remind people of the past. Who's upstairs? It's really not these guys' fault for having such strange ideas. It's just that the task Yi-chan assigned to Dadawan was too weird. Why sell beds when there are so many other things to sell? Selling beds is fine, but you sell 3 at a time? Have you opened a furniture factory in the island survival world? Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Does anyone want it? Does anyone want it? They're all good things. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find it again. It can only be said that birds of a feather flock together. Dadawan has been with Yi-chan for a long time, and his skills in deceiving people have become more and more advanced. Boss Dadawan, your price is too high. I can't afford it. Boss Dadawan, can you please tell us what happened to Boss Sun and Moon? Yeah. How come you were collecting beds not long ago, but now you're selling them again? As a result, there were not many people who sincerely wanted to buy it, but there were many who just wanted to gossip. Big Wan, what are you doing? Come and help me. There are so many things left to pack. Dadawan, who was hiding at the rear side of the trailer, suddenly heard the call of the beautiful Dilly. His hand slipped, and he saw a clearance sale for 3 double beds. The double bed, which originally cost 400 island coins, was reduced to 40 island coins. This loss is a small matter, but the other things that may arise from it are huge. Chapter 185. Even if you jump into the Yellow River, you can't wash away the... Thank you, Big Boss, for the bed. Kneel down to thank Boss Sun and Moon for the gift of the bed. 3 lucky people were fortunate enough to purchase a high-quality home item, a bed, and an extremely low 10% discount. Now the 3 of them sincerely thanked Dadawan and Yi-chan. Sister Dilly, it seems Brother Xiaoya is on TV again. The survivors in the chat room are all thanking Brother Xiaoya and Brother Duan. Jiang Yuding finished her work and opened the chat room when she had nothing to do. Now, all those heartfelt words of gratitude were seen by the girls. Big Wan, what's going on? What did you 2 do again? Seeing Dadawan running in happily, Dilly set her eyes on Dadawan. How could Dadawan dare to offend his boss's second wife? So he immediately sent a message to Yi-chan. What's going on? Yi-chan, who had just reinforced the fence at the cave, returned to the trailer with a confused look on his face. It looks like everyone is here. Boss, sold it. Dadawan also secretly winked at Yi-chan. What are you selling? Dilly had sharp ears and sharp eyes, but she saw everything. Sister Dilly, the beds. It seems that Brother Xiaoya sold the 3 double beds. Jiang Yuding immediately started reporting it. Dilly has good hearing, and Yi-chan's hearing is not bad either. What's going on? All 3 double beds are sold? Before Dilly could speak, Yi-chan suddenly felt something was wrong and pulled Dadawan over. Hey, didn't I tell you to keep 1 and sell me that round, crappy bed? Why did you sell all 3 solid wooden double beds? Dadawan looked confused. Was this what his boss meant just now? I didn't understand it at all. Oh, not bad. You even reserved one bed for me, and even specially reserved a couple's bed. What are you two thinking of now? Dilly immediately saw the eye-catching big red round couple's honeymoon bed, which was placed alone outside the trailer. The three solid wooden double beds were nowhere to be seen. Now you can guess what these two guys are up to without even using your toes to guess. I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I was just following the boss's instructions. This time, Dadawan reacted quickly and immediately raised his hand to make his position clear. Ichin was dumbfounded. This fat guy reacted quite quickly and sold himself out in the blink of an eye. Just when I was about to try to explain, the beautiful Dilly took the initiative. Pointing at the chat room interface, he looked at Yichun. Yichun opened the chat room interface in a daze. I saw. The chat content on this entire screen is all about myself. Big Dawan, please try persuade Big Ryu. It is normal for a young couple to quarrel. There is no such thing as a grudge between husband and wife. Yeah, as the old saying goes, quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. No matter what, you can't sell the bed. The bed has already been sold, and there are still people making sarcastic remarks. Yichun swallowed hard to prevent himself from being choked to death by these guys. What's worse, they have begun to use their divergent thinking to make up stories. But we still need to ask Boss Ryu to take care of himself. Changing beds a few times in one night is really harmful to his health. Alas, young people do not know the taste of sorrow. They love to climb higher. Yichun was speechless. How could this be tolerated? If these guys could spend their time gossiping on other things, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Unexpectedly, this idiot Dadawan added another sentence. Boss, who is Silo? At the same time, he looked at the three girls beside Yichun curiously, then touched his head. It seemed that no one was called Sunglo. That misunderstanding. Yichun has no way to defend himself now. From Dadawan to those idle gossipers in the chat room, all of them pointed the finger at themselves. The key is the physical evidence that gives Yichun even more headaches. It turns out that the three solid wooden double beds were sold, leaving only the round honeymoon couple bed. There are witnesses and evidences. You can't clear yourself of the charges even if you jump into the Yellow River. Master Yi, please explain to us why you left this bed alone. By the way, whose card do you want to turn over tonight? This thing is not quite what you imagined. Yichun suddenly found that he was at a loss as to what to say. He glanced at Dadawan standing beside him, hoping that this guy could clear his name. But this fat guy took a step away from Yichun as if by reflex. Yichun was left alone among the five people. Yichun looked to Yang Ming'er for help, but Yang Ming'er didn't dare to excuse Yichun at this moment. In the current situation, whoever won would be doomed. It was a definite 2-for-1 deal. Okay, I won't explain. I'll sleep on a round bed. Ming'er, you sleep on my air mattress. Is that right? Yichun simply ignored it and got up to do his own thing. I have collected a bunch of messy things, and I just need to sort them out. When the girls saw Yichun was about to run away, they all blocked his way. Hey, let's forget about today. You need to tell me about tomorrow. Tomorrow? Big sister, what's going on tomorrow? Yichun was now in a state of confusion. He glanced at Dadawan again, but Dadawan immediately avoided his gaze. Who are you going to take out to see tomorrow? It's not that Yichun was deliberately hesitant and unwilling to answer, but because Yichun really hadn't thought about it. The check-in mission does seem to say that you can bring a partner of the opposite sex with you. But I have nothing better to do than to bring a woman to take care of me. Besides, this punch-in task requires speed. Bringing a burden will not only waste the power of the motorboat, but also affect my speed. I have the skills to help me. After getting ashore, I can run at high speed and find the target quickly. But if I bring a girl with me, my efficiency will be seriously affected. I can go alone. After thinking it over, Yichun still felt that he was enough on his own and waved his hand disapprovingly at the three girls. What did you say? This is good. As soon as Yichun said this, the three girls immediately narrowed the circle around him. Looking at the situation, he was almost about to shout molest. Brother Xiaoya, you went out to sea to play alone without us. That's too much. Could it be that he went out to look for a lover again? Okay, I just said one sentence, and Dilly and Jiang Yuding started to have wild thoughts. Going out to sea? Please, I'm on a business trip. I'm in a hurry, and I don't have time to show you the world. There are three of you in love. I'm already overwhelmed. If I keep looking for one, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Yichun, one more person means one more person to look after us. It's better to bring one person with you. He can always help a little bit. It's the same idea, but Yang Ming'er's words are much more to the point. Okay, the question is, Yichen had just agreed when he found himself facing a bigger problem. Who should I choose? Don't worry about this. We have a way. Yichen saw Dilly take out 3 notes from her pocket. Yi-chun was ashamed. Still using this method? Chapter 186. 4 consecutive hits of good luck. Just after midnight, Yi-chun, who was sleeping on the round couple's bed in the living room, was pushed awake by Dilly. Get up, get up. Sister, what time is it now? I just fell asleep. Yi-chun was very tired. He was busy until 10:30 yesterday, and only then did he manage to count all the supplies. In order to have a good sleep, I had no choice but to lift up this damn round bed. I finally fell asleep, but was woken up by this girl. Are you dissatisfied because the winner of the lottery was me, not Minger? This girl is really thoughtful. Can't I get up? Yichen had no choice but to get up from the bed. It would have been fine if I couldn't get up. As soon as I got up, I found that there was more than just Dilly in front of me. My 4 friends are all looking at me. Could it be that I am being watched? Boss, congratulations, you're first again. Yi-chun, however, had no expression, as if all of this was natural. He only had one request at the moment, which was to see Uncle Zhou Gong. What about you? Yi-chun rubbed his eyes and curiously inquired about the rankings of the friends in front of him. Beautiful Dilly is 29th, Beautiful Yang is 33rd, I am 41st, and Miss Jiang is 99th. This ranking is not something to celebrate, nor is it disappointing. It is just average. Boss, we're going to give out ranking rewards soon. Seeing Dadawan rubbing his hands in anticipation, it seems that everyone is waiting for this. Ding! The ranking list is updated and the ranking rewards will be distributed now. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. First place, Sun, Moon, and Stars, won the top spot on the island survival list for 3 consecutive weeks and obtained the S-level legendary material, Trapmaker. Yi-chun, who was originally sleepy, jumped up from the bed when he heard about the S-level reward. The girls all turned their heads away. Yi-chun then realized he seemed to be too excited and his pants didn't keep up. It doesn't matter. If you don't care about your face in front of others, why would you care about your pants? Yi-chun picked up his pants and jumped off the bed, rushed out of the RV, and headed straight for the trailer. Boss, why are you so anxious? What on earth is this Trapmaker? This system is really imaginative and can come up with something new every time. Seeing his boss so excited that he almost ran naked at night, Dadawan also followed him happily. Opening the trailer, Yi-chun rummaged through the pile of cargo. Finally found it. It seems that I have got the construction hammer, and the first thing I need to build is a warehouse. Today's trailer RVs are basically storage rooms. Boss, what the hell is this? Dadawan only saw Yi-chun holding a brush that was half a person's height in his hand. Not to mention the big roll, Yi-chun himself felt a little dazed when he saw this thing. Although I know that this reward system is 100% creative. Yi-chun had also imagined dozens of possible appearances of this Trapmaker. For example, a shovel is given to you to dig by yourself, or a special impact drill that allows you to make the holes yourself. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out that the trap-making device was actually a brush. Putting on the peephole, Yi-chun took a good look at this magical thing. S-level legendary material, Trapmaker, a magical material that can draw circles to form traps. It can capture wild wolves, wild boars, wild rabbits, bison, and other non-ferocious beasts of a level and below. Traps of different levels can capture beasts of different levels, and the making of traps of different levels requires different materials. The materials are as follows. Yi-chun finally understood. As long as you collect the corresponding basic materials, you can become Ma Liang, the magic painter, and you can create a trap by drawing a circle on the ground. Awesome. It is indeed an S-class legendary artifact. Yi-chun, Ting won the Best Improvement Award. Yi-chun was waving a big brush up and down. The 3 girls excitedly jumped out of the RV and rushed to Yi-chun. What? Yi-chun looked at the girls curiously, but the girls all looked at the big brush in Yi-chun's hand. Brother Xiaoya, the system hasn't been deployed yet. Was just saying that. Ding, this week's Best Progress Award materials have been distributed. Please check them. Jiang Yuding immediately ran to the trailer, tinkered with it for a while, and handed Yi-chun a piece of pink lace fabric. Yi-chun reflexively thought of one thing. Yang Minger's maid outfit. No way. Another one? System God. I don't want to have a cosplay convention. Yi-chun habitually put on a peephole and took a look. A-level epic material, ultimate sand sifter, can filter out sand of any level. When Yi-chun saw the name of this item, his eyes lit up instantly. Take it and play with it. Now Yi-chun threw all the big brushes in his hand to the girls. Sand sifter. Others may not know what this thing is used for, but I know it very well. Ting Ting, you are so great. Yichen was completely overly excited this time and lifted Jiang Yuding up. Just lift it above your head. Yang Ming'er and Di Li, who were studying the big brush, were stunned for a moment. Jiang Yuding was even more at a loss and smiled bitterly at Yi Chun in the air. Hey, 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 don't take advantage of our Ting Ting. Dilly picked up her weapon and was about to beat Yi Chun. Yi Chun ignored her, put Jiang Yuding down, and directly threw the sand sifter that looked a bit whimsical over to her. What the hell? Hey, Master Yi, you don't want to play role-playing games, do you? Dilly glared at Yi Chun fiercely. Yang Ming'er seemed to remember something. Yi Chun, could this be? Yes, that's the one. Hey, hey, hey. What are you two saying in code? Don't go too far. Dilly felt overwhelmed after listening to the two people talking about this and that. Sand sifter? We can finally sift out A-level epic sand. After realizing what it was, Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er cheered at the same time. The inability to filter out high-grade sand has been a problem that has troubled Yi Chun for a long time. Without A-level epic sand, many things cannot be synthesized. I won't say anything else. Without A-level epic sand, you can't synthesize a high-level furnace. Without a high-level furnace, you can't smelt high-level and sufficient diamonds. As for the function of diamond, it is hard to describe in a few words. Now this technical problem has finally been solved by this small piece of seemingly ordinary lace cloth. If it wasn't still early in the morning, Yi Chun would have wanted to run to the beach to try out this new thing. Yi Chun, although we didn't get anything good, Dilly seems to have got a crossbow. Now you should be able to synthesize it into a pistol. Crossbow? It was a necessary material for synthesizing a pistol, and it was also a piece of equipment that he urgently needed. Like it's so much that it's about to take off. Unexpectedly, after this surprise, there was a big surprise, and after the big surprise, there was a small surprise. Who says today isn't a good day? What does it mean to first suppress and then praise? Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited signed in successfully and obtained S-level legendary supplies and a crossbow tower blueprint. Unexpectedly, this is not over yet. Here comes another one. Good luck, quadruple strike. Chapter 187, the first thermal weapon was birthed. Buggy quickly signed another priceless blueprint for himself. The crossbow tower blueprint. If this thing is given to other survivors, it will be no different from a piece of straw paper. Without the S-level legendary building, the lookout tower, this blueprint would be meaningless. But if you have this drawing, with the lookout tower, I have taken a big step towards upgrading to an S+ crossbow tower. Yichen finally controlled himself and did not impulsively lift Dilly up. The last 10 minutes were so cool. Good luck 4 hits. Boss, look at your expression. No way. Beautiful Dilly again. Dadajuan's face was full of envy. Forget about signing in for S-level supplies. It seems that I haven't even gotten any decent A-level supplies. Yichen didn't care about anything else at the moment. Even if several people, including myself, didn't sign in and produce any decent supplies, I would still be happy. 10 minutes, 3 magic weapons. What more could you ask for? What else do you need a bicycle for? You can almost fly a plane. Boss, haha, look. Dadawan opened the chat room interface with a sly smile on his face, pointing to a few lines of words for Yi Chun and others to see. Swordsmen are ranked 44th. Death returns ranked 144th. The two mortal enemies in Dawan's eyes seemed to be more miserable than each other. Return of Death, which once dominated the scene and won the 3rd place, saw its ranking plummet in 2 weeks. As for the swordsman, who was showing off his prowess a few hours ago, his ranking also slipped out of the top 40. These two idiots are really destined to be together. 44 and 144, it's hard for them not to die. Now, Dadawan had completely vented all the anger in his heart. Dilly shook her head with some regret. These two people deserve it. Why did you have to provoke this brother when you could just provoke anyone else? Why? After all this time, it's 44th place. I thought they were in the top 3. That's right, it's all in vain. My hands are hurting from typing. I told you guys long ago that only Boss Sun and Moon has the real talent, and he is so low-key. After seeing the rankings, no one will compliment the swordsman who is ranked 44th anymore. There are a bunch of big guys ahead of him. Why waste time on these 44 guys? Although flattery is free, it is a physical job and can be tiring. These guys won't do useless work. Sun, Moon, Stars, Sun, Moon, Stars. Swordsman gritted his teeth and kept repeating Yi Chen's ID. This guy is still calmer than Zhangde. Under the current circumstances, it would be a waste of time for him to go into the chat room and yell, "Boss, don't be angry." Yes, this The old must go before the new can come. Please calm down. Several of his younger brothers are now trembling with fear, fearing that their boss will get impulsive and kill them with an axe. It's okay. You guys continue to interrogate them and make sure these two guys tell me Jean Da's whereabouts. I want to use them as a sacrifice. Swordsmen are looked coldly at the empty ocean in front of him. After suffering such a great humiliation today, Swordsman R and Yi Chun have become enemies forever. Yi Chun didn't know, nor did he care what this guy was thinking. At this moment, everyone here with Yi Chun was no longer sleepy. Big One, bring me that ironware blueprint. I know. 2 crossbows. I'll get them right away. The clever Yang Minger immediately understood what Yi Chun wanted to do. With 2 extremely valuable blueprints in hand, the legendary pistol is about to come out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully synthesized a B-grade perfect revolver pistol. Ding! System message. Congratulations to the survivor's son, Moon and Stars. As the first survivor to synthesize a hot weapon, the system rewards you with 14 pistol bullets. Within half a minute, 2 system messages came in succession. Boss, this special reward from the system is too stingy. Only 14 bullets. Dadawan seemed to be quite knowledgeable about firearms. He snatched the pistol from Yi Chen's hand and played with it for a while. However, he was very dissatisfied with the special reward from the system. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. He was now blaming everyone, but he didn't dare to offend the system god. Not to mention giving yourself 14 bullets. Even if you give yourself a hammer, you can only accept it with a smile. However, when Yi Chan put on the peephole and glanced at the bullet in front of him, he found that this small bullet was not simple. B-grade, perfect grade materials, special bullets for pistols. After loading into the pistol, it can be used to kill B-grade, perfect grade beasts or unarmored humans. 1 kilogram of B-grade, perfect grade copper ingots can be synthesized into 10 bullets by a B-grade, perfect grade furnace. It seems that the 14 bullets in my hand are worth a lot of money. This bullet is really not easy to synthesize. B-grade, perfect copper ingot. A perfect grade B furnace. None of them are easy to get. Yi Chun, there are only 14 bullets? After hearing about this system reward, Yang Minger seemed to feel a little regretful. It's okay. 14 rounds of bullets are enough for now. Yi Chun is now in a calm state of mind. I happen to be going out today and brought a pistol with me. 14 rounds of bullets may seem few, but it is a hot weapon and its deterrent power is what I need. Brother Xiaoya, you are on TV again. Yi Chun was still tinkering with this new weapon with everyone. Jiang Yuding pushed Yi Chun with a wry smile. Today is the day when the rankings are updated, and the chat room is already crowded. At this moment, Yi Chun, who was ranked first on the list, had just received the defending champion reward and had also synthesized a pistol. Those guys in the chat room have to brag about it. Pistol. Boss Sun and Moon synthesized a pistol. Boss Sun and Moon, I am your man. If you ever meet me, please don't shoot me. Why is it Boss Sun and Moon again? He already has a pistol, and I just got a mountain axe. Isn't the gap too big? The system's message naturally caused a lot of discussion among people in the chat room. At the moment, no one is discussing the rankings. Anyway, the person at the top of the list remains unmoved. There's nothing to be surprised about. Everyone has gotten used to it. However, after walking around, I found that the survivor who received the special reward was this big guy. Some survivors even gave up on themselves. Boss Sun and Moon, I want to ask you a question. Is this island survival world sponsored and invested by you? Boss Sun and Moon, I can't get through this anymore. Can I choose easy mode? Big brother, I still have some RMB. Can I top it up? This game is too hard to play. Woo, I want to go home. Yi Chun was speechless when he saw these guys with such wild imaginations. Please, this is not a virtual game. This is a real island survival. Boss, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll cause public outrage. Even his younger brother Dadawan couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Chun spread his hands innocently. What can I do? I have good character. I can't stop it. Dilly glanced at Yi Chun with a wry smile, pointed at her cheek, and said, Face is a good thing. Don't forget to bring it with you when you go out. It's almost dawn. When are we going to leave? Yi Chun glanced at the sun that had already jumped out of the sea in the east. There are less than 13 hours left until the deadline for the check-in task. Today's important business cannot be delayed. Leaving in 5 minutes. Treasure chest. Bro is coming. Chapter 188. Check-in with a beautiful lady. Yi Chun sat on the motorboat, taking Dilly, who won the lottery, and the little Pomeranian, as well as some necessary supplies. He said goodbye to his island and 3 friends, and drove the motorboat towards the southeast according to the system's instructions. As for Dilly, this girl was quite cheerful. She was eating while admiring the vast ocean and chatting with her best friend Yangming. Yichen glanced at her. He really didn't know why this girl had to follow him. What was the difference between this and staying in the RV? Drive the motorboat well. Seeing Yichun turn his head and glance at her with a frown, the girl felt a little shy. Yichen naturally wouldn't bother with this girl. He didn't expect this burden to accomplish anything great anyway. As long as she didn't cause any trouble for him, he would be very lucky. At 6:30 in the morning, when the morning sun made the sea sparkle, the motorboat driven by Yichun had already sailed 45 nautical miles. Dilly had eaten her fill and finished chatting, so she sat in the passenger seat with a telescope in her hand, bored. "Brother Yi, I saw it, I saw it." Suddenly, the girl started shouting loudly. Yichun took the telescope handed to him by the girl and looked in the direction the girl pointed. Sure enough, an island appeared in front of him. As the motorboat continued to approach the island, Yichun could even see the palm trees on the island clearly. The entire island has a continuous coastline extending from northeast to southwest. "We're going to go ashore and report to Minger that we are safe." When it was less than 2 nautical miles away from the target island, the motorboat began to slow down. Dilly waved her hands. "It's okay. Let's get to the shore quickly." Yichun glanced at Dilly. The girl looked a little unhappy. 10 minutes later, Yichun chose a small bay with calm winds and docked the motorboat in the bay. I'm going ashore first. Xiaomei is in your hands." As soon as the motorboat docked, Dilly covered her stomach and rushed off the motorboat. Yichun looked confused. In a blink of an eye, the girl disappeared into the jungle. There was no other choice. Yichun had to take the little Pomeranian with him and put all the supplies he carried into the virtual storage space. At this moment, this virtual storage space can be of great use. In order to find the check-in point smoothly, Yichun brought a lot of things with him. From a newly acquired pistol to the mountain axe, climbing rope, and all kinds of tools, everything is available. After all, who knows what kind of place this check-in spot is? Hey, don't run too far, be careful. After getting off the motorboat, Yichun entered the jungle and looked around but did not see Dilly. "Don't worry about me. Just go ahead and I'll come find you later." Yichun was just about to continue walking deeper into the jungle when he received a message from Dilly. Recalling Dilly's expression just now and the way she hurriedly rushed down the motorboat, Yichun understood it with his toes. "This girl, I'm afraid she has a stomachache. Okay, I'll continue walking south along the beach, and you, when you're done, come find me. Be careful." Yichun deliberately used the Pomeranian's built-in auxiliary system to scan the area. The area within a radius of 100 meters was safe, and there were no wild beasts. Yichun was also embarrassed to wait at the door while the girl was taking care of her housework. Carrying the little Pomeranian, Yichun walked southward. The scenery of this island is beautiful, with winding sandy beaches extending all the way to the south, with no end in sight. Yichun located his position again. There is less than 1.5 nautical miles left to the check-in target. Judging from a location, it seems to be in the south of the island. As he was walking, he heard a rustling sound coming from the jungle on the left side of Yichun. The alert Yichun immediately began to call up his own Pomeranian detection system. I glanced around, but there was no movement. What's going on? Could it be that I was hallucinating? Yichun rubbed his eyes. Perhaps he was too excited last night and didn't sleep well the whole night, so he felt a little tired now. Yichun didn't take it seriously and continued to move forward with the little Pomeranian. Marched another 200 meters. The little Pomeranian started barking. Yichun also reflexively took out his pistol from the virtual storage space. This Pomeranian is a divine dog and will not bark for no reason. As expected, half a minute later, 2 men emerged from the jungle. Yichun did not expect that he would encounter humans as soon as he landed on the island. "Oh, I'm not seeing things, am I?" The leader was a tall and fat man with a northeastern accent, and he seemed even more surprised than Yichun. "Boss, you're not mistaken. It is really a person, a man." The man behind him was a completely different scene, skinny and bony. Looking at the appearance of these two people, Yichun's originally nervous mood was relieved a lot. "Hey, the guy in front, come here. I want to ask you something." The fat man waved at Yichun with his big belly. "Woof woof. The little Pomeranian doesn't care whether you are fat or thin. It just barks at the two of you." "Brother, this man is bringing a dog." "It's just a dog. There are plenty of wild dogs and pheasants in mountains. I'm just too lazy to catch one." The fat man waved his hand at the thin man with disapproval. Yichun calmed the Pomeranian down, took a step forward, and looked the two of them up and down. By the way, he put on a peephole and carefully examined the other person's attire. The function of the peephole is not only to spy on wild resources, but also any materials within the field of vision can be spied on. After taking a quick look around, Yi Chun was completely relieved. These two people are really poor to the extreme. He was still wearing the short-sleeved shirt he brought from the real world, and his shoes were almost worn out. He was carrying a cloth bag on his back, which contained 2 bottles of water and 2 pieces of bread that were almost moldy. If there was anything worth money, it was only a chocolate energy bar in the cloth bag. In addition, the thin man had a rare D-level dagger on his waist, and it seemed that the blade was curled. The result given in the peephole is D-level rare dagger, damage level 56%. Yi Chun sighed for the two of them. Did he encounter primitive humans? Hey, I'm calling you over here. Do you hear me? What's up? Although Yi Chun was not afraid of the two men, he had a pistol and the skill of sprinting, so he could attack or defend. However, you must not be careless at any time, and it is always a good idea to maintain a certain safe distance. Brother, they are afraid of us. Look at how skinny this kid is. I'm afraid he has been hungry for several days. Hearing this, Yi Chun was stunned. If these words came from the fat man's mouth, it would be fine for me because my quality is indeed not as good as his. The question is, how dare you, a skinny guy like you, talk about others? Hey, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We two brothers are not bad people. Come on. You look hungry for 2 days. I have no worries about food and drink. I'll give you a piece of bread to fill your stomach. As he spoke, the fat man took out a piece of slightly moldy bread from his cloth bag, broke off a piece, and handed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun stared at the other person blankly, then looked himself up and down. What's going on? Could it be possible that I, the top man on the island, would be... gave alms? Chapter 189, Being Treated as a Beggar. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's fate that we met. Take it, take it. It's just a small piece of bread. The fat man took a step forward readily and stuffed the shriveled piece of bread into Yi Chun's hand. Yi Chun frowned and took the bread reluctantly. Look at this bread that is harder than stone. This thing, are you sure you can eat it? Let alone Yi Chun. The little Pomeranian seemed to smell the bread and took several steps back, choosing to keep a safe distance from Yi Chun with a look of disgust. My pet dog is reborn with luck. He once ate this garbage. Dog food is delivered to your door by the special dog service. Not to mention the bread that can break your teeth. Even the best barbecue has to be picked and chosen. Thank you. Yi Chun was too embarrassed to reject the other party's kindness, so he forced a smile at the two of them that was uglier than crying. Why are you being so polite? We are all brothers from the same island. Don't worry, kid. Where my brother Hal lives, they'll be yours. If you follow me in the future, you won't have to worry about having no food to eat. Yi Chun felt tired. It seemed that he was really treated as a beggar by others, who made him have nothing in his hands except a tattered black t-shirt, a dog, and a gun in his pocket. Yi Chun wanted to take something out of the virtual storage space to prove that he was not really a beggar. However, if you suddenly conjure up a mountain axe out of nowhere and scare people, that would be a bit unsound. At least the other party was quite friendly to me. I was thinking of asking for directions as well. Looking at your appearance, you are penniless, so you must be new here. The thin man looked at Yi Chun again and came to a conclusion. Ahem, don't be so blunt. We all got here step by step. Don't be anxious, young man. You won't starve to death. Don't forget to collect your daily relief money. Brother, the minimum living allowance has increased this week. It has doubled. Oh, that's true, ahem. Well, it's because we haven't been on the minimum living allowance for many years. Yi Chun stared blankly at the two people in front of him singing a duet. Relief money? Minimum living allowance? What new words are these? Yi Chun looked confused. Brother, see? I'm very good at judging people. This kid is obviously new here and doesn't even know about the relief money. The thin man looked as if everything was under my control. It's the island coins that the system issues every day. Do you know island coins? You newcomers, those at the bottom of the rankings, can also get too. Brother, for coins. The minimum wage has increased this week. Yes, that's right. For island coins. These island coins are very useful. You can buy food and drinks with them. Basically, you won't starve to death. The two of them introduced everything to Yi Chun enthusiastically in unison. Oh, I really forgot. I'll go get it. If these two people hadn't mentioned the island currency, Yi Chun would have really forgotten about it. After receiving 900 island coins, Yi Chun directly transferred 3,000 island coins to Yang Minger remotely. Yi Chun, keep some for yourself, in case you need it urgently. The butler, who was staying in his own camp soon, sent a message. Oh, it's okay. I sold some things this morning and made a little money. I still have more than 2,000 yuan. By the way, has the reward for low rankings increased now? Yang Ming'er was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. 2,000 island coins, a small amount of money. Only you, Yi Chun, would have the nerve to say that. Well, the reward for the last 400 people have increased. Boss, why do you care about this? Dadawan, who was standing nearby, came over with nothing to do. Yi Chun, the richest man in the island world, has never cared about the lives of the lower class people. Oh, that's fine, just asking. Yi Chun was afraid that if he said that he had encountered humans, it would make his teammates worry, so he simply evaded the question. The two people opposite saw Yi Chun tinkering with the system foolishly and smiled and introduced it to Yi Chun again. This system is huge. You can trade, chat, and even have an island mall. But the prerequisite is that you have to have money. Yi Chun had no choice but to nod his head continuously. Brothers, I have a question. If we continue walking 3 kilometers southeast from here, what is that place? Yi Chun finally found a chance to say something. Southeast. The fat man thought for a moment, but looked at the thin man with a confused look on his face. The thin man pondered for a while, and his expression changed slightly. Boy, there's a river estuary to the southeast, and the water is fast flowing. Where are you going? That place, there's no village in front and no shop behind. What's so good about it? Follow me. I promise to make you fat and white. Yi Chun forced a smile, and finally he got something out of the question. As for being fat and white, forget it, I'm not like this fat guy, where waist circumference equals trouser length. Brother Yi, I'm here. Yi Chun wanted to continue asking questions when he heard the voice of Dilly from behind. It seems that this girl has solved her housekeeping problems. Brother Yi, who are they? Dilly saw from a distance the two men with distinctive looks in front of Yi Chun. Oh, brother, here comes another one, and it's a girl. When the thin guy saw Dilly, his eyes lit up. As for the fat man, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Judging from the appearance, it has been a long time since we have seen a female creature. Hello, beautiful lady. The fat man scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly at Dilly. Yi Chun was embarrassed. Why did he feel like he was seeing a big scroll? Brother, bread. The thin man pushed the fat man. Yes, bread. The fat man, with a smile on his face, broke off another piece of the shriveled bread and handed it to Dilly. Hey, Dilly smelled the unpleasant smell from a distance and hid behind Yi Chun with a look of disgust. Ever since this beautiful girl met Yi Chun, she has lived a life without worries about food and drink, let alone giving her a piece of dry bread. Even giving her a piece of cheesecake would probably make this girl think twice. Take it first. I'm asking for directions. Yi Chun is doing serious work now. You have offended him right away. How can you continue to communicate in a friendly manner? Help yourself to it. I have more and more. Seeing the beautiful woman accept his bread, the fat man found that his back straightened a lot. However, Dilly didn't have a good impression of the two people in front of her. It's because these two people look so ugly. Well, since you two know each other, I, Zhang Hao, will be generous. You will follow me from now on. Call me Brother Hao, and I will ensure that you will have no worries about food and drink. Yes, our Brother Hao is very capable. He can catch wild rabbits and pheasants. He can do anything. Just follow Brother Hao, and you will have meat to eat. Don't worry. This time, Yi Chun was completely speechless. Judging from the situation, these two people still wanted to recruit him? Who are you? You are so arrogant, but we still need to hurry on our way. Dilly really couldn't stand it anymore. She actually called herself brother in front of Yi Chun. Why are you in such a hurry? There are delicious foods and drinks here. Girl, you and your brother should stay here. Your brother can do some manual labor for me, and I will support you. The fat man patted his chest and approached Dilly with a smile on his face. Brother Yi, help. Gun, shoot quickly. This girl Dilly obviously thought she had met a weird uncle. Gun. The fat man was stunned for a second. As a result, the thin guy and he both laughed at the same time. Sister, stop teasing me. What about the gun? I'm afraid you haven't even seen a dagger. The thin man seemed to show off and even took out his broken dagger. Seeing the other party display his weapon, Yi Chun pulled out his pistol reflexively. Just listen. A gunshot rang out. The two people opposite stared at the pistol in Yi Chun's hand that was still emitting smoke. Standing there, not daring to move. Chapter 190, this is really not a snack cabinet. Sorry, I was impulsive. I'll just try it out. After firing a shot into the sky, Yi Chun felt a little regretful. But who made the other side show their weapons? Given Yi Chun's alertness, this was purely an instinctive reaction. Gun. The The two people in front of him stared at the pistol in Yi Chen's hand with wide eyes and kept repeating the word gun. Brother, 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 could it be fake, fake? On the surface, he seemed to be a little skeptical about the gun, but judging from the tone of his voice, it was obvious that he believed it. Who are you? The fat man shivered for a long time and finally asked what he wanted to ask. Humph, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Make way for me now. Dilly is a very brave girl. The sound of gunfire did not scare her, but made her even more arrogant. Yichen looked at the time and decided that he couldn't continue wasting time here. Well, please lead the way. I will give you a reward when we reach our destination. Did you hear me? I asked you to lead the way. Yi Chun and Delina used both soft and hard tactics. The weird duo's minds are now in a mess. Isn't this man in front of me new? Why does he have a gun and a woman? Looking at the woman in front of him, she was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and tight hot pants on the lower body. This figure makes people drool just by looking at it. Could be that these two people are. The problem is that this is an island world, not a picnic. Brother Yi, why do you have to drag these two people along? Can't we just go by ourselves? After Dilly completed her housekeeping salary, she became lively again. The terrain on the island is complex, and we are new here. My resource distribution map can only provide information about our own island, and it can't help us on other islands, so I left it to Ming'er and didn't bring it out. Yichen naturally had his own plans. If he couldn't meet anyone, there was nothing he could do but to explore it on his own. Now that I've met some people, I might as well just treat it as hiring 2 tour guides. Anyway, I have money. Brother, have we been fooled? I feel like that gun must be fake. The 4 of them had walked a mile when the thin man muttered something to the fat man. The 2 of them calmed down now, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. I think so too. We are about to enter the jungle. We will think of a solution then. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Lead the way and stop talking nonsense. Dilly was not polite. She urged the 2 men to lead the way and spread her hands to ask Yi Chun for food. What are you doing? Yi Chun looked confused. In that storage space, I brought 2 bags of melon seeds. Give them to me. Melon seeds? Yi Chun felt dizzy. What do you think my virtual storage space is? Your snack cabinet? It turns out that you were out for a picnic and you brought some melon seeds with you. Do you want to take a sunbath? Here you go. Here you go. At this moment, Yi Chun was too lazy to argue with this girl. He rummaged around in the storage space for a while, and as expected, he found a lot of things. Melon seeds, cakes, nuts, chocolate, and even ice cream. The thing is, this storage space is fucking amazing, and the ice cream is kept intact. This is a new function I discovered. This storage space can preserve items perfectly. They will be exactly the same when you put them in, and they are guaranteed to be fresh. Dilly simply grabbed the ice cream and started enjoying it by herself. It turns out that this girl has turned this virtual storage space into a refrigerator. Yi Chun was a loss here, and the 2 men in front of him were even more confused. Originally, these 2 guys were thinking about struggling and resisting. But when I look back, I found out. This beautiful lady is eating a cornetto cone. What the hell? Brother, am I dazzled? The skinny guy slapped himself twice, but no matter how you look at it, the girl is holding a cutie cone. After Dilly finished her ice cream cone, she spread her hands again and asked Yi Chun for a bag of melon seeds. Then he started eating melon seeds while walking. Hey miss, your stomach is so bad. Can we not eat any more? What if we get sick again? Yi Chun is now in a state of confusion. I really didn't come out for a picnic today. The target check-in point is right in front of me, and I can't let anything go wrong. It's okay. The melon seeds are delicious. Do you want some? Dilly seemed quite generous and handed a handful of melon seeds to Yi Chun. Forget it, just use it slowly. Yi Chun had no time to think about this at the moment. Looking at the trees and weeds in front of him becoming more and more dense, he took out the axe from the virtual storage space to clear a path. Brother, what's going on? Why is there another axe? When the thin man looked back for the second time, he made another discovery. The man inexplicably had an axe in his hand. The fat man is no longer calm now. Did he see a ghost today? Could it be that these 2 people are apprentices of magician David Copperfield? This can change into food and an axe. At this point, the 2 of them had already forgotten the idea of resisting. Give me another bottle of water. After Dilly finished eating the melon seeds, her mouth seemed dry, so she asked Yi Chun for something to drink again. Drink less cold water. Yi Chun had no choice but to take out another bottle of D-grade fresh water. This time, the 2 people in front saw it clearly. This man can really perform magic. This bottle of water seems to have really appeared out of thin air. This. The strange duo was so shocked that they even forgot to walk. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Hurry up and lead the way, otherwise I will make you suffer. Dilly showed her little pink fist. You too. Is there no other way to go? Yichin located the coordinates again and saw that he was less than 1 nautical mile away from the check-in location, but he ended up taking a detour in the jungle. Well, this is the only way to go. The thin man stammered and pointed to the south. Then lead the way quickly. If I find out that you dare to play tricks, I will show you how I will deal with you. After eating and drinking her fill, Dilly was full of energy. If she didn't look like a beauty, others would have thought she was a female hooligan. After scolding these two weirdos, Dilly once again asked Yichun for a piece of chocolate. Yichun is tired. Look at this girl. She has a slender waist and tall figure, and her weight is estimated to be no more than 90 kilograms. The problem is that this is completely contrary to the law of conservation of mass. You never stop eating, so where has your food gone? You two, we're almost there after crossing this river. Do you still want to go forward? Yichin was still lamenting about Dilly, who didn't gain weight after eating so much, when the two people leading the way in front stopped. A river 5 or 6 meters wide blocked his way. Wait a moment, I'll go chop down the tree. Yichin glanced around and chose a tree very close to the riverbank. Chopping down trees? The two men were still standing there stupidly. I saw this man here starting a new magic show. With a whoosh, the axe in his hand disappeared. The two of them stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to even breathe. With a whoosh, another axe appeared. The fat man with a dull look reached out and touched his own face, then touched his brother's face. I don't seem to be dreaming. Chapter 191, Don't Run. I'm really a human. With a bang, a tree twice as thick as a bull fell down. At this point, the two men's eyes almost popped out. This man not only can perform magic tricks, but he's also damn strong. Let's go across the river. Yichin walked in front of the first person with indifference, clearing the way while casually cutting off the branches that blocked the way on both sides of the main tree trunk. The branch fell into Yichin's hand and was like rotten cotton, breaking at the touch. The fat and thin duo were already at a loss at this moment, and the thin one slapped himself hard. Brother, are we starving and dreaming? Have you ever seen two people dreaming together? The fat guy is more rational than the thin guy at this moment. Hey, come here quickly, or I'll shoot you with a bow and arrow. Dilly and Yichun both walked across the single plank bridge to the other side of the river, but the two men just stood there, not moving at all. Dilly reached out to Yichun and asked for the bow and arrow, and gestured at the two of them. What's going on? Where did this bow and arrow come from? Brother, did we really see a ghost? The thin man has begun to tremble all over. No, it's impossible. It's in broad daylight. The fat guy was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. Come here and take us to our destination. I will reward you 100 island coins each. Yichin also realized that if he used force in this situation, these two people would probably be scared to death, so he decided to give them some sweet treats. Yichin looked at the time. More than half an hour had passed. It would take some time to go back. If he encountered any problems again, it would be all in vain. Compared to the failed check-in, what is this mere 200 island coins? Seeing that the two people opposite him didn't react at all, Yichin was anxious and waved his hand to them. Brother, are you going or not? The thin man didn't dare to move, even didn't dare to turn his head. He bit his lip and asked the fat man softly. The fat man was getting more and more scared the more he thought about it. When he was a child, he heard his grandmother say, evil ghosts are haunting souls and taking lives. Look at the man opposite you. Isn't he calling you over? Besides, now that I think about it, these two people inexplicably appeared on my island, and they were armed with axes and bows and arrows along the way. The man was wearing a black suit, and the woman was wearing a white shirt and white pants. When the fat man thought of this, his hair stood up. Brother, could these two be the black and white impermanents? The thin guy obviously thought the same thing as the fat guy. Looking at the two people opposite, the more I look at them, the more they look like the black and white impermanents. Run, run, run. The fat man became more and more frightened the more he thought about it, and uttered a few words tremblingly. Then, Yichun and Dilly were dumbfounded. The two men opposite turned around and ran away. While running, he was still shouting, God bless you. The earth bless you, Buddha, Jesus, the Jade Emperor, Allah bless you. You said you prayed, that's fine, but the problem is that you are praying to one person. Are you trying to combine the 4 religions into one? Hey, don't run. Dilly didn't expect that as soon as she took out a bow and arrow and posed in a pretentious manner, the two big men on the other side ran away. Dilly looked at Yi-chun and muttered, "Brother Yi, you scare them away." "I scare them away? Hey, look for yourself. Who of us looks more like a villain now?" Yi-chun pointed at himself innocently, then pointed at Dilly in front of him. In fact, there was no need for Dilly to say anything more. Yi-chun had already rushed out. "Brother, help me. Hei Wu-chang seems to be catching up with us." The thin man looked up and prayed to the gods while running, and from time to time, he did not forget to turn his head to glance at Yi-chun behind him. "Damn, it's running so fast, it must be a ghost." The fat man also glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after looking at it, he became more determined in his thoughts. The two of us had already run 200 or 300 meters, but less than half a minute had passed, and we were about to be caught up. Do you think this is something a human can do? Yi-chun really didn't know what these two were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. "You two guys are slow because of your short legs, so you blame me? Besides, have you ever seen a ghost running? They all float. Of course, I did run a little fast. Hey, don't run. I'm a good person." Yi-chun didn't forget to say a few words while running. "Brother, he said he is a good person." "Bullshit, don't listen to him. All ghosts fool people like this." The fat man simply covered his ears to avoid being bewitched by Yi-chun, the male ghost. "Hey, if you keep running, I'll shoot you." Yi-chun took out the pistol from the virtual storage space again and threatened. "Brother," he pulled out a gun. "It's fake. It's all an illusion. Just run away." Yi-chun was ignored again. Seeing that the other party was not going to respond to any soft or hard tactics, Yi-chun gave up and had to rely on brute force. With a sudden acceleration, the speed suddenly increased again. "Help! Black Wu-chang is here to take my life." The two grown men ran away in panic. Yi-chun rushed in front of the two men and stretched out his hand to stop them. "Don't stop. They're all illusions. Rush forward." This time, Yi-chun was also stunned. He saw that the two people not only had no intention of stopping, but were rushing towards him at an accelerated speed. "Oh my!" The male ghost also swore. Then, the three grown men collided with each other. "Oh my God! Today is such a hell." The two men didn't expect that before they could even complain, this male ghost would start yelling at them. "Why are you running? I just asked you to lead the way. Is that so serious?" Yi-chun rubbed his head. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, just a few scratches. The two men seemed to be seriously injured. However, while covering her wound, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi-chun, the male ghost. The fat man kept muttering, "Master Hei Wu-chang, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I promise to be a good person in the future." The thin man also started to grumble. "Please, Lord Hei Wu-chang, please let us go. We have a 70-year-old mother and 3 children to feed. Please, Lord Hei Wu-chang, please have mercy on us." What did you call me?" Yi-chun was stunned. "Your Highness, Lord Black Impermanence." As if they felt that the title "Sir" was not respectful enough, the two men added 2 more words at the end. "Black Impermanence." Yi-chun pointed at himself and was dumbfounded. After a while, Yi-chun finally reacted. "Hey, I'm a human, not a ghost, okay? It's a human. It's a human. If you say it's a human, then it's a human. I beg you, Lord Ghost, to spare my life." The two of them didn't even dare to raise their heads and just knelt down to worship Yi-chun. "Am I really a human?" Yi-chun was also a little anxious. Yes, you're a human being, Master Ghost, we kowtow to you." Bang, bang, bang. The two of them knocked fiercely at Yi-chun. Yi-chun recalled many strange events that had happened in the real world. How do I prove that my father is my father? How do I prove that I am me? But you guys are so low. I want proof now. I am a human being? Hey, am I really a human? Chapter 192. It's hard to be a human. The weird duo didn't listen to Yi-chun at all. They just kept knocking their heads against him until their heads were broken. "Brother Yi, what's going on?" Dilly, who had been chasing them breathlessly, looked at the two people kneeling on the ground with a confused look on her face. Looking at Yi-chun over there, he seemed even more confused than himself. Okay, I'm a ghost, not a human, okay? I'm ordering you to lead the way for me. The ghost, okay? Just be straightforward. If soft methods don't work, try hard methods. Anyway, I can't be a human being today. It doesn't matter whether I'm a human being or not. The key is that I don't have much time left. This chase and catching up wasted another 20 minutes on these two idiots. Lead the way. We will lead the way. Thank you, Ghost Master, for not killing us. Let's go. Yichen was too lazy to waste any more time talking to these two guys. Hey, you two, lead the way, otherwise Bai Wuchang will get mad. Yes, 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 Lord Bai Wuchang, we will lead the way. Now Dilly was dumbfounded and looked down at her own clothes. White shirt, white hot pants. Who is Bai Wuchang? Are you talking about me? Dilly pointed at herself with a confused look on her face. Yichan simile tirimpanti. There is retribution in the world. No one can escape it. No matter how Dilly explains it, she has already earned the nickname White Impermanence. Then, the legendary Black and White Impermanence escorted the strange duo and began to move south. After crossing the river and walking south for another 10 minutes, the two guys pointed tremblingly in the direction of the estuary ahead. The Black and White Impermanence. My lords, they're just in front. Yichen opened the system interface and checked it. Although the distance from here to his punch-in point was very close, it seemed that there was still 500 meters away. Hey, what's 500 meters south? South. The fat man and the thin man looked at each other, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. With a thump, the two men knelt down towards Yichen again. Fuck, is this the end? What happened to you two? Yichen is tired. Now Yichen can finally understand the hard work of Buddha. It's quite tiring to have people visiting you all the time. Master He Wucheng, please spare my life. After passing the estuary, there's a cliff to the south, and below the cliff is a bottomless canyon. A cliff? A canyon. Now Yichun understood why these two people were so frightened. It seems that this check-in trip is much more difficult than I thought. Brother Yi, what should we do? When Dilly heard this, she was also a little panicked. Punching in is important, but you can't risk your life for it. I ask you, is there no other way to reach the center of the canyon except by climbing over the cliffs? Yichun didn't want to give up easily. He had come here with great difficulty, and the three people at home were still looking forward to his triumphant return. How could he return empty-handed? The two men looked at each other again. Master He Wuchang, I do have a way, but it's too dangerous. Dangerous? Tell me what you mean. The two of them looked up and secretly glanced at Yichun, as if they thought that the person in front of them was at least a ghost and should be quite powerful. It flows into the sea from the estuary, then goes around the cliffs. There's a small river in the canyon that also connects to the sea. Yichun thought about it, and now it seems that this is indeed a solution. Brother Yi, our motorboat is still at the other end. Can we go back and get it? Dilly glanced at the endless sea and frowned. We can't use motorboats. There are many reefs and turbulent currents in this area. One of our brothers died here not long ago. Speaking of this, the two of them became sad. Yichun looked at the time and thought about the return route. He really couldn't use a motorboat. If it ran aground, all his efforts would be in vain. Dilly, I'll swim over. You wait here for me. Swim over there. When Dilly heard what Yichun said, she looked at him in astonishment. Yichun patted Dilly's shoulders and pointed at himself, indicating that he had the magical skill of diving, so Dilly could rest assured. Swim over there. The two men also looked shocked. Sir, my lord, there are a lot of turbulent currents and whirlpools in this area. It's too dangerous. Skinny, stop talking nonsense. Don't you even look at who this is. Unexpectedly, the thin guy just gave a kind reminder, but was slapped back by the fat guy. The person in front of him is Lord Black Impermanence, who is from the underworld. How could he be afraid of such a small turbulence? All right, let's go. Thank you both for your hard work. Yichun really didn't want to explain anymore. No matter how much he explained, it would be like talking to a cow. Anyway, he estimated that he would never have the chance to live in front of these two people in this life. Thank you, Lord Black Impermanence. Thank you, Lord White Impermanence. When the two heard that Lord He Wuchang in front of them wanted to let them go, they were so grateful that they almost burst into tears. They kowtowed to Yichun again. After bowing, he stood up and was about to run. Yichun suddenly remembered something and reached out to stop the other person. Looking at these two people again, their faces suddenly turned purple. The thin guy was even more shocked. He had just finally gotten up from the ground, but his legs went weak again and he collapsed to the ground. Master He Wuchang, please spare our lives. We will behave ourselves well when we return. Yichun is tired. Now, it's not that you guys are not behaving well. It's that I can't even be a good human being. What are your names? Brother. Oh no, Master Black Impermanence gives you island coins. As a man, wrong again. Male ghost, you have to keep your word. We promise to give bonus to others if they lead the way for us, and we must do what we said. No thanks. Yes, It is our honor to be able to relieve Lord He Wu Chang's worries. There's really no need. Unexpectedly, these two people shook their hands at Yi-chun at the same time. Yi-chun was still feeling depressed, but Dilly was covering her mouth and giggling. Brother Yi, they're afraid that you will give them ghost money. Oh my god, Yi-chun was speechless. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the chat room ID and I'll transfer the money to you. Just follow the same method and continue to force sales. When the two heard this, they looked sad and gave their ID numbers reluctantly. When Yi-chun saw the IDs of these two people, he almost choked himself to death. Fat monk, thin monk. You two are really good at naming. Ding, sun, moon, and stars transferred 100 island coins to you. Please check. Ding, sun, moon, and stars transferred 100 island coins to you. Please check. The fat and thin duo each received a message from the system one after the other. The two looked at each other again. Check my balance. It seems that I really received 100 island coins, and I was not cheated at all. I glanced at the system prompt again. Sun, moon, and stars. The person who transferred the money to me is called Sun, Moon, and Stars. Why does this ID look so familiar? Chapter 193. Punching in is not easy. Sun, Moon, and Stars. After a while, the two men shouted in unison. What's wrong? Do you believe I'm human now? You are boss Sun and Moon. The words sun, moon, and stars are just astronomical terms in the real world, but in the world of survival on an island, they are synonymous with the best on the island. Yi-chun snorted coldly and said, Ha, my last name is Fan Wujio. Her last name is Xie. Her name is Xie Bian. The two of us are called Black and White Impermanence. I'm not by Wu Chang anymore. My name is Dilly Muladi. Dilly has long been dissatisfied with her character as White Impermanence. Now I can finally clear my wrong. Is it really Boss Sun and Moon? Boss Sun and Moon, why are you here on our island? Now, the two of them were too excited. Judging from the situation, I'm afraid he will kowtow to me again. Yi-chun quickly stepped forward and grabbed the two of them. Okay, don't treat me like a ghost. I'll be thankful. Let me ask you, if you want to swim over there, how long will it take? Boss Sun and Moon, you really have to swim over there. It's too dangerous. One of our brothers just wanted to take a look in the canyon, but he never came back. There was a hint of sadness in the eyes of the odd duo. It's okay, I'm good at swimming. Dilly, you stay here, I'll be back soon. You two take good care of this girl for me, and there will be a reward when I come back. Boss Sun and Moon, don't worry, we will complete the task. These two idiots reacted pretty quickly this time. Dilly was obviously very worried and held on to Yi-chun's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Don't worry, who is this brother? The best brother on the island. Seeing Dilly's tearful eyes, Yi-chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really of her true nature. She was still brooding over her new title of White Impermanence just now, but now she seemed like a different person. Yi-chun had no choice but to pat his chest shamelessly and make some bold statements. But now is not the time to be moved. I have come here with great difficulty, and I'm only a step away from successfully checking in. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me. After taking off his trousers, Yi-chun jumped into the river, wearing only his shorts. Brother Yi, be careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back here. Seeing Yi-chun gradually walking away, Dilly could no longer control her emotions. She choked up and yelled at Yi-chun's back. Boss Sun and Moon, don't worry. We will protect our sister. The weird duo also started yelling at Yi-chun's back. Yi-chun was a cautious person. After all, the time he spent with these two men was short, so he had no choice but to leave Dilly alone. Before leaving, Yi-chun secretly gave the pistol and a serrated dagger to Dilly. Besides, there's a little Pomeranian guarding Dilly, so there shouldn't be any problem. However, it was obvious that Yi-chun was being too cautious. After Yi-chun left, the two men not only did not have any improper thoughts, but were extremely respectful to Dilly, almost calling her Empress. You stay 5 meters away from me. Dilly naturally followed Yi-chun's instructions and kept a certain distance from the two of them. Okay, we won't move. Just tell me if you need anything. The two of them nodded and bowed and stood there, motionless. This is Boss Ryu's woman. If I offend her accidentally, I will be skinned alive when Boss Ryu comes back. I have seen how powerful Boss Sun and Moon is. That return of death and that swordsmen are all ended up well if they offended Boss Sun and Moon. It's because I'm penniless here that I can't even flatter anyone. Brother, chocolate bar. The thin man suddenly had an idea and thought of the precious chocolate bar hidden in his and her bags. The fat man took it out without hesitation and wanted to hand it to the beautiful Dilly over there with a diligent look on his face. "What are you guys doing?" Dilly saw two people walking towards her and took a few steps back vigilantly. Well, sister-in-law, chocolate, please fill your stomach." The two of them raised the chocolate bars in their hands with smiles on their faces. Dilly took the chocolate bar carefully and said a few polite words, but always kept a certain distance from the other party. The little Pomeranian barked at the two of them ferociously. The two men could only smile at Dilly on twice and stood there obediently. As for Yi-chun, relying on his excellent swimming skills and diving skills, Yi-chun swam 200 meters in one breath without even having to reveal his head to catch his breath. 10 minutes later, Yi-chun followed the direction of the water flow and entered the sea. He popped his head out to take a breath, then looked up to see a steep cliff standing on the left. This estuary is just as the fat and thin duo said. The terrain is extremely rugged. It would be extremely difficult to pass by land. Yi-chun didn't dare to get too close to the cliff. Firstly, he was afraid of being hit by falling rocks, and secondly, he was worried about touching some hidden reefs. Anyway, I'm a very good swimmer, so it doesn't matter if I stay away from the coastline. Yi-chun swam around the cliff for more than 10 minutes and finally saw the shape of the canyon. There were towering cliffs on both sides of the canyon and a winding river in the middle. Yi-chun entered the canyon against the direction of the river. The deeper you go into the canyon, the narrower the river becomes, until it slowly turns into a small stream. After more than half an hour, Yi-chun finally got ashore. I sent a message to Dilly and took the opportunity to check the location of the check-in location. The system displays less than 150 meters away from the check-in point. Yi-chun also let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I have magical skills, and it is impossible for ordinary people to enter this damn place. This system is really good at picking places, and it puts this check-in spot in such a remote place. Brother Yi, be careful. Is it dangerous there? How far is it to the check-in spot? Seeing that Yi-chun had sent news, Dilly was excited but also a little worried. It's okay. I'm on shore. If everything goes well, I'll be back in half an hour. After hearing news about Yi-chun again, Dilly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't take this check-in trip seriously at first, but now it seems that this check-in trip is much more difficult than I imagined. Hey, sister-in-law, would you like some water? The two guys handed Dilly another bottle of water with silly smiles on their faces. No need, just keep your distance. Dilly declined their kindness and always kept a certain distance from them. Brother, it's normal for Boss Ryu's woman to have a bad temper. The thin guy is quite considerate. Brother, from the looks of it, she shouldn't be the principal wife. When Dilly heard this, she glared at the two of them angrily. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. The two of them immediately covered their mouths. On this side of the cliff, three people were looking forward to seeing Yi-chun. Yi-chun, who was on the other side of the cliff, was less than 100 meters away from the target check-in spot, but he stopped. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi-chun involuntarily took a few steps back. Chapter 194, Strange Landscape. Yi-chun, with a nervous expression, took several steps back before he stopped. 50 meters ahead, there were no wild animals and no cliffs. But Yi-chun saw pools of red liquid continuously merging into the river water. Yi-chun took out a telescope from the virtual storage space and took a closer look. Finally found the source of the red liquid. 80 meters ahead, red liquid was slowly seeping out from a mountain, flowing along the river like a blood-red waterfall, until it finally merged into the river. Yi-chun's heart beat quick in it involuntarily. He had been swimming upstream against the river. If this red liquid was poisonous, he would have been poisoned long ago. After he calmed down, Yi-chun dared to step forward again. This time, Yi-chun walked forward cautiously on the gravel and did not dare to touch the river water easily. Yi-chun walked carefully all the way to the small red waterfall. Then he took out the peephole to find out what was going on. The system displayed C-grade excellent mountain spring containing A-grade epic iron element. Yi-chun did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable liquid contained both A-grade iron element and C-grade mountain spring water. At first glance, it still looks like a treasure. Yi-chun didn't have the leisure time to stay any longer at the moment. No matter whether it was A or C, the only thing he cared about now was the check-in task. After the danger was resolved, Yi-chun strode forward again. At this moment, I was less than 50 meters away from the check-in location. Yi-chun ran forward quickly, until the system prompt sounded again. The host has arrived at the check-in location. Please pick up the brightest red stone on the ground and successfully bring it back to your material distribution center. The check-in task will be considered completed. Stone? Yichin immediately lowered his head and glanced around. Red is the brightest. As expected. After Yichan took a quick look around, he locked onto the target. A fist-sized, blood-red stone came into his sight. Unless you are blind, it would be difficult not to see this stone, because this stone really stands out from the crowd. Whether in color, glossiness, or shape, it is so unique. Yichin bent down and picked up the strange stone. The system prompts again. Host successfully obtained the punch-in supplies. Please bring the supplies back to your island. The remaining time is 6 hours and 18 minutes. Yichin glanced at the stone through a peephole. System display. S-level legendary iron ore. Yichin was stunned. After all this time, I found out that this thing is actually iron ore, and it is S-level legendary iron ore. Yichin, who was obsessed with making money, bent down again without saying a word. This is S-level legendary iron ore. One piece is not enough. Give me a ton. Yichin paced around and looked around. Unfortunately, let alone a ton, it seems that not even a piece of extra iron ore was found. Damn, I was so happy for nothing. The big profiteer, Yichin, was very disappointed and threw the only piece of S-level legendary iron ore into his virtual storage space. Since there is no good thing to be gained, there is no need for me to stay here. Go home. Unexpectedly, when Yichin turned around, he found that the water level in the riverbed had dropped significantly in just half an hour. As he approached the end of the canyon, Yichin caught a glimpse of a sunken rock mass on his left. When the water level was high, this area was submerged by the river, so Yichin naturally couldn't see anything. Now that the river water has receded, Yichin seems to have discovered something. When I got closer, it looked like a hole in the ground. Yichin bravely took 2 steps down. The dark cave was very damp, and 30 centimeters below the feet were still soaked in water. Yichin didn't dare to move forward easily, and took out the night vision goggles from the virtual storage space. Took a look. The terrain of this cave seemed to be far more complicated than he had imagined. There were many forks ahead, and the rock walls were dark red with the smell of rust. Is it possible? Yichin put on the peephole again. It turned out to be just as Yichin expected. The entire cave is actually full of iron ore, and they are all S-level legendary iron ores. Yichin, somewhat excited, took 2 more steps deeper and made a new discovery. There's not only iron ore here, but also copper ore, and they're all high-grade ores. S-class legendary mineral vein. This thing can't be found on my island. Yichin also searched carefully on the resource distribution map. There are indeed iron ore mines and copper ore mines, but their levels are not displayed. The only iron ore mine he had been to did not find any S-level legendary iron ore. However, this island has rich iron ore resources. Brother Yi, have you found the check-in location? While Yichin was still pondering over the iron ore in the cave, Dilly, who was anxiously waiting for Yichin, sent a message. I found it. I'll be right back. Yichin replied to the message and left the secret cave. Looking around, Yichin was afraid that when the river water rose again, he would forget the location of this cave. Yichin took out his tool axe and chopped a few times above the hole to make a mark. I looked at the time, and it seemed that I had wasted a lot of time. Now, there were less than 6 hours left until the clock-in deadline. Yichin didn't dare to delay any longer. He trotted out of the canyon, dived into the sea when he reached the beach, and began to swim back. What gave Yichin a headache was that the ocean seemed to be rather unsettled at this moment. The sea water kept hitting the shore, and then receded at an even faster speed. This strange phenomenon is neither like high tide nor like low tide. Yichin, who is in the island survival world, is also overwhelmed by the various strange settings in this strange world. The ups and downs of the waves really affected Yichin's return speed. Yichin spent a lot of physical strength and time trying to resist the lateral force of the tide on himself. It took Yichin 40 minutes to swim halfway through a distance that should have taken half an hour. I'm already exhausted. Yichin tried to swim to the bottom of the cliff. At this time, he didn't care whether there was any danger of falling rocks. He held tightly onto a protruding rock and gasped heavily. Yichin, who was starving, took out the energy bar he carried with him from the virtual storage space. Fortunately, I have this magical virtual storage space, so I can search for supplies anytime and anywhere. If an ordinary person came here empty-handed, he would probably never come back. After resting for 10 minutes, filling his stomach, and taking 2 sips of water, Yichin was ready to set off again. Dilly seemed to be getting more and more anxious as she waited, and several messages had already arrived. The friends in his camp were also all restless. Yi Chen's personal mailbox was almost filled up by these people. Dilly, I should be able to come back in half an hour. With a loud boom. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, a bolt of lightning carrying a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck a cliff not far away. The cliff collapsed instantly and fell directly into the sea. Yi Chen looked up. Damn it, it really is like when it rains it pours. What's up with this damn weather? Watching the dark clouds in the sky gathering towards him as if by magic, flashes of lightning rolled in the clouds from time to time. Yi Chen was so frightened that his scalp was standing on end. That's right, that's right. Yi Chen seemed to remember something. At worst, you could just spend money. I want to exchange for good weather. System, how much is it? Give me a sunny day. Saving your life is the most important thing right now. Money is just a thing outside of your body. Yi Chen shouted at the system proudly. Sorry, you cannot redeem weather because you are not on your own island. Boom! Accompanied by another loud thunder, the system very politely rejected Yi Chen's request. It's over. Forgot about this. Chapter 195. Money means willfulness. In less than 2 minutes, heavy rain fell from the sky. Yi Chen was not afraid of the rain, as he was already wet from the outside to the inside. But this heavy rain seriously affects our progress efficiency. There are waves, rain, and wind. Even if Yi Chen has good skills, he can't resist the bad weather working together to deal with him. Dilly saw the weather changing so suddenly that she was jumping up and down anxiously. I sent several messages to Yi Chen in succession, but never got a reply from him. Yi Chen was really helpless at this moment. After fighting the waves for a while, I found that I had only moved forward less than 50 meters. I'm almost exhausted here. Oh, right, weather, change the weather. Dilly seemed to have thought of this alternative plan. Hey, go change the weather. Exchange weather. The fat and thin duo looked bitterly at the beautiful woman in front of them, who was already drenched by the rain, and then looked at the dry bread in their bags with distress. If I had the financial resources, why would I eat this moldy bread every day? Sister-in-law this, that. The two grown men started to feel awkward at this moment. When Dilly saw the look on the two men's faces, she glared at them fiercely. Sister-in-law, this, good weather, it costs 1,500 island coins. We don't have the money. The thin man stammered and finally told the truth. Here you go. Without saying a word, Dilly transferred the island currency she had saved to the fat man named Zhang Hao. Oh my god, 1,500 island coins. Am I dazzled? The two impoverished people had never seen such a large amount of island currency before, and their eyes lit up at that moment. 1,500 island coins. This is enough to make me eat so much bread that I die. Boss Sun and Moon is indeed extraordinary. My woman spends 4-digit island coins at a time. If she follows Boss Ryu in the future, I will never have to worry about food and drink. Hey, what are you standing there for? Go change the weather. Okay, let's go now. The two of them didn't enjoy themselves for a few seconds before they were slapped hard in the face by reality. The 1,500 island coins I just got were given to the system for nothing before I could even warm them up in my hands. The fat man went to the system to change the weather with a bitter face. Don't say it. If you spend money, you are the boss. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, the strong wind, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder all disappeared. The cloudless blue sky is so dazzling that it is hard to open your eyes. Yi Chen, how are you? Dilly sent a message to Yi Chen again. Yi Chen had just emerged from the sea and was gasping for breath. Fortunately, I have learned the skill of diving. If it were someone else, I would have drowned to death at that moment. At this time, I looked up at the weather. Clear sky. If it weren't for the violent heartbeat, Yi Chen himself wouldn't have believed that there was lightning and thunder above his head half a minute ago. Dilly, I'll be there soon. After sending a message to Dilly, Yi Chen submerged himself in the water again. After getting Yi Chen's reply, Dilly finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man was just about to move closer and give a compliment. Woof woof. The little Pomeranian started barking wildly. His owner had told him that he must protect Dilly. The mouth that eats is soft, and the hand that takes is short. The little Pomeranian is very obedient now. The fat man immediately retracted his left leg, which had just taken half a step forward. Good dog. Boss Sun and Moon is worthy of being Boss Sun and Moon. Even Boss Sun and Moon Dog is so arrogant. As they were talking, the little Pomeranian started barking at the back of the group. At the same time, Yi Chen, who was still swimming, also received a system message. Dilly, be careful, there are wolves in the north. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ouch. A terrifying wolf howl came from behind Dilly and the fat and thin duo. Wolf. Wild Wolf. Unexpectedly, these two men were even less courageous than the girl Dilly. The Wild Wolf was far away, and the two men had already retreated several steps. Dilly was quite calm. The little Pomeranian stood straight in front of Dilly, while Dilly took out a pistol. Yi Chun and Dadawan had already taught him the basic methods of shooting. Dilly took a deep breath and aimed at the wolf that was still standing there observing. Brother, the Wild Wolf is coming. The two grown men hugged each other and howled. There was a loud bang, and a gunshot was heard. Dilly shot the wolf dead with one shot. Ding! Successfully killed a D-level rare wild wolf. Although it was just a D-level wild wolf, Dilly was still very excited. As for the two men who were hugging each other in fear, they were now staring at Dilly with their eyes wide open in astonishment. Brother, this gun is real. Now the two men no longer dared to doubt the authenticity of the gun. Really, really? Recalling the previous scene, the two weirdos couldn't help but gasp again. Fortunately, they had been well-behaved before. If you anger Boss Sun and Moon, you will probably be shot. It seems that sometimes people are a little cowardly and don't suffer any loss. We were talking. Yichen's figure also appeared. After soaking in the sea water for more than an hour, Yichen finally broke free from the water and reached the shore. Brother Yi, I killed the wolf. Dilly had not yet recovered from her excitement and rushed to the riverbank to greet Yi Chun with an excited look on her face. Time is running out. We have to return. Quick, get back to the motorboat. Yichen had no time to talk to Dilly at this moment, and he couldn't even take a rest. There are less than 5 hours left until the deadline for the check-in task, and I still have a long way to go. Brother Yi, what about them? Dilly pointed at the two weirdos who were standing stupidly behind her. Boss Sun and Moon, please, take us in. Hearing that Yi Chun was about to leave the island, the two men almost cried and immediately begged Yi Chun to take them in. We are in a hurry this time and can't bring so many people. You guys should develop well on this island. Maybe we can see each other again soon. Yi Chun knew clearly what was more important. He was in a hurry to complete the punch-in task. The power of the motorboat was already stretched to the limit. If he carried 2 more men, he would have to spend the night on the sea. When they heard that Boss Ryu was going to abandon them, the 2 grown men immediately started crying. Looking at this situation, people might think that Yi Chun had stolen someone else's wife. Here are 500 island coins. Keep them for your use. I will provide you with financial support regularly in the future. Ryu saw the money. In an instant, the two of them became happy. He even sent Yi Chun and Dilly onto the motorboat. Boss Sun and Moon, keep in touch. As they watched the motorboat sail away from their island, the two of them kept waving. Hey, you have so much money to burn. What's the point of giving money to these 2 cowards? Besides, who would come to this broken island if the system didn't give them a punch-in task? Dilly pouted, very dissatisfied with Yi Chun giving away another 500 island coins for nothing. Although this group of people are rich, the money does not come from the wind. Of course it is useful. It is very useful. Yi Chun looked calm. Dilly glanced at Yi Chun, who was driving a motorboat. Could it be that this man has come up with some weird idea to make money again? Chapter 196, Going Against the Wind. Brother Yi, where are the supplies for clocking in? After getting on the motorboat, Dilly remembered the crucial check-in supplies. Yi Chun threw the red iron, or did Dilly? S-Class Legendary Iron, or? Seeing this treasure, Dilly also jumped up from her seat. Is this the designated material for punching in? Dilly didn't expect that the material specified by the check-in was actually an S-level legendary treasure. That island is a treasure land. Not only does it have this piece of S-grade iron ore, but it also has a whole cave. The entire cave is filled with S-class legendary iron ore. Now, Dilly finally understood what this big profiteer was thinking. 500 island coins. Yi Chun wants to treat this island as his own mine. However, this matter still needs long-term consideration. At the moment, Yi Chun still has a lot of things to do and materials to collect. The S-level iron, ore, and copper are not the materials that are urgently needed right now. But it would be beneficial to train the miners first. Hiring 2 miners for 500 island coins is a sure-win business. Yi Chun, Dilly, where are you guys? Yang Minger sent another message to each of them. Sister Minger, we are already on our way back. Brother Yi, he has done something bad again. Dilly sold Yi Chun out in a flash. Yang Minger didn't have the time to joke at this moment. Hurry up, there are dark clouds in the west. I'm afraid a thunderstorm is coming. The wind direction has turned to the east. After receiving this news, Dilly was quite disapproving. He waved at Yi Chun nonchalantly. It's okay, just drive without worry. It's just a waste of money. I just spent 1,500 island coins, and the island immediately became sunny. Halfway through her words, Dilly seemed to realize what was wrong. Previously, they were on the island of the two men, which allowed them to successfully change the weather, but now the two of them are on the sea. There is no village in front and no shop behind. Who can go to exchange the weather? Looking at Yi Chen again, he has already started to accelerate at full speed. Yi Chen naturally knew that on this vast sea, you have no place to spend your money, let alone exchange it for the weather. If you are not on your own island and there is no supply distribution center, what good is it even if you have a fortune? In the western sky, dark clouds have begun to roll in, the east wind is rising, and the waves are surging. Yi-chan kept paying attention to the power system of his motorboat. On the return trip, Yi-chan had already replaced the 3 newly acquired solar panels. In the absence of wind and waves, these 3 solar panels were more than enough to support us back to the camp. But when the east wind blew, they were going against the wind, and the power loss increased sharply. Dilly, throw everything that can be thrown into the virtual storage space. In order to save electricity as much as possible, Yi-chun had to use the virtual space to the maximum. As long as this thing enters the virtual space, it takes up no space and no weight, and is the best way to save electricity. Dilly fiddled with it for a while and stuffed everything that could be put into the virtual space. Yi-chun glanced at his motorboat again, and it seemed that there was really nothing that could be stored in the virtual storage space. What else can I say? I'm afraid it's just the Pomeranian. The little Pomeranian and Yi-chun looked at each other and seemed to sense the malice in the man's eyes. It immediately hid in Dilly's arms and started to act coquettishly. Dilly hugged the little Pomeranian tightly, as if she was afraid that the Pomeranian would be abducted away by Yi-chun. Hold on tight. Speed up. Yi-chun turned around and ignored the girl. He didn't care about having one more dog at the moment. If his virtual storage space was upgraded to another level, Yi-chun would first consider throwing this foodie girl into the storage space. An hour and a half later, Yi-chun already felt the oppressive feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Rolling dark clouds were pouring towards him, and raindrops had already begun to fall. Yi-chun still had nearly an hour and a half to go, and this was the estimated time if everything went well. Dilly, it's raining heavily here. Where are you? Yang Ming'er sent another message. We. Dilly was so confused by the sea breeze that she didn't know where she was. Tell Ming'er that we still have about 20 nautical miles to go. Let them stay in the RV and be careful. Yi-chun doesn't want anything to go wrong in his camp again. Boom! The thunder came from far away and then got closer. The western sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning. Yi, brother Yi, how long do we have? At this moment, the girl had lost her previous sharpness, and her whole body was shivering due to the sea breeze. If Yi-chun hadn't been standing in front of her, she would probably not even be able to sit still. The wind will get stronger soon. Sit tight and hold on tight. Yi-chun looked ahead with a serious expression and drove the motorboat carefully. The solar panels have consumed more than half of their power. The key point is that without the sun, they are in a pure consumption state. Yi-chun simply folded up the collecting panels on the solar panels to reduce the forward resistance of the motorboat. Brother Yi, the wind is too strong. I can't catch it. With Dilly's tiny arms and legs, there was no way she could withstand the fierce sea breeze. Boom! Another thunder was heard. Dilly hugged Yi-chun's waist tightly reflexively. This girl knew how to find a place to shelter from the wind. She seemed to think this position was the most comfortable, so she just leaned against it. Yi-chun suddenly felt 2 soft things pressing tightly against his back. Unfortunately, this is not a good time to enjoy the beautiful woman's breasts here now. The black devil in the sky is approaching him. Hold on tight. I'm starting to turn north. After driving west for another 20 minutes, Yi-chun decided to turn first, while sending a message to Yang Ming'er with difficulty. By weather speed, since I have to drive the motorboat and protect the clinging little goblin behind me from wind and rain, I really can't spare the time to type properly at the moment. Without saying anything, Yang Ming'er immediately spent 1,600 island coins to buy a sunny day. In a flash, the island became sunny and peaceful. Miss Yang, why are we spending money on weather? We can't help the boss. Dad Awan looked at the sunny weather with a confused look on his face. Big Wan, Ting Ting, bring your stuff and get in the car. Get in the car? Hasn't the rain stopped? Dad Awan was even more confused. Buzz. Over there, Yang Ming'er had already started the RV. Sister Ming'er, where are we going? Jiang Yuding was also confused. Pick up Yi-chun. Dadawan and Jiang Yuding became even more confused after hearing this. Look towards the south. Could it be that this RV has evolved into an amphibious vehicle? Chapter 197, Encountering a Storm. Stop wasting time and get in the car. Yang Minger waved to the two of them again. The two people under the car looked at Yang Minger's serious look and did not dare to slack off, so they got in the car immediately. Big Wan, you drive, and I'll lead the way. Dad Awan is a well-behaved kid. He may not be very smart, but he just listens to others. Following Yang Minger's instructions, the RV detoured from the north gate of the camp and took the northern beach. Sister Minger, what are you looking at? Jiang Yuding was even more confused. She was originally admiring the blue sky and white clouds foolishly, but was suddenly dragged into the RV. At this moment, Yang Minger was seen staring at a strange map in the system interface. Big roll, go east along the beach. The map that Yang Minger was looking at this moment was not some new thing, but the resource distribution map left by Yi Chun. On the surface, the resource distribution map only details the distribution of various types of resources, but the careful Yang Minger and Yi Chun had already discovered another use for this map. This thing is basically a simplified map. Let's go around to the southeast beach to pick up Yi Chun and Dilly. Aren't Brother Xiaoya and Sister Dilly at sea? Jiang Yuding's head was still confused, and she didn't understand anything. Look here. Yang Minger pointed to the coastline and explained, the sunny weather we exchange can only cover the entire island. The boundary line is about 1 nautical mile outside the island's coastline. As long as Yi Chun drives the motorboat into this range, he doesn't have to worry about the impact of bad weather. After listening to Yang Minger's explanation, the two of them finally understood. Only Yang Minger was smart. Yi Chun only sent one sentence, and Yang Minger immediately grasped the core issue. The east-west length of his island is at least 20 kilometers. As long as Yi Chun reaches the place with the same longitude at the eastern end of the island and turns north, he can reach his island in the shortest time. This allows us to enjoy the good weather that covers the island ahead of time. Brother Yi, why did you turn? Shouldn't you continue heading west? Dilly suddenly felt that the wind that was originally blocked by Yi Chun was now blowing sideways towards her. This time, she simply hung on Yi Chun like a koala. Yi Chun had no time to enjoy the wonderful moment of being hugged by the beautiful woman. His clothes, which had not yet dried, were wet again by the wind, rain, and waves. Minger will meet us on the east side of the island. Now we just need to head north at full speed and get as close to our island as possible. As he was speaking, another bolt of lightning struck less than 2 miles to Yi Chun's left. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of thunder, which made the two people's eardrums tremble. Woo-woo, why is it so scary? Dilly now had no other thoughts except hugging Yi Chun tightly. Who told you to come with me? Why don't you just stay on the island? Yi Chun knew very well that it was not easy to go out. The sea was completely different from the land. It could be sunny and windy 1 second and a storm the next. If it weren't for this S-level legendary secret check-in mission, Yi Chun would not have risked the unknown to travel so far at this time. What if you go to another island and meet another woman and get kidnapped? Only then did the girl speak out what was in her heart. What are you thinking about? Yi Chun was embarrassed. There are already 3 women on your island, and you still think it's not enough? Besides, the quota for recruitment has already been reached, so there's no point in causing trouble for myself. Snort. Dilly deliberately hit Yi Chun's back with her forehead. Yi Chun had not had time to enjoy Di Li's forehead kill. A big wave hit. The chilling feeling is really indescribable. Now both of them have become wet people. Look at the poor little Pomeranian. It has already become a drowned dog. The little Pomeranian looked at Yi Chun eagerly. Yi Chun was held tightly by Dilly at the moment and had no time to take care of the little guy. As long as the Pomeranian was not swept away by the waves, it would be fine. Besides, who told you not to enter the virtual storage space? Do you regret it now? Lightning flashed across the dark clouds in all directions. Yi Chun, however, stared straight ahead. Dilly, use the telescope to see if you can see our island. Yi Chun was almost communicating with Dilly by roaring. I dare not move. How could Dilly dare to pick up the telescope with one hand now? Forget about the telescope right now. I guess if you put 10,000 island coins in front of her, she would just ignore it. Apart from holding Yi Chun tightly, this girl didn't dare to do anything else. Look, Yi Chun shouted sternly. Dilly had no choice but to muster up the courage to pick up the telescope with one hand and look towards the north. Hey, Brother Yi, there's a dark blue dividing line in the sky. Okay, hold on tight. What I want is this clear dividing line to prove that I have not made the wrong judgment at all. Dilly, Take out the compass and see where your sister Ming'er is. Yichen estimated the time. Half an hour had passed. Yang Ming'er should have arrived at the designated location. Dilly put away the telescope and took the searching compass handed to her by Yichun. Target person, Yang Ming'er. Sure enough, Dilly found that Yang Ming'er appeared 4 or 5 nautical miles in front of her. Sister Ming'er is really in front of us. Brother Yi, why are you? Crash. Before Dilly could finish her words, a huge wave hit her and almost overturned both her and the motorboat. Although Yang Ming'er was right in front of him, Yichen now encountered a bigger problem. My solar panels are running out of power. The power system started to alarm. Brother Yi, the waves are coming again. Crash. Another huge wave. Along with the huge waves came gusts of wind. Yichen tried hard to control the steering wheel in his hands. The amount of water in the motorboat was increasing. The poor little Pomeranian was already swimming in the motorboat. Dilly, you drive the boat. Remember, keep the direction right and go straight ahead. Yichen made way and let Dilly stand in front of him. Dilly looked at Yichen distressedly. How could she drive a boat? Look ahead. Don't look at me. Yichen shouted at Dilly. It seems to have no effect. She's exposed. Unexpectedly, Yichen pointed at Dilly's chest and suddenly said these 3 words. Dilly turned around reflexively. It seemed that I have to use some tricks to deal with this girl. Whether Dilly was really exposed or not, Yichen didn't have time to care at the moment, as he had more important things to do. Yichen rummaged through the trunk of the motorboat and found 2 bamboo oars and a plastic box for holding water. First, I used a box to drain as much water as possible from the motorboat, and then I started to try to paddle with a bamboo paddle. Brother Yi, the battery is out. Yichen had just started paddling when the last bit of power in the motorboat was exhausted. It's less than 2 nautical miles away from Yangming. The plan for now, you can only rely on your own hands. Chapter 198, Submitting the S-Level Punch-In Secret Mission. The violent waves kept hitting the boat, making it difficult to move forward, even maintaining direction. But Yichen knew that the only way to escape from danger was to keep moving forward. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. If I do nothing, then only death awaits both of us. Brother Yi, let me help you. It seemed that Yichen's determination touched Dilly. Dilly no longer cared about the danger, left the driver's seat, and threw herself on the trunk. 2 people each held a bamboo paddle and began to manually control the motorboat. Even though each stroke could only move the motorboat forward 1 centimeter, the 2 never gave up. On the other side, Yang Ming'er and the other 2 had already arrived at the designated location. However, due to the lack of equipment, Yang Ming'er was unable to know Yichen's current specific location. Look, the dividing line is 1 nautical mile away. Dadawan pointed to the dividing line 1 nautical mile to the south. The sky is clear within 1 nautical mile, but the sky outside 1 nautical mile seems as terrifying as hell on earth. Big One, let's go to the sea. After staring at the dark south for half a minute, Yang Ming'er made a surprising decision. Going to the sea? Sister Ming, then. Jiang Yuding pointed tremblingly at the terrifying south. Dadawan was very straightforward. Without saying a word, he dragged out the kayak placed under the RV. Yichun and Dilly need us, so we'll go to the place closest to them to greet them. Although she couldn't see Yichun and Dilly, Yang Ming'er firmly believed that her companions were not far away. Miss Yang, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to the boss and Miss Dilly. Dadawan patted his chest confidently. Ting Ting, you stay here by yourself. With Xiaohua here, you won't be in danger. If you really encounter danger, take Xiaohua back to the RV as soon as possible. Yang Ming'er gave Jiang Yuding some instructions, then took the rope and the big roll and boarded the kayak. Dadawan paddled the bamboo oar, and the kayak began to move towards the dark south. Big One, don't cross the 1 nautical mile border yet. Let's observe the situation. Yang Ming'er was quite calm at this time. To save people, the first step is to ensure the rescuer's own safety. In less than 15 minutes, the 2 arrived at the clear 1 nautical mile boundary. On this side of the border, there's a gentle breeze and clear blue skies. On the other side of the border, there are strong winds and heavy rains. Sometimes, heaven and hell are really only 1 step away. Miss Yang, you still can't see anything. Should we go out? Dadawan looked out for a while, but it was raining heavily on the other side of the border, and the visibility was less than 200 meters. Wait a little longer. Yang Ming'er was extremely calm at this time. While continuing to wait patiently for Yichen's news, she had already begun preparations for rescue. At this time, Dilly made a new discovery through the missing person compass. Brother Yi, Sister Ming'er is in the sea. Dilly roared at Yi Chun beside her. Yi Chun put down the bamboo paddle and delivered a message to Yang Ming'er with difficulty. Don't move 1 nautical mile. Big one. Yi Chun is only 1 nautical mile away from us. Yang Ming'er excitedly told the news to Dadawan. Then let's go save the boss. When Dadawan heard this, he rushed out to save Yi Chun without thinking. Yi Chun told us not to move and to trust him. We will wait here. Yang Ming'er grabbed Dadawan. If I act without authorization, it will only distract Yi Chun. Believing in Yi Chun is the best choice. Dilly, don't give up. Our home and relatives are just ahead. Row back, and I'll buy you a cart full of snacks. Yi Chun appealed to people's emotions and reason, and also used the temptation of delicious food. Dilly became tough now. The two of them paddled bravely together. Miss Yang, I saw it. I saw the boss and the others. 15 minutes later, Dadawan exclaimed. He had good eyesight and stood in front of the kayak. He could see Yi Chun and Dilly's motorboat from a few hundred meters away. Dadawan excitedly began to bang his kayak desperately. The bang, bang, bang sound of metal collision shocked Yang Ming'er so much that she covered her ears. However, Yi Chun and Dilly also heard the sound. Dilly, come on, I saw it. It's them. The clear dividing line is right in front of us. The two of them didn't care about their back pain anymore. He just kept paddling with a bamboo paddle, even though the big raindrops hit his face. Big one. Throw this climbing rope over and pull them up. When the two teams were getting closer, Dadawan threw out the climbing rope that Yang Ming'er had prepared long ago. Due to the influence of wind, it took 3 or 4 times to be caught by Yi Chun. Row, I row, row. After fixing the other end of the climbing rope on his kayak, Dadawan began to paddle back with all his strength. With the assistance of Dadawan, a powerful force, the pressure on Yi Chun was suddenly reduced. 5 minutes later, the motorboat, having lost its power system, finally rushed into the safety dividing line. Oh, Yi Chun and Dilly collapsed on the side of the boat in an instant, exhausted. The two of them couldn't even lift their arms. Thanks to Dadajuan's heroic efforts, the 4 of them finally returned to their island safely. Ding! Half an hour left for the punch-in task. Please quickly submit the punch-in materials. The submission location is the location where the host accepts the task, within a 50-meter radius. I originally thought that returning to my island would complete the check-in mission, but I didn't expect that this tricky mission had such strict requirements for the location for submitting supplies. Hurry back. Yi Chun was so tired that he could not even stand up straight, but he could not rest now. There is less than half an hour left. My return journey actually took me nearly 6 hours. So what about the jet ski and kayak? When Jiang Yuding saw the 4 people coming back, she had already jumped out of the RV with Xiao Ha. Don't worry about it. Ming'er, I've exchanged it for 1 day. It's good weather. It's okay. Yi Chun, who still hadn't recovered, waved to everyone, signaling them to get in the car and return to the city. There's nothing more important than submitting your clock-in task quickly right now. Leaving behind the jet ski and kayak, the 5 people got into the RV. With Dadawan driving and Yang Ming'er leading the way, they rushed back to the camp. Brother Xiaoya, where are the check-in supplies? Jiang Yuding handed Yi Chun and Dilly a bottle of D-grade fresh water each and asked in a low voice. That's it. Yi Chun showed the hard-earned S-level legendary iron ore. Fuck, that's it. Dadawan caught a glimpse of what Yi Chun was holding in his hand through the rearview mirror. I didn't expect that the check-in material that my boss found with great difficulty turned out to be a broken stone. Don't underestimate it. Our harvest this time is not small. Ding! Time remaining for the check-in task. 5 minutes. Ding! You can submit your check-in materials. Do you want to submit them immediately? 2 consecutive system prompt sounds rang out. Submit! Yi Chun shouted without hesitation. The S-level legendary iron ore in his hand instantly turned into a wisp of red smoke. Disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The punch-in materials have been submitted successfully, and the S-level legendary secret punch-in task has been completed. 3 mysterious treasure chests have been placed in front of your material distribution center. You can choose one to open at will. The lowest reward in the treasure chest is S-level legendary materials. Chapter 199. Choose one from 3 treasure boxes. Knowing that he had finally caught the last bus, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Now he ignored his tired body. As soon as the RV returned to the campsite and stopped steadily, Yi Chun was the first to rush out of the RV. As expected, the system really didn't deceive me. In his trailer, there were 3 golden treasure chests. These treasure chests are not big. Each one is only about 50 to 60 centimeters long, but they look cool and emit golden light. Boss, we made a fortune. I feel like this box alone is worth 1 million island coins. Dadawan ran over soon after, and his eyes lit up when he saw the 3 treasure chests. Yi-chun, which one do you choose? The 3 girls also got out of the RV and were surprised and happy to see the 3 treasure chests. After working hard all day, I finally completed this extremely difficult check-in task. Now I have to choose one from 3. If I make the wrong choice, I'm afraid that my whole day's work will be in vain. Yi-chun didn't dare to make a judgment immediately. I'll put on the peep glass and take a look. Remembering that he still had a magical weapon, Yi-chun put on the peephole. Sorry, since the gold treasure chest is an S-level legendary material, your current peep scope level cannot peek through it. If you need to peek, please upgrade the peep scope to S+ level. Yi-chun let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that the peephole he had always relied on had also encountered a bottleneck. In order to upgrade the S-level legendary materials to S+ level, Yi-chun did not deliberately check the upgrade conditions at the moment. You can tell how perverted it is just by thinking with your toes. Damn, to upgrade the peep scope, I need D-grade diamonds, S-grade iron ingots, island coins, and island level 2? What the hell? When Dadawan saw his boss sighing and putting down the peephole, he simply grabbed it. After seeing how to upgrade the peephole, he started screaming. If it weren't for the appearance of this golden treasure chest, no one would have thought that this peephole could be upgraded. Of course, no one would dream of upgrading the peephole immediately, because this treasure chest will not wait for you here obediently. The system has stipulated that this thing will only be stored for 12 hours and will not be kept after the expiration date. Yi-chun only looked at some brief introduction of the golden treasure chest. S-level legendary golden treasure chest. The reward for completing an S-level legendary secret mission. The host can choose one of the 3 treasure chests to open. Once one of the treasure chests is opened, the other 2 will automatically disappear. 2 of the 2 treasure chests contain S-level legendary rewards plus 4,000 island coins, and only one contains a super S-level divine reward plus 40,000 island coins. There is also a 1% chance of automatically triggering a mysterious reward and obtaining another S-level legendary secret check-in task. Seeing this reward probability, Yi-chun's eyes lit up. If you win the lottery, not only will you get a super S-level divine reward, but you can also take away 40,000 island coins. This golden treasure chest is truly extraordinary. The probability of 1/3 is really not low, and there is a 1% chance of another check-in task. Yi-chun, who was always calm, was ready to go. Dilly, you should come. After calming down, Yi-chun set his sights on Dilly. Dilly changed into clean clothes, drank a bottle of water, and was wiping the little Pomeranian's body when she found that everyone was looking at her. Yes, beautiful Dilly, you have a perverted sign-in probability. Maybe your probability of opening a treasure chest is higher than others. Dadawan slapped his big head, remembered Dilly's bug sign-in probability, and agreed with both hands to let the beautiful Dilly choose the treasure chest. Yang Ming'er and Jiang Yuding also looked at Dilly with expectant eyes. Come on, you have made an invaluable contribution to completing this secret punch-in mission today. This reward for selecting the treasure chest will be yours. Well, what if I don't win? The carefree Dilly became shy at this moment. This pressure is indeed quite great. S-level materials and super S-level materials are completely different concepts. Besides, there is also the difference in island coin rewards. 4,000 and 40,000 are not in the same order of magnitude. It's okay. No one will blame you if you don't win. After all, the chance is only 1 in 3. Yi-chun calmly pulled Dilly in front of him. Dilly's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The pressure is so great. Then let's go with the one on the far left. Dilly clicked on the sesame seeds for a long time and finally chose the treasure chest on the far left. Ugh. Yi-chun took 2 steps forward without hesitation. Everyone also stuck their heads out and watched with bated breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the S-level legendary reward. The system voice sounded. Hearing that it was an S-level reward, Yi-chun didn't care too much. After all, the probability is there. Why should a probability of 1/3 be greater than 2/3? Boss, what's the reward? Tell me. Miss Dilly must be a super S-level person. No doubt about it. Dadawan was already getting impatient and kept pushing Yi-chun. The 3 girls knew how to read people's expressions. If it was really a super S-level reward, Yi-chun would definitely have praised Dilly greatly. Brother, yeah, I'm sorry. Dilly lowered her head with a sad face. It's not a big deal. who says that super S-level supplies are necessarily better than S-level supplies. Yichin patted Dilly's shoulder and comforted her. Yes, Xiaodi, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Ming'er also understood immediately and took Dilly into his arms. Brother Xiaoya, what is that reward? Show it to us. Jiang Yuding is a newcomer and has never seen many decent rewards. In her eyes, there is no such thing as S-level or super S-level. Anything with an S in it is awesome. Let me take a look. Only then did Yi Chun take a quick look at the S-level supplies. S-level legendary reward. Basic supplies, special gift package. What the hell? Yi Chun blinked twice. Big gift package. Seeing these three words, Yi Chun reflexively thought of a bunch of puffed foods. Good, happy? The three girls were still poking their heads out there. Yi Chun simply wanted to show off this big gift package. But this thing seems a bit heavy. Boss, let me help you. He rolled up his sleeves and came to help. Boss, I can't lift it. The two men used all their might, but the bag of stuff in the treasure chest was as solid as a rock and didn't move at all. Stop, let me see what it is. Yi Chun was also in a trance. It was not until I carefully checked the details of the gift package that I understood. This gift pack is really big enough. Chapter 200. Who says the resource gift pack is garbage? Special gift pack of basic materials. Contains 400 kilograms of C-grade outstanding iron ore, 12 kilograms of S-grade legendary iron ore, 11 kilograms of A-grade epic fine sand, 980 G of D-grade rare diamonds, and 650 G of E-grade ordinary diamonds. Yi Chun looked through the pile of supplies 3 or 4 times. But the more I looked, the more confused I became, and the less I understood. Boss, what the hell is this? Let me take a look. Dadawan looked at his boss, standing there in a daze, and was extremely anxious. Yi Chun simply showed everyone his system interface. Damn, 400 kilograms of C-grade iron ore. No wonder my arms are broken and I can't lift it. Dadawan glanced at the first line of words and started cursing. The three girls, like Yi Chun, looked around for a long time, but they became more and more confused the more they looked. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, this S-level material doesn't seem to be that good. Dilly pouted and lowered her head again. At first glance, as Dilly said, this so-called S-level material is really not that good. Except for the 1 kilogram of D-grade diamonds in the resource package, which are somewhat presentable. The other basic supplies are either of poor quality or insufficient in quantity. 400 kilograms of grade C Zhuyu iron ore is enough in quantity, but the quality is not good. It is only grade C. 12 kilograms of S-level legendary iron ore is of good quality, but insufficient in quantity. After entering the furnace, it is estimated that these 12 kilograms of iron ore can produce at most 4 or 5 kilograms of S-level iron ingots. As for the epic A-level fine sand, I now have a sand sifter. Not to mention a level sand. Even S-level sand is no problem. So these mere 11 kilograms of A-level fine sand have become worthless. Although diamonds are quite valuable for now, the quantity is too small. But what confused Yi Chun the most at the moment was why there were no other basic supplies in this basic supply package, such as tree trunks, copper, or etc., but only these supplies. There's something even more amazing. It's just the quantity of these supplies that looks too weird. Could it be that this system has become so stingy that it starts calculating by the gram? Yi Chun, why did this gift package give us 650 grams of the level common diamonds and 980 grams of D-level rare diamonds? Yang Ming'er also frowned and was puzzled. I think this system has been corrupted. It's a ripoff. What a piece of crap. I want to return the product. I strongly protest. It's too ripoff. How dare they take out something weighing 650 grams? Dadawan was just about to hold up a sign and go on a protest. 650 grams, 980 grams. Why is it 650 grams? Yi Chun kept repeating these two seemingly nonsensical numbers over and over again. Suddenly, Yi Chun remembered something. Ming'er, how many grams of diamond did we produce from our most recent smelting of kimberlite? I remember it was 20 grams of D-grade diamonds and 300 grams of E-grade diamonds. 300 grams, 300 grams. This time, Yi Chun changed the number he was muttering to 300. Boss, we seem to have smelted this E-grade diamond once before. I remember it was when we were smelting iron, or... Big One, how many grams did we smelt that time? Yi Chun looked at Dadawan suddenly. Dadawan didn't expect that his casual words would make Yi Chun so shocked. 50 grams, as far as I remember, just 50 grams. I thought it looked pretty at the time, so I put it away. Dilly seemed to remember it too. 50 grams, 300 grams, and now 650 grams. That means the E-grade diamonds we have now are exactly 1 kilogram, and the D-grade diamonds are 20 grams plus 980 grams, which is also exactly 1 kilogram. Yichen did some calculations and came to a conclusion that was equally confusing. Yichen, why is it 1 kilogram? And what do the other resources mean? Yang Ming'er raised a few more questions. That's right. 400 kilograms of C-class garbage is useless. Do you dare to give me 400 kilograms of S-class garbage? Dadawan kept complaining. 400 kilograms of grade C iron ore? I understand. Yichen pondered for a moment again, then slapped his thigh. The other four immediately looked at Yichen. If we calculate the smelting ratio of a sea-level UF furnace based on 400 kilograms of sea-level iron ore, the probability is about 4 to 1, which means that 400 kilograms of sea-level iron ore could be smelted into 100 kilograms of sea-level iron ingots. Boss, what do you need so many iron ingots for? Dadawan was still confused, but Yang Ming'er beside him seemed to be the first to react. 100 kilograms of C-grade outstanding iron ingots. Necessary materials for synthesizing A-grade epic construction hammer. B-grade perfect tool hammer plus B-grade perfect tool shears plus B-grade perfect tool shovel plus B-grade perfect tool axe plus A-grade multifunctional construction hammer blueprint plus 100 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots plus 100 kilograms of A-grade palm tree trunk plus 100 kilograms of A-grade clay. We are currently short of 100 kilograms of C-grade iron ingots. After hearing what Yang Ming'er said, Dilly and Dadawan were stunned for a while, but they also remembered this treasure. So, Brother Yi, can we synthesize the construction hammer? The long-awaited construction hammer can finally be synthesized? For this building hammer, Yi Chun and others spent a lot of time, energy, and island coins. That's not all. Just when the friends present were still expressing their admiration for finally being able to synthesize an A-grade epic building hammer, Yi Chun added another sentence. What's wrong? Boss, tell me now. Dadawan, this impatient guy, is almost going crazy. Don't you forget what supplies we urgently need right now. Yichen asked everyone a question in return. High-level virtual storage space. High-level furnace. And there's an upgraded search compass? Everyone mentioned 3 items that everyone thought were priceless. Virtual storage space can be said to be the most practical material. Increasing the capacity of storage space will be beneficial to future development. As for synthesizing a high-level furnace, there is no need to say more. Diamonds cannot be smelted without a high-level furnace. The further upgrade of the missing person compass is also of great significance. If the detection direction can be increased to above 50 nautical miles, the safety of going out to sea will be greatly improved. Boss, why are you asking this? What is the connection between these things and these basic supplies? Naturally, Dadajuan's brain can't grasp the key points. Of course, Yichen did not answer, but Yang Ming'er took a step forward and looked at the only remaining golden treasure chest with excitement.